Family, this is incredible. Rear Admiral Carter called his brother Carp and said he wants to marry the pirate Charlotte Lingling. Carp was initially happy, then angry. It turns out Carter saved the distressed Lingling, and they agreed to get married. Carp was swayed by Carter's words and changed his attitude. After the wedding, Carter activated system, and Lingling was pregnant with twins. What happens next? Let me tell you, I was so shocked that I called my brother. I picked up the phone, cleared my throat, and nervously said, "Moshi Moshi? Brother, it's me." On the other end was my brother Carp, just finishing a workout, still breathing heavily. "Carter, what's up?" I hesitated and said, Brother, I have something to tell you. Please don't get angry. I want to marry Charlotte Lingling." Wow, there was dead silence on the other end. 3 seconds later, Carp's iconic loud voice thundered, "Great. Really great. My lovely little brother is getting married? What gift should I prepare?" I thought, he's so easy to talk to. But the next second, his tone changed completely, and his roar nearly shattered the phone. "What the hell? You think you could just do this? Have you forgotten you're a rear admiral, just like me? Who is Charlotte Lingling? She's a pirate. A pirate, do you understand? This story is long and needs to start from the beginning. I'm Monkey D. Carter, a proud transmigrator, woke up as Carp's younger brother. The genes of the monkey family are indeed top-notch. I, like my brother, have maxed out talents and became the youngest rear admiral in the history of the Navy at a young age. The story starts 2 days ago. I was wandering in the new world when I happened to witness a divine battle. On one side was Captain John, who was rampaging through the new world, and on the other side was a girl with pink hair getting utterly beaten, with all her subordinates gone, leaving her alone to hold on. That girl was the young version of Lingling, yes, the future Big Mom, Charlotte Lingling. But at this time, she was only 18, a strong and tragic figure. I can't stand to see beautiful women being bullied. I jumped out and stood between them. Captain John squinted at me. "Oh, isn't this the Navy's genius rear admiral? What's up? Is the Navy now saving pirates?" I grinned. "Can't help it. They say I'm willful, so they'll be willful today. They'll protect this woman." Captain John's face darkened, and without a word, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, shaking the entire sea. Could I let him have his way? I countered with my own conqueror's haki, and it felt like the sky was about to split open. I'm telling you, we exchanged blows fiercely, shaking the heavens and the earth. To be honest, he was a few years older and had the advantage in stamina, but the Navy's systematic training isn't for nothing. My foundation was solid. I seized a flaw of his and unleashed a series of martial arts moves. A series of wild combos right to his face. Seeing he couldn't take me down quickly, he glanced back and saw all his subordinates had been taken down by the rampaging Lingling like little chicks. He was a smart guy and decisively shouted, "Retreat, everyone," and fled. I was also exhausted and didn't chase after him. Turning around, I saw Lingling still frantically swinging her sword, shouting "Die," still hacking at the air after everyone had left. I walked over, patted her shoulder, and gently said, "Hey, they're all gone." Only then did she stop, looked at the mess around her, and at her crewmates who had just been drinking with her, and she suddenly broke down, squatting on the ground and crying like a child. I said nothing and quietly accompanied her until she cried herself out, then said, "Let's start over." The next day, under the sunset, after she had cried enough, she woke up to find me sleeping beside her and even used a strand of hair to tickle my nose. I sneezed awake, still dazed, and asked if it was time to eat. She laughed and then suddenly leaned in to flirt with me. "Little brother, thank you for saving me. You're quite handsome. How about marrying me?" Family, who can withstand this? But could I be easily swayed by her? I immediately said, looking straight into her eyes, "That won't do. But how about I marry you?" She was taken aback for a moment, then looked at me with a half smile. Okay, now it was my turn to be stunned. I just said it casually, and she actually agreed. We kept confirming like we were exchanging secret signals. Really? Really? Over and over. Thus, the scene of me calling my brother happened. Half a month later, I brought Lingling back to Windmill Village. The moment my brother saw me, he spat out saliva like it was raining. "No way. I don't agree. She's a pirate." Seeing that hard tactics wouldn't work, I immediately went for some top-tier PUA. I pulled him aside and mysteriously said, "Brother, you're thinking too small. Think about it. With our genes and Lingling's talent, how could our children be anything but monsters?" Carp was taken aback. That makes some sense. I quickly added, right? Just think, if Lingling and I have one child, our monkey family will have another Navy reserve. If we have two, we'll have a pair. In a few decades, when the Navy generals meet, ITLL be like a family meeting for us. By then, who will rule the seas? My brother was so filled with this vision that his eyes started shining, as if he could already see several monkey surnamed generals standing before him saluting. He slapped his thigh. "No way. This wedding must happen. Right now. If you don't, they'll smash you." Wow, this attitude change was faster than flipping a page. The next day, the wedding was held, emphasizing efficiency. Just as Lin and I completed the ceremony, I heard a ding in my head. Ding. Detected that the host has married. Twin system activated successfully. Wow, my golden finger has arrived. And it's a twin system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the wedding gift package. Partner size reduction ability. I was delighted, thinking the system was quite considerate. Knowing that my 3-meter height next to Linlin's almost 9-meter stature felt a bit like a toothpick stirring a big jar, right? At the wedding banquet, Carp put his arm around my shoulder, his face flushed from drinking. Little brother, hurry up, have a few more little sailors. I could only helplessly drink with him. That night, the spring breeze was intoxicating. When I returned to my room, Lin was already waiting for me. I have to say, the young version of Lin, with that face and figure, was simply stunning. The atmosphere was right, and I couldn't help but kiss her 10,000 words omitted here. The next day, just as I was stretching in the living room, reminiscing about last night's craziness, I heard another ding in my head. Ding. The system detected that the host's wife successfully got pregnant with twins. Congratulations to the host for receiving a beginner gift package. Ding. The beginner gift package opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining top-tier 3-color hockey. I was completely dumbfounded, focusing not on the top-tier 3-color hockey, but on the thought. Twins? Did I hit the jackpot? My muttering was overheard by Carp, who had just stepped out. His eyes lit up, and he rushed over, shaking my shoulders. Twins? Is it true? Quickly tell me it's true. Are we going to have 2 more Navy members from the monkey family? I was dizzy from his shaking and quickly asked him to stop. This guy is really obsessed with the Navy. He has even started planning the devil training for my child. Start fighting at 1-year-old, throw into the jungle at 2, drop off a cliff at 3. Hearing this made my veins pop out. Is this even human talk? I threw a punch, creating a big bump on his head. How dare you? If you want to play, do it yourself. In the afternoon, the doctor confirmed that Lingling was indeed pregnant. After sorting all this out, I began to study my system. The system said that every time Lingling gets pregnant in the future, it will at least be twins, and I can draw talents for the children. Use top-tier 3-color hockey. I didn't hesitate and used it directly. In an instant, a warm current surged throughout my body. I felt like I had transcended. My observation hockey maxed out to the point where I could foresee the future. My armament hockey was top tier, and I even learned to use Conqueror's hockey to rap. I felt like I had become countless times stronger. Then, unintentionally, I used my observation hockey to see 2 shirtless men next door entwined together. What the hell? My eyes. Ugh, do you really want this luck? After my strength skyrocketed, I became cocky. I felt like I could do it. I looked at Carp, who was digging his nose, and childhood shadows surged in my heart. I clenched my fists, making cracking sounds, and walked toward him with a sinister smile. Old man, it's time to settle old and new scores. Carp disdainfully flicked a booger in front of me. Just you? You'll always be the little brother in front of me. And then we fought on the beach. Let me tell you, that scene was like a scraping master meeting the sighing wall. I thought I could take revenge after leveling up, but I ended up being pressed to the ground and rubbed by my brother, with bumps on my head that could almost form the Big Dipper. It turned out my brother already had the strength of a peak admiral, while I was still a bit too immature. After getting beaten up, I came to my senses. I laid my cards on the table with my brother and said I wanted to quit the Navy. His fist was raised, and I quickly explained. Lingling is pregnant, and it's not appropriate for me to be in the Navy. But don't worry, I will never become a pirate. I want to establish our own family, find a place in the new world to set up a base, and train our children to be top talents. In the future, whether it's the Navy, pirates, or revolutionaries, there will be our family members in them. When the time is right, well, flip the table and let our family become the decision makers of this world. After my brother listened, he remained silent for a considerable time, his gaze incredibly complex. Finally, he firmly patted my shoulder and said, Cardi, I support you. However, I do not wish for this world to deteriorate any further. Family, this is my brother. Beneath his iron fist lies the gentleness of the vast ocean. I then seized a moment to say, so, brother, about the startup capital for building the family. He waved his hand dismissively. No worries. It's on me. Yet another grand promise made. With my brother settled, I could finally devote my attention to my unborn twins. System, bestow talents upon my children. Ding. First, extracting the talent for the eldest daughter. Please choose one from the following 3 talents. Talent A, the sun cast its gaze upon you. Talent B, black dragon. Talent C, secondary biological engine. I gazed at these 3 options, lost in contemplation. The phrase the sun cast its gaze upon you sounded like a skin for a sunny boy, likely a mere daytime buff, so I decided to pass. Secondary biological engine sounded high-tech, but I had no idea what it entailed. However, Talent B, Black Dragon, instantly stirred my DNA. That name, that feeling, could it be what I imagined? The system, in the next moment, promptly provided an explanation. To my astonishment, it indeed referred to Acnologia, the dragon slayer from Fairy Tale. An S-rank talent, capable of transforming into a black dragon with astonishing defensive power. This was undeniably impressive. But this was not what truly mattered. I had spotted the third option, secondary biological engine. Family, who understands this? My mind exploded with excitement. Upon hearing those four words, all thoughts of the black dragon and the sun dissipated. My mind was flooded with memories of that summer, of the Blade King who fought for justice for 100,000 years. That was my guiding star. It had to be. I selected the secondary biological engine without hesitation. I shouted, my voice filled with passion. The system chimed, "Congratulations, host. Eldest daughter, S talent selection successful. Acquired talent. SSS level, secondary biological engine. SSS level. Incredible." Fortune had finally smiled upon me. I inquired about the levels of the other two talents, and upon hearing the reply, I could hardly contain my joy. The talent the sun cast its gaze upon you was rated SSS-. Its name's so mundane, it could have come from a 3-bedroom apartment. The Black Dragon was rated S-. By comparison, my daughter S talent was nothing short of divine. Next, it was time to extract from my eldest son. The screen displayed 3 options, leaving me momentarily stunned. Tender heart, bouncy, and fond of swords. What on earth were these? The tone shifted dramatically. Compared to the previous divine talents, these seemed like mere fillers. I'm mused that bouncy and fond of swords did not sound particularly intelligent. They likely topped out at B level. The remaining tender heart sounded somewhat akin to the secondary biological engine, perhaps a special ability. All right, I decided to gamble on tender heart. With a resolute heart, I made my choice. The result came back, A level. Not too shabby, I thought, not a loss. The other two talents were a C+ for jumping ability and a B+ for swordsmanship. It seemed this lottery was indeed random. I almost ended up with 3 E-level talents, which would have been disastrous. Thus, the future paths for my 2 children were largely determined. My eldest daughter, with her SSS level talent, would surely become a divine entity, a top-tier force in the world, provided the resources were sufficient. As for my eldest son, with an A-level talent, with some effort and a good devil fruit, he could easily attain the rank of a general. Time flew by, and before I knew it, 10 months had passed. During this time, I had not been idle. After marrying Lingling, I left the Navy and whisked her away on a worldwide honeymoon. I vanquished a few unruly pirate crews, amassing 10 million berry in my goals, and even acquired 2 devil fruits, the Goro Goro no Mi and the Niku Nika no Mi. You wouldn't believe it, those names were quite unique. We recruited soldiers along the way, and now I commanded nearly 1,000 capable fighters. Ultimately, I led my forces to conquer Skypiea, claiming the territory. Initially, there was resistance, but after swiftly dealing with a few leaders, the rest quickly fell in line. Later, I focused on economic development, ensuring everyone lived peacefully. Now, the people of Skypiea almost venerated me as a deity. The most exhilarating aspect was that Skypiea was a veritable treasure trove. Not only did I discover the land of gold, achieving financial freedom, but I also unearthed several more devil fruits in the nooks and crannies. The Raijin fruit, the biscuit fruit, and the mirror fruit. I must say, the mirror fruit was quite cheeky. It could directly clone an opponent, forcing a confrontation at 50-50 odds. Today marked Lingling's due date. My brother Carp had also arrived early, pacing nervously outside the delivery room and repeatedly asking, "Cardi, do you think my niece and nephew want to join the Navy?" I saw his anxious demeanor and felt warmth in my heart, reassuring him, "Don't worry, brother. I will certainly raise a few naval prodigies." In truth, I was quite nervous myself, palms sweaty, heart racing like a drum. In 2 lifetimes. This was my first time becoming a father. The sensation was utterly wondrous. Carp, the rascal, laughed at me, ha ha ha, as expected of my brother, remaining calm while his wife gives birth. He had no idea. I was merely pretending to be composed. At that moment, 2 loud cries echoed from the delivery room. The door swung open, and a female doctor hurriedly rushed out, exclaiming, "Lord Cardi, your wife has given birth to twins. However, there is something special about the girl." Special? My heart tightened as I followed the doctor inside. I found Lingling weakly lying on the bed, worry etched across her face as she gazed at the crib. Following her gaze, I was taken aback. My eldest daughter was glowing. The white light grew brighter and more blinding. Suddenly, a gigantic angelic apparition burst forth from her body, divine and ethereal, overwhelming me with its presence. The angelic figure circled in the air, seemingly recognizing my daughter, and then dove back into her heart, leaving behind a golden angelic mark. As the light dissipated, calmness returned. I leaned closer and saw my daughter blinking her big eyes at me, utterly adorable. But wait, what was the meaning of those little white wings on her back? My first thought was, am I being cheated on? Neither of us has angelic genes. Is this even reasonable? Glancing at my son, he appeared much more typical, a wrinkled little bundle. Darling, let us name them. Lingling's voice snapped me back to reality. After some contemplation, given my daughter's talent and wings, I decided the girl would be named Yin, Monkey D. Yin. As for my son, with his talent of tender heart, the boy would be named Katakuri, Monkey D. Katakuri. I silently recited their names and opened the attribute panels for the two little ones. To my astonishment, my daughter, Yin, possessed an SSS-level talent, and right from birth, her physical prowess was at the level of a Marine. The System S evaluation read, a cunning girl with astonishing potential. I was rendered speechless. System, is that polite? Referring to a newborn baby as a cunning girl? Next, I examined Katakuri. With an A-level talent, his physique was at the commoner level, and the evaluation stated, a gentle older brother fond of sweet food. This seemed much more reasonable. As I pondered, Lingling, noticing my intense focus on the children, anxiously asked if there was a problem. I quickly smiled and reassured her. No problem at all. Everything is splendid. Our daughter is extraordinarily gifted. She will become a deity even while resting. Our son, with some effort, has the potential to be a general. Lingling finally relaxed, fiercely declaring, that's good. Whoever dares to bully my children will have their heads smashed. Observing her protective nature, I chuckled and casually glanced at our attributes. We were both at the quasi-general level, with talents around us level. Then, out of curiosity, I clicked on my brother Carp's panel. Upon witnessing this, I couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Monkey D, Carp talent, one of the SSD lineage. Physique, peak level of a general. My pupils trembled with astonishment. No wonder I had been at his mercy since childhood, receiving beatings without a word. With such an SS-level talent and a body at the pinnacle of a general, how could I possibly contend with him? I suddenly realized that every bump I had received on my head in the past seemed entirely justified. As I stepped out of the delivery room, Carp immediately approached me. Upon hearing the name I had chosen for my child, his eyes lit up. What a splendid name, clearly destined for a career in the Navy. I hastily intervened, saying, Brother, these two must stay at home as the pillars of our family. Carp wore a look of grievance, and I had no choice but to confide in him that I intended to establish a nation in the Sky Island, where I hoped to crown my daughter, Yin, as queen. Upon hearing this, Carp only cared that she would not become a pirate. Everything else was of little concern to him. Observing his expression, I felt a wave of emotion. This man had spent his entire life torn between family and justice. I silently vowed that I would never allow him to be alone again. Time flew by, and a month had passed. My two little ones were no longer ordinary infants. Particularly my daughter, Yin, was nothing short of a prodigy. She could walk at 1 week, speak at 2 weeks, and by 3 weeks, she was already running and jumping. At 1 month old, her appetite rivaled that of Lingling, and her strength was sufficient to toss a table aside. Any injury she sustained healed visibly within minutes. She had even grown to the size of a 1-year-old child. In contrast, my son, Katakuri, was much more typical. He had just learned to walk and talk, but he could conjure glutinous rice dumplings out of thin air, primarily to accompany his sister. One day, the two little ones waddled into my study. Yin, in a sweet voice, declared, Father, I wish to learn the way of the sword. Katakuri echoed, I want to become strong. To protect my sister. My goodness. My eldest son was undoubtedly destined to be a devoted brother. Naturally, I readily agreed, seeking the finest swordsmanship instructor for Yin and allowing Katakuri to train with his uncle to build a solid foundation in physical combat. Watching these two adorable little creatures, my heart melted and I scooped them up, showering them with affectionate kisses. More than a month passed, and to test our current abilities, Lingling and I engaged in a practical training exercise on the Sky Island. Darling, be careful. Lingling shouted, Behold my Bagua, with a sudden flourish of her Napoleon. She unleashed a cataclysmic red energy pillar that tore through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtling toward me in an instant. My pupils dilated. It was incredibly fast. There was no time to evade, nor did I wish to. Come at me. I bellowed, channeling all my haki into my right fist, preparing for a collision. The two formidable forces crashed together with a resounding impact. The spectacle was nothing short of extravagant. The ground cracked, and trees were reduced to splinters. Yet Katakuri stood by, laughing, remarking, "Not bad, Lingling." Was he intentionally stoking the flames? Lingling was immediately incensed, exclaiming, "Darling, are you underestimating me?" Her blade, Napoleon, crackled with dark red lightning. A clear manifestation of Conqueror's haki. And guess what? Katakuri, too, could summon lightning. The electrical energy crackling around his fists was far more potent than Lingling's. It was evident he was a seasoned fighter, while Lingling appeared to be a novice still learning the ropes. With a thunderous crash, another collision ensued. The two engaged in a battle of wills from a distance. Their fists and blade never actually met, yet the air between them erupted in an explosion. The onlooking subordinates were left in awe, mouths agape, pondering what kind of divine duel they were witnessing. The standoff did not last long. Ultimately, Lingling, being a newcomer, lacked the stamina, and her conqueror's haki dissipated, causing her blade to fly away. My heart raced, just as Katakuri's fist was about to collide with her. He executed a sharp turn, evading her and smashing his fist into the ground. The ground erupted, creating a massive 20-meter crater. As if that were not enough, the two began to display their affection publicly. Katakuri rushed over to his wife, asking if she was unharmed, while Lingling, far from upset at her loss, wore a blissful expression, exclaiming, "Darling, that felt incredible. I haven't enjoyed a fight like that in ages. What a family, when I had just given birth. All I wanted was to rest, and here she was, reveling in the thrill of combat." Katakuri, looking exasperated, remarked, "You've been cooped up for 11 months. How could you not be a little crazy?" Then, Katakuri began discussing serious matters, inquiring about Lingling's progress with the soul fruit. Lingling tilted her head in contemplation, stating, "It's going all right. I can extract someone's soul and place it into objects to bring them to life." I immediately grasped the concept. It was akin to crafting a Prometheus or Zeus, effective for clearing minions, but it did not fundamentally enhance her own abilities. Katakuri realized this as well, noting that the fruit neither extended lifespan nor augmented strength, merely serving functional purposes. Katakuri pressed further, asking if she had tried infusing weapons with souls. Lingling replied that she had, but the weapon became timid after gaining life, exhibiting a fear of pain. I couldn't help but laugh at such a peculiar concept. But Katakuri's mind was sharp. Suddenly, he lit up with inspiration, exclaiming, "Eureka!" His excitement was palpable as he pulled Lingling into a discussion. The issue is not that the weapon became alive, it's that the wrong soul was used. Why not use your own soul? Lingling immediately understood. Katakuri continued, "And don't extract too much, just a little bit, allowing the weapon to gain abilities without attaining full consciousness and fear of pain." I must say this line of thought opened up a new avenue for the soul fruit, setting them far ahead. Lingling, being quite impulsive, immediately decided to extract a portion of her own soul. Katakuri quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? This thing is unpredictable. What if you turn yourself into an idiot?" He then turned to his subordinates, commanding, "Go, fetch a few pirates from the prison for experimentation." Hilarious. Katakuri was truly a master of psychological warfare. Soon, several unfortunate pirates were brought forth. Without hesitation, Lingling seized one and began extracting, swiftly transferring half of his soul into an axe. The result? The pirate was rendered a fool, the axe sprouting eyes and a mouth, an unnerving sight. A failure. Lingling remained undeterred and moved to the next. The pirates were terrified, crying out for mercy. After several attempts, Lingling finally discovered the trick. It couldn't be a complete extraction at once, but rather a gradual transfer, like using a pump. At last, a flawless creation emerged. The pirate felt slightly dizzy, but his intelligence remained intact. The axe, though it had no facial features, possessed sentience, vibrating at its master's call. The most impressive aspect was that with a swing, it could unleash a blade of wind. Katakuri tested it out, and while it worked, the power was significantly diminished. It was indeed a specialized weapon. Katakuri then snapped the axe in two, and the pirate remained unscathed. Now, there was peace of mind. If the weapon broke, it would not affect its owner. Everything was in place, and finally, it was Lingling's turn. She intended to modify the illustrious Napoleon. Katakuri was a bundle of nerves, muttering that whether Lingling was strong or not was irrelevant. Anyone who dared to bully his wife would face annihilation, even to the extent of splitting worms in half. Such protectiveness was extraordinary. Lingling, however, appeared calm and composed, sitting cross-legged and commanding, soul, fruit extraction and infusion. The scene was nothing short of mesmerizing. Napoleon levitated, radiating light as Lingling's soul energy flowed into it continuously. After 10 minutes, it was complete. Katakuri rushed to check on Lingling, ensuring her well-being before feeling relieved. With a wave of her hand, Napoleon flew into her grasp, transforming into a triangular hat that adorned her head, instantly exuding an air of elegance. Then, the hat morphed back into a sword. Lingling announced that this sword was called Shurkai, capable of enhancing attributes and unleashing flames and lightning. Even more formidable was the Bankai, which transformed it into a magnificent golden sword, elevating her physical prowess to that of a general, capable of firing energy blasts akin to the Bagua. However, it could only be sustained for a few seconds. The most amusing moment arrived when Lingling mentioned the initial release and the final release, and Carter was momentarily stunned. Mistaking her for a fellow countryman, he enthusiastically began exchanging coded phrases. Imperial Jade Liquor? Which excavator technology is superior? Only to find Lingling utterly bewildered. The hilarity of the situation was palpable. She merely thought the name sounded cool. This episode of misunderstanding could easily be deemed a classic example of social awkwardness in 2025. Now, Lingling had become quite formidable, wielding the initial release of Napoleon and swinging it towards Carter, declaring, "Forget that. Let's start over. Take this." Flame slash. The two engaged in a fierce battle, evenly matched, yet Carter felt the weight of his earlier pretense. Now he was genuinely struggling. Lingling was on a roll, unleashing lightning strikes and fiery impacts, as if they were free, leaving Carter to leap and dodge desperately. Frustrated, Lingling decided to unleash her ultimate move. Final release. Emperor's Sword Napoleon. The aura she exuded was explosive, her physical prowess instantly elevating her to the level of a general. With a deep breath, she shouted Dominion. A wave of destructive energy surged forth. Fortunately for Carter, she had exhausted herself, and the wave veered off, cleaving the clouds above in two. Carter stood frozen, stunned by the scent of singed hair, muttering, "Should I tone down my bravado? What if I get beaten at home later?" He hastily carried the fatigued Lingling to the hospital. The doctor reassured them that she was merely drained. It was then that Carter recalled his system had emitted a sound earlier. Upon checking, he was astonished to find the system notification. Achievement system loaded successfully. It turned out the system had lagged previously. Having given birth to twins, he had completed an achievement and was rewarded with 10,000 second-generation angel soldiers. I must tell you, these second-generation angel soldiers possessed the strength of vice admirals from the Navy headquarters. 10,000 of them, each a vice admiral. Carter's pupils dilated with shock, though his mind remained clear. He understood that even with 10,000 vice admirals, they could not confront the world government head-on. The weight of 8 centuries of history was no laughing matter. However, this force, combined with the geographical advantages of the Sky Island, was sufficient to secure his position. I thought to myself, this card cannot be left unplayed. It must be shown to these bumpkins from Shanghai. Without hesitation, I directly addressed the system. Summon the angels. 1,000 of them. The scene was magnificent as beams of light cascaded from the heavens. 1,000 fair-skinned, graceful angelic figures appeared before me, brandishing blazing swords, swirling the clouds into a vortex. The leader, named M.O.E., had a stunning figure and knelt before me, proclaiming me as her king. I quickly urged her to rise. Such displays were unnecessary here. I promptly assigned tasks, as the entire Sky Island region, apart from my divine realm, was not yet fully under my control, particularly the area known as Yunin Village, where the Sandians had been quite unruly. Once the Angel Legion mobilized, they were swiftly subdued, rendering any violent resistance futile. In the face of absolute strength, they were mere paper tigers, physical persuasion at its finest, you see? Yet, I discovered a major problem. These Angel Sisters, despite their Vice Admiral physiques, relied on a supercomputer known as the Tianren system for combat, which I did not possess. Therefore, in a one-on-one scenario against a Vice Admiral skilled in hockey, I could be at a disadvantage. This was intolerable. I took it upon myself to become a devilish coach. In just 1 month, I trained the 1,000 Angel Sisters in armed hockey and observation hockey, and they all graduated from my crash course. You might think that was the end, but these Angel Sisters were all scientists. Within a month, they transformed my Sky Island from the Stone Age into a cyberpunk wonderland. Skyscrapers rose from the ground, electricity and communication were fully established, and to make life easier, they even crafted a few personal flying devices for me and Lingling, making our travels extraordinarily stylish. Agricultural output doubled, and the island's indigenous residents began to regard me with newfound respect, one by one pledging their allegiance. Not long after, when Lingling complained of boredom and expressed a desire to go out to sea, an alarm rang out. The sound reverberated throughout the Sky Island, and my heart sank. If even Mo.E., who was near Vice Admiral strength, could not handle it, the incoming threat was surely formidable. As Lingling and I flew over on our devices, we encountered none other than the Golden Lion Shiki. At this moment, he was still in his youth, barely in his 20s, just at the beginning of his prime. He immediately engaged Lingling in combat, with sword energies and lightning flying everywhere, nearly demolishing the newly constructed buildings. I quickly intervened, joking, fighting on my territory? Who will pay for the damages? Shiki, brimming with arrogance, wore an expression that seemed to challenge me. With a smirk, I signaled to Mo.E. In an instant, 1,000 angel sisters unleashed their full power. I assure you, it was the aura of 1,000 vice admirals, and each sword began to radiate a dark hue. Enveloped in armed haki, Shiki's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down his brow. The previous bravado extinguished in an instant, his expression akin to that of a ghost. He must have been calculating his chances, thinking, how can I fight this? Suddenly, he adopted a playful demeanor, claiming he was just here for a vacation. I took him on a tour. Who could understand the family dynamics of a legendary figure reduced to a conspicuous fool? Upon seeing my personal flying device, his eyes nearly bulged out, resembling a 3-year-old begging for candy. He insisted on trying it. Once in the city, he saw someone dressed in a gorilla costume selling balloons. Rushed over, hugged the individual S-leg, and shouted Mom. This startled the young man, causing him to drop his headpiece, and Shiki knelt in tears, lamenting that his mother had lost her head. I stood frozen, utterly astonished by the absurdity of the situation. Upon returning to the temple, Shiki abruptly changed his demeanor, asking me seriously what my intentions were and proposing that we join forces to overthrow the world government. I couldn't help but chuckle, promptly delivering a lesson about the hidden truths of the world government, detailing how the Navy was merely the tip of the iceberg, with the Army, Air Force, CP0, and even the 9 legendary knights with the strength of generals lurking beneath the surface. You know what happened next? Rather than showing fear, he became even more excited, declaring that this made things interesting. Very well, I cannot comprehend the thought process of a legendary rogue. With no common ground for conversation, we decided to host a banquet. Lingling finally seized the opportunity, having waited a year, with the wine flowing and desserts filling her mouth. The result was that the next day, I awoke with a sore back, while Shiki and his crew departed with contented hearts. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the Sky Island evolved into an increasingly sci-fi realm. Today, however, the doctor approached me with the news that Lingling was expecting again. I was elated, but the next statement nearly brought me to my knees. It's triplets. My mind was still buzzing when the system's voice exploded in my mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the achievement triplets. Reward, Keisha's knowledge repository. I was momentarily dazed. What was Keisha's knowledge repository? The system promptly provided an extensive manual, nearly overwhelming my CPU. In summary, Keisha's knowledge repository is an incredibly advanced celestial computer, containing the essence of angel civilizations over 10,000 years of technological prowess, capable of simulating universes, quantum analysis, and possessing knowledge of past and future, truly omniscient entity. However, there was a catch. Its driving engine relied on dark matter, requiring the absorption of stellar energy as fuel. Or was I to find a sun to serve as a power bank? Fortunately, the system assured me it could provide basic energy sufficient for 100 years. However, this amount would only allow me to peruse the material, serving as a mere electronic library. To access those world-altering functions? Dream on. I would need to find a star for charging. At that moment, I realized this was akin to being handed a guide titled From Basics to Burial, how to manually craft a nuclear bomb, while I couldn't even fabricate a wrench. The technological disparity was too vast. I possessed a mountain of treasures, but lacked the means to excavate them. Nevertheless, the 1,000 angels under my command were no pushovers. Give me 50 years, and I would undoubtedly explode the tech tree. There was no need to rush. I would take my time. Upon comprehending the situation, I hastily pushed open the door to the hospital room. Lingling lay on the bed, her expression one of desolation. I approached her with a smile, saying, "You are not ill. You simply have a little one growing inside you." Upon hearing that she was not sick, her eyes sparkled with joy. "That's wonderful, darling. Let's swiftly go and celebrate with a drink." However, she abruptly paused mid-sentence, her expression freezing as realization dawned upon her. "Am I pregnant again? My desserts, my fine wines." Her small face fell, as if the sky had collapsed, her spirit seemingly siphoned away in an instant. What could I say? All I could do was embrace her to offer comfort. At that moment, Yen and Katakuri, two little ones, rushed in. "Katakuri, that mischievous child," shouted Daddy. Anger surged within me as I lightly tapped his forehead. "How can you call me old? I am not yet an old man." He crouched down, cradling his head, looking quite pitiful. Lingling quickly intervened. "Why bully him? You know very well whose stubbornness he inherits." "Great, now that blame has been shifted onto me." Yet my daughter Yen, ever considerate, chimed in with a sweet voice. "Daddy, please spare my little brother." "Very well, since my daughter has spoken, I must comply." Yen gazed at Lingling on the hospital bed, her face filled with concern. "Is Mommy sick?" I promptly lifted both little ones, declaring with earnestness, "Mommy is not sick. She is pregnant, and with triplets. You will soon have 3 little brothers or sisters." The moment they heard this, their eyes widened in astonishment, and they erupted into cheers. Yen, with unwavering determination, proclaimed, "I will protect my little brothers and sisters." Katakuri pounded his chest, declaring, "Daddy, as long as I am alive, I will ensure they are safe." Observing his earnest demeanor, I felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia, as if I were glimpsing the true man he would become in the future. Having settled Lingling and the children, I immediately retreated to my study, my hands rubbing together in excitement. System. Initiate the draw. Bestow talents upon my children. For the first draw, it was for my second daughter. The screen flashed with 3 options: Heart of the Red Dragon, Emperor of Flames, Secondary Biological Engine. Well, this was an easy choice. The Heart of the Red Dragon sounded appealing, but the title of Emperor of Flames seemed overinflated. What if I ended up with an A-class ability user who only knew how to play with lighters? However, the Secondary Biological Engine was identical to Angel Yan's prowess. Its baseline was the 3rd generation of Divine Bodies, SSS guaranteed. Without hesitation, I commanded, "System, select Secondary Biological Engine." Ding! Congratulations to the host. The second daughter has acquired the talent, SSS plus Secondary Biological Engine. What a relief. I also requested the system to reveal the details of the other 2 talents. The Heart of the Red Dragon was rated S, akin to that of King Arthur, possessing the physique and appetite of a dragon. Not bad. The Emperor of Flames was rated A, a minor character from some alternate abilities world. I knew it. This was a trap. Next, I proceeded to draw for my second son. The options presented were Silver Knight, Thunder Dragon, Thunder Annihilation Dragon Magic. The name Silver Knight was too vague. I promptly passed. I pondered over Thunder Dragon and Thunder Annihilation Dragon Magic. The latter sounded fierce, specifically designed to counter dragons, with explosive attack power. I decisively chose System, Thunder Annihilation Dragon Magic. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The second son has acquired the talent, S plus Thunder Annihilation Dragon Magic. S quite good. However, curiosity got the better of me, and I allowed the system to unveil the details of the other 2 talents. Silver Knight, rated B. An ordinary person among the Knights of the Round Table. Thunder Dragon, rated SS. It was the talent of the Thunder Dragon King. I realized that the S I had chosen was derived from the magic crystal of this SS-rated dragon heart, which felt like a loss. Yet, S was still not bad. Lastly, it was time for the third son. I took a deep breath, preparing for something significant. The screen revealed, Friendship of the Fox Spirit, jump to hit your knee. Head pillar. I was utterly perplexed, resembling an elderly person on the subway, staring at their phone. What on earth were these options? Jump to hit your knee? That name was far too abstract, immediately eliminated. Head pillar? Was it referring to a hard-headed individual? That too was dismissed. However, Friendship of the Fox Spirit retained an air of mystique, appearing somewhat promising. With determination, I declared, System, select Friendship of the Fox Spirit. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The third son has acquired the talent, S plus Friendship of the Fox Spirit. S, not too shabby. Now for the most exhilarating part. I requested the system to reveal the remaining talents. Ding! Talent. SSS plus jump to hit your knee. The system explained, the system is at a loss for words. It is what it is, and it's still SSS plus. Regardless, you did not select it. I exploded in frustration. What the hell? I vented into the air. This blasted system, unable to handle the heat, it even mocked me with a sarcastic Tai Kula, as if pouring salt onto my wounds. I then glanced at Head Pillar, rated SS, the talent of Tanjiro from Demon Slayer. I had chosen the worst option. My mental state was crumbling. Dear family. Just as I was seething with frustration over the system, my phone buzzed. It was my troublesome older brother, Carp. I answered with irritation. Hello. Who is this? On the other end, Carp bellowed. Who do you think it is? I'm your dear brother. I am preparing to return to the Sky Island. Do you need anything? I replied, somewhat annoyed. Bring some materials, anything will do. No need for the swordsmanship teacher. Materials? He sounded puzzled, but I was too lazy to explain. After a few exchanges of banter, he suddenly said mysteriously, Cater, I have a surprise for you this time. I was taken aback. A surprise? Did you get married? He panicked instantly. Mind your own business. You will find out in a few days. After hanging up, the scene shifted to a military ship. Carp was boasting to a 3-year-old boy, go to your uncle. Your uncle is now a wealthy man. The little boy, my future nephew Long, looked doubtful. Isn't that inappropriate? Carp thumped his chest. What is wrong with that? Do you prefer staying with me? The boy recalled his delightful childhood memories of being tossed into a pile of beasts and off cliffs, and without hesitation, declared, then I will indeed seize the opportunity. Goodness. His survival instincts were fully activated. A few days later, while I was napping, a thunderous voice called, Cater, I'm back. It jolted me awake. I rushed to the port, only to find Carp standing there, accompanied by a little brat. Upon seeing me land with my single-person flying device, the boy's eyes lit up. Cater, what is this? So cool. I thought to myself, oh no, I'm finished. Whatever this old monkey desires will no longer be mine. I hastily attempted to change the subject. What is this child doing here? But it was too late. He had snatched it away and soared into the sky, only to crash spectacularly the next moment. I cover my face, unable to bear the sight. After he had his fun, he casually handed the flying device to his aide, stating, here, put away my single-person flying device. My? Fine, I guess I can manage it daily. It won't be the same as before. Next, he pushed that little brat towards me. This is my son, Monkey D. Long, 3 years old. From now on, he has your responsibility. I went into a frenzy. What, did you have a son? And 3 years old? Wasn't it agreed that I would bear the children while you raised them? That rascal Carp shamelessly retorted. Who told you to be so rich now? After a hearty laugh, he turned and walked away, leaving me to deal with the situation. What could I do? I could only follow along with little Long. As we entered the city, the old fellow's eyes nearly bulged out. Skyscrapers, suspended trains, everything was novel to him. Akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Upon returning to the temple, he skillfully lifted the floorboards, uncovering all the hidden celestial rice crackers I had stashed away, munching on them with utter delight. Lingling arrived with yen and katakuri. Upon seeing Lingling's belly, Carp was astounded. Triplets? Good gracious. Cater, you are truly impressive. I felt quite uneasy, as I was not a mere stud. Meanwhile, the 3 little ones had already grown comfortable with each other. Long was 2 years older than Yen, yet he was still shorter than her. Katakuri boasted, thumping his chest, vowing to protect his cousin, observing the harmonious interaction among the 3 little ones. The adults couldn't help but smile with maternal pride. After sending the children off to play, I suddenly remembered something and pulled Carp aside mysteriously. Come on, brother. Let me show you something amazing. I led him to the Angel Army camp and commanded everyone assemble. Moments later, 7,000 second-generation angels stood in formation before us. Let everyone unleash their might. I gestured grandly. In the next moment, a wave of terrifying momentum surged into the sky. I must tell you, the expression on my brother's face resembled that of someone witnessing the advent of AI video generation capable of producing films for the first time in 2025. His jaw nearly dislocated and fell to the ground, his mouth agape, as if a fist could fit inside, stammering, Zhong Zhong Jiang. All these thousands possess the strength of Zhong Jiang level. I calmly nodded and added, to be precise, it's 10,000, all exuding an aura of dominance. The remaining 3,000 are stationed on other islands. Kapu was utterly dumbfounded, as if his worldview had been violently pressed to the ground. You must understand, how many Zhongjiang are there in the entire Navy headquarters? Here, I had wholesale access to 10,000. I assure you. Kapu's expression at that moment was one of nearly drooling, mumbling about never having fought such a prosperous battle in his life. His gaze was akin to that of a hungry wolf spotting meat, nearly ready to pounce and seize it. Seeing his demeanor, I quickly interrupted the spellcasting. Brother, you must refrain. Do not covet. These are the foundation of our monkey family, our family assets, understand? Only then did he reluctantly withdraw his gaze. Though the disappointment was evident. Noticing the atmosphere had shifted, I immediately changed the subject, gazing seriously at him. Elder brother, I must ask you something. Are you truly prepared to serve those Tenryubito for your entire life? Conscience aside, do you believe in the Navy's so-called justice? Kapu, now devoid of his playful demeanor, furrowed his brows and replied solemnly, what exactly do you want to convey? I expressed, in the past, our family lacked power and had to endure. But now, it is different. I pointed to the angelic maidens surrounding us. They are our backbone. Not only can they fight, but their technology also surpasses this era. Everything you see today has been achieved by their efforts. I laid bare my plans and my trump cards before him. Kapu listened in astonishment, ultimately inhaling deeply. So, you want me to resign and come back to assist you? Yes, but not at this moment. I shook my head. The timing was not yet right. When that day arrives, I will call for you. As soon as my words fell, Kapu erupted into a thunderous laughter. Haha, you are my true brother. What difference does it make? As long as I can uphold the justice in my heart, any place will suffice. Absolutely. I seized the moment, painting a grand vision for him. Brother, I have reserved the most suitable position for you as the future Grand Marshal of the Sky Island Navy. The mention of a Navy's Grand Marshal caused Kapu's eyes to gleam with excitement. At this time, Kapu was merely 26, still untainted by the indifference towards promotions that would later characterize him. To lead his own family's Navy as Grand Marshal, the freedom was simply exhilarating. He rubbed his hands together in enthusiasm. All right, this position sounds powerful. Now, tell me, what do you need me to do? You need not do anything. Just continue being your carefree Zhongjiang in the Navy. I wave my hand. The world government's depths are still unfathomable, while our current number of Zhongjiang is sufficient. We're still far from having top-tier combatants, like those at the level of admirals. Kapu instantly sobered, his expression grave. Indeed, those fellows are far from simple as they appear. Thus, we must await an opportunity, a chance to pierce through this facade completely. Upon hearing this, Kapu reverted to his carefree demeanor, clapping me on the shoulder. All right, the cerebral tasks will be entrusted to you. I shall not concern myself with them. But he quickly became serious again, fixing his gaze on me. Kate, do not forget your original intentions. Human desires, once set in motion, cannot be halted. My heart warmed. I had not expected my rugged elder brother to utter such profound words. I earnestly patted his shoulder. Rest assured, brother, my ambition has always been singular, to overthrow this absurd world, allowing our children to live a dignified life. Nothing more. That is reassuring. I do not wish for the day when my iron fist must be directed at my own brother. Kapu remarked, his grip tightening. Oh my, are you attempting murder? I grimaced in pain, swiftly pinning him down and delivering a flurry of punches. Before long, the bruised Kapu raised his hand in surrender, genuinely so. The two brothers were in the midst of their playful banter when my phone rang. Mashi Mashi? On the other end, Lingling's voice chimed in. Darling, Yin and Long are about to fight, arguing over who should be the leader. You must hurry to the training ground. Kapu and I exchanged glances. Goodness, was the next generation's competition commencing so early? We hurried over. Upon reaching the training ground, Lingling succinctly explained the situation. Lone believed he should be the elder brother due to his age. Our Yen, with her fiery temperament, could not tolerate this and insisted on determining who the leader should be through a fight. Kapu, the father, was genuinely delighted, grinning broadly. Ha ha ha, this is amusing. Let them fight. I want to see just how fierce my niece truly is. I sighed, feeling compelled to sternly remind the two little ones. Remember to stop at the right moment. Your fists are always meant for foes, and you must not strike your family with lethal intent. Yes, father. Do not worry, uncle. The two youngsters responded in their sweet voices before taking their stances, their little eyes reflecting the intensity of a climactic battle. I casually summoned the system to display their attributes. To my astonishment, I was taken aback by the results. Our Yin possessed an SSS talent, her physical prowess already at the level of a major. Lone, with an SS talent, was no slouch either, also at the major level. Having been trained in Navy 6 forms by Kapu, it was genuinely difficult to predict who would win. Yin could fly, possessing air superiority. However, Lone, being 2 years her senior, undoubtedly had more combat experience. As the battle commenced, Yin swiftly ascended into the sky. circling above like a young eagle in search of an opportunity. Long, standing firmly on the ground, maintained an impenetrable defense. After a prolonged stalemate, it was Yin who finally lost her patience, diving down. Long's pupils dilated, clearly not anticipating such speed, and could only brace himself for the impact. With a resounding crash. You might think it was a cataclysmic clash, but in reality, it was merely two children grappling with each other, exchanging blows in a display of raw authenticity. A short while later, Long could no longer endure and fell down. It was no joke. Our Yin possessed the SSS talent of a secondary biological engine, equipped with an innate healing ability. They traded injuries, but while Yin's wounds healed instantaneously, Long could not withstand the onslaught and was ultimately exhausted. Yin triumphantly raised her small fist, declaring, "I won. From now on, you must call me the leader. Come on, say it." Long, begrudgingly, hesitated for a moment before muttering, "Elder sister." I stood aside, having already recorded this embarrassing moment on my phone, even crafting a caption. Shocking. The inaugural royal showdown between the future titans unfolds in this manner. All right, let's commence a banquet," I declared with laughter, eager to welcome my elder brother. At the mention of a feast, Lingling's eyes sparkled. However, I quickly added, "Lingling, you are pregnant. No drinking." Her face instantly fell, and she sulkily ran to Kapu to complain. Kapu shrugged. "I dare not intervene. She just pummeled me." The banquet buzzed with excitement throughout the night, and before I knew it, a week had passed, marking the end of Kapu's holiday. At the port, while he sorted his belongings, he remarked, "I'm off. That little brat Long is in your hands." I waved my hand casually, "Oh, goodbye," to which he struck my forehead with a punch. "You rascal. Is this how you bid farewell to your elder brother? Can you not show a bit of emotion?" Amidst the playful bickering, we finally managed to send this esteemed figure on his way. With the Sky Island now tranquil, I needed to attend to pressing matters. With Lingling pregnant, we required a reliable ship for sailing. It must be comfortable, equipped with medical facilities, a large kitchen, a food storage room, powerful weaponry, and a top-notch propulsion system. None of these could be overlooked. I had already arranged this, as the efficiency of the angelic maidens is remarkable. I anticipated completion within the coming days. I have already chosen the guardian, and it will be the angel Moe. A glance at her panel revealed astonishing physical prowess, peaking at the level of a great general with advanced dual attributes. With her safeguarding our home, I felt utterly assured. One sunny day, as I basked in the warmth, I received a call from Moe Wang. "The ship is ready. You can come for inspection." I was taken aback by the swiftness. I promptly summoned Lingling and 3 little ones, and we headed to the shipyard together. Upon our arrival, following Moe's directions, we were all left in awe. Goodness, that was not merely a ship. It was a colossal steel vessel, entirely silver, stretching over 300 meters long, majestic and imposing. It resembled something straight out of a science fiction film. The opulence was finally mine. Moe reported the specifications. 011 multifunctional naval warship, length 304 meters. Full load displacement 67, 500 tons. I absorbed none of the details, my mind consumed by the vision of this maritime behemoth. Once I regained my composure, I inquired, "Does it have a name?" "Not yet. Only a code," she replied. Lingling chuckled. "Darling, why not name it yourself?" After pondering for a few moments, a spark of inspiration struck me. "Let's call it the Variag." "Variag?" The others echoed, finding the name invigorating. We boarded the ship and explored every nook and cranny, finally grasping the sheer terror this vessel embodied. Its exterior resembled an aircraft carrier, with a deck spacious enough to host a sports event. The weaponry was outrageous. 8 500mm artillery pieces and 100 vertical missile launchers at the bow. The hull was crafted from a special alloy, vastly superior to any known material. The piece de resistance was the power system. The Angels had developed a cold fusion engine. The raw materials were extracted directly from seawater, meaning as long as there was ocean, we would possess infinite energy. Upon the Variag's completion, I wasted no time in making arrangements and, accompanied by Lingling and the children, we officially set sail. Our first destination was the Shameless Islands. After some time at sea, the navigator reported that we would arrive in an hour. When a massive silhouette of the Yalchamang redwood came into view, Yin and Katakuri erupted in excitement. Long, however, wore a contemplative expression, beginning to explain the bubble culture of the Shameless Islands to them. Observing his self-satisfied demeanor, I smiled but quickly redirected the conversation. However, the Shameless Islands, or rather this world, is not as idyllic as you might believe. Yin looked perplexed. Why, Grandpa? Aren't the Sky Islands wonderful? Only under our governance. I replied sternly. In many places, humanity is unequal, and there exists a term for them, slaves. Especially in areas 1 to 29 of the Shamwadi Islands, which are havens for traffickers and criminals. I unveiled the grim realities of this world before them. After absorbing this information, Long fell into a prolonged silence before lifting his head, his eyes filled with confusion as he asked, Uncle, why is it like this? Shouldn't all humans be born equal? Because of desire, I said solemnly. Human desire is like a stone rolling down a hill. Once it begins, it never stops. To satisfy these desires, class divides emerge. Oppression arises, and trade ensues. Long clenched his small fists tightly, gazing at the distant islands, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes as he declared, I want to change their fate. Uncle, I want to save them. I gently patted his head. It will be very difficult, perhaps taking your entire life without success. Would you still wish for it? I would. At that moment, I felt as if the spark destined to ignite the world was fully kindled before me. Yen, tilting his little head, earnestly said, Don't worry, Big Sister will protect you. Katakuri nodded vigorously. I will safeguard you. As the ship slowly approached the shore, the immense presence of the Variag instantly captured the attention of the entire port, with countless civilians gathering to point and marvel at this steel monstrosity. As we disembarked, the onlookers parted like the sea. Naturally, with a vessel resembling a mobile fortress, who would dare obstruct us? Let me tell you, the Shamwadi Islands were overwhelming. It felt like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. The streets were filled with bubble cars, and bubble Ferris wheels floated above. Yin was utterly ecstatic, tugging at my hand, insisting on going to play. All right, let us have some fun. We are not short on time. Cradling Yin and Long, while Lingling held Katakuri, we explored the tourist area thoroughly. Just as we were enjoying ourselves, suddenly a gunshot rang out, followed by a blood-curdling scream. My Kinbunchiko haki swept the surroundings, and my heart sank. Not far away, a little girl lay in a pool of blood, her parents wailing over her. Nearby stood a foolish figure clad in a spacesuit, a glass helmet atop his head, the gun in his hand still smoking. Celestial Dragon. I cursed. Without a moment's hesitation, I pulled Lingling and the 3 children into a small alley. My family couldn't understand. I was not afraid of him. But the commotion would surely summon the admirals at lightning speed, which would be a significant hindrance. The foolish Celestial Dragon glanced at the distraught mother, then grinned, saying, This woman is quite nice. I want her to be my 58th wife. Her husband, nearly driven mad, abandoned their daughter to kneel and beg for mercy. You won't believe what happened next. The Celestial Dragon, annoyed by the noise, fired another shot, and the husband was gone too. His black-clad subordinates swiftly placed a collar around the woman's neck, as if leading a dog. In that instant, the light in her eyes extinguished. A family shattered. Happiness turned into a living hell in mere seconds. Truly, there is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. As I struggled with my own feelings of despair, Long, his small face taut with tension, asked Uncle why. Why doesn't anyone stop him? What could I say? I could only explain the absurdity of the Celestial Dragons, the so-called noble class of the world. After hearing this, Long clenched his fists tightly and remarked, What a ridiculous world. I ruffled his hair and replied, Then grow strong. Strong enough to overturn this ridiculous rule. Yin was more direct, his small fist clenched. Grandpa, this world does not align with my sense of justice. It needs to face judgment. At that moment, a voice emerged from the shadows beside me. He will be here because there's an auction taking place on Island 1. I was startled. When did this person arrive? My Kinbunchika haki had failed to detect them. Turning around, I caught a glimpse of a figure wearing a straw hat, who vanished into the darkness after speaking. A master indeed. An auction? This piqued my interest. Let us go. We shall indulge. To reach the illicit auction house, we encountered some challenges along the way, even being followed by some ill-fated individuals, likely attracted to Yin and the others. Upon arrival, I promptly tossed out 100,000 berries to secure a private box with an excellent view. The auction commenced explosively, presenting slaves first, including a princess from some kingdom, causing the eyes of the men below to turn green. Ultimately, she was sold to a pirate captain for 2.5 million berries. I observed the increasingly grim expressions on Long and Yan's faces, feeling a pang of discomfort within me. The darkness of this world was still too harsh for them. As I was lost in thought, a piece of broken metal was brought onto the stage, purportedly impervious to blades and bullets, although they themselves could not comprehend what it was. The angelic young lady behind me suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Sir, this seems to be the Ansu silver recorded in Kaisa's knowledge repository." My goodness, Ansu silver, the pinnacle material from the Super God Academy, capable of forging weapons that could shatter divine bodies. This must be procured. I immediately offered 600,000. A hush fell over the crowd. This, dear family, exemplifies the power of information disparity. They regarded it as scrap metal, while I saw it as divine crafting material. With a decisive bid, I secured the acquisition effortlessly. The staff delivered the silver metallic sphere, weighing a mere 3 kilograms, and I promptly paid for it. It felt icy in my grasp, and I tossed it to the angels for their examination, intending to have Yinbao forge a unique silver weapon from it. The auction continued, swiftly reaching its grand finale. As the red cloth was lifted, the audience erupted in excitement at the sight of the natural the storm fruit. What a treasure! Consuming it guarantees at least the rank of a rear admiral. With a bit of effort, one could even achieve the status of a vice admiral. The price skyrocketed, soaring from 3 billion to 69 billion, until a private box shouted out 70 billion. Once the bidding settled, I smoothly interjected, 80 billion berries. The room fell into an immediate hush. This expenditure was justified. This fruit was tailor-made for long. You inquire about my wealth? Ah, the entirety of Huang Jingxiang belongs to me. To me, money is merely a number. Upon acquiring the fruit, we made our exit. As we stepped out of the auction house, I felt the weight of countless greedy gazes upon me. I swiftly instructed the angels behind me to seize an opportunity to escort Lingling and the children back to the ship from skies. I remained behind to deal with the aftermath. Upon exiting the door, my conqueror's haki surged forth, seizing the moment while the crowd was momentarily stunned. Several angels swiftly carried my wife and children into the air. It was time to stretch my muscles. I rotated my neck and stood at the center of the venue. I was uncertain who shouted for blood, but the mob surged forward like rabid dogs. I leaped into the air, my conqueror's haki and armament haki enveloping my fists. Delivering a powerful punch, a colossal energy sphere descended, instantly clearing the square. Thousands of underlings were dispatched in an instant. Naturally, a few formidable foes remained standing. As I dispatched my adversaries with ease, a sudden sharp blade swooped in from behind, accompanied by a shout of divine avoidance. I countered with a punch, and upon closer inspection, I realized, astonishingly, it was the youthful Roger. He grinned widely, exclaiming, "I am Gold, Roger, the man destined to become the Pirate King." No sooner had he spoken than a bespectacled figure with slick back hair, Rayleigh, burst forth. I delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. Rayleigh managed to rise, shouting, "That stings. Retreat." Roger fled faster than anyone else, amusing me greatly. All right, for Ace's sake, I'll let this slide. Having dealt with these minor nuisances, I slipped away to the port, only to encounter that foolish celestial dragon once more. He was pointing at our Varangians, spitting and shouting about seizing our ship, and even proposed for Lingling to become his 59th wife. Lingling exploded with fury, unleashing a torrent of invective on the deck. The celestial dragon's black-clad bodyguards rushed in, only to be swiftly dispatched by my angelic companions. The fool, undeterred, brandished a gun at Lingling. Bang! The gun fired, but I had already positioned myself before him, catching the bullet between my fingers. "You wish to take my wife?" I regarded him coldly. He dared to taunt me, demanding I kneel and offer my wife to him. I chuckled, flicking the bullet back at him, grazing his scalp. He was so frightened that he wet himself, his trousers dampening. Yet he regained his bravado upon seeing my inaction. Truly disgusting. I had no desire to waste further words. I casually picked up a knife from the ground, and with a swift motion, the world fell silent. The entire port was engulfed in stillness. Then, with a tremendous roar, everyone scattered in fear. Lingling expressed concern. "Darling, you've killed him. The Admiral will be a significant problem." "No worries, merely eliminating trash," I replied nonchalantly, scratching my head. However, it was best to leave swiftly. We set sail. Following my command, the Varangians gradually departed from the port. Yet, shortly after we had navigated a distance, cannon fire erupted behind us, and countless shells splashed into the water near our ship. A warship had pursued us. I promptly commanded, "Intercept the shells. Counterattack." As my voice rang out, our ship's two 500mm cannons unleashed a barrage, firing relentlessly. Yet, the Navy was no pushover. They expertly intercepted every single shell. Of course, with my angelic squad present, they couldn't touch a single hair on me, as all shells detonated midair like fireworks. Observing that the Varangians were gaining speed, it became evident that they could not catch up. Suddenly, a figure from the opposing warship soared toward me. Even before his arrival, the overwhelming aura enveloped me. I dared not underestimate him, channeling all my strength to meet him. With a resounding crash, our fists collided. Upon impact, we locked eyes, both stunned. To my astonishment, the figure was Navy Admiral Steelbone Kong. He was the very admiral who had once favored my brother Carp and me during our time in the Navy, often granting us special training. My emotions were a tumultuous blend, and all I could utter was, "My apologies." Then, with a sudden surge of force, I pushed him back. We both landed back on our respective ships, and at that moment, my ship had gained sufficient speed, leaving the Navy vessel in our wake. Truth be told, witnessing Steelbone Kong's disappointed expression stirred a twinge of regret within me, for I had let down his expectations. However, there was little to be done. We were on divergent paths. Just as I made my escape, the following day, chaos erupted at Navy headquarters. In the marshal's office, Steelbone Kong pointed an accusatory finger at my brother Carp, exclaiming, "Look at the mess your brother has created. Marrying Charlotte Lingling is one thing. Now he has even slain a celestial dragon." What was my brother's reaction, you ask? He nonchalantly picked his nose, laughing heartily until tears streamed down his face, muttering, "Truly, he is my brother. What a legend." Steelbone Kong's face turned pale with anger. "You fool. How can you still laugh? He has killed a member of the world nobility." My brother, crunching a piece of senbei, replied indifferently, "What does it matter? He merely eliminated trash. I have long despised those scoundrels. Their demise is even better." Steelbone Kong was both furious and helpless, ultimately sighing, "All right, let's not dwell on this matter any longer. We should consider how much his bounty will be. Having killed a celestial dragon, we must assign a high price, or the Gorosei will not be pleased." As he spoke, a hint of satisfaction crept into his tone, acknowledging that Carter had grown strong enough to face him head-on. My brother, upon hearing this, became even more animated. "Ha ha ha, that is a given. He is my brother." The two then huddled together, beginning to deliberate on my bounty notice. A few days later, we arrived at an island to replenish our supplies. However, as soon as our ship docked, the locals scattered in terror, as if they had seen a ghost. I was puzzled. Had I grown ugly? Or was my scent overwhelming, striking fear into their hearts? Just then, Lingling picked up several papers from the ground and handed them to me. Upon inspection, I was taken aback. They were bounty notices. The Navy trader, Monkey D. Carter, bounty of 1.55 billion berries. Criminal, Charlotte Lingling, bounty of 1.05 billion berries. Criminal, Unknown Angel, bounty of 150 million berries. The notices further indicated that there were approximately 1,000 of these angels, each possessing strength comparable to a rear admiral. I burst into laughter. "Oh, Lingling, we have become celebrities. Over 1.5 billion. Can you believe it? It was merely a celestial dragon I dispatched. Is it truly deserving of such a bounty? 50 years ago, those with bounties exceeding 1 billion were considered great pirates. Calculating, I realized the total bounty for our crew amounted to 152.555 billion berries. I was astounded. I could almost envision myself packaging up to present myself to Navy headquarters to claim the bounty. Lingling was equally astonished, and my daughter Yin exclaimed, "Father, you are so impressive. If we ever run out of money, we can sell you." Hee hee. At that moment, I felt a headache coming on. How could my little darling be so merciless? Once the bounty notices were issued, trouble soon followed. Some pirate hunters, driven by greed rather than a regard for life, approached us, lured by the scent of opportunity. However, they were mere trifles swiftly dealt with by my angel squad. As we concluded our procurement of supplies and prepared to depart, a raucous laughter erupted, and a massive black pirate ship loomed before us. At the ship's bow stood several figures, among whom was a particularly imposing individual with hair resembling lightning, exuding an aura of formidable presence. Behind him, I recognized an old acquaintance, Captain John. The man with the electrifying hair spoke. "Navy trader Monkey D. Carter. How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of dominance bore down upon me. My heart raced. Could he be the legendary figure I had heard whispers about? I am Rox D. Zebek, captain of the Rox Pirates," he proclaimed with grandeur, fixing his gaze upon me. "With a bounty of 1.55 billion, you dared to kill a celestial dragon. Carter, would you care to join my ship?" I shook my head resolutely. "Give me a reason." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I offer you a chance to amass great wealth. At least 10 billion berries. I scoffed inwardly. Did he truly believe I was in need of his paltry fortune? I declined outright. I have no interest in becoming a pirate, and I detest being dictated to. With that, I unleashed my conqueror's haki. Thinking of leaving? Rejecting my invitation won't be so simple. In an instant, Rock's haki suppressed mine, and his crew members drew their weapons. I chuckled, "Are you sure?" With a sweeping gesture, I summoned 1,000 angels alongside Lingling, their presence radiating with overwhelming power, casting an aura that enveloped the entire sea. You see, Rox and his crew turned pale, beads of cold sweat cascading down their brows. They had assumed the Navy's bounties were exaggerated, yet here was a true force of 1,000 mid-admiral level warriors. Rox immediately donned a smile. Just a jest. No need to be agitated. Stand down. I shot him a sidelong glance. Then we shall take our leave. He waved his hands frantically. Farewell. Safe travels. Seeing their cowardly demeanor brought me immense satisfaction. The Varangians set sail back to Sky Island. On board, my children had concocted an impressive spectacle. They mysteriously beckoned Lingling and me to the deck, claiming to show us a treasure. First, my eldest son Katakuri closed his eyes as my nephew Long and daughter Yin hurled sandbags at him. Miraculously, he evaded every single one, as if he had eyes at the back of his head. An application of observation haki. Then he clenched his fist, enveloping it in a layer of black energy, an embodiment of armament haki. I was astounded. This child, lacking innate talent, had cultivated his abilities through sheer determination. Truly inspiring. However, my daughter Yin and nephew Long surpassed even that. The two little rascals struck what they believed to be a striking pose, channeling a surge of energy. Suddenly, two waves of transparent energy erupted from their bodies, colliding fiercely in mid-air. Conqueror's haki. Lingling and I were left in utter disbelief. One was just 1 year old. The other three, had they awakened Conqueror's haki while playing? This was beyond comprehension. Returning to Sky Island, several months passed. One day, while I pondered life's mysteries in my study, the door was forcefully kicked open with a bang. My brother, Carp, swaggered in, munching on a rice cracker. Damn it. The door wasn't locked. You had to kick it open. I was infuriated. He nonchalantly picked his nose. Kicking the door is just cooler. Cool, is it? I lunged at him, seizing his head and delivering a playful yet vigorous headbutt. He yelped in pain, ultimately conceding to repair the door. While he fixed it, he warned me that Rox had recently assembled a pirate crew, recruiting formidable figures like the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, advising me to be cautious. As we discussed future strategies, weighing whether to develop cautiously or expand aggressively, Carp astutely pointed out our deficiency in high-level combatants, making prolonged engagements ill-advised. He suggested that since Sky Island lacked food, we could seize the Totland Sea, an area abundant with provisions. We exchanged knowing glances. Great minds think alike. At that moment, a maid rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Lord Carter, Lady Lingling is about to give birth." Carp and I dashed out, racing toward the hospital. Outside the delivery room, I was a bundle of nerves. A few of the little ones joined us, with my daughter, Yin plotting how to train her future siblings, leaving me both amused and bewildered. Finally, a loud wail pierced the air. The child had arrived. A female doctor hurried out. "Lord Carter, Lady Lingling has successfully delivered. There are 2 boys and 1 girl. Both mother and children are safe, but upon hearing but, my heart sank and I grabbed her arm. But what? Is Lingling in trouble? No. The doctor, startled by my intensity, quickly clarified. You should see for yourself. I rushed into the delivery room, utterly stunned. This was no ordinary delivery room. It resembled a scene from a high-budget production. Above my second daughter, a celestial angelic figure floated gracefully. My second son was accompanied by a lightning dragon swirling in the air. And most astonishingly, my third son had a tangible 9-tailed fox crouching beside him, eyes brimming with wisdom, vigilantly observing us. I grasped the situation. Apparently, those with S-class talents were born with skins and effects. How fortunate. I felt a pang of sympathy for my eldest son, Katakuri. Was love destined to fade? The phenomena persisted for a moment. The angelic figure merged into my second daughter's being, while the lightning dragon entered my second son's heart, forming a dragon-shaped mark. But then, a twist of fate occurred with my youngest son. The once majestic 9-tailed fox suddenly found itself ensnared by several translucent chains that erupted from my son's belly, reminiscent of a horror film, and was forcefully drawn into his body, leaving behind a black spiral tattoo on his abdomen. Incredible. This child was born with sealing techniques. Having witnessed this spectacle, I hurried to see my wife, Lingling, exhausted, yet smiling. She beckoned me to see the children. I picked up my youngest son, only for Lingling to grimace. Darling, why does this little one look so unappealing? Ah, the trials of family. What mother critiques her own child so openly? No wonder she reacted. The poor boy had just entered the world, wrinkled and sporting 6 tufts of hair. In contrast, his siblings were radiant. One had tiny wings sprouting from her back, while the other bore a striking lightning mark and bright eyes. Lingling fondled the other 2, her face lighting up with admiration for them. I quickly interjected, "Hey, no favoritism. They all look like us." She merely stuck out her tongue, admitting she was joking. "Darling, how about naming them?" This required careful consideration. Gazing at my second daughter's angelic visage, I declared, "Let us name her Xin." Noting my second son's fiery temperament, I decided, "You shall be Loxes." Lastly, for our little ugly duckling, I observe his whiskers and the 9-tailed mark, and inspiration struck. "You will be called Naruto, hoping you will one day astonish the world." Xin, Loxes, Naruto, Lingling murmured, her expression softening. Once the family was asleep, I stepped outside, where moi and the others gathered around. I shared the names of the children, and my eldest daughter Yin, with resolute determination in her eyes, vowed, "I will protect you both." As I glanced at the time, it was already past 3 in the morning, prompting me to suggest everyone return to rest. However, my eldest son Katakuri tugged at my sleeve, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he expressed a desire to see his younger siblings. I informed him that they were asleep and that he could see them tomorrow. To this, my eldest daughter Yin, a mischievous little sprite, chimed in with a playful grin. "Who knows, perhaps tomorrow Daddy will sell the little ones." Katakuri's expression shifted to one of outrage as he fixed his gaze upon me, declaring, "Then I won't leave." I was momentarily at a loss. This daughter truly knew how to stoke the flames. Despite my assurances that I would not sell them, Yin delivered another jab. "Daddy won't he sell them. But who knows what Mommy might do?" At this, Katakuri resolutely refused to budge. In the end, it was my unreliable brother Carp, chuckling heartily, who remarked, "Now let's our monkey family girl." After much effort, I finally managed to coax Katakuri back to bed. The following day, I awakened well into midday, stretching luxuriously and reveling in the beauty of life. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted, as a bolt of lightning struck perilously close to my face. I jolted upright, startled. Upon looking up, I beheld a massive sphere of lightning at the training grounds, pulsating with chaotic energy, akin to a gigantic Tesla coil. My heart sank. My daughter, Yin, trained there daily. I dashed towards the scene with all my might. Reaching the location, moi, visibly flustered, informed me that she had no idea what was happening. During training, Yin had suddenly unleashed a terrifying surge of electrical energy, transforming into that very sphere. I was taken aback. "So this sphere before me is my daughter?" Moi merely shrugged. "Unless I'm mistaken, yes." At that moment, my brother Carp, still bleary-eyed, ambled over, yawning, and asked, "What is going on? Setting off fireworks this early?" I retorted, exasperated, that it was midday and that the fireworks were, in fact, his niece. Carp's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? That Yin?" As the lightning gradually dissipated, Yan's figure emerged. Rubbing her eyes awake, she gazed at us in bewilderment. "Daddy, why is everyone gathered here?" Carp, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Just watching the monkey." Yin, realizing what he meant, was incensed and attempted to tug at his beard. I quickly intervened, suggesting she try to rein in the electricity coursing through her. She closed her eyes and, to our astonishment, succeeded, the sparks dissipating almost instantly. When I inquired what had transpired, she could only vaguely articulate that it felt as though she had unlocked some hidden dimension, activating a secondary biological engine. Just as things seemed to settle, a primal roar echoed from hospital. My brother Carp and I exchanged anxious glances. The palpable aura of menace caused the temperature around us to plummet. Who dared to threaten my family on my territory? We rushed towards the hospital at breakneck speed, with Yin flapping her wings in pursuit. Upon arrival, I was rendered speechless. The hospital lay in ruins, amidst which a colossal 9-tailed fox wreaked havoc. My wife Lingling was cradling Naruto and Laxus nearby, on the verge of tears. I rushed over, seizing her arm. "Where's Naruto?" With a quivering voice. Lingling pointed at the giant fox. "Darling, you must save Naruto." "That's him." Confusion washed over me. What had happened? Lingling explained that little Naruto had simply wanted to embrace Laxus, but his brother had kicked him away, triggering a transformation. How could this happen? Just because his brother kicked him, he transformed. I realized immediately that the nine tails within him were to blame. Unchecked negative emotions had spiraled out of control. As long as he was unharmed, that was all that mattered. Carp cracked his neck. "Leave it to me." I quickly warned him, "Brother, show some mercy. That is your nephew." In a flash, Carp lunged at the nine tails, delivering a powerful punch to its face. The nine tails, previously roaring, was stunned into silence. Bewildered as if to say, "This little ant dares to strike me?" In the next instant, it was utterly enraged, swatting Carp away with a single paw. Carp flew like a bowling ball, crashing through several buildings. I covered my eyes, wincing at the sight. Yet, Carp emerged from the rubble unscathed, having activated his haki. Seeing that he was still alive, the nine tails began to gather energy, forming a massive red-black energy sphere. I felt a chill run down my spine. This thing possessed tremendous power. Rather than retreating, Carp stood firm, his body enveloped in a dark aura, as hard as vibranium, bracing himself for impact. The energy blast collided with him, dissipating like water against stone. I was astonished and quickly checked the system to assess his attributes. To my amazement, Carp's physical prowess had reached the level of a quasi-admiral. Glancing at my third son, I discovered that after his transformation, he had reached the pinnacle of a general, while the nine tails within him was at the peak of an admiral. Incredible. It seemed my third son was indeed the chosen one. On the battlefield, after enduring the nine tails' powerful attack, Carp darted above its head, unleashing a haki-infused punch that struck down upon the nine tails with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the nine tails' head was driven deep into the ground. Yet this was not the end. The nine tails struggled to grow a fourth tail. I shouted urgently, "Brother!" Interrupted. Carp summoned his strength, unleashing a fierce punch imbued with black lightning that tore through the heavens, condensing all his power into a single point, deftly avoiding Naruto's form, and directly dispersing the nine tails' energy body. The nine tails barely had time to scream before it vanished in a thin air, while Naruto's small form plummeted from the sky, caught securely by Carp. As the chaos subsided and I reviewed the casualty report, my heart sank. Over 1,000 civilians had perished, and more than 5,000 were injured. The hospital and residential buildings lay in ruins. The loss of so many lives weighed heavily on me, prompting me to issue immediate orders for substantial compensation for all affected civilians. Later, I learned that there was more to the story. My third son Naruto was no ordinary infant. He had been reborn from another world. A 6-year-old boy named Naruto who had been treated as a monster, subjected to relentless bullying and scorn. He bore the weight of 6 years' worth of accumulated negative emotions, which triggered the nine tails outburst during his soul's fusion. When he finally awakened, Lingling was there, cradling him and feeding him. As the warm milk flowed into his mouth, the child suddenly wept. It was the first time in his life he had tasted fresh, warm milk. I embraced him gently, asking if he had experienced a nightmare. He gazed at me and then at Lingling, his unfamiliar parents, his eyes shimmering with light. He understood that he finally had a family. That night, he dreamt of his previous dark world, where everyone hurled insults at him, calling him a demon fox and throwing things at him. Just as he was on the verge of despair, a beam of light broke through, revealing our family, smiling and reaching out to him. "Brother, cousin." The calls dispelled all the darkness within him. From that day forth, the child seemed transformed. I checked his attributes and those of my other 2 children. My second daughter, GXN, possessed an SSS-level talent, destined to become a super scientist, the hope for our family's ascension to divinity. My second son, Laxus, with a fiery temperament, would become the Pirate King, representing our Sky Island and capturing the world's attention. As for Naruto, this kind-hearted and powerful child must become a future admiral of the Sky Island Navy. This hard-won happiness was something Naruto cherished deeply. By the 3rd day after his birth, he could walk and began training alongside his sister Yin, determined to grow stronger. With the 9 tails within him, his recovery was astonishing. He was unafraid of injury during training. Meanwhile, the 9 tails within him now enjoyed a life of luxury, with Naruto's heart filled with sunshine and happiness. The sealed space within him had transformed from a dark, dingy sewer into a 5-star resort filled with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers. The 9 tails basked in the sun daily, relishing the blissful existence. I must tell you, the growth rate of Naren is simply beyond human comprehension. In just 1 month, he has already learned to run and jump. His speech flows effortlessly, and his physical prowess surpasses that of his angelic sister, Yen in her childhood. This little rascal is nothing short of a prodigy. Within 3 days, he was on his feet. 5 days, he was dashing about. And in less than a month, he could call out father. One day, he dashed into my study, and without preamble exclaimed, "Father, teach me martial arts." I couldn't help but chuckle, raising an eyebrow as I inquired, "What's the matter? Isn't your sister Yen quite adept? Why not seek her guidance?" To my surprise, this little imp replied, stroking his chin with a serious expression, "Sister Yen's martial arts are tailored for flight. They aren't suitable for me. Brother Katakuri always uses his trident, which is also unsuitable." Upon reflection, I casually suggested, "What about your cousin Long? His martial arts are wild and should suit you well." The moment Naren heard this, his eyes lit up like bulbs. Right? How could I forget about cousin Long? With that, he let out a loud cry and bolted outside, only to collide with someone at the door with a resounding thud. Naren rubbed his forehead and realized he had bumped into none other than the cousin he was seeking. "Brother Long, I was just about to find you." Long affectionately ruffled Naren's hair, unfazed, and directly asked, "Is Uncle here?" "Yes, yes." Naren bounced with excitement, dragging Long inside. Once inside, Long greeted me properly and swiftly got to the point. "Uncle, do you have any methods to quickly become stronger?" I immediately understood. Ever since Yen awakened her thunderous powers, Long had not managed to win a single match against her. Previously, they were evenly matched, but now he was utterly outclassed. Whenever Yen faced a setback, she would instantly crackle with electricity, moving at speeds akin to teleportation. Not even Long, nor even a typical vice admiral, could keep up with her. Recently, Long had been on the receiving end of constant beatings, sporting bruises, and had come to me seeking assistance. I stroked my chin thoughtfully and replied, "There is indeed something that could enhance your strength. I had been meaning to give it to you, but forgot. Do you remember the storm fruit?" "The storm fruit?" Long first appeared startled, then quickly connected the dots. "Uncle, are you referring to the one from the last auction?" "Indeed," I confirmed with a calm demeanor. "By consuming it, you will harness the power of storms. However, the cost is that you will forever be unable to swim and will fear the sea." Long hesitated for a brief moment before resolutely deciding. After all, the inability to swim was a minor inconvenience, but losing face before his sister was a grave matter. In the name of dignity, he was willing to take the plunge. "Let us head to the training ground. I want to see just how formidable this fruit is." We made our way to the training ground, and Long could barely contain his excitement. As soon as he steadied himself, he activated his newfound abilities. In an instant, a whirlwind spiraled around him, kicking up dust and debris. With a flick of his hand, the tornado shot forth, effortlessly tearing a training dummy in half. I nodded internally, impressed. It was indeed the hallmark of a top-tier natural ability. The commotion drew Yen over, who curiously asked, "Daddy, what are you doing?" With a smile, I replied, "Nothing much. Your brother Long has consumed the storm fruit and is showing off his skills." Upon seeing Yen, Long's competitive spirit ignited, like a child with a new toy. He struck a confident pose and challenged, "Big sister, do you dare to compete again? Today, I will reclaim my position as the elder brother." Ah, family, who understands? This was a classic case of someone experiencing a sudden surge of power, forgetting their true place. I shook my head in resignation. Long was still too young. Yan's innate talent was already superior to his, and she had mastered her thunderous abilities long before he had even tasted the fruit. He was not even familiar with his new skills, yet he dared to challenge her. The outcome of this duel was a foregone conclusion. As expected, the battle began, and Yen soared into the sky, unleashing her electricity from a distance. Long, on the ground, resembled a mere target, desperately evading her strikes. Occasionally, he attempted to counter with a whirlwind, but his speed was utterly no match for Yen's. This cunning girl, rather than swiftly defeating him, toyed with him like a cat with a mouse, until Long was utterly exhausted, and the farce came to an end. Long had clearly reached his limit, likely pondering to himself that the fool was none other than himself. Days turned into weeks, and before long, half a year had passed. The Sky Island remained tranquil, but tumult brewed in the world below. One day, as I perused the newspaper, an outrageously bold headline slapped me in the face. The most notorious pirate crew in history established. The Rocks Pirates. All members are villains. Instantly, I was alert. Rocks was previously recognized as the world's strongest, yet he had always been a lone wolf, with the world government turning a blind eye. But now, he had actually formed a crew. The entire world was in a frenzy, speculating what this madman intended to do. The newspaper detailed alarming accounts. stating that he commanded over 100 division captains, each a renowned pirate or a rising supernova. Notably, several heavyweight figures were named: the Golden Lion Shiki, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Captain John, and the young Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Each of these individuals possessed the strength of a general by their 20s, all of them monsters. Gazing at this list, I was taken aback. I could understand Shiki and Whitebeard having admiral-level strength, but I never anticipated Wang Ji and Silver Axe to be so formidable. This lineup was simply overwhelming. Who could withstand it apart from the world government? 1 admiral level, 6 general level, and hundreds of vice admirals, in addition to 20,000 subordinates. This was an absurdly powerful force. I felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, I had previously offended rocks to recruit individuals for my own purposes. Although the Sky Island was high above and difficult to attack, one could never be too cautious. As I pondered, the special phone bug on my desk began to ring. This was my direct line to my brother Carp. Upon answering, Carp's booming voice came through. "Carter, that scoundrel Rocks has formed a pirate crew. Be careful, considering your past with him. That lunatic might come looking for trouble." I sighed, I know. However, the Sky Island has only recently developed. If it comes to a head-on confrontation, even if we win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Carp, sounding equally helpless, replied, "Indeed. In any case, if he dares to strike, notify me immediately, and I will return post-haste." Although I knew by the time he returned, the situation would already be dire, I appreciated his concern. Just as I was about to hang up, an explosion erupted in the background, followed by Carp's furious shout, "Roger, you won't escape today. Meteor Fist." Goodness, my brother had quickly engaged in a clash with the future Pirate King, Roger. The tumultuous love-hate relationship between the two would be ignited from this moment. After hanging up, I was still contemplating the situation when yet another call came through. "Mr. Carter, someone is looking for you." It was Moi's voice. Before I could inquire as to who it was, a boisterous laugh erupted from the phone bug. "Ha ha ha. Carter, it's me, the Golden Lion Shiki." Upon hearing this, my temper flared. You better wait." With that, I hung up and rushed to the port. I was eager to discover why he had chosen to abandon his alliance with Rocks to come here. Was he declaring war? Upon arriving at the port, I found Shiki nonchalantly seated at the bow of his ship. I steadied my voice. "Shiki, what brings you here? Are you here to declare war on behalf of the Rocks pirates?" "Not quite." Shiki waved his hand dismissively, a serious expression on his face. "I am here to seek cooperation on behalf of the Rocks pirates." Cooperation? I was taken aback. Rocks was notoriously vindictive. How could he possibly set aside old grudges to seek my collaboration? Shiki elaborated. "Initially, the captain did indeed consider attacking the Sky Island, but I managed to dissuade him. After all, the technology of the Sky Island is immensely beneficial for the captain's plans." I regarded him with keen interest. "Oh, Shiki, you've only just joined, and you're already referring to him as captain? It seems Rocks possesses quite the charisma. Captain is no ordinary person. Let's not dwell on that, Carter. Let's discuss our collaboration." Jean Shitsi got straight to the point. "What we desire is unequivocal, a warship and weaponry akin to your Yangji." I felt a surge of excitement. While the Yangji is indeed formidable, it is confined to the sea. For my dominion that reigns at 10,000 meters high, it is somewhat redundant. Moreover, we are in the process of constructing an even more formidable flying warship. This obsolete vessel can easily be traded for something of greater value. A veritable windfall. No problem. I immediately made my decision, stating that I required no monetary compensation, as money holds no value for me. Instead, I demanded a copious amount of rare materials and top-tier devil fruits. Jean Shitsi readily acquiesced. Observing his exuberance, I doused his enthusiasm with cold water, cautioning him not to rejoice prematurely, for I had yet to provide my quotation. For a Yangji, complete with its 6 heavy artillery pieces, the total price would be 2 top-tier devil fruits, along with 500,000 tons of assorted materials. Jean Shitsi was momentarily dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping. He nervously consulted with Rocks. Only to my astonishment, Rocks approved. Furthermore, he requested 3 vessels. Subsequently, Jean Shitsi introduced a second demand. "We also require 100,000 firearms." Upon hearing this, my mind raced with possibilities. Firearms in this pirate world remained stagnant in the flintlock era. My Type 38 rifle would undoubtedly be a game-changer. A lucrative opportunity indeed. I escorted him to the training ground and presented a Type 38 rifle. Jean Shitsi's expression mirrored that of a man beholding unparalleled beauty. As he caressed it with fascination, I demonstrated its efficacy, the rifle firing with a resounding crack, piercing a target 400 meters away. Jean Shitsi exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible." I then showcased a more extravagant display, enveloping the bullet with Busashoka Haki before firing again. The sound of the explosion obliterated the target along with a 2-meter radius. Jean Shitsi was entranced, seizing the rifle to test it himself. Though his aim was askew, he reveled in the experience. He eagerly inquired, "Carter, how much for this rifle?" "We want 100,000. The opportunity presented itself. I immediately entered persuasion mode, feigning difficulty as I said, "Shiki, to be candid, manufacturing this rifle is quite challenging and time-consuming." Tentatively, I propose a price. "Shiki, I consider you a brother. How about 30,000 berries per rifle?" Initially, I believed that selling a rifle costing 2,000 at 30,000 would be a substantial markup. To my astonishment, Jean Shitsi suddenly shouted, "Carter," and embraced me, tears brimming in his eyes. "Brother, you must be joking. A common knife costs 50,000 berries, and you are offering me such a splendid rifle for merely 30,000. You are far too generous. No, I cannot allow you to suffer a loss. This rifle shall be 200,000 berries each." It is settled. I was left in utter disbelief. My friends, what unfathomable wealth is this? I had intended to take advantage of him. Yet he turned the tables and showered me with riches. I struggled to contain my joy, feigning gratitude. "Good brother, I shall heed your words." I then added, "As for the rifles, you decide. But for the ammunition, I shall dictate the terms. 1,000 berries per round. What say you?" My good brother, Jean Shitsi, was once again moved, believing me to be exceedingly honest. He promptly agreed to 100,000 rifles and 1 million rounds of ammunition, totaling 300 billion berries, all to be exchanged for materials and devil fruits. Before departing, he patted his chest, assuring me that he would deliver the goods swiftly to ensure that I, his good brother, would not be left disappointed. As I watched his retreating figure, I marveled at the lucrative nature of the arms trade. Jean Shitsi is truly a man of integrity. A month later, while I was monitoring the order's progress, Jean Shitsi unexpectedly returned, bringing with him a plethora of materials. I hurried to the port, only to behold several enormous material aggregates floating above his ship, thanks to his piao fruit abilities. "Carter, good brother," Jean Shitsi exclaimed joyfully upon seeing me. "Come and witness my grand surprise." He mysteriously revealed that upon reporting back to Rocks, he had increased the price significantly. I was taken aback, utterly astonished. Goodness gracious! This fellow is remarkably sincere. I had assumed the order was already immensely profitable. Yet he took it upon himself to enhance the deal. Ultimately, the materials he brought back were worth nearly 600 billion berries, along with the 2 top-tier devil fruits for the ship, one being the Inu no Mi model, Husky, and the other being the Inu no Mi model, Shiba Inu. Gazing at these peculiar fruits and observing Jean Shitsi's earnest countenance, I could only feign a display of gratitude, patting his shoulder vigorously. "Shiki brother, you are truly generous." This fellow was quite astute, assuring me with a thump on his chest that Jean Shitsi would never allow his brother to suffer losses. However, he had to return to Rocks and promised to visit again for a night of revelry. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Initially, I intended to summon my brothers to assist in transporting the goods to the port, but Shiki waved his hand dismissively, stating that such trivialities were unnecessary, and directed me to the warehouse instead. His piao fruit was akin to a super crane. Upon reaching the warehouse, his eyes widened in awe at the sight of 20,000 Type 38 rifles and 2 million rounds of ammunition. He inspected each item as if they were treasures, and with a mere wave of his hand, all the weaponry soared onto his ship as if they had sprouted wings. Whistling a cheerful tune, he departed, fully laden. The minerals he delivered alleviated my immediate concerns, significantly accelerating the construction progress of my mysterious warship, which was nearing completion. As I busied myself with inventory, suddenly, Moi rushed in, her face pale and frantic. She exclaimed, "Master Carter, Sister Lingling has been hospitalized." My mind went blank with shock. Lingling is in the hospital? What transpired? I had been so preoccupied lately that I had indeed neglected her, and a wave of guilt washed over me. Moi could not articulate the details, only mentioning that Lingling was unwell, unable to eat, and appeared lethargic. With little regard for anything else, I entrusted my tasks to Moi and dashed toward the hospital. Upon arriving at the ward, I was met with the sight of my entire family gathered. Tian Shiyin, Karakuri Long, and the little ones were all in a state of agitation, resembling ants on a hot pan. particularly my third son, Naruto, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears, rushed toward me as if I were his savior, pleading, "Father, Mother will be all right, won't she?" I hurried to comfort the little ones, my own heart racing with anxiety. Moments later, the ward door swung open, and the doctor emerged, holding a clipboard, his expression suggesting our concern was unwarranted. He casually informed us, "Master Carter, Lady Lingling is fine. She is merely pregnant, experiencing significant morning sickness." As relief flooded over me, I was struck rigid by the revelation. "Pregnant?" Naruto, with his quick wit, shouted, "Does this mean I'm going to have a little brother?" The other children joined in jubilant cheers, and even the typically aloof Laxus couldn't suppress a smile. Just then, a notification chimed in my mind. The system had arrived. Detected that the host's wife is pregnant. Confirming twins. Would you like to draw talent? Twins. What a delightful surprise. However, I promptly declined. No, this is preposterous. My wife and children are still in the hospital. Drawing a talent at this moment would be inauspicious. After ensuring Lingling and the children were settled back home, with the chef preparing a feast for her, I retreated to my study alone. System, initiate the draw. Ding. First, draw the talent for the fourth child. Please select one from the following 3 talents. A. Sunder of Brother B. Prone to weight gain C. Heavy sleeper. Gazing at these 3 options, I felt utterly bewildered. What on earth are these? Sunder Brother? That sounds rather underwhelming. Prone to weight gain? Is this some sort of curse? Even drinking cold water leads to weight gain? And I sleep a lot? So, am I to be considered a deity of slumber? Without a moment's thought, I promptly dismissed the latter 2 options and chose the first. The system, that proud older brother. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent. C. Proud older brother. Only C. My heart sank a little, and I casually inquired about the levels of the remaining 2. The system responded, and lo and behold, they were all E. Well, better than E, I suppose. System, proceed. Draw for the 5th. Ding. Drawing the talent for the 5th child. Please select one from the following 3 talents. A. Silly younger brother B. Rather dim-witted C. Sleeps a lot. Anyone who understands this can see it's a repeat occurrence. Yet again, I was faced with these disheartening options. Silly younger brother, rather dim-witted, and yet another one that sleeps a lot. Is there really a choice here? I sighed and weakly declared, I choose the first. Silly younger brother. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the talent. C. Silly younger brother. Another C. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had neglected to check the calendar before leaving home today. Habitually, I asked the system to reveal the levels of the remaining 2 talents. Ding. Talent. E. Rather dim-witted ding. Talent. SSS sleeps a lot. Derived from the talent of the Pokemon deity, the Leave of Absence King. I was muttering to myself about how I seemed to have drawn 2 more worthless talents when my eyes froze on the screen. SSS? Leave of Absence King S talent? I almost spat blood at the system. Are you kidding me? You must be messing with my CPU. Is this a deliberate prank? You give me a hidden option the second time with the same choice? My mental state was crumbling. After regaining my composure, I began to ponder. The talents of these 2 children with C ratings were indeed rather underwhelming, especially when even Katakuri had an A rating. I quickly inquired with the system, is there any way to enhance talents? Ding. Consuming a suitable devil fruit will enhance talents. However, if unsuitable, it may lead to a decrease. Devil fruit? Suddenly, it clicked. This matter is all about compatibility. If one who plays with fire tries to consume a frozen fruit, that would only result in self-inflicted debuffs. I immediately thought of my nephew Long. System, is the storm fruit that Long eats suitable? Ding. The storm fruit is highly compatible with Long, and the talent has been enhanced. I hastily checked Long's panel, and lo and behold, the talent section boldly displayed SSS, one of the storm tribe. It jumped straight from SS to SSS. Now I was truly excited. System, quickly, show me what fruits are suitable for Katakuri and my 2 new sons. Ding. Katakuri, talent A. Heart of the Machi, best suited. Machi fruit. Ding. 4th child. Talent C. Proud older brother, best suited. Shiba Inu, demon form. Ding. 5th child. Talent C. Silly younger brother, best suited. Husky demon form. I raised an eyebrow. Amused. A Shiba Inu pairs well with a proud older brother, and a husky pairs with a silly younger brother. I must say, this system understands pairing quite well. Coincidentally, those 2 illusory beast fruits were precisely the ones gifted to me by the Golden Lion just a few days ago. As for the Machi fruit, it's merely a superhuman type, and I can easily spend a bit of money to have the Rocks Pirates help me find it. Once the matters were settled, It was already late into the night. I stretched lazily and inadvertently caught sight of the training ground in the distance, still brightly lit. Curiosity piqued. I crept over to observe discreetly. In the training ground, I saw Katakuri and Naruto, one large and one small, diligently training together, drenched in sweat. My eldest son, Katakuri. Can you believe he is only over 2 years old and nearly 5 meters tall, with a body of muscle? He has always felt his talent is lacking. Thus he trains relentlessly, determined to protect his younger siblings. Meanwhile, Naruto, relying on his extraordinary recovery ability, follows his brother's lead and trains vigorously. Observing these two hard-working youngsters filled my heart with pride, and I resolved to obtain a mochi fruit for Katakuri as soon as possible. On November 5th, 1471, in the era of the sea, a colossal pirate ship suddenly arrived at the port of Appiato, flying the flag of the Rocks Pirates. A raucous, boisterous laughter echoed, followed by an overwhelming aura that enveloped the entire harbor. My crew of angels, not to be trifled with, swiftly ascended into the sky, confronting the ship while countless cannons aimed at it. Just as the tension reached its peak, the familiar voice of the Golden Lion resounded. "Where are the brothers Carter?" Upon recognizing a familiar face, Moi quickly called me. Hearing that the true Rocks had arrived took me by surprise, knowing he must be here for that battleship. So I hurried over. Just as I arrived at the port, Rocks wasted no time and, without a word, unleashed a punch surrounded by black and red lightning directly onto my face. What the hell? I reacted quickly, unleashing all my strength, infusing my armament and conqueror's haki into my fist, bracing for his blow. With a thunderous crash, the entire sky island trembled. After one round of confrontation, I took 10 steps back while he only retreated 5. Anyone who understands, this monster did not even use his full strength. This was merely a show of force, or perhaps a greeting from these powerful beings. Huh, not bad. If you can't withstand this move, you have no right to collaborate with me. Rocks chuckled heartily. I waved my hand, signaling the tense angels to withdraw, and jokingly shifted the topic to the battleship. When I brought him to the shipyard and he laid eyes on the 012 battleship, his eyes widened like saucers, nearly drooling. The over 300-meter long steel beast shimmered with metallic luster, and the 6 500mm heavy cannons on the deck, with their dark muzzles, seemed to gaze upon death itself. I introduced the specifications, detailing the captain, displacement, and cold nuclear fusion engine, as he and Shiki listened with the curiosity of children. I had no clue about those details. All I knew was that this vessel could run for 10 years without refueling. Just close your eyes and steer it. Rocks was immensely satisfied and promptly named the ship the Jybek. After handing over the battleship and remaining munitions, these pirates insisted on throwing a feast in my honor. As the drinks flowed freely, Rocks, having imbibed too much, threw an arm around my neck and declared that Shiki had already told him of my loyalty, explaining how I sold him a gun for 400,000 while selling to others for 1 million purely out of consideration for him. Rocks. This moved him deeply, and he insisted on becoming my brother. To prove his strength, this madman insisted I fire the 500mm cannon at him, assuring me he wouldn't use haki to withstand it. Unable to refuse, I had my men fire. With a resounding boom, the smoke cleared, and Rocks brushed off the dust, completely unscathed, truly deserving of the title of the world's strongest man. His physique was nothing short of a bug. As the feast drew to a close, I, too, had indulged too much and in a fit of joy, gifted Rocks several rounds of cannonballs. The next day, Rocks, even more touched, insisted on taking me to his treasure trove to choose any item I desired. Initially, I intended to simply go through the motions, but upon entering his treasure room, my eyes widened at the sight of an entire shelf of devil fruits. Just as I was dazzled, the system chimed, revealing the location of the mochi fruit. That fruit was carelessly tossed into an inconspicuous corner, probably overlooked by Rocks. Feigning casualness, I picked one and left. Rocks didn't protest and led me to continue drinking. Back in my study, I gazed at the mochi fruit in my hand and promptly called for Katakuri. Little Naruto followed closely behind like a tail. As Katakuri entered, he proactively expressed his feelings of inadequacy regarding his talent, wishing to grow stronger to protect his family. Hearing this warmed my heart. I smiled and told him, "Your efforts have not gone unnoticed by your father. Methods to enhance one's innate talent undoubtedly exist." I placed the Nonyuo fruit before him, declaring it to be the most suitable devil fruit for him. Consuming it would undoubtedly catalyze a qualitative leap in his abilities. However, it also meant he would be forever scorned by the sea. "Have you made your decision?" Without a moment's hesitation, Katakuri seized the fruit and took a decisive bite, swallowing the distasteful morsel without a grimace. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within his body, while I promptly accessed his attribute panel. To my astonishment, the talents section, originally marked as A for Nuonuo Heart, transformed in a flash of brilliance to talent. SSS Nuonuo God Katakuri. I must tell you, upon witnessing this panel, my eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. SSS, my dear, Katakuri has ascended to greatness merely by partaking of an Nuonuo fruit. I quickly inquired with the system regarding the situation, and it simply responded with 2 words: perfect match. It stated that Katakuri was inherently suited to the realm of glutinous rice, and with the fruit in hand, he had seamlessly merged with it, hurtling down the path towards becoming the god of glutinous rice. This title, God of Glutinous Rice, sounds remarkably compelling, doesn't it? Katakuri himself was taken aback, feeling the surge of power within him as naturally as breathing. Previously, he had to concentrate to control his abilities, but now, with a mere thought, he could transform as he wished, experiencing an exquisite fluidity. His eyes sparkled with realization, and he clenched his fist, exclaiming, "Father, I feel empowered. I am off to train." He then dashed towards the training grounds, declaring his intent to protect his younger siblings. That rascal Naruto, ever the follower, shouted for brother Katakuri and rushed after him. Just as I settled in, taking a breath of relief, chaos erupted from the sea, having neglected it for a month. I picked up a newspaper and was left in shock. That madman Rox had been wreaking havoc, piloting the ship I had provided him, the Jibek, and within a month, he had obliterated 8 nations affiliated with the world government. The newspaper detailed the horror of it all, stating he had decimated their defenses with a single cannon shot. Initially, the world government attempted to maintain composure, thinking it was merely a single nation, but soon realized the gravity of the situation. This was no robbery. It was an assault on their very foundations. With over 170 affiliated nations, losing 8 in a month was unbearable. They hastily dispatched reinforcements for defense. But guess what? This cunning rogue employed a strategy of diversion. He commanded his 138 captains to seize the Sky Gold while the Navy's main forces were diverted. To hold off the Navy admirals, Rox single-handedly assaulted the advanced city. Remarkably, he shattered the gates of justice with a single cannon shot, confronting 3 admirals and severely injuring Steelbone Kong, before retreating unscathed. This maneuver caused my CPU to overheat. As a result, over 160 nations lost 130 of their Sky Gold, leading to 80 of the world government's annual revenue evaporating. Rock's bounty skyrocketed to an astonishing 4.95 billion berries. This uproar was making headlines, but it bore no relevance to us in the Sky Island. I focused on development and shipbuilding. Months passed swiftly, and Lingling was finally in labor. I must tell you, I was a bundle of nerves outside the delivery room, pacing like a spinning top. That old rascal Carp mocked me, saying I was not a first-time father. I shot back, reminding him of the time he queried a passerby 125 times about Dragon's birth, only for that fellow to be waiting for his own wife's delivery. At that moment, my children arrived. 3-year-old Yin had already reached a height of 1.7 meters, embodying a little queen with a cunning demeanor. Katakuri stood at 1.65 meters, cool and composed, yet gentle with family. Little Long, at 5 years old, was already 1.8 meters tall, resembling his father in darkness. Then there were the 1-year-old Xian and Loxus, one quietly engrossed in scientific research, while the other had a temper like a firecracker. Oh, and Naruto, that lad had muscles galore and styled his hair like his father, Minato Namikaze, looking quite dapper. As I was lost in thought, the delivery room door swung open, and both mother and child were safe. 2 hefty boys. As I leaned in for a closer look, I was relieved they weren't blonde. Lingling asked me to name them. Glancing at the crescent moon imprint on the forehead of the 4th child and the red stripes on his face, I decided to name him Sha Xingwan. Monkey D. Sha Xingwan, the 5th child, lacking distinctive features, was named Inuyasha to match. Monkey D. Inuyasha. Just as the names were finalized, the 2 little rascals began to tussle in the crib. Who could understand family dynamics? Sha Xingwan grabbed Inuyasha's face, while Inuyasha tugged at Sha Xingwan's ears, both refusing to let go, crying in pain, yet holding on. Yin, ever the instigator, cheered them on. Sha Xingwan, give it your all. Inuyasha, twist his ear. I was at my wit's end and quickly separated them, bringing peace once more. A week passed, and I noticed these 2 little ones lacked remarkable talent, rated only C, a a stark contrast to their S-ranked siblings. This would surely lead to feelings of inadequacy. I resolved to remedy this. After discussing with Lingling, we decided to have them consume devil fruits to enhance their talents. I retrieved 2 fruits. One was a mythical Zoan-type, Shiba Inu demon form, and the other was a husky demon form. I first scooped some for Sha Xingwan. Upon tasting it, his little face turned green, and he looked ready to vomit. I wouldn't allow that. I covered his mouth, and as he gasped, he gulped it down. He probably plotted how to strangle me for this later. Yin chimed in, suggesting his brother seemed to enjoy it, which only frightened Sha Xingwan further. I performed the same for Inuyasha with the husky fruit. The 2 little ones lay there, utterly defeated. Moments later, their bodies began to undergo significant transformations. One morphed into a towering white Shiba Inu, while the other transformed into a large husky. And soon they began to wrestle again. I could no longer bear to watch and knock them out with a punch each. When they returned to their human forms, their talent panels revealed the astonishing results. Both had achieved S. One was named S+ Tsundere Shiba Inu Demon, and the other S+ Eccentric Husky Demon. The System S evaluation was quite astute. Just as I was reveling in this success, Carp rushed in, urgently informing me that the Navy was assembling to confront Rocks once more. I thought it might be precarious for him to go directly, so I suggested a method to bolster his strength, one that did not involve a devil fruit. His interest piqued. I explained Lingling's technique involving the soul fruit, extracting souls and embedding them into equipment for explosive growth. Carp, who fought with his fists, had always worn a dog hat. Thus, I decided to fashion him a dog tag from dark silver to hang around his neck, which could be activated in critical moments. To my surprise, he agreed. Once the tag was ready, we all headed to the training grounds. Lingling, ever bold, began the soul extraction on Carp. I must say, though, I knew it was safe. The sight was somewhat unsettling. With a loud command from Lingling, the soul infusion was successful. Carp let out a muffled grunt of pain, and the dog tag on his chest began to glow, lifting him into the air. As the light dissipated, he returned to the ground, and I quickly inquired about his feelings. He scratched his head, muttering that he felt as though he could transform into a suit of armor. Perhaps it was worth a try. Carp approached the center of the arena, closed his eyes in communion with the dog tag, and suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from it. When the light exploded, I was left dumbfounded. As the brilliance faded, a silver-white figure stood before me, and my pupils widened in shock. Good heavens, this was liberation! My brother Carp roared, as the light enveloped him completely, revealing his true form. I was astounded to see him adorned in a magnificent suit of silver armor. The armor's lines were as sharp as if carved by a blade, gleaming with a metallic sheen that dazzled my eyes, and the helmet bore a pair of tiny wings. I screamed internally, the Pegasus cloth. Family, who can comprehend? This was something I had dreamed of since childhood. In those days, my companions and I would frequently shout Tiamal Yoshin-Kwan. Our youthful enthusiasm ignited in an instant. However, this set of armor appeared rather rudimentary, akin to what Seiya had when he first acquired it, merely protecting the upper body, head, and several key joints, looking somewhat simplistic. Yet his aides were ecstatic, exclaiming, "So cool." My brother was also bouncing around like a monkey, overflowing with excitement. "Kapu, I feel so much stronger now. And this armor looks magnificent." Observing his childish demeanor, I nodded in understanding. Indeed, with my brother's unwavering sense of justice and my deliberate design of the dog tag, it was entirely reasonable for him to don a Tiamat Saint armor. "Brother," I quickly called out to him, "calm down for a moment and tell me, what is the purpose of this armor?" Kapu then collected himself and explained the intricacies. I grasped the situation clearly. His Tiamat Saint armor was entirely different from my wife Lingling's Napoleon, which could transform in 3 stages. This piece was currently at the bronze level, capable of being activated once, with modest enhancements, yet it bore the advantage of having no side effects, requiring neither mana nor health points. Moreover, as long as my brother put in sufficient effort, he could gradually invest in upgrades, advancing it to silver or even golden saint armor. Although the physical enhancements were not substantial, the armor's greatest strengths lay in its defensive capabilities and the innate skill of Tianma Liuxingquan. "Brother, quickly, try out Tianma Liuxingquan." I urged him, even more impatient than he was, as this was the closest I had ever been to my childhood dream. I couldn't use it myself, but witnessing it firsthand would be exhilarating. "All right." My brother immediately assumed a stance, drawing back his right hand to gather strength, and exclaimed, "Tianma Liuxingquan." In that very moment, I felt as if my eyes were about to pop out. In just 1 second, a mere second, he unleashed hundreds of punches. Countless fist shadows cascaded like a meteor shower, crashing into the target at the center of the training ground, designed for testing heavy artillery. As the dust settled, I couldn't help but exclaim, damn, that target was crafted from super alloys developed through angelic technology. When I struck it with all my might, I could only leave a fist imprint. But now, that target was utterly obliterated. My brother was indeed stronger than me, but this was an outrageous level of strength. This Tiamat Yoshin Quan was terrifying. I hastily instructed the system to display my brother's attribute panel. Goodness, in the physical section, it boldly stated, Martial Level, Tiamat Saint Armor Boost. Now, that was impressive, although it was merely a bronze armor. It elevated my brother's combat prowess to a stable martial level, and without any side effects. If he were to encounter rocks, the outcome of their battle would be uncertain. If rocks underestimated him, a single blow from Tiamat Yoshin Quan would surely teach him a lesson about the beauty of flowers. With his new toy in hand, Kapu couldn't remain idle for a moment, hastily returning to the Navy headquarters. After a meeting, he was dispatched to assist in a New World allied nation. A few days later, my brother's warship was sailing through the New World seas. He himself was lounging in a chair, basking in the sun, exuding an aura of leisure. Ever since I facilitated his return to Sky Island, where he became the Admiral of the Sky Island Navy, his work ethic had been entirely dictated by his mood, embodying an attitude of minimal effort and a heavy dose of casualness. Suddenly, a frantic naval soldier rushed over. Admiral Kapu, we have spotted the Roger pirates ahead. Roger. Upon hearing that name, my brother instantly shook off his lethargy, sitting up with a start. Chase them down. I haven't had a chance to try out my newly acquired Tiamat Saint armor yet. It's perfect for practicing against Roger. Watch me obliterate him. Ha ha ha. The warship quickly closed the distance. My brother stood at the bow, bellowing, Roger, you can't escape this time. No sooner had he finished speaking than he propelled himself forward like a cannonball towards Roger's ship. Seeing my brother approaching, Roger showed no fear, laughing heartily. Ha, Kapu, you want to catch me here. Your words hold no weight. My brother, grinning, retorted, prepare yourself. Liu Xing Guan. While speaking, he didn't pause his movements, launching into a barrage of punches derived from his understanding of Tiamat Yoshin Quan, albeit a slower version with lesser impact, suitable for regular attacks. Roger, undeterred, shouted divine avoidance, and drew his sword to meet him. Boom! As fists collided with blades, neither party gained the upper hand. Goodness! This young man Roger had also grown to a quasi-martial level. After a brief stalemate, my brother, realizing he couldn't overpower him, exerted a sudden burst of strength, causing both to stagger back. Once they had created some distance, my brother dropped the pretense and got serious. He was determined to defeat Roger. For some inexplicable reason, every time he saw Roger's large front teeth, he felt a surge of irritation, as if he was destined to have a similarly troublesome grandson in the future. Bronze Tiamat Saint armor, activate. With a mighty shout, silver-white armor enveloped him, his aura skyrocketing to the martial level. Tiamat Yoshin Quan. My brother unleashed his ultimate move. In a second, he delivered hundreds of punches, an onslaught of fist shadows raining down upon Roger. This technique was supersonic. Roger barely had time to react, managing only to deflect a few strikes with his sword, while the rest landed squarely on him. Instantly, Roger cried out in pain. My brother's attack lacked the accompanying haki, yet its sheer power was overwhelming. Each punch carried the force of a meteor strike, and the sound followed the impact, leaving no chance for evasion. As Roger struggled to withstand the assault, my brother was overjoyed, like a child weighing 800 pounds, launching yet another barrage of Tiamat Yoshin Quan. Upon seeing the next wave, Roger's face turned pale. Unable to withstand the blows, he was left in agony and could only run about the ship. But it was futile. The punches were moving at light speed, and by the time he saw them, they had already struck him. Thus, the scene unfolded with Roger fleeing ahead while my brother pursued, periodically delivering a Tiamat Yoshin Quan, causing Roger to scream in pain across the deck. Nearby, Rayleigh chuckled, mocking, Captain, you're really pathetic. Rayleigh, stop watching. Come help me. This hurts. My brother shot a menacing glare at Rayleigh, feeling a chill run down his back. Rayleigh quickly cowered, sitting down with a small stool to munch on sunflower seeds. Captain, I don't want to die just yet. Good luck to you. After 2 hours of relentless pursuit, Roger was left battered and dejected, sprawled out with a head full of bruises. My brother finally sighed in satisfaction. What a thrill! I worked up a good sweat. With that, he leaped back onto his warship, and before leaving, he unleashed a galactic clash towards the sea, stirring up titanic waves that pushed Roger's ship far away. Having had his fun, he let Roger go, exemplifying a carefree spirit, while my brother reveled in his exploits. I found myself nearly bored to tears on Sky Island. Rox was causing a ruckus below, while the world government was in a state of disarray, completely neglecting our isolated paradise. My days were filled with either brewing tea or traveling to brew tea, feeling as though I had already entered early retirement. Just as I was sipping my afternoon tea, the phone suddenly rang. Lord K2, this is Moi speaking. The Mangdangshan has been completed. Please come to inspect it. The Mangdangshan has been completed. Upon hearing this, I instantly perked up, rushing to Lingling. Lingling, the Mangdangshan is ready. Let us go see it together. Lingling, now also leisurely, had her two little ones, Shashingwan and Inuyasha, who could run and jump after consuming the Phantom Beast fruit, constantly playing at home like two little puppies, showing little interest in training. They were still young, so I let them be. Mangdangshan? Lingling asked, puzzled. I couldn't be bothered to explain, grabbing her hand and dashing outside. Within minutes, we arrived at the shipyard. Moi led us to a massive stone mountain. To our astonishment, the entire mountain had split open down the middle. Inside was a labyrinth of metallic structures. These angels had hollowed out an entire mountain just to construct a ship. As the mountain opened up, a colossal metallic creature slowly emerged from the depths of the earth. A spaceship, brimming with an overwhelming sense of science fiction, appeared before my eyes. This was the Mangdangshan. Its flat hull featured a massive circular core connected to a slender prow. All around, densely packed with laser cannons, there were a staggering 600 of them. In the center of the prow lay a main cannon, capable of obliterating an island with a single shot. This behemoth was enormous. I estimated it to be 2,000 meters long, 1,000 meters wide, and 500 meters high, a pure steel monstrosity. I quickly inquired with MOE, how does this thing manage to fly? Anti-gravity system. Can it leave this planet and venture into the cosmos? I asked, filled with anticipation. Report, my lord, not at present. Current technology does not permit it. I nodded, somewhat disappointed, yet thrilled to possess such an aerial fortress. I excitedly urged MOE to initiate the ship's launch. With a hum, the cold fusion engine ignited, and the Mangdangshan began to float gently before accelerating. Although its maximum speed reached merely 0.5 Mach, in this world, no one could catch up. After circling the skies, I resolved that this vessel must remain hidden and not be easily exposed. After all, the formidable Uranus could also be a spaceship, and now is not the time to reveal everything. Thus, time passed, and 2.5 years went by. In the year 1474 of the Haiyuan calendar, Lingling gave birth to 2 daughters, Ziyuan and Zhu Lai, both gifted with an A rank, which was quite commendable. The 5 warships ordered from Lox had also been completed. Over these 2.5 years, my children had grown remarkably. Particularly, Katakuri and Naruto had demonstrated exceptional diligence. I felt compelled to check on their academic progress. System, open the children's attribute panels. To my astonishment, I was taken aback. My eldest daughter, Yin, age 5, stood at 2 meters tall and had already reached the rank of a major general. Her lightning abilities had developed into the Thunderblade, and she had awakened an innate leadership power, exuding the aura of a true leader. My eldest son, Katakuri, also 5 years old, was 21 meters tall, with physical prowess at the peak of major general level, even surpassing Yin. His Machi fruit had an innate talent of SSS, allowing him to awaken instantly upon consumption, effortlessly mastering various skills. My nephew Long, age 7, stood at 24 meters tall, also at peak major general level, skillfully wielding the storm fruit and creating a devastating move called Hurricane Purgatory, a veritable meat grinder. Most astonishingly, he possessed a talent known as Revolutionary Pioneer, placing him far ahead of the others. My second daughter, Xan, 4 years old, was on the cusp of major rank, but she had little interest in combat. Being a pure research genius, having already mastered 2 of the knowledge within the treasure trove of knowledge over the past 2.5 years. My second son, Loxes, also 4 years old, was at colonel level. Although his talent was only rated S, he possessed a fiery temperament and trained diligently. My third son, Naruto, was a true overachiever. At 4 years old, his talent was merely S, yet through relentless training, he had elevated his physical condition to major general level, matching Yan's prowess. He had also learned the spiral sphere and the one-tail transformation. I was immensely proud. Finally, there were my two lively ones, Sesshomaru and Inuyasha. Upon viewing their attribute panels, I felt my fists clench. At 3 years old, they had only reached colonel level, standing just over 1 meter tall. Truly, they exemplified the phrase, uneducated. Who could understand my family? These two were simply attention seekers. Sesshomaru, a mere child, always donned an aloof expression, yet he was just an arrogant brat, eager to escape during training. As for Inuyasha, he was a complete fool. He could get his head stuck in the armrest of a chair while eating and choke while drinking milk. During training, he could get angry even as a wooden post. When they weren't training, they would lead their siblings astray. As a result, my eldest daughter, Yin, had a natural affinity to dominate them both. Upon their first meeting, she remarked that they resembled little puppies and began treating them as such. I had expected these two proud creatures to be angered, but to my astonishment, Yin tossed 2 balls in front of me, and Sesshomaru and Inuyasha scampered after them, returning with the balls and eager expressions as if to praise me. I was utterly flabbergasted. The bloodline suppression was truly extraordinary. Just as I marveled at this bloodline suppression, my tranquil days came to an abrupt end. The phone rang like a death knell, and upon answering, Imo Yi's voice crackled through the line, urgently exclaiming, "Boss, Locks is here. That madman is coming to kill." Before I even reached the port, Locke's distinctive raucous laughter echoed through the air like surround sound, reverberating throughout the Sky Island. I looked up to see him, resembling an iron tower, standing at the bow of his ship, the Jibek, draped in a coat. With the wind sweeping around him like a villain's grand entrance, he was utterly flamboyant. A goofy voice called out to me, "Carter, brother." It was unmistakably my dear, foolish brother. Shiki. Ever since I had made a small profit selling him guns, he had latched onto me like a leech, filling his affection meter to the brim. I approached him and began to jest. "Locks, you old rascal, you've been thriving on the seas lately." He waved his hand dismissively, exuding disdain. "Well, I just can't stand those celestial dragons." I shook my head, unwilling to engage in that debate, and cut to the chase. "Enough nonsense. Where are the materials? The top-tier devil fruits? Is everything prepared?" "Naturally." Locke smirked, pointing behind his ship. I turned to look, and lo and behold, to my utter astonishment, he was dragging 5 massive piles of materials behind his ship, each the size of Small Island. I was unaware of when Shiki had joined me, but he threw his arm around my shoulder, boasting grandly, "Brother, we agreed on 5 million tons, and I directly delivered almost 5 million tons. Isn't this a staggering fortune?" I punched him playfully. "That's quite generous, true brother." I then led them to see the ships I had constructed for them. Upon reaching our military port, behold, 6 maritime giants were lined up in a row. The sight was simply magnificent. Locks and his crew gazed in awe, their eyes wide and filled with satisfaction. Upon completing the transaction, he tossed me a box containing 10 top-tier devil fruits. I received it without even glancing inside, casually tossing it to Mo, beside me. Locks was taken aback, asking, "Aren't you going to inspect it?" I chuckled. "What kind of person do you think I am, Locks? Would I let myself be swindled over a few fruits? Instead of checking, why not enjoy a couple more drinks?" His delight was palpable, and he erupted into laughter. "Carter, I truly like you more and more. Seriously, won't you come aboard my ship?" I could only shrug. "Brother, look at my entire family. As a father, I cannot leave them behind." After concluding the business, a banquet was a must. Upon hearing that there would be wine, Shiki instantly perked up, consuming 2 cups before becoming tipsy, either dancing wildly or trying to hug the gorilla on our island, causing Locks and his crew to laugh uproariously. After a few rounds of drinks, I took a barrel of wine and sat beside Locks, casually inquiring, "I say, weren't you once a lone wolf? Why gather this motley crew together?" He took a sip, his gaze deep and unnerving. Who knows? Perhaps for treasure, perhaps for fame, or maybe just to turn this wretched world upside down. A pang of unease struck me. This man was serious. Tentatively, I remarked, "Changing the world is no easy feat. You might find yourself dead on this path." Upon hearing the word death, he only laughed more maniacally. "Death? Ha ha ha. Even if I die, I want those lofty bastards to taste the fear of death." The ferocity in his eyes sent shivers down my spine. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I blurted out, "You intend to move against God Valley?" Locke's expression shifted instantly from amusement to shock, gazing at me as if to say, "How did you know?" He did not conceal his intentions, revealing his entire plan with candor. He expressed his desire to spend several years orchestrating a strategy to divert the attention of the Navy and the world government, and then, at the most vulnerable moment in the Valley of the Gods, to strike decisively against the celestial dragons. I was left in a state of shock. This man was terrifying, capable of lying in wait for a decade, or even longer for a singular goal. After bidding farewell to this group of madmen, I had a premonition that this might be my last encounter with Luokisi. However, before I could dwell on my thoughts, a momentous piece of news arrived at home. Lingling was pregnant again. We rushed to the hospital, where the doctor respectfully informed me, "Lord Carter, Lady Lingling is indeed pregnant. 2 months along, and it is quadruplets." Quadruplets. I was utterly stunned. Just then, a notification from the system chimed in my mind. Detection of host's wife pregnant with quadruplets. Would you like to extract a talent? Achievement unlocked. Quadruplets. Roi, immortal physique. Would you like to extract it now? Immortal physique? My goodness. Is that the legendary body of Hashirama from the world of Naruto? I immediately declined the extraction. After all, Lingling was right beside me, and I couldn't risk any unforeseen complications. Once I ensured Lingling was settled, I retreated to my study and locked the door. System. Extract the immortal physique. No sooner had the words left my lips than a surge of green energy enveloped me. At first, it was pleasantly cool, but the next moment, it felt as if my bones were being vivisected. Each bone shattered inch by inch. My skin felt as though it were being scraped with a knife, and my veins and meridians felt like they were being struck by a red-hot hammer. The pain nearly caused me to lose consciousness, but I gritted my teeth and bit down on my molar, refusing to make a sound, eventually succumbing to the agony. When I awoke, I felt utterly transformed, an unprecedented lightness enveloping me. However, my attention was immediately drawn to the foul odor emanating from my body, a stench far worse than excrement. I hurried to the bathroom and washed for an entire hour before feeling somewhat clean. To test the effects, I picked up a knife and sliced my arm, creating a 10-centimeter long gash. Remarkably, before any blood could even flow, the wound began to heal, and within minutes, not a scar remained. Upon examining my attribute panel, I discovered that my talent had escalated from SS to SS. My physical attributes had also broken through the bottleneck, reaching the level of a quasi-vice admiral. This was a tremendous gain. With my body upgraded, it was time to extract talents for my future 4 offspring. System commenced the extraction. For the first child, the options appeared: Spirit of Fire, Light Chainsaw Man, and Yasha. Upon seeing Yasha, my mind immediately conjured the image of that formidable being from the Soul Society, the monster who could fell the world with mere basic attacks, Kumamoto Kenpachi. Without hesitation, I chose it. Ding! Congratulations, host's first child has acquired the talent. SSS Yasha. Just as I had anticipated. Next, I proceeded to extract for my second child, but the system decided to play tricks. Luck, born disabled, Gem Uncle? What on earth were these absurd options? I was utterly flabbergasted. I could not select born disabled. What father would wish such a fate upon their child? With no other choice, I blindly selected one of the remaining options. Ding! Congratulations, host's second child has acquired the talent. Luck. Hey, that seemed acceptable. Out of sheer curiosity, I checked the other 2 options. Born disabled was the talent of Baikimaru, while the Gem Uncle talent originated from the Marvel Universe, linked to Thanos. I was utterly flabbergasted. What on earth? Thanos is called Gem Uncle. The system even provided an explanation. Just ask if he uses gems. ISNT Thanos his nephew's uncle? I was left speechless, grinding my teeth as I spat out 2 words. No problem. The system truly was my eccentric companion. I nearly choked on my own blood. Suppressing my irritation, I continued to extract talents for my daughters. The 5th daughter's talents were quite normal: fighter, dancer, gunsmith. I reasoned that it would be safer for a girl to play at range, so I selected gunsmith. Not bad. Finally, for the 6th daughter, options appeared: Snow White Sleeve, Sword Master, Yokai Night Parade. Upon seeing Snow White Sleeve, my eyes lit up. That was one of my favorite female characters, Rukia Zanpakuto, renowned as the most beautiful Zanpakuto. I immediately selected it. Ding! Congratulations, host's 6th daughter has acquired the talent. SSS Snow White Sleeve. Another SSS. Just as I was reveling in my good fortune, the phone rang again. It was moi, and this time his voice was even more frantic than before. Lord Carter, we are being invaded. Hundreds of ships, all clad in black, resembling assassins from the underworld. They will arrive in half an hour. Goodness. Just as I had completed the assembly of my galactic battleship, invaders were knocking at my door. I rushed to the military camp, and the entire Sky Island sounded the highest level of alarm. Lingling, with her pregnant belly, insisted on following me, and the young ones, Yin and Long, were fully armed and ready for battle. Moir reported that the enemy had at least 3 formidable generals. Upon hearing this, I felt a sense of calm. Only 3? I had nearly 7,000 Vice Admiral level angels at my disposal, along with dozens of heavy artillery and laser cannons hidden ashore, sufficient to give them a run for their money. Upon reaching the coast, 20,000 soldiers stood ready. At my command, black cavernous cannons rose from the ground, creating a spectacular scene. Lingling and the children arrived, and although I intended to send them back, especially Lingling, who was newly pregnant, she insisted on staying by my side, declaring her intent to help. The children, brimming with combat spirit, insisted they were already of Vice Admiral strength and wanted to assist me. I pondered for a moment. With me and Lingling, a top-tier combatant, present, they should be safe. At that moment, a dark fleet emerged on the horizon, resembling a thick cloud, brimming with murderous intent. Lingling and I exchanged glances, and without a word, we unleashed our Conqueror's Haki, merging our forces into a cataclysmic aura that surged towards the enemy. But guess what? The opposing force showed no signs of intimidation. That aura, potent enough to incapacitate hundreds of thousands, vanished without a trace, as if it had sunk into the sea. I was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. As I activated my observation Haki, I nearly overloaded my CPU. To my astonishment, the 100 ships were manned entirely by experts starting at the rank of colonel. Not a single weakling in sight. This was astonishing. While I was still in shock, suddenly 3 deafening blasts erupted from the enemy flagship, unleashing 3 waves of Conqueror's Haki. Although their power was somewhat inferior to mine, they were undeniably formidable. My temper flared as I shouted, "What the hell do you want, charging in here with such arrogance?" To my surprise, the dual-wielding leader retorted, licking his blades with a dazed expression, as if intoxicated. "Hee, we are very interested in the heads of you and Charlotte Lingling, and the physique of your angels on this island. TCH, the celestial dragons would surely be delighted." The moment those words left his mouth, I felt a mental break. My killing intent surged. I stared at him expressionlessly and asked, "Do you know a saying?" He remained oblivious, replying, "What saying?" I smirked, pointed forward, and bellowed, "Fire!" My comrades, who understands? In that instant, 40 coastal defense cannons and 10 laser cannons unleashed their firepower. The scene was nothing short of divine retribution. 40 shells, each with a diameter of 500 millimeters, seemed guided by fate as they struck the enemy fleet, while 10 beams of laser targeted the 3 leaders directly. "Help! What is this?" Screams and explosions transformed the entire White Sea into a hellish nightmare. Those coastal defense shells could be withstood by some experts. But the laser cannons were a different story. It was a dimensional strike. The speed was such that by the time you saw the light, your ship would explode beneath you, leaving no time to react. Those who had been so arrogant moments ago were left dumbfounded. What a disaster. 3 figures soared toward me across the surface of the sea, seething with fury. They were the 3 leading commanders, one wielding dual blades, another swinging a colossal hammer, and the last clad in black armor resembling an iron canister. The dual-blade wielder bellowed at me, "You dare to destroy our ship. I will see you dead." Amused, I found the logic absurd. After all, they were the aggressors. Without hesitation, I retorted, "Enough of your prattle. Let's engage." I charged directly at the dual-blade and hammer-wielding foes, while the angelic maiden, Moi, brandished her blazing sword against the armored adversary. In an instant, fists and weapons clashed, creating a cacophony that sent ripples across the vast expanse of the sea as if it were boiling. Our skirmish prompted the coastal cannons and laser turrets to fall silent. The remaining 6,000 angelic warriors, along with Yin and his 3 companions, surged into the fray with fervor. Over 20,000 soldiers armed with rifles fired sporadically from the rear. Initially, the enemy had numbered over 50,000, intending to overwhelm us with sheer numbers. However, after a barrage of cannon fire obliterated their fleet, more than 10,000 of their ranks evaporated in an instant. The survivors, eyes ablaze with rage, charged toward us like rabid dogs. Thus, a grand battle erupted. Facing 2 opponents was somewhat vexing. The hammer wielder possessed immense strength, and the dual-blade fighter buzzed around like a pesky fly, launching relentless sneak attacks. As I dodged one of his strikes, I realized this could drag on indefinitely. I needed to eliminate one of them swiftly, Just as I contemplated my strategy, the hammer wielder unleashed a powerful downward strike, his weapon enveloped in a dark aura. Aiming for my head, I decided to hold nothing back, channeling both Conqueror's haki and armament haki in my fist, and met his blow with a fierce punch. A thunderous crack echoed as his hammer was sent flying, and he was hurled backward like a rag doll. I intended to pursue and finish him off when the dual-blade fighter launched a cross slash toward me, forcing me to evade. Meanwhile, Moi fought with an elegance that was mesmerizing. She soared above, deftly maneuvering around the armored foe, employing a strategy of retreating when he advanced and striking when he fatigued. With calculated precision, she would swoop behind him and deliver a strike, causing his armor to clang and resonate. Dizzy from the relentless assault, the armored man could only seethe. "You vile insect! Face me head-on," Moi, with a light chuckle, retorted. "Insect? Who are you calling that?" The armored man, without a second thought, shot back. "I am referring to you." His moment of confusion was evident as he mumbled the insult to himself, his face reddening with rage. The battle on our side was intense. Yet elsewhere, it was a massacre in our favor. The angelic warriors cleaved through the enemy ranks as if they were mere vegetables, with none surviving a single strike. My companions were particularly fierce. Yin, enveloped in crackling lightning, darted through the air, each strike releasing a bolt that reduced foes to cinders. Katakuri was even more ruthless, transforming the ground into sticky rice dumplings that ensnared enemies, suffocating them beneath a sandy grave. Then, an unexpected shift occurred. Katakuri's expression changed drastically as he shouted toward Naruto. "Naruto, be careful." It turned out Naruto was reveling in the chaos, unleashing a flurry of Rasengan, moving in and out of the fray, when a red-haired vice admiral targeted him from behind. Just as Naruto attacked, the vice admiral launched a surprise assault. Katakuri, too distant to intervene, felt a pang of despair. However, instead of the anticipated scream, a primal roar erupted. Katakuri's eyes widened as he beheld Naruto, enveloped in a red aura, a tail sprouting from his back, and a clawed hand deflecting the vice admiral's attack. In a moment of relief followed by a surge of fury, Katakuri bellowed, "You dare to harm my brother?" His eyes turned crimson, Conqueror's haki erupting as the ground beneath him shattered. He appeared before the red-haired foe in an instant, delivering a strike imbued with haki that sent the adversary flying, while Naruto followed up with a colossal Rasengan that obliterated the foe. As the battle concluded, Katakuri felt guilt wash over him, but Naruto reassured him, praising his performance, causing Katakuri to blush with embarrassment. Noticing the tide of battle shifting, I decided to conclude my own skirmish. The hammer wielder attempted another predictable strike, to which I taunted, "Such tactics are ineffective against me." This time, my punch crackled with intensified Conqueror's haki, electrocuting nearby soldiers into charred remains. With a resounding crash, the hammer shattered upon impact with my fist. The hammer wielder gaped in disbelief. Before he could react, my fist struck him, sending him flying. At that moment, the dual-blade fighter, who had been lurking, seized the opportunity. With a cunning angle, he plunged both blades into my abdomen, a triumphant smirk on his face. "Darling," Lingling cried out from afar, alarmed. Yet upon glancing up, the dual-blade fighter was met not with my expression of agony, but with a wicked grin. "Finally caught you," I declared, my voice dripping with menace. His eyes widened in disbelief as he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. I seized his neck, leaped into the air, and concentrated my haki, then slammed him down. With a thunderous explosion, my haki detonated within him, causing him to scream and collapse into unconsciousness. I calmly removed the blades from my abdomen, wincing at the pain. "Damn, that hurt." I grimaced, clutching my wound, but within a minute, the injury closed itself. The hammer wielder, witnessing this, stood dumbfounded, stammering, "What kind of physique is that?" I appeared before him once more and executed the same familiar maneuver, down to the depths. Another adversary fell before me. Before long, Moi had also triumphed. The armored foe collapsed, utterly spent. With all three commanders defeated, our victory at the Sky Island was resounding. As the battle ceased, Lingling rushed over to examine my wounds, joined by Yin and the others. Just as I intended to commend them, Moi approached with a grave expression to report the casualties. "Lord Carter, the angelic warriors suffered no losses, but among the 2,000 defenders, 150 perished, and over 3,000 sustained injuries." A pang of sorrow struck my heart. I was aware that war incurs casualties, yet hearing that number was disheartening. I promptly issued an order. Compensate the families of the deceased with 5 million berries. The injured will receive 1 million. Regrettably, the enemy had aimed for us, and our ship held no treasures, rendering the battle a mere exercise in training. The following day, the seas erupted with news. The 3 commanders of the Underground Emperor, leading 50,000 elite troops, launched an assault on the Sky Island, only to face total annihilation. Headlines flooded the newspapers. Shocking. Monkey D. Carter's true power revealed as he defeats 2 admirals head-on. Thanks, family. Who understands this? 3 against 5, and they were countered. Is this how you play? I was astounded. The Sky Island possessed over 6,000 Vice Admiral-level combatants. At the Rock's Pirates base, Rocks cackled heartily while reading the papers. At Navy headquarters, Steelbone was pounding the table in frustration, while my brother Garp laughed heartily, proclaiming, "No wonder he is my brother," nearly causing Steelbone to explode in anger. Ultimately, they conferred and presented me with a new bounty. I am currently engaged in the affairs of post-war reconstruction when a maid delivered the newspaper, from which 2 bounty notices fell out. One, issued by the Navy, placed a bounty of 5 billion berries on my head. I picked up the other, from an underground faction, and to my astonishment, it offered a staggering 5 billion berries. Eva Moy had a bounty of 1 billion. It seems this time I truly frightened them, leaving them no choice but to vent their frustrations through monetary rewards. As a result of this battle, the Sky Island has experienced a rare tranquility, free from unwarranted disturbances. I enjoyed several leisurely afternoons with tea, until a phone call interrupted my reverie. It was Moy. "Lord Carter, the White Sea has reported sightings of the Roger pirates." "Roger." I was momentarily taken aback. Then a wicked smile crept across my face. "So you, Roger, dare to return to my territory after your previous ambush? I must ensure you leave with a lasting impression." At that moment, Roger's ship was nearing Appiato. Rayleigh, standing beside me, expressed his concern. "We ambushed him last time. Is it wise for him to come here so brazenly?" Roger, nonchalantly adjusting his hat, replied, "It's fine. I trust Carter 1T mind, right?" As he spoke, he appeared slightly uncertain. Soon, they arrived at the port, only to find it deserted. An eerie silence enveloping the area. Roger, puzzled, asked, "Rayleigh, what is going on?" "Not a soul in sight." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, sensing something amiss. "I don't know. Let us head ashore." With that, they stepped onto the land of Appiato. The moment my feet touched the ground, my eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. In the next instant, an individual named Carter, accompanied by 3,000 angels, emerged from the woods, surrounding us completely. But that was not the end. From the sky descended another 3,000. Layer upon layer, we were encircled tightly. I would have believed we were facing a purge of the 4 emperors. Carter, displaying a certain bravado, remarked on the calm demeanor of the Roger pirates despite the overwhelming numerical disadvantage. I thought to myself, calm? I haven't even registered what's happening. Suddenly, he shifted his tone, smirking as he commanded, "Unleash your aura." I must say at that moment, it was extraordinary. 6,000 auras surged into the sky, nearly blowing my straw hat away. Upon closer inspection, I realized, to my horror, they were all of Vice Admiral rank. 6,000 Vice Admirals. My mind went blank, and cold sweat broke out. I glanced at Rayleigh, whose expression mirrored someone who had just swallowed a fly, radiating a look of despair and silent reproach. As if to say, "I told you not to come." Our crew couldn't hold up either, their faces drained of color, hands trembling around their weapons. Carter, seeing our fright, burst into laughter, declaring, "Today, I intend to give Roger a proper thrashing. You all have no objections, right? That scoundrel ambushed me last time, and I must return the favor." With that, he stepped aside, revealing a table set with ice-cold watermelons and fine wine. I, feeling overly confident, patted my chest and exclaimed, "Carter, what are you thinking? They're my trusted comrades. How could they?" Before I could finish, I watched in disbelief as Rayleigh, my first mate, was the first to charge forward. He seized a piece of watermelon, chomping away while shouting at me, "As long as it's not our affair, Captain, you must endure. Right? This watermelon is delightful, and the wine is quite good." In a blink, my trusted companions were enjoying the feast, while I was left standing alone, a solitary commander. Carter, counting on his fingers, approached me with a mischievous grin. "Roger, it's just you and me now. Let us settle the score for that last ambush." I panicked. Hey, Carter, let's talk this over. There's nothing to discuss." And with that, he unleashed a flurry of punches. I couldn't retaliate. After all, I was in the wrong, and with 6,000 vice admirals watching, all I could do was block. After several minutes of this, Carter, perhaps fatigued, stood up and stretched. I thought it was over and couldn't resist muttering, "You hit too hard." Upon hearing this, his temper flared again, and he slammed me back down for another round. My crew, now serving as spectators, commented on the spectacle. "Ouch. That punch looks painful. Look at the Captain's face. It's swollen like a pig's head." Having enjoyed himself, Carter stood up, seemingly ready to grab a piece of watermelon. Seeing him leave, I couldn't help but complain under my breath, "This hurts so much." That guy. To my surprise, he heard me and turned back with a murderous glare. Realizing the imminent danger, I bolted, shouting, "Why are you only hitting me? Isn't Rayleigh the one who ambushed you?" As soon as the words left my mouth, Carter paused, as if recalling the incident. I noticed Rayleigh still munching on watermelon, wearing a dazed expression. In the next instant, Carter swiftly moved behind him, the sound of his fingers cracking echoing ominously. Rayleigh exploded. "What the hell? Roger, you traitor. This was all your idea." He then frantically attempted to explain, "Wait, Carter. This was all Roger's plan." "Ouch. What are you doing?" Thus ensued a lengthy beating lasting 20 minutes. By the end, Rayleigh and I bore matching lumps on our heads, sorrowfully applying ointment. Only then did Carter inquire about our purpose for visiting. I replied that we were merely curious about the scenery of the Sky Island. He expressed surprise at my audacity, questioning how I dared to come to the territory of my enemies. I explained, I thought it was just you and Lingling, and that Rayleigh and I could handle it. Who knew you would bring 6,000 vice admirals? Carter asked, "Haven't you been reading the newspapers?" I proudly adjusted my straw hat. Ha ha ha. All my money went to hosting banquets. I had none left for newspapers. Rayleigh, unable to contain his frustration, smacked the back of my head. "It's all your fault for throwing banquets every day, leaving us so broke." Carter regarded me as if I were a fool and tossed a newspaper my way. Rayleigh and I leaned in to read, our eyes nearly popping out in shock. The paper was filled with reports of Carter's recent exploits, such as bloodbaths in the underworld. Rayleigh lamented, "Had I seen this newspaper earlier, I would never have come." I, however, remained unfazed. "Oh, come on. Aren't we doing well now?" Just after being beaten up and while still applying ointment, I boldly called out to Carter, "By the way, Carter, I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" The moment I spoke, silence fell over the room. My crew, including Rayleigh, looked at me as if I were a prehistoric creature, likely cursing my shamelessness in their minds. Unexpectedly, Carter erupted into laughter. "You're quite the character. All right, let us throw a banquet." Strangely enough, by the end of that banquet, all previous grievances seemed to have vanished. We drank until midnight, collapsing only when the revelry concluded. The following day, I approached Carter, who was busy with official matters. Unceremoniously, I perched on his windowsill and, feeling a bit sheepish, asked, "Could you lend me some money? I wish to acquire a ship that can carry our dreams." Carter pondered for a moment before replying, "How about this, Roger? I will construct a ship for you, utilizing the finest technology from a Sky Island. But you must do me a favor. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, I beamed. "That is certainly worth it." Carter, being quite efficient, made the arrangements on the spot, estimating it would take about a month. Fearing that our group of impoverished souls might starve on the Sky Island, he generously handed me 100 million berries, insisting that Rayleigh be the one to collect it, as he feared I would squander it on banquets within 2 days. At that moment, my spirits plummeted. Once the money reached Rayleigh, my dreams of feasting were dashed. Regardless, with the ship under construction and nothing else to occupy my time, I wandered aimlessly about the island. Eventually, I stumbled upon a most intriguing little fellow, merely 2 meters tall, shimmering with electricity, training tirelessly despite nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Bored, I perched on the wall and teased him, "Hey little guy, how old are you? Why are you pushing yourself so hard?" The boy completely ignored me. Undeterred, I returned daily to observe his training, incessantly chattering in his ear. Several days passed, and the little imp could no longer contain himself, shouting at me, "Who are you? You're so annoying, chattering all day." I immediately turned around, overjoyed, and exclaimed, "Lady, I won." In less than a week, he acknowledged me. "Quickly, pay up. I'm throwing a feast." To my surprise, Lely emerged from behind, clutching his head, his expression one of disbelief. It turned out that I had made a wager with Lei, betting on whether I could get this little brat to pay attention to me within a week, with the wager being the cost of a banquet. The little rascal named La KSAC. Upon realizing that his efforts over the past few days had merely served as a tool for our bet, erupted in anger, his temper fiercer than mine. Thunder Dragon S roar. Thunder Dragon S halberd. Countless bolts of lightning hurtled towards me, and, as I dodged, I couldn't help but taunt. Hey, you can't hit me. Keep trying. I shouted back. Can't you do better? You little mutt. This completely ignited the powder keg. The lad lost all rationality and recklessly unleashed his skills as if they were worthless. Before long, he was out of stamina, leaning on his knees, gasping for breath. Yet, he remained defiant, picking up a stick and chasing after me to strike. We spent the next 2 hours in a game of cat and mouse. Ultimately, we both collapsed on the ground, and he had deliberately left a mark on my face with his stick. However, amidst all this chaos, we ended up conversing. I introduced myself as Luo Jie, a man destined to become the Pirate King. Having never heard of the Pirate King, I boasted to him about the wonders of the outside world, goldfish as large as islands, the Fishman Island lying 10,000 meters beneath the sea, and the inverted mountains where water flows upward. The little brat listened with wide eyes, filled with longing. A month swiftly passed, and our new ship was completed. Let me tell you, that vessel was a marvel of technology and craftsmanship. With a dark brown hull, devoid of sails, it employed cold fusion power. At the bow stood a 500mm heavy cannon, flanked by 20 rapid-fire naval guns, an absolute spectacle. I promptly named her the Ao Luo Jiek Sunhao. We set sail on our new ship, reveling in its speed and firepower. What a thrill! Upon our return, I informed Carter that we would be departing the next day. Before leaving, I went to bid farewell to the little rascal, La KSAC. To my astonishment, he pleaded, Luo Jie, take me with you to sea. Without a second thought, I refused. No, bringing a little brat is too troublesome. You should stay home and drink milk. With that, I slipped away to attend the farewell banquet that Carter had arranged for us. The following morning, we prepared for our voyage. Carter even came to see us off, tossing me a special din mushi, reminding me not to forget his favor. As the ship departed from Sky Island and sailed over the blue sea for 2 hours, a barrel suddenly clattered on the deck. We all gathered around, and with a loud bang, the lid flew off, revealing La Kese emerging from inside. My eyes nearly popped out in shock as I grabbed his collar, ready to turn back. The little rascal clung to my leg, begging me not to return. I disregarded his pleas and attempted to call Carter using the din mushi. Just as the call connected, I heard Carter frantically on the other end, expressing his concern that La Kese had gone missing, and they were turning Sky Island upside down searching for him. After I relayed the situation, Carter surprisingly laughed. He pondered for a moment and said, since the little fellow is so eager to accompany you to sea, why not take him with you? Upon hearing this, I vehemently shook my head. No, it's too troublesome. Carter replied nonchalantly, well then, just bring the Ao Luo Jie Sunhao back. Such a fine ship. I'd prefer to keep it for myself. In an instant, my defiance turned into a sycophantic smile. No, I adore the little rascal, La KSAC. Let it be my apprentice. The speed at which I changed my demeanor could rival that of a Sichuan opera performer. Carter simply replied with a hum, and hung up the phone. It dawned on me that this had all been a calculated scheme from the start. He intended for his nephew to accompany me on my maritime adventures. As fate would have it, this was not the end of the matter. A few days later, I heard from Carter that his grandfather, the naval hero Carp, had learned of the situation and stormed over to Sky Island. He kicked down the door to Carter's study, donning a dog-headed hat, and angrily demanded, why would you allow my dear nephew to follow that scoundrel Luo Jie to become a pirate? Carter, remaining calm, explained that La KSAC's volatile nature suited the life of a pirate better than that of a Navy officer, and that being with me would at least ensure his safety. Upon hearing this, Carp burst into laughter, nodding vigorously, that's true. Although that scoundrel Luo Jie is a bit of a rascal, he is indeed a formidable fighter. As he spoke, he began cracking his knuckles and neck, muttering, but La KSAC is bound to go astray. It's undoubtedly Luo Jie's influence. The next time I see him, I'll have to pin his head to the ground. I must say, the ferocity in his demeanor made it seem as if Luo Jie was standing right in front of him. Meanwhile, far away in the New World, Luo Jie probably sneezed several times, thinking he had caught a cold. Just as we were engrossed in our conversation, my phone suddenly erupted with an urgent ring, sounding like a death knell. Upon answering, I found Wa on the other end. Nearly in tears, Carter-sama, Lingling is in labor. She is already in the delivery room. Carp and I exchanged knowing glances, understanding that his return was primarily for this reason. After all, Lingling was carrying quadruplets. The sheer combat potential was astounding. Without a moment's hesitation, we teleported directly to the delivery room, our hearts racing with anticipation. I must say, giving birth resembled unboxing a mystery package. After 2 hours of waiting, with a loud cry, one baby emerged. Another 2 hours later, the last of the 4 little ones finally made their safe entrance into the world. I rushed into the delivery room to find Lingling utterly exhausted, surrounded by the 4 little ones, their birth a spectacle yet to fade. The 6th child had been a pink-haired little girl, while the daughter of the 6th bore a striking white-haired, white-clad apparition, a sight to behold. I hurried over to hold Lingling's hand, my heart aching for her. "You've worked so hard." Lingling smiled gently at me. "It's not hard, darling. Quickly, name the children." My inner second-dimensional DNA stirred, and gazing at the 4 little ones, I began to assign names. The eldest son, with his spiky hair that promised mischief, I decisively named Jianba, Meng Chi Di. Xianba, the second son, with blue hair and red eyes, upon seeing his lucky talent, I knew right away. Ku Qiolin, Meng Chi Di, Ku Qiolin. For the 2 daughters, one was named Myin, and the other, with an SSS-level talent of snowy sleeves, had to be called Lucia. Ling repeated the names, her gaze toward the children radiating warmth. Once she settled for a rest, I promptly slipped into the study to open up the children's attribute panels. To my astonishment, Jianba and Lucia were 2 SSS-tier top-level SSRs. One a battle maniac, the other an ice queen. Though Myin and Ku Qiolin were merely A-rated, they were undoubtedly prodigies. However, Ku Qiolin-S evaluation based on luck made me click my tongue in disbelief. A month later, these little rascals grew at an astonishing rate, changing daily. Within 3 days, they could speak, and in a week, they were running about. Lucia was serene, diligently following Yin to learn. Jianba, on the other hand, was a pure combat enthusiast, incessantly pestering Ming-Ren for sparring. I must say, the scene of Ming-Ren teaching him swordplay was nothing short of abstract art. Little Jianba, yes, just like that, bring down a thunderous slash. Wrong. This time, it should be a swift cut from the side. Jianba was left utterly speechless, all the while complaining, "Ming-Ren, do you even know how to wield a sword? What else with all this thunderous slash and swift cut nonsense? Who understands that?" Ming-Ren, unfazed, retorted, "Look, aren't you getting stronger? Jianba, in fu zai det, sao det. My swordsmanship hasn't improved one bit." Just as they were practicing, Jianba suddenly froze, as if he had encountered a glitch. Naruto was under the impression that he had sustained an injury. Just as he was about to approach for a closer look, an explosion of tremendous energy erupted from Kenpachi, akin to a small nuclear bomb. In an instant, Naruto was thrown back and lost consciousness. When Lingling and the others sensed the disturbance, they were left in utter astonishment. The energy continued to surge uncontrollably, and I could see my son's small frame nearing the brink of bursting from sheer force. Who among my family understands the agony of raising a reckless son? In a moment of desperation, I shouted with all my might, "Kenpachi, regain control. Condense that energy into something tangible. Anything will suffice." Kenpachi, demonstrating his strength, managed to compress that violent energy into the ethereal form of a katana before him. Realizing the feasibility of this endeavor, he immediately poured every ounce of energy into the blade. Gradually, the sword transformed from mere illusion to solid reality. Yet the energy emanating from Kenpachi showed no signs of abating. Just as I began to worry, the sword was fully formed. Instantly, all the energy from Kenpachi surged towards the sword like a cat drawn to a scent, creating a massive white sphere of light around it. The sphere grew larger and larger until, with a sudden burst, all the radiance was absorbed into the blade. When the light dissipated, an unremarkable katana appeared before everyone. Strangely, alongside the sword, a small infant with pink hair materialized out of thin air. The little one clutched the sword and, with a soft thud, fell to the ground. Then groggily crawled into Kenpachi's arms, drifting into a deep slumber. The entire scene left everyone in a state of confusion. What was happening? Were we now receiving limited edition babies with our gear? Yin, the mischievous one, squinted and teased him. "Oh, little Kenpachi, you have a daughter at such a tender age?" Kenpachi's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and he stammered, No, she is not my child." I quickly intervened to alleviate the situation. "Stop teasing him. This little girl is likely the manifestation of your inner energy. From now on, she will be your sister. You should give her a name." After a moment of contemplation, Kenpachi declared. Let us call her Baikian Liu. I understood perfectly well that this little girl was the physical embodiment of his Zanpakuto's Bankai form, essentially a premium accessory that emphasized companionship. I patted his shoulder, saying, Kenpachi, Baikian Liu embodies your strength. The responsibility of caring for her now rests with you. Strangely enough, the innocent look on Kenpachi's youthful face instantly transformed into one filled with a sense of duty. From that day forth, the training grounds became a peculiar sight. Kenpachi, drenched in sweat, trained vigorously while under the shade of a makeshift canopy he had constructed, where little Baikian Liu watched him with delight, babbling Xiao Ba. Kenpachi's spiritual pressure began to grow steadily, with excess energy being funneled into both his Zanpakuto and Baikian Liu, creating a perfect positive feedback loop. His swordplay became deceptively simple, relying on basic cleaves and cuts. Yet when combined with that formidable spiritual pressure, even elite generals would find themselves compelled to evade his strikes. As time flew by, 7 years had passed. During this period, the development of our Sky Island encountered a bottleneck. Standing by my study window, I gazed outside, troubled by our limited territory. With a burgeoning population, it resembled a pigeon coop in a bustling metropolis. We were entirely reliant on imports for resources, which was untenable. Expansion was imperative. I summoned Moi to discuss a bold plan. What do you think about this? I gestured towards the map. Let's head to Qinghai and locate a few uninhabited islands. We can install our latest anti-gravity systems beneath them and pair it with cold fusion energy, allowing the entire island to ascend. Moi's eyes lit up at the suggestion. My lord, I was just thinking the same. It's entirely feasible from a technical standpoint. This operation, I must say, is truly ahead of its time. Without delay, I commanded that all factories on the Sky Island operate at full capacity, producing anti-gravity systems and supporting energy sources. Our goal, 8 islands, centered around our divine kingdom. We would form an octagonal network of satellite city-states. Another long 7 years passed. Now, in the year 1482 of the Sea-Round calendar, behold our Sky Island, a central city accompanied by 8 satellite cities, including volcanic islands dedicated to mining, lush islands for agriculture, and prairie islands for raising turkeys. We had remarkably transformed our lofty domain into a grand aerial empire, with a population exceeding 1 million. Life was exceedingly comfortable, and as I calculated, the time had come. The grand event in the Valley of Gods, which would alter the world's balance, was about to commence. That old rogue, Rox, had purchased several warships for me, each equipped with hidden features left by Moi. It was time to plunge into the fray and create a minor shockwave. I assure you, these 7 years were not spent idly. In addition to completing the expansion of the Sky Island, Lingling and I had also welcomed 2 more litters for extraordinary beings. The first pair of twin boys were named Wei Gong and Xiao Zilong. Wei Gong was astonishing, standing at 6 meters tall at just 4 years old, with a talent for an ability called infinite sword control, propelling his physical prowess to the peak of a rear admiral. Who among my family can comprehend such a feat? A 4-year-old rear admiral. What a genetic lottery. The other, Xiao Zilong, was comparatively ordinary, standing at 1 meters and reaching the pinnacle of a colonel, with a talent for swordsmanship. You see, in my household, even colonel-level individuals are considered mediocre. Where is the justice in that? Subsequently, we welcomed another set of twin daughters, Heidong and Leonai. Heidong possessed the talent of the dead walker, which was no trivial matter. She relentlessly pursued her brother Xiao Zilong to learn swordplay. The other, Leonai, had the ability to transform into a beast king, embodying the spirit of a warrior. I casually taught her my fist techniques. Over the years, our household flourished with life, and our strength skyrocketed. Yin, Jixin, Ka, Air, Naruto, Kenpachi, and even my younger brother's son, Long, all advanced to the level of Grand Admiral. Now, our Sky Island had expanded 16-fold, boasting a population of 1 million and a formidable force of Grand Admirals, alongside nearly 10,000 mid-admiral level angel troops. I contemplated whether our might would be sufficient to topple Marries without breaking sweat. As I reveled in these thoughts, the door to my study swung open, and my 2 precious daughters, Yin and Jixin, entered. Both stood over 9 meters tall, adorned in gleaming silver armor, exuding an air of gallantry. Yin was cunning, while Jixin was a brilliant scientist. I glanced at their stats. Astonishingly, both had reached Grand Admiral level, with top-tier haki and advanced bioengine technology. Their combat prowess would undoubtedly qualify them as candidates for the position of Fleet Admiral within Navy. Just as I nodded in acknowledgement, a throng of individuals entered the room. My nephew Long wore a stern expression, as if everyone owed him money. Ka-air retained his signature scarf and cool demeanor. Naruto, ever boisterous, had mischief written all over his face, and Kenpachi, cradling the pink-haired Baikianryu, sported an expression that dared anyone to challenge him. With everyone gathered, I cleared my throat to commence a brief meeting. A significant movement was imminent from rocks, and I intended to lead a team to maintain world peace. Thus, someone needed to remain behind to safeguard our home. Stay home, Naruto exclaimed, leaping up. Please don't choose me, Dad. I've never even left the Sky Island. I finally have a chance to go out and have fun. Yin chimed in. Is Moi not staying? Moi would certainly remain, but we needed someone else to help oversee this bunch of younger siblings. Naruto's eyes sparkled with mischief as he suggested, then you and Mom can stay. It's a perfect opportunity for a romantic getaway, while we little ones take care of things. How naive. I promptly gave him a light smack on the head. You do realize that my main purpose for this trip is to enjoy a honeymoon with your mother, right? Business is merely a side endeavor. That hurts, Naruto complained, clutching his head. Dad, you're in your 40s. Can you please stop being so willful? I narrowed my eyes, casting a menacing glare in his direction. He immediately shrank his neck and said, No. I meant to say that you are as vigorous as ever. The crowd fell silent, not wanting to miss this grand spectacle. Ultimately, it was my dear little Xian who stepped forward. Let me stay, old man. I also wish to continue exploring the treasure trove of knowledge that is Kai Sha. Yay, that's wonderful, Naruto exclaimed, nearly bouncing off the ceiling in joy. I can go out to play. Thwack. I gave him another thump. This rascal just couldn't help but provoke me. GXO, my dear, I apologize for putting you in this position. I had intended to keep Naruto, the troublemaker, behind. It's fine, old man, Xian smiled gently. Naruto piped up from the side. Dad, you're so biased. Do I really need to mention your knack for causing trouble? Just ask your sister, Yen. Upon hearing this, Yen immediately whistled and gazed at the ceiling, wearing an expression of utter oblivion. Naruto then turned to Ka-air, who promptly buried his face in his scarf, pretending to be dead. While this was quite the display of plastic brotherhood. All right, since Xian is staying, everyone prepare. We set sail tomorrow. I waved my hand, sending the little rascals off. The next day, before the Mangdangshan, the troops gathered. This time, I took half of Sky Island's belongings with me. Lingling, Yun, Ka-air, Naruto, and Jianba, 5 admirals of formidable strength, accompanied me, along with 3,000 angels and 10,000 elite soldiers. Only Xian and Moi remained to guard the home front. As we set sail, I could feel the gears of the entire world beginning to turn wildly. Almost simultaneously, in the holy land of Marries, the 5 elders were issuing orders to Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. The decennial memorial was about to commence, and all the celestial dragons would be heading to God Valley. One old man declared that their safety must be ensured, understood? The Navy was to abandon all tasks and focus entirely on protection. Furthermore, we must not let rocks find out. Steelbone Kong respectfully acknowledged the command. But upon returning to headquarters, his head began to throb. Those useless celestial dragons had to plan their grand team-building event at this juncture. Would that madman Rocks let this opportunity slip? He pondered and realized that it would have to be my cheap older brother, Carp, who would handle this. After all, Carp's strength was feared even by the Gorosei. As soon as the call was made, Carp and his crew arrived. Upon hearing the situation from Kong, Carp's face darkened immediately, his disdain for the celestial dragons evident. Admiral, must I go? I have no desire to protect that bunch of trash. Watch your words, Carp. This is an order. You have no room to refuse. Carp's anger flared. He nearly considered quitting right then and there and heading straight to my Sky Island. But in the end, he held back, gritting his teeth. Fine, I'll go. Meanwhile, on Hive Island, Rock stood at the bow of his ship, rallying his crew of pirates for the impending battle. Listen up, lads. Do you want to pull off a big score? Yes. Ha ha ha. God Valley, the stronghold of the celestial dragons. Once they gather, we storm in and slaughter them all. This world will be ours. Do you want to become the rulers of the world? Yes. Then let's set sail. Annihilate the celestial dragons. Our era is about to begin. Thus, the entire Hive Island set forth, a mighty force heading into the sea. The Navy scouts were taken aback and hurriedly contacted Steelbone Kong to report. What did you say? Rox has mobilized his entire crew. Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong nearly smashed the table in fury. Where are they headed? Reporting to the Admiral, we lost track of them. Useless. Kong cursed, but there was nothing to be done. He hung up the phone, gazing solemnly in the direction of God Valley. While the world was engulfed in chaos, the atmosphere aboard our Mangdangshan was remarkably peculiar. 3K. No way. Ha ha ha. Mom and Dad, you guys can't keep up. Watch me go 1-on-2. Naruto boasted, shaking his head proudly. I leisurely threw down 2 cards, a royal flush. Naruto's triumphant grin froze instantly. Now with my turn, I chuckled, swiftly playing out my cards, leaving only a 3 behind. Naruto, come here. Let me see where this one looks the best on you. Naruto's face was a picture of despair, already plastered with over a dozen sticky notes, resembling a mobile memo wall. Just then, an angel sister approached to report, "Sir, we have arrived above God Valley." I perked up immediately and led the little rascals to the observation deck. Through the specially crafted glass, the scene of God Valley unfolded before us. I raised my telescope and gasped. The streets were filled with celestial dragons, donning hoods, parading slaves like dogs, and executing people in the streets at the slightest provocation. How infuriating! These scoundrels! Naruto clenched his fists, trembling in rage. How dare they kill at will? I want to go down and stop them. Hold on. I restrained him. Let them have their fun for a while longer. Soon, they will truly understand what pain feels like. I glanced at my status panel. After 7 years of honing my skills, I had reached the pinnacle of Admiral Strength, and my mastery of the 3-color hockey had surpassed the so-called top tier. Meanwhile, Lingling had cured her hunger sickness, her powers soaring to the peak of an admiral. If she unleashed Napoleon, she could even match my strength, albeit for only half an hour. 5 days later, my brother Carp and the Navy arrived at God Valley. I spotted his face, darker than a pot's bottom, through my telescope, knowing well how frustrated he must feel. Interestingly, he had fortified the defense meticulously, yet only sent a few men to the side of the windless zone, as a mere formality. At that moment, Rock's fleet plunged straight into the windless zone, preparing for a stealthy approach. Simultaneously, a newspaper ignited excitement worldwide. The news of the Celestial Dragons hosting a party in God Valley spread like wildfire. Steelbone Kong nearly suffered a heart attack upon hearing this. Over on the Roger Pirate's side, Roger's eyes lit up upon seeing the newspaper. Laughing heartily, Rayleigh, let us go. God Valley sounds like a blast. We must check it out. Rayleigh, exasperated, held his forehead. Goodness, this is too dangerous. Roger, throwing an arm over his shoulder, replied, what are you afraid of? Our ship is the fastest. If worst comes to worst, we can make a run for it. He then asked about the muscular fellow on their ship named Laxus. Am I right? That guy is over 3 meters tall, with a music player hanging from his ear, looking incredibly cool. He said, if the Celestial Dragons dare to provoke me, I'll turn them all to cinders. There we had it, a band of reckless fools. It was settled, set sail, destination God Valley. As for God Valley, those Celestial Dragons were living embodiments of abstract art. The next day, the festival was set to begin, and these individuals, donning fishbowl helmets, cradling babies, would nonchalantly remark how slow the slaves worked, planning to execute them once the festival concluded. Who understands this twisted logic? The grand performance was about to commence amidst this bizarre atmosphere. One Celestial Dragon, wielding a whip, cruelly struck a slave to death. The scene gruesome as he reveled in the excitement. My brother Carp watched, fists clenched, veins bulging, yet he had to endure. He sensed something was awry, a nagging feeling that something monumental was about to unfold. Sure enough, a young Navy soldier came scrambling over, Admiral. Rocks. From the windless zone, my brother's heart dropped. He thought, this is it, we're done for. The windless zone? Who had fortified that place? By the time my brother and his men rushed to the other side of the island, they were met with the sight of Rock's 6 massive black ships nearly bearing down on them, their ominous cannons already aimed at God Valley. Without uttering a word, my brother transformed. Clad in the Pegasus cloth, he adorned himself in a dazzling silver armor, complete with a pair of wings on his back, truly a sight to behold. As artillery shells rained down like droplets of rain, my brother unleashed a single strike of the Pegasus meteor fist, and we heard the resounding thuds as he obliterated them in mid-air. It was nothing short of spectacular. Alas, 2 shells managed to slip through, crashing directly into the Celestial Dragon crowd, instantly taking out several, while the remaining ones wailed and fled in terror. Recognizing the futility of bombardment, Rox decided to approach the shore directly. As he and his cadre of formidable allies landed, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, plummeting the island's temperature by 3 degrees. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, and Wang Ji, each a heavyweight in their own right, found themselves halted by my brother, standing resolutely in his armor like a guardian deity. Then came the classic showdown of conquerors' hockey. With a thunderous roar, the sky darkened. Crimson lightning crackled chaotically, splitting the clouds in two. From my vantage point above, I witnessed it all clearly and, with a flick of my wrist, conjured my brother's attribute panel. Quite impressive, I mused. His combat power soared to the king level upon donning this armor. However, Rox, being an all-encompassing king, possessed a higher level of dominance. Thus my brother faced some disadvantage against him. The two clashed fiercely, one punch like a meteor, the other wielding a blade so swift it was nearly invisible. Their battle shook the heavens and caused the seas to surge. Below, chaos reigned as Golden Lion's crew engaged CP0. Yet it was apparent to the discerning eye that they were merely playing a charade. While feigning conflict, they edged closer to the Celestial Dragon's treasury, and upon reaching their target, swiftly eliminated their opponents and dove into a spree of looting. Kaido, the most peculiar of them all, disregarded gold and silver entirely, instead emerging with a trove of Zoan-type devil fruits. However, what transpired next was truly appalling. After plundering, these brigands commenced a senseless slaughter of innocents. Golden Lion toppled homes, while Silver Axe cleaved a child in half. My fists clenched in anger as I observed from above. The comrades beside me, including Naruto, were visibly enraged, and Yin declared that this violated the justice of angels. Even Kalna uttered a curse of disgust. I turned to Lingling and said, "My dear, it's time we stretch our muscles." To my surprise, her face flushed and she stammered, "Darling, isn't it inappropriate here?" I was left speechless, having meant we should descend to battle. What were her thoughts at such a moment? Without further ado, I leapt down with Yin and the others, just as my brother was sent flying into the ruins by Rock's devastating strike. Upon our arrival, we immediately engaged in combat. Yin faced off against Whitebeard. My eldest son Katakuri confronted Wang Ji, Long battled Golden Lion, Naruto squared off against Silver Axe, and I found myself sparring with the Alufong. Meanwhile, my wife Lingling found herself at odds with Captain John. That rogue, upon seeing Lingling, taunted, "Oh, the defeated one dares to return? Have you forgotten your past loss to me? Your cook, the one called Chong Mianbao, met a gruesome fate. And what of your lover? Has he abandoned you?" The moment those words left his lips, Lingling's demeanor shifted dramatically. An aura of terror erupted, propelling her to the initial martial level. John was left stunned. Initial martial. Yet it did not end there. Lingling went into a frenzy, shouting something akin to Bankai, and I nearly thought I had stepped onto the set of a Shinigami film. The blade in her hand, named Napoleon, transformed into an enormous sword of imperial stature, radiating an overwhelming presence, soaring to the pinnacle of martial power. With a voice that thundered in my ears, she pointed at John, declaring, "You shall perish." A beam of light, thicker than my very life, struck John squarely in the face. He barely had time to react, instinctively activating Haki before vanishing into the ruins. Oblivious to his fate, Lingling sought to finish the job, but from the shadows emerged a brash youth, sporting horns and wielding a spiked club, charging at her with Conqueror's Haki. With a single strike of thunderclap, he forced Lingling back. Among the ruins, John crawled out, coughing blood, quite the resilient one. He pointed at the horned fellow, exclaiming, "Kaido, let's take her down together." Understanding what was at stake, the two of them plotted to double-team her. Just then, another voice chimed in, "Two against one is hardly fair. Allow me to test my blade." An individual donned in glasses, exuding a charming yet sinister demeanor, strolled leisurely from the dust. John's eyes widened in shock. "Really? And Roger has arrived too?" Before he could finish, a figure with golden hair emerged atop a rooftop. "Leave that horned one to me." Lingling's eyes widened in astonishment. Laxus. The golden-haired one, Laxus, nonchalantly waved, "Hey, Mom. Long time no see. What a coincidence." Coincidence? I thought, and in the next instant, it became anything but. Lingling dashed forward, seizing Laxus under her arm. "What do you mean long time no see? You've grown bold, daring to elope with that rascal Roger." With that, she began to rain slaps upon his backside like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Laxus instantly caved. "Ouch. Mom, I'm Soda. Please stop." To my astonishment, Rayleigh was filming the entire incident. He snapped a picture of Laxus being chastised by his mother, capturing a moment destined for infamy. Rayleigh chuckled. "This will fetch a handsome bounty from Roger." Laxus, upon hearing this, exploded in panic, desperately trying to snatch the photo away. "No, you can't let Roger see this. I'll be ridiculed for eternity." The more he struggled, the angrier Lingling became, leading to another round of punishment. Rayleigh snapped away happily, tucking the incriminating evidence into his pocket. Laxus stood frozen, pale and defeated, cursing the world in silence. Meanwhile, John and Kaido exchanged glances, realizing trouble was brewing. One Lingling was already formidable, but now three had joined her. What hope did they have? They shared a silent agreement and began to retreat, but Lingling and her companions fixed their gaze upon them. Lingling commanded Laxus, "Kaido is yours. Today, your mother must eliminate John." As her words fell, Lingling lunged at John, wielding her imperial sword. Laxus transformed into a lightning bolt, executing Thunder Dragon's fist, unleashing a torrent of golden lightning upon Kaido's back. Though Kaido was knocked back, he remained unscathed, his resilience intact. The two were evenly matched, one swift, the other stout, neither gaining the upper hand. However, Lingling's assault on John was akin to a disparity in power, akin to a mother scolding her child. John found no escape. Every attempt to flee was thwarted by Lingling's relentless pursuit, leaving him battered and singed. Ultimately, with a concentrated strike of Sea Conqueror, John closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate. Boom! John was reduced to a mere rag, meeting his end without even the remains for an urn. As the dust settled on that confrontation, I must inform you, a greater force was about to emerge. Roger, with his straw hat tilted and a broad grin, unleashed an aura so terrifying it suffocated the very air in God Valley. Far off, Carp and Rocks, embroiled in their own clash, sensed this overwhelming presence. They instantly distanced themselves from one another. Carp's face darkened. He recognized that aura all too well. Meanwhile, Rocks grinned widely. Roger has arrived. He believed it was his call for reinforcements that had come to fruition, and he excitedly shouted to Carp, "Carp, surrender. The celestial dragons must die today." Luo Kusi has already begun to indulge in fantasies of teaming up with Luo Jie to vanquish the celestial dragons and subsequently reign over the world. Carp let out a cold snort, dismissing the notion as mere folly, and launched another punch. The two once again became embroiled in a fierce battle, shaking the very heavens and earth, as the ominous crimson hockey flickered wildly, leaving the ground as though it had been plowed. After an exchange of blows, Carp staggered back, clutching his chest, clearly having suffered a minor setback. At that moment, Luo Jie and Lei Li finally strolled over. Upon seeing them, Luo Kusi's enthusiasm surged, and he eagerly extended an invitation. "Luo Jie, you two have come to eliminate the celestial dragons, right? Let us join forces and restore the glory of the D family." Carp's heart sank immediately. If these two united, the world would be doomed. However, Luo Jie paid him no heed. He first addressed Lei Li, saying, "Leave this to me. You go stop their wanton slaughter of innocents." Once Lei Li departed, he adjusted his straw hat, obscuring his gaze, and spoke coolly. "Luo Kusi, I am not here for the celestial dragons." He paused, his tone dripping with derision. "Furthermore, even if someone were to rule the world, it would not be you. You are but a madman who knows that you won't become the next celestial dragon. Luo Kusi's expression darkened, and he unleashed his haki. Then what are you here for?" Luo Jie grinned. "Me? I originally came to enjoy the spectacle. But who would have thought you would be slaughtering civilians here? Therefore, I must put an end to your madness today." This declaration left the crowd in shock. On the side of the Luo Kusi pirates, figures like Whitebeard and Gold Lion, who had been reluctantly fighting, instantly lost their fighting spirit upon hearing that the Luo Jie pirates would also be their adversaries. Luo Jie turned to Carp, cheerfully greeting him. "Yo, Carp. Long time no see." Upon seeing Luo Jie, Carp's anger flared, and he pointed an accusing finger. "What do you want? You scoundrel who lure my nephew into piracy. How dare you show up before me? Are you itching for a fight?" Luo Jie twitched his mouth, quickly diverting the subject. "Ah, we can discuss that later. Look at your current situation. Handling Luo Kusi is no easy task, is it? Shall we cooperate to eliminate this lunatic first?" Garburst into lauta. "Ah, at least you have some insight. Fine, next time I'll go easier on you." As he spoke, he approached Luo Jie and patted his back heartily, causing Luo Jie to grimace in pain. Luo Kusi, left out of the conversation, erupted in fury. "You two? Do you think so little of me?" His eyes turned red, and he unleashed his royal haki and armament haki without reservation. Carp and Luo Jie immediately became serious, their own overwhelming haki clashing directly against his. The legendary battle officially commenced. I tell you, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. The three fought with such intensity that the entire God Island began to fracture. Luo Kusi and Luo Jia's sword energies cleave the earth, while Carp's fists flatten mountains. The combination of these two seasoned fighters was utterly ruthless. One fought head-on, while the other targeted Luo Kusi's vulnerabilities, rendering even someone as formidable as Luo Kusi at a disadvantage. As the celestial dragons were on the verge of fleeing and the island began to sink, Luo Kusi, utterly broken, felt his defenses crumble. With bloodshot eyes, he roared in despair. After 13 years of planning, you dare to ruin everything? You all shall perish. He began to unleash a frenzied assault, disregarding his own life, and for a moment, he managed to suppress both Carp and Luo Jia. Just then, Lingling and my brother Kate arrived, and the blood-red count had already slipped away upon sensing the dire situation. Without a word, the two joined the fray. Dominate the sea. Fist of collision. Two powerful attacks landed squarely on Luo Kusi, shattering the breath he had just regained. Luo Kusi collapsed to the ground, devoid of the strength to rise, and managed a wry smile. Kate, are you two going to oppose me? My brother sighed. Luo Kusi, you have changed. Luo Kusi left bitterly. Ah. Perhaps. Come, kill me. He opened his arms, closing his eyes in resignation. Carp, Luo, Jia, Lingling, and my brother Kate exchanged glances of understanding. Ready to send him off. Fist of collision. Pegasus meteor fist. God's avoidance. Dominate the sea. 4 world-shattering attacks propelled Luo Kusi into the mantle. A colossal pit, 100 meters deep, opened up with magma erupting forth, and God Island crumbled, beginning its descent. Thus fell the mightiest of an era, Luo Kusi D. Yi Baekya. With their leader deceased, Luo Kusi's crew scattered like birds, each snatching a bit of treasure before fleeing. And guess what? The Navy arrived. Steelbone Kong stood at the bow of the ship, waving his hand to apprehend all pirates. I was utterly astounded. They always arrived to collect heads only after the fighting was done. Luo Jia exchanged a brief farewell with Carp and slipped away. My brother had long instructed the angels to scavenge the battlefield of treasures. Whitebeard, Gold Lion, and the others also made off with a bounty, retreating in haste. Amidst the chaos of escape, only Wang Ji and Yin Fu stood dazed at the edge of the sea. Wang Ji's splendid beard was all ruffled and in confusion. He exclaimed, "Where's the ship? Let me tell you that ship was long gone." While they were engaged in a fierce battle with Luo Kusi, I had quietly sent my most formidable swordsman, Jiu Ba, along with his men, to stealthily seize Luo Kusi's prized vessel, the Jibei Ku, along with 5 other warships. So, by the time Wang Ji and Yin Fu realized what had happened, it was too late. Not a single ship remained. As for me, it was nearly time to depart. The Navy's fleet was approaching, and the treasures I had instructed the angels to gather were packed. I was ready to soar home. Just then, a golden-haired youth wearing peculiar headphones suddenly dashed in front of me, shouting, "Old man, wait for me." Goodness, wasn't he that Lacasses? I thought this kid was still with the Luo Jia pirates. I asked him, "What is up? Have you come to your senses and decided to go home?" He nodded, his gaze resolute, declaring, "Yes, I want to leave the Luo Jia pirates, venture out on my own, and establish my own pirate crew. But having been away for so long, I should return home first." Upon hearing this, I was delighted. This was the spirit of my son. I patted his shoulder. "All right, we can discuss matters when we get home. Let us move." I signaled for an angel to accompany him, and we all took to the skies. Meanwhile, Luo Jia was also preparing to make his exit. After exchanging pleasantries with Carp, he suddenly heard the sound of a baby crying echoing through the air. I assure you, all the celestial dragons and civilians had already evacuated the island. Where could a baby possibly come from? Luo Jia was equally perplexed, suspecting he was hearing things. Yet the cry came again, louder this time, as if to ensure Luo Jia would not overlook it. There really was a child. Luo Jia followed the sound, and behind a pile of rubble, he discovered a red-haired infant clad in a bubble suit akin to those worn by the celestial dragons. Luo Jia's expression darkened instantly. He loathed the celestial dragons and was torn about whether to assist this small child. But guess what? Upon seeing Luo Jia, the infant ceased crying. With tear-filled eyes, it gazed up at him, seemingly pleading, "Please take me with you." Just as Luo Jia hesitated, a cannonball exploded nearby, sending debris tumbling towards the child. In that moment, Luo Jia had no choice but to curse, "You lucky little brat." He swiftly scooped up the infant and headed to reunite with Lei Li. When Laylee caught sight of what Luo Jie was carrying, he was utterly dumbfounded. A celestial dragon. Luo Jie, cradling the child and adjusting his hat, replied uncertainly, I suppose so. Laylee let out a sigh. Are you planning to adopt him? He knew his captain well, once saved. There was no way Luo Jie would abandon the child. Oh, look how adorable this little fellow is. Indeed, Luo Jie's response never disappointed Laylee. Laylee slapped his forehead, exasperated, yet said nothing further. Let us go, Laylee, the navy is coming. We must retreat. Luo Jie. Laylee nodded but suddenly called out to him, Wait, Luo Jie. As Roger gazed in astonishment, Rayleigh swiftly stripped the baby of the Tenryubito attire and tossed it aside. In an instant, Roger comprehended the significance of having a reliable first mate. The two made their way to the harbor and boarded their ship, where the crew awaited eagerly. With a grand gesture, Roger proclaimed, Brothers, we set sail. Just as he finished speaking, a wail echoed through the air. The crew froze in disbelief. Roger and Rayleigh looked down to find that the red-haired child in their arms was silent. Following the sound, they discovered it emanated from a treasure chest they had just reclaimed. One of the younger crew members scratched his head and remarked, Oh, I remember that chest. It was right next to Captain Rock's ship, so I brought it along. Upon opening the chest, Roger was taken aback to find another baby inside. With blue hair and a red nose, he resembled a little clown. Even more astonishing, when this child saw Roger, he immediately stopped crying and smiled at him. Unable to contain himself, Roger burst into laughter, exclaiming, Rayleigh, let's adopt this one too. He then scooped the blue-haired infant into his arms. He intended to place both children inside the treasure chest, thinking of it as a makeshift crib. However, the moment he set them down, the two little ones immediately began to wrestle. With fierce determination, they tugged at each other's hair and faces, demonstrating an innate rivalry that sparked a dramatic unfolding of their enmity. Roger, the newly minted father, found himself in a state of chaos. Rayleigh, observing the scene, shook his head in resignation, pondering, once there was one rocks, now two have appeared. My pirate ship may well need to be renamed New Oriental Nursery. With the ship roaring to life, they vanished over the horizon. Meanwhile, the God Island behind them crumbled spectacularly, collapsing and sinking into the sea amidst a cataclysmic sound. 2 days later, news of Rock's demise began to circulate. Concurrently, on Hive Island, Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Kaido, and Wang Ji, upon escaping from God Valley, returned to Rock's stronghold with unspoken agreement. Most of Rock's treasure, along with their own fortunes, lay hidden there. Despite their leader's death, they were not about to relinquish their riches. Thus, these ambitious individuals shared a singular thought to divide the spoils. Unbeknownst to the pirates remaining on the island, who were still reveling in lavish feasts and dreaming of world domination, Whitebeard's return sparked excitement as they inquired, Captain Whitebeard, where's Captain Rocks? Has he defeated the Tenryubito? Whitebeard, observing their naivety, let out his signature mocking laughter. Gururara, your Captain Rocks has been slain by the Marines. A profound silence enveloped the room. How could this be? The captain was the strongest in the world. The pirates were incredulous. Gold Lion, with a darkened expression, added fuel to the fire. What? Do you not believe it? Fear overtook the crowd, and silence reigned. Yet, a few loyal followers of Rocks mustered the courage to question, if the captain is dead, how come you are unharmed? Have you betrayed him? Silver Axe's eyes widened, and his conqueror's haki suffocated the questioners, coldly retorting, Are you instructing me on how to act? Gold Lion cackled maniacally. Bring forth Rock's treasures and devil fruits. The pirates, intimidated by the formidable future overlords, hastily gathered mountains of gold and silver, as well as the coveted fruits. Gold Lion proposed, the cowardly blood-red count probably 1 dare return. How about we divide this? Kaido, nearly salivating, concurred. In the end, Whitebeard took 9 billion berries and a mythical Zoan-type phoenix fruit. Kaido claimed the mythical Zoan-type azure dragon fruit, along with 50 animal-type fruits. Gold Lion demanded 10 billion berries, while Wang Ji and Silver Axe took 5 billion berries, each along with some fruits. After the spoils were divided, Gold Lion declared, Next time we meet, we shall be foes. I will show no mercy to anyone who dares obstruct my path to world domination. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Gururara, I am off to seek my family. Kaido announced, I will establish my beast pirates. Thus, the future emperors of the sea parted ways, marking the end of an era. Meanwhile, I, Carter, stood by the window of Sky Island, gazing at the sea of clouds with a smile. This voyage not only allowed me to witness Rock's downfall, but also fill my coffers. The 6 warships I sold him returned to my possession, along with his 7.9 billion berries and hidden funds. Additionally, the treasures collected by my angels in God Valley amounted to 30 billion. With the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates, my children had grown. After lying in wait for so many years, it was time for the world to see my fangs. I calculated my next move and called out, "Someone, inform Moi to come here. I have matters to arrange." At that moment, Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, accompanied by a large contingent including Sengoku and Zifa, finally arrived at Hive Island. They were greeted by towering flames and a landscape of devastation. Before departing, Whitebeard and his crew had set the entire island ablaze to delay the Marines. Furious, Steelbone Kong crushed the railing in frustration, but had no choice but to order the rescue of those affected by the fire. By the time he returned to Marine headquarters, the news of Rock's death had spread across the world. However, what troubled him more was the impending report to the 5 Elders. As anticipated, the atmosphere in the 5 Elders' office was as frigid as a tomb. The bald elder glared at Steelbone Kong. Countless Tenryubido perished in God Valley. Rocks may be dead, but none of his monsters were captured. The world government's reputation has been shattered. Steelbone Kong felt the weight of despair, knowing that by the time he arrived, everyone had fled, but he dared not utter a word. The goat-bearded elder pondered before stating, "To protect the world government's face. The truth of this matter must be concealed. From today onward, the public narrative will be that Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp single-handedly defeated the Rocks Pirates and personally killed Rocks. They intended to use this narrative of a Marine hero to intimidate other restless pirates." In Marineford, in the Admiral's office, Steelbone Kong relayed this decision to Garp. Garp exploded in outrage. "What? That was clearly a joint effort between Roger and me. What about my subordinates who fell protecting the Tenryubido? Their merits can't simply be erased for the sake of the world government's fragile pride. I don't care. If it must be this way, then I refuse the promotion to Admiral." Garp's stance was unwavering. "This is an order. Garp, you must become an admiral." Steelbone Kong shouted, slamming his hand on the table. "I said no. I refuse," Garp declared, exiting without looking back. This incident quickly reached the ears of the 5 Elders, who were furious enough to nearly upend the table. A disobedient pawn, especially one as powerful as Garp, posed a threat to them. However, they still needed the Marine hero Garp to stabilize the situation. Thus, major newspapers began to fervently report on Garp's heroic deeds. On an island in the New World, Rayleigh chuckled as he read the newspaper. Roger, look, your accolades have been stolen by the Marines. Now Garp is a hero." Roger, playfully entertaining the 2 little ones, laughed nonchalantly. "I have no desire for such hollow fame. Besides, collaborating with the Marines to besiege others isn't exactly honorable." As the world buzzed about Marine hero Garp, I dialed his den mushy. "Hello, Marine hero, are you busy?" I teased. On the other end, Garp's frustrated voice responded. "You little rascal, are you itching for trouble?" I chuckled and said, "Let us discuss serious matters, brother. Do you remember what I told you before? The Marine Marshal of Sky Island." Cap paused momentarily, then his voice transformed. "Are you implying?" "Indeed," I asserted confidently. "Rocks is dead. The Sky Island has developed significantly, and the children have all grown up. It is time to reveal our fangs to the world." Ha. Wonderful. I no longer have to endure the repugnant words of those celestial dragons. Cap shouted with excitement. "Just wait, I am resigning right now." With that, he hung up the phone. The following day, the world erupted. Every newspaper headline proclaimed the naval hero's descent into treachery. Cap declared that the Navy of the world government did not represent his justice. It turned out that after hanging up, Cap sought out Steelbone Kong to resign. How could Kong possibly agree? Just after being celebrated as a hero, resigning would be akin to slapping the world government in the face publicly. And Kong attempted to restrain him, resulting in a clash at the Navy headquarters. Cap had the upper hand against Steelbone Kong, and by the time Sengoku and the others arrived, half of Marineford was nearly in ruins. Cap had made his way to the seaside, leaving behind a declaration that the Navy of the world government was not his justice before vanishing. In the office of the 5 Elders, the bald elder slammed his teacup down in front of Steelbone Kong. "How dare he?" Kong, feeling aggrieved, added he also destroyed half of Marineford. The curly-haired elder was seething with fury. Disobeying orders was one thing, but now he has openly betrayed us. This is utterly outrageous. I tell you, these old men were thoroughly rattled. The elder with the goat beard slammed his fist on the table, nearly spewing saliva. "Where is he? Capture him. Immediately. I want him displayed on the execution platform for public execution. This terrified Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, causing him to break into a sweat as he stammered that he did not know, claiming Cap had vanished like a wisp of smoke. With a bang, the bald elder hurled another teacup at Kong, his fury palpable enough to swallow him whole. I assure you at that moment, Kong was probably contemplating where he would spend the latter half of his life. Then came a barrage of verbal assault, the speed of which was akin to being played at double speed. What kind of fleet admiral are you? The celestial dragons entrusted you with their protection, and a significant portion has perished. Pirates were to be captured, and you haven't caught a single hair. Now, Cap has thrown the Navy's reputation on the ground for you to trample. When asked where you are, you feigned ignorance. What else can you possibly do? The glare was as sharp as a knife, piercing into Kong, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. At this critical moment, survival instinct kicked in. Kong's mind raced, knowing that if he did not articulate a coherent plan, his position as Fleet Admiral would be in jeopardy. He quickly replied, Cap. He is very likely headed to Sky Island. His biological brother, Cat, is now the leader there, and that place has developed at an astonishing rate in recent years. He is surely seeking refuge with family. Sky Island? Upon hearing this, the goat-bearded elder's eyes widened. Then we must dispatch troops. Level Sky Island. We must capture Cap. Or where will our world government's face be? Kong's heart sank at those words. Who would understand that this was essentially a death sentence for him? Reluctantly, he mustered the courage to speak. There is a saying, and I am unsure if I should mention it. The bald elder waved his hand impatiently. Speak. With the current strength of the Navy, it is unlikely we could conquer Sky Island. Kong laid out all the intelligence he had gathered. I assure you. His subsequent report left everyone present in stunned silence. He began to enumerate the strength of Sky Island. The configuration was akin to deities clashing. During the incident at God Valley, it was entirely the inhabitants of Sky Island who thwarted Rox and his cadre. 7 monsters, not to mention Cat and Big Mom. The remaining 5 included an angelic sister wielding lightning, one adept in rice dumpling manipulation, another controlling the wind, a 9-tailed fox, and the last, the most outrageous, was an intern from Roger's ship, also a Thunder God. Furthermore, the Admiral-level angel they revealed a few years ago had not even been deployed. Kong swallowed hard, dropping the bombshell. Most astonishingly, they have 6,000. Yes, you heard correctly, 6,000 angelic soldiers of Vice Admiral caliber, with Cap added into the mix. Sky Island boasts at least 8 Admiral-level combatants, and Cap himself might even be nearing the King-level threshold. Oh, and their technology is incredibly advanced. Rock's ship was built by them. And during the retreat from God Valley, there was even a massive flying battleship in the sky. I assure you, as soon as Kong finished speaking, the conference room fell into such a profound silence that one could hear a pin drop. Perhaps even the rapid heartbeat of someone could be discerned. After what felt like an eternity, the bald elder finally managed to utter a single phrase, his tone dripping with exasperation. Issue a bounty for Cap. And for those on Sky Island, update all bounties. The previous amounts were far too low and utterly disrespectful. Steelbone Kong, lacking perceptiveness, inquired further. So, are we still going to attack Sky Island? The bald elder regarded him as if he were a fool devoid of common sense. You go then? We will support you unconditionally, which literally means we will provide you not a single soldier. You will go alone. Where's your brain? How many vice admirals does the world government possess? If we expend all our forces against Sky Island, what will we have left? Only then did Kong breathe a sigh of relief, refraining from speaking any further. This matter could be considered settled, yet the embarrassment of Cap's defection lingered. It was necessary to salvage their reputation. What to do? Create a sensational news piece. An elder with horns resembling a bull proposed. Let us implement a 3-admiral system. Officially introduce it to intimidate those blind pirates. This was a splendid idea, and everyone agreed unanimously. The bald elder then asked Kong, do you have suitable candidates? Kong pondered for a moment. Among the younger generation, Sengoku and Zifa are both capable. They have demonstrated admiral-level strength at a young age. Very well, we shall select them both. The bald elder nodded, adding, as for the final position, Steelbone Kong, you shall serve as acting admiral. Consider a punishment for your inadequate handling of this matter. Kong was left in utter disbelief. Me? What? Do you have any objections? It is settled. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Cap, who entered with an air of nonchalance, kicking down Cat's door with a resounding crash, striding in with a booming voice. Cat, your beloved brother has returned. The promised Fleet Admiral of Sky Island cannot go back on his word. Cat stared at the door, which had been repaired countless times. now honorably sacrificed once more, veins popping on his forehead. Cap continued to vent his grievances, resembling a wronged spouse. You have no idea how excruciating it was to serve those piggish celestial dragons. That guy Kong even had me protecting them. I nearly lost my composure and crushed them all on the spot. Cat's expression darkened as he waved his hand. Hold on, we will discuss the Admiral's matters later. As he approached Cap, cracking his knuckles ominously, he added, First, let me give you a good beating, and then you will promptly fix the door. How many times have I told you it was not locked? Huh, Cat, what are you doing? Ouch, be gentle. That hurts. A few minutes later, Cat, feeling refreshed as he flexed his wrists, found Cap nursing a bump on his head, laboriously repairing the door. Just then, the secretary brought in the latest newspaper and bounty notices. I assure you, upon seeing them, the entire family exploded. Cap picked one up and whistled. Oh ho, brother, you have become quite remarkable. Cap, casually picking his nose, glanced over with indifference, only for his eyes to widen in shock. Monkey D. Cap, the notorious naval trader, with a bounty of 5 billion berries, 500 million little goals. Family. Cat continued jokingly. Well, brother, you're valuable now. If our family ever runs short on funds, we could always sell you. Cap shot him a glare and tossed a stack of bounty notices at him. Take a look at this. You're also worth quite a bit. Cat took a look and exclaimed, Good heavens. This is a bounty family portrait. The world government has publicly priced every member of our family. Cardi possesses 3 billion, Ant has 2.5 billion, Yanlong, Katakuri, Naruto, and Moi all start at 20 billion. Laxus also has 1 billion. Adding this up exceeds 200 billion, sufficient to construct 100 warships. It appears that the world government has vented all its frustrations upon our family. Cardi nonchalantly cast aside the bounty notice and picked up the newspaper, where the headline announced the establishment of the Navy's 3 admirals, initial members, Sengoku, Zephyr, and Steelbone Kong. Carp nodded in agreement, indicating that such actions were quite standard, aimed at instilling fear in pirates. While the two brothers conversed, Cardi's expression suddenly turned serious. Brother, the reason I called you back is to undertake an important task. We have been lying in wait for so long. With Rox deceased and the children grown, it is time to establish our own power. He paused, a glimmer of ambition in his eyes. We shall form our own government, establish a nation, and then expand outward. Establish a government. Build a nation. Carp echoed these words, his gaze sharpening to a razor's edge. Cardi immediately summoned all core members to the conference room. Lingling, Moi, Yin, Katakuri, Naruto, and Long all gathered. Cardi scanned the room and directly asked, What are your thoughts on the celestial dragons? A group of swine that should not exist in this world. Parasites. Yin was the first to respond. Disgusting creatures. Naruto echoed. Everyone expressed their profound disdain for the celestial dragons. Cardi nodded in agreement. My sentiments align with yours. The developments of these years have been aimed at overthrowing the world government and exterminating the celestial dragons. He began to elaborate on his grand plan, stating that Cardi's strategic aim was of a cosmic caliber. I supported Rox to provide a target for the world government, allowing us to develop stealthily. Our confrontation at God Valley was not to rescue the celestial dragons, but to ensure that these money-burning ATMs do not vanish too quickly. Keeping them around allows for the continuous depletion of the world government's resources. Now that God Valley has sunk, they must spend vast sums to provide the celestial dragons with new homes. How splendid. The group suddenly understood. And Carp looked at his brother as if he were a monster. Damn, how did your mind come to be so sinister? Cardi disregarded him and continued. Now that Rox is dead, we may have to confront the world government directly. Therefore, I announce that a new era has begun, and this era shall belong to us. Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. After lying in wait for over a decade, was it finally time to commence? Now, I will begin distributing tasks. Cardi's commanding presence filled the room. First, Lingling, Zishuan, and Julia will form the Heavenly Court government. I shall be the Chancellor, and Lingling will be the Vice-Chancellor. Yin, Jishin, and Katakuri, you will establish a nation based on Sky Island, named Milo-Ocean Court, directly under the Heavenly Court government. Kenpachi, 8,000 streams, and Rukia, you will create the justice and prison departments to maintain order. Brother, Cardi looked at Carp. You and Naruto will lead 3,000 angel soldiers along with 20,000 elite soldiers to form the Heavenly Court Navy. You shall be the first Navy Admiral. Naruto, you shall be the first Navy General. The flames of determination ignited in Carp and Naruto's eyes. Moi. You will lead a similar number of troops to establish the Heavenly Court Air Force, and you shall be the first Air Force Marshal. Gentlemen, Cardi rose. Let us toast to the formation of the Heavenly Court government. The conference room erupted in jubilation, but at that moment, Long and Laxus approached Cardi with grave expressions. Father, Uncle, what about us? Have you forgotten us? Long asked, unusually anxious. Cardi chuckled. You two have more important tasks. He lowered his voice, yet his tone remained solemn. Long, I need you to set sail and establish the Revolutionary Army. Unite those oppressed by the world government. I will not provide you with any soldiers. It will all depend on your own development, but you will have unlimited funds and provisions. Long's gaze instantly solidified, for this was precisely what he had always desired. As for Laxus, Cardi turned to him. What do you think about becoming a pirate? I want you to form your own pirate crew, seize the Totland Sea, and transform it into our future granary. When the time is ripe, you will establish a nation based on that sea, and you shall be its king. Laxus was ecstatic. I am willing. I am willing to work for the family. Good. Cardi was quite pleased. But then he shifted the conversation. Yet your current strength is somewhat lacking. Would you be willing to consume a devil fruit? I am willing. Laxus responded without hesitation. Go. Bring me the Rygene fruit. Once the fruit was procured, Laxus wasted no time and took a large bite, instantly turning his face the color of pig liver. His expression akin to that of someone who had just tasted something foul. Just as he was about to vomit, his sister Yin laughed wickedly and coaxed him. Laxus, this is a precious Rygene fruit. You must eat the whole thing for the best effect. What? Is she really my sister? Is her heart made of a black hole? The straightforward Laxus genuinely believed her, suppressing his nausea as he swallowed the entire fruit. Carp laughed so hard he nearly cried. Ha ha, you've been tricked. A single bite of a devil fruit is sufficient. It was only then that Laxus realized, feigning a painful expression, which caused everyone to burst into laughter. However, the result was astounding. As Cardi examined his attribute panel, Laxus's talent skyrocketed to SSS, and his physical prowess crossed the threshold of a vice admiral, firmly establishing his footing. With Cardi's arrangements, the entire Sky Island transformed into a high-speed war machine. The news of the Heavenly Court government's establishment began to spread across the world, albeit without stirring significant waves just yet. The day after the orders were issued, Long and Laxus set sail, one heading left and the other right, ready to shake the world. With these two off on their journey, I finally found the opportunity to prepare for a serious confrontation with him, who hides at the pinnacle of the world. In this new era, the chessboard has been set. It is merely a matter of who makes the first move. Just as I was gearing up for a grand undertaking, an unexpected visitor arrived at my door. I was pondering in my study when I heard a fit of raucous laughter outside. To my surprise, guess who it was? The Golden Lion Shiki. He strutted in wearing his golden cape, immediately slapping me on the shoulder and laughing heartily, proclaiming that our monkey family was truly remarkable, boasting 8 great generals with bounties surpassing 200 billion, rendering the entire sea chaotic. I thought to myself, is this old fool here just to engage in mutual flattery? After he finished laughing, his demeanor shifted as he informed me that during his years with Rox, he had been secretly digging up dirt on the world government. He claimed that the 5 elders were not the true leaders. Above them was a genuine overlord named him, who had lived for countless years, perhaps even immortal. He then rattled off the names and code names of the 5 elders, as if reading a grocery list. Scientific defense warrior Saturn, agricultural warrior Jupiter. I must admit, I did not catch a single word he said afterward. My mind was buzzing with those terms. Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, Mars, Saturn. Who among us understands? This is undeniably the solar system. As I pondered the name Earthman, I realized, Earthling. My mind exploded as a bolt of lightning struck. Everything suddenly made sense. The blank century, Nika, everything connected in an instant. This was a clash between the geocentric and heliocentric models. Nika represents the sun, while M represents the earth. No wonder Roger stated that he arrived at Laugh Tale too early. It's obvious that the sun god Luffy had yet to be born. The Golden Lion observed my dazed expression and appeared perplexed, asking what I meant by earth. I had no time to explain that to him. Instead, I directly countered with a question. What is your dream of setting sail? He was just about to proclaim his intent to conquer the world when he suddenly calmed down, looking at me earnestly, and asked, Kate Shiondi, do you wish to dominate the world? I flashed him a grin, a knowing expression on my face. To my surprise, he immediately made up his mind, announcing that he would abandon his flying sky pirates and join us, offering to work for me. He admitted that he alone could not stand against the world government, but he felt that there was hope in aligning with our family. What more could I say? Come aboard. Our Air Force was in need of commander, and he was the perfect fit. With the ability of the Piao fruit, he could serve as a logistics captain, transporting supplies with the efficiency of returning 3 islands in one go. Simply impeccable. Just as I finalized the arrangements for the Golden Lion, my phone bug rang. Upon answering, the female doctor on the other end excitedly exclaimed, "Master Kate, Lingling is pregnant again." I immediately dashed out of the room, causing Golden Lion to mistakenly think we were under attack, and he swiftly followed. I yelled while running, "Not an enemy. Lingling is pregnant. You won't believe it." As soon as I finished speaking, the system's notification chimed in my mind like a concert. Ding! Detection of host's wife pregnant with triplets. Would you like to extract talents now? Ding! Congratulations! Host has completed the achievement of perfection. Rewards for the 10th son and 10th daughter have been distributed. Triplets. Fortune has finally smiled upon me. I quickly silenced the system and made sure Lingling and the children were safe before sneaking back to my study to open the blind box. I first drew the talent for the 10th son. The system presented me with 3 options. A. Whorebreaker Maniac. B. Rainmaker. C. Power of the Galaxy. Which one to choose? It had to be the Power of the Galaxy. With the system's confirmation, the SSS talent was mine. I envisioned my 10th son as a humanoid Gundam, equipped with an impressive core, ready to unleash devastating strikes. Who could possibly withstand such might? The talents of the 2 daughters were also commendable, one being a girl of immense strength, and the other a cute little creature, both at a rank sufficient for our needs. However, the true highlight was the achievement rewards. I tell you, I was rubbing my hands together in excitement. As the system revealed the prizes, I leapt into the air. The first reward, 3 portions of 3rd-generation angel body enhancement resources. This was a ticket to divinity. The second reward was even more explosive, the Tianren number 7. Do you know what the Tianren number 7 is? It is the super spaceship capable of opening wormholes and launching divine judgment, capable of obliterating your very genes with a single blast. With this marvel at my disposal, my previous concerns about overstretching our forces vanished. In times of crisis, I could simply open a portal at home, and my armies would surge forth in an instant. Who would dare challenge us? Overcome with excitement, I rushed to the edge of the Sky Island and summoned the Tianren number 7. The enormous cross-shaped ship made its grand entrance, creating quite a spectacle. As I began to instruct the angels to familiarize themselves with this new toy, my troublesome brother Kapu sauntered over, digging in his nose. He complained about having grown bored on the Sky Island and expressed a desire to build a naval base in the Qinghai region to practice against pirates. I thought this was a good idea and told him, "All right, Lakasasi has just taken over the Totland Sea and is in need of manpower. You should head there." Then an idea struck me. I decided that the 2 demolition experts at home, Shashingwan and Kwanyeka, should not be idle either, so I packed them up to accompany him. I sent my brother off with 2 genuine troublemakers, perfectly suited for the task. Kapu was thrilled, exclaiming he would train them to become naval commanders. Before they departed, I had Lingling use the ability of the Song Song fruit to infuse the souls into the swords of those 2 young lads, enhancing their equipment. Shashingwan remained cool and collected throughout, receiving the Heavenly Tooth and the Explosive Tooth, one for saving lives and the other for swiftly dispatching foes, looking exceptionally impressive. However, when it came to Kwanyeka, things turned humorous. After his sword was infused with a soul, it transformed into a shabby piece of junk. He immediately broke down, wailing while clutching his sword. Unable to watch any longer, I approached and delivered a few loving punches to calm him down. You won't believe it, but his broken sword, the Taisuya, turned out to have incredible potential, capable of transforming and unleashing winds of destruction. The 2 little rascals joyfully set sail with Kapu. Yet, trouble was lurking. 2 massive pirate ships were charging toward the Totland Sea with great ferocity. At the helm stood Wangji and Yinfu. These 2 were still holding a grudge over the treasures we had seized at God Valley, and upon hearing that Lakasasi had taken Totland, they came to exact revenge. Yinfu, wielding his enormous axe, gritted his teeth and declared, "This Lakasasi dares not remain obedient on the Sky Island. It's time to settle the score for God Valley." As soon as he finished speaking, his underlings shouted, "We've arrived at the Totland Sea." They looked up to see a vast array of islands ahead, while the water beneath their ship began to take on a juice-like hue. Let me tell you, this juice, was no trifling matter. The surface was riddled with sudden whirlpools, and the remnants of numerous shipwrecks floated ominously. But Yinfu, somehow possessing a sea chart, was smugly directing the ship as if navigating a straightforward course, heading straight for Cake Island. At that moment, my brother Lakasasi had just seized this territory, and no infrastructure had been established yet. He had merely erected a castle at the island's center while he was busy flexing his muscles on the beach. Trust me, letting him manage construction planning was akin to asking him to embroider. Hence, he had delegated all such tasks to our angelic ladies. Just as he was sweating it out by the sea, a barrage of cannonballs rained down upon him. Goodness, these cannonballs seemed to have a mind of their own, perfectly avoiding all significant structures and exploding right on the beach. Lakasasi was instantly infuriated, his golden hair bristling as he shouted toward the source of the cannon fire. Who dares? Which blind fool has the audacity to bomb my island? We angels quickly flew over, and as those two wretched ships drew near, my brother's eyes turned crimson. Wangji, Infu. He pointed at the two on the ship, cursing them furiously. How dare you two old geezers return? Who gave you the courage? Do you need a membership just to use the restroom? Wangji looked bewildered, but was still quick to retort. Who told you to wander about instead of staying put on the Sky Island? Today, you'll learn how treacherous the world can be. Take this. With that, he swung his massive sword from a distance, unleashing a wave of sword energy toward Lakasasi. Lakasasi scoffed, his form transforming into a flash of lightning. Effortlessly dispersing the sword energy while maintaining his speed, charging straight toward Wangji with his fist enveloped in crackling electricity, bellowing, Thunder Dragon's destructive fist. Wangji was unyielding, raising his giant sword to meet the challenge, shouting something about a dominator charge. A thunderous clash ensued. The impact was so powerful that my ears rang with a buzzing sound. Wangji stood in shock, staring at my brother. What? A commander level? Just a month apart. And you become a cheat? With a surge of strength, he pushed my brother back, quickly creating distance. But as soon as Lakasasi touched down, the electric light flashed beneath his feet, and he charged forward again. At that moment, Infu, that crafty fellow, sneaked up from nowhere and swung his massive axe with a gust of wind aimed at Lakasasi. My brother's kin Bunchika Haki immediately alerted him, causing his pupils to contract as he narrowly dodged the blow with a swift sidestep. Infu missed, immediately joining forces with Wangji, both of them glaring menacingly at my brother. Now we had a problem, 2 against 1, and both were commander level. Lakasasi instantly transformed into lightning, retreating to the shore with a visibly grim expression. We hurried to surround him and inquire about his well-being. I must say Lakasasi is incredibly quick-witted. He immediately ordered one of the angels beside me. Quickly inform the Sky Island that top land is under attack. Tell them that if necessary, I will abandon this place. He was acutely aware that if a serious confrontation ensued, even a hard-won victory would come at a considerable cost. Should one adversary entangle him while the other wreaked havoc upon us angels, the losses would be devastating. The angel promptly received orders and hastened to signal for assistance. However, while my brother verbally expressed his intent to retreat, his actions spoke otherwise. He turned towards the 2 pirate ships and bellowed, "When friends arrive, we celebrate with fine wine. When enemies approach, we brandish our guns. Let them perish. 200 million volts, unleash." In an instant, a storm brewed overhead as dark clouds gathered and lightning snakes, thicker than a basin, danced within the tumultuous sky. The pirates aboard were rendered speechless, and one of them shouted, "Look to the heavens." As everyone glanced upward, their souls nearly fled in terror. A colossal thunderball, akin to a meteor, sizzled ominously as it descended from the clouds. If it struck the sea, the electrified waters would spell certain doom for anyone aboard. Remaining on the ship would result in obliteration and utterly inescapable despair. Wang Ji and In Axe realized the gravity of the situation, exchanging glances before unleashing their full might. Their weapons enveloped in the finest haki, bracing themselves to withstand the impending strike. Meanwhile, our distress signal reached its destination. Upon hearing it, Grandpa Carp erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Dare they harm my grandson? I shall decapitate them both and use their heads as balls." Yet, Cater restrained him, urging patience and revealing our technological advantage. Tianreno. 7. We shall create a micro-wormhole for swift transit. However, due to the wormhole's diminutive size, only a small craft could pass through, thus assigning the mission to Naruto. Consequently, Naruto piloted a small vessel, zipping through the wormhole and materializing at Cake Island. Upon landing, he was momentarily bewildered by his surroundings until a thunderous explosion from the shore clarified the situation. Reinforcements had arrived. At that moment on the battlefield, Wang Ji shamelessly charged into our ranks, unable to best Laxus, resorting instead to torment our angelic sisters. As he stormed through our formation, he spewed various crude remarks that made me want to punch him. One of our sisters, unable to contain her anger, rushed at him but was swiftly sent flying, her fate uncertain. This act ignited a swarm of furious angels, their eyes ablaze with rage as they surged towards Wang Ji. In a grotesque display, he leered and ensnared one of our sisters named Yang in his embrace, his hands wandering inappropriately. Yang struggled desperately, biting his arm in a fit of defiance. In pain, Wang Ji flung her to the ground and approached, wielding a massive sword cloaked in haki, intent on murder. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a familiar voice boomed from above, shouting, "Dayu Helix Ball." In a flash, a golden figure appeared, sending Wang Ji flying with a single blow, none other than Naruto. The scene was radiant, sunlight illuminating Naruto as he stood heroically, while the angel Yang lay on the ground, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This was the quintessential archetype of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Naruto helped Yang to her feet, his face flushed momentarily before he turned, his expression hardening as he faced Wang Ji. "Dare you lay hands on the beautiful angel sister? Such an offense shall not be forgiven." Naruto's combat style was relentless, executing a series of moves, shadow clones, Rasengan, Gale Palm, so fluidly that Wang Ji was left disoriented. Meanwhile, Laxus, free from Wang Ji's interference, focused on Enax. Harnessing the speed of lightning, he toyed with Enax, who cunningly feigned defeat to conceal his true intentions. As Laxus pursued, Enax suddenly pivoted, unleashing a devastating wave of haki from his axe. Caught off guard, Laxus was sent crashing into a boulder. As Naruto momentarily distracted, calling out to Laxus, Wang Ji seized the opportunity to strike, sending Naruto sprawling as well. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, and my heart raced with trepidation. Wang Ji and Enax reveled in their newfound dominance, laughing malevolently as they prepared to attack the remaining angels. However, before they could act, a bolt of yellow lightning struck before them with a thunderous crack. Laxus emerged from the rubble, injured yet more imposing than ever, wielding a blade forged from lightning. At the same time, the dust cleared to reveal Naruto, enveloped in a golden aura, activating his Nine Tails chakra mode. Wang Ji and Enax stood frozen, overwhelmed by the sheer aura radiating from Naruto. They understood they could not escape this day, yet as pirates, they were undaunted. Sharing a glance, they steeled themselves for a final, desperate stand. This time, Laxus faced them head-on, his lightning-infused blade entwined with haki, roaring, Thunderblade, divine avoidance. Enax summoned all his strength to meet the challenge. The scene was a cataclysmic clash of haki, reverberating with an energy that threatened to rend the very heavens. In the aftermath, Laxus bore a grievous wound, yet Enax was cleaved in twain, his life extinguished in an instant. Naruto's approach was more straightforward, activating his golden form. He unleashed a colossal Rasengan, infused with haki, proclaiming, "Supreme Rasengan." Wang Ji fought valiantly to resist, but was ultimately consumed by the spiraling force, leaving not a trace behind. With the battle concluded, Angel Yang hurried to Naruto, their exchange filled with bashful admiration, leaving me blushing at their innocent charm. Laxus approached, wrapped like a mummy, inquiring about Naruto's sudden arrival. Naruto explained the wormhole situation and mentioned that the Navy would be relocating here for defense. The most gratifying moment came during the aftermath. As we surveyed the battlefield, to our astonishment, we unearthed a staggering 200 billion berries from the pirate's ship, a treasure trove from the legacy of rocks. Now, our startup capital. However, while we celebrated our resounding victory, the atmosphere at Navy headquarters was far less jubilant. Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru stood aboard a warship, gazing at the eerily calm sea, their expressions somber and grave. Since Carp had opted to withdraw from the Navy and return to Sky Island, Sengoku had remained unnaturally composed, a calm that was almost unsettling. Yet, as Sengoku's closest confidant, Tsuru understood that beneath this facade lay a tempest of emotions. Carp's abrupt departure had stoked her fury as well. "Sengoku," Tsuru called out once more. Sengoku replied, momentarily startled, glancing at Tsuru in surprise. "When did you arrive?" "I was unaware. I have been here for quite some time. Are you still preoccupied with Carp?" Tsuru replied, "Perhaps. I merely seek clarity, That scoundrel left without a word. Not even a farewell. Sengoku's voice rose, betraying his irritation. Shall we remain here indefinitely? Your promotion to admiral is but days away. Zoro asked, perplexed. Let's wait a while longer. Sengoku acknowledged the improbability of Carp's return, yet yearned for an answer. Report. A ship. A colossal ship. Suddenly, a naval scout shouted, breaking the tension. The placid surface of the sea began to ripple ominously. Sengoku and Tsuru spotted the approaching vessels, 5 massive steel warships, each over 300 meters long. Emerging before them, a crimson banner emblazoned with a golden dragon billows majestically at the pinnacle of the warship. The expression of Zhangguo fluctuates, for he has recognized the figure standing at the bow, the very person he has long awaited. Kapu! A thunderous roar erupts from Zhangguo's throat. Kapu, who had been soundly asleep at the bow, is abruptly awakened by the resounding call. Good morning, Zhangguo. Kapu greets him with an air of nonchalance. Kapu. The familiar greeting grates on Zhangguo's ears. Why did you betray the Navy? He initially wishes to inquire why Kapu left without a word. Yet the words falter on his lips. I did not betray the Navy. I resigned from the position of Marshal Kong. Kapu casually digs at his nose, dismissing the gravity of the matter. Then why did you destroy most of Marineford? Do you believe I was responsible for that? He still refused to admit it. I truly did not do it. Enough. I am placing you under arrest, Kapu. Without allowing Kapu to finish, Zhangguo lunges towards him. Seeing this, Sessamaru and Inuyasha aboard the ship contemplate intervening, but Kapu swiftly gestures for them to refrain. Zhangguo charges at Kapu without employing any skills, haki, or even the powers of his devil fruit. He simply uses his strength to tackle Kapu down, landing a barrage of punches upon Kapu's face. Kapu does not resist. Acknowledging the hurt he has caused Zhangguo by departing without notice, Zhangguo's fists rain down upon Kapu relentlessly. Do we not agree to protect the civilians and uphold justice? Zhangguo incessantly questions Kapu, who remains silent, accepting the blows in quietude. After an indeterminate period, Zhangguo finally ceases his assault. Deep down, he knows Kapu would never outright betray the Navy and that the destruction of Marineford was likely not his doing. Yet, the feeling of betrayal lingers. After years of camaraderie, Kapu's abrupt departure from the Navy stings. Feeling better now, Zhangguo? Kapu, sporting a swollen head and bruised visage, grins at Zhangguo. That hurts. Ha ha ha. Now tell me, why did you leave the Navy? Zhangguo pulls Kapu up, and they sit at the edge of the ship, engaging in casual conversation. Hee. Hiru, observing from behind, cannot help but chuckle and then joins their side. Zhangguo. Kapu ponders, stroking his chin. Do you believe the Navy truly embodies justice? Zhangguo is momentarily at a loss for words. Aware that the Navy hardly represents true justice. It is merely a relative concept compared to the pirates. Do you think the celestial dragons can justly enjoy the servitude of others? They kill civilians at will. What distinguishes them from pirates? And yet, the world government's Navy demands that we protect them. Kapu's anger escalates as he speaks. Zhangguo remains silent, recognizing the validity of Kapu's statements, yet feeling powerless to alter the current state of affairs. Suddenly, he contemplates that perhaps his brother's choice is indeed the correct one. For now, I will let you go. Zhangguo declares. Should I encounter you again, I will certainly arrest you. Huh? Arrest me? Do you really think you could take me down? Kapu digs at his nose, regarding Zhangguo with disdain. Are you aware of your own limitations? Thud. That hurts. Zhangguo's furious punch lands squarely on Kapu's injury, causing him to wince in pain. Ha ha ha. Serves you right. Zhangguo chuckles at Kapu's plight. Let us go. With that, Kapu rises and commands the fleet to set sail towards the Totland Sea. Zhangguo watches Kapu's retreating figure, fully aware from the outset that Kapu was not responsible for the destruction of Marineford. Their years of friendship assure him that Kapu would never commit such an act. However, Kapu's abrupt departure fills him with anger, prompting him to wait for him during the holidays over the skies of Sky Island and the Blue Sea. After having vented his frustration upon Kapu, Zhangguo finds his anger dissipated. Kapu's assertions hold truth. The Navy is not wholly just. Yet, Zhangguo has no alternative. Within the framework of the world government, the Navy offers him the closest proximity to justice. Kapu, however, is different. Behind him stands Sky Island, the Chinese government. In the absence of celestial dragon constraints, Kapu possesses better options. As the admiral of the Chinese government, he can pursue actions he deems just. In his heart, Zhangguo feels a tinge of happiness for Kapu. You fool. I do not resent you for seeking the light. I only wish you had invited me along. Zhangguo murmurs as he gazes at Kapu's vanishing silhouette. What did you say? Hiru inquires, puzzled by Zhangguo's words. Nothing. The holiday is nearing its end. Let us return to Marineford. Zhangguo shakes off his thoughts, dismissing them as mere interludes. Subsequently, the fleet, under Kapu's command, swiftly sails towards the Totland Sea. 15 days later, Kapu and the Chinese Navy arrive at the Totland Sea, having established a naval base on Wheat Island. Given that the Totland Sea is destined to serve as the granary for the Chinese government, Wheat Island holds paramount significance. As a staple food source, establishing the naval base, there is the most prudent choice to safeguard the island from destruction. Additionally, Wheat Island's proximity to secure shipping lanes in the Totland Sea provides strategic advantages for both defense and offense. Bloop bloop. Hello, K2. Kapu's voice emanates from the transponder snail. K2. I have arrived at the Totland Sea. We are currently setting up the naval base on Wheat Island. Do you have any ideas for the development of the Totland Sea? Development of the Totland Sea? K2 muses, stroking his chin in contemplation. In truth, the actual area of the Totland Sea far exceeds that of Sky Island. The latter is merely a third of the former's expanse, and that measurement pertains solely to land area, accounting for the 8 islands expanded from Sky Island. Previously, it would have likely been only a tenth of the Totland Sea. Presently, the Totland Sea remains largely undeveloped, and due to its unique characteristics, it boasts an abundance of food and water. With proper development, it could undoubtedly become a vital territory for the Chinese government. In this tumultuous world of pirates, civilians frequently face threats and disturbances from marauders. If there were a safe haven, free from the threat of pirates, where people could reside, it is believed that a multitude of civilians would choose to migrate to the Totland Sea. Should this development persist over time, given the vast expanse of the Totland region, it is estimated that the population could surpass 100 million within a decade. Consequently, the Totland Sea would become a primary source of military strength for the Chinese government. Cardi pondered for a moment before speaking. Brother, let Loxes finish the infrastructure in the Totland Sea first, then we can begin recruiting civilians. If any pirates dare to invade the Totland Sea, I shall trouble you with that. Rest assured, if any pirates dare to approach, I will ensure they leave empty-handed. Cardi held unwavering faith in Carp's words, for in this world, unless and the 5 elders intervened, there seemed to be no one capable of opposing him. With Carp's establishment in the Totland Sea, Cardi's initial plan was successfully executed, and the Totland Sea entered a phase of rapid development. The technology of the Sky Island was also steadily advancing under the fervent leadership. The establishment of the Chinese government. And Carp has become the marshal of the Chinese Navy. The bald-headed elder exclaimed furiously. In the meeting hall of the 5 elders in Marries, Steelbone Kong was reporting on the news of the Chinese government. Upon hearing the bald-headed elder's anger, Steelbone Kong quickly lowered his head. How dare they? Do they truly believe the world government would hesitate to take action against them? The curly-haired elder's face was similarly filled with rage. It was no wonder Carp had declined the promotion to admiral. This made perfect sense. Kong, the bald-headed elder inquired of Steelbone Kong below. Do you have any specific information regarding the current strength of the Chinese government? Specific strength. Kong fell into contemplation before responding. There are indeed a few pieces of information known about the Navy, but I cannot guarantee that represents the entirety of the Sky Island's capabilities. The bald-headed elder raised an eyebrow, displeased, and said, in that case, relay everything you know. The bald-headed elder was quite dissatisfied with Kong, especially since, following the God Valley incident, the Navy under Kong's leadership seemed to be subtly declining. Moreover, many matters entrusted to Kong remained unresolved. It is as follows. Kong quickly spoke up. First, let me address the territories of the Chinese government in the New World. Monkey D. Loxes has formed the Thunder God pirates, and on the surface, the Totland Sea appears to be their territory. However, in reality, the Totland Sea is under the control of the Chinese government. Furthermore, alarmingly, just 2 days ago, Monkey D, Loxes and Monkey D, Naruto single-handedly defeated Silver Axe and Wang Ji. Wait a moment. The bearded elder abruptly interrupted Kong. I can understand Naruto defeating Wang Ji, as he possessed admiral-level strength during the God Valley War. But now you claim Loxes has slain Silver Axe. Indeed, this information is genuine. Steelbone Kong nodded, continuing, this means that within a mere month following the God Valley incident, Loxes has attained admiral-level strength. Coupled with the news brought back by Sengoku, It appears that Carp is heading to the Totland Sea with the Chinese Navy, likely to establish a base there. This poses a significant problem. The goat-bearded elder remarked gravely. With Carp in the Totland Sea, there would be 3 admiral-level combatants present. Indeed, to capture the Totland Sea, we may need to deploy the entire navy, and even then, it would likely result in a Pyrrhic victory. Other elders nodded in agreement. At that moment, Kong interrupted the discussion of the elders. The interrupted elders turned their displeased gazes toward Kong, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. However, he steeled himself against his fear and continued. Actually, that is not the entirety of the strength of the Totland Sea. The elders were filled with confusion. Ahem. Kong cleared his throat and continued. What do you think of the warships of the Rocks pirates? The steel warships of Rocks? The bald-headed elder stroked his chin, pondering. Their power is immense. While they cannot obliterate an entire island in one shot like the Pirate King, they can certainly destroy half a town with ease. Currently, there are 6 such warships in the Totland Sea. Before the elders could respond, Kong continued. Given this, the elders fell into contemplation, as they were well aware of the characteristics of the Totland Sea. The only safe route into the Totland Sea is a singular passage. The other areas are fraught with treacherous currents and whirlpools. Any forced entry would likely lead to being swallowed by the sea. However, traversing the safe passage would require confronting those 6 formidable warships. The elders exchanged glances, refraining from discussing any plans to attack the Totland Sea. Kong continued. Moreover, the elders exclaimed in astonishment, nearly losing their composure. However, realizing they might have lost their decorum, they quickly regained their composure. Cough, cough. Please continue. Kong, observing the astonished expressions of the elders, secretly chuckled, as he too had been taken aback upon first learning this information. The Totland Sea is currently estimated to have over 3,000 vice admirals. 3,000 vice admirals. The elders were thoroughly unsettled this time, as the total number of vice admirals within the world government was likely only a few thousand, with many of them occupying crucial positions. The actual number they could mobilize was around 1,000 vice admirals, and those vice admirals were all capable of flight. The elders had already been subjected to an overwhelming amount of shocking revelations today, leaving them somewhat numb. Even if Kong were to inform them that 2 unknown admiral-level combatants had emerged in the Totland Sea, they would likely be unfazed. Cough, cough. I have lost my composure. The bald-headed elder admitted with slight embarrassment. Kong, please continue. We assure you we will maintain our composure. Even if you were to say that there are 2 unknown admirals in the Totland Sea, I would remain unfazed. How do you know? Kong was astonished, looking at the elders, as he had not anticipated their intelligence capabilities to be so formidable. Is it true? The bald-headed elder, clutching his demonic blade, could no longer remain seated and stood up. According to Sengoku's report, when he encountered Carp, 2 young individuals had been preparing to strike, and the aura they exuded was undoubtedly at the admiral level, although their precise strength was uncertain. The Chinese government, the goat-bearded elder murmured, rubbing his forehead. What a headache. Where have all these admirals emerged from? Is it from the D clan? Moreover, so many powerful individuals from the Sky Island bear the Monkey D surname. Does Carp's family lineage possess such extraordinary potency? The horned elder concurred. Is it truly wise to allow their development to continue unchecked? However, if we were to seize the Totland Sea, we would undoubtedly incur significant losses. Let us observe for now. After all, both the Sky Island and the Totland Sea have never belonged to the world government. Moreover, the Chinese government has not exhibited any behavior opposing the world government at this time. Let us set this matter aside for now. I shall convey the situation to Lord Amu, and he will make the final decision. After discussions among several of the 5 elders, it appears that, possibly due to apprehension or the necessity to grant time for the research at Beijiaopeng, a temporary decision was made to refrain from taking action against the Chinese government. After all, there is not a significant conflict of interest between the 2 parties. If Carter were to find out, he would undoubtedly be quite pleased, as the Totland Sea region also requires time for development. Moreover, Xin needs time to study the technology of the divine body, particularly since he possesses 3 sets of enhancement materials for the 3rd-generation bodies. Thus, both the world government and the Chinese government have unexpectedly chosen a path of peaceful development. However, following their meeting with Amu, 9 figures stealthily departed from Mary Joa, vanishing into the night. Time swiftly passed, akin to a fleeting moment, and 6 months elapsed. Since leaving the Sky Island, Long has been sailing throughout the New World aboard the warship provided by Carter, accompanied by 500 elite soldiers and substantial funds. He continuously received some refugees and infants to expand his ranks. Now, half a year later, Long has decided to establish the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army on Baitu Island, Baldigu in the New World. With the establishment of the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, Long tirelessly commenced training his subordinates, particularly the children, whom he believes will be a crucial source of strength for the Revolutionary Army. Although Long aspires to overthrow the world government, he maintains a clear understanding of both his own capabilities and those of the world government. Therefore, his primary focus remains on training soldiers, steadily expanding his influence, and discreetly recruiting nations facing retribution from the world government due to their inability to pay the heavenly gold. Under Long's leadership, the Revolutionary Army progresses steadily. Meanwhile, on Sky Island, Milo Ocean Ting, 9 individuals of varying shapes and sizes stealthily infiltrated the densely populated Sun Island. Yes, several patrolling soldiers noticed them, and just as they began to speak, were swiftly cleaved in two by a figure wielding a long knife. TSK. Number 1. Did you not conduct a thorough investigation? How will we be discovered? Is it not time for the shift change? The figure with the long knife questioned a nearby voluptuous woman. Well, as the captain, you must know that the patrol mechanisms on the Sky Island have been constantly changing, and we have observed for at least a month. It has always been like this. Number 1 replied with a resigned expression. Forget it. Now that we have been discovered, and I have already dealt with them. It would have been troublesome if they had become alert. The individual referred to as the captain stated, however, now that these individuals are dead, we must act swiftly. Someone will surely discover the corpses during the next shift change. Remember, our objective this time is to eliminate the head of the Chinese government. Monkey D. Carter. The captain declared solemnly. Number 1. Are you certain that Carter will appear on Sun Island today? I am confident. I have gathered information that there will be an event tonight on Sun Island called the Lantern Festival. Number 1 pondered, stroking her chin. However, it is possible that other high-level combatants from the Chinese government may also attend this Lantern Festival. That is of no concern. Do you truly believe anyone could surpass us in strength? When the discussion turned to strength, the individual known as the captain exhibited an unfathomable confidence. Number 1 and the others nodded in agreement. After all, they were among the elite within the world government, second only to the 5 elders, each possessing formidable power. The decapitation operation commences now. With the captain's command, several figures swiftly melted into the darkness. Meanwhile, on the streets of Sun Island, the lively shouts of vendors filled the air. Don't miss out. Freshly steamed buns. Mommy, I want roasted sweet potatoes. He's coming. He's coming. He brings belly with him. Brother of heaven, brother of earth, brother who can support the sky. The cacophony of various vendors' calls transported one back to China. Of course, all of this was the result of Carter's ingenuity. He had grown weary of consuming raw fish or roasted meats. So he introduced Chinese cuisine to the people of Sky Island. He also taught them the practice of street vending, resulting in the current prevalence of earthy vendor calls throughout Sky Island. Darling, Lingling, holding a dozen skewers of candied hawthorn, excitedly exclaimed to Carter, "This is delicious and so sweet." Observing Lingling's subtly plump figure, Carter shook his head in helplessness, feeling a twinge of anxiety. It seemed he needed to urge Xin to expedite the transformation of Lingling's physique into that of a third-generation divine body. Otherwise, he feared she would truly become matronly. Carter mused inwardly. "Darling?" Lingling called out, noticing Carter lost in thought. "Oh, silly girl, if you want to eat, indulge yourself. But afterward, you must exercise more. Look at your little belly. It has grown quite a bit." Carter affectionately ruffled Lingling's hair. "No way," Lingling retorted, a hint of anger in her voice. "I'm not gaining weight. See for yourself." Lingling initially intended to prove her slenderness, but when she grabbed at her waist, she was met with a thick layer of soft flesh. Lingling stood stunned, realizing she had indeed gained weight. "Mommy, I have really put on weight." Yinji chimed in with a smile, adding fuel to the fire. "Hee hee." Xin chuckled quietly to herself. Little 8. Ba Qianlu clung to Jianba's shoulder, fixated on the candied hawthorn in Lingling's hand, drooling as she said, "I want to eat that. I have no idea where to buy it. What should we do?" Jianba replied with a hint of helplessness. "No worries," Ba Qianlu said, inexplicably cheerful. "Ba Qianlu knows the way. Just follow me. Hurry, hurry. Ba Qianlu is on navigation duty." Let me think. Is it this way? No, not that way. Wait, it must be this way." Ba Qianlu stood on Jianba's shoulder, casually pointing in several directions before finally indicating a dark, ominous street. Jianba, lacking suspicion, boldly stepped forward, exclaiming, "So this is the way. I felt it was this way too." Meanwhile, Carter and the others proceeded cheerfully, admiring the various lanterns, entirely unaware that Jianba and Ba Qianlu had vanished. Of course, events like the Lantern Festival were rather mundane for adults like Carter and Lingling. However, the four children, Wei Gong, Xiao Xi Lang, Hei Tong, and Leo Nai, were having a blast, leaving Zi Xian and Zhu Lai in a constant state of pursuit. The two spent the entire night either chasing after the four children or following their trail. "Hey!" At that moment, Ji Exin, who had been relatively quiet, suddenly spoke up. "Are Xiao Jianba and Ba Qianlu missing?" The others paused in surprise, but quickly dismissed it. After all, this was a common occurrence. Jianba was notoriously directionally challenged, and Ba Qianlu was no better. The main issue was that while Ba Qianlu was directionally challenged, she still enjoyed giving directions, leading to frequent instances of the two getting lost together. As for Jianba, upon entering the pitch-black street, the eerie silence around them heightened his vigilance, prompting him to use his spiritual pressure to sense the surroundings. Soon, he detected 9 individuals with terrifying spiritual pressure lurking around the corner of the street. Moreover, judging by the color of their souls, none of these 9 figures appeared to be benign. Unbeknownst to them, Kenpachi and Yuchiro, utilizing their spiritual pressure to diminish their presence, stealthily approached their targets until their voices became audible. "Captain, when shall we strike?" "Monkey D. Carter is not far ahead." A burly man addressed the one wielding a long blade. "Hold on, number 2. We shall wait until they disperse before we unleash our full might upon Monkey D. Carter." The individual referred to as Captain stroked his chin in contemplation. The mention of killing Monkey D. Carter caused Kenpachi's pupils to constrict, nearly overwhelming him with his own oppressive aura. Little 8, Yuchiro, having overheard their conversation, softly called out to Kenpachi, "This is bad." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kenpachi understood that those individuals were formidable foes. Their awareness was now heightened due to Yuchiro's utterance. Consequently, he swiftly vacated his original position. As anticipated, the moment Kenpachi leaped away, a massive crescent energy blade obliterated his former spot. 9 figures materialized before Kenpachi. "Who is this fellow? He seems quite powerful." It appears he was not on a bounty list. The captain inquired of number 1 beside him. Before number 1 could respond, the captain interjected, "Forget it. Let's just kill him." "Yuchiro." Kenpachi unsheathed his sword, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the 9 adversaries. "Quickly call for reinforcements. I will hold them off here." Little 8. Yuchiro attempted to speak further, but Kenpachi silenced her. "Hurry." Complying, Yuchiro nodded and began to retreat in the direction they had come from. Number 2, noticing her intent to pursue, found Kenpachi suddenly blocking his path, standing resolute with his blade drawn. "If you wish to harm her, you must first deal with me." No longer suppressing his spiritual pressure, Kenpachi unleashed it like a tempest. Oomph. Number 2, although unable to sense Kenpachi's spiritual pressure, distinctly felt that the man before him was no ordinary opponent. "Let's make this quick." The captain scoffed at Kenpachi. Since ordinary individuals could not perceive spiritual pressure, and knowing Kenpachi was not targeting him, the captain remained oblivious to Kenpachi's true might, underestimating him as merely a formidable general. As the leader of the Divine Knights, he was acutely aware of the strength of his subordinates. To join the Divine Knights, one must possess at least the potential of a martial-level warrior. While not all his subordinates were of that caliber, number 2 was indeed among the elite, boasting martial-level power. "Since the captain has spoken, I shall entertain you." Number 2 acknowledged the threat he felt from Kenpachi, yet regarded it as merely a threat, dismissing Kenpachi's presence. The man known as Number 2 was exceptionally large, towering at approximately 5 meters, with muscles bulging as if on the verge of bursting. He bore no weapons, indicating his reliance on physical prowess. Divine Fingerlight. With his muscles taut, Number 2's fingers flickered rapidly, unleashing several golden beams from his fingertips. The speed of these divine lights was remarkable, yet Kenpachi, aware of his own limitations, opted to evade rather than take the hit. Boom! Boom! The divine lights struck the ground, resulting in violent explosions. Kenpachi felt a wave of relief, realizing that had he taken the hit directly, he could have been injured. "Now you can't escape." Number 2 smirked, witnessing Kenpachi leap into the air. Stormfoot Divine Slash. A colossal golden energy blade surged towards Kenpachi. Just when two anticipated that Kenpachi would be cleaved in two, Kenpachi began to run in mid-air as if on solid ground, narrowly evading the divine slash. What? He can run in the air? This isn't even moonwalk. This revelation captivated number two, who had not expected Kenpachi to traverse the sky with such ease. Interesting. With newfound seriousness, number two declared, "Let's see how you handle this." Fist finger divine fury. A terrifying force erupted from number two's body as he instantaneously appeared before Kenpachi. His right hand clenched, ominous haki coalescing into a semblance of a gauntlet. Divine fury. Number two's fist descended with thunderous might. Kenpachi, taken aback by the overwhelming ferocity, quickly summoned all his spiritual pressure and haki for defense, manifesting a protective barrier from his spiritual pressure, cloaked in haki. A massive apparition of a sinister skull materialized around Kenpachi, enveloping him securely while reinforcing his defenses. Number two's seemingly earth-shattering punch failed to shake the ghastly skull even slightly. After a stalemate, number two retreated, his expression grave as he scrutinized Kenpachi. His right hand trembled slightly, with significant burns visible. Even his formidable haki struggling against the searing heat of Kenpachi's spiritual pressure, which seemed to be igniting. "Can you manage, number two?" The captain recognized two's predicament and was astonished by Kenpachi's prowess. "Leave it to me. I merely underestimated him," number two replied, confident in his ability to overcome Kenpachi, who only exuded general-level pressure. Although Kenpachi's capabilities were somewhat troublesome, number two remained supremely confident in his chances of victory. "Now, it is my turn," Kenpachi proclaimed, swinging his sword, Yabashira, towards number two. In an instant, an intensely scorching blade aura surged forth, raising the temperature to such an extent that even light began to warp. "Here it comes. Conqueror's haki, divine fist." As he spoke, number two's fist gathered tremendous Conqueror's haki. To avoid contact with Kenpachi's spiritual pressure, number two opted for this approach, as Conqueror's haki could deliver effects from distance. The collision of spiritual pressures exploded outward, generating a fierce wave of heat. While the temperature did not ignite surrounding objects, it significantly elevated the ambient warmth. The black lightning generated by the Conqueror's haki rampaged through the surroundings, leaving a trail of breathtaking destruction. Alas, ideals may be grand, but reality often proves harsh. Although Conqueror's haki indeed created a barrier, number two's fist still connected with Kenpachi's blade aura. Yet, Kenpachi's inexhaustible spiritual pressure gradually eroded the Conqueror's haki surrounding number two's fist. Number two's pupils constricted as he swiftly exited the range of Kenpachi's attack, distancing himself once more. Kenpachi denied number two any respite, gripping the hilt of his sword and channeling all his strength into a strike aimed at his foe, unleashing a tremendous golden spiritual pressure slash towards number two. Sword Path Severance. Unlike Jianya, Jian Dao Liangduan is the most formidable strike of Jian Ba, a culmination of countless sword swings that coalesce into a terrifying blow. An inexhaustible spiritual pressure condenses into a mere strand of sword energy. Upon striking the enemy, it instantaneously unleashes all accumulated spiritual pressure, obliterating the foe. The ominous hum of the sword energy resonates, as if yearning to break free from its constraints. The speed of the sword energy is astonishing, arriving before number two in the blink of an eye. Such swiftness? Number two's pupils dilate in disbelief, realizing he has been cornered. Divine Fist. Without hesitation, he channels all his strength into this punch, directly confronting Jian Ba's descending strike. Crash. The air crackles with energy. Break. The terrifying spiritual pressure erupting from the sword energy compels number two to scream in desperation. Boom. Soudainement, a violente explosion réverbérate, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust, obscuring everyone's vision. As the dust settles, number two is revealed, covered in wounds, his clothing tattered and torn. He gasped for breath, his gaze fixed on Jian Ba, filled with profound gravity. Though he appears battered, the injuries are trivial. This is the result of his utmost effort. A moment's negligence could have led to far graver consequences. Seizing the opportunity to strike, Jian Ba rushes at number two, knowing that eliminating another foe will lessen the numbers he must face. Sword pressure. With both hands gripping his blade, Jian Ba's weapon radiates golden light as he thrusts it towards number two's chest. Just as Jian Ba is about to land the blow, a voice rings out nearby. triggering alarm bells in his mind. Not good. Realizing the imminent danger, he swiftly turns and attempts to block with his weapon. Thwack. Cough. Despite his effort to defend, the disparity in power proves too great, and a blade of energy slices across his chest. The intense pain compels Jianba to cough. As he lands, he bows his head, using his sword for support, blood streaming from his chest, dripping steadily to the ground. Kid, quite impressive. I'm here to play. The two sword energies were unleashed by the figure known as the captain, who could no longer restrain himself upon witnessing number 2 nearly perish at Jianba's hands. Why the silence? Have you perished? The captain, observing Jianba's bowed head, inquires with curiosity. A chilling laughter erupts from Jianba, his shoulders shaking with ferocity as he revels in the madness. Ha ha! Such a delightful taste. Jianba licks the blood from his chest, his expression wild. Let's engage in battle. Ha ha ha! With that, Jianba charges at the captain of the Divine Knights. His unleashed fury resembles that of a beast, relentlessly swinging his weapon. D. Jianba's strikes rain down like a tempest upon the captain. For a moment, the captain finds himself suppressed by Jianba. What? The captain is actually being overpowered. How terrifying. What manner of creature is this? Number 1 trembles, as if witnessing something dreadful. She is aware of the captain's prowess, monstrous and formidable. Yet now, he is being subdued by a mere child, and she knows that had she been in Jianba's position, she would not have been able to withstand such relentless onslaught. The captain, however, gazes at Jianba with admiration, his hands never ceasing to block the oncoming attacks. Though it appears the captain is overwhelmed, he remains unscathed and composed. Enough of this. Get lost. The captain's furious shout sends Jianba flying several meters away. Come fight me. Jianba screams, desperately attempting to charge forward, but suddenly falters, his spiritual pressure becoming erratic. The aftereffects of exhausting too much energy set in, plunging Jianba into a state of weakness. So this is the end. The captain notes Jianba's condition, recognizing that such an explosive offensive cannot be sustained for long, and the individual before him has clearly succumbed to fatigue. Damn it! Jianba's eyes fixate on the man before him, filled with frustration. Yet, he finds himself powerless. After all, a full-throttle effort could not subdue this opponent, let alone his current weakened state. At least Yiqian Lu managed to escape safely. Muttering to himself, Jianba stands tall, arms outstretched, facing death head-on. Quite the courage. The captain, surprised by Jianba's calm acceptance of his fate, finds a sense of admiration for such fortitude, despite being adversaries. Then allow me to send you off with my strongest strike. Heaven's opening. As he swings his blade, the air seems to freeze, the inky sky overshadowed by a terrifying arc of light. Jianba closes his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Meanwhile, Jiaqian Liu, having fled the street, swiftly employs Kin Bunchikahaki to locate Cater and the others. Father, mother, we must save Xiaoba. Jiaqian Liu exclaims urgently. What has happened to Jianba? Cater, now anxious, realizes the gravity of the situation. Ordinarily, the Sky Island maintains vigilant patrols that would trigger alarms at any sign of danger. Xiaoba and I were merely seeking candied hawthorn when we stumbled upon a group intent on killing my father. In our haste, we were discovered. Yiqian Lu recounts the events to Cater in detail. Though he believed the patrols were flawless, this incident indicates an adversary of considerable skill. Stay calm. Gateru assures Jiaqian Liu. You must accompany Ziyuan and Zhu Lai to bring Wei Gong back home. We will handle the rest. Father. Upon hearing this, Yiqian Lu grows anxious, his gaze resolute as he stands before Cater. Take me with you. Observing Yiqian Lu's serious demeanor, Cater remains silent. Though Yiqian Lu and Jianba share a close bond, the fact that Jianba finds himself in peril indicates a formidable foe. Bringing Yiqian Lu along could lead to unforeseen risks. Take me with you, father. Yiqian Lu interrupts Cater's thoughts, eyes determined. Very well. Seeing no alternative, Cater nods reluctantly. Given the unpredictable nature of Ba Qian Lu, even if she weren't taken along, it is highly likely she would sneak away on her own. With Ba Qian Lu cradled upon his shoulder, Carter activated his Kinbunchikahaki. Meanwhile, on Kinpachi's side, he had closed his eyes, prepared to embrace death. Yet Yashiro seemed to sense something, trembling incessantly, as if to encourage him. Suddenly, a tremendous spiritual pressure surged forth from within Yashiro. This was the very spiritual pressure Kinpachi had been channeling into Yashiro to suppress his own, and now it became his lifeline. An immense amount of spiritual energy surged into Kenpachi's feet. Shuinpa? This name abruptly surfaced in Kenpachi's mind. He murmured it softly, and the spiritual pressure erupted from beneath his feet. In an instant, Kenpachi vanished as if breaking through the void. The sword aura, reminiscent of a celestial force, continued to advance without a target, mercilessly cleaving through everything in its path. Countless buildings were sliced in half, but fortunately, as it was the day of the Lantern Festival, the streets were filled with people, and no one was home to be harmed. However, as the sword aura progressed, it was swiftly approaching the throngs gathered in the street. Should it continue unchecked, it would surely result in a massacre. As the sword aura barreled towards the final row of houses, ready to spill into the streets, a voice thundered, "Fist of the Galaxy Impact!" A figure, crackling with purple-black lightning, collided with the sword aura. Boom! The sword aura exploded violently. Though its power had diminished significantly due to the obstruction of the buildings, it was still dispersed by a single punch from that figure. "Who is it?" The leader of the Divine Knights inquired, unable to see the newcomer through the billowing dust raised by the explosion. His anger was palpable. He had not anticipated that his strongest attack would be evaded by a nearly defeated individual, only to find another formidable presence appearing. "Who am I?" Carteresse massive aura érupted, scattering the surrounding dust as he laughed heartily. "Did you not come to kill me? Why then do you inquire about my identity?" "So, it is you." The leader of the Divine Knights recognized Carter instantly, his expression laced with derision. "Knowing we are here to kill you, how dare you come alone?" Carter chose not to respond, instead gazing curiously at the man before him. "You were sent by him, were you not? The Divine Knights? And if we are?" The leader retorted. "And if we are not? However, since you have recognized us, allow us to escort you on your journey. Do not blame us for the mobbing. It is your own fault for not fleeing upon discovering our existence and daring to appear before us." With that, the leader signaled his subordinates. In an instant, except for the severely injured number 2, the others prepared for battle, their eyes fixed on Carter with predatory intent. In response, Carter's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Who said I came alone? Lingling, Moi, Yen, Thee Sin, Shiyi, Katakuri, Rukia." As Carter called out, one after another, formidable figures materialized before the leader of the Divine Knights, each radiating immense power. Impossible. The members of the Divine Knights were incredulous, demanding to know where all these strong individuals had come from. Did not Carp take several to Tato land? How can there be so many high-ranking officers left on the Sky Island? According to intelligence, your Chinese government only has 9 high-ranking officers. Observing the leader's distress, Carter could not resist taunting him further. "Is that so? Perhaps your intelligence is false? Moreover, who can say that the individuals before you are our trump cards?" The members of the Divine Knights fell into contemplation. They had initially believed the mission would be straightforward, but were shocked when number 2 nearly fell to a child. Had it not been for their intervention, he would have already perished. They had not expected so many high-ranking officers to exist on Sky Island. What were the intelligence gatherers doing? They would surely face dire consequences upon their return. The leader of the Divine Knights seethed internally. Why waste words? Even with so many high-ranking officers, what difference does it make? I shall kill you today. With that, the leader charged at Carter, while number 1 faced Lingling. Number 3 confronted Yin, and the others found their respective opponents. The battle between China and the Divine Knights had officially commenced. Each member of the Divine Knights possessed the potential of a marshal. The older leader, along with numbers 1 to 4, exhibited martial-level combat abilities, while the others were all seasoned generals. In contrast, on Carter's side, aside from himself, Lingling, Yin, and GXN, who possessed martial-level combat power, the remaining individuals only had general-level strength. Particularly, Rukia, being relatively inexperienced, was just entering the general level. Moshide. Rukia, identity, 6th daughter talent, SSS Subukuyuki physical ability, initial general level skills, advanced 3-color hockey, Marine 6 styles sword pressure ability, Subukuyuki Shurikai evaluation, a charming ice-cold maiden with boundless potential. Though Rukia lacked the terrifying spiritual pressure of Kenpachi and did not train with the same fervor, her SSS talent had allowed her to break through to the general level just a few days prior. Although she was still only at the initial general level and her 3-color hockey was not exceptionally high, her mastery of spiritual pressure enabled her combat power to rival that of top-tier general-level warriors. Moreover, upon utilizing Subukuyuki Shurikai, her physical attributes were enhanced. Thus, in a short time, Rukia possessed the capability to contend with seasoned generals. Furthermore, Rukia often trained in swordsmanship under Kenpachi's tutelage. While she had not mastered his distinctive techniques, she had acquired skills in sword pressure. Unlike Kenpachi's fierce heat, Rukia's sword pressure was frigid, causing any struck enemies to experience sluggishness in their movements. However, the physical enhancements gained from Subakuki's Shurikai were not the result of her own training, resulting in significant spiritual pressure consumption. Therefore, prolonged combat would eventually place Rukia at a disadvantage. As for Katakuri, despite his commendable talent and relatively advanced age, his rapid ascent to SSS level had left him with only peak general level strength. Notably, Katakuri's Kinbunchika Haki had advanced remarkably, now reaching a level at which he could foresee the future. Manchi D. Katakuri Identity, Eldest Son Talent, SSS Plus, the God of Machi. Katakuri Physical Strength, Peak Admiral Level Skills, Supreme Conqueror's Haki, Supreme Armament Haki, Observation Haki, Future Sight, Machi Cutting, Machi Baking, Reign of Machi, Machi Monster Strength, Nine-Headed Machi Hydra, etc. Ability, Machi Machi no Mi. Evaluation, a gentle elder brother with a fondness for sweets. With the foresight granted by Observation Haki, Katakuri stands as an almost invincible entity among the ranks of admirals. Another notable figure is Shiki the Golden Lion. Upon joining the forces of China, Katakuri finally recognized his potential. Shiki Identity, Subordinate Talent, SS Golden Lion Physical Strength, Peak Admiral Level Skills, Supreme 3-Color Haki, Venomous Lion's Might, Rotating Lion's Might, Wave Cutting Lion's Might, Golden Lion Slash Ability, Flotation Fruit. Evaluation, incredibly imposing, yet often adorably silly. Shiki possesses the SS talent of the Golden Lion. Despite his potential to reach the rank of Marshal, he has primarily existed as a pirate, thus lacking systematic training. This has prevented him from fully realizing his talent. However, now that he has joined China as a subordinate, with diligent training, he is poised to soon break through to the Marshal level. One peculiar aspect that Katakuri finds intriguing is Shiki's unique skill, Golden Lion Slash, which does not exist in the original narrative. Initially perplexed upon witnessing this technique, Katakuri curiously inquired about it. According to Shiki, this move is somewhat akin to Roger's Divine Escape and is also a technique enveloped in Conqueror's Haki. Upon hearing this, Katakuri nodded in understanding, recognizing that the Shiki of the original story was no longer the peak Golden Lion, but rather one who had been incapacitated by a ship's helm, rendering him unable to utilize Haki, hence his lack of this technique in the original tale. Had he possessed this skill then, it is likely that his young nephew Luffy would have met an untimely end. Back on the battlefield, the leader of the God Knights and Katakuri are nearly evenly matched, both at the pinnacle of the martial level, resulting in a fiercely contested battle. Fist Clash. Open Heaven. The clash of the leader's long blade and Katakuri's fist unleashes a tempestuous wind. The collision of Armament Haki against Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki against Conqueror's Haki. Neither can gain the upper hand. Ha ha ha. Is this all the strength you possess? With such power, you cannot hope to defeat me. Katakuri taunts as his fists engage in a relentless struggle against the leader's blade. Oof. The leader of the God Knights disregards Katakuri's words, aware that they are merely an attempt to provoke him into losing his composure. Thus, he forces himself to remain calm and continues to grapple with Katakuri. Meanwhile, Katakuri faces off against number 5, who, thanks to his future sight and the Machi Machi no Mi's abilities, finds himself on the receiving end of a relentless barrage, with Katakuri holding an absolute advantage. As for Lingling, Yen, and GXIN, their opponents possess martial-level strength. Lingling, empowered by the Emperor's sword, temporarily matches martial-level prowess. But due to the external enhancement, she can only maintain an undefeated status. Yen and GXIN, having only recently reached the martial level after the events in the Valley of Gods, are still in the early stages and can merely hold their opponents at bay. Some may wonder why Kenpachi, who nearly defeated number 2, has Yen and GXIN only able to contain their adversaries. This is because number 2 underestimated Kenpachi, leading to significant exhaustion from the outset. Moreover, Kenpachi's spiritual pressure is virtually inexhaustible, catching number 2 off guard and nearly resulting in his demise. Presently, apart from Katakuri and Katakuri, all others are being suppressed by the God Knights. Flame Judgment. Suddenly, a sweet yet furious shout resonates from the sky, followed by a fiery blaze descending upon number 8, who is entangled with Rukia. Ah! In an instant, number 8 is reduced to ashes. Lord Cat, a battalion of 3,000 angels, their wings aflutter, swiftly approaches. Number 8. The leader of the god, Knights exclaims, quickly realizing the presence of the angels above. Retreat. Without hesitation, he orders a withdrawal, recognizing that he cannot swiftly subdue Katakuri. With number 8 already fallen and the 3,000 mid-level angels in the air, completing his mission today becomes impossible. Thus, he decisively chooses to flee. As his command resonates, the other 7 members rapidly distance themselves and take flight. Thus, China triumphs over the God Knights, with the latter fleeing in defeat. Observing their retreat, Katakuri refrains from pursuit but keeps the incident in mind, especially considering Kenpachi's close brush with danger. Had he not awakened Shunpa in a critical moment, he would likely have faced a dire fate from the open heaven technique. Notably, after employing Shunpa, Kenpachi, still unpracticed, only managed to teleport a short distance, fortuitously appearing near the vicinity of Bakuzan, who promptly rescued him. Nevertheless, the day's events left Katakuri unsettled. He had initially thought that the unique geographical position of Skypiea, combined with the formidable strengths of himself and Lingling, would ensure their safety. Yet he was caught off guard by the God Knight's decapitation mission, which resulted in significant losses and Kenpachi nearly facing disaster. The 3,000 mid-level angels proved almost ineffective against true power, unable even to obstruct their foes. Thankfully, their timely support and the unexpected flame judgment led to the God Knights suffering the loss of a formidable Admiral-level warrior. The following day, in the Appiato Temple conference room, Lord Cat, here is the report on yesterday's battle losses. Zishuan places a stack of documents before Katakuri. Since the establishment of the Chinese government, Zishuan, along with Zhu Lai and the other children, has taken to addressing Katakuri as Lord Cat in formal settings. Katakuri casually peruses the documents. Losses from the Sun Island incident. First, 50 civilian homes destroyed. Second, 3 anti-gravity systems incapacitated. The remaining 6 require extensive repairs due to overloading. Third, a significant number of civilians affected, resulting in 31 deaths and 5,250 injuries. Fourth, Kenpachi severely injured and rendered weak. Damn it! With rare emotional outburst, Katakuri slams his hand on the table, producing a thunderous sound. Those around him, including Shiki, Yin, and Katakuri, fall into a somber silence. Katakuri is genuinely enraged. He had not anticipated such substantial losses. Other matters aside, it is truly lamentable that over 3,000 innocent civilians have perished. After all, these fine young men were nurtured under the Red Banner and hold great regard for the common people. Just a day prior, they were joyfully greeting each other while admiring the lanterns, and now they have tragically lost their lives. Father, allow me to set sail with fervor. Yin, too, wore an expression of indignation. Having learned the principles of justice and order from the angels, she deeply cares for the populace. Moreover, those kind uncles and aunts used to give her treats during her childhood. It is unbearable that their lives have been taken away by the forces of the Divine Knights. Jinban nearly faced disaster as well, which has only heightened Yan's fury. Leave it to me, father. I shall confront them. You shall go. I shall join as well. Others promptly echoed their desire to demonstrate the strength of the Sky Island to the world government. Cardi, witnessing this fervor, remained silent, eyes closed, leaning back in contemplation. Shiki. Suddenly, Cardi opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the boisterous Shiki. How would you feel about setting sail again? Huh? Shiki looked at Cardi with confusion, asking, Are we not seeking revenge against the world government? Just listen to me, Cardi interjected. The seas are too tranquil at present. I want you to compete with Roger for the title of Pirate King. Cardi spoke with a degree of seriousness. Ha ha ha. Competing with that fellow Roger? How intriguing. Shiki laughed heartily upon hearing Cardi's words. However, Cardi swiftly changed his tone, continuing, competing with Roger for the title of Pirate King is merely a facade. Our true objective lies with the member nations of the world government, namely the Celestial Dragons. Using the pretext of competing for the title of Pirate King, we will amass a large following, expand our influence, and then strike hard against the Celestial Dragons and the naval bases. If possible, let's take down a few Tenryubito for sport. Cardi elaborated on his plans. Ha ha, boss, you truly are remarkable. The more Shiki listened, the more he struggled to contain his excitement. Yet Cardi interrupted him promptly, adding, Do you know why I chose you and not someone else? Huh? Shiki stared at Cardi, puzzled, for his own strength within the Chinese government was not the greatest. It is because of your piao fruit, Cardi said with a knowing expression. Piao fruit? Shiki inquired, bewildered. Yes, the piao fruit. After demolishing the naval bases or the member nations of the world government, use your abilities to bring back valuable items, leaving nothing for the world government. This time, I want the world government to truly feel the pain. Ha ha ha. How amusing, exceedingly amusing. I shall take charge of this matter. Gold Lion Shiki was inherently a wild spirit, and after joining the Chinese faction, he had absorbed some of its ideals, tempering his nature. Now, however, Cardi's plan had reignited his excitement, and he felt an overwhelming eagerness. We should bring Jianba along on this voyage. After all, he has suffered considerable injuries. Let him seek his own vengeance. Cardi pondered, ultimately deciding to let Jianba accompany them at sea, for despite his boundless potential, Jianba's character thrived not in a life of comfort, but in the challenges of the open ocean alongside Shiki. Jianba? Very well, but if he gets lost, that is not my concern. Ha ha ha. Shiki remarked with a teasing glance at Jianba, having developed a certain understanding of him over their time together. After all, they were both notoriously directionally challenged. Initially unfamiliar with the paths of Sky Island, Shiki had once asked Jianba and Ba Qianlu for directions, believing he had encountered Savior, only to find that the two had led him in circles for 2 hours, ultimately returning to their starting point. It was only after meeting a passing angel that he discovered the airbase was merely 2 streets away. Reflecting on it now was quite exasperating. I would never get lost, Jianba retorted with a pout. Indeed, with Ba Qianlu to guide him, Jianba shall not stray. Ba Qianlu exclaimed excitedly from Jianba's shoulder. Witnessing Ba Qianlu's earnestness, the others could not help but break into a cold sweat. With Cardi's arrangements in place, Shiki, along with his former crew from the Flying Sky Pirates, Jianba, and Ba Qianlu, set sail once more. Although there were intentions to upgrade Shiki's ship, given the capabilities of the piao fruit, Cardi ultimately decided to simply equip Shiki with several heavy cannons and let him embark. After Shiki and Jianba set sail, Cardi had many matters to attend to, particularly the tragic loss of innocent lives in the recent events. Several children were now orphans, having lost their parents, and arrangements needed to be made for their compensation and adoption into suitable families. Additionally, urgent repairs were required for the damaged anti-gravity systems on Sunset Island. Following this incident, every island's anti-gravity system must be reinforced to approximately 15 units to ensure that should one system fail, others can continue to operate without overload. As time passed, Lingling's due date was also approaching, with expectations of her giving birth next month. 15 days later, in a certain stretch of sea within the New World, the midday sun blazed fiercely, casting a radiant glow upon the serene waters, where gentle breezes stirred the surface, creating ripples that reflected a myriad of colors like the treasures of the ocean. Not far off, 3 colossal pirate ships lay anchored upon the waves. The smaller vessel, devoid of sails, was a sleek, brown-black iron warship exuding a sense of technological advancement. One ship was a grand sailing vessel adorned with a golden lion's head, while the largest resembled a whale. As the distance closed, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the massive whale ship. Gulalala, Shiki, I never imagined you would join the Chinese government. Indeed, Cardi has managed to conquer you too. Ha ha ha, that fellow aspires to conquer the world. The whale ship hosted a grand feast, where Shiki, Whitebeard, Roger, Rayleigh, Jianba, Ba Qianlu, and Marco sat joyfully discussing matters. However, due to their youth, Jianba, Ba Qianlu, and Marco were limited to beverages. Roger, you must have felt it too, right? Shiki excitedly inquired of Roger. If I am not mistaken, this ship belongs to us Chinese. Does it not? Ha ha ha. Shiki, it seems Cardi has indeed conquered you, seeing as you refer to us as we Chinese. Upon hearing Shurji's words, Luo Jie instantly burst into laughter, nearly losing his composure. However, he soon adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, "You are absolutely correct. This is indeed the handiwork of that fellow Carter, who possesses truly terrifying technology." Luo Jie sighed, expressing his sentiments. It's not quite appropriate to speak ill of my father in my presence. Zianba, known for his irascible temperament, felt his anger surge as Luo Jie repeatedly referred to Carter as that fellow. Who is he? Luo Jie inquired, perplexed as he regarded Shurji, initially assuming that Shurji had recruited a new subordinate. However, it appeared that was not the case. Oh, you mean Jianba? He is actually Carter's son, Shirji exclaimed, patting Jianba's back with unrestrained pride. Let me tell you, Luo Jie, do you know why I decided to join China? It's not merely because of China's formidable technology, but also due to the astonishing genes of the Monkey D family. Just look at Jianba before you. Despite being just a kid, he possesses the ability to contend with the second-in-command of the Knights of God and nearly defeated him. Though the second-in-command may have underestimated him, there is no denying Jianba's remarkable strength. Shirji's face radiated excitement as he spoke. As Shirji's words settled, Luo Jie, Rayleigh, and Whitebeard collectively gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening as they beheld the youthful Jianba sipping juice, his innocence starkly contrasting his formidable abilities. Whitebeard reflected on his own childhood, recalling that he had ventured out to sea at a young age, yet his strength paled in comparison to Jianba's. Luo Jie and Rayleigh were even more astonished, as they already had an intern on their ship who was also Carter's son, possessing immense potential, though perhaps not quite as formidable as Jianba. Nevertheless, he was destined to become a powerful figure, endowed with the power of lightning, undoubtedly a standout among the ranks of strong. At that moment, Luo Jie and Rayleigh were unaware that Loxus had consumed the thunder fruit, significantly enhancing his talents, though even Loxus' previous abilities were sufficient to astound them. Meanwhile, the bewildered Marco stood to the side, grappling with the realization that Jianba, who was close to his age, possessed such an immense gap in strength. What was supposed to be a simple juice gathering had turned into an encounter with a formidable opponent, leaving Marco feeling like a mere jester. Such a terrifyingly strong little fellow, Whitebeard remarked, shaking his head before letting out a hearty laugh. But Marco, do not feel inferior in my youth. I lacked even half of this kid's strength. Jianba, however, remained unfazed by the reactions of others, for he knew that his elder sister was the true embodiment of terrifying strength and talent. Whitebeard, Luo Jie, and the others continued to drink, steering the conversation away from matters concerning China. By the way, Shirji suddenly interjected, recalling something that piqued his interest. Now that Rox is deceased, what are your plans moving forward? Ha ha, I am destined to become the Pirate King, Luo Jie declared, his voice rising with fervor. This question had struck a chord with him, prompting an instinctive response. Gulala, my goal is to find my family and establish a home, as that has always been my dream. Whitebeard exclaimed, his laughter echoing with joy. And I've already found my first family member, right, Marco? Indeed, father, Marco responded promptly, his enthusiasm evident. That sounds splendid, Shirji remarked, taking a sip. But Luo Jie, I shall not easily relinquish the title of Pirate King to you. Is that so? If that's how you feel, then I shall certainly claim the title of Pirate King. Loya Loghead Heartily. I never agreed to that. Shirji and Luo Jie began to bicker animatedly. You two, you're about to ruin the celebration. Come, let us drink. Whitebeard interjected, raising his cup. Since Rox has perished, the future belongs to us. Let us make the seas surge with excitement. Cheers. Ha! Luo Jie and Shirji paused their quarrel, clinking their glasses together. The wine splashed as time seemed to freeze at that moment. Thus, the era of the three great pirates commenced. Unlike in the original narrative where the Golden Lion Shirji, out of frustration for not securing Luo Jie's partnership, ended up in a fierce confrontation, the current Shirji, under Carter's arrangement, was publicly competing with Luo Jie for the title of Pirate King. In truth, he was discreetly targeting the forces of the world government and allied nations, seizing their spoils. Half a month later, inside the Apaya hospital on Sky Island, Carter, Carp's anxious voice resonated. Is Lingling in labor? Just moments ago, Lingling's waters had broken, and Carter had rushed her to the hospital while notifying Carp and others. Carp immediately returned to Sky Island via the wormhole of the Tianren No. 7. Not yet. Just entered the delivery room. Although Carter had experienced the joys of fatherhood numerous times, the birth of his own child was a different matter, especially since the person in the delivery room was his wife, which naturally stirred a degree of anxiety within him. Thank goodness. Carp exhaled in relief. By the way, brother, is everything all right with you being back like this? What about the Totland Sea? All is well, Carp said nonchalantly, digging his nose. As long as Naruto is there, I have no worries. That kid has proven to be quite suited for leadership. Moreover, he has an angel named Tian Shi-Yang assisting him, so I'm quite confident in him. Good, that's a relief. Carter nodded, not sensing anything amiss. However, he observed how much his brother cared for his family. Yet he had never met his sister-in-law. This sparked a vague understanding within him, especially since both he and his brother had not initially been in the Navy. Having joined around the age of 22, calculating according to Long's age, it coincided with the time of his birth. Something must have transpired back then, compelling his brother to resolve to join the Navy and vow to eradicate all pirates. Nevertheless, Carter refrained from probing further, trusting that when the time was right, his brother would share the truth with him. Wow! Just as Carter was deep in thought, a loud cry of a newborn echoed from the delivery room, serving as a signal. Within moments, 2 additional, distinct cries of infants followed suit. Creak! The door to the delivery room swung open as a female doctor rushed in, her face etched with urgency. Lord Carter, something seems amiss. You should come and see. Carter gasped in alarm. Ordinarily, the sound of child's cries indicated a successful delivery. Lingling should have been fine. Let us go. Katurk stepped into the delivery room, and soon he exhaled in relief upon seeing Lingling lying weakly on the hospital bed, appearing to be in no distress. However, the issue arose with the child. It did not take long for Carter to notice numerous ethereal figures hovering above the head of his 10th child, including male angels, beings wielding black axes, and other bizarre creatures. These manifestations were a variety of anomalies. The female doctor, who had assisted Lingling during previous births, was accustomed to extraordinary children and was not easily perturbed by such phenomena. It was reminiscent of the last birth of Wei Gong, where the entire delivery room seemed to have been transported to another dimension, transforming into a desert strewn with numerous swords. Yet previously, each child had manifested only a single anomaly, unlike the current situation where Carter's 10th child exhibited an array of them that appeared dissonant and on the verge of conflict. This urgency prompted the doctor to seek out Carter in haste. Upon observing the anomalies, Carter nodded in understanding. After all, the power of the galaxy was a culmination of the strengths of various divine engineering projects from the Super Divine Academy, so multiple manifestations were indeed plausible. After several minutes, the anomalies merged into the body of his 10th child. It was then that Carter focused his attention on his offspring. There was nothing particularly striking about the child. Black hair, yellow skin, a quintessentially Chinese appearance, perhaps distinguished only by a slight plumpness. In contrast, his other 2 daughters presented a stark difference. One possessed pink hair, while the other had the peculiar trait of having only white sclera in her eyes. Initially, Carter assumed this child was blind, but after testing, it was revealed that her pupils were merely white. However, both girls shared a common feature: their diminutive size, making them appear exceedingly frail when compared to their robust brother, who had evidently absorbed all the nutrients in utero. Reflecting on his children, Carter declared, "The boy shall be named Xiaoluan. As for the 2 daughters, the one with pink hair shall be called Ying, and the one with white pupils shall be named Wadiando." The children seemed to comprehend Carter's words, joyfully opening their arms and babbling with delight. "Darling, they appear to be quite happy. It seems they like their names." Lingling cooed, playfully engaging with them. "Yi Xiaolun, Ying. Wadiando, what lovely names." Carter smiled gently at this heartwarming scene. He then casually opened their attribute panels. 蒙奇地葛小伦，身份，识字，天赋 ，SSS 加银河之力，身体，海滨级，技巧，无能力，反虚空，评价，屌丝，绝对的屌丝，宇宙里最神的屌丝。蒙奇地音，身份，九女，天赋 ，A 加怪力女，身体，平民级，技巧，无能力，无评价。拥有怪力的女孩，天赋还不错。蒙奇地雏田，身份，使女，天赋 A 加阴阴怪，身体，平民级，技巧，无能力，无评价，十分胆小害羞，遇到喜欢的人就会变成阴阴怪。Carter sighed, lightly tapping his forehead. Even the personality is a complete inheritance. The system has dubbed him the most remarkable loser. It seems there is no escaping this fate. However, he shook his head, reminding himself that with maturity would come change. After confirming that both Lingling and the children were well, Carter advised Lingling to rest and exited the delivery room. After reporting the good news, he allowed everyone to return home, as they had anxiously awaited Lingling's return from the delivery room. With the successful births of Xiaoluan, Ying, and Wadiando, both China and the world governments entered a delicate balance, steadily progressing in their developments. Meanwhile, the 3 legendary pirates, known far and wide across the seas, stirred up tumultuous waves. 17 years later, in the year 1498 of the Sea-Round calendar, the bounties of Gold Lion Shiki, Roger, and Whitebeard Sword each reaching approximately 5 billion berries, with Shiki and Roger holding the highest bounties. Shiki's was attributed to his destruction of numerous world government allied nations and naval bases, causing significant losses. Roger, accustomed to freedom, frequently stirred trouble, which naturally inflated his bounty. As for Whitebeard, he was primarily focused on fatherhood, resulting in a lesser bounty, yet still impressive at 5 billion berries, given that he was the pirate closest in strength to the legendary rocks. Over the past 17 years, the development of the Chinese government had progressed remarkably. The Meiluo Heavenly Palace had transformed into an impregnable fortress, excelling in both technology and defense. Notably, due to the ambush by the Knights of God 17 years prior, Carter had prioritized defensive technologies for Xian. With Xian's technological prowess, 3 defense systems were constructed over these years. The first was the base-level defense system, employing Xian's research on micro-wormhole navigation to establish a network of various wormholes along the route to Sky Island. Without guidance, navigation to Sky Island was impossible. However, this system was limited as it only covered the western route. To prevent any overlooked threats, a second defense system was devised. The second system was the Qiankuan Dark Information Recognition System, collaboratively developed by Xian and Gu Xiaoluan. Its core was the Qiankuan supercomputer. Despite Gu Xiaoluan's seemingly lackluster appearance, he possessed a talent for technology that rivaled Xian's. After studying the knowledge repository of Kaisa, they designed the supercomputer, ultimately naming it Qiankuan. This system deployed dark information collectors throughout the entire Sky Island area, triggering alarms upon detection of unauthorized personnel. The final defense system, strictly speaking, operates in conjunction with the second defense system. It is known as the Tianren Shimpan, Tian Rung Sun Pun system. This system was collaboratively designed and constructed by Xian and Gu Xiaoluan, and it is more accurately described as a stellar energy attack system. Through meticulous research and the allocation of all resources from China, they successfully created the first stellar energy harnessing system. Given the necessity to avoid excessive mobilization of stellar energy to prevent the potential exhaustion of a star, this system utilizes a star located approximately 2 light-years from the solar system. Although the amount of energy harnessed is modest, it suffices as a power source for the Tianren Shimpan system. Upon detection of an enemy by the second defense system, if the adversary demonstrates hostility or aggression, the Tianren Shimpan system can be employed to eliminate the threat. With the integration of these 3 defense systems, the floating island has become as impenetrable as an iron fortress. However, it is crucial to note that the implementation of these 3 defense systems has nearly depleted all metallic resources of the Chinese government accumulated over the past 17 years. This achievement has only been possible due to the unwavering support from Shurji, the Totland Sea region, and the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise, the material collection could have taken several more years. Over these 17 years, the Totland Sea region has flourished, largely due to its abundant financial resources and food supplies. Furthermore, the presence of the floating island navy and the Reiku pirates of Loxus has deterred other pirates from encroaching upon the area, attracting a significant number of civilians seeking to settle there. Consequently, the civilian population in Totland has surged to nearly 70 million. This population boom has led to a remarkable development of the Navy, which now boasts close to 500,000 sailors. The training programs have yielded approximately 1,100 mid-ranking officers, including a notable young figure, Baron Dan Dan, who, at just over 20 years old, possesses considerable strength. He was rescued from pirates during a voyage by Carp, and later joined the Chinese Navy after undergoing training under Carp. In terms of the Revolutionary Army, under the leadership of Long, a group of like-minded individuals, including Xiong, Ivankov, Mori, and Crow, has coalesced. Over the course of these 17 years, they have liberated nearly 17 member states of the world government, all of which subsequently chose to join the Chinese government. Of course, these nations are required to pay taxes. However, the Chinese government is far more humane than the world government. If a nation finds itself unable to meet its tax obligations due to unforeseen circumstances, the Chinese government does not impose penalties. Instead, it provides financial support and food to assist the populace. Consequently, over time, these nations have developed unwavering loyalty to the Chinese government. Additionally, as a result of the devastation wrought by Rock's, Shurji, and Long's Revolutionary Army, the number of member states under the world government has dramatically decreased from over 170 to approximately 118. Strangely, the world government has shown little reaction to this decline, as if it is concocting some plan. Since the failure of the Knights of God to ambush the floating island, the world government seems to have tacitly accepted the existence of the Chinese government. The prolonged silence from the Chinese government over these 17 years can be attributed to its relatively shallow foundation, necessitating time for development. Meanwhile, the world government also appears to be quietly evolving, having developed significantly over the same period. Cardi has even noted with astonishment that the technological advancements of the world government seem to have improved markedly, surpassing even the state of technology at the time of Luffy's departure. This realization brings to mind one individual, Vegapunk. This individual, who has consumed the brain fruit, appears to possess boundless intellectual potential. Many technological advancements have been stymied simply because they had not been conceptualized in that direction. Now, armed with the technological framework from the Chinese government, Vegapunk seems to have unlocked the gates to a new world, propelling the technological evolution of the entire Navy single-handedly. Of course, that is a discussion for another time. Cardi and Lingling reclined languidly in their rocking chairs, basking in the sunlight with their eyes comfortably closed. Cardi reached for the juice on the table, taking a deep sip. The coolness of the juice transported him to a state of bliss, prompting him to exclaim, "Without any little brats interrupting us, truly, this world for two is simply magnificent." "Darling," Lingling replied, "you were right. Back when we first got married, we were so preoccupied with having children that we scarcely had time for each other. However, it is never too late." She rolled over to allow the sun to warm her even more evenly. "But," Lingling suddenly expressed with a hint of concern, "darling, I put on a bit of weight lately." Despite regularly exercising under Cardi's guidance and monitoring her dessert intake, both Cardi and Lingling, now approaching 50, have noticed some changes in their figures. Though it must be said, they are merely minor changes given their formidable strength. "Not to worry," Cardi chuckled, encouraging her regardless. "You will always be my wonderful wife." "Darling," Lingling gazed at Cardi, touched by his words. However, Cardi, lost in thought, continued, "It seems I must urge GXIN to expedite her mastery of the third-generation divine body enhancement. It would be best to elevate her to divine status sooner rather than later. Besides, Lingling has indeed gained a bit of weight." Initially, Lingling felt moved, but upon hearing Cardi's musings, her forehead tightened with irritation. "Darling," Lingling suddenly appeared before Cardi, blocking the sunlight. "What did you just say? Repeat that." With that, she clenched her fist and lunged at Cardi. Help!" The ensuing playful scuffle echoed with laughter and mock cries. The guard nearby sighed, turning away with a practiced motion, feeling a twinge of sympathy. At that moment, a bright light emanated from the wormhole connecting Tianren No. 7 to the Totland Sea. Two figures emerged, one of whom was a woman cradling a small infant. "Let's go find Dad and the others," the man said, scratching his head nervously. The woman immediately grew anxious, her thoughts racing, stammering, "Meet the parents. Why not, Yang? Sooner or later, we must." The man continued. It turns out that these two individuals were Naruto and the angel Yang, who ultimately found their way to each other and welcomed their child. However, it seems Cardi is unaware of this development. Regardless, they must meet. Naruto scratched his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. After all, he had never mentioned Yang to his parents during their time together. Suddenly, Yang returned, and to everyone's astonishment, they had a new grandchild. The mere thought of her mother scolding her made her anxious. However, despite her headache, she knew it was essential to clarify the situation. Otherwise, when they eventually discover the truth, it would likely end in even greater turmoil. "Let us go." With that, Naruto grasped the increasingly nervous Yang and headed toward the temple. Although Yang had previously met Lingling and Carter, she had only interacted with them as subordinates, so she felt little anxiety back then. Now, however, the reality that she had secretly married their child and had a grandchild made her extremely uneasy. Her mind was a whirlwind, and she scarcely realized how she arrived at the temple's entrance. Taking a deep breath at the door, Naruto asked, "Are you ready?" He glanced at Yang, who nodded stiffly. He then pushed the door open and entered. Meanwhile, Carter and Lingling remained blissfully unaware of the significant news unfolding. Carter exclaimed, stretching his back comfortably. "Dad!" A voice suddenly reached Carter's ears. Isn't that Naruto's voice? Is he back?" Carter immediately recognized it, albeit with some confusion, and casually replied, "Here. Your mother and I are soaking up the sun in the backyard." Soon, Naruto and Yang arrived in the garden. "What prompted you to return today?" Carter inquired, eyes closed as he placed cucumber slices over them. Naruto hesitated, feeling nerves creep in. After all, concealing his marriage from his father was no trivial matter. Dad, if I were to hide something from you, would you be angry? He tentatively probed. Of course I would. Carter feigned anger, saying I would definitely spank you. Huh? Naruto panicked, and Yang broke into a cold sweat beside him. Ha ha ha. Carter burst into laughter. Just kidding. Speak your mind. You're old enough not to fear a little punishment, right? Then swear you 1T hit me, and I'll tell you, Naruto insisted, feeling relieved yet cautious. Must you be so mysterious? Is it truly necessary? Carter retorted, somewhat annoyed. Yes, it is. Hurry and swear, or I 1T say a word. Finally, after some reluctance, Carter conceded, fine. I swear, I 1T lay a finger on you. Otherwise, I'll be a little dog. Now can I speak? Carter, slightly impatient, urged him to continue. Naruto nodded and took a deep breath. Dad, you have a grandson. I have a son. What? I have a grandson. When did you get married? Why didn't you tell your parents? Carter's voice nearly reverberated throughout the entire Meluo Heavenly Palace. His questions poured forth like a relentless torrent. Who is the girl? How dare you? Have you grown wings and decided to marry in secret? Carter stood up, advancing toward Naruto with an intense glare and a barrage of questions. Dad, please let me explain. Naruto felt overwhelmed. His father was already quite headstrong, and now, keeping such a significant matter from him made things worse. What is there to explain? You can explain it to my belt. Carter withdrew his belt with a swift motion. Crack. He swung it through the air, feeling quite adept, and continued his approach toward Naruto. Dad, you swore. You can't hit me. Naruto quickly reminded his father of his vow. Did I? Carter scoffed. Woof, woof, woof. As a modern man of the 21st century, he found it amusing to mimic a dog's bark, recalling how he had once shouted out as a rebellious student. Is that enough? If not, I can give you another round. Woof, woof, woof. With that, Carter lunged at Naruto, belt in hand. Dad, you're cheating. Naruto cried as he dashed away. You grown wings, huh? You marry without telling me, and then appear out of nowhere, saying, I have a grandson? Carter shouted, chasing after him. Stop right there, you little rascal. Crack. Crack. Carter chased Naruto around the yard, wielding his belt, while Naruto's cries echoed in the air. Hee. Lingling couldn't help but laugh at the scene unfolding before her. She soon noticed the anxious Yang holding a baby. You must be Naruto's wife, she said gently. This child is Naruto's. I isn't it? Why yes, Lady Lingling. Young stammered, feeling interestingly flustered. Did she need to change how she addressed her? Lingling reached out to take the baby from Yang's arms and teased. Mama? Oh my. Yang's simple utterance of mama filled Lingling with joy, and she eagerly began to share her experiences of raising children. After about 10 minutes, Carter and Naruto returned. Naruto's face bore several faint marks from the belt, but they were fading rapidly, as his shinty had rendered him largely unscathed. Upon entering, Carter noticed Lingling chatting with Yang and immediately pieced things together. He realized that the young woman before him was his daughter-in-law, and the child she held must be his grandchild. Naruto, Carter suddenly called out. Aren't you going to introduce us? Naruto hurried over to Yang's side. This is Tian Shi Yang, my wife, and your daughter-in-law. Yang, this is Dad, and this is Mom. He formally introduced them, acknowledging their new roles. Carter's gaze was fixated on the baby, Manchi di Boruto. Indeed, that was the name Naruto had chosen, and he shared the same golden hair, with only 4 whisker-like marks on his face. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Naruto's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has a first grandchild. Achievement of 3 generations under one roof completed. Would you like to claim the achievement reward? No. Carty exhibited no hesitation. After all, this was not the appropriate moment to claim rewards. Open this child's attribute panel. Monkey D, Boruto, identity. Changsun talent. S-grade pure eyes body. Initial Marine soldier level skills. None abilities. None evaluation. A boy with considerable talent. Carty felt a surge of sentiment, realizing that he had unexpectedly acquired grandson. However, he did not dwell on this revelation for long. Cradling Boruto and addressing Naruto, informed the other siblings to return. Now that Yang has become your wife, regardless of whether you held a wedding, it is imperative to host a grand ceremony once more in Sky Island. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, surprised that his father would say such a thing. He had thought that Carty's earlier confrontation was indicative of his disapproval regarding the marriage. He soon exclaimed with joy, So, you do not oppose our union. Father, why would I oppose it? My anger stems from the fact that you did not inform me of such a significant event. All right. I shall notify them immediately. With that, Naruto dashed off. brimming with excitement. In no time, Naruto's wedding took place 2 weeks later. Brother, Cardi's gaze bore in a Carp. Did you already know about Naruto's situation? Carp's eyes darted about, and he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, stating, "Don't blame me. It was Naruto who asked me not to tell you." Cardi continued to scrutinize Carp, as if seeking to unveil a hidden truth within his eyes. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in resignation. After all, it was indeed plausible that Naruto had orchestrated this. The wedding proceeded smoothly amidst laughter and joy. Cardi, seeking to retaliate against Carp, insisted on drinking until both were thoroughly intoxicated. Meanwhile, Naruto proudly showcased Boruto before Yan and Katakuri, aside from Shiki, Kenpachi, and Hachikyu, who were unable to attend. The rest participated in Naruto's wedding. Even Laxus abandoned matters in the Totland Sea to return. Remarkably, even Long made an appearance at Naruto's wedding. However, due to the extensive development over time, their respective factions no longer required constant oversight. After years of evolution, each faction had established its own system and garnered a formidable reputation, deterring most from causing disturbances. Soon, the wedding concluded amid an atmosphere of merriment. Kata, having indulged to the point of incapacitation, did not awaken until the following day. In his study, ding, achievement reward detected. Would you like to claim it now? Yes. Kata moves it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a selectable SSS grade talent. Cardi was momentarily bewildered, questioning the nature of this reward. System? What does this mean? A selectable talent? Ding. The upgraded talent is available for the host to choose, which would be directly bestowed upon the host's yet-to-be-born child. Ah, so that is the case. Understanding the system's explanation, Cardi nodded in acknowledgement. However, he soon felt a sense of ennui. After all, as he and Lingling aged, their ability to conceive had gradually diminished. In the past 17 years, they had yet to welcome a child. While their deliberate control played a part, it was still disheartening to have been childless for so long. Nonetheless, this was somewhat expected. After all, most individuals become classified as advanced maternal age after surpassing 30. Even though both he and Lingling possessed commendable talents, they ultimately fell within the realm of ordinary individuals, making a decline in fertility reasonable. Now, with the acquisition of this SSS grade selectable talent, Cardi wondered when it would ever be applicable. After all, if Lingling remained unable to conceive, this reward would be nearly worthless. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on this reward further and instead summoned Sesshomaru and Inuyasha. Father, a voice soon echoed, and 2 figures entered. Notably, Sesshomaru and Inuyasha did not possess the towering stature of their siblings, as they had stabilized around 2 meters in height. Father, what arrangements do you have? Inuyasha asked impatiently, revealing his small canine teeth. Cardi felt a surge of irritation but chose to suppress it. After all, Inuyasha's disposition was well known. Quiet. Since you both have returned to Sky Island, there is a task I need you to undertake. Cardi calmed his demeanor and addressed Inuyasha. What task? Sesshomaru, usually taciturn, inquired. Wano country. Cardi's gaze was earnest as he fixed it upon Sesshomaru and Inuyasha. I wish for both of you to journey to Wano country. Wano country? Both Inuyasha and Sesshomaru echoed, their expressions a mixture of confusion. What purpose do we have in Wano country? It seems we have no conflicts with them. As Sesshomaru matured, he had come to understand that the greatest adversary of the current Chinese government was the world government. He questioned why their father would divert attention to Wano country instead of focusing on undermining the world government's power. Are you familiar with sea stone? Cardi did not directly address Sesshomaru's query, but instead posed another question. Naturally, sea stone is the nemesis of devil fruit users. As a devil fruit user, Sesshomaru was well aware of sea stone's significance. Are you suggesting? Sesshomaru's intellect quickly grasped the crux of the matter after Cardi's hint. Indeed, you are correct. Cardi acknowledged, noting Sesshomaru's realization of the situation's essence. Could you clarify? Inuyasha interjected, feeling somewhat exasperated and perplexed by their conversation. Huh. Seeing Inuyasha's bewilderment, Cardi couldn't help but chuckle before elaborating. Let me clarify. Wano country is abundant in sea stone, and the vast majority of it is purchased by the world government. Sea stone is crucial in both weaponry and various other applications. Thus, the primary objective of sending you to Wano country is to devise a means for them to cease selling sea stone to the world government by any means necessary. Is trading an option? Upon hearing Cardi's insistence on using any means, Sesshomaru furrowed his brow. After all, Influenced by Carp, both he and Inuyasha possessed a sense of justice. They were reluctant to resort to violence unless absolutely necessary. Absolutely. Kata affirmed, nodding. However, he also cautioned, it seems that Kaido has been quite active in Wano country of late. If the opportunity arises, consider collaborating with him, as they're not on good terms with the world government. Understood. Sesamu nodded in agreement, though his eyes still reflected considerable reluctance. After all, they were part of the Navy, albeit the Chinese Navy. However, the protagonist harbored little enthusiasm for pirates, and now, to his astonishment, his father permitted him to collaborate with them. Kater discerned the aversion reflected in Shashingwan's eyes, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly disclose that in the near future, Kazuki Oden would meet his demise, leading Wano to fall into Kaido's grasp. Such an explanation was unfathomable. Merely hinting at it to Shashingwan was already a considerable feat. No worries. We shall handle it. Inuyasha, carefree and untroubled, thought little of it. For as long as he could venture out to play, nothing else mattered to him. Subsequently, Shashingwan and Inuyasha returned to the Navy base in the Totland Sea, with a brief carp on the unfolding events before arranging their maritime expedition. Meanwhile, in a world government-affiliated nation near the New World, in a particular tavern, a raucous voice echoed, Captain, your bounty has risen yet again. It now stands at 5 billion berry, a small pirate with a red nose proclaimed, brandishing a bounty notice. A robust man with black horns and a mustache chuckled heartily, impressed by the elevated bounty. The bounty notice read, Roger, Captain of the Roger Pirates, for inciting chaos across multiple world government nations, resulting in substantial losses for the world government, and even attacking the Navy. A bounty is hereby placed for his capture, dead or alive. Bounty, 500,000,000 berry. Indeed, this was a member of the Roger Pirates, and the red-nosed pirate was none other than Buggy the Clown. To celebrate the increase in the bounty, a pirate raised his glass and shouted, Cheers. The tavern erupted in joyous laughter and merriment. Not far from this island, several colossal pirate ships were steadily approaching the nation, led by a vessel adorned with a golden lion's head. Ichiru. On the golden lion-headed ship, Ichiru excitedly called out to Kenpachi. Could you keep it down, Ichiru? Kenpachi, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, continued to swing his sword vigorously. Can't you take a break, little Ichiru? You're already quite formidable, and we will be battling soon. Ichiru, perched on the railing and swinging her adorable little feet, remarked with mild irritation, Are you sure expending so much energy is wise? They are merely a bunch of insignificant pests. Leave them to Shiki. They hardly ignite my desire to fight, Kenpachi retorted, unwavering in his swordplay. That is true. They are all so weak, they can't even contend with you, Ichiru. Ichiru chuckled at the remark, gesturing animatedly. Shiki, standing at the bow of the ship, listened to their banter and suddenly felt a sense of absurdity, wanting to interject but finding himself at a loss for words. Comparing their prowess to his own, he felt like a mere clown. After years of combat and training, he had only just reached the initial ranks of martial level, and now he sensed he could no longer advance. His current strength represented his zenith. In contrast, the two young monkey had made astonishing strides since joining him at sea, with Kenpachi now possessing peak martial level strength, and the seemingly harmless Ichiru also achieving initial martial level capabilities. Moreover, unlike Kenpachi, who relied solely on swordsmanship, Ichiru's weapon possessed strange abilities, capable of summoning peculiar creatures that mirrored her own strength. This was indeed terrifying. Possessing such abilities, Ichiru was nearly invincible among her peers. As for Kenpachi, it was needless to say, he had already exhibited the capability to battle at the martial level even before embarking on this voyage, having been at the peak of general level at that time. As their battles increased post-departure, his power surged remarkably, now openly declared as peak martial level strength, though his true capabilities remained a mystery. Sniff, sniff. Shiki stood at the bow, inhaling deeply, suddenly feeling a chill. Indeed, comparing oneself to others could be disheartening. The monkey family were monsters. Initially, he thought Carp and Kater were already extraordinary, yet their offspring proved to be even more astonishing. Shiki reflected, relieved that they were now on the same side. Before joining the crew, Shiki had harbored grand ambitions of conquering the world. However, after aligning with the monkey and witnessing the terrifying strength of their lineage, as well as the gradual emergence of power from the world government, he no longer harbored thoughts of going solo. Instead, He yearned to cling tightly to Cater's coattails. Land ho! Just as Shiki was lost in contemplation, a pirate shouted. Shiki turned his gaze toward the horizon, where an island gradually came into view. Have we arrived? Kenpachi, engaged in training, also caught wind of the announcement and murmured as he sheathed his weapon. After all, it was prudent to maintain one's combat readiness at all times. Although he need not worry too much, Kenpachi still reserved some time for rest, just in case. Meanwhile, the locals noticed the substantial fleet of pirate ships under Shiki's command. Pirates! Quick, alert the military. Why are there pirates arriving every day? First, the Roger pirates, and now this? The civilians on the shore vanished without a trace. Soon, under the lead of a middle-aged man, a squad of armored guards assembled along the coast. As the pirate ships drew closer, the leader spoke. Who are you? We do not welcome pirates here, and we hope you will leave. What if I refuse? Shiki responded ominously, unleashing an overwhelming aura that instantly crushed the middle-aged man with his ferocious Haushika haki, causing numerous guards to collapse. Damn it! The middle-aged man struggled to withstand Shiki's overwhelming presence, shouting, "Fire the cannons!" Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a barrage of cannon fire erupted from behind him, and cannonballs hurtled toward the Golden Lion's direction. Ha 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 ha. Is that all you've got? Lion's thousand cuts. Shiki swung his withered branch and Sakura 10, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that obliterated the incoming cannonballs. What? The middle-aged man, as pupils dilated in disbelief, realizing that his concentrated cannon fire was utterly ineffective. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Now, it is our turn. Isn't it? Shiki's aura surged, causing his golden hair to dance wildly in the wind. Men, return fire. Unleash the cannonballs. Oh! Instantly, Shiki's crew responded with fervor. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells swiftly soared towards the island. It is noteworthy that the cannons aboard the Shurji were merely ordinary. Although in the past, Carter had bestowed upon him several 500mm heavy artillery pieces during their maritime voyages. Those were now installed upon a floating island. Today, however, the intent was to hunt within this world government's allied nation. Hence they chose to embark lightly, aiming to scavenge spoils as much as possible. Boom! Boom! Countless shells rained down upon the island. Help! My leg! It hurts! The middle-aged man, lacking Shurji's terrifying prowess, found himself directly in the path of the artillery fire, which fell unimpeded among the soldiers. Meanwhile, the Roger pirates were reveling in merriment, indulging in drinks at their banquet. Boom! Boom! The sudden sound of shells exploding jolted them into alertness. The sound of cannon fire. Roger set down his wineglass, a look of confusion crossing his face. Could it be the Navy is here to capture us? We should flee. The red-nosed buggy appeared anxious, urging Roger to make a hasty retreat. Roger, disregarding Buggy, turned to Rayleigh, who merely shook his head in uncertainty. The group then ventured into the streets, witnessing countless soldiers fleeing in a frenzy. Rayleigh intercepted one, inquiring, "Why are you running? What has transpired?" Golden Lion Shiki has attacked this island. The soldier, though unsure of who this group was, recognized their formidable presence and obediently answered. Shiki. Roger furrowed his brow upon hearing this, but upon hearing the surrounding screams, he seemed to reach a resolute decision. It appears we must intervene against Shiki. After all, the people here have treated us to drinks, have they not? Agreed. The members of the Roger pirates responded in unison. They then set off towards the direction of the Golden Lion. Bang, bang, bang. With the thunderous sound of cannon fire, battle officially commenced. You lot, follow me and let us seize this nation. The Golden Lion unleashed a colossal sword energy forward, boasting loudly, "Oh, kill." His subordinates surged towards the shore like a pack of ravenous wolves, displaying remarkable proficiency in their actions. After all, the Golden Lion had engaged in such ventures numerous times over the years. Meanwhile, Kimbaku stood on his ship, gazing quietly at the throngs below. He and the other elite members only needed to manage unexpected occurrences, such as confronting powerful adversaries or dealing with weapons of mass destruction. Other matters could be entrusted to their pirate minions. On Roger's side, as the sounds of cannon fire and battle drew nearer, he discerned the presence of the flying pirate crew ahead. A smile crept across his lips. Simultaneously, on the waters of Aitwoer, Kimbaku and the other elite members narrowed their eyes, sensing a group of formidable individuals approaching rapidly. The Golden Lion, commanding his subordinates, also sensed a shift in the atmosphere, halting his actions as he stared in a particular direction. Was this aura? Shiki mused, astonished. He immediately recognized the powerful presences approaching, especially the strongest among them, whose identity was etched in his memory. How could they possibly be here? And releasing such a potent aura? Are they attempting to thwart me? This is quite the lively spectacle, Shiki. At that moment, a boisterous laugh echoed from afar. The figures of the Roger pirates emerged into view, led by none other than Roger himself, followed by Rayleigh, Jabba, and others, all exuding formidable energy. Despite their smaller numbers, most were elite, ensuring that they could contend with the flying and white-beard pirate crews in battle. What brings you here, Roger? Shiki glared, his eyes filled with fury. Could you not grant me some leniency? Just let it be, considering these people have treated us to drinks? Roger laughed heartily, casually resting his hand on his waist, where Ace was sheathed. So cool. A young boy with red hair gazed at Roger with wide eyes, seemingly captivated by his demeanor. Grant me leniency? On what grounds? Shiki scoffed, as if hearing a grand jest. It appears they have not wronged you. Why be so ruthless? Roger furrowed his brow, perplexed. I'm a pirate. Is there anything wrong with plundering? The Golden Lion laughed at Roger's words, then, with anger, declared, It seems you are intent on stopping me. Then let us battle. Golden Lion slash. With that, Shiki swung his weapons, Kuroki and Sakura, in a crosswise arc towards Roger. Instantly, black and red lightning erupted from the blades, crackling with terrifying power. Divine avoidance, Roger shouted, his body coiling backward to charge. His weapon, Ace, also unleashed black-red lightning as it clashed with Kuroki and Sakura. Boom! Crackle. The two wielders unleashed their most powerful techniques almost simultaneously. True to their prowess, the force of their collision caused the ground to sink by 5 centimeters. The shockwaves from the clash threatened to collapse the surrounding area. Yet, only after a brief standoff did Shiki begin to feel the strain. Roger's ace gradually pressed down upon him. What? Shiki could hardly accept it. He believed the gap in strength between himself and Roger was negligible. Yet, he was astonished to find Roger overpowering him. It seems you are faltering, Shiki. Ah! Roger proclaimed, intensifying his strike. What? Shiki, already exerting all his strength to withstand Roger's might, was taken by surprise as Roger's newfound vigor sent him flying. Bang! He only came to a halt upon colliding with a building. Cough! Shiki spat blood, his gaze serious as he fixated on Roger. Again. Very well, leave Roger to me. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Shiki, interrupting him. You handle Rayleigh. Don't worry about it. Shiki was about to protest, but upon meeting Kinbaku's gaze, he swallowed his words. All right, I leave it to you. Go, Xiaoba. A Qian Lu, who had not joined the battle, sat on the railing, swinging her little legs and cheerfully cheering for Kinbaku. It is worth mentioning that it is not that Ba Qianlu does not wish to engage in battle, but rather that Jian Ba dotes on him excessively. Wherever Jian Ba is present, he certainly will not permit Ba Qianlu to partake in combat. Ba Qianlu himself relishes this favoritism, contentedly sitting aside to cheer for them. Jian Ba is it? Roger murmurs gravely as he gazes at the man standing before him. He is acutely aware of Jian Ba's formidable strength, which surpasses even that of Carp. After all, Carp's true power is merely at the level of an admiral, though he can achieve kingly strength with his unique equipment. However, his mastery of haki remains unchanged, thus his power is not overly exaggerated. Now, facing Jian Ba, Roger can distinctly sense his might, peak admiral level. Indeed, peak admiral level, in terms of both physical prowess and haki mastery. Of course, this is merely Roger's perspective. In reality, Jian Ba is even more extraordinary, although his physical attributes in haki have reached the pinnacle of admiral level. His true strength lies not in these aspects, but in his spiritual pressure. The terrifying, unfathomable spiritual pressure of Jian Ba has been continuously increasing over the past 17 years. No one knows the current magnitude of the spiritual pressure contained within Jian Ba's body. Let the slaughter commence. As his desire for battle surges, Jian Ba can no longer contain himself, a manic smile spreading across his face as he charges at Roger. Kid, do not be too arrogant. Roger observes Jian Ba's onslaught, swiftly countering with his own strike. The clash produces a massive shockwave, tearing apart the surrounding structures. An incessant cacophony of deafening sounds reverberates through the air. Ha ha, cool me. Let us engage in battle. Jian Ba laughs maniacally, unleashing a torrent of sword pressure upon Roger. Kill, kill, kill. Jian Ba's techniques are remarkably simple, devoid of any intricate finesse. Each swing of his blade is merely a straightforward slash. However, astonishingly, every seemingly mundane strike possesses terrifying power. Damn it! Roger finds himself entirely suppressed by Jianba, each swing of the blade instilling a sense of dread within him. Is this fellow a monster? Each slash is so fearsome. Unbeknownst to him, sweat beads have begun to form on Roger's forehead. Although he can parry Jianba's attacks, he is unable to withstand the relentless speed at which they come. Just as Roger manages to deflect one wave of sword pressure, another appears before him, leaving him somewhat flustered. With the onset of the battle between Jianba and Roger, the full-scale war between the Flying Sky Pirates and the Roger Pirates has officially commenced. After tending to his injuries, Shiki directly approaches Roger's first mate, Rayleigh. Rayleigh, you are my opponent. Although Shiki may not be Roger's match, he holds great confidence against Rayleigh. Oh dear, this is troublesome. Rayleigh adjusts his glasses, his gaze fixated on Shiki with a grave expression. Shiki, do not be so impulsive. How about we share a cup of tea? Rayleigh inquires with a cheerful smile. Shiki is momentarily taken aback by Rayleigh's question, thinking to himself that his audacity is rather shameless. An opportunity. Noting Shiki's momentary distraction, a glimmer flashes behind Rayleigh's glasses. The king's left blade. In that fleeting instant of Shiki's daze, Rayleigh launches himself toward him, his blade erupting with countless black and red lightning bolts, unmistakably infused with Conqueror's haki. Though Rayleigh may not possess the strength of an admiral, he is, after all, Roger's first mate, and his power is undoubtedly at the admiral level, making his mastery of Conqueror's haki unsurprising. In contrast, Shiki, while having just entered the admiral level, was caught off guard by Roger's earlier attack and is now considerably injured. The outcome of their confrontation remains uncertain. Damn it, Rayleigh, you are so underhanded to launch a sneak attack. Shiki cannot help but voice his frustration at Rayleigh's sudden action. Yet he does not linger, immediately employing his signature move to collide with Rayleigh. Meanwhile, the other members of the Roger Pirates swiftly seek out their own opponents. Although both Roger and Rayleigh are entangled in combat and even seem to be at a disadvantage, the remaining members of the Flying Sky Pirates are not nearly as formidable as Jianba and Shiki. The other members of the Roger Pirates can manage them. However, when confronted by Jabba and Barrett, they find themselves utterly overwhelmed. After all, one is Roger's right-hand man, and the other is a formidable force who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Rayleigh. Both possess the strength of an admiral. As they ruthlessly dispatch members of the Flying Sky Pirates, a sudden wave of sword pressure crashes down beside them, carving a massive chasm into the ground. Who is it? The immense chasm causes Barrett to flinch. Had he insisted on eliminating that member of the Flying Sky Pirates moments ago, he would likely have been severed in two. Two fine gentlemen. Did your mothers not teach you not to kill indiscriminately? A voice resonates, revealing the figure of a young girl with pink hair appearing before them. What the hell? Barrett dismisses the chasm from his mind upon seeing the newcomer, for she is merely a child. If he were to fear a mere child, he would have no place in this world. Doesn't your mother call you home for dinner? Barrett smirks mischievously. Barrett, Jabba attempts to caution him, but is immediately interrupted by Barrett. Jabba, are you afraid? That's just a little girl. What is there to fear? But, there is no but. Jabba wishes to protest further, but seeing Barrett's nonchalant demeanor, he simply shuts his mouth, though he remains on high alert. Thank you, but my mother is far away. The pink-haired girl tilts her head innocently, speaking with childlike sincerity. Is that so, little girl? But it seems you are about to meet your end. Barrett displays a cruel grin. Are you underestimating me? I'm angry now. Upon hearing Barrett refer to her as a little girl, Ba Qianlu instantly realizes they are underestimating her. Little Ba said that Ba Qianlu is very powerful. I will send you flying. Ha ha. Jabba, did you hear that? This little girl says she will send us flying. This is too hilarious. Barrett laughs uncontrollably, as if he has heard the most amusing joke. Damn it. Bokuyon liui shangri. Seeing Barrett so dismissive, Ba Qianlu's frustration escalates. Her cheeks puffed up in indignation, and her gaze, if capable of killing, would have already reduced Barrett to mere fragments. Come fort, Sambu Linshu. As the voice of Baiqianliu descended, the long blade in his hand remained unchanged. In an instant, two enormous figures materialized beside him. The first was a long-faced skeleton adorned with hair, sporting bony horns on its forehead and jaw, clad in black fur, and wielding a spear. The second was a creature entirely covered in fur, revealing only its eyes, stout in stature, and brandishing a kitchen knife. Three-step sword beast. Go! Baiqianliu commanded sharply. With a swift motion of his long blade, the long-faced skeleton and the fur-covered creature charged towards the two individuals. The long-faced skeleton swung its spear at Jiaba, who, ever vigilant, managed to evade injury by parrying the attack. However, on the other side, Baylight was not so fortunate. Having underestimated Baikianliu as merely a child and laughing moments before. Consequently, he was sent flying by the kitchen knife wielded by the fur-covered creature, sustaining a massive wound to his chest. Even as he was hurled away, his expression remained one of utter bewilderment, as if questioning, is this a mere child? Damn it, that hurt like hell. Baylight crawled out from the rubble, blood streaming from his body. Baylight, Jabba shouted in concern, are you alive? I'm Fine. But this kid is no ordinary child. Baylight wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze now serious as he fixed it on Baikianliu. Indeed, Jabba nodded in agreement, having exerted all his strength to repel the long-faced skeleton's assault moments ago. Clearly, Baikianliu had merely delivered a casual strike. Baylight, Jabba suddenly spoke with gravity, let's cooperate. She likely possesses the strength of a marshal. Agreed. Baylight nodded, having felt the power of the fur-covered creature firsthand. Just one blow had nearly incapacitated him, which was indeed terrifying. You all underestimate me. Baikianliu huffed angrily. Charge! Jabba and Baylight exchanged glances and simultaneously launched their assault from opposing directions. The ensuing battle was fiercely contested, as Jabba and Baylight, united in purpose, exhibited remarkable synergy. Yet, Baikianliu's prowess surpassed theirs, and with the unique abilities of the three-step sword beast, she handled their combined efforts with ease. It almost seemed as if she was deliberately holding back. Otherwise, the injured Baylight and Jabba would have stood no chance against her. Observing Baikianliu's joyful demeanor, it was clear she relished the challenge. Typically, she would not be allowed to engage while Kenpachi was present, but with him occupied dealing with Roji, she seized the opportunity to enjoy herself. Meanwhile, Roji and Kenpachi faced off. Kenpachi, do you truly intend to annihilate this nation? Roji questioned, perplexed. Having visited Sky Island and interacted with Carter, he knew the common folk under Carter's command were quite content. It seemed implausible that such a person could harbor such brutality. I remember Carter not being a cruel man. Am I wrong? Truthfully, I am uncertain about the nature of my father. Kenpachi replied, quickening his assault, then disdainfully declared, however, mercy towards one's enemies equates to cruelty towards oneself. Blame their allegiance to the world government. Sword pressure. With a fierce shout, Kenpachi raised his weapon high, cleaving down towards Roji's direction. A colossal wave of sword pressure cascaded towards Roji like a torrential waterfall. Is this truly your justification for destroying this nation? Roji retorted. His anger ignited, finding such reasoning absurd. Divine evasion. Roji, undeterred by the immense sword pressure, advanced, transforming his ace into a pitch-black form, enveloped in Conqueror's haki. Cleaving through the sword pressure, the force split the wave in two, devastating structures in its wake. The people here are so kind, treating us to meat and drink. I must stop you. Roji glared fiercely at Kenpachi, his aura surging further. Peak martial level? Kenpachi had not anticipated Roji's sudden breakthrough, bringing him to parity in strength. Oblivious to his own transformation, Roji was solely focused on thwarting Kenpachi's plans to obliterate the nation. Divine evasion, utilizing the technique once more. Roji's attack now bore a potency far beyond its previous iterations, compressing the air and distorting the light around him. Let the slaughter commence. Sword path severed. Witnessing this, Kenpachi recognized the gravity of Roji's enhanced divine evasion. Thus, he unleashed his most formidable strike. Kenpachi typically relied on his overwhelming spiritual pressure in battle, each of his strikes resembling ordinary attacks, yet carrying the weight of a special move. The sword path severed was the only named technique he possessed, underscoring its terrifying nature. As divine evasion collided with sword path severed, time itself seemed to freeze, unleashing a horrific shockwave that radiated from their point of impact. The entire island began to tremble, structures crumbling as mountains fractured. The sword energies generated by divine evasion and sword path severed etched terrifying scars into the ground. It was a stalemate. Their mightiest attacks were evenly matched, resulting in a fierce deadlock. Suddenly, Roji felt an overwhelming discomfort wash over him, a brief moment where his aura faltered. In that instant of disarray, he found himself unable to withstand Kenpachi's assault, narrowly dodging the powerful sword pressure by leaping aside. The pressure, lacking a target, struck the island, cleaving it in two, revealing flowing magma beneath. This was terrifying. Roji felt a sense of relief at having evaded that strike. Yet he remained deeply troubled by the inexplicable sensation he had experienced. It felt as though he could hardly breathe, leading to his aura's disarray and diminished resistance. Nevertheless, Roji pushed such thoughts aside, for he was in the midst of battle. Shaking his head, he charged once more at Kenpachi, ace in hand. As for Shiki and Rayleigh, you shameless scoundrel, how dare you ambush me? Shiki, though injured, still possessed greater strength than Rayleigh. Initially, Rayleigh could contend with Shiki evenly, but as time passed, Shiki's wounds gradually healed. Rayleigh found himself somewhat overmatched by Shurji, who relentlessly pursued him while he sought opportunities to strike back. Stand still, Shurji shouted, unleashing waves of sword energy while hurling insults at Rayleigh. Just because you say stand still does not mean I will comply. Do I not value my dignity? Rayleigh retorted defiantly. Curse be you. This infuriates me. Shurji unleashed his formidable technique, the lion's roll. With both hands pressed to the ground, he summoned a massive head of a lion formed from a multitude of sand and earth under his control. This lion's head was not merely a facade. It was a substantial mass of debris capable of inflicting severe injuries upon impact. This cannot kill me, Rayleigh declared, slashing at the lion's head with 2 arcs of sword energy. Yet, the attacks merely vanished into the sandy visage without causing any disruption, as the lion's head, composed of disjointed materials, remained unaffected by Rayleigh's strikes. What futility! This is troublesome. Realizing his offense was ineffectual, Rayleigh swiftly retreated from Shurji's range of assault. Boom! A torrent of sand and earth crashed upon the island, which had already been cleaved in two by Kenpachi. The ground trembled, causing landslides to erupt from the mountains. Help! The island is on the brink of destruction. Run! To avoid the chaos of the conflict between the Flying Sky Pirates and the Roger Pirates, civilians and royal soldiers fled toward the opposite side of the island. Quickly board the ship and leave this island, an urgent voice called out, prompting everyone to rush toward the nearest vessels. The massive cruise ship became the focal point of their escape. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and a crowned figure shot down a civilian attempting to board the cruise ship. You filthy commoners! What do you think you are doing with my ship? The crowned individual glared menacingly at the would-be boarders. Is that the king? A civilian, having recognized him, gasped in shock. What are you waiting for? Quickly board the ship and leave this island, lest those terrifying pirates kill us. Just then, a rotund man clad in opulent attire emerged from the ship, anxiously urging everyone to board. Clearly, he was the owner of the vessel. Hurry! What are you all dawdling for? Get on board. Bang! Before the portly man could finish his sentence, another gunshot echoed, and he collapsed, blood gushing from his wounds like a fountain. Why? Confusion clouded his dying gaze as he could not comprehend why his benevolent intent to save others led to his demise. As life ebbed from him, his eyes reflected deep regret. The sudden gunfire sent shockwaves through the surrounding civilians, who lowered their heads in fear, terrified of becoming the next target. This ship is now mine. The king smirked coldly, holstering his pistol. We board. Following his command, his soldiers and family members marched towards the vessel, while the civilians instinctively parted to create a path. Once they boarded, the king callously abandoned the civilians, commanding the ship to sail away. Bang! Help! Help! I am a king. Save me. A colossal arc of sword energy soared from the distance, cleaving the cruise ship in two. The once arrogant king now found himself helplessly clinging to the upper half of the ship, which was rapidly sinking. Desperate cries for help escaped his lips, yet the civilians onshore seemed oblivious, each focused solely on their own escape. Soon, countless small boats and rafts filled with people departed the island. Where the cruise ship had once floated, only a small whirlpool remained, signifying its former presence. Back to the battlefield, the ground was marred with deep sword scars and craters. Amidst the ruins of once mighty structures, Rayleigh, I command you to flee. Witness this. Venomous serpent, Shurji bellowed, fully harnessing the power of the float fruit. In an instant, everything within his vicinity, be it person or object, lost its gravity and floated into the air. Super. Lion's roll. Seizing the opportunity while Rayleigh was immobilized, Shurji manipulated a significant portion of the island to form several massive lion heads. It was as if dark clouds loomed over a city, ready to crush it. Yet, this ominous cloud was not composed of vapor, but rather countless grains of sand and stone. With such a terrifying assault, Lili had no means of evasion. As the gigantic lion heads closed in on him, just as despair began to take hold, Shurji coughed up blood, losing control of the sand and earth, which cascaded from the sky, crashing onto the island below. Already injured, Shurji's exertion pushed him beyond his limits, and the wounds he had suppressed surged forth anew. Boom! Buzz! Bang! With the deluge of sand and earth descending, this battered island finally succumbed, fracturing into pieces. Molten lava surged, and the encroaching sea eroded the land. Each crashing wave carried away vast amounts of debris. The island, previously cleaved in two by Kenpachi, was utterly destroyed, splintering into numerous fragments visible from above. Boom! Quick! Board the ship! The island is sinking! Run! A pirate's shout broke the tension, prompting the fighting pirates to flee toward their vessels. Roger, Lei, Jabba, and Barrett responded, hastening away from the impending doom. Shurji, Kenpachi, witnessing Roger's retreat, chose not to pursue, recognizing the urgency of leaving the island before it sank, and created a whirlpool that would trap them all. If Shurji were uninjured, it would be different, but his current state necessitated a quick escape. Kenpachi rushed to Shurji's side, lifting him up and creating a path using his spirit energy toward the flying sky pirates. Xiao Ba, are you alright? Upon returning to the ship, Hu had already made it back, as their battle had taken place not far from the vessel. Set sail. Depart from this place. Under the command of Shiki, the flying pirate crew swiftly departed from the confines of the island, navigating the Eight-Woer Sea. Ha ha, what an exhilarating experience, exclaimed Roger, standing at the bow of the ship, one hand clutching his pirate hat against the fierce wind. I nearly got caught in that whirlpool. It was simply thrilling. Bang! Thrilling my foot. You dawdled when I told you to evacuate. If we had truly been ensnared by that whirlpool, we would have met our doom. Rayleigh could no longer contain himself and delivered a punch to Roger. This fool insisted on watching the spectacle as the island sank, claiming he missed the grandeur of the last time God Valley submerged due to the Navy's interference and vowed to witness at this time. Little did he expect to be drawn towards the whirlpool's center as it formed a massive vortex during the island's descent. Were it not for Rayleigh's historical insight and the powerful propulsion system of the Oro Jackson, they would have already perished beneath the waves. Come now. There's no need to be so angry. We're all safe, aren't we? Roger rubbed the back of his head, wincing slightly. Ha ha, Roger. What an unexpected encounter. A boisterous voice suddenly reached their ears just as Roger and Rayleigh were chatting. Shiki. Indeed, it was the Golden Lion, Shiki. Unbeknownst to them, the Oro Jackson had drifted perilously close to the flying pirate crew. Let us continue our unfinished battle. Lion's Might, a colossal lion's head, formed of seawater, materialized out of thin air and charged towards Roger and the others. Help! Captain, let us flee. The water. If we're engulfed, we'll surely perish. A small pirate with a red nose tugged at Roger's trousers, his tears and snot spilling forth in fear as he beheld the massive lion's head. We're doomed. As the lion's head approached, the red-nosed pirate's eyes nearly bulged from his sockets. Bucky, when did you become so cowardly? A nearby red-haired youth swiftly pulled the frightened boy to his side. Shanks, spare me your sardonic remarks. You, who haven't consumed a devil fruit, have no fear. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have eaten that cursed fruit. I shall never forgive you. It turned out that these two were none other than the young Bucky and Shanks. Now, Bucky, having been duped by Shanks, had consumed the chop fruit. What's wrong with that? It's a devil fruit. Consuming it grants immense power. Shanks remarked nonchalantly. What? I have no interest in such a wretched devil fruit. I want treasure. Do you have any idea how much treasure lies beneath the sea? I'm missing out on all of it. Bucky fumed. What does it matter? Aren't you practically invulnerable now? Shanks teased, wearing a straw hat. What? But it has numerous weaknesses. Bucky protested. Captain, as Bucky attempted to reach Roger's side, he was abruptly seized by Jabba, who gripped him by the neck. After all these years aboard the ship, do you still not understand? No one can persuade the captain. Roger, why not join my Chinese government? With your addition, we would undoubtedly conquer the world faster. Shiki proclaimed from the bow, a cigar clenched between his teeth, brimming with bravado. Shiki, you know I have no interest in ruling. Pirates are meant to be free. If we can no longer do what we wish, then what is the point of being a pirate? Roger boldly stood at the bow, his demeanor unfazed even in the face of Shiki's numerous warships. Are you suggesting I kill you here today? Shiki's gaze sharpened, radiating a lethal intensity. We shall defeat you all. Shiki. Bang. Boom. As Roger's words fell, a massive cannonball erupted from the front of the Oro Jackson, striking a pirate ship with devastating force. TCH. Shiki spat out his cigar, his muscles tensing as he prepared to attack. Kenpachi, along with the rest of the flying pirate crew, readied themselves for battle. At that moment, Roger found himself at a significant disadvantage. After all, this was naval combat, and Shiki commanded an overwhelming fleet of ships. Shiki could not engage Roger in a close-quarters battle. Soon, all the warships of the flying pirate crew formed a surrounding arc, closing in on the Oro Jackson. Just as Roger seemed cornered, the sky darkened ominously, thunder rumbled, and the winds intensified. The previously calm sea erupted with towering waves, each growing more formidable with time. A storm was approaching. "Look!" someone shouted, drawing everyone's gaze upward. The air seemed to freeze. Huge, enormous, an overwhelmingly massive wave loomed ahead. Shiki's pirate ship appeared like a mere toy beneath the monstrous swell, as if it could be crushed at any moment. Heavens! Run! The other captains of the flying pirate crew, witnessing the terrifying wave, could think of nothing but escape. Captain Bucky, frozen in fear, could barely utter a word. "Go!" Roger's expression turned grave. Despite his usual carefree nature, he understood the peril of the approaching wave. Without hesitation, he ordered the Oro Jackson to unleash its full power. Fortunately, the Oro Jackson, a creation of the Sky Island, was not positioned at the wave's epicenter. Thus, leveraging its speed, it managed to ride alongside the massive wave, vanishing from sight unscathed. The flying pirate crew, however, was not as fortunate. They faced the wave head-on, and with their multitude of ships, they found themselves unable to escape its grasp. As the wave loomed closer, Shiki and Kenpachi drew their swords, their expressions grave as they stared at the approaching deluge. Cut through the sword path. Golden Lion slash. Open up, with their furious shouts. Two immense sword energies sliced down towards the wave. The sword energy penetrated the water, seemingly ineffective for a brief moment. Suddenly, the colossal wave parted down the middle. Stunned, they could hardly believe that such a fearsome wave had been cleaved in two by Kenpachi and Shiki's might. What? The other pirates aboard the ship were left dumbfounded, unable to utter a word, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the day's events and the staggering feat accomplished by Kenpachi and Shiki. The colossal waves were cleaved apart from the center, revealing a passage for Kenpachi and his crew's pirate ship to navigate through the tumultuous sea. Thus, Kenpachi and his companions traversed the massive waves unscathed, while other pirate vessels were not so fortunate. They were ruthlessly shattered by the waves, and countless fragments of ships were scattered in every direction. Debris relentlessly hurtled towards Kenpachi's ship, with the sounds of impact resonating the hull deck, and railing began to sustain damage from the fragments. A pirate lackey let out a chilling scream as a shattered plank crushed his legs. After continuous battles and a strenuous effort moments ago, Kenpachi and Shiki found themselves unable to deflect all the debris. Without a moment's hesitation, Kenpachi shielded Yuichiro beneath him, inwardly invoking manifest spiritual pressure defense. Instantly, the remaining spiritual pressure within Kenpachi transformed into a fearsome skeletal demon, encasing both him and Yuichiro in a formidable protective barrier. Meanwhile, Shiki, having exhausted his strength, found himself defenseless. A rapidly spinning ship's helm hurtled towards his face. Shiki barely managed to lower his head before losing consciousness. Kenpachi's dwindling spiritual pressure held out for a while longer before he too succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke again, the pirate ship had drifted to a different sea, where the weather was serene, a stark contrast to the earlier tempest. Yuichiro was diligently tending to the injured, as she was the only one aboard who had escaped harm. During the battle with Jabba and Barrett, she had navigated the conflict with ease, hardly exhausting her energy, let alone sustaining injuries. Upon returning to the ship, Kenpachi had anticipated a fierce naval battle, only to be confronted with a singular towering wave. Though this wave raised suspicions, now was not the time for contemplation. As long as Kenpachi was by Yuichiro's side, he would undoubtedly ensure her safety. Thus, even while Kenpachi lost consciousness, Yuichiro remained lively and unscathed. "Little Eight, you're awake," Yuichiro exclaimed upon noticing Kenpachi had regained consciousness. "What happened after I blacked out?" Kenpachi inquired, rubbing his forehead in mild discomfort. "Nothing happened." Yuichiro playfully poked her cheek, tilting her head adorably. "That wave was peculiar. Once we passed through it, the sea calmed as if nothing had transpired. If not for the scars on the ship and the helm on Shiki's head, I would think it was merely an illusion. Kenpachi nodded in understanding, then turned in astonishment towards Shiki's adjacent bed, exclaiming, "The helm on Shiki's head? There really is a helm. Shiki, he can't be dead, can he?" Kenpachi's concern grew. Despite his often wild demeanor, he had formed a bond with Shiki over their time together. "He's not dead. He just fainted," Yuichiro replied innocently. "But I wonder if having such a large helm lodged in his head will make him foolish." Possibly. Just then, Shiki stirred from his slumber. "Where is this? What on earth? Why does my head hurt so much?" he exclaimed as he instinctively reached for the helm atop his head. "Stop. Wait." Kenpachi and Yuichiro shouted in unison. "Don't move, Shiki." Although Shiki had not perished from the helm embedded in his skull, moving recklessly could prove perilous. A careless bump against a major artery could be fatal. What is going on? What happened? Shiki, still disoriented, was oblivious to the circumstances but trusted Kenpachi and Yuichiro would not endanger him. Thus, he maintained his hand's position, asking impatiently, "What is up? My arm is sore, and my head hurts. What's going on?" With a pained expression, he inquired. Kenpachi and Yuichiro exchanged glances at a loss for words, as the situation was simply too shocking. Such a large helm lodged in one's head was beyond comprehension. "Of course it hurts with a helm stuck in your head," Kenpachi remarked, exasperated. "A helm? What helm? Never mind, I can't explain it. You'll have to see for yourself," Yuichiro said as she fetched a mirror and handed it to Shiki. Shiki gazed at his reflection in the mirror, falling silent for a few moments. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed from the cabin. "What? How could this happen?" However, it seemed the helm had affected Shiki. His initial shock quickly faded, and he tossed the mirror aside nonchalantly, stating, "Well, it's not ugly." Kenpachi and Yuichiro were momentarily speechless at Shiki's reaction. After all, it was hardly normal for someone to remain so composed with a helm embedded in their head. Unbeknownst to Shiki, as he discarded the mirror, several strands of his golden hair fell away with the motion. Meanwhile, on the Sky Island, "All right, I understand." Carter concluded a conversation over the den mushi, a look of contemplation crossing his face. He had not anticipated the battle at 8 Wall would still occur. Although the reasons differed, the outcome seemed similar. Despite the presence of 3 formidable warriors, Shiki, Kenpachi, and Yuichiro, they had still encountered the monstrous waves, and Roger had fled once more. Furthermore, Shiki had retained the helm in his head. Carter stroked his chin thoughtfully. To his surprise, Shiki had lost the ability to utilize haki following the helm's penetration. Indeed, after the helm lodged in his skull, Shiki could no longer employ any form of haki, whether it be armament haki, observation haki, or conqueror's haki. All were rendered inaccessible. With this development, Shiki's combat prowess had diminished significantly. Perhaps it was best to have Shiki return for treatment. After weighing the situation's implications, Carter resolved to summon Shiki back to the Sky Island. After all, it was now 1499, and Roger's health had begun to deteriorate. The time was approaching for Roger to complete the entire Grand Line and ascend as the Pirate King. The world government's retribution would cease here. It was time for Shiki and the others to return, Carter concluded resolutely. Meanwhile, aboard the Roger Pirate's ship, Buggy and Shanks anxiously awaited outside the infirmary, where Roger was being treated. "Captain." After 2 long hours of examination and treatment, Roger finally emerged from the infirmary. "Are you all right?" Buggy and Shanks inquired urgently. To them, Roger resembled a father figure, having taken them in at a young age. Roger had treated them with great kindness, making him the most significant and cherished person in their lives. "Ha ha ha, I am left with but a year to live." Roger faced his impending death with such tranquility, uttering these words as if the one nearing death were not himself. "What? How could this be?" Baki was the first to leap forward, his face a mask of disbelief as he gazed at Roger. "Kakaluos, surely Captain Roger must be jesting, right?" Baki looked at Kakaluos with a face full of hope, yearning for reassurance that Captain Roger was indeed fine. Yet life seldom favors our wishes. Kakaluos remained silent, merely lowering his head and shaking it in negation. "No, no." Baki desperately shook Kakaluos. Captain Roger might truly have but a year left to live. Observing Baki's distress, Kakaluos could only reply in a somber tone. Thud. Upon hearing this, Baki seemed to lose all his strength, plopping down onto the ground. Nearby, Shanks leaned against the wall, pulling his straw hat low to obscure his eyes, lost in thought. "What are you doing, Baki? I still have a year to live, right?" Roger approached Baki, crouching down and placing a hand on his head. "However, our journey to the final island must commence sooner." After years of preparation, it is time to set sail for the final island. Roger had risen, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where the final island awaited. Listen up, everyone. Oh, Roger suddenly called out, and all members of the Roger Pirates responded with vigor. Ha ha ha, I shall surely become the Pirate King. Roger laughed heartily, drawing out Ace from his waist and slashing forward. What do you intend to do, Roger? Though their captain had spent years searching for a route to the final island and had pinpointed numerous historical texts, Rayleigh knew that his captain did not comprehend the ancient script. Tueno, find Kazuki Oden. He will guide us to the final island. Roger's gaze was sharp, unwaveringly directed at the final island. With Roger's command, the Oro Jackson sprang into action. Meanwhile, on Skypiea, in the conference hall. Haha, Shiki, your head is truly unique. Carp chuckled uncontrollably at Shiki, who had a ship's helm protruding from his head. Get lost. Why aren't you lingering in Tato land instead of returning to Skypiea? Shiki, cigar in mouth, dismissed Carp's teasing without a care. Well, Carp casually remarked while picking his nose, anyway, now that Amiya, Naruto, Inuyasha, and Sesshomaru have all grown up, I'm passing on responsibilities to Naruto, so I'm quite free now. Those four are the future marshals and admirals of our Chinese Navy. Whenever Naruto was mentioned, pride radiated from Carp's face. Wow, how delightful, Shiki remarked with envy, for after drifting at sea for over a decade, he had grown weary of that life. That's simple. Since you've been injured this time, just retire like me. Carp scoffed at Shiki. After all, not many dare to stir trouble around Skypiea. The Air Force is well managed by moi. Enough, enough. Shiki, don't listen to my brother's nonsense. Just as they reached the conference hall entrance, Carter overheard Carp persuading Shiki to retire and quickly intervened. You cannot retire. Recently, moi's been overwhelming me. She has far too many matters to handle. And we need you to contribute. Haha, I too wish not to retire just yet. After all, I have yet to witness China ruling the world. Shiki nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Carter breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Shiki was not like her lazy brother. Initially, when they made him the admiral, he was quite enthusiastic, and Carter envisioned her brother as the admiral while Naruto, Sesshomaru, and Inuyasha would be the three admirals. However, she did not expect her brother to tire of the position after just a few years and frequently return to her, expressing a desire to retire. At first, they could persuade him by saying that without Carp, they would not even have an admiral or admirals to fill the ranks. Eventually, he even called for Amiya to take on the role of vice admiral, while he himself became a hands-off leader. It is noteworthy to mention Amiya. This lad possesses the strength of an admiral and wields the skill known as projection magic, with immense power and a strong sense of justice. Carp had his eye on him early on. When Amiya's abilities blossomed, Carp directly approached him and guaranteed he would never retire. However, mere days after Amiya's arrival, Carp was utterly delighted, offloading all duties on Naruto, while tasks such as inspections were delegated to Inuyasha, Sesshomaru, and Amiya. Meanwhile, he commenced a series of persistent retirement applications. Moreover, brother, you cannot retire yet. Carter shot a furious gaze at her brother. Tato Land requires your oversight. You cannot abandon your post. If all else fails, just go there to train new recruits. All right, Carp relented, having failed in his resignation once more, yet he was not disheartened. After all, this was not the first time, and currently, Carp did not genuinely wish to retire. He merely found amusement in teasing Carter. However, the priority now is that Shiki must seek treatment. After Carter rejected Carp's retirement appeal again, she turned to the dazed Shiki. After all, having that ship's helm embedded in your head not only hinders your haki, but could also claim your life at any moment. Okay. Shiki nodded in agreement. Although he had grown accustomed to the helm over time, it would still be beneficial to have it removed. What the heck are you doing with that saw? And a hammer too. After some light conversation, Shiki was finally pushed into the operating room. Oh no. Soon, terrified screams echoed from within the operating room. Presently, Skypiea's medical technology is quite advanced, capable of directly halting the transmission of pain signals from neurons. Thus, Shiki was not anesthetized. He could still observe the doctor's movements and feel the operations on his head, albeit without pain. Watching as they wielded saws and hammers, and even a power drill, alongside a machine resembling a meat grinder in the corner, sent chills down Shiki's spine. Given that Shiki had a ship's helm lodged in his head, his emotional responses became exceedingly exaggerated. Meanwhile, at the door, Carter and Carp, hearing Shiki's anguished screams from the operating room, couldn't he help but break out in a cold sweat. A saw, a hammer. Carp and Carter exchanged glances, both unable to suppress a shiver. Oh no, this feels painful. It is entirely understandable, considering that the entire ship's rudder had been embedded in his head. To extract it, one could only resort to the use of a hammer and a saw. Kate nodded in agreement, somewhat contemplative. Suddenly, he regretted accompanying Ka-Pu on this visit. Initially, he thought he ought to check on Shirji, an old friend of over a decade, now admitted to the hospital. Moreover, whether he visited Shirji was secondary. The paramount reason was to evade the duties of the day, which was of utmost importance. However, he did not anticipate that Shirji would emit such a harrowing wail, sending a shiver down his spine. Shirji's cries persisted for an entire hour before finally subsiding. The door to the operating room was eventually pushed open, and Shirji was wheeled out on a hospital bed. Oh dear, it's finally over. Shirji, lying on the bed with his head tightly bandaged, could not help but lament upon seeing Ka-Pu and Kate. You have no idea. These doctors used a saw, a hammer, and even a power drill on my head. I was terrified. Ka-Pu and Kate, however, did not heed Shirji's words, but instead stared at him with peculiar expressions. What is wrong with you two? Ha ha ha. Finally, Ka-Pu and Kate could no longer contain themselves. Shirji, you look absolutely hilarious. You've lost all your hair, and your head is wrapped up like a ball. Ha ha. I can't take it anymore. It's too funny. They laughed uncontrollably. Curse you two. How can you laugh at me at a time like this? Seeing these heartless companions mock him so openly almost made Shirji sit up in anger. However, in doing so, he inadvertently tugged at his wound. Oh, that hurts. Ha ha ha. Kate and Ka-Pu had just calmed down, but upon witnessing Shirji's comical reaction to the pain, they erupted into laughter once more. Amidst the playful banter, Kate caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Lingling. There was Lingling being supported by a maid, appearing somewhat weak as she entered through the hospital doors. Lingling, what happened? Kate rushed to her side, filled with concern. It's nothing. It seems I might be pregnant, so I came for a checkup, Lingling replied with a gentle smile. Pregnant? Let us hurry and get you checked out. Without delay, Kate led Lingling to the examination room. Normally, Kate would not be so anxious. However, it had been many years since they had conceived. Given their ages, this could be considered a late blessing, which only heightened his nervousness. Lord Kate. Shortly, a female doctor approached Kate with a respectful demeanor. Lady Lingling is indeed pregnant with twins, a boy and a girl, and she is already 1 month along. Really? Kate could no longer contain his excitement upon hearing this news. Ding! The system has detected that the host's wife is pregnant with twins. Do you wish to extract offspring talents now? Just as the doctor confirmed the pregnancy, the system's notification chimed in. No, Kate decided against extracting talents in the hospital, as Lingling was still by his side. After returning home, he urged Lingling to rest early and then made his way to the study. The system began to extract talents. Upon entering the study, Kate wasted no time and immediately chose to extract talents. Ding! Now, beginning the extraction of the 11th child's talents. Please select one from the following 3 talents to bestow upon the 11th child. Talent A. Salted Egg Ultraman Talent B. Dynamic Ultraman Talent C. Shinigami and Hollow Exterminator Salted Egg Ultraman. Dynamic Ultraman. Shinigami and Hollow Exterminator. Kate pondered over the 3 talents presented by the system. The first, Salted Egg Ultraman, was a humorous nickname for Ultraman, though it was unclear which one it referred to. The second, Dynamic Ultraman, was a superhero from the comedic anime Crayon Shinchan, and given its humorous nature, Kate promptly dismissed this option. As for the last talent, upon first glance, he decided to choose it without hesitation. Shinigami and Hollow Exterminator. Kate's pupils contracted. He instinctively recognized this talent's origin. In the world of Shinigami, only one individual possessed the abilities of a Shinigami, a Hollow, and an Exterminator simultaneously. System talent selection. Shinigami and Hollow Exterminator. Kate did not hesitate. Ding! Congratulations, host, talent selection successful. The 11th child receives the SSS class talent. Shinigami and Hollow Exterminator. Just as I thought. Kate nodded knowingly at the talent level. He was certain that this individual possessed an SSS class talent. Shaking his head, he no longer dwelled on it and proceeded to extract the 11th daughter's talent. Ding! Now, beginning the extraction of the 11th daughter's talents. Please select one from the following 3 talents to bestow upon the 11th daughter. Talent A. Secondary Biological Engine Talent B. Fire God Talent C. Water God Secondary Biological Engine. Fire God? Water God? Upon seeing these 3 talents, Kate immediately recognized the most suitable choice. Indeed, it was the secondary biological engine, whether for yin or GXIN. This talent was undoubtedly SSS class, leaving no room for hesitation. He swiftly chose this talent. Nevertheless, Kate took a moment to scrutinize the other two talents. The scopes of Fire God and Water God were exceedingly broad, so he did not dwell on them any longer. System Talent Selection, Secondary Biological Engine. Ding! Congratulations, host. Talent selection successful. The 11th daughter receives the SSS class talent, Secondary Biological Engine. Meanwhile, as Kate reveled in the talents of his son and daughter, 3 factions were simultaneously advancing towards Wa no Kuni nearby. In the New World, near Wa no Kuni, Kazuki Oden and Whitebeard stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, gazing at the ever-enlarging island in the distance. Lord Oden, Kazuki Toki, cradling a baby, stood beside Kazuki Oden, her face alight with anticipation. Is that Wa no Kuni? As someone who had traveled from 800 years in the past, her purpose for crossing over was to reach Wa no Kuni. Now that the long-desired land had finally appeared before her, she could hardly contain her excitement. Yes, indeed, in contrast to Kazuki Toki's enthusiasm, Kazuki Oden appeared somewhat disinterested. Having gone through great lengths to escape from Wa no Kuni, I can hardly wait. Kazuki Toki's beautiful eyes sparkled as she carefully scrutinized the island she had longed for. Unbeknownst to me, I have been away for quite some time. Although I am reluctant to return, Kogetsu Oden cannot help but feel a sense of nostalgia, for this is, after all, his homeland. Woo-la-la-la. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard erupted into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Indeed, back in the day, Oden was quite the pest, always pestering me to set sail with him. And remember when our Moby Dick ran aground on the beach at Kuri? This fellow had the audacity to draw his sword at the mere sight of us. The more I think about it, the angrier I get." With that, Whitebeard delivered a playful punch to Kogetsu Oden's head. "Isn't this a trivial matter?" Oden remarked, rubbing his head and rolling his eyes. Hee. Kogetsu Shimatsuki couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Oden's misfortune. Before long, Moby Dick had anchored off the coast of Wano. Splash! Standing on the beach, Kogetsu Shimatsuki surveyed the surroundings, a myriad of emotions swelling within him. Finally, we have returned. Everything remains unchanged. Kogetsu Oden, reflecting on the familiarity of the place, felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. Oden-sama. Just as Kogetsu Oden and Kogetsu Shimatsuki were lost in their thoughts, a voice suddenly emerged from the forest on the shore. Huh? Oden turned his head in confusion towards the source of the voice. Kirishima? Heighten? Toki? Kinemon? What brings you all here? Observing the worn expressions of Kirishima and Heighten, it was clear they had been waiting for quite some time. Oden-sama, the daimyo. Kirishima and the others seemed hesitant to continue. Noting their demeanor, Oden felt an ominous premonition stir within him. The daimyo is dead. Just as Kirishima was about to elaborate, Oden raised his hand to halt him. He then turned to Whitebeard, his expression darkening. "Captain, we need to discuss something." Oden, Whitebeard, having overheard Kirishima's words, did not press the matter further. Instead, he merely patted Oden's shoulder and said, "Do not forget, you are family to me, Edward Newgate." "Captain." Oden was moved to tears at this, declaring, "I will always be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates." Subsequently, he took Kogetsu Shimatsuki to a quiet corner to converse. Meanwhile, Whitebeard gazed at the numerous smokestacks that had been erected in Wano, belching black smoke into the air. Although curious, he chose not to dwell on it. Yet sensed something was amiss with Oden. Thus, he ordered his crew to set up camp, indicating they would remain for an extended period. The following day, Wano welcomed a new guest. The Oro Jackson had docked in a river not far from the Moby Dick. "Ha ha!" exclaimed Roger, standing at the forefront, unable to contain his exuberance, his aura radiating unapologetically. What a formidable presence! Whitebeard's gaze fixated intently on Roger. "Is that so?" Kogetsu Oden, who had been despondent upon hearing of his father's demise and the invasion of Wano, suddenly felt a surge of interest upon learning of a powerful newcomer. "Captain, leave this strong individual to me." With that, he dashed towards the direction of the Roger pirates, his wooden clogs echoing as he navigated through the forest, leaping over massive mushroom-shaped stones. In no time, he arrived before the Roger pirates, where several of Roger's crew members immediately drew their swords, eyeing Oden warily. "Who goes there?" Upon seeing Kogetsu Oden, they swiftly brandished their long blades. However, Oden, disregarding the unwritten rules of combat, launched a surprise attack. "Kogo no Oni." Two flashes of steel cut through the air, and Odin's strength quickly overwhelmed the startled pirates, dispatching them in an instant. He must be that samurai. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and drew his own sword. As expected, just like the legends, Jabba brandished his double axes, readying himself. We must defeat him swiftly. Ha ha! You mustn't get hurt. Leave him to me. Allow me to protect you. Suddenly, Roger burst forth from behind Rayleigh and Jabba. You merely wish to brawl. Rayleigh couldn't help but retort. Shimbo. Roger laughed heartily, acknowledging Rayleigh's words, and with a single mighty strike, sent Kogetsu Odin flying. Crash. Boom. Odin crashed through several massive trees before finally coming to a halt against a boulder. What was that? How could I lose so easily? I refuse to accept this. Struggling, Kogetsu Odin extricated himself from the rocks and charged once more towards Roger. At that moment, swish! Whitebeard soared over Odin's head, using the trees to propel himself toward Roger. At last, you have arrived. Roger grinned, unleashing a torrent of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki towards Ace. Whitebeard, undeterred, retaliated with his own Haki, clashing with Roger in a powerful display. Bam! The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the ground. What? They didn't collide? Kogetsu Odin gasped in astonishment as the clash of Haki reverberated around them. As Whitebeard and Roger engaged, the two exchanged knowing glances and nodded. In unison, they exerted force to distance themselves. What is happening? Kogetsu Odin and the others pondered. Incoming. Both Roger and Whitebeard turned their gaze toward the sea, where a colossal iron warship swiftly approached. The Chinese Navy. Upon recognizing the flag flying from the ship, Buggy's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Could it be that Garp is here to capture us? Despite Garp now holding the title of Admiral in the Chinese Navy, his relentless pursuit of the Roger pirates had become legendary. The sight of that flag sent a wave of fear through Buggy. Roger, too, felt a shiver run down his spine as memories of Garp's devastating punches flooded back. Whitebeard, intrigued, observed the steel leviathan as it drew nearer. After all, Baihuzi and Kapu bear no enmity towards each other, and Baihuzi has no conflict with the Chinese government. Thus, Kapu has never attempted to hunt down Baihuzi. However, Baihuzi is indeed quite intrigued by Kapu, as he is currently the most formidable force on the seas. Soon, as the colossal iron ship docked, two figures leapt down from the vessel. One had somewhat white hair and was donned in an all-white outfit, adorned with fluffy embellishments and two long swords at his waist. The other was clad in red, sporting a black wolf-tooth necklace around his neck, with a single sword hanging from his waist. The newcomers were none other than Shashingwan and Inuyasha. Following the orders of Carter, the two brothers had immediately headed toward Wano country after arriving in the Totland Sea, and they had only just now reached Wano. Due to the recent outbreak of intense combat, Inuyasha's reckless nature reemerged, and he insisted on dragging Shashingwan along to join the fray. Are you fighting? Can you take us with you? Inuyasha exclaimed in a carefree manner, glancing at Roger and Baihuzi with keen interest, although Shashingwan stood silently and coldly to the side. The rising aura of battle around him subtly indicated that his heart was not entirely at peace. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback at the sight. Gulalala, the White Wolf Admiral of the Chinese Navy and the Red Demon Admiral? The monkey family is truly fascinating. Baihuzi suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, declaring, Isn't it only natural for pirates and the Navy to clash? Ha 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 ha. Konjin, as he spoke, a white orb materialized in his left hand, forcefully hurled towards Shashingwan and Inuyasha. Instantly, terrifying fissures appeared in the air, rapidly extending towards Inuyasha. Not daring to underestimate the attack, Inuyasha swiftly drew his Tetsusaiga, which surged in size, transforming into a massive, fluffy-bladed sword. The transformation did not cease there. The blade soon turned jet black, resembling a sword forged from the very fabric of the cosmos. Inuyasha's aura swelled as well, his physical prowess, originally at the peak of an admiral, now transcending to that of a marshal due to the influence of Tetsusaiga. Maido Zengetsua! Inuyasha shouted fiercely, launching a black sword energy that, upon contact with the fissures created by Konjin, expanded into a colossal black sphere, devouring all the cracks without leaving a trace of disturbance. The ground grazed by the black sphere appeared as if a scoop had been taken out, the soil and rock vanishing without a trace. Witnessing the scene, Baihuzi's pupils narrowed, for the recent Maido Zengetsua had posed a significant threat. Fortunately, the speed of the attack was not overwhelming, yet Baihuzi instantly became serious. no longer underestimating Inuyasha. Feng Shishang. Inuyasha fiercely swung his Tetsuzaiga towards the ground, unleashing three massive sword energies that rushed towards Baihuzi. Without waiting for Baihuzi to react, Inuyasha charged directly at him. Come on, bang! Baihuzi merely waved his Kanjiunki lightly to disperse the wind attack. The Kanjiunki then met Tetsuzaiga in a clash. You're quite impressive, uncle. You disperse my Feng Shishang so effortlessly. Inuyasha remarked with admiration. Gulalala, you're also quite good. Baihuzi laughed heartily. What do you say about becoming my son? Inuyasha was left speechless, retorting, Uncle, I am a Marine, and I already have a father. How can you just claim a child? Do you offer this to anyone you meet? Baihuzi was about to counter Inuyasha's words, but inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. After pondering, he realized he often found himself adopting sons. However, Baihuzi quickly shook his head, dismissing the peculiar thought. After all, he set sail to seek family. Hence the inclination to adopt sons. Enough with the nonsense, kid. Baihuzi, clearly flustered, increased his power, suddenly putting Inuyasha under significant pressure. Meanwhile, Shashingwan and Roger engaged in their own exchange. Kid, are you also Carter's son? Roger exclaimed boisterously. Is that Kenpachi fellow your brother or your younger sibling? Hearing Roger's incessant chatter, Shashingwan exhaled heavily, beginning to understand why his uncle would relentlessly pursue Roger for a good thrashing every time they met. This is infuriating. Let us settle it with a fight first. If I win, I'll tell you. With that, Shashingwan drew his Bakuseiga and Tenseiga. Mido Zangetsuwa. Shashingwan casually waved, sending a Mido Zangetsuwa directly at Roger. Oh dear, you're angry now? You sure are easy to provoke. Roger quipped, deftly dodging the attack. Having witnessed Inuyasha's Mido Zangetsuwa earlier, Roger recognized its terrifying power, albeit slightly slow. As anticipated, upon landing, the Mido Zangetsuwa transformed into a massive black sphere, engulfing everything in its vicinity. Haha, then let us have a battle. While I'm still alive. Roger laughed heartily. Stop prattling, Shashingwan retorted, retracting Tenseiga and charging at Roger with Bakuseiga, his voice menacing. Let us settle the score for Shiki and the others. Did they perish in that storm? If so, I apologize, but that is the nature of the sea. Roger faced the fierce onslaught from Shashingwan without flinching. Kanglongpo. Shashingwan infused a significant amount of demon power into Bakuseiga, which coalesced into a pale dragon along the blade. Go! Shashingwan swung forcefully, sending the pale dragon roaring towards Roger. Ha, kid, you are impressive. Such power at a young age. Roger chuckled, lightly waving his ace, effortlessly dispersing the Tsanglongpo. What? Witnessing this, Shashingwan's pupils constricted. Although the Tsanglongpo was not his strongest attack, it was not something an ordinary admiral could easily fend off. As expected, Shashingwan mused, observing Roger closely. Those who maintain good relations with his uncle possess considerable strength. While he may not rival his uncle, he certainly possesses martial-level prowess. Jinya, Duwajua, Yaochi Chiu, Guangweizi. Bakuseiga unleashed a flurry of techniques from Shashingwan, while Roger effortlessly countered each attack, dismantling Shashingwan's skills with ease. Who? Shashingwan exhaled heavily, his gaze fixed solemnly on Luo Jie. He had not anticipated the immense pressure Luo Jie exerted upon him. The relentless barrage of attacks left him struggling to catch his breath. Not bad, kid. Do you have any tricks left? If not, it's my turn. As he spoke, Luo Jie suddenly dashed behind Shashingwan. Not good. Sensing the chilling aura approaching from behind, Shashingwan cursed under his breath. In an instant, Luo Jie's attack was almost upon him. Bang! A sound akin to shattering glass reverberated through the air. In that fleeting moment of Luo Jie's strike, Shashingwan had no time to evade or turn to defend himself, managing only to grasp Tainshenjia firmly. It was the inherent ability of Tainshenjia that provided protection, forming a barrier around its wielder to absorb one instance of damage. Canine Dragon Break. Thanks to the barrier's defense, Luo Jie's assault was thwarted, allowing Shashingwan to regain his composure. He swiftly countered with a powerful Canine Dragon Break, creating distance between them. As they landed, the disparity in their conditions became glaringly evident. Shashingwan was panting heavily, while Luo Jie appeared entirely at ease. Meanwhile, the clash between Inuyasha and Whitebeard had reached a fever pitch. Yet Whitebeard, being the formidable figure he was, renowned as the strongest man in the world, had begun to dominate the battle. Over time, Inuyasha found himself thoroughly suppressed. Damn it, why can't I win? Inuyasha's body bore numerous wounds. A trickle of blood staining his lips, the result of an inadvertent encounter with one of Whitebeard's devastating shockwaves. Now, he could only awkwardly evade Whitebeard's relentless strikes. Were it not for the formidable regenerative abilities of his mythical beast lineage, Inuyasha would have long since succumbed. Hey, la la la. Kid, you have some skill. But you can't be my son, Whitebeard declared, gathering a white energy sphere atop his sword, Yunsi. Damn it. Stinking old man. With Whitebeard's rapid movements and proximity, Inuyasha had no time to dodge, gritting his teeth as he forced himself to defend with Tetsuzaiga. Buzz. The moment they clashed, Inuyasha felt a terrifying shockwave surge through Tetsuzaiga, penetrating his body. The internal injuries he had nearly recovered from flared up once more, forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips. Am I going to die? Inuyasha pondered. Memories of cherished moments replaying vividly in his mind. His loved ones, his family, the happy times, all flashing like a lantern in his heart. Perhaps dying like this wouldn't be so bad. Whitebeard was simply too powerful. Despite Tetsuzaiga enhancing his combat prowess to a commander level, he faced the peak of Whitebeard, whose strength was nearly king class. As his stamina waned, Inuyasha felt hope for victory slip away, further compounded by the unique properties of the Gura no Mi, making Whitebeard's attacks nearly impossible to withstand. As the memories continued to flicker, Inuyasha found himself locked in combat with Whitebeard, his pupils fading, his strength waning. Whitebeard's next strike threatened to breach Inuyasha's defenses. Yet, amidst the turmoil, the memories persisted. Finally, the flickering lantern of recollection settled upon Tetsuzaiga. Tetsuzaiga. The sword quivered, as if urging Inuyasha not to give up. You're telling me not to surrender? Tetsuzaiga continued to vibrate, seemingly calling out to him. I'm back. Tetsuzaiga. With renewed determination, Inuyasha firmly grasped Tetsuzaiga once more. At the critical juncture, he awakened, eyes filled with resolve. Whitebeard was formidable. That last strike had nearly crushed him, but he had regained consciousness just in time. Tetsuzaiga, as if responding to Inuyasha, vibrated persistently. Suddenly, a unique force emanated from Tetsuzaiga, drawing in the energy of the Gura no Mi sphere. The sound of a heartbeat echoed from the blade. What? Whitebeard exclaimed in astonishment. This was his first encounter with a blade capable of absorbing the power of his Gura no Mi, albeit with no adverse effect on him. Inuyasha, eyes wide with wonder, witnessed Tetsuzaiga undergo a transformation. Although the blade itself appeared unchanged, a white energy enveloped its form. This was the vibrational power of the Gura no Mi simultaneously. A name emerged in Inuyasha's mind. Gura Tetsuzaiga. Though uncertain of the events unfolding, he declared, our battle is far from over. With that, Whitebeard coalesced the power of the Gura no Mi once more atop Yunsi, preparing to strike at Inuyasha. Here I come. A voice echoed in Inuyasha's mind, and instead of evading, he lifted Tetsuzaiga to intercept the blow. Clash. The collision of Yunsi and Tetsuzaiga unleashed a shockwave, both blades releasing their vibrational energies, which ultimately negated each other completely. Ha ha ha. Stinking old man. Your Gura no Mi power is useless against me now. Behold, earthquake. Inuyasha retaliated, striking the air with a fierce blow, sending fissures towards Whitebeard. Cut. Using the power of the Gura no Mi against me, 1T work. Whitebeard countered, conjuring the power of the Gura no Mi and effortlessly nullifying Inuyasha's earthquake. A new round was about to commence. Inuyasha, wielding Gura Tetsuzaiga, charged directly at Whitebeard, shouting, soul-dispersing iron claws. The blood-red claws shot forth towards Whitebeard. Inuyasha's strike was met with Whitebeard's blade, and the two clashed once more. Meanwhile, Shashingwan and Luo Jie were locked in an equally intense struggle. Despite Luo Jie's peak commander-level prowess, his deteriorating health prevented him from unleashing his full potential, likely allowing him only to exhibit commander-level strength at present. It has been ages since I've fought with such vigor. How about we settle this with a single move? After exchanging blows, Luo Jie laughed heartily. Agreed, Shashingwan responded, gripping Tenshinjia in one hand and Baoshia in the other, unleashing a powerful roar within himself. Demon power liberation. With that declaration, Shashingwan's aura surged once more, having fully tapped into his potential and reaching the pinnacle of a general strength. As he wielded Bakuseiga and Tensiga, both weapons significantly enhanced Sesshomaru's prowess. when employing both simultaneously, his strength could ascend to the level of a martial. Presently, after unleashing his demonic power, Sesshomaru astonishingly reached the pinnacle of martial-level strength. However, this state was not conducive to prolonged combat. If he could not swiftly conclude the battle, the repercussions of his power release could lead to his downfall. Given this circumstance, I must approach this seriously. Shinbiki. Observing Sesshomaru's escalating aura, Roger laughed heartily, dismissing his own ailments and channeling all his energy into Shinbiki. Captain, what you're doing will hasten your demise. Kurakalos exclaimed in alarm, acutely aware of the severity of Roger's condition. Ha ha ha. Roger seemed oblivious to Kurakalos' concern, boldly charging towards Sesshomaru. Meanwhile, Sesshomaru's aura peaked, his strength firmly established at the martial level. Double Shinbiki. Instantly, Tenseiga and Bakuseiga emanated an overwhelming demonic energy and conqueror's haki. Bang! The blades of Tenseiga and Bakuseiga collided with Roger's ace. In that fleeting moment of impact, both warriors exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly questioning each other's usage of Shinbiki. Despite the confusion, they remained silent amidst the battle. A fierce clash ensued, neither able to gain the upper hand. They exerted their strength and distanced themselves. How did you use Shinbiki? They simultaneously inquired. You go first, Roger replied. Sesshomaru, slightly perplexed, hesitated before responding. It was taught to me by Brother Laxus. He mentioned it was a technique from his former captain, but he has never revealed who that captain is. Suddenly, Sesshomaru had a realization. Ha ha ha. So it was that little brat Laxus who taught you. No more fighting, we are all allies. Rayleigh, Jabba, come quickly and see. This person is recognized by Laxus, and they share a close bond, even passing on Shinbiki. Upon hearing Laxus's name, Roger hastily sheathed ace at his waist, excitedly calling for Rayleigh and Jabba to join them. How is Laxus doing? I taught him Shinbiki, stipulating that he could only share it with those he acknowledges. Roger chuckled heartily. He's doing well. Knowing Roger was Laxus's captain dispelled Sesshomaru's fighting spirit. Although he had often heard Laxus speak of his captain, this was his first time encountering him in person. Consequently, Sesshomaru sheathed Tenseiga and Bakuseiga, eagerly engaging with Roger's crew about Laxus. Bang! Just as they were reveling in their conversation, a tremendous sound reached their ears. Following the noise, Inuyasha and Whitebeard were locked in fierce combat. After the second release of Tetsusaiga, whether it be Zetsu Tetsusaiga, Ryukin Tetsusaiga, or Mito Tetsusaiga, each could elevate Inuyasha's strength to a significant new plateau. Thus, Inuyasha now possessed peak martial-level power. Initially, he struggled against Whitebeard due to the formidable abilities of the Zetsu fruit, which inflicted hidden injuries with each clash. However, after absorbing the power of the Zetsu fruit, Tetsusaiga underwent an evolution, transforming into Zetsu Tetsusaiga. At this juncture, the fruit's abilities became ineffective against Inuyasha. Although he still found himself at a disadvantage compared to Whitebeard, he no longer felt as overwhelmed and had regained the capability to contend with him. Damn that old man Whitebeard! Inuyasha seethed, aware that despite his anger, he was no match for Whitebeard and that his stamina was rapidly depleting. In a normal fight, he could endure for an extended period, but the release of Tetsusaiga exponentially increased his energy consumption. Consequently, he found himself fatigued after only a brief engagement. I must end this swiftly, Inuyasha resolved, channeling all his armament haki, conqueror's haki, and even his demonic energy into Tetsusaiga. Instantly, strands of lightning erupted from Tetsusaiga. Shinbiki! Inuyasha shouted, lunging towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard, descending upon Inuyasha, swung downwards. Crackle! As their forces collided, countless black and red lightning bolts erupted, devastating the surrounding trees and rocks. After a moment of stalemate, Inuyasha began to retreat. Go! Whitebeard sensed the diminishing resistance, and, with a surge of momentum, launched Inuyasha away. Without allowing Inuyasha to land, Whitebeard charged at him once more. Steadying himself, Inuyasha quickly gathered his Shinbiki to resist. At that moment, Roger and Sesshomaru unexpectedly appeared at Inuyasha's side, their blades infused with the power of Shinbiki. Newgate, grant me a favor and let this be settled. Roger's aura surged, his gaze fixed intently on Whitebeard. What if I refuse? Whitebeard replied with a sardonic smile. Then you will have to experience the combined might of our Shinbiki. Roger declared. Whitebeard fell silent. realizing that Roger's Shinbiki was indeed his own technique. What? So you three can use Shinbiki while I am the only outsider? Whitebeard couldn't help but scoff. Ha ha ha. What can we do? I had no idea these two were recognized by that Laxus fellow. Ha ha. Roger laughed heartily. Indeed, that Laxus was quite amusing. He wants it in a barrel just aboard our ship. Inuyasha approached Roger, curious about why Laxus decided to join his crew. Sesomaru, although intrigued, maintained his aloof demeanor, but his fidgeting antenna-like gestures revealed his genuine curiosity. Ha ha, it must be because he admired this captain, Roger boasted, hands on his hips. Clearly, it was the captain who coerced him, Rayleigh quipped, adjusting his glasses with an amused smile. Roger. Just then, Whitebeard, accompanied by Marco and Odin, returned to the scene. Gururara. Roger, delighted by the gathering and the fact that they were in Odin's homeland, proposed, how about we hold a feast? A feast? Before Roger could utter a word, Inuyasha's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is worth noting that Inuyasha possesses a profound fondness for hosting grand banquets. Upon hearing that Whitebeard intended to hold a feast, Roger's eyes twinkled with delight, and he nodded in agreement. He had been contemplating how to foster a good relationship with Kazuki Odin, for Odin was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, and persuading him to join his crew was no simple task. Moreover, in order to reach the final island, Odin's assistance was indispensable. Unexpectedly, just as Roger was pondering this, an opportunity arrived, as if someone had set a pillow beneath his head while he dozed. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Roger glanced at Whitebeard, for this banquet was a significant favor to him. In a sense, it felt as though Whitebeard had been sold, and yet he was counting the profits for Roger. Initially, Roger's prospects seemed bleak, but Whitebeard's generous gesture had completely transformed the situation, leaving him at a loss. Reflecting on this, Roger promptly slapped himself, silently chastising, how could I be so distracted during such a fortunate moment? The banquet is commencing, my little cubs. Ashu. Whitebeard, who was rallying his subordinates in preparation for the feast, suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if someone were preparing to stab him from behind. However, he dismissed it, attributing it to his own health. Astonishingly, the revelry lasted for 3 full days and nights. Throughout this time, Roger engaged in no business other than charming Kazuki Odin. Even when Whitebeard invited him to drink, he merely offered casual responses before returning to Odin's side. However, his efforts bore fruit, as evidenced by Odin's newfound attitude toward Roger, which was nearly on par with that of Whitebeard. It is important to note that the bond between Whitebeard and Odin had been cultivated over an entire year. Yet Roger managed to garner such high regard from Odin in merely 3 days. Roger, are you capable of anything other than fishing for compliments? Odin, inebriated, draped his arm around Roger's shoulder and noticed the remnants of white wine at the bottom of Roger's glass, prompting him to tease, you must be intoxicated. Whereas the fishing, I assure you, there is nothing of the sort. Look for yourself. Roger exclaimed. Oh, a flying saucer behind you. Where? Odin turned to look, but found nothing. In that fleeting moment, Roger swiftly poured out his drink. How deceitful, Roger. The two soon found themselves in playful banter once more. Meanwhile, Buggy, what are you up to? Care for a drink? Shanks approached Buggy, holding a bottle of beer. Hey, Shanks, Buggy exclaimed, gesturing toward the figure in the distance. That fellow over there is a true oddity. He hasn't slept for 3 days and nights. Where? Shanks followed Buggy's gaze and spotted a slightly plump individual with black hair and a hat, who was staring intently at Buggy. How do you know he hasn't slept? Huh? Buggy replied. That's because I've been watching him for 3 days and nights, he declared with a hint of pride. On the other side, Marco approached Blackbeard. What are you up to, Teach? Hey, Marco, Blackbeard replied gravely. There's an extraordinary individual in Roger's crew. He hasn't slept for 3 days and nights, and has been staring at me the whole time. Really? Marco said, intrigued, glancing over at Buggy, who was engaged in light conversation with Shanks. Returning to Buggy. Wait a minute, Buggy, you're not harboring feelings for men, are you? Shanks said, pulling away with a fearful expression. No way, you bastard, Buggy retorted angrily. Then why on earth would you stare at a man for so long? Shanks questioned skeptically. It's not like that at all. Shanks, are you looking for a fight? I haven't forgiven you for making me consume a devil fruit, Buggy exclaimed, as if he were about to devour Shanks in his fury. Oh dear, don't be so glum. Aren't you quite strong now? Shanks responded nonchalantly, further inciting Buggy's ire. Damn it. With that, Buggy seized the moment to land a punch on Shanks, who initially appeared taken aback, but quickly retaliated. The two became embroiled in a playful skirmish, exchanging blows, neither willing to yield. Their brawl was chaotic, reminiscent of a fierce battle among the four emperors. It was merely children at play, lacking any real impact, just a simple exchange of blows. Meanwhile, observing the bond he had formed with Odin, Roger seemed to resolve himself. He approached Whitebeard, leading the slightly tipsy Odin before him. Newgate, I wish to discuss something with you. Whitebeard, initially delighted to see Roger, was taken aback by his words. Speak your mind, Roger, he prompted, stroking his chin in contemplation. Newgate, I may have less than a year to live, Roger boldly declared, revealing his dire condition. Both Whitebeard and Kazuki Odin gasped in shock, particularly Odin, who could scarcely believe that such a formidable individual as Roger claimed to have less than a year to live. What's going on, Roger? Whitebeard inquired, his expression shifting to one of understanding. As his keen observation, Haki sensed Roger's distress. His aura fluctuated alarmingly. The gravity of Roger's words clarified the situation. He was indeed unwell. Roger, how could this happen? Odin asked, unable to contain his concern. It seems I have contracted a terminal illness. According to Kuroka's, I have about a year left, Roger said nonchalantly, as if he were discussing another's fate. Do you know, Newgate, we have sailed to the final island reachable by the compass, Water 7, but that is not the true final island. I am certain there exists another island. Furthermore, I have discovered 4 red poneglyphs, which differ from the others. I can faintly hear them revealing the location of the true final island. The world government has consistently prohibited anyone from reading them, which further solidifies my belief that untold treasures await on that island. If we can obtain them, we will undoubtedly become the greatest pirate crew in the world. Thus, I wish to journey to the final island within this last year of my life. I hope you will lend me Kazuki Odin for a year. With him by my side, I am certain I can reach the final island within that time. Roger bowed his head solemnly, imploring Whitebeard for assistance. What nonsense are you spouting? Whitebeard's resolute voice struck Roger's heart like thunder. Although Roger was aware that Whitebeard would likely refuse, or perhaps it was impossible for him to agree. After all, anyone whom Whitebeard accepts as a crew member is, in his eyes, family. Lending one's family to a pirate on the brink of death is utterly unacceptable. Roger, Eugean is my family. I would never allow you to take my family from me. In an instant, Whitebeard summoned the might of the Gura no Mi, delivering a powerful punch to his right side, causing cracks to appear where his fist struck. The resounding impact shattered the air, drawing the attention of everyone present. Newgate, I truly have only a year left to live, and I have uncovered the locations of all the historical texts. But I need someone well-versed in ancient scripts. Roger earnestly declared, emphasizing that Eugean is that very person. I assure you, he will safely return to your ship in a year. Roger, are you planning to snatch my family from me? Whitebeard once again harnessed the power of the Gura no Mi, this time channeling it into both fists. The ensuing explosion of energy created a powerful gust that billowed Roger's cloak. Please, Newgate. As Roger spoke, he unexpectedly knelt before Whitebeard. This shocking display rendered both Whitebeard and Kazuki Eugean speechless. Such a proud man as Roger kneeling was an astonishing sight. The crew of the Roger Pirates, witnessing their captain's action, refrained from comments, fully aware of Roger's condition. This might be their captain's final opportunity. Captain, Kazuki Eugean pondered aloud. Let me go. It's only for a year. I wish to see that island as well. Roger looked surprised at his words, while Whitebeard displayed an unwilling expression. Why do you look so reluctant? Eugean inquired. Of course I am reluctant. Eugean, you are my brother. Whitebeard retorted, visibly agitated. But it's merely a year. Eugean pleaded earnestly. Fine, I want to argue with you. With that, Whitebeard sulked to the side, refusing to look at Eugean any longer. Clearly, Whitebeard had acquiesced. Observing this, Roger excitedly instructed his crew to move treasures and ample provisions from the Oro Jackson to Whitebeard. Please inform your crew that we shall depart shortly. Consider this a token of gratitude. With that, Roger, brimming with enthusiasm, led Kazuki Eugean towards the Oro Jackson, ready to set sail. Oh, Rayleigh, Jabba, and the others responded. Promptly boarding the ship, Kazuki Eugean, preparing to follow, was suddenly interrupted by Kin Eamon and others who rushed to his side. Eugean-sama. At that moment, Kin Eamon and his companions anxiously approached Eugean. Upon seeing them, Eugean was reminded that his homeland was still under siege. Eugean-sama, Wano country still needs you to save it. You cannot leave at this time. Kazuki Eugean remained silent, torn between his homeland and his friends. Bowing his head, his peculiar hair obscured his eyes, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. You should not force Yudian into this dilemma. You ought to prioritize Yudian's well-being. At that moment, Kazuki Mitsuki, holding Momonosuke, vocally challenged Yudian's vassals. You must respect Yudian's choice. I will return in a year. Kazuki Yudian simply stated before turning toward the Oro Jackson. Can you truly abandon your people? Inuyasha, unable to bear it any longer, questioned him. Yudian paused, momentarily taken aback, before continuing toward the Oro Jackson. Witnessing this, Inuyasha chose to remain silent. This is utterly unreliable. Yudian's vassals could no longer contain their anger. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, still sulking due to Kazuki Yudian's departure, sat grumpily to the side. Captain, all these things are gifts from Roger, a truly astonishing wealth, along with plenty of food. Initially miffed, Whitebeard's mood shifted upon hearing the mention of food. Food? Roger left behind so much food. What if Yudian's family goes hungry? What are you waiting for? Hurry and return the food to Roger. Whitebeard bellowed, unable to contain his frustration. Immediately, a group of pirates sprang into action. As they watched the Roger pirates gradually fade from view, Sesomaru withdrew his gaze. Let's not forget the purpose of our visit to Wano country. Sesomaru reminded the distracted Inuyasha. I know, I haven't forgotten, Inuyasha replied, somewhat sheepishly. But now that Kazuki Yudian has left Wano, who should we collaborate with? Inuyasha scratched his head, troubled. You claim you haven't forgotten? You have spent the last 3 days merely drinking. Sesomaru shot Inuyasha an exasperated glance. Very well, I shall share the information I have gathered. The former shogun of Wano, Kazuki Sukiyaki, has passed away. The true power in Kuri now lies with the Korizumi family. Korizumi Kanjuro has usurped the position of daimyo, and the Korizumi family has allied with Kaido. Slowly, Sesomaru relayed the information he had compiled. That is simple enough. We can directly confront Korizumi Kanjuro, Inuyasha boldly declared, resting Tetsusaiga on his shoulder. Sesomaru regarded Inuyasha with a look of disbelief. We are here to collaborate, not to engage in battle. Moreover, if you were to confront the daimyo of Kuri, how would we discuss collaboration? And Kaido would undoubtedly not permit us to act recklessly. Inuyasha, growing impatient, muttered, let us just head to Kuri and sort things out. We haven't explored properly yet. Kuri. An hour later, Inuyasha and Sesomaru found themselves on the streets of Kuri. They could have arrived sooner, but Inuyasha was easily distracted by anything amusing along the way, including hats produced by a small village that caught his interest. Oh, this place is truly fascinating. The clothing styles here are so intriguing. Look at the women. They wrap bedsheets and pillows around themselves. This country is quite prosperous, a stark contrast to the Korizumi family. Inuyasha gazed around, marveling at the surroundings. Sesomaru, covering his eyes, followed Inuyasha with exasperation. However, the scenery and architectural style here are indeed distinctive, remarkably different from the grand Chinese-style structures of Sky Island. Here, the buildings are delicate and exquisite. It is indeed quite interesting, yet why does everyone here sport such unappealing hairstyles? Sesomaru pondered to himself. Before long, Inuyasha found himself laden with an abundance of delectable treats. Help! Let go of me! At that moment, the cries of 2 young women resonated nearby. What is happening? Inuyasha, with a candy stick clutched in his mouth, peeked out from amidst his newly acquired goods. It appeared that some pirates were harassing the girls. Sesomaru's keen gaze quickly discerned a group of fierce-looking pirates encircling the 2 young women. Just as Inuyasha contemplated joining the fray, he was abruptly jostled by a figure, causing his belongings to scatter across the ground. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a graceful silhouette, wielding a longbow and a quiver of arrows, hastily making her way towards the distressed girls. How dare she bump into me? Inuyasha noted the figure had left an indelible impression on him. However, the sight of his precious snacks strewn about incited a surge of anger. Hey, keep an eye on my things. I must catch that person. Don't run away. Inuyasha dashed after the elusive figure. Ha, keep running. You should feel honored that I have my sights set on you, boasted a corpulent pirate with a massive scar across his face. Before him knelt the 2 petite girls, weeping uncontrollably. Ling felt an overwhelming sense of dread. She had merely taken her sister out to purchase food, yet they had now drawn the attention of this pirate, filling her with terror. Sister, where are you? I'm so scared. Do you even know who I am? The scarred pirate continued. Let me introduce myself. I'm Captain Jekin of the 100 Beast Pirates. His minions quickly chimed in, showering him with sycophantic praise. Now you realize my might, don't you? Yield to me. With that, The scarred pirate lunged towards the two girls. Whoosh! An arrow, gleaming ominously, shot through the air, landing squarely between the pirate and the girls, its fletching trembling with the force of its release. Who dares? The scarred pirate fumed, turning towards the source of the arrow. Who is this blind fool daring to provoke Captain Jekken? The two girls also noticed the arrow. Sister. It was none other than Ling's sister who had arrived. How dare you? At last, I've caught up with you. Inuyasha seized the woman holding the bow and angrily demanded, Do you realize you just bumped into me? Can't you even utter an apology? I'm sorry, I was in a rush, she replied, acknowledging her earlier misstep. What good is an apology now? All my delicious treats are ruined. What should I do? I don't have any money. Upon realizing the extent of her unintentional destruction, she panicked as she and her sisters were orphans struggling to survive. I don't care. You must compensate me, Inuyasha declared with an irrefutable tone. Hey, what are you two doing? Do you think I'm invisible? The scarred pirate, witnessing this unexpected interaction, felt a surge of wrath. So, these are her sisters? I'll take care of them right now. With that, he drew his long knife and mercilessly swung it towards the girls. Help! The girls screamed in terror. Touch them and see what happens. Ling, frightened, closed her eyes, yet the anticipated pain never came. Instead, a soothing voice reached her ears. Sesomaru, what are you doing here? I entrusted you with my belongings. Inuyasha exclaimed, turning to where he had dropped his items, all of them gone. Sesomaru, the area was now barren, with not a trace left behind. The newcomer was indeed Sesomaru, who had initially intended to simply observe the commotion. However, upon seeing one of the girls being bullied, a wave of agitation washed over him, compelling him to intervene. He firmly grasped the pirate's weapon, his eyes locked onto him, a palpable aura of killing intent radiating from him. At that moment, he had only one thought. Anyone who dared to harm the girl behind him would face dire consequences. Ling sensed someone standing before her and opened her eyes to behold a tall, handsome man. Time seemed to freeze for her in that instant. Do you know who I am? How dare you provoke me? I am Captain Jekken of the 100 Beast Pirates. The scarred pirate's fury was palpable, feeling disrespected by the two of them. That suit me just fine. I am part of the Navy. Arrest me if you can. Sesomaru disdainfully regarded the pirate. Yes, the esteemed Admiral by Lang of the Chinese Navy. What? Someone shouted in disbelief, as the other pirates widened their eyes in fear. Due to Wano's isolationist policies, the locals were unaware of the rise of the Chinese government, yet the pirates were well informed. The Chinese Navy had a legendary marshal who defeated Rox single-handedly, a fact widely publicized by the world government. Days later, it was announced that Carp had joined the Chinese government as its marshal, with his powerful relatives serving as admirals. Particularly noteworthy was Admiral Naruto, who had slain Wang Ji. Although admirals by Lang and Hong Yao had not made many public appearances, their strength was undeniable. Bai Long. The scarred pirate stumbled over his words, but upon closer inspection, he realized the truth. His captain had warned everyone to avoid provoking the Chinese government, as they were not like the world government. The core of the Chinese government consisted of the monkey family, making them exceptionally united. I beg your pardon, Admiral Bai Lang. I was wrong. The pirate quickly knelt, offering a sincere apology. Soda. The other pirates hastily followed suit, pleading for mercy. Observing their fearful demeanor, Sesomaru's anger dissipated, and he resignedly stated, Leave. Do not let me see you again. Yes. And with that, they vanished in an instant. Sesomaru, I didn't ask you to take my things. Inuyasha, furious, confronted Sesomaru. Now everything is gone. Sesomaru ignored him and turned to the girl he had protected. What's your name? Ling, she instinctively replied, her heart fluttering with joy at his interest. Ling? What a lovely name. Sha Shengwan repeated Ling's name. My name is Guo Wei, said another girl beside her. The disparity in attitudes was astonishing. Guo Wei was puzzled but seemed to understand something as she observed the interplay between Sha Shengwan and Ling, who was secretly delighted. Ling, Guo Wei, are you both all right? As soon as Kikyo approached Ling and Guo Wei, she meticulously checked them from head to toe. Only after confirming their safety did she breathe a sigh of relief. Sister, we are truly fine. Thankfully, you arrived just in time. Guo Wei turned her body to affirm her well-being and continued. Fortunately, he appeared in time, and neither Ling nor I was harmed. Thank you, but I do not know how to address you. Upon hearing this, Kikyo immediately bowed to Sha Shengwan. Sha Shengwan, I am called Inuyasha. Sha Shengwan responded coldly and remained aloof, yet his gaze occasionally flickered towards Ling. Inuyasha, on the other hand, enthusiastically introduced himself, seemingly attempting to capture Kikyo's attention. "If you wouldn't mind, could you come to our home so we can properly express our gratitude?" "Sure, sure." Before Sha Shang-wan could respond, Inuyasha quickly answered on his behalf. Sha Shang-wan hesitated, torn between his nature and the opportunity to visit Ling's home. Luckily, Inuyasha had agreed, and for the first time, Sha Shang-wan found Inuyasha somewhat agreeable. Half an hour later, under Kikyo's guidance, Sha Shang-wan and Inuyasha arrived at their humble abode. It was a dilapidated little house, with many areas in disrepair, crudely patched up with wooden boards, clearly done by hand. After some conversation, Inuyasha and Sha Shang-wan learned about the trio's circumstances. It turned out that all three were orphans who fortuitously came together and began to live as a family. Kikyo, being the eldest, took on the role of caretaker for Ling and Guowei. She primarily hunted to provide for them, and today she had caught a substantial prey. Thus, she sent Ling and Guowei to procure food while she processed the catch, as the fur could fetch a decent price. This was how they encountered the pirates, a fact that Sha Shang-wan and Inuyasha later came to understand. "If possible, could you stay here for a while?" Kikyo suddenly suggested, though she hesitated, knowing it was an imposition. "After all, we have attracted the attention of the 100 Beast pirate crew, and I fear." Kikyo trailed off, but both Sha Shang-wan and Inuyasha fell into contemplation, aware they had come with a mission. "Absolutely." Sha Shang-wan pondered. "Given our involvement, we, as the Chinese Navy, have a responsibility. Since we saved you, they will undoubtedly associate you with US and may come looking for trouble. It is only just and logical that we protect you." "That's wonderful," Ling exclaimed excitedly, but upon noticing her sister's odd glances, she shyly lowered her head. Thus, Inuyasha and Sha Shang-wan temporarily settled in Kikyo's home. Notably, Sha Shang-wan treated Ling with a distinct kindness. Over the following days, both Guowei and Kikyo found themselves inexplicably drawn to Inuyasha. The two sisters, once harmonious, often quarreled over him. "Inuyasha, come with me to the mountains to hunt." Kikyo called out to Inuyasha, who lay sideways on the tatami mat with a bow in hand. "No way. Inuyasha has to stay and help me repair the house." Guowei suddenly appeared, brandishing a wooden board and hammer. "No, you must come hunting with me," Kikyo insisted, pulling Inuyasha's hand towards the door. "No, you must stay and help fix the house." Guowei tugged at Inuyasha's feet. Wait. Shouldn't you ask for my opinion?" Inuyasha meekly raised his hand. "Be quiet." Both Kikyo and Guowei shouted in unison. Inuyasha looked at the furious sisters, drenched in cold sweat. Despite his formidable strength, he dared not contradict them and remained silent, succumbing to their whims. But, at that moment, Sha Shang-wan stirred awake and passed by Inuyasha. "Sha Shang-wan, help!" Inuyasha looked at him with teary eyes, a pitiful sight. Observing this, Sha Shang-wan scoffed, then spoke with an air of superiority. "Humph. Only a fool would associate with women. Ling, let us go." Inuyasha froze, realizing the contradiction in Sha Shang-wan's words, having just called out to his own partner. Truly, Sha Shang-wan was just as his father had described, an arrogant oddball. Inuyasha mused inwardly. That hurts." Unbeknownst to him, Guowei and Kikyo had each grabbed one of his ears, pulling him in opposite directions. Help!" His anguished cries echoed throughout the entire 9 li. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 100 Beast pirate crew, Captain Jaken, who had fled, returned to the crew's stronghold on Ghost Island and rushed to report to Kaido. Captain! Jaken hurriedly approached Kaido, moving with an urgency that belied his stature. Kaido's icy gaze fixed on Jaken. "What happened? Why the panic? You are not representing the 100 Beast pirate crew well." Jaken was startled by Kaido's glare, but the urgency of the situation compelled him to explain. "The Chinese Navy's White Wolf and Red Demon generals have appeared in 9 li. Chinese Navy? White Wolf? Red Demon?" Kaido's pupils constricted at this revelation. He had personally dealt with the monkey family and knew them to be formidable adversaries. "Do you know what they are here for?" Kaido stroked his chin, deep in thought. I do not know," Jaken stammered, unable to respond to Kaido's sudden inquiry. At that moment, he had only been focused on saving his life and had not considered such details. "You should have sent someone to monitor them." Kaido's aura surged ominously. Instantly, Jaken fell to his knees as if surrounded by countless blades. "Boss, do not blame him. Even if he had sent someone, they likely would not have returned." A man with a mask and black wings on his back interjected. Kaido nodded, acknowledging the reality. The White Wolf and Red Demon generals were at least of admiral-level strength. If anyone had been observing them, they would have surely met their demise. Jean, leave it to you, conduct an investigation, and if possible, invite them over, Kaido remarked while stroking his chin. Understood. Jean nodded, preparing to set off, when Jack suddenly jumped in. Boss, let me assist Jean. I will definitely bring back those two, the Red Wolf and the White Wolf, Jack declared with an exaggerated grin. Kaido, Jean, and Quinn all stared at Jack in disbelief, as if questioning his sanity. Did he truly grasp the magnitude of the situation? After all, Kaido himself was only at the peak of the admiral level, and Jean, despite being formidable, was merely a top vice admiral. Jack, on the other hand, was just an average vice admiral. How could he muster the audacity to utter such words? After a brief silence, Kaido finally spoke. Forget it, Jean. Go investigate if they're still in Wano. If they are, inform me directly, and I shall meet them personally. Initially, Kaido intended for Jean to invite them over, but Jack's earlier antics raised his concerns. Indeed, it seemed there were quite a few dim-witted individuals like Jack and his Beast Pirates crew. If he provoked those two, he could very well find himself in deep trouble. Moreover, the true threat did not lie with those two, but with the monkey family. Just think of Garp. Even if he had the strength to capture the White Wolf and the Red Demon, he certainly wouldn't dare lay a hand on them. If he did, Garp would likely take his head and use it as a ball. All right, Jean replied, casting a bemused glance at Jack before vanishing from sight. However, due to the fact that very few in Wano recognized Sesshomaru and Inuyasha, it took Jean several days to ascertain their whereabouts. Captain, they are in a dilapidated house on the outskirts of Curie, Jean announced, having expended significant effort to locate them. Let us go meet the two admirals of the Chinese Navy, Kaido exclaimed, taking a large swig of sake. He then set off with Jean, Quinn, and Jack, leaving Onigashima for Curie. Meanwhile, back with Inuyasha, who had been incessantly pulled by Kagome and Kikyo, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and vanished from the room, reappearing beside Sesshomaru. They exchanged glances and simultaneously stated, "Someone formidable approaches." Moments later, a group emerged within their view. Ha! Is that not the Red Wolf and the White Demon Admirals of the Chinese Navy? What brings you to Wano? Kaido laughed heartily as he led the way. Kaido, Sesshomaru replied flatly. Wano is not under your dominion, is it? Our presence here is of no concern to you. Ha! I presume the intelligence capabilities of the Chinese Navy are quite impressive. There is no need for me to elaborate on who truly wields power in Wano now, is there? Kaido replied, unfazed by Sesshomaru's indifference. Ho. It is common knowledge that our beast pirates are the true rulers of Wano. Thus, not only did you fail to report your arrival to us, but you also dared to bully my subordinate, Jack? Kaido's words had scarcely left his lips when Jack, emboldened, interjected with arrogance. This left both Sesshomaru and Inuyasha speechless, and even those with sense in the beast pirates fell into silence. Kaido, feeling exasperated with Jack's foolishness, had come personally to prevent him from offending the White Wolf and the Red Demon. Yet, here he was, within moments, Jack was making a fool of himself. Is it alright if I teach this fool a lesson? Sesshomaru remained silent, but Inuyasha could no longer hold back. His youthful temperament, prone to anger, flared as Jack launched into a tirade. Kaido did not respond, instead focusing on Sesshomaru, pretending not to hear Inuyasha. If it weren't for the presence of Sesshomaru and Inuyasha, he would have gladly taught Jack a lesson himself. Noticing Kaido's silence, Inuyasha smirked and appeared directly behind Jack. He seized Jack's head and pressed him to the ground, mercilessly rubbing his face while taunting. This is what happens when you act arrogant. Your Captain Kaido hasn't said a word, yet you dare to be so bold. Furthermore, when Jack mentioned his comrade, it only fueled Inuyasha's anger further. He had the audacity to bully Kagome and the others. Inuyasha relentlessly punished Jack, who, despite his desire to resist, found no opportunity to do so against Inuyasha's overwhelming strength. After a while, Inuyasha returned to Sesshomaru's side, having quelled his anger. Regardless, Jack is still one of my beast pirates. White Wolf, let me test the might of your Chinese government. Seeing Jack sufficiently dealt with, Kaido spoke up, though he still held some disdain for Jack's lack of sense. Nevertheless, Jack possessed notable strength. He had to maintain appearances, so he challenged Sesshomaru directly. Prepare yourself. Raime Baku, Kaido declared, channeling terrifying haki into his kanabo. Instantly, bolts of lightning erupted from the weapon. Kaido unleashed his strongest attack, right from the outset. Not out of a desire for surprise, but from his awareness of the monkey family's power. Shiniki. Sesshomaru did not falter. drawing his Tokujin and executing Roger's famed technique. Colliding directly with Kaido's Raime Baku. The clash of their haki reverberated through the air, causing cold sweat to trickle down Jin's brow as he watched. So powerful, Jin thought to himself, realizing that he could never withstand such a terrifying blow. Even a moment's hesitation would lead to his downfall. The Red Wolf Admiral stood on equal footing with their captain. What the Red Demon? Jin mused, glancing at Inuyasha, who appeared utterly uninterested in the battle between Sesshomaru and Kaido. His nonchalance sent shivers down Jin's spine. Had Kaido not insisted on punishing Jack to relieve his own anger, it was likely that today, the Beast Pirates would face their end here. Shaking his head, Jin refocused his attention on the clash between Kaido and Sesshomaru. Back in the midst of the battle, Kaido couldn't help but admire the formidable strength of the young Sesshomaru. You are indeed the White Wolf Admiral of the Chinese Navy. I am genuinely curious about your purpose here in Wano. If the intention is to dominate Wano, should not your Chinese Navy send more than just the two of you? Upon hearing this, Sesshomaru initially hesitated to respond, but recalled his father's words about collaborating with Kaido, prompting him to speak. Is it true what that fellow, who was beaten to a pulp, said? Has the Beast Pirates truly taken control of Wano? One might say so, Kaido replied candidly, albeit with some confusion. Are you interested in collaborating with the Chinese government? Without hesitation, Sesshomaru directly inquired. Collaboration? Kaido pondered, uncertain, as he felt he was not on the same level as the Chinese government. Indeed, Sesshomaru affirmed, nodding in agreement. This is not the place for such discussions. How about we converse more thoroughly at my Onigashima? Despite his doubts, Kaido recognized that a partnership with the Chinese government could elevate his influence over the seas and deter other pirates from confronting him. Thus he proposed the idea. Agreed. With that, both Sesshomaru and Kaido withdrew their powers. Captain? Sesshomaru? In unison, Inuyasha and Jin called out. Haha, friends, let us return to Onigashima and properly host our guests. Kaido exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Inuyasha, however, looked at Sesshomaru with a puzzled expression. Sesshomaru remained silent but nodded, and in an instant, Inuyasha understood, recalling his father's earlier mention of a potential collaboration with Kaido. As Sesshomaru and Inuyasha prepared to follow Kaido to Onigashima, Sesshomaru, Inuyasha, Kagome, Sango, and Rin expressed their concerns. Just as Inuyasha was about to speak, Kaido interjected. No rush. You may attend to matters first. With a curious expression, he glanced at Sesshomaru and Inuyasha, then at the three women. Indeed, people are fond of gossip. After hearing Kaido's words, Sesshomaru nodded, retrieved a den mushi, communicated briefly, and then reassured the anxious Rin. Rin, we are here on a mission. Please wait for me. I will come to find you once I am done. Rin, meanwhile, Inuyasha faced misfortune as Kagome and Sango, believing he was leaving, began to pummel him. After much explanation and signing hundreds of unequal treaties with Kagome and Sango, Inuyasha was finally released. Shortly thereafter, a squad of 20 elite angels descended before Sesshomaru and Inuyasha. General Sesshomaru, General Inuyasha, you are to protect these three until our return. Sesshomaru commanded. Understood. Jack, who had been nursing his wounds, nearly had his eyes pop out upon seeing the squad of angels, all of whom were peak vice admirals. Jin bro, Jack stammered, and Jin's expression turned serious. Kaido, however, was unperturbed, having heard of the formidable strength of the Sky Island during his time with the Rocks Pirates. Only the world government could pose a threat to the Sky Island. Let's proceed, Kaido. After securing the safety of the three women, Sesshomaru and Inuyasha followed Kaido to Onigashima. As they traversed the streets, surrounded by Kaido's subordinates, unsuspecting pirates eyed Sesshomaru and Inuyasha with hostility. However, before Inuyasha could retort, those discourteous and arrogant pirates were swiftly dealt with by Jack, who gave them a sound thrashing. The beaten pirates immediately began to show deference to Sesshomaru and Inuyasha. Jack, who had once been so brash, now exhibited palpable fear. Well done, Jack. Inuyasha praised upon witnessing the scene. Hee, right? Jack exclaimed, not entirely understanding why he said right, but feeling it fit the moment perfectly. What mattered was that the two killing gods were not angered. Jack eagerly set about preparing a feast for Sesshomaru and Inuyasha, moving with remarkable speed. If Wei Zhongxin had seen this, he would surely have praised. A promising youth. Thanks to Jack's personal arrangements, the banquet commenced smoothly. Let's toast to our friends, Kaido declared grandly, raising a large goblet. Oh, to friendship. Cheers. The entire Onigashima was enveloped in merriment as the feast unfolded. White Wolf General, what did you mean by collaboration? Kaido, seated beside Sesshomaru, inquired with keen interest. Kaido, Sesshomaru replied promptly, since you have taken Wano, you must understand what is most valuable here, correct? Are you referring to sea stone? Kaido, not foolish, quickly grasped Sesshomaru's meaning. Indeed, Sesshomaru nodded and continued. Previously, the sea stone extracted from Wano was sold to the world government. After a brief pause, he added, now, I hope that the sea stone mine in the future can be sold to our Chinese government. It seems selling to either the world government or the Chinese government is of little difference. Yet Kaido did not immediately agree. What benefit do we gain from selling to the Chinese government? Animal type, devil fruits, or riches? The choice is yours, Sesshomaru stated. Moreover, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, is it not? Sesshomaru remarked with a meaningful expression. Ha! The Chinese government. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You say? Kaido laughed heartily. Very well, I agree, but I want animal-type devil fruits. Agreed. Then let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. Sesshomaru raised his goblet. After solidifying their partnership, Sesshomaru and Inuyasha did not linger and returned to the Sky Island to report. When they finally returned to the Sky Island, it was already half a month later. Sky Island. In the Appieto Shrine study, Carter was leisurely tending to his potted plants. For reasons unknown, as he aged, Carter had grown fond of nurturing flowers and plants. Father, we are back. Inuyasha's voice boisterously echoed in his ears. As the voice faded, Sesshomaru and Inuyasha entered the study, accompanied by 3 young women. Although Carter was slightly surprised, he did not inquire further, but instead asked about the events in Wano. How did it go? What is the situation in Wano Kuni? Need I even mention it? We have reached a consensus with Kaido. However, he insisted on exchanging it for a Zoan-type devil fruit. In his impatience, Inuyasha revealed everything. Upon hearing this, Carter fell into contemplation. Initially, he intended to seize Wano Kuni directly. But given that Wano occupies the vast majority of sea stone in this world, such an action could provoke the world government to a desperate extent. After considerable thought, he opted for a cooperative approach, aiming to acquire some sea stone. He understood that Kaido's character would never allow the complete sale of sea stone to Sky Island. However, by collaborating with Kaido first, should the world government wish to obtain sea stone, they would undoubtedly need to pay a higher price, effectively undermining the power of the world government. Subsequently, Carter ceased his indecision and cast a keen gaze at the 3 girls behind his 2 sons. Who are they? Carter inquired, somewhat puzzled. They're friends we met in Wano Kuni, named Ling, Guowei, and Jiegung, Sesshomaru slowly explained. Ling, Guone, Yiging. Carter was taken aback. Was it mere coincidence? How curious that the women brought back by Sesshomaru and Inuyasha bear the same names. Very well, I see. Let us arrange a time for the weddings. Carter mused, stroking his chin. Marry, Inuyasha exclaimed in surprise. As he had brought them back out of concern for their safety, Sesshomaru's face flushed with embarrassment. Though he harbored feelings for Ling, his father's words made him shy. No, father, we actually... Inuyasha was eager to explain, but was suddenly restrained by 2 hands from behind. We agree. Jiegung and Guowei both lowered their heads, bashfully affirming. Not you two. Inuyasha looked at Jiegung and Guowei in utter disbelief. How dare you refuse? Jiegung and Guowei glared at Inuyasha, prompting him to nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Ling remained bashful, her voice barely audible as she said, Okay, then it's settled. Carter declared. Inuyasha, Sesshomaru, you should go rest now. Hearing this, the group departed from the study. Reflecting on the departure of Sesshomaru and Inuyasha, Carter felt a certain nostalgia. He had never anticipated that his children would begin to establish families of their own. Inuyasha was particularly impressive, managing to marry 2 at once, something Carter himself would never dare to do. Ah, how enviable. Wait, no, I'm a good man. Just as Carter announced the weddings of Sesshomaru and Inuyasha, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Did you not say you would marry as well? Carter stared, somewhat flabbergasted, at Laxus. What a turn of events. Had I not mentioned it, no one would have proposed marriage, and yet I inadvertently facilitated the weddings of Inuyasha and Sesshomaru. And now, merely a day later, Laxus declares his intent to wed. However, it was indeed a joyous occasion. Laxus's intended was a renowned angelic maiden named Angel Fire, who was also Laxus's secretary. As one might expect, there were matters a secretary tended to, and during their time together, they fell deeply in love. Initially, Laxus had no concept of marriage, but upon hearing of Inuyasha and Sesomaru's plans, Angel Fire insisted on her own wedding. Unable to refuse, Laxus had to acquiesce. Yet, he realized that given their long-standing relationship, it was indeed time to marry. He could not be irresponsible, especially if his father were to find out. One glance at Naruto made Laxus shudder. The thought made him feel somewhat pained. It was time to return for the wedding. Thus, what began as a plan for 2 weddings now included Laxus. However, it was no trouble. It merely required preparing an additional outfit and inviting a few more guests for drinks. The next day, promptly after Laxus's return, a wedding ceremony was held at Skypiea. We willingly unite as spouses. From this day forth, we shall jointly bear the responsibilities and obligations of marriage, to honor our parents above, to teach our children below, to respect and love one another, to trust and encourage each other, to understand and yield to one another, and to support each other through thick and thin, cherishing one another for a lifetime. In the future, regardless of whether we face prosperity or adversity, wealth or poverty, health or illness, youth or old age, we shall weather the storms together, sharing joy and sorrow, becoming lifelong companions. We shall steadfastly uphold today's vows. We will certainly honor today's promises. Sesomaru, Inuyasha, and Laxus solemnly recited their wedding vows on stage. Witnessing this scene, Carter felt a surge of warmth. Beside him, Ling could not help but shed tears, gently resting her head on Carter's shoulder. Meanwhile, directly beneath Sky Island lay Gaia Island, where a pirate ship was anchored, seemingly waiting for something. "Captain, where are we headed?" Buggy inquired, perplexed, as they had been waiting there for several days. "Up," Roger grinned, pointing toward the sky. "Up." Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Roger. "Captain, are you joking? Not to mention how we'll get up there. If we do, we'll just fall and become mush." Heh. Roger ignored Buggy and stood at the bow of the ship, seemingly sensing something. "It's coming." Suddenly, Roger opened his eyes and shouted, "Hold on tight. We're about to fly." "What?" Buggy was still in a daze when the sea beneath the Oro Jackson began to boil violently, as if something were about to burst forth. In the next moment, a massive surge of seawater shot up to the sky. Help!" The air was filled with blood-curdling screams. Isn't this exhilarating, little Buggy? Roger clung tightly to the bow of the Oro Jackson, laughing heartily. "Exhilarating my foot. Help!" Buggy retorted, desperately gripping the mast. The Oro Jackson swayed violently as it ascended through the surging waters toward Sky Island. Finally, as they approached a vast expanse of white clouds, the upward current lost its strength. The Oro Jackson, propelled by inertia, crashed into the clouds. Minutes later, they emerged into a sea of white. "We have arrived," Roger shouted. "What? Is this Sky Island?" There are indeed islands in the sky. Buggy, Shanks, and Kazuki Oden were left awestruck, their eyes nearly popping out as they gazed at the astonishing scenery, the islands, floating trees, and the clouds within reach. All of this left them utterly speechless, jaws agape in amazement. As the situation unfolded, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Suddenly, numerous ominous cannon muzzles protruded from a nearby island. "Oh, Captain, is something amiss?" Baki turned his head stiffly. At that moment, a squad of angelic soldiers swiftly approached. "Who dares to intrude upon the Sky Island?" the angelic soldiers demanded angrily. "Wait, I'm Roger. Please inform Carter, or I can call him myself," Roger hastily explained. Within the wedding hall, the phone insect buzzed. "Hello," Carter answered. "Roger? All right, bring them to Appiato," he replied. "What's going on?" Carp, who was nearby, inquired with confusion. "Does Roger dare to invade us?" "Just wait. I'll go give him a beating," Carp proclaimed as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Roger. "Hold on, brother. This isn't an invasion. They likely seek the final island to uncover the true history," Carter clarified. "Oh, is that so? Well, that's unfortunate." Carp sighed, feeling a tinge of disappointment. After all, it was a rare opportunity to confront Roger, and now he found out that Roger lacked the audacity to invade the Sky Island. What a pity, Carp silently cursed. Achoo! Roger, standing at the bow and awaiting news, suddenly sneezed. "Why do I feel a chill down my back?" Soon, the angelic soldiers escorted the crew of the Roger pirates to Appiato. Upon their arrival, they found that Inuyasha and his companion's wedding was already well underway, nearing the celebratory, toasting phase. "Ha, Carter!" Roger exclaimed excitedly as he greeted him. "Roger, come, join us for a drink," Carter urged. eager to ensure that their guests enjoyed the festivities, especially since it was his son's wedding. Thanks to prior arrangements, all members of the Roger Pirates were seated appropriately. Roger and Rayleigh found themselves at the same table as Carter and Carp. Roger, look, my nephew is getting married. You didn't forget to bring a gift, did you? Carp grinned widely as he leaned in from behind. Oh, Roger was taken aback. He had no gift to present. He had only learned that today was Carter's son's wedding just moments before arriving at Appiato. Seeing Roger's distress, Carp chuckled heartily. I'm just teasing. Come, let us drink. You dare to joke with me, Carp. Just wait until I drink you under the table. I'm not afraid of you. Come on, Roger. Just as Roger was enjoying his drink, an enraged voice pierced through the revelry. With a chicken leg in his mouth, Roger turned, puzzled. Shiki? How dare you oppose us in the Eight-Vor Sea and now show up at our Sky Island? Shiki rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Roger. Though Roger had been present for some time, Shiki had only just noticed him because he was busy preparing for a dance performance. Enough, Shiki, Carter interjected. There's no need to fight. This guy is on his last legs. On his last legs? Shiki was taken aback. Despite being rivals, he held a certain admiration for Roger. Learning that Roger was nearing death was hard for him to accept. Indeed, I am nearing my end, Roger replied nonchalantly, as if he were discussing someone else. But speaking of which, Shiki, what happened to you? You gone bald. Ha ha ha. Should I call you Gold Vulture from now on? Roger had noticed Shiki's baldness for some time, but refrained from mocking him until now. However, Shiki's shiny head was too distracting to ignore. That's your fault. Roger's comment ignited Shiki's anger. If you hadn't opposed me, we wouldn't have fought. If we hadn't fought, the island wouldn't have sunk. If the island hadn't sunk, we wouldn't have gone to the Eight-Vor Sea. If we hadn't gone to the Eight-Vor Sea, we wouldn't have encountered that tsunami. If we hadn't faced the tsunami, I wouldn't have gotten my head impaled by the ship's rudder. If my head hadn't been impaled, I wouldn't be bald. Fueled by rage, Shiki spat out his tirade without pausing for breath. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts. Ha ha ha. Bite Vulture Shiki. Carp laughed uncontrollably. ISNT Gold Vulture Shiki, just perfect? Roger asked, eliciting reflexive agreement from Carter and Carp, which they soon regretted. At that moment, Shiki was mumbling to himself, enveloped in dark energy. You fools. With 3 swift punches, Carp, Carter, and Roger each sported a sizable bump on their heads. Damn, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. After finishing with them, Shiki continued to vent his frustration, giving them another round of blows. Ouch. My back. Brother, take it easy. After several minutes, Shiki finally calmed down and stood up, satisfied. Sora. The 3, bruised and battered, apologized to Shiki, despite the earlier commotion caused by Roger's arrival. Inuyasha and his companion's wedding proceeded smoothly. Roger clarified his intentions for being there, but Carter already understood. The timing aligned perfectly with Roger's quest to traverse the Grand Line once more. They had come to the Sky Island in search of the historical text inscribed at the base of the Golden Bell, especially since they had someone on board capable of deciphering it. After a hearty feast, the next day, Carter led his children, along with Carp and Lingling, to the location of the Golden Bell. When the colossal Golden Bell emerged before the Roger Pirates, astonishment washed over them. It was an awe-inspiring sight, a massive bell forged entirely of gold. The experience was beyond description. However, Baki maintained his composure, as he preferred treasures from the depths of the sea rather than such surface riches. He was merely struck by the sheer size of the Golden Bell. Yet when he learned that the bell did not contain the information he sought, but rather detailed the whereabouts of the king of the underworld, Roger lost interest. As Roger put it, the Oro Jackson was the finest ship in the world. Subsequently, the Roger Pirates departed the Sky Island, setting their sights on the next island. Watching their figures fade into the distance, Carter couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Farewell. Another dear brother is departing. Carter was acutely aware that this was their final meeting. Roger is quite a character, he remarked, unable to contain his thoughts. Indeed, I never imagined he would unhesitatingly reject the chance to escape his grave condition. Shurji also expressed his astonishment. As Roger and the others departed, the ocean fell into an eerie calm. Thus, 6 months passed. On January 5th, 1500 of the Hyuan calendar, outside the delivery room of Appiato First People's Hospital, Kata anxiously paced back and forth. This time, his worries were profound. Although he had experienced fatherhood multiple times before and was familiar with the situation, this time was different. After many years, Lingling was giving birth again, and she was considered a high-risk mother. Despite Lingling's robust constitution, Her age weighed heavily on Ka's mind. He would never forgive himself if anything were to go awry. Fortunately, there were no complications, and Lingling successfully delivered their child. When Ka entered the ward, guided by a nurse, he was greeted by a lively scene. Various phenomena unfolded before him, with his son's head surrounded by three distinct phantoms, a Quincer, a Shinigami, and even a Hollow. The three entities contended fiercely, vying for dominance over his son's innate abilities. Yet, their struggle reached an impasse, and ultimately, they merged into his 11th son's body. Meanwhile, the phenomenon surrounding his 11th daughter mirrored that of Hiko and Shurshin, with a single angelic phantom standing above her head before disappearing into her forehead, vanishing from sight. "Darling." Lingling managed a faint smile upon Sinkata and greeted him. "Lingling, are you all right?" he asked, his face etched with concern. "I'm Fine." Lingling's heart warmed at his response. It appeared that these two little ones possessed remarkable talents. She realized that whenever her children made a sound, extraordinary phenomena would inevitably follow. Clearly, her 11th daughter shared a terrifyingly potent gift akin to Hiko and Shurshin. As for her 11th son, his potential remained uncertain, but she sensed he was extraordinary. "Indeed," Kater nodded, "they certainly have promising talents, and I've already thought of their names." "Oh, what are they called?" he mused. "The boy shall be named Monkey D. Ichigo, and the girl will be called Monkey D. They," he contemplated while stroking his chin. "Ichigo, Zue." Lingling murmured the names, nodding in approval. They were splendid choices. "Little Ichigo, Zue, come let Mama hold you." With joy, Lingling embraced both children, clearly enamored with them. This affection stemmed not only from the joy of pregnancy after many years, but also from the delight of having children in her later years. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Kater couldn't help but smile and joined in the tender moment. The following day, cheerfully carried a bowl of porridge he had prepared himself, intending to nourish Lingling after her recent childbirth. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the hospital, followed by a series of violent explosions. Startled, Kater's pupils dilated, and he was engulfed in fury. Who dared to threaten his family? With a furious shout, he dashed towards the hospital like a bullet. At that moment, within the hospital, a baby wearing a white mask wreaked havoc, unleashing dark green beams of energy that turned everything into ruins. Lingling, striving to protect her daughter, was entangled with others inside the hospital. Lingling, upon reaching her side, Kata immediately inquired, "What happened? Why is the hospital being destroyed again?" The term again was used because this was a newly built facility. The previous one had been demolished during Naruto's birth due to his uncontrollable powers. The scene unfolding now felt eerily familiar to Ka. I don't know why, but Ichigo suddenly lost control. Lingling looked on anxiously at the masked infant. Understanding dawned on Kata. It was evident that his child had become hollowified. Logically, the three powers within him should have remained in balance, so it was perplexing why this transformation had occurred. Suddenly, Kata felt a faint understanding of the situation. If this Ichigo were to follow the original narrative, the powers of the Quincer and Shinigami within him would mutually suppress each other. The situation was different for his child, who had acquired all three powers simultaneously. While they were initially balanced, the conflict between the Shinigami and Quincer's powers had allowed the Hollow's energy to dominate, leading to Ichigo's loss of control. After all, at this moment, Ichigo was merely an infant, incapable of suppressing the Hollow's influence. Having grasped the underlying reasons, Kater formulated a plan. To awaken Ichigo from this state, he needed to rouse the powers of the Quincer and Shinigami, ensuring their conflict would suppress the Hollow's energy before it spiraled out of control. "First, we must render Ichigo incapable of fighting," he instructed Lingling. "Please relocate everyone to safety." With that, Kater swiftly appeared behind Ichigo. At this point, Ichigo's hollowification had progressed further. A hollow cavity appeared in his chest, and his head was encased in a skeletal structure resembling a helmet, complete with two horn-like protrusions. The hollowified Ichigo sensed Ka's presence and quickly turned, gathering a dark green energy sphere between his horns. "Hollow flash!" Kater gasped in astonishment, surprised that Ichigo, merely a newborn, had already mastered such a technique. However, he had no time for awe before the hollow flash could be unleashed. Kater concentrated his overwhelming haki into his fist and shattered the energy with a single blow. Following that, a terrifying wave of haki emanated from his being, pressing down towards Ichigo, as haki is fundamentally a form of mental attack. This overwhelming pressure, Ichigo's hollowification began to recede gradually. His body started to restore itself, the hollow cavity healing completely. Just as Ichigo's hollowification seemed on the verge of vanishing, intensified the pressure of his haki. This sudden surge compelled the powers of the Quincer and Shinigami within Ichigo to abandon their conflict and instead unite against Ka's haki. Feeling the three formidable auras opposing him, Kate could not help but smile knowingly before retracting his Haushika haki. The combined forces of the exterminators and the Shinigami suddenly found themselves without a target, redirecting their focus towards the Ajuchas. Initially, the three powers stood on equal footing. Isolating any two would render them incapable of overcoming one another. However, the current circumstances were different. The united might of the exterminators and the Shinigami proved overwhelming, swiftly subduing the Ajuchas in an instant. As the Ajucha's power was suppressed, Ichigo reverted to an infant, peacefully resting in Kate's embrace, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Gazing at the sweetly slumbering Ichigo in his arms, Kate tenderly stroked his head. Yet, he couldn't help but think about the considerable mess left behind. The surroundings were a chaotic scene of devastation, littered with the remnants of explosions and collapsed structures, alongside numerous injured civilians. Observing this disarray, Kate felt a sense of dread wash over him. Nevertheless, he seized the opportunity to plan for the establishment of several hospitals. As the population of the Sky Island was steadily increasing, the Skypiea First People's Hospital in the Sky Island frequently found itself overcrowded, with many civilians voicing their concerns about this issue. While Kate pondered these matters, the angelic soldiers, led by Ziyuan, arrived belatedly. After entrusting the situation to Ziyuan, Kate promptly took Ichigo home. After all, Lingling was still unaware that Ichigo was unharmed, and in order to spare her any worry, Kate hurried along the way. Upon entering the house, he was taken aback by the unexpected presence of GXN. Zixin, what brings you here? Kate exclaimed, astonished. It was well known that GXIN was a research enthusiast, often locking herself away in the laboratory to overcome the bottleneck in upgrading the third-generation divine body. Who would have imagined she would appear at home today? Are you tired from your research? Before Kate could continue, GXIN excitedly interrupted Dad. Dad, I did it. I've mastered the method for upgrading the third-generation angelic body. What? Even Kate was rendered speechless with excitement. Indeed, GXIN managed to temper her enthusiasm and continued, albeit with a hint of disappointment. Unfortunately, the materials are too demanding. I've discovered that the resources we can currently gather will only allow us to create a few second-generation super warriors, nothing more. Hee. Upon hearing this, Kate revealed a mysterious smile. What do you think this is? As Kate's voice fell, he silently commanded, System, extract the enhancement materials for the third-generation angelic body. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the enhancement materials for the third-generation angelic body. As the system notification resonated, a plethora of materials appeared before Kate and GXN. Staring at the suddenly materializing rare resources, GXN was left dumbfounded, uncertainly gazing at Kate. Dad, what are these? Kate nodded with a smile. These are precisely what you were hoping for, the enhancement materials for the third-generation angelic body. And there are 3 sets. Fantastic! GXN rushed forward to embrace the pile of materials, her demeanor protective as if no one could dare take them from her. Observing this, Kate could only shake his head in exasperation. GXIN's fondness for these materials stemmed not from their rarity, but from the potential they held in her hands to enhance a third-generation angelic body. All right, these materials are all yours. Just look at how excited you are. However, now that we have both the technology and the materials, I must carefully consider who shall ascend to divinity first. ZC note that, understanding that unlike herself and others like Yengu and Shaolin, her father and the others remained fundamentally human and would inevitably age. In contrast, she and her companions would naturally absorb cosmic energy over time, evolving into third-generation angelic bodies. Thus, the opportunity for enhancement must be granted to her father and others. After GXIN left with the materials, Kate convened a high-level meeting of the Chinese government once more. Given the significance of the matter, and the prospect of achieving divinity within the government, this would greatly enhance its cohesion. After all, who would not wish for eternal life? Just a single fruit capable of granting immortality had caused fierce competition among the great powers of the seas. Now, the Chinese government could actually facilitate the attainment of divinity, prompting Kate to initiate an urgent high-level meeting. Soon, numerous high-ranking officials gathered in the conference room of the Divine Palace. Yun, Si Ting, Katakuli, and Gu Xiaoluan from Milo Ocean Court, Ji Xian and Shi Ji from the Chinese Air Force, Carp, Naruto, Sessamaru, Inuyasha, and Amiya from the Chinese Navy, Kenpachi, Yichiro, and Rukia from the Judgment Department, and finally, Kate, Lingling, Ziyuan, Zhu Lai, Mayan, and Riona from the main office of the Chinese government, along with several individuals who had gained vice admiral strength through conscription. What has you so anxious, Chairman Kate? An emergency assembly? Shurji, sporting a gleaming bald head, inquired. Everyone except Ji Xian wore expressions of puzzlement. Noting their curious faces, Kate did not leave them in suspense, but stated directly, "Do you believe in gods?" "Gods?" Shurji responded with a look of disgust. "You aren't referring to those repulsive celestial dragons, are you? Spare us the theatrics, Kate. I still have a record to challenge for eating Senbei today." Carp remarked nonchalantly while picking his nose. Kate chuckled and continued. "Our Chinese government's technology has always been commendable, and now we have made a significant breakthrough. We have surpassed the technological bottleneck for the third-generation divine body, and we possess 3 sets of enhancement materials. This means we can elevate 3 individuals to divinity." Wow. Following Kate's proclamation, aside from Yin, Ji Xian, Gu Xiaoluan, and Moe, the rest of the attendees erupted in astonishment. Even Laxus and others were equally astounded, for despite their strength, they were still merely ordinary humans who would eventually meet their end. Thus, this revelation filled them with exhilaration. Of course, 3 individuals maintained an indifferent attitude toward the announcement: Kenpachi, Yichiro, and Rukia, as their bodies were gradually transforming into Shinigami forms through prolonged exposure to spiritual pressure, rendering the notion of becoming gods less significant to them. However, I have already decided who shall ascend to divinity. Yet, there is no need for others to feel disheartened. While the enhancement materials for the third-generation angelic body are indeed unique in their scarcity, we possess an abundance of materials for the second-generation super warriors, allowing many to achieve that status. Although the lifespan of the second-generation super soldiers is not as infinite as that of the third-generation divine bodies, it still spans over 10,000 years. As Carter's voice echoed, his words ignited a significant uproar. After all, many individuals are acutely aware that the opportunity to become a deity is exceedingly slim for them. However, the situation is different for the second-generation super soldiers. Their sheer numbers mean that the chances of selection are considerably higher. Naturally, only those who have made remarkable contributions will be chosen as second-generation super soldiers. Therefore, we will select only 20 individuals for this honor, while those not selected may still apply to become second-generation super soldiers in the future, provided they achieve outstanding contributions. We shall now announce the names of those who will become third-generation angel divine bodies: Monkey D, Carter, Charlotte Lingling, and Monkey D. Carp. Upon hearing this list, the crowd expressed no skepticism. After all, Carter and Lingling are well-known figures, serving as the head and vice head of the Chinese government, respectively. As for Carp, he is the one who single-handedly defeated Rox, and he currently holds the title of admiral in the Chinese Navy, making him the brother of the head of the Chinese government. Under such impressive credentials, is it not reasonable for him to receive the opportunity to ascend to divinity? As Carter's voice rang out again, the entire conference room fell into a hushed silence, with everyone attentively listening. Monkey D, Kajuro, Monkey D, Siyu Chulin, Monkey D, Naruto, Monkey D, Sessamaru, Monkey D, Inuyasha, Monkey D, Emiya, Monkey D, Shion, Monkey D, Julie, Monkey D, Monkey D, Reona, and Golden Yonshiki. As Carter concluded the announcement, those named could hardly contain their excitement. Wonderful. I've been selected. Ah, how splendid. Yet for every selection, there are those left out. What a pity I wasn't chosen. No, I must become a second-generation super soldier. No one shall contest with me on the battlefield. I shall take on 10 foes. Me too. Are you ready? Ji Xian inquired, holding a thick file as he addressed Carter. Once the biological chamber closes, you will enter deep sleep, and I will enhance your body and genes into a third-generation angel divine body. Carter exhaled deeply, feeling a mix of belief in Ji Xian's abilities and a twinge of anxiety. In his heart, he also harbored 3 lingering doubts. And just as he extended 3 fingers to speak, "Okay, good. I never expected you to trust me so much. GXIN looked at Carter, visibly moved, and promptly closed the lid of the biological chamber. Carter, observing GXIN's swift actions, felt his head stiffen as he turned to look at the hand with 3 fingers raised. Wait, I actually have 3 questions. This is not okay. However, the soundproofing of the biological chamber was too effective, rendering GXIN's attempts to communicate futile. He suddenly felt that his father was remarkably considerate, encouraging him even at this critical moment. Thank you, Dad. GXIN gave Carter a thumbs up. Seeing this, Carter felt utterly defeated, slumped in the biological chamber, wishing he could slap himself for raising 3 fingers unnecessarily. GXIN approached the control panel and meticulously checked the machinery and technical aspects once more. After confirming everything was in order, he pressed the start button. As the button was activated, a viscous liquid began to ooze from the biological chamber. This liquid was a biological culture medium, which would provide the necessary nutrients for Carter's body during the gene and physical enhancement process. As the medium continuously poured out, it gradually covered Carter's mouth and nose. Suddenly, he found himself unable to breathe as the culture medium surged into his lungs, engulfing him in a terrifying sense of suffocation. Yet in the next instant, Carter regained his breath, a warm sensation enveloping his entire being. It turned out that the culture medium was rich in oxygen, and although it appeared thick and somewhat unpleasant, it had no foul taste and even bore a hint of sweetness. This peculiar experience piqued Carter's curiosity, prompting him to take several large gulps. GXN, initially poised to offer a warning, hesitated, realizing it was too late to intervene due to the chamber's soundproofing. As the culture medium flowed within the chamber, Carter's expression changed dramatically, resembling one who had consumed something foul. Carter was submerged in the culture medium. Although the chamber would filter it, the process required time. By gulping down the medium, it had begun to flow from his feet and lower regions toward his mouth, resulting in a taste reminiscent of foot odor or worse. If Carter had refrained from such behavior, in due time, the medium would have thoroughly permeated his body, filtering out any impurities like waste and foot odor, thus avoiding this unpleasantness altogether. Seeing Carter's dismayed expression, GXIN could only shake his head in resignation and pressed another button that released anesthetics into the chamber, causing Carter to drift into slumber. Oh no, I tasted something foul. I'm so sleepy, were Carter's last thoughts before he succumbed to sleep, while GXIN promptly commenced the enhancement process. Adjacent to Carter's chamber were 2 others housing Lingling and Carp. After Carter entered his chamber, they followed suit. Having heeded GXIN's warnings, and thus avoiding the embarrassing mistake of tasting something distasteful, time flew swiftly. After half a year had passed since Carter, Lingling, and Carp entered their respective chambers, GXIN stood before them, a look of joy gracing his face as he gazed at the 3 biological chambers. Inside lay 3 individuals who appeared to be in their 20s, 2 men and 1 woman, each sporting a pair of white wings. The enhancement was successful. Zicin Muset Guieli. Inside the chambers, the trio, Carter, Lingling, and Carp, had all reverted to their peak physical appearance at the age of 20. Notably, Lingling underwent the most significant transformation. Despite having been somewhat plump under Carter's constraints, after GXIN's enhancement, her figure was now even more curvaceous and her features more refined, resembling a perfect deity. Indeed, they had transcended to the status of deities. Simultaneously, the consciousness of the 3 individuals surfaced in a pitch-black expanse. Alongside this, a mechanical voice resonated within their minds. Ding! Congratulations! The angel deities have entered the dark dimension. Would you like to register a name? Carty felt an instinctive response within, initially mistaking the voice for that of his rudimentary system, but upon closer listening, he realized it was not. However, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing this as the very process of registering an account in the dark dimension of Chaoshin Academy. As Carty's voice faded, the mechanical voice echoed, 3rd generation angel god Carty registration successful. Following this, a mechanical sound resonated within the dark dimension. In the blink of an eye, Carty awakened, noticing several individuals gathered outside his biological pod, including Kapu and Lingling, who were already dressed and gazing at him. Kaz! With a mechanical sound, the lid of the biological pod gradually opened, and the nurturing fluid receded through surrounding conduits. Cough, cough, cough. Carty expelled the nurturing fluid from his lungs, finally regaining his breath. The cacophony of street vendors shouting for roasted sweet potatoes, hot pot rice, and various other delicacies suddenly filled Carty's ears. What is this? Cardi stared in shock at his surroundings. The voices he had just heard were unmistakably those from Sun Sen Island, located dozens of kilometers away. Yet he could now hear them with crystal clarity. It seemed his hearing had become somewhat exaggerated. Cardi, in disbelief, examined his hands. Although they remained ordinary, with 5 fingers each, he could distinctly sense the changes within himself. His hearing now allowed him to discern sounds from tens of kilometers away. His vision, confined within the laboratory, rendered him unaware of how far he could see, yet he could now perceive even the minutest details with astonishing clarity. Whether it was dust or other objects, even the scaly structures on a strand of hair were visible to him. Moreover, his every movement felt as though he could shatter the very heavens. Of course, according to the lore of Chao Shan, as a third-generation divine body, he was merely capable of destroying a star, far from obliterating the world. Nonetheless, this was still formidable. After all, what countless individuals yearned for was the promise of boundless longevity. Cardi keenly sensed the vibrant life force coursing through him, akin to that of a newly sprouted sapling, brimming with infinite vitality. Was this the essence of the third-generation angel god body? As he contemplated the transformations within his body, he couldn't help but marvel. And what was that sensation on his back? With a mere thought, a pair of white wings materialized on Cardi's back. With a gentle flap, he began to levitate, effortlessly maneuvering the wings as if they were an innate part of him, entirely natural. Ha ha ha. Kata. At that moment, a black-haired youth with wings appeared before him. Isn't it marvelous? I was astonished at first. My senses have been heightened to a terrifying degree. Who are you? Cardi inquired, observing the towering figure before him. Muscular and imposing, yet adorned with an annoyingly unappealing face. Who is this? It's me, your brother Kapu. Ahaha, I feel so youthful now, and my strength has increased tremendously. If rocks were to appear before me now, I could easily crush him with one hand. Wait, you're my brother, Kata exclaimed, realizing the resemblance they shared. Yes, you're the greatest. Cardi waved dismissively, nonchalantly affirming Kapu's proclamation. Darling, a sweet voice chimed in, capturing Cardi's attention. A stunning girl with pink hair, akin to a delicate sculpture, appeared before him. You are Lingling? Lingling, resembling a character stepped out from a fantasy world. Kuptif Atakata entirely. Her beauty, once reminiscent of a wild leopard, now radiated elegance. Her skin was smooth, her features exquisite, and her figure stunningly alluring. MMHM, Lingling nodded, acknowledging her own transformation. As Cardi, Kapu, and Lingling embraced their third-generation angel god bodies, it seemed their mental ages had been reset as well. Their perspectives and attitudes towards relationships mirrored that of vibrant 20-year-olds. System, activate our attribute panels. Mongqi Dikarer Identity, head of the Chinese government talent. SSS third-generation angel god body physique. Divine level skills. Divine level 3 color hockey, punchbone technique. Marine 6 styles abilities. Divine body evaluation. Divine, possessing boundless life and formidable regenerative powers. Shaolin Identity, vice head of the Chinese government talent. SSS third-generation angel god body physique. Divine level skills. Divine level 3 color hockey. Marine 6 styles abilities. Divine body. Soul fruit evaluation. Divine, possessing boundless life and formidable regenerative powers. Mongqi Dikaku Identity, Admiral of the Chinese Government Navy Talent. SSS third-generation angel god body physique. Divine level skills. Divine level 3 color hockey. Punchbone technique. Marine 6 styles abilities. Divine body evaluation. Divine, possessing boundless life and formidable regenerative powers. Such terrifying enhancements. Cardi and his companions found themselves bestowed with divine combat capabilities, their vitality seemingly limitless. Brother? Cardi suddenly called out to Kapu. What is it? Kapu replied. Shall we have a spar? Cardi proposed with sudden excitement. Let us go. With that, Kapu vanished from the laboratory, his aura materializing high in the sky. How eager! Cardi shook his head, swiftly disappearing from the laboratory as well. Lingling, intrigued by their antics, followed suit, vanishing alongside Cardi. Had it been 6 months prior, Lingling would have deemed Cardi and Kapu's behavior childish. However, after their enhancements, their youthful mindset had captivated her, making her very much interested in the duel between her husband and brother. Come on, brother! High in the sky, Cardi and Kapu soared at the same altitude, exchanging glances before launching themselves at one another. Neither utilized haki or other powers, engaging solely through physical collisions. Initially, They were cautious about controlling their strength, but as the battle progressed, their power intensified. With each collision of fists, a thunderous sound reverberated as if the heavens themselves were trembling. What could this sound be? At that moment, Roger, who was sailing towards the final island, looked up at the sky, puzzled. Everyone else, aside from Roger, also heard this sound. It was astonishing that the mere clash of strength between Carter and Carp could resonate across the vast ocean. Bro, let us unleash our full power. Carter suddenly grinned, expressing his enthusiasm. All right, bring on. They both shouted, gathering all their strength into their fists and launching themselves at one another. However, a terrifying scene unfolded. As they drew closer, the very fabric of space seemed to compress under the weight of their combined might. This is bad. Lingling, observing from the sidelines, instantly realized that if they collided, the entire Sky Island would vanish without a trace. You two need to halt this. In a moment of urgency, Lingling activated her Supreme Conqueror's Haki and the powers of the Soul Fruit, directing her influence towards Carp and Carter. Her power erupted, and as Carp and Carter were caught off guard, they found their strength dissipating under her overwhelming presence. Witnessing the catastrophic potential of their powers not colliding was a relief. Lingling approached them, delivering a punch to each. You must temper yourselves. Had I not intervened, you would have obliterated the entire Sky Island. All right. We apologize. Carp and Carter responded earnestly, acknowledging their misjudgment. Just then, a young man with dark skin and wings appeared before them. Who are you? Carter asked, astonished yet familiar with the figure. Are you Dragon? Carp exclaimed suddenly. What brings you back? He inquired with surprise. Before Dragon could respond, Carter interjected. I summoned him back. Although he missed the high-level meeting, I arranged for him to undergo the second-generation super soldier enhancement. So that is how it is, Carter exclaimed, excitedly patting Dragon's shoulder. Indeed, you've become significantly stronger. Open Dragon's Attribute Panel. Monkey D. Dragon Identity. Leader of the Revolutionary Army Talent. SSS Second-Generation Super Soldier Physique. Divine Level Skills. Divine Level 3 Color Haki. Storm Fruit. Inferno Storm Fruit. Windblade. Dragon Claw Fist. Navy 6 Styles Ability. Second Generation Super Soldier Storm Fruit Evaluation. Second Generation Super Soldier. Possessing boundless life and formidable regenerative abilities. Observing Dragon's attributes, Carter nodded. Although a second-generation super soldier would undoubtedly be no match for a third-generation divine body, it transcended the realm of ordinary humans, with a lifespan exceeding 10,000 years. From another perspective, it had already reached a divine level. In truth, the term divine level is merely a vague classification. Even the lowest SSS level can attain the pinnacle of royal status, yet this remains within the grasp of ordinary individuals. Exceeding this threshold warrants the designation of divine. Thus, divine level signifies a realm beyond ordinary humanity. While Dragon's attributes match Carter's in the panel as divine, the disparity in true strength remained vast. Dragon, possessing merely a second-generation physique, could not rival him. Father, the Revolutionary Army needs me, so I cannot linger. I must return immediately. Having already been away for half a year, Dragon's expression turned serious. I just received news from Kuma that they faced resistance from the world government while liberating a nation, so I must hasten. As he spoke, Dragon prepared to take flight. Head to the Tiansha No. 7. Have them open a wormhole for you to arrive instantly. Carter knew Dragon was not jesting. If he said there was trouble, it was undoubtedly serious. Dragon nodded in agreement and swiftly vanished from Carter's sight. Just then, a multitude of figures with wings approached, each exuding a formidable presence. Monkey D. Katakuri Identity. General of the Melodious Heavenly Court Talent. SSS Second Generation Super Soldier Physique. Divine Level Skills. Divine Level 3 Color Haki. Machi Machi Fruit. Drizzle Machi. Machi Machi Fruit. Unparalleled Sweet Ring. Machi Machi Fruit. Mighty Rice Cake. Navy 6 Styles Ability. Second Generation Super Soldier Machi Machi Fruit Evaluation. Second Generation Super Soldier. Possessing boundless life and formidable regenerative abilities. Monkey D. Kuchulain Identity. Knight Commander of the Melodious Heavenly Court Talent. SSS Second Generation Super Soldier Physique. Divine Level Skills. Divine Level 3 Color Haki. Divine Level Gunmanship. Navy 6 Styles Ability. Second Generation Super Soldier Evaluation. Second Generation Super Soldier. Possessing boundless life and formidable regenerative abilities. These were the two sons enhanced within the Melodious Heavenly Court. Initially, Katakuri had not intended for such enhancements, considering his potential for divinity. However, recognizing that becoming a second-generation super soldier would significantly enhance mobility, he permitted the enhancement. Following them were several individuals enhanced within the Chinese Navy. Monkey D. Naruto, identity, Vice Admiral of the Chinese Navy talent. SSS second-generation super soldier physique, divine level skills, divine level 3 color hockey, Rasengan, big ball Rasengan, Bijadama, Rasengan, Navy 6 styles. Ninetales chakra mode ability, second-generation super soldier evaluation, second-generation super soldier, possessing boundless life and formidable regenerative abilities. QB identity, tailed beast talent, SSS divine tree clone physique, royal level skills, tailed beast bomb, virtual dog cannon ability, none evaluation, divine tree clone. Having gained the favor of the sage of 6 paths, thus acquiring a majority of chakra. Monkey D. Inuyasha identity, Admiral of the Chinese Navy talent, SSS second-generation super soldier physique, divine level skills, divine level 3 color hockey, Navy 6 styles, scatter soul, iron claw, bloodblade, flying claw ability, second-generation super soldier dog fruit, husky demon form evaluation, second-generation super soldier, possessing boundless life and formidable regenerative abilities. Monkey D. Shashingwan identity, Admiral of the Chinese Navy talent, SSS plus second-generation super soldier physique, divine level skills, divine level 3 color hockey, Navy 6 styles, venomous claw, demon power burst ability, second-generation super soldier Inu fruit, Shiba Inu demon form evaluation, second-generation super soldier, possessing boundless life and formidable regenerative abilities. Monkey D. Wei Gong identity, Admiral of the Chinese Navy talent, SSS plus second-generation super soldier physique, divine level skills, divine level 3 color hockey, Navy 6 styles, swordsmanship, combat fantasy collapse ability, second-generation super soldier projection magic, infinite sword system evaluation, second-generation super soldier, possessing boundless life and formidable regenerative abilities. The individuals enhanced by the Chinese Navy have undergone terrifying improvements. Notably Naruto. Previously, he could only attain king-level combat power with the assistance of Kurama. However, after enhancement, he can now wield combat prowess surpassing that of a king solely through his own strength. As for Shashingwan and Inuyasha, their enhancements are rooted in sheer physical strength. Remarkably, Wei Gong possesses an exceptionally kind heart and a strong sense of justice. Thus, after being brought into the Navy by Carp, his strength has skyrocketed. However, his innate potential caps at the peak of an admiral. Now, having been upgraded to a second-generation super soldier, his power has seen a terrifying surge. Additionally, his infinite sword system reminds Kater of the first time he was drawn into this unique domain, where he marveled at the weapons such as Lingling S. Emperor Sword, Kenpachi S. Yuchuru, and others. Although their might cannot compare to the real deal, they are still incredibly formidable, as he can cause these weapons to self-destruct, inflicting immense damage upon foes. Kater shook his head and turned to examine the attribute panels of others. In the Totland Sea, the only one enhanced was Laxus. Monkey D. Laxus identity, King of the World talent, SSS plus Thunder God S second-generation super soldier physique, divine level skills, divine level 3 color hockey, Navy 6 styles, roar of the Thunder Dragon, wing strike of the Thunder Dragon, Thunder God S spear, Thunder God S wrath, lightning storm ability, second-generation super soldier Thunder fruit evaluation, second-generation super soldier, possessing boundless life and formidable regenerative abilities. Laxus, like Katakuri, had not initially planned for their enhancement, considering their potential to become divine. However, the lengthy journey to divinity compelled Kater to proceed with their enhancements. They did not disappoint, as each emerged with terrifying strength post-enhancement. Particularly in terms of physique, they transcended human limits. Now, if Rox were to appear before any of his children, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Finally, the remaining children who underwent enhancement were those serving in the Chinese government. Monkey D. Zishuan identity, Minister of Finance of the Chinese government talent, SSS plus second-generation super soldier physique, divine level skills, divine level 3 color hockey, Navy 6 styles, swordsmanship ability, second-generation super soldier evaluation, second-generation super soldier, possessing boundless life and formidable regenerative abilities. Monkey D. Julie identity, Minister of Military Affairs of the Chinese government talent, SSS plus second-generation super soldier physique, divine level skills, divine level 3 color hockey, Navy 6 styles. Swordsmanship ability. Second generation super soldier evaluation. Second generation super soldier. Possessing boundless life and formidable regenerative abilities. Monkey D. Lei Onai identity. Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Chinese government talent. SSS plus second generation super soldier physique. Divine level skills. Divine level 3 color hockey. Navy 6 styles. Swordsmanship ability. Second generation super soldier evaluation. Second generation super soldier. Possessing boundless life and formidable regenerative abilities. Monkey D. Xiao Tsura identity. Minister of Assassination of the Chinese government talent. SSS plus second generation super soldier physique. Divine level skills. Divine level 3 color hockey. Navy 6 styles. Swordsmanship. Swift return ability. Second generation super soldier evaluation. Second generation super soldier. Possessing boundless life and formidable regenerative abilities. Initially, he had hoped that his children, who did not possess remarkable talents, could live peacefully under his protection, which was why he had them serve in the Chinese government. Now, after their enhancements, each possesses terrifying power. Suddenly, he felt a fleeting sense of loss, realizing that his children had grown up. However, Cater quickly shook his head, dismissing those strange thoughts. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed, followed by a strikingly handsome man with golden hair, standing before Cater. Cater, my hair has grown long. Look, I have long hair now. Ha! Who are you? Cater pondered, struggling to match the figure in his mind with anyone he knew. Can't recognize me? I am Shiki. Shiki, exclaimed Carp, Lingling, and Cater in unison, their eyes widening in shock. They all belonged to the same era as Shiki. While they wouldn't dare comment on other aspects, they were confident in their own appearances, believing they could easily overshadow Shiki. Not to mention the later bald version of Shiki, even at his peak. Any ordinary person would surpass him in looks. After all, Shiki had always sported a gorilla-like face. Cater, Lingling, and Carp rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What the hell? My eyes must be malfunctioning. How could Shiki, that gorilla, turn into a handsome guy? This is absolutely absurd, Carp exclaimed, dramatically pretending to pluck out his eyes. Absolutely. There must be something wrong. I would sooner believe that excrement is fragrant than accept that Shiki has become handsome. Wait for me, brother. I want to pluck mine out too. Cater echoed, mimicking Carp's exaggerated actions. What do you both mean? Can't I be handsome just once? Shiki retorted while flamboyantly tossing his golden hair. Goodness, this is too much. Carp and Cater couldn't help but criticize Shiki for his newfound flamboyance. Observing the scene, Shiki dismissed the two, moving aside to admire his reflection in a mirror. I must say, I look quite handsome now. Shurji gazed at his flawless reflection in the mirror, unable to suppress a sense of admiration. In the past, his indifference towards his appearance stemmed not from a lack of concern, but rather from an insecurity regarding his looks. How different he was now, exuding an undeniable charm. Observing Shurji's narcissistic demeanor, K2 and Kabu exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads in resignation. K2, surveying the crowd before him, felt a swell of pride within. Whether it was himself, his family, or his subordinates, each possessed formidable strength. However, with the enhancement of his own capabilities, K2's mindset had undergone a transformation. Where he once yearned to overturn the world, he now found himself filled with playful ambition. He envisioned unraveling the mysteries of this world step by step after Luffy's birth, and when the time came for others to threaten Luffy, he would emerge unexpectedly to shield him from harm. The astonishment on his enemies' faces would undoubtedly be delightful. As Luffy and his companions journeyed, they might encounter a Marine Admiral, only to discover that he was K2's cousin. They might also cross paths with a notorious Yonko, known as the Thunder God pirate cruise captain, who would turn out to be yet another relative. Perhaps they would inadvertently ascend to Skypiea, where they would be met with terrifying technology, with even the most ordinary angel soldiers being of the peak vice admiral level. When Nami and the others believed their end was near, they would find themselves surrounded not by strangers, but by Luffy's various uncles and aunts. The mere thought of it brought a smile to his face. This would be splendid. After all, only 20 years remained until the onset of the pirate saga, a mere blink in the vast expanse of his immortal existence. As the strength of his comrades grew, matters concerning the Chinese government reached a resolution. Meanwhile, the seas were stirred by a singular individual. What? Roger truly reached the final island? Incredible. The Pirate King. What treasures did he acquire? Countless individuals, countless pirates, were astounded that Roger had indeed become the Pirate King. At that moment, within Skypiea, K2 sat in his study, holding a freshly printed newspaper, which boldly proclaimed, Pirate King, Roger. That man had genuinely ascended to the title of Pirate King. Shocked, K2 gazed at the plethora of reports detailing Roger's exploits, a smile spreading across his face, revealing a look of keen interest. Had he finally succeeded? Roger. Ace must be close to being born, K2 mused, tossing the newspaper aside as he approached the window. The era of great pirates was about to commence. In the office of the Chinese Navy Marshal within the Totland Sea, Kabu was exuberantly showcasing a mountain of senbei, exclaiming, Today, I must break the record of 1,000. Uncle. Naruto, astonished, approached Kabu with a newspaper in hand, exclaiming, Roger. Roger has truly become the Pirate King. Kabu's expression shifted to one of surprise as he took the newspaper and examined it closely. Moments later, he burst into laughter. It's no surprise that it's Roger. He has indeed become the Pirate King. Although Kabu had his differences with Roger, he held a firm belief that Roger was capable of achieving such a feat. If the newspaper had reported that someone else became the Pirate King, he would have dismissed it as false news. But now that it was Roger being reported, Kabu naturally accepted it as truth. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the world government's 5 elders, Kong was rebuked fiercely. You are more of a hindrance than a help. How dare you allow Roger to reach that final island? That island conceals the secrets of this world. You must find a way to eliminate Roger, no matter the cost. Do you understand? The bald elder raged, having obliterated several large aquariums that had been transformed into oceanic displays. The once mighty sharks within were now mere remnants, severed in two. At that moment, Kong felt as vulnerable as those sharks, a pawn ready to be discarded. Indeed, the Roger pirates are exceedingly powerful, and the Navy has faced too many pirates, Kong began, but was abruptly interrupted by the Horned Elder. If you cannot accomplish this, then you may as well perish. Yes, Kong replied respectfully, realizing that in the eyes of the elders, he was merely a piece on a chessboard, replaceable at any moment. Roger's remarkable deeds had indeed sent tremors throughout the seas, especially as the world government sought to eradicate him as swiftly as possible. Just as they prepared for action, a unique individual arrived in the Totland Sea, aboard a distinctive pirate ship. The ship, adorned in shades of brown and black without sails, moved with astonishing speed. The Oro Jackson. You're the Pirate King, Roger. The Chinese Navy soldiers patrolling the perimeter recognized the vessel's master. Aboard the Oro Jackson, the once vibrant ship was now silent, with only Roger remaining. Fortunately, as a creation of Skypiea, the Oro Jackson was highly intelligent, allowing it to be navigated solely by Roger. Bring him to my office. Kabu was surprised that Roger sought him out, yet he understood that Roger must have a request, as such a visit would not occur without reason. Moments later, the door to the marshal's office swung open, and Roger strode in. Haha, Kabu. I have finally become the Pirate King. Upon seeing Kabu, Roger was like an old friend, eagerly boasting of his achievement. Kabu exhaled deeply, feeling a surge of anger. He no longer recognized the spirited captain of the Roger pirates, but rather a frail man on the brink of death. Roger, Kabu exclaimed angrily, come back to Skypiea. I can save you. His expression was grave. Despite Roger's status as a pirate, he was his friend, and Kabu refused to accept that Roger might die under such circumstances. Taken aback by Kabu's concern, Roger felt a warmth in his heart. Was this what friendship meant? Yet, recalling the absurd truths he had witnessed on that island, a laugh escaped him. Ha ha ha. Kabu, there is something I must attend to. I arrived at that island too early. I must become a guide to usher in that era. Roger stated with a hint of resignation. Damn it, are you going to die like this? Kabu roared in frustration. Enough of this, Kapu. I have a request for you. Despite Kapu's furious outburst, Roger shifted the conversation, saying, Kapu, my child is about to be born, and I hope you can help me take care of him. I refuse. You should care for him yourself, or let him be swallowed by the sea. Kapu angrily turned away, ignoring Roger. Ha ha ha. Then I shall leave it to you. I must attend to my own affairs. With that, Roger turned to depart, but suddenly recalled something. By the way, the Oro Jackson is entrusted to you after all. It was a gift from Cater, and now it should return to its rightful owner. With those words, Roger turned and left, leaving Kapu with nothing but his silhouette. What a scoundrel! Kapu muttered as he watched Roger's departing figure. Does he face death so calmly, knowing full well the consequences? Pirate King, Roger. Days later, explosive news spread across the entire sea. Pirate King Roger has been captured. The terrifying figure had, astonishingly, been apprehended by the Navy. The might of the world government's Navy is indeed formidable. Indeed, it is remarkable. Pirates are all villains. It is wonderful that the Navy has captured him. Countless individuals around the world engaged in fervent discussions about the shocking capture of Pirate King Roger by the world government's Navy. In response to Roger's arrest, emotions ran high. Some rejoiced while others mourned. On an island in a new world. What? I can't believe it. The captain has truly been captured. Shanks, tell me this is a lie. Red-nosed Buggy exclaimed, holding a newspaper, his emotions running high. Buggy, the captain must have his reasons, Shanks replied, lowering his straw hat and speaking in a subdued tone. I refuse to believe it. The captain is so strong. As he spoke, tears streamed down Buggy's face uncontrollably. Meanwhile, on Sky Island, Cater pondered. So Roger has taken this step, planning to use his life to usher in the Great Pirate Era? As he gazed at the newspaper, he murmured, it's been a long time since I've gone out. Perhaps I shall visit Rowtown this time. It's also been a while since I've seen the elders in Windmill Village. On the other hand, Kapu was aboard the Oro Jackson, heading toward an unknown island. This scoundrel left me to clean up his mess while he goes off to die. Kapu fumed as he looked at the newspaper. Shortly, Kapu landed on an island, directing the soldiers on board to search for someone. However, things did not unfold as Kapu had hoped. The returning soldiers reported that they could not find the person they were seeking. With no other choice, Kapu proceeded to the next island in search of his quarry. A month later, in Rowtown, Roger, shackled and under Navy watch, walked calmly toward the execution platform, smiling. Upon reaching the platform, he appeared as a king who surveyed all beneath him. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, Pirate King Roger, where's your treasure? At this, Steelbone Kong grew anxious, exclaiming, kill him quickly. We cannot let him reveal it. The executioner sprang into action, but it was too late. Ha ha ha, you wish to know my treasure? I have placed it all there. One piece is there. Ha ha ha. With Roger's declaration, two swords plunged into his body, and he drew his last breath. As the Pirate King Roger perished, silence fell over the crowd, but moments later, chaos erupted. One piece is mine. I shall become the Pirate King. So the treasure truly exists. Brothers, set sail. Countless individuals cheered and surged toward the sea. Cater, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of nostalgia. Truly, it was Roger, who exchanged his life to bring forth an era. Among the crowd were many familiar faces to Cater: Old Shaz, Mihawk, Doflamingo, Buggy Shanks, and other figures who would dominate the Great Pirate Era. With the death of Pirate King Roger and his final words, the Great Pirate Era officially commenced. As Cater reached this conclusion, he shook his head and prepared to leave. However, unbeknownst to him, the Navy had surrounded him. Since he had only come to see Roger off, Cater had not brought many people with him, just Zishuan, Julie, and the young Kizuna. Munki di Keti, a criminal with a bounty of 6 billion berries. Surrender, Steelbone Kong proclaimed confidently, envisioning his peak moment just around the corner. He had not only captured Pirate King Roger, but now he had the opportunity to apprehend the leader of the Chinese government, Cater. Although Roger had surrendered, Steelbone Kong believed it was Roger's reputation that had compelled him to do so. Confidently, he surrounded Cater, having observed that the few individuals accompanying him were likely insignificant. In his mind, he considered Cater foolish for daring to appear alone before him. While he may not be able to defeat Cater alone, the strongest forces of the Navy were present: Steelbone Kong, Zifa, Sengoku, and Magellan, along with the three strongest vice admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizu. Thus, he could not believe Cater could escape. He envisioned himself ascending to new heights. All the remaining figures, including Mihawk and Doflamingo, watched with keen interest as Cater and his companions were encircled. Are you so confident, Admiral Kong? Cater remarked, observing Steelbone Kong's unwavering certainty. It is foolish of you to dare to stand alone here. If the high-ranking forces of your Chinese government were present, I would not dare to breathe. But now, however, Steelbone Kong, brimming with confidence, declared, today, you shall certainly die here. Oof. The fiery Zishuan's expression darkened upon hearing Steelbone Kong's boastful words. With a cold huff, an unparalleled conqueror's haki erupted from her being. Buzz! Boom! 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 Those below the admiral level on the island collapsed. Only a few gifted individuals, like Mihawk and Doflamingo, managed to remain standing, but they were barely able to resist the overwhelming conqueror's haki, expending nearly all their strength. What sort of monster is this? Mihawk's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by the sheer power of Zishuan's haki. Doflamingo, who had anticipated a spectacle, found himself kneeling, cold sweat pouring down as he stared at Zishuan. Such terror! All present believed Cater's demise was inevitable today. However, I never anticipated that a mere companion of Kate could possess such terrifying strength, and the other two individuals observed this scene with an expression of indifference. It stands to reason that their prowess would not be lacking either. Most importantly, Kate had yet to make a move. One can scarcely fathom just how formidable he truly is. Witnessing this spectacle, Gengakon was drenched in cold sweat, his back unwittingly soaked. How is this possible? A casual companion possesses such fearsome power? Gengakon gazed at that imposing figure, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Zoen was unconcerned with such matters. Daring to speak so arrogantly in front of her father, she was intent on eliminating Gengakon. However, Ziyuan's Conqueror's haki did not last long. Those who were susceptible to its influence fell unconscious, while those who were not would not be affected for an extended period. Hence, she ceased her suppression of the Conqueror's haki. As Ziyuan's aura receded, Ingyan Mihak and Dufulangming exhaled in relief, the pressure from Ziyuan having been overwhelmingly intense. Although they possessed considerable talent, they felt like mere ants in her presence. Fufu. Ha ha ha. Dufulangming couldn't help but chuckle as he observed the Navy and Kate. I thought it was a good opportunity to eliminate Kate. But it turns out that even a casual companion of his wields such terrifying strength. Let us see how the Navy resolves this predicament. The remaining pirates, still standing, exchanged amused glances at Gengakon. How will you keep me here? Kate said with a wry smile, addressing the already grim-faced Gengakon. Damn it, arrogant pirates. Take this. Gengakon had yet to speak when he suddenly transformed into a colossal Buddha form, unleashing a shockwave towards Ziyuan. With a mere swing of her great sword, Ziyuan effortlessly shattered the shockwave, creating not even a ripple. Impressive. Ingyan Mihak, hidden in the shadows, observed in astonishment as Ziyuan dispatched the Buddha shockwave with such ease. If it were him, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Is it really that terrifying? Upon witnessing his shockwave so easily dispersed, Zhangguo gasped inwardly, damn. How can Kapu's family be so formidable? That fool left the world government navy without taking me along, and now I find myself opposing him. Yet I can't even defeat his companions. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He vowed to teach Kapu a lesson next time. Although Zhangguo had endured the celestial dragon's demands over the years, his patience was reaching its limits. Reluctantly, he decided he still had to put on a show as a member of the world government navy. If worst came to worst, he could always lie in the rubble after being defeated. With that thought, Zhangguo charged towards Ziyuan. As Zhangguo approached with fierce intent, Ziyuan brandished her great sword and prepared to engage. When Kate interjected, Zhangguo is quite benevolent. Besides, he is a friend of my brother. Do not strike too harshly. Understood. Ziyuan nodded in agreement. Bang, bang, bang. Thanks to Ziyuan's restraint, Zhangguo found himself evenly matched against her for the time being. Meanwhile, Zifa charged directly at Kate. However, before he could close the distance, Julai intervened, summoning a multi-layered barrier to shield Kate. Crash! The formidable black-armed Zifa, a master of haki, unleashed a terrifying force. Possessing the strength of a peak admiral, his haki had been developed to such an extent that it manifested elemental power, with Zifa wielding lightning-infused haki. His full force strike compressed the air as if turning it into liquid, colliding with Julai's barrier. Yet, even such a powerful attack could not budge the barrier in the slightest. Supreme magic, water flow massacre. With a soft command, Julai conjured 10 terrifying whirlpools of water that surged towards Zifa from all directions. The powerful water currents battered Zifa, and the tremendous speed translated into immense pressure. Though his haki could defend against external damage, the overwhelming pressure severely injured his internal organs. Despite Julai not using her full strength, Zifa, even with all his haki, found himself bleeding from every orifice. Like a ragged cloth, he collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. In contrast to Zifa, Zhangguo feigned being knocked away by Ziyuan after just a few exchanges, lying among the ruins and not rising again. Finally, there was Magellan, cultivated by the world government. Possessing the power of the Dokonomi, he was immensely strong but often plagued by diarrhea, which limited his opportunities for action. However, today was different as they were to execute the pirate king, Ruji. As Zhangguo initiated his attack, Magellan seized the moment to target Xiaosiluo. Submit without resistance, criminal. Magellan exuded a cloud of toxic gas, dissolving everything in his path, be it flora or fauna. Venom Dragon. With a wave of his hands, several colossal dragons composed of venom soared towards Xiaosiluo. Sword pressure. Zayasiluo swiftly unleashed a sword strike that cleaved the venomous dragons into fragments. However, the dismembered dragons continued their relentless advance towards him. Caught off guard, Zayasiluo realized too late that the fragmented dragons did not dissipate, but instead barreled toward him. Despite his best efforts to evade, some venom still splattered onto him. What the venom dragons represented was merely a facade. The true threat lay within the venom itself. Zayasiluo had no choice but to channel his haki to fend off the corrosive effects. Ha ha ha, my poison is not pleasant, is it? Magellan cackled with glee. Venom giant. Red venom flowed from his body, and this crimson toxin surpassed the previous purple venom in potency. As the venom flowed forth, it coalesced behind Magellan into a massive liquid monstrosity, resembling him but on a much larger scale. Zayasiluo firmly gripped his long sword, a surge of sword intent radiating from him. Yin Mihawk, hidden in the shadows, was once again taken aback, astonished at the terrifying level of sword intent emanating from Zayasiluo, which instilled in him a sense of dread. Unbeknownst to Zayasiluo, who was focused solely on Magellan's venom giant, he calmly executed a slow, deliberate strike. Swallow. With a single, languid swing, his blade seemed to slice through the very fabric of space, manifesting 3 beams of light before the venom giant. The terrifying technique, known as Yin Fan, executed by Shao Zizhong, astonishingly pierced through the void with a single stroke, allowing what appeared to be a mere single slash to manifest the effect of 3. 3 beams of light from the blade struck the poison giant soldier from different angles, rendering any defense futile, and in an instant, it was cleaved into several pieces. Ha ha ha, do you not comprehend? Your slashes are ineffective against me. Magellan laughed boastfully. Is that so? Shao Zizhong's voice resonated with a haunting calm. What? Upon hearing this, Magellan felt an unsettling shift. It was then that he observed the 3 beams of light from Yin Fan had transformed into 3 rifts in space. Shao Zizhong's Yin Fan had indeed torn through the fabric of space. The original Shao Zizhong would have been incapable of such a feat. It was only through extending Yin Fan beyond the confines of space that he could manifest from 3 distinct angles. Yet now, Shao Zizhong's power had surged dramatically, granting him the ability to rend the void. After the force of Yin Fan dissipated, the rifts began to heal slowly. Suddenly, an immense pull emerged, drawing all of Magellan's venom into the void, making it vanish. In the moment Magellan was caught off guard, Shao Zizhong had already moved behind him, striking him unconscious with the hilt of his sword. Such dreadful prowess. Shao Zizhong's strike had indeed severed the void. Clap. Magellan gazed at the gradually mending rifts that had consumed his toxic fluid, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. He could feel that had that strike landed upon him, his demise would have been certain. Yet he could not fathom why it had not. Meanwhile, Carter, who was observing the battle, furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed by Shao Zizhong's actions. However, when his gaze fell upon the pirates and Navy soldiers rendered unconscious by Ziyuan, understanding dawned upon him. Although Shao Zizhong was his appointed minister of assassination, he had been raised under the just order of the angels, and, as a good young man of the 21st century, he often taught his children to respect their elders and cherish the young. Thus, Shao Zizhong had always been benevolent. Despite being an assassin for the Chinese government and having taken many lives, particularly when the Revolutionary Army faced obstacles during the liberation of certain nations, he had never indulged in indiscriminate slaughter beyond the intended targets. Shao Zizhong's recent actions exemplified this principle. Had he disregarded the venom, his Yin Fan could have easily slain Magellan in a single blow. Yet the unconscious individuals would not have been so fortunate, surely falling victim to Magellan's venom. Shao Zizhong had chosen to render him and Steelbone Kong unconscious instead, for with the onset of the Great Pirate Era, the Navy was still necessary to protect innocent civilians. Carter pondered, stroking his chin. Although he held animosity toward the world government and the celestial dragons, since the moment he ascended to godhood, he had adopted a nonchalant attitude. He now sought amusement in his protracted existence. With his rising power, both the Navy and the world government, as well as him, appeared to him as mere ants. Lost in thought, Carter let out a cold snort, unleashing his unparalleled conqueror's haki. If Ziyuan's haki was akin to a waterfall, Carter's was a towering tsunami, incomparable in magnitude. Under the divine body, all were but insects. As Carter's conqueror's haki swept forth, everyone present, save for Ziyuan, Zhu Lai, Shao Zizhong, and Sengoku, including Steelbone Kong, succumbed to unconsciousness. After completing this act, Carter seemed as if he had done nothing, brushing dust off his shoulders. He swiftly appeared beside the fainting Sengoku. "Stop pretending, Sengoku. I know you are unscathed. I instructed Zuyuan to hold back." Carter chuckled at Sengoku's feigned state. However, Sengoku's act was woefully inadequate. He lay with his left hand at 6, right hand at 7, legs sprawled wide, and even stuck his tongue out to enhance the ruse. "What the hell? Carter, are all your family members monsters? Who is that Zuyuan? Such terror. My old bones are nearly falling apart." Realizing he had been discovered, Sengoku abandoned his charade and leapt up, incessantly lamenting. "Damn it. Why can't they go easy on me? I used to consider you a brother." All right, Sengoku, I admit I was wrong. Can we move on?" Observing Sengoku dredging up old grievances, Carter shook his head helplessly and hastily offered an apology. Yet Sengoku had a point. When he first joined the Navy alongside his surrogate brother Garp, both Sengoku and Tsuru had taken special care of him. This was likely due to the fact that his brother and they were lifelong friends, thus treating him as a true brother. "Sengoku, what are your thoughts on the celestial dragons?" Carter suddenly asked seriously, addressing the disgruntled Sengoku. "Of course they are disgusting. They not only hoard resources, but also expect us to bow to their whims. It's infuriating." Sengoku displayed a visage of disgust. "That bastard Garp actually abandoned me and Tsuru to become Fleet Admiral. Just wait until I get my hands on him." Witnessing Sengoku's enduring resentment after all these years, Carter could not help but mourn for his brother for 2 minutes. Yet, he quickly shook his head and leaned closer to Sengoku's ear, whispering something. Sengoku's expression shifted rapidly, from confusion to conflict, then to determination, ultimately culminating in excitement. When Carter departed, Sengoku joyfully bid him farewell. Carter and his companions took to the skies, flying toward the Sky Island. The scenery around them receded continuously, while Carter fell into contemplation. With the death of Roger and the declaration he made on the execution platform, the Great Pirate Era was officially ushered in. Countless individuals, whether in pursuit of treasure, adventure, or fame, relentlessly rushed toward the sea. Even knowing that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, they pressed on without hesitation. Carter understood that this new era belonged to his surrogate nephew, Monkey D. Luffy. He was also eager to witness how far Luffy could overturn the seas. Thus, the conspiracy he hatched with Sengoku was his first strategic move. At some point in the future, when this move came to fruition, it would be the opportune moment to topple the world government. The mere thought of it amused Carter. He yearned to see the expressions of panic on their faces. Shortly after Carter's return from Rogue Town, Garp, who had been missing for quite some time, finally reappeared. He brought back with him a child, or rather, an infant. Wah. Carter stared in bewilderment at the freckled little brat cradled in his brother's arms. Momentarily at a loss for words, I previously mused about the prolonged disappearance of my inexpensive elder brother, only to discover that Roger ultimately entrusted the child to him. Carter contemplated this in his heart. Meanwhile, Ace, appearing as if he had just been born, was incessantly crying in this unfamiliar environment. That scoundrel Roger had handed over the Oro Jackson to me before surrendering, providing only a vague address, which made my search quite arduous. Although Carp grumbled vocally, he was genuinely delighted to play with Ace, declaring, "From now on, you shall be my grandson. Grow quickly, and when you are old enough, I shall throw you into the Grand Canyon at the age of 2, ensuring you surpass your scoundrel of a father." Ace, cradled in Carp's arms, seemed to sense danger, desperately attempting to wriggle free. Carter chuckled at the sight of Ace's struggle and inwardly resolved to open Ace's attribute panel. Bulgadi. Ace identity, grandnephew talent, one of the SSD clan body, commoner skills, none abilities, none evaluation, the child of Pirate King Roger. Even dogs would not consume the Mara no Mi. "Brother, what are your plans for him?" Carp, who had been amusing himself with Ace, responded directly. "Since Roger has already passed away, he shall henceforth be my grandson. I shall ensure he is raised properly." Carp stroked his chin in contemplation. "Brother," Carter suddenly interjected, "you are aware of my unique ability, right? I can discern a person's true talents." "Indeed? What is it?" Carp inquired, puzzled, as he was well aware of his brother's peculiar skill. However, he was completely in the dark regarding Carter's intentions at that moment. This child has inherited Roger's talents. His future accomplishments will undoubtedly be remarkable. Furthermore, Roger mentioned that he arrived at the final island too early. Therefore, I wish for this child to go to Windmill Village and retrace the path his father once walked, Carter pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Retracing Roger's path? Carp fell into deep thought upon hearing this, and nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. However, it is still too early. We shall raise him until he is 2 before sending him to Windmill Village, for he lacks the ability to protect himself. Thus, Ace settled on Sky Island. A year later, on September 5th, 1502 of the Sea Circle calendar, Inuyasha, Sesshomaru, and Laxus, who had married a year prior, welcomed children. Naruto's wife, Tian Shiryong, was also pregnant again. Among them, Inuyasha had a daughter named Juya, born of Gon and Inuyasha. Moshide. Juya identity, granddaughter talent, A-grade shaman body, commoner skills, none abilities, none evaluation, a carefree girl, beware of dogs that may bite. Juya's talent was not lacking, at least surpassing Inuyasha's abilities at birth. However, even at her peak, it would only amount to the strength of a vice admiral. Yet, Carter felt no concern regarding his descendants' mediocre talents, for with the presence of GXN, he could easily enhance their bodies into second-generation super warriors. Moreover, Sesshomaru and Rin welcomed a pair of twin daughters, named Monshide, Yongyuan, and Monshide Shinai. Monshide, Yongyuan identity, second granddaughter talent, A-grade half-demon body, commoner skills, none abilities, none evaluation, a carefree girl, beware of dogs that may bite. Monshide, Shinai identity, third granddaughter talent, A-grade half-demon body, commoner skills, none abilities, none evaluation, a carefree girl, beware of dogs that may bite. Finally, Laxus had a son. Upon viewing this child's attribute panel, Carter was struck with an idea. Moshide, Natsu identity, second grandson talent, S-grade fire dragon slayer body, commoner skills, none abilities, none evaluation. Is it not just fire? Anyone can handle it. Even dogs would not consume the Maramara no Mi. Natsu's talent was impressive, and most importantly, his existence sparked a unique thought in Carter's mind, to send Natsu to Windmill Village, allowing him to eventually join Luffy in forming the Straw Hat Pirates. After all, Luffy was quite unreliable, and Natsu's presence would bolster the crew's strength. Frankly speaking, it was mere conjecture. Carter simply wished to witness what would transpire when these two unpredictable protagonists converged. Moreover, he was curious if his second grandson Natsu would suffer from motion sickness. If so, it would be rather amusing. With Natsu's birth, Sky Island radiated an aura of tranquility. Meanwhile, the sea had already become a bustling arena. Roger had ushered in the era of great pirates, leading to a surge of individuals flocking to the ocean. First, the New World was dominated by 4 colossal factions, the first being the Raijin pirates and the Chinese Navy, centered around the Chinese government and headquartered in the Totland Sea. The second was the Whitebeard pirates, founded by Whitebeard. The third was the Beast pirates, entrenched in Wano, and lastly, the Revolutionary Army, which had been developing in the shadows. These 4 powers controlled the vast majority of the New World. In recent years, the Grand Line had witnessed an influx of newcomers making their mark, such as the Navy Hunter Mihawk, the Flamingo Doflamingo, Shanks, Moria, and Crocodile, all of whom had gradually emerged within a short span of a year. 2 more years passed. On May 3rd, 1504 of the Sea Circle calendar, Ace had already been returned to Windmill Village the previous year, placed under the care of the mountain bandit Dayton. On Sky Island Appiato, Carter, feeling bored, reclined on a sun lounger basking in the sun. Carter! Carter! At that moment, Carp excitedly rushed before Carter, accompanied by a man clad in a cloak. What is it, brother? Carter inquired, puzzled. Dragon, why have you returned as well? Indeed. The person behind Carp was none other than Dragon. Uncle, Dragon greeted, then pulled back his cloak, revealing a small infant nestled within. Carter raised an eyebrow at this sight. Considering the timeline, it was indeed time for Luffy's birth. Due to Dragon's heavy cloak, Carter had failed to notice Luffy earlier. Little Luffy lay in Dragon's arms, peacefully asleep despite the journey, a testament to the robust genes of the Manchi family. Carter, come and see my grandson, my very own grandson. Kaku, brimming with excitement, brought Kate to stand before Luffy. At that moment, Luffy was soundly asleep, a few tufts of black hair adorning his head. Although he bore a striking resemblance to Dragon, his skin was notably pale. The system activated Luffy's attributes, Manchi D. Luffy identity, second great-grandson talent. S from the D clan body, commoner level skills, none abilities, none evaluation, sun god. Fire? Is it not simply a matter of having hands? The burn fruit is hardly worth a dog's attention. Luffy's talent was not particularly high, merely at the S level. It was anticipated that his compatibility with the Nika fruit would be exceptionally high. Once Luffy consumed the Nika fruit, his talent level was expected to soar to SSS. After entrusting Luffy to Kate, Dragon promptly returned to the Revolutionary Army. It is noteworthy that Dragon, much like Kapu, would not divulge the identity of the child's mother, yet Kate was indifferent. If necessary, they would surely inform him. 2 years later, in the year 1506 of the Sea Circle calendar, on the island of Appiato, Luffy had now reached the age of 2. Auntie Lingling, I want a drink. Little Luffy darted towards Lingling, exclaiming joyfully. Naz, with a resigned expression, followed closely behind, attempting to pull Luffy away. Leave Aunt Lingling alone, all right? You're still too young to drink. I don't care. I want a drink. I want to drink like Uncle Laxus does, gulping it down. Luffy's stubborn demeanor suggested he would not relent until he had his way. That won't do. Come on, let's go. With that, Nez tried to drag him away. Little Luffy, you cannot drink, but I have orange juice. Would you like some? Yes. Luffy nodded eagerly, accepting the offer. This left Naz momentarily stunned, as just moments ago, Luffy had insisted on drinking alcohol. In truth, it was not that Luffy was obedient. Rather, he had learned to behave out of fear of being scolded by Lingling. Hey, Naz and Luffy, you're both just in time. Let me take you somewhere, Kate announced without waiting for a response, swiftly leading them outside, where Kapu was already waiting. The following day, as the fiery sun rose gradually, its rays filtered through the leaves like scattered stars upon ground. In the crisp morning air, the villagers of Windmill Village were already bustling about, embodying a thriving atmosphere. Kate and Kapu glided down towards Windmill Village, their wings flapping gently. Having not returned for quite some time, the once familiar village had transformed significantly. Yet Kate cheerfully greeted the villagers they passed. Despite the long absence, Kate and Kapu, having evolved into the third generation of divine bodies, had regained their youthful appearances. Moreover, their frequent appearances in newspapers meant that many recognized them. As Kate's group strolled through the streets of Windmill Village, Kapu inquired, Naz, Luffy, do you have any idea where we are headed? No, not a clue, replied Naz and Luffy, both looking bewildered, as just moments before they had been waiting for Aunt Lingling's orange juice, only to be whisked away by their uncle. Of course, Kate and Kapu's true objective was to entrust Luffy and Naz to the care of Dayton. It is worth mentioning that Dayton was a bandit chief residing on Mount Corbo, living by the means of robbery. However, the bandits under Dayton's leadership were known to be quite benevolent. They only targeted pirates and never harmed civilians. Hence, when Kate asked Kapu whom they should entrust the boys to, he had readily recommended Dayton without hesitation. Today, Grandpa will take you to Mount Corbo, where there is a group of bandits, Kapu said, looking at Luffy and Naz. Should we fight those bandits? Leave it to me, I can handle it. Luffy struck a strong pose, though his scrawny arms lacked any convincing power. Not all, you fool. I'm taking you there to live with them. And your brother Ace resides there too. Kapu quickly corrected Luffy, giving him a light thump. Ouch, Grandpa, that hurts, Luffy exclaimed, rubbing his head with a sizable bump. Aren't bandits all bad people? Why must we live with them? Seeing Luffy's expression, Kapu's mood lightened, and he burst into laughter. In truth, they're quite kind, and they only rob pirates, often protecting Windmill Village. Otherwise, as a Marine Admiral, I would have locked them away in prison long ago. Since becoming an admiral, Kapu had ceased to indiscriminately arrest individuals based solely on their identities. He now used his judgment to assess whether someone deserved apprehension. Dayton and his crew not only safeguarded Windmill Village, but also fought against pirates. Thus, in Kapu's eyes, they were undoubtedly good people. However, I must forewarn you, your brother Ace has been living with Dayton for quite some time, so he may have developed a rather unfriendly disposition. If you cannot get along, you'll have to fend for yourselves. As Kapu spoke, he led Kate and the others towards Mount Corbo. Soon, a continuous expanse of lush green mountains came into view. Towering trees and gently flowing streams accompanied the sounds of chirping insects and the roars of wild beasts. This was Mount Corbo, a formidable mountain range extending nearly 1,000 kilometers, effectively splitting the island where Windmill Village was located in two. It was Kate's first visit, and he marveled at the majestic mountains. Let us proceed. There is still some distance to cover, Kapu declared, plunging into the thicket. After approximately an hour of trekking, Kate and the others finally reached their destination. Halfway up the mountain, a large stronghold rose prominently. Its outer walls bristled with barbed wire, clearly designed to be easily defended yet difficult to assault. Dayton, Kapu took a deep breath, then unleashed a thunderous call that echoed through the air, reminiscent of a wolf attempting to blow down the house of the three little pigs. Bang! The stronghold's gate was kicked open from within, revealing a plump woman with orange hair wielding a massive wooden club. She scanned the surroundings with a fierce glare and instinctively roared, "Let me see which fool dares to cause trouble here." However, her words were cut short as her gaze fell upon Kate, and she had yet to react. But upon spotting Kapu, who was digging his nose, a chill shot through her, causing her eyes to widen in shock, and she was momentarily paralyzed. Kapu. Her astonished expression shifted from anger to fear and unease. "What brings you here again?" Dayton inquired. "Two children sought your assistance." With that, Kapu forcibly pushed Luffy and Natsu in front of Dayton. "These two rascals are my grandsons, and they will be entrusted to you from now on." "Grandsons?" Dayton exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden addition of two more, making it 3 in total, including the last one. "How many grandsons do you have?" Dayton was decidedly reluctant. After all, one ace had already caused enough chaos in their village, and now 2 more were arriving. As she surveyed Luffy and Natsu, she noted that while Luffy seemed untrained and almost childlike, Natsu was quite extraordinary. At just 4 years of age, he often trained alongside Ihu, which had resulted in his height reaching approximately 105 centimeters, with muscles akin to inflated balloons. This startled her. If Natsu were to join Ace, the entire village would likely be turned upside down. "What do you say?" Kapu inquired. "Absolutely not," Dayton replied resolutely. "Well then, you shan't return. I shall take you directly to collect your bounty." Kapu threatened while squeezing his neck and casting a menacing glance at Dayton. "No need to be so angry. I was merely jesting." "Naturally, I shall heed your words, Kapu Darren." Dayton realized she had forgotten that Kapu was not one to be trifled with, being the Vice Admiral of the Navy. Thus, under Kapu's intimidation, Dayton ultimately consented to let Natsu and Luffy stay. The number of residents under Dayton's roof had now escalated from just Ace to 3. Upon receiving Dayton's agreement, Kapu wore a satisfied smile, which was mirrored by Kate, who observed the scene with delight. However, shifting the conversation, Kate recalled Ace. "By the way, where is Ace? It has been quite a while since I last saw him." "Indeed, where is that little rascal? He hasn't come out to greet his grandfather." Kapu exclaimed, feigning anger. "Ace, your grandfather has come to find you." Dayton immediately shouted towards the village behind her. After a few minutes, a small boy with a face full of freckles, sporting a band-aid, emerged with a look of impatience. "Who is bothering me?" he muttered. Dayton was taken aback. Ace had the audacity to refer to himself as this lord in front of Kapu. "Oh no, Kapu will surely blame me for his upbringing." "This lord?" Kapu suddenly appeared behind Ace, imitating the sound of a camera shutter with his fingers. Bam! Kapu delivered a heavy punch to Ace's head. "Not only do you fail to call me grandfather, but you dare to claim this lord." Ace instantly fell to the ground with a large bump on his head. Bam! Kapu then swiftly moved behind Dayton, delivering a punch to her head as well. "Why must I be hit too?" she exclaimed. "All this is your fault for not educating him properly." Kapu retorted, fuming. "Grandpa, Natsu, you all are here? But who is this little rascal?" Ace noticed Kate and Natsu, but since he had never met Luffy, he inquired, pointing at him. "Yes, indeed." Kate nodded. "Ace, I shall be living here from now on." Natsu exclaimed excitedly, waving his hands. "I am Monkey D. Luffy. I love to eat meat." Luffy introduced himself with enthusiasm. "What do you think? This little fellow is quite spirited, right? He is my grandson and will henceforth be your brother, Ace." Kapu laughed heartily, pleased by his grandson's vitality. "This little brat? My brother? Too weak for my taste. I don't want him." Ace scoffed at the frail Luffy. Bam! Kapu delivered another punch to Ace, asserting, "It's not a matter of choice. You must accept him as your brother." "Fine," Ace grumbled, nursing the bumps on his head. "But after all these years, you haven't been slacking off, have you? Let Natsu play with you." Kapu suddenly suggested. "Sure, but don't say I bullied you, Natsu." Ace replied confidently. "I'm strong, Ace Oga." Natsu retorted, undaunted, as they both moved to the center of an open space, ready to engage in battle. Kate watched the scene with great interest. Although Ace was a year older and possessed greater innate talent, Natsu had been rigorously trained by Ihu and Kenpachi, making his efforts commendable. Although Ace frequently encountered pirates in Kerbo Mountain, he hailed from the relatively weak East Blue, making it uncertain how much he had truly improved. Thus, it was difficult to predict the outcome of their impending clash. Kate then accessed their attribute panels. BTA KSD, AC Identity, Great Grandson Talent, one of the SSD clan physique, Lieutenant level skills, Basic physical arts abilities. None evaluation. Child of Pirate King Roger. The Nami is not even fit for dogs. Monkey D. Nazi identity. Second grandson talent. S-class Fire Dragon Slayer Mage physique. Lieutenant level skills. Basic physical arts. Fire Dragon's Roar. Fire Dragon's Wing Attack. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist abilities. None evaluation. It's just fire. Isn't it enough to have hands? The Nami is not even fit for dogs. Although Ace was a year older, he had grown up in the peaceful Windmill Village. So while his physique had reached the lieutenant level, his skills were limited to basic physical arts. In contrast, Nazi, under the training of his siblings, had significantly enhanced his strength, mastering 3 spells of Dragon Slayer magic and gaining some proficiency in physical arts. If not for his insufficient physical attributes, Kate would have considered teaching him the Navy's 6 styles. Are you ready, Nazi? Yes. Don't say I bullied you if you lose. Don't worry, Ace Oga. I'm really strong. Nazi struck a muscular pose, though his arms were somewhat lacking in bulk, diminishing the impression of strength. All right then, here I come, Ace declared as he drew a metal pipe from behind him, spinning it as he charged towards Nazi. He believed that since Nazi was younger, he would easily overpower him, aiming to defeat him swiftly. However, he gravely misjudged Nazi's abilities. Seeing Ace's aggressive advance, especially with the metal pipe in hand, Nazi wisely opted against close combat. He cupped his hands to his mouth, shouting, "Fire Dragon's Roar!" A torrent of fierce flames erupted in a trumpet shape, surging towards Ace with astonishing speed. The scorching heat seemed poised to sear him. Flames! Ace's pupils constricted as he rolled to the side, barely evading the fiery onslaught. The roar of the fire dragon struck the very spot where Ace had been standing. With a thunderous explosion, a deep, dark crater emerged before Ace's eyes as the dust began to settle. Ace instinctively swallowed hard. What the hell? Is this a 4-year-old child? 1,000 thoughts raced through Ace's mind as he contemplated voicing his desire to concede, but Naz didn't afford him the chance to speak. Truly, Ace's brother was impressive. He effortlessly dodged the attack. Well then, let us see how you handle this move. The Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Flames erupted from Naz's fists, and with a powerful push from his legs, he lunged toward Ace. No, wait. Faced with Naz's sudden onslaught, Ace was momentarily paralyzed. How could I be the impressive one? You are the formidable one. My goodness, he can even breathe fire. Who has a 4-year-old child that can breathe fire? Though Ace thought this in his mind, his body instinctively evaded Naz's attacks. Each time he attempted to interject and stop Naz unleashed another skill. In no time, Naz was thoroughly enjoying himself, while Ace found himself in a predicament, frantically dodging. Naz's skills were indeed powerful, but they drained his stamina significantly. Before long, he lay on the ground, panting heavily and unable to move. Ace's brother is just too incredible. I've lost. With no energy left, Naz promptly conceded. Ace was taken aback, but realized that since Naz had already given up, there was no need for him to say anything further. After all, he had just been chased around in frenzy. How embarrassing to admit that. Nearby, Cater couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. It was simply too amusing. Observing Naz on the ground and the scorched surroundings, Ace silently resolved to find a devil fruit that would allow him to breathe fire as well. Time flew by swiftly, and 14 years had passed. In the year 1520 of the sea calendar, in the East Blue, Windmill Village, 2 individuals who appeared to be in their 20s strolled leisurely along the village streets. Old man, this is Windmill Village, right? Is this your hometown? Laxus and Cater were walking through the streets of Windmill Village. 14 years had elapsed, and very few people in the village still recognized Cater. Those who remained were now quite aged. Yes, not too shabby, right? Cater replied with a hint of nostalgia. It's all right, just a bit small. Laxus couldn't help but scoff. 14 years had passed, and at last, the day had come for Luffy and Naz to set sail. As for Ace, he had ventured out to sea 4 years prior. It seemed almost fated. Ace had assembled his own pirate crew, consumed the Nami, and not long ago, he had challenged Whitebeard, eventually being persuaded to join the Whitebeard Pirates as the captain of the 2nd Division. Meanwhile, Luffy encountered Shanks at the age of 7 in Makino's tavern. That year, Shanks lost an arm in the East Blue, a shocking event that reverberated throughout the seas. After all, Shanks was a formidable pirate thriving in the New World, and he was gradually becoming the strongest of the 4 pirate crews in that realm. To see such a terrifying powerhouse lose an arm in the East Blue was inconceivable. Ever since that day, Luffy donned a straw hat, and his catchphrase transformed to, "I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I will become the Pirate King." This proclamation earned him a beating from Garp each time. For whether his grandson aspired to be a Marine or a pirate, Garp had no objections. However, the fact that his grandson was now led astray by Shanks, declaring his desire to become Roger S. Man, was unacceptable. The legacy of the monkey family could not end with him. He must steer Luffy's orientation back on course. Thus, each time Luffy mentioned this, Garp would deliver a hearty reprimand. After meeting Shanks, Luffy also consumed the Nika fruit. As for Naz, due to his own arrangements, he had been waiting to set sail alongside Luffy, steadily improving his strength. Recently, they were nearing the time for their departure, prompting Cater and Laxus to come together to bid them farewell. For this occasion, Laxus had gone to great lengths to prepare a devil fruit perfectly suited for Naz. Their pace was swift, and soon they arrived at Dayton's hideout. "Naz, Luffy, I'm here to see you," Laxus bellowed, his voice resonating with power. Upon hearing this booming call, the entire hideout was thrown into disarray, resulting in a flurry of chaotic activity. The entrance to the hideout was pushed open, as the original bandits assumed an enemy attack was underway, and they remained vigilant. However, upon spotting Cater, their apprehension dissipated, for many of the bandits recognized Cater, who frequently visited Luffy and Naz. "Lord Cater, you've come?" A bandit rushed over, speaking respectfully. Yes. Where are Naz and Luffy?" Cater nodded in acknowledgement. "They should be training, still at the old spot." "All right then," Cater responded, leading Laxus toward a nearby valley. The old spot mentioned by the bandits was actually a training ground established by Luffy, Naz, Ace, and Sabo. Whenever Cater prepared special training sessions for them, it typically occurred here. Thus, he was well acquainted with the area, navigating with Laxus until they arrived at a vast open space. At that moment, two figures were engaged in a relentless clash, sending shockwaves that scorched the ground and created fissures where Luffy's attacks landed. As Naz and Luffy fought, they soon noticed Cater's presence, and both rushed over to his side at lightning speed. "Uncle Grandpa, what brings you here?" Naz and Luffy exclaimed with excitement. Ha, aren't you two about to set sail? I came to see you off. And Naz's father is here too." Cater gestured to reveal Laxus standing behind him. "Dad, why are you here?" Naz didn't display much enthusiasm, for he had arrived at Corbo Mountain long ago, and Laxus had never visited. So his emotional connection was not as strong as one might expect. "You little rascal, is that how you greet your father?" The bloodline of the monkey family surged within Laxus. "What do you mean by the bloodline of the monkey family?" "It means disciplining children." Seeing Naz's indifference, Laxus became incensed, delivering a punch to Naz's head. Ouch! Critical hit. A large red bump instantly appeared on Naz's head. Ha. Luffy couldn't help but laugh heartily at Naz's predicament. "What are you laughing at?" Bam! Laxus swiftly delivered a punch to Luffy's head as well. And in an instant, Luffy found himself with a large bump lying beside Naz. "Why did you hit me? I'm not your son." Luffy, cradling his head in a display of grievance, exclaimed, "But I am your uncle. I merely mentioned it in passing, but I will not elaborate." Laxus retorted coldly. "You've already said it. What do you mean by in passing? You are being utterly reckless." Luffy could not help but interject. This is a legacy, do you understand? Moreover, my father is even more headstrong," Laxus began, but abruptly fell silent as he sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind. Carter, unfazed by Laxus, directed his attention toward the adversaries, Natsu and Luffy. Monkey D. Natsu identity. Second grandson talent. Fire Dragon Slayer physique. Vice Admiral level skills. Advanced 3-color hockey. Advanced Marine 6 styles. Fire Dragon's Roar. Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist abilities. None evaluation. It's merely fire. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? The Mera no Mi is not even worth a dog's attention. Monkey D. Luffy identity. Second nephew talent. SSS Sun God Luffy physique. Vice Admiral level skills. Advanced 3-color hockey. Marine 6 styles. Gear 2nd. Gear 3rd. Gear 4th abilities. Goma no Mi evaluation. Sun God. Fire? Isn't it just a matter of having hands? The Mera no Mi is not even worth a dog's attention. Upon observing the attribute panels of Natsu and Luffy, Carter nodded and inquired, "Natsu, your father has prepared a devil fruit for you. Do you wish to consume it?" "A devil fruit?" Natsu pondered, for he understood that consuming a devil fruit would come with significant drawbacks. However, after a brief contemplation, he resolved to eat the devil fruit. He had sensed a gradual deceleration in his growth during training. Despite being 3 years older, Luffy had surprisingly caught up to him. Hence, after careful consideration, he decided to consume the devil fruit. "I will eat it," he declared. Soon, Laxus presented the fire dragon fruit before Natsu. Gulp. For reasons unknown. The instant Natsu laid eyes on the fire dragon fruit, he was irresistibly drawn to it. The fruit before him seemed to possess a magical allure, compelling him to consume it. Without hesitation, Natsu devoured the entire fire dragon fruit, and his attribute panel began to transform. Monkey D. Natsu identity. Second grandson talent. SSS Fire Dragon God, Natsu physique. Vice Admiral level skills. Advanced 3-color hockey. Advanced Marine 6 styles. Fire Dragon's Roar. Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Dragon Transformation. Half Dragon Transformation. Dragon God's Breath abilities. Fire Dragon Fruit evaluation. It's merely fire. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? The Mera no Mi is not even worth a dog's attention. As Carter had anticipated, upon consuming the fire dragon fruit, Natsu's talent level surged to SSS. Although his immediate power did not significantly increase, the pinnacle he could achieve in the future had undeniably risen by leaps and bounds. Sensing the transformation within his body, Natsu leaped into the air, floating momentarily. His body began to undergo a metamorphosis as scales began to emerge, followed by the growth of a mighty dragon tail. Soon after, a pair of colossal dragon wings unfurled from his back, and his figure expanded until he completely transformed into a magnificent fire dragon before the astonished onlookers. Roar! The earth-shattering roar erupted from his mouth, causing the fierce beasts of Kolbo Mountain to scurry for shelter as if confronted by a natural enemy. Incredible! Luffy's eyes sparkled with wonder as he exclaimed, "A dragon! A dragon! Natsu, you can actually transform into a dragon. This is so cool." Both Carter and Laxus nodded in quiet approval, clearly perceiving the significant increase in Natsu's aura during his transformation into a dragon, indicating a substantial boost to his strength. Indeed, after his transformation, Natsu's physical capabilities escalated to a new level, as evidenced by the attributes displayed on his panel. Monkey D. Natsu identity. Second grandson talent. SSS Fire Dragon God, Natsu physique. Pinnacle Vice Admiral level. Dragon transformation enhancements. Skills. Advanced 3-color hockey. Advanced Marine 6 styles. Fire Dragon's Roar. Fire Dragon's Wing Strike. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Dragon transformation. Half Dragon transformation. Dragon God's Breath abilities. Fire Dragon Fruit evaluation. It's merely fire. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? The Mera no Mi is not even worth a dog's attention. After soaring through the skies and reveling in his newfound abilities, Natsu descended and returned to his human form. "Father, grandfather, I feel an immense change within me. My potential seems limitless. I believe I will soon break through to the admiral level." "Indeed," Laxus replied, nodding calmly. However, the tightly clenched fists behind his back betrayed a turmoil beneath his composed exterior. This was understandable, for Natsu was Laxus's only son. Despite the technological advancements on Sky Island, Laxus had no concerns regarding Natsu's talent. If true talent was lacking, he could always enhance him with the power of the Shichibukai. Nonetheless, it would be ideal if he could assist his son directly. Thus, when his father mentioned procuring a suitable devil fruit for Natsu, Laxus had devoted himself to the search. Witnessing the profound change in his son, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy and satisfaction, albeit with his stoic nature preventing him from displaying it outwardly. Haha, Carter couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. He never expected his son Laxus, now quite grown up, would still exhibit such a stubborn demeanor. "Grandfather, why are you laughing?" Natsu inquired, puzzled. "Oh, nothing. Just a certain prideful individual pretending to be stoic while clearly overjoyed for his son," Carter remarked with a teasing grin. "Huh?" Natsu was momentarily taken aback, his mind reeling. Observing Natsu's dawning realization, Laxus felt a surge of anxiety. After all, he had been maintaining this facade for quite some time, and it was difficult to let go. At that moment, Luffy raised his hand to add fuel to the fire. "That's right. Just now, Uncle Laxus was clearly very happy. I heard him. I wasn't." Laxus retorted angrily, turning away with a hint of redness on his face. "Clearly, you were. I heard it, Laxus. Your heart is telling me." Luffy insisted, becoming increasingly agitated in his explanation. "You brat. I said I wasn't. You are." Natsu, witnessing the unfolding scene, understood that his father truly cared for him, albeit in an awkward manner. "Thank you, father." As he observed the impending confrontation between Luffy and his father, Natsu interjected loudly, "Enough with the incessant chatter. When we set sail and encounter those we cannot defeat, just invoke my name." Laxus, slightly flushed, turned away and stammered, "Yes, father." Natsu, brimming with joy, responded exuberantly. Witnessing this scene, Carter felt a profound happiness. Laxus had truly matured, evolving from the headstrong boy who had once audaciously climbed aboard Roger's ship into a man of considerable responsibility, albeit still quite willful. Shifting his gaze to Luffy, Carter pondered thoughtfully, reflecting, is it the ability to hear the voices of all things? Could it be that under my guidance, his strength has diverged so vastly from the original narrative, allowing him to awaken this gift at such an early stage? Carter's mind was a whirlwind of contemplation. "What is wrong, Grandpa? What are you thinking about?" Natsu suddenly queried. Carter was jolted from his thoughts by Natsu's interruption. "Nothing. Our purpose today was merely to see you once more. Furthermore, we have brought you the fire dragon fruit. Since we have fulfilled our objective, we shall take our leave." After bidding farewell to Natsu and Luffy, Carter and Laxus sprouted 2 pairs of wings from their backs, gently flapping as they ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight. Following their departure, Luffy and Natsu set off to sea in a small boat, though they encountered a near-sea king along the way. The presence of 2 formidable mid-ranking warriors like Natsu and Luffy rendered it utterly insignificant. Luffy seized it while Natsu unleashed flames, and together they roasted and consumed the creature. Thus, the journey of Pirate King Luffy commenced in earnest. The sea lay tranquil and serene. At times, it roared like a raging lion, furious in its wrath. When the winds calmed, the only sound heard was the gentle kiss of waves upon the stones on the shore. On the surface of the tranquil East Sea, a colossal luxury cruise ship quietly anchored at the center of the waters. Mere moments prior, within the opulent interior of this vessel, a group of elegantly attired nobles and merchants had been merrily clinking glasses, engaging in lively conversation, creating a raucous atmosphere. However, at this moment, the once vibrant luxury cruise had succumbed to a disquieting silence. The banquet hall, previously filled with jubilant laughter, was now deserted and left in disarray. The joyous sounds that once echoed throughout the ship had vanished, replaced by an air of foreboding. The root cause of this unsettling transformation was a pirate ship docked alongside the luxury liner. This vessel, adorned with a swan's head at its bow and decorated with hearts, bore the flag of the Eureka Pirates, featuring a skull with a heart at its center. The Eureka Pirates had seized control of the cruise ship. The once resplendent nobles and merchants were now bound and subdued. Miss Rabdaku, wielding a spike club, stood on the deck, directing her pirate crew to scatter and search for valuable treasures aboard the ship. Meanwhile, in the kitchen storage area of the cruise ship, a rotund boy with pink hair pushed 2 enormous barrels of wine toward the exit. "Wow, such massive barrels. This is quite a stroke of luck," he exclaimed, astonished at his fortune. Just then, 3 pirate thugs intercepted the barrels. "Hold on, KB. Let's first test the quality of this wine," one of the thugs said, raising his fist to prepare to open the barrel for a taste. The boy, known as KB, trembled as he protested. "Isn't this the spoils of the pirate crew? If Miss Eureka finds out we drank it, we'll be in serious trouble." "Who is going to know if you don't say anything?" another thug retorted dismissively, while the other 2 impatiently tossed KB aside. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the lids of the barrels flew off. To their astonishment, it was not the pirates who had achieved this feat, but rather someone inside the barrels had forcefully burst out. A boy clad in a red vest and wearing a straw hat emerged from one barrel, exclaiming with great satisfaction, "Ah, that was a refreshing sleep." Immediately after, another figure emerged from the second barrel. He had short pink hair, slanted eyes, and wore a black coat with trousers and sandals, adorned with a black wrist guard and a checkered scarf around his neck. "We almost died, you know, Luffy," he scolded. Indeed, these 2 were Luffy and Natsu, who had recently embarked on their journey. "It's all good." Luffy scratched his head sheepishly, recalling how they had agreed to alternate between resting and rowing. But he had dozed off when it was his turn. By the time Natsu awoke, they were on the brink of being engulfed by a massive whirlpool. With no time to think, Natsu had chained the barrels together to prevent them from being swept away by the current, stuffing Luffy into one barrel and jumping into the other himself. By the time he completed this, their ship had succumbed to the whirlpool's violent pull and was torn apart. Natsu had contemplated transforming into a dragon to escape with Luffy, but alas, Luffy had consumed all the provisions on board, leaving Natsu weak and uncertain of how long it would take to reach the next island. Thus, they had to rely on the barrels to survive. Fortunately, their outcome was fortuitous. "I'm starving," Let us find something to eat, Natsu, Luffy exclaimed. Sure. We need to search for another ship soon, Natsu replied, and the two chatted casually as if they were unbothered. How dare they underestimate us? The pirates, witnessing Natsu and Luffy's nonchalance, felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. Clang! The sound of drawn swords rang out. The three pirate thugs unsheathed their long knives, casting malevolent glances at Natsu and Luffy. Yet, the two remained engrossed in their conversation, seemingly oblivious to the impending threat. Watch out! KB could not restrain his alarm, despite being part of the Eureka pirates himself. However, KB, being coerced into piracy, was inherently kind-hearted and did not wish for Luffy and Natsu to meet their demise at the hands of pirates. What transpired next left KB in utter shock. As Natsu and Luffy continued their idle chatter, the pirate thugs closed in on them. Naju cast a fleeting glance at the three pirates, exclaiming in irritation, "How bothersome!" An invisible force emanated from him, causing the three pirate lackeys to collapse unconscious at the feet of both Naz and Luffy. What has transpired? KB's eyes widened in disbelief. The gory scene he had imagined did not unfold. Instead, the boy merely glanced at the three pirates, and they fainted instantly. Hey, how are you? Do you have any food? Luffy grinned widely at KB, who stood there in a daze. There might be some fruit over there. KB, his body stiff with tension, pointed to a box in the corner. Finally food. Thank you, Luffy exclaimed, opening the box to reveal an entire crate of apples. He began to feast heartily, and Naz, seeing this, also approached to grab a few, as he too had not eaten in quite some time. KB watched Naz with trepidation, remembering how a mere glance from him had rendered the three pirates unconscious. In contrast, the straw-hatted one seemed to inspire a bit more reassurance. So, you're KB, right? Naz casually remarked, biting into an apple. Yes. KB stammered, startled by Naz's voice. We are in a sea area near the Guiya Kingdom. Though I'm not exactly sure where, KB continued. Naz did not press further, sensing that KB did not appear to know much. So, how should I address you both? KB asked timidly. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King, Luffy declared, pressing his straw hat down with one hand while raising the other toward the sky. I am Monkey D. Naz, just call me Naz. Naz introduced himself straightforwardly. The Pirate King, that is the person with the greatest wealth in the world. Can you really become the Pirate King? KB found it hard to believe Luffy's dream of becoming the Pirate King. It's not a matter of whether I can or not. I want to be the Pirate King, so I will become one, Luffy proclaimed loudly. What about you? Do you have any dreams? He countered. I want to become a Marine Admiral and capture all the pirates, KB confessed, his voice wavering despite his lack of confidence. Seeing that Luffy and Naz remained silent, KB lowered his head again, feeling that they must find his dream utterly ridiculous. What an astonishing dream, Luffy suddenly exclaimed. KB looked up to see Luffy and Naz gazing at him with admiration. How can dreams be ridiculous? If you have a dream, then you should pursue it, Luffy said, placing a firm hand on KB's head, speaking with earnestness. Can I really? KB asked, his voice filled with uncertainty. Absolutely, Luffy declared, raising his fist to the sky. Mr. Luffy, KB, now with tears streaming down his face, looked up at Luffy's figure. Just then, a loud crash echoed as a massive hole was smashed into the ceiling above the kitchen. KB, following that was a sound akin to a shrill electric drill, grating on the ears like nails scraping a chalkboard. KB, who had been in tears, felt as if he were a mouse encountering a predator, shivering in fear. I wondered why I hadn't seen you for so long, KB. A figure resembling a balloon blocked the gaping hole, and through it, Naz and Luffy beheld a portly woman with a face full of pimples. Are you conspiring with outsiders to betray me, KB? Thud. The sound of a spiked club hitting the ground sent a tremor through KB's body. I would never, KB stammered, trembling in fear at Yalada's accusation, appearing utterly pathetic. This made Luffy a bit angry, as he delivered a punch to KB's head, exclaiming, Aren't you supposed to be becoming a Marine Admiral? Don't give up here. A Marine Admiral? Yalata erupted in laughter, looking down at KB with derision. You think KB could ever be a Marine Admiral? Ha. KB, who is the most beautiful woman on these seas? Yalata smirked, her gaze fixed on KB. Why yes, KB instinctively stood at attention, about to say Yalada's name. However, recalling Luffy's words, KB's heart wavered. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as it's not you, the ugly fat woman, Yalata. I will become a Marine Admiral and capture all the pirates, KB shouted, his eyes closed, proclaiming his true feelings. It's over. KB had dared to call Yalata a fat woman. He was doomed. The surrounding pirate lackeys were paralyzed with fear upon hearing KB's insult, as they knew Yalata despised being called fat and would go mad upon hearing it. KB. Yalata's forehead bulged with rage, her teeth grinding ominously, as if she intended to dismember KB. She swung her spike club towards his head. It's over. The surrounding pirates shut their eyes, anticipating the brutal scene that was about to unfold. However, the horrific screams they envisioned never came. The pirates opened their eyes to see Luffy effortlessly grasping Yalata's club with one hand. Incredible, KB. Your dream is truly admirable. You can't die here. Leave the rest to me, Luffy declared, exerting pressure until he crushed Yalata's club into fragments. What? Just as this thought crossed Yalata's mind, Luffy's fist struck her abdomen. She was sent flying, disappearing into the sky like a shooting star. He just sent Yalata flying. Run. Witnessing this, the surrounding pirates panicked and fled in all directions, jumping into the sea. Moments later, the grand ship and pirate vessel were left with only Naz, Luffy, and KB. Mr. Luffy is truly remarkable. In KB's understanding of the world, Yalata was already a formidable figure. Yet, this person had been effortlessly sent flying by Luffy. Just when Luffy and the others thought the ordeal was over, a colossal cannonball crashed down not far from the ship. The Marines are here. We must flee, Luffy, Nazi exclaimed as he swiftly grabbed KB and leapt onto a small boat. Oh, we're escaping. Upon hearing this, Luffy reacted quickly, realizing that pirates must evade the Navy. He began to bounce with excitement. However, just as Luffy boarded the vessel and prepared to set sail, Nazi suddenly heard a voice. Wait for me. A melodious female voice called out, and then a girl with vibrant orange hair leapt onto their ship. Who are you? How dare you board our ship? Nazi remarked, eyeing the girl who was carrying a large bundle. No time for chit-chat. The Navy is coming. We must flee. Nami interrupted Nazi, shouting urgently. Boom! Boom! Cannonballs rained down around the ship. We're doomed. KB trembled in fear. Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate. Seeing the situation, Nazi ceased his chatter, deciding to address matters once they were safe. He gripped the ship's edge tightly, bracing his stance. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Fire Dragon's roar. A massive torrent of flames erupted from his mouth. Flames! KB exclaimed, utterly astonished at the sight of Nazi unleashing fire. The newly arrived girl was equally shocked, never before having witnessed a human breathe fire. Perhaps he can help me deal with Arlong? No, that's impossible. No one can defeat Arlong. The girl shook her head vigorously, firmly believing in Arlong's invincibility. Before anyone could ponder further, an immense force propelled the small boat forward like a rocket. In mere minutes, they had sped several dozen nautical miles away, vanishing from the Navy's view, finally coming to a gradual halt as the flames dissipated. What exhilarating ride, Luffy exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, even as he seemed to yearn for more. I thought we were going to die. The orange-haired girl sighed, collapsing beside them, while KB appeared utterly blank, as if he had lost all composure. How can you breathe fire? The girl asked, her face etched with disbelief. After all, in the East Sea, those with devil fruit powers were exceedingly rare. This was her first encounter with someone possessing such extraordinary abilities. Oh, you mean this? I am a user of the fire dragon fruit. Even without consuming a devil fruit, I can still breathe fire, Nazi replied nonchalantly. By the way, who are you to board our ship without permission? He countered. I am Nami, the little thief specializing in stealing treasures from wicked pirates. Nami proudly patted her chest. Oh, you're just a thief? Nazi remarked. She is a thief, Luffy added. So it's just a thief, then KB echoed, his expression one of realization. What do you mean? Just a thief? You coward, Nami retorted, feeling insulted by their dismissive attitudes. Not wanting to provoke Nazi and Luffy, she decided to vent her frustration on KB instead, resulting in several bumps appearing on his head. Soda. KB immediately bowed in apology, deeply respectful. Seeing this, both Nazi and Luffy burst into laughter. What are you all about? Where are you headed? Nami asked curiously. I am Nazi, a fire dragon fruit user, and I serve as the vice captain of this pirate ship, Nazi declared. And I am Luffy, a user of the rubber fruit. Look how stretchy I am, Luffy boasted, extending his neck like a vine to wrap around Nami's body, playfully placing his head next to hers. How annoying, Nami replied shyly. I'm not looking at you. That is so embarrassing. However, as she noticed Luffy's head and the rubbery appendage encircling her, she gasped in surprise. What is this? Nami blinked, momentarily bewildered by Luffy's head and the strange form around her. Ah! Her piercing scream shattered the air, startling a few seagulls that plummeted from the sky. Are you a banshee or something? What a loud voice. Natsu remarked, digging into his ears. I'm not a monster. I told you, I'm a rubber fruit user. Luffy stated, playfully tying his ears in a knot beneath his chin. Nami, already terrified, nearly fainted at the sight. Luffy, stop scaring her. She's about to pass out. Natsu commented. After a while, Nami regained her composure, eventually accepting the notion of devil fruit users. By the way, why do you want to be pirates? Pirates are the most despicable people in this world. Nami said, her face betraying her disdain. Because the Pirate King is the freest person in the world, and I want to become the Pirate King. Luffy adjusted his hat, speaking with carefree determination. Luffy, have you thought about how to become the Pirate King? Skypiea, who had been silent, looked at Luffy with admiration. Well, first, find a pirate ship, then gather a crew of like-minded companions. Luffy mused, stroking his chin. That sounds wonderful. Luffy, Skypiea exclaimed. Let us not dawdle. We need supplies, and we must reach the next island quickly. Nami interjected suddenly during Luffy and Skypiea's conversation. I remember the nearest place is Shell's Town. Should we go there? Nami inquired. Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Nami. Amazing. Nami, are you a navigator? Would you like to join my crew as my navigator? Having narrowly escaped death in a whirlpool, Luffy understood the importance of a navigator. Thus, upon realizing Nami's navigational skills, he felt as if he had caught a whiff of a fishy scent. Absolutely not. I despise pirates. Nami firmly refused Luffy's offer. Luffy, undeterred, remained silent, but his eyes conveyed his unwavering resolve. I just remembered. Skypiea, who had been lost in thought, suddenly exclaimed. The previously awkward group turned their attention to him. The pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro was captured in Shell's Town. I saw that name recently. It sounded so familiar. Roronoa Zoro? Natsu and Luffy simultaneously gasped, then continued. Who is he? Oh no. Skypiea stumbled. You mean you didn't know? Roronoa Zoro is a formidable pirate hunter. It is said that any pirate he sets his sights on has no chance of escaping his deadly grasp. Skypiea pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Incredible. Luffy also fell into contemplation, then clapped his hands decisively. I've made up my mind. I wanted to be my first companion. What? Skypiea exclaimed in surprise. You are pirates. How can you seek a pirate hunter as your comrade? I don't care. I've already decided. What do you think, Natsu? Well, it's settled then. Natsu nodded in agreement. Natsu, you must persuade Luffy. We will die if we get caught. Skypiea urgently grasped Natsu's hand. Well, isn't this quite amusing? Ha ha ha. Natsu chuckled. All right, it's settled. Our destination is Shell's Town. Luffy shouted from the bow of the ship. After Nami confirmed their course, thanks to Natsu's flame propulsion, they arrived at Shell's Town in just 2 hours. A quaint island gradually appeared before them. Is this Shell's Town? Natsu mused, observing the village drawing closer and the enormous naval base nestled in the island's heart, surrounded by the village. How intriguing. Shell's Town is the location of the world government's Navy East Blue Branch, the 153rd Naval Division. The overseer here is Colonel Monka. Long ago, this was merely a tranquil little town. However, that changed one fateful day when the Naval Branch's authority was transferred to Colonel Monka. Upon taking charge, he instituted various tyrannies that enveloped the town in chaos. Monka was originally a mere petty sergeant, but during the subjugation of the Kuro pirates, he was the sole survivor. Thus, the credit for capturing Kuro was attributed to him, and he ascended to the rank of colonel, being appointed as the head of the 153rd Division. Yet, since his appointment, he has become exceedingly brutal, with even his son being an unequivocal scoundrel. Roronoa Zoro was coerced into surrendering under the threat to civilian safety. As the ship gently docked, Nami vanished into the darkness of the village, carrying her treasures. Luffy and Natsu, however, were more intrigued by the quaint town before them. My companion must be inside that naval base, Luffy stated, striking his palm with his fist. In that case, let's head straight for the naval base. Wait, Skypiea. Witnessing Luffy's unwavering determination to seek out Zoro at the naval base, hastily interjected. Luffy, you can't be serious? You really intend to find that pirate hunter? He is the beast Zoro, after all, and he is currently captured by the Navy. Even now, Skypiea could hardly believe it. I've heard that he's incredibly powerful. I want such a person as my companion, Luffy said, excitedly adjusting his hat. By the way, speaking of the Navy, I wonder which branch you wish to join, Skypiea? Luffy suddenly turned to him. Which branch? Skypiea was taken aback by Luffy's question, struggling to comprehend. Indeed, Natsu chimed in. Now that you've seen the brutal acts of the world government's navy, do you still wish to join them? At this, KB fell into deep thought. Natsu was right. It was indeed hard to believe that the world government's navy could commit such atrocities. However, KB was also aware of another navy, the Chinese government's navy. Yet, the Chinese government's navy mainly operates in the New World or the Grand Line, providing no opportunity to join in the East Blue. What could he do? The Chinese government's navy only acts in the New World or the Grand Line. I have no chance to join. Saying this, KB lowered his head in disappointment. Ha 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 ha. Natsu couldn't help but laugh. KB, you still don't know our identities, do you? Our identities? KB looked puzzled. Monkey D is our surname. Do you remember the name of the marshal of the Chinese government's navy? Or the name of their admirals? Natsu countered. Monkey D Cap, Monkey D Naruto, Monkey D Sisomaru, Monkey D Inuyasha, Monkey D Imiya. KB immediately recited the names without hesitation. After all, Carp had always been KB's idol. He aspired to be like Carp, so he was well versed in matters of the Chinese navy. Monkey D, KB, he murmured, suddenly looking incredulously at Natsu and Luffy. Monkey D, Natsu, Monkey D, Luffy, did you just realize? Natsu observed KB with a smirk, continuing, Monkey D, Luffy is the grandson of the marshal of the Chinese government's navy, while I am the grandson of the head of the Chinese government. Natsu couldn't help but feel a touch of pride at this revelation. What? A massive gasp echoed across the island, drawing the curiosity of the villagers ashore. KB had initially thought that Natsu and Luffy were merely related to Carp. He never imagined they were direct grandsons. If you wish, you can join us for now. When we meet my great-uncle, Marshal Carp, I can directly recommend you, Natsu offered. Yes, yes. KB hadn't expected such happiness to come so abruptly. Without a second thought, he nodded in agreement. After all, this connection was exceedingly solid. With Natsu's endorsement, his entry into the Chinese Navy seemed nearly guaranteed. Great, then let us head toward the naval base now, Luffy declared, waving his hand as the group made their way towards the naval base. The three finally set foot on the port of Sherstown. Along the way, anyone who heard the names Monka or Zoro seemed to avoid them, as if filled with fear. After filling their stomachs at a nearby establishment, they stood before the walls of the Navy's 153rd Division. Before them, the naval headquarters appeared like a fortress. Several massive cannons were mounted on the rooftops, their menacing barrels seemingly poised to obliterate all who dared approach. The building itself was adorned with a blue-green camouflage pattern, characteristic of the East Blue Navy. All right, Luffy gazed up at the towering naval base with excitement. This must be the base that holds the Beast Hunter. You guys, hurry up and follow me to take a look. With a swift motion, Luffy stretched his arm, thanks to the powers of the gum-gum fruit, and grasped the edge of the wall. In an instant, Luffy was perched atop the wall. Is this him? He doesn't seem very strong. As soon as he reached the top, Luffy spotted Zoro, bound in the center of the training grounds. Kirby stood outside the wall, surveying its height. Then glancing at his own stature and his plump belly, he immediately shook his head in dismay. Naju cast a humorous glance at him, effortlessly lifting Kirby and leaping over the wall. Kirby clung anxiously to the wall, fearful of falling. It's him. Kirby's heart raced as he gazed at the man in the center of the training ground, with his vibrant orange hair and black bandana. It was indeed that infamous figure, Lono Noya Solo. He exuded an aura of strength. Truly, he was the mightiest pirate hunter of the East Sea. Being merely a novice, Kirby felt an overwhelming sense of dread in the presence of someone like him, who radiated an intimidating aura. Is he really the beast you speak of? Luffy questioned, eyeing the tense Kirby with skepticism. If he cannot even break free from such a thin rope, is he truly as formidable as he claimed? Not only was Luffy perplexed, but Naju shared the same sentiment. However, one could hardly blame them for their incredulity. The individuals they had encountered were none other than Aisu, Sabo, or perhaps Ka and Kao, at the very least, members of Shika's red-haired pirates. Who were these people? Sabo, vice commander of the Revolutionary Army. Aisu, the son of Waja, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. As for Kata and Kapu, they were truly unrivaled figures. And the members of the red-haired pirates? They were renowned as the Iron Wall Pirates, with each member possessing strength no less than that of a rear admiral. Hence, in the minds of Luffy and how could someone of S stature in the East Sea possess such limited power? He is indeed formidable. If that guy were to emerge, dire consequences would surely follow. Kirby spoke tremulously, for he had some understanding of Bunka. Enough with the incessant chattering. So, bound to the cross, suddenly interjected. His harsh words were intentionally directed to prevent innocence from being drawn into the fray. Speak up. Upon hearing Solong's words, Kirby instinctively recoiled. What a peculiar character. Luffy languidly leaned against the wall, observing, it's strange how he still smiles, even when facing death. Luffy, did you not declare that you wanted him to join us? Why not go and check? Now he casually crossed his legs, conjuring fireballs that he tossed into his mouth as if they were mere snacks. Well, I'm still undecided. Luffy replied nonchalantly. It seems he is not as powerful as Kirby claims, and if he truly is a beast, we might be in trouble if he is a villain. Just then, a ladder appeared beside the trio, and a small girl climbed up, panting, before laboriously pulling the ladder to the other side of the wall. Sure. The little girl gestured for Luffy and Kirby to be silent. Then she descended the ladder. In their gaze, the little girl pulled out a bento. Big brother, please eat this bento. I want to eat it. Just go away. Fung retorted in a rather unpleasant tone, as his agreement with was nearing its deadline. No way. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Luffy, witnessing S lack of gratitude towards the little girl, could not hold back. With a gentle leap, he jumped off the wall, heading towards Sung. Well, let us go take a look. Nadzu remarked. I think I'll pass. Upon hearing that they were going to confront him, Kirby instinctively refused. However, before he could finish, Lu seized him and brought him to Luffy's side. Are you being unreasonable? Luffy exclaimed angrily at Solong. I'm going to give you a beating. It's unacceptable that you dismiss the little girl's offering and treat her so poorly. With that, Luffy rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike Solong. No, you must not harm my big brother. The little girl firmly stood in front of Solong, preventing Luffy from attacking. But he treated you like that, Luffy argued. Here, as the situation, the little girl explained, Solong willingly allowed himself to be bound to protect her family. Ha ha ha. You're not so bad, are you? Luffy exclaimed, moving closer to him and giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, Sung's forehead began to throb with veins. You idiot. Do you realize how hard you're hitting me? It hurts, you know. Sung shouted angrily at Luffy, wishing he could chop him down if he weren't restrained. Solong, are you planning to breach the contract? At that moment, a voice echoed in their ears, followed by a middle-class air swaggering over. If you breach the contract, I will kill their entire family. I have not consumed anything. But insisted you abide by the agreement. Solong immediately countered. You wouldn't dare. S gaze shifted to the bento brought by the little girl. If you want to eat it, then allow me. He then shoved a rice ball into his mouth. This is utterly disgusting. Boy struggled to swallow the rice ball and angrily addressed the little girl. Who put sugar in a rice ball? Wah, but I think sweet ones taste better. The little girl burst into tears. Such vile food should be discarded. With that, Boy threw the bento to the ground and stomped on it. As long as you adhere to the agreement, I won't harm the little girl or her family. And I will also release you, Boy stated. You're lying. Luffy, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up. When you said that, you didn't genuinely mean it. Luffy pressed his hat down firmly, his eyes sharp. You want release them, will you? Luffy inquired with a menacing tone. Meanwhile, Nadru nodded in agreement, his eyes also filled with hostility. After all, Luffy's seemingly omniscient ability to hear all sounds was something he had experienced firsthand. In all their years of brotherhood, he was quite curious when he first discovered Luffy possessed such a talent. However, had since grown accustomed to it. So he did not question Luffy's words. Why do you say that? Boy began to feel flustered under the scrutiny of Luffy and Nadru. He truly did not wish to release him, even contemplating executing him the very next day. Ha ha! Since you are all aware, I shall not conceal it any longer. Beowulf laughed boastfully. I never intended to let them go from the beginning. How dare you provoke me? Do you know who my father is? Fu Huang Mongka. Anyone who crosses me must die. You're truly worthless. With a thud, Naz let out a cold snort, and an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki emanated from him. Since the targets of this power were not KB and Swallow, they merely sensed a gentle breeze passing by. However, the guards of Bailumibo were not so fortunate. In an instant, they all collapsed to the ground, unconscious. What have you done? Bailumibo exclaimed in horror, looking at his guards, who lay motionless. That power again. KB was also startled, as this was the second time he had encountered such strength, leading him to remain silent. Sualong, however, gazed intently at Naz, sensing that the source of this power was indeed him. Yet, he had never witnessed such might before. You scoundrels! Just wait. After uttering his threats, Bailumibo fled the scene, scrambling away in search of reinforcements. Get lost, you little brat. You're just in the way, Sualong remarked as he observed Bai Lumibo's departure, lost in thought. He then turned angrily to a nearby, frightened little girl. Wow. The girl cried out at Sualong's shout and bolted away, exclaiming, I hate you, brother Sualong. Witnessing this scene, both Luffy and Naz remained silent, and even the timid KB had no words. Clearly, the man before them was inherently good, albeit unable to express it properly. Hey, that guy. Eat the rice ball on the ground. Sualong pointed his chin at the rice ball on the floor, addressing Luffy. Can this thing really be eaten? Luffy questioned, holding the rice ball, which was squashed and contained even stones, with skepticism. Stop whining and eat it, Sualong barked, then opened his mouth wide. At this, Luffy hastily stuffed the entire rice ball into Sualong's mouth. Crunch, crunch. Sualong chewed the rice ball mixed with stones, the sound of his teeth clashing against the stones reverberating. After a few chews, he swallowed a whole. Delicious. I'm full, Sualong shouted exuberantly. Ha ha ha. You are quite amusing. I've decided to make you my companion. Luffy laughed heartily at Sualong's antics. Who are you? Why should I be your companion? Don't make decisions for me, you scoundrel, Sualong retorted. I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Unable to contain his excitement when asked about himself, Luffy loudly declared his dream. Pirate? I'm a pirate hunter. I would never become a pirate. Sualong rejected. Well, if you stay here, you will die anyway. How about I let you go, and you become my companion? Luffy suggested, pointing to the ropes binding Sualong. Hearing this, Sualong fell into contemplation. I said not to make decisions for me, but you are right. If I die here, I won't be able to do anything. Sualong raised his head, his gaze filled with ambition as he fixed it on Luffy. However, if you want me to join you, let us talk after you retrieve my sword. That scoundrel Bai Lumibo took it. As long as I retrieve your sword, you will join me, right? I'll go get now. With that, Luffy performed a shave and vanished from Sualong's sight. Watching the spot where Luffy had stood, Sualong's pupils contracted, as he realized he had completely missed Luffy's swift movement. Instantly, curiosity about Luffy, Naz, and KB filled Sualong's mind. Luffy's terrifying speed, Naz's strange power, and KB, who was overlooked. KB, this is ridiculous. But Sualong suddenly remembered that he was still bound. You scoundrel, untie me before you leave. Hey you, Sualong called out to Naz. Could you help me get untied? Monkey D. Naz, remember this. We will be comrades on the same ship from now on. While speaking, Naz snapped his fingers, and a fireball shot from his mouth, landing on the knots binding Sualong. The ropes were quickly burned away, and Sualong freed himself. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous noise echoed as a colossal statue crashed down. It was unclear what Luffy had done to create such a ruckus. Soon, a man with an iron shin and a massive axe embedded in his severed right arm, accompanied by a multitude of soldiers, arrived at the training ground. Scoundrels, who has destroyed my magnificent statue? The giant axe-wielding man glared fiercely at Naz and the others. Monka. Upon seeing this person, KB was suddenly overwhelmed with fear. Oh, so he was Monka. Naz glanced at Monka, but chose to ignore him, considering him too weak to warrant serious attention. Kill them. Fire. Monka ordered furiously. The naval soldiers hesitated at first, as these were civilians. But upon recalling Monka's brutality, they promptly pulled the triggers without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Watch out, Sualong cried out, positioning himself in front of Naz and KB. Initially, Naz intended to intervene, but through his observation haki, he sensed that Luffy had already returned. Guarual ma, xiang jiaoqiqiao. Luffy inhaled deeply, his stomach swelling. He stood in front of Sualong, blocking all the bullets. I am a rubber man. This won't affect me. With a mighty push, Luffy sent all the bullets ricocheting back. Several naval soldiers were struck and injured. In Bai Lumibo's room, there are 3 swords. I wasn't sure which was yours, so I brought them all. Luffy exclaimed, tossing the 3 swords he held toward Sualong. They are all mine. Sualong caught the 3 swords and promptly hung them at his waist. Damn it, D. At some point, Monka had approached from behind Luffy, his giant axe swinging towards him. Luffy, watch out, KB shouted. Clang. Contrary to the anticipated splatter of blood, it was Sualong who had blocked Monka's axe with his 3 swords. Luffy, I have grand ambitions. To become the world's greatest swordsman is my goal. If you cannot let me achieve that on your ship, then prepare to die. Sualong boldly declared as he held Monka's axe at bay. Ha ha ha. The world's greatest swordsman, huh? Such a swordsman is needed on the ship of the Pirate King. Luffy responded, adjusting his hat with glee. Sualong, can you handle that big guy? Luffy inquired. Of course. Onyi slash. Sualong confidently replied, then unleashed a fierce shout, his sword radiating a purplish-black aura as it swung towards Monka. You dare to underestimate me? Monka seethed with rage upon hearing Sualong's disdain. After all, who had dared to look down upon him in Sears Town before? A resounding clash of metal echoed as Sualong and Monka brushed past each other. In an instant, Sualong severed the massive axe from Monka's dismembered arm, leaving 3 deep gashes across his chest. Standing with his sword sheathed, Sualong surveyed the surrounding naval soldiers, contemplating their fate, pondering the morality of slaying them, considering that the chaos had stemmed from Monka's orders. Leave this to me. Luffy stepped forward, his pupils widening beneath his hat, an aura of purplish-red energy emanating from him. Sualong felt a gentle breeze graze his cheek, followed by the sound of thuds as the naval soldiers fell to the ground. One after another. That power again. Sualong stared in astonishment at Luffy, finding it bizarre that so many possessed such abilities, silently vowing to inquire about it at the next opportunity. Speaking of which, with the captain and myself, how many of us are there now? After all, aspiring to be the Pirate King is no simple feat. Sualong had accepted his identity and acknowledged Luffy as captain. Luffy responded directly, including you. There are 4 of us here, and 1 navigator who hasn't boarded yet, but I believe she will join us. Just the 4 of us? Sualong was taken aback, feeling he might have agreed too hastily, wondering how they could call themselves a pirate crew with merely 4 members. It felt as though he had boarded a crew of brigands. Well then, let's make formal introductions. I am Rorinoa Sualong, a man destined to become the world's greatest swordsman, and I claim the position of combat captain aboard your ship. With that, Sualong extended his fist towards Luffy. Ha ha! Luffy looked artillery, monkey de Luffy. A man determined to become the Pirate King. Their fists collided, marking the official commencement of their new adventure. This fellow is Naz. Luffy pointed at the boar Naz nearby. Monkey de Naz, a user of the Fire Dragon Fruit, and the vice captain of this pirate crew, pleased to meet you. Naz also extended his fist towards Sualong, who lightly bumped it in acknowledgement. This individual is KB. He is temporarily with us, but he is one of our companions. I am KB. Pleased to meet you. KB, upon hearing Luffy mention him, straightened up and introduced himself to Sualong. Hello. Sualong nodded in response. After exchanging introductions, the group ventured to a local eatery run by a little girl to replenish their energy. Although Luffy and Naz had just eaten, Sualong had gone many days without food. 2 rice balls were hardly sufficient to restore his strength. Moreover, Luffy and Naz had considerable appetites, and although they were not yet hungry, their previous meals had been digested long ago. By the way, where is our pirate ship? Sualong inquired, holding a chicken leg. Oh, you mean the pirate ship? It's that one, Luffy said, pointing with his chin toward the window while still chewing on the chicken leg. Following Luffy's gesture, Sualong leaned out of the window and spotted a 2-masted sailing ship docked at the port of Shell's Town, approximately 40 meters long and 10 meters wide. He nodded, finding it satisfactory, a decent vessel for a pirate ship, indeed sufficient for their needs. Sailing ship? What sailing ship? Luffy, Naz, and KB all looked at Sualong with confusion. Our pirate ship. ISNT it, that sailing ship? Sualong pointed towards the ship outside the window. The others followed his gaze. Oh, not that one. It's the small boat beneath it, about 5 meters. That is our actual ship, Naz casually remarked as he fought off his meal. Sualong took a closer look and realized there was indeed a small boat nestled at the lower corner of the 2-masted ship, appearing quite diminutive and charming in comparison. He glanced at the grander ship and then back at the small boat, feeling a wave of disbelief wash over him, once again questioning whether he had truly boarded a pirate ship. Are you calling that thing a pirate ship? Sualong expressed his skepticism. We will certainly have a fine pirate ship in the future, Luffy declared confidently. Sualong was left speechless at that response. Ha ha ha. Nez couldn't contain his laughter. After satisfying their hunger, the group stocked up on provisions in Shell's Town and set off towards the nearest island. KB, where's the closest resupply point to Shell's Town? Naz asked, glancing at the carefree Luffy. After a moment of contemplation, KB replied, the closest place is Orange Town. However, it seems to be occupied by Buggy at the moment. KB stroked his chin in thought. Yosh, then let's head to Orange Town, Luffy shouted excitedly, dismissing any concerns about Buggy. Anyone who stood in his way of becoming the Pirate King would be dealt with. All right, let's set sail, Naz said with a carefree smile. But that is Buggy we're talking about, a notorious pirate in the East Blue, even more fearsome than Eureka. KB's anxious demeanor resurfaced. Don't forget, that guy aims to become the Pirate King. How could he fear another pirate? Sualong clapped KB on the back. For the dream, one can even forsake their life. He added, quickly catching up with Luffy and Nas. For the dream, one can sacrifice everything. KB kept murmuring that phrase, as if coming to a realization. His eyes sparkled with newfound determination, and he swiftly joined Luffy and the others. With the captain having determined their next destination, it was time to take action. They arrived as 4, and they would depart as 4, though Nami had been replaced by Sualong. This small boat had been seized from the Eureka pirates, and since it could accommodate 4 people, they had taken the largest one available, providing ample space for their supplies. The only downside was the lack of privacy for certain bodily functions, perhaps a reason for Nami's departure. Additionally, this small vessel lacked sails, relying solely on rowing or Naz's flame propulsion for movement. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Thus, Luffy and his trio of companions set forth towards their next destination. Meanwhile, near the Grand Line Sky Island, a peculiar speedboat, propelled by flames, raced towards Apiedo. Unbeknownst to Carter, he lounged leisurely under the sun, oblivious to the approaching vessel. Such days are truly delightful, eating and sleeping without a care for one's figure. The third generation of the Divine Body is simply marvelous. The third generation of the Divine Body is supreme. Carter leisurely reached for a nearby juice, savoring a refreshing sip. Uncle Grandpa! A resounding shout suddenly echoed in Carter's ears. Cough, cough, cough. Startled, Carter choked on his drink. Who dares to disturb my afternoon nap? Irritated, he lifted his eye mask and saw a man with a cowboy hat and a face full of freckles swaying in front of him. Ace, what brings you back? Carter inquired. Ace replied, this and that. Blackbeard Teach has defected? Are you pursuing him now? Carter nodded in response, but he realized that if Teach had indeed defected, Ace might be in danger. Although Ace had attained the strength of a vice admiral under Carter's guidance during his voyages, it was uncertain how powerful he truly was at present. Carter silently commanded the system to open Ace's attribute panel. Bulgaddi, Ace Identity, Grandnephew Talent, SSS Flame Emperor Ace Physical Condition, Peak Vice Admiral Level Skills, Advanced Martial Arts, Intermediate Hockey, Marine 6 Styles, Divine Fire, Unknown Fire, Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor Fire Fist, Firefly Fire, Dharma Flame Rise Ability, Flame Fruit Evaluation, Child of Pirate King Roger. The Flame Fruit is not even fit for a dog. Carter scrutinized Ace's attribute panel and furrowed his brow. He distinctly remembered that when Ace first set sail, his physical attributes were already at the Vice Admiral level. Furthermore, under Carter's training, his hockey had reached an advanced level. However, despite having consumed the most suitable devil fruit for him, the Flame Fruit, Ace's power had not significantly increased. His physical condition had only improved to peak Vice Admiral level, and surprisingly, his hockey had regressed to an intermediate level. This clearly indicated that Ace had neglected the cultivation of hockey since acquiring the Flame Fruit. This was evident from his attribute panel. After all, Ace had only obtained the Flame Fruit a few years prior. Yet the multitude of skills listed dazzled Carter. Ace, did I not instruct you to diligently cultivate your hockey? What is the meaning of this? Carter huffed, and an overwhelming conqueror's hockey erupted from within him. In an instant, the weather shifted dramatically. The once clear skies of Apiedo became shrouded in dark clouds, with lightning flashing ominously in the distance. Everyone on the Sky Island turned their attention toward Apiedo, fearing an assassination attempt. Instantly, Yin, Jithexin, Gushaolin, Karakuri, and others hastened toward Apiedo. At the epicenter of Carter's conqueror's hockey, Ace struggled to release his own, barely holding on against the overwhelming force. Look at your feeble conqueror's hockey. What will you achieve with this? Carter chastised angrily. But I feel the Flame Fruit suits me better. Isn't it right to fully develop its powers? Ace retorted defiantly under the pressure of Carter's hockey. Suit you? So you abandon martial arts and neglect hockey cultivation. Carter's hockey intensified, escalating to another level. With a thud, Ace fell to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. I was wrong. Uncle, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please, retract your power. Ace pleaded, wailing in pain as he quickly admitted his fault. Upon realizing that Ace had angered Carter, Yin and the others dispersed, attending to their own affairs. Seeing Ace acknowledge his mistake, Carter retracted his conqueror's hockey, allowing Ace to struggle back to his feet. Uncle, you are truly formidable. Every time I see you, I feel as though you are unfathomable, Ace remarked, rubbing his sore body. Indeed, Carter replied confidently. After transforming into the third generation of the divine body, he felt no fear except for those who shared the same power. Like Lingling and Garp. Ace, the truth is you've neglected your martial arts and hockey for too long. You cannot hope to defeat Teach in your current state. I advise you to abandon this pursuit. Carter spoke gravely, knowing that Blackbeard Teach was no simple foe. Having left a scar on the face of red-haired Shanks and managed to escape, Teach was undoubtedly formidable. With his recent acquisition of the dark fruit, Ace's current martial arts and hockey would surely lead to his defeat if he confronted Teach. No way, Ace declared resolutely. I must catch him. After all, he escaped from me and killed Sachi. Are you willing to risk your life for this? Carter pressed. Yes. Ace replied without hesitation. Very well. Since you have made your decision, go ahead. Carter shook his head. Ace was as stubborn as Roger. Once he made a decision, no one could sway him. However, before you go, I shall enhance your strength. But physical training and hockey cannot be improved in a short time, so we will focus on developing your fruit abilities and body enhancement. Would you prefer I assist you with fruit development or body enhancement? Carter asked. Body enhancement would take several months. Several months? No, I cannot wait that long. I need to catch Teach. Ace pondered, stroking his chin. Uncle, please teach me how to develop my fruit abilities. Upon mentioning fruit development, Ace's eyes lit up. Alas, Carter sighed, shaking his head. Ace was indeed enthusiastic about developing the flame fruit. The advice he gave about training his body seemed to have gone in one ear and out the other. It appeared that only a significant setback would teach Ace a lesson. However, it worked out well. Ace's pursuit of Blackbeard Teach would provide Teach the opportunity to teach him a lesson. If Ace were truly in danger, Carter would intervene. Moreover, if a war were to break out, it would be time to set his hidden plans in motion. Having resolved these thoughts, Carter no longer dwelled on Ace's neglect of martial arts and hockey. Ace, tell me, why is the development of the flame fruit so subpar? Carter asked, puzzled. Subpar? How could that be? Uncle, let's head to the training ground. I have so many skills to demonstrate. Ace exclaimed. If anyone criticized Ace's martial arts and hockey, he would simply dismiss it with a smile. However, if anyone claimed that his fruit development was inadequate, he would genuinely become agitated. The two swiftly arrived at the training ground. Uncle, today, I will show you my developed skills. Ace struck a strong pose and stepped into the center of the arena. Fire Fist. With a shout from Ace, an orange flame erupted from his fist, shooting forth a massive pillar of fire toward the target before him. Boom! An explosion resonated as flames and smoke dissipated, revealing that the massive metal target bore only scorch marks. However, the dust merely clung to the surface, having been charred, while the metal target remained unscathed. Fire Fist. The flames of the Yin and D erupted from Ace's hands, one skill after another unleashed in a relentless barrage. Yet, regardless of his fervent onslaught, the metal target remained intact. Only the ground surrounding it bore the marks of scorching, cracked, and parched. So, Uncle, how do you think my development of the Xiao fruit is coming along? Ace eagerly inched closer to Carter, seeking praise. Ace. Carter chose to overlook Ace's hopeful gaze, pondering instead, why is the temperature of your flames so low? After all, they couldn't even melt a metal target. Huh? Ace replied, his expression one of confusion. Isn't that the normal temperature for flames? It was not entirely Ace's fault. He had only ever witnessed the flames produced by burning wood, and those around him shared the same limited belief, leading him to mistakenly assume that the Xiao fruit operated within such confines. How could that be? Who said that? Carter immediately retorted. But that's what my father and brothers told me. Ace replied uncertainly. That's utter nonsense. Anyone who dares to speak such foolishness again shall face my electric cannon. Carter declared. Is there really a higher temperature for flames? Ace inquired. Indeed. Furthermore, each type of flame possesses a unique name. The temperatures of flames vary, and each type also wields distinct abilities, Carter mused, stroking his chin. For instance, the flames burning on the sun are called Taiyang Jinyan, and they can reach temperatures of 6,000 degrees. What? 6,000? Ace's eyes widened in disbelief, as he had always believed that the temperature of his devil fruit was merely 800, assuming it was a lesser variant of the magma fruit. This misconception was widespread, as everyone in this world shared similar thoughts. Yes, that's right. However, that phenomenon is far beyond your reach. Let me first explain what you can actually access. Carter continued. Ace listened intently. First, your devil fruit is known as the Xiao fruit. As the name implies, it is not merely a fire fruit. Rather, It is the Xiao Xiao fruit, which ignites objects to produce flames. However, since you have only witnessed the flames from burning wood, your understanding has limited the potential of this devil fruit. My understanding has limited the potential of this devil fruit. Ace pondered deeply. Have you ever considered the temperature of burning stone? That would certainly exceed the magma fruit. Carter continued. Moreover, the simplest of substances, hydrogen, when ignited in the air, can even reach temperatures of 3,000. 3,000. Ace murmured, as if a door to a new world had swung open before him. He had never imagined flames could reach such heights. What if space were to ignite? What if time were to burn? Carter gazed intently at Ace. Can space and time truly be set ablaze? Ace asked, incredulous. You are a Xiao Xiao fruit user. If you develop your abilities sufficiently, igniting space and time might not be a mere fantasy. But for now, your focus should be on transforming your flames into the kind produced by burning hydrogen, Carter advised, patting Ace's shoulder earnestly. Inspired by Carter's words, Ace expanded his thinking, no longer confined to the flames produced by burning wood. Subsequently, Carter had GXIN create a hydrogen combustion device, allowing Ace to fully experience and feel the essence of flames generated by burning hydrogen. Thus, half a month passed. At the training ground of Apayadu, Fire Fist, Ace raised his fist and shouted, and a pale blue flame erupted from his hand. Indeed, you are not mistaken. No longer was it the orange-red flames. It was a pale blue flame with a temperature reaching 3,000 degrees. After a month of relentless effort, Ace had made tremendous strides in developing the Xiao Xiao fruit, not merely in terms of fire techniques, but in advancing the temperature of his flames significantly. The pale blue fire distorted the surrounding air, causing the temperature to rise sharply. Even from a distance, Carter could distinctly feel the heat radiating from Ace's flames. As Ace's voice echoed, a pillar of blue flame violently struck the test target. Boom! The explosion resonated, and, as the smoke cleared, the test target was seen melted into molten iron, flowing upon the ground. The surrounding earth had crystallized instantly, transforming into something akin to agate. I did it. I succeeded. Uncle. Ace joyfully dashed to Carter's side. Pork Ass D, Ace Identity, Grandnephew Talent, SSS, Flame Emperor Ace Physicality, Peak Vice Admiral Level Skills, Advanced Martial Arts, Intermediate 3-Color Hockey, Navy 6 Styles, Divine Fire, Ignition, Great Flame Ring, Fire Fist, Firefly Ability, Xiao Xiao Fruit 3000 Evaluation, Child of Pirate King Roger. The Xiao Xiao Fruit is worthless. Carter glanced at Ace's attribute panel. Although there was little change, merely the addition of 3,000 following the Xiao Xiao fruit, Carter understood that Ace's strength had undergone a seismic transformation. However, due to the brief time frame and Ace's relentless focus on developing his devil fruit abilities, his physical prowess and hockey level had not improved. Eagerly, Ace set off to confront Blackbeard Titch after achieving success with the Xiao Xiao fruit. Yet, as he watched Ace's departing figure, Carter fell into contemplation. If Ace were to face an opponent, with the immense heat of 3,000 from the Xiao Xiao fruit and the various skills he had developed, even a typical admiral might find themselves at a disadvantage against Ace. However, Ace's adversary was Blackbeard Titch, who wielded the power of the Yami Yami fruit, a devil fruit that inherently countered Ace's abilities. After all, Ace's martial arts and hockey levels were woefully inadequate. Nonetheless, Carter harbored no excessive worries, for it would be beneficial for Ace to face some hardship. If he were truly captured by Titch, Carter could always intervene to rescue him. After all, along with his brother and Lingling, represented an almost invincible force. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luffy, Natsu, Zoro, and KB had exhausted their food and water just a day after leaving Shell's town, and the culprit was none other than Luffy. It's all your fault. You sneaked out for a midnight snack. Now we have nothing to eat or drink. Zoro growled, brandishing his sword against Luffy's throat in anger. Well, I was hungry. Luffy nonchalantly replied, digging in his nose. Upon witnessing this scene, Sualong could only helplessly set Luffy down. After all, the food had already been consumed, and there was no possibility of regurgitating it. Sualong, I am famished. I crave meat. Luffy suddenly exclaimed to Sualong, who was nearby. Ah! Sualong, who had initially calmed down, was instantly enraged upon hearing Luffy's words. How dare you say that? We four have exhausted our week's worth of food, because of you. I shall certainly slay you. Sualong grasped Luffy by the neck, shaking him vigorously. Meat! At that moment, Luffy noticed a large bird soaring across the sky. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Rubber rocket! Luffy extended his arms, managing to grasp the bird's body directly. His body then shot forth like a rocket, propelling him rapidly towards the avian creature. The bird, intending to forage in Orange Town, was unexpectedly caught by something, and it soon perceived a bug hurtling towards it. What a stroke of luck! The bird opened its beak wide, snapping up the approaching bug. Below, Natsu, Sualong, and Kabi were rendered speechless at the sight. However, upon seeing the bird carrying Luffy soaring into the distance, the trio quickly grasped the situation. Kabi exclaimed, "Oh no, Mr. Luffy has been taken by the bird." Sualong growled, "That scoundrel! Once I find him, I shall chop him to pieces." Natsu added, "Oh no, he is a devil fruit user. If he falls into the sea, he will perish." Immediately, Sualong and Kabi seized the oars, paddling furiously, yet their speed was insufficient. They could only watch as Luffy drifted further away. "It's too late." Natsu, gazing at Luffy's receding figure, spoke solemnly. "Sualong, Kabi, brace yourselves." With that, Natsu leapt into the air, transforming into a colossal fire dragon over 10 meters in length. Grasping the small boat with his claws, he flapped his wings and sped towards Luffy's direction. In truth, Natsu had been reluctant to assume this form. Had he done so earlier, he could have easily rescued Luffy from the bird's grasp. The reason was simple. During the transformation into a fire dragon, his size would rapidly increase, causing his clothes to tear apart. Thus, he had been avoiding this transformation. After half an hour of pursuit, Kabi aboard the small boat spotted the distant bird and the increasingly near island. There it is. Orange Town has arrived, and Mr. Luffy is up ahead. Just as they were conversing, a figure descended from the bird onto Orange Town. "Mr. Luffy has safely landed on the island. We must hurry," Kabi urged. "All right, hold on tight. I'll take you to the port first." Natsu had also located Luffy and swiftly flew towards the harbor of Orange Town. Meanwhile, at Luffy's location, he shouted, "Thief! Don't run, you little thief! Don't let me catch you! Come and catch me!" A group of ferocious pirate henchmen were pursuing a girl with orange hair, who skillfully evaded them in the town. For a time, the pirates found themselves utterly helpless against her agility. However, during one of her evasions, the orange-haired girl inadvertently fled into a dead-end alley. "Run? Keep running, Nami! How dare you deceive us?" The henchmen approached the girl, grinning maliciously as she found herself with no escape. It turned out that the orange-haired girl was indeed Nami, who had arrived at Orange Town after parting ways with Luffy to resume her old profession. Unfortunately, she had been caught while attempting to steal from Buggy, which led to her current predicament of being pursued. "Am I going to die?" Nami gazed at the encroaching henchman with reluctance. "Someone help me." Strangely, at that moment, Nami's thoughts drifted to Luffy's figure. Just as despair settled in, bang! A figure swiftly descended from the sky, landing between Nami and the pirates. "What is that?" The pirates were startled, their eyes fixated on the figure in the pit. "What is happening?" Luffy stood up, scratching his head in confusion. "Nami, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing Nami behind him, Luffy exclaimed with excitement. "Ah, this is my captain. If you have any issues, speak to him." Nami, thrilled to see Luffy, promptly pushed him forward to face the pirates. Upon hearing Nami refer to him as her captain, Luffy was overjoyed, nodding vigorously. "Indeed, I am her captain. So it was you who ordered her to steal our treasure." The pirates glared menacingly at Luffy. "Kill him." They charged at Luffy, brandishing their knives in anger. "Do you wish to fight?" Luffy's demeanor shifted, becoming serious. Just then, a loud growl emanated from his stomach. The sound was so pronounced that everyone around could hear it. "Oh no, I am starving." Luffy collapsed on the ground. Nami was momentarily stunned by Luffy's state. However, the pirates were unfazed and seized both Nami and Luffy, dragging them towards Buggy's pirate cruise base. Meanwhile, on the other side, Natsu and Solong faced a group of pirates who approached them. "Where did you perverts come from? Hand over your valuables," one pirate demanded, eyeing Natsu and his companions. Natsu's temper flared at this, as he had just transformed back from his fire dragon form and was completely unclothed, having hoped to find clothes immediately upon landing. However, before he could do so, he was discovered by a large group of pirates. "Perverts are we?" Natsu stepped forward towards the pirates. "Wait, don't pull my underwear. I was wrong. Don't slap my face. You brutes, you stripped me of my clothes." As Natsu charged into the crowd of pirates, screams of agony echoed around. Minutes later, all the pirates had been stripped and discarded in a heap on the ground. Natsu then found several clean pieces of clothing and casually donned them. "Hey, you lot!" Natsu suddenly called out. "Yes." The pirates immediately responded with great respect. They were not foolish. Those who had been the most defiant during the beating were now, like a pile of mush, tossed aside by this formidable being. Some even showed signs of having lost control of themselves. Have you seen a person who fell from the sky? Natsu inquired. You must be talking about that straw hat kid, right? One pirate pondered, stroking his chin. Indeed, he is a kid with a straw hat. Where is he now? Natsu pressed. He appears to be the captain of the little thief who stole our treasure, and he is likely already in the clutches of our captain. You had better not be deceiving me, or I shall certainly take your life. Naz declared fiercely before he unceremoniously tossed the pirate to the ground. I wouldn't dare. The pirate hastily responded. Zoro, we have located Luffy's position. Let's hurry there. Naz called out to Zoro behind him. Roronoa Zoro, following Naz's gaze. Numerous pirates noticed Zoro lurking in the corner. Instantly, their pupils contracted, and terror was palpable on their faces. The three-sword-style pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro? Are you the infamous pirate hunter who has never failed, now finally poised to strike at our buggy pirates? You shall be disappointed. I am no longer a pirate hunter. I am now, like you, a pirate. That is relieving. The pirate henchmen collectively sighed in relief. However, it is unfortunate that my captain seems to have been captured by your crew. Initially relieved that Zoro was no longer a hunter, their hearts sank upon hearing that Zoro's captain had been captured by their own crew. After all, this was the formidable beast Zoro. If he were displeased, he could very well cleave them in two. Zoro ignored their panic and turned to Naz and Skypiea, remarking, It seems the incident at the Siertsi Town Naval Base has yet to reach them. Perhaps Monk has been too brutal, causing both civilians and Marines to harbor great discontent. What we did in Siertsi Town might be viewed as a good deed, leading them to conceal our actions. Skypiea rested his chin on his hand, contemplating seriously. Well done. Skypiea, I did not realize you were so astute. Perhaps you could indeed aspire to be an admiral. Naz exclaimed, unable to suppress his praise. Not at all. Skypiea bashfully scratched his head. But we should seek out Luffy, for he has been captured by Buggy. Skypiea suddenly realized. Do not worry. I have sensed that there are no formidable foes on this island. Luffy can handle it alone, unless he becomes hungry and loses his combat capability. No one can defeat him. That is reassuring. Both Zoro and Skypiea breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, what did you say? Zoro suddenly inquired. No one can defeat him? What do you mean? Naz questioned, puzzled. Not what I meant, Zoro said anxiously. Unless he becomes hungry and loses his combat capability. Naz instinctively replied. But then he too realized the implications. Quickly, let us find Luffy. He hasn't been defeated already, has he? Naz felt a wave of anxiety. How could he have forgotten this? Though Luffy was undeniably powerful, he acted like a madman. Once hungry, he would be nearly incapacitated. The difference between a hungry Luffy and a well-fed Luffy was like night and day. Once satisfied, his combat prowess surged as if he were under a spell. After inquiring about the location of the Buggy Pirates' hideout, Naz, Zoro, and Skypiea hastened there with utmost speed. Meanwhile, Luffy and Nami found themselves caged and brought before Buggy. Upon noticing Luffy's straw hat, Buggy felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it somewhere before, and he fell into deep contemplation. Beside him, Machi could no longer contain himself, his expression fierce as he demanded, Boy, who are you to command her to steal our treasure? I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy, unable to restrain himself upon being questioned, declared his name and dream. Monkey D. Buggy, who had been lost in thought, felt his pupils widen upon hearing Luffy's name, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The Pirate King? Ha ha ha. Kabuggy, who was playing with a throwing knife, couldn't help but laugh. You aspire to be the Pirate King. Do you believe I won't kill you right now? Indeed. How dare you attempt to steal from the Buggy Pirates? Today, you shall become food for Ricky. Ricky, devour them. Ricky, upon hearing this, opened its massive jaws, poised to pounce on Luffy and Nami. Wait. Buggy, sensing an inexplicable chill down his spine upon hearing Luffy's name, felt as though he were being targeted by some malevolent force. Moreover, Luffy's name stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Just as he was pondering this, he was shocked to see his two subordinates taking it upon themselves to eliminate Luffy. Alarmed, he quickly interjected. Ricky, upon hearing Buggy's voice, obediently halted. Although Machi was its trainer, as a highly intelligent lion, Ricky understood who the true leader was on this ship. Upon hearing their captain's command, Machi and Kabuggy fell silent and stepped aside. Straw Hat Kid, I ask you, who is Monkey D? Garp to you? Buggy, still harboring doubts, considered that the terrifying figures he knew were either in Sky Island or the New World, and it was unlikely for someone to cast their family so far to the East Blue. He is my grandfather, what of it? Luffy replied nonchalantly, scratching his head. Grandfather? Buggy's demeanor shifted dramatically. Garp. Nami glanced between Buggy and Luffy, puzzled. Garp had left the world government's navy long ago, and at that time, he was heralded as a hero, viewed with disdain by the navy, leading the world government to suppress information about him. Only the elderly retained some memory of Garp, while younger individuals like Nami had no recollection whatsoever. And what about Monkey D. Dragon? Buggy continued to inquire. He is my uncle. Luffy answered earnestly. What of Monkey D? Laxus? He is my cousin. Monkey D. Sesomaru? Also my cousin. And Monkey D. Long? Oh, according to my uncle, he is my father. Luffy replied with a carefree attitude. However, unlike Luffy's nonchalance, Buggy was left in shock upon hearing these names. Good heavens, I have not merely captured a pirate. I have ensnared a nuclear bomb. Buggy's heart sank, tears welling in his eyes. The few individuals he knew could end his life countless times over. Buggy thought to himself, I care not for your Monkey D. lineage. Watch as I do away with you today. Kabuggy proclaimed in what he imagined to be a suave tone. Away with you. Watch and see whether I strike you or not. Buggy's heart raced at the thought. Should Kabuggy truly harm Luffy, he would likely meet his own demise. However, they have stolen our treasure, Kabaki said weakly. But what do you mean by but? Hurry up and release those two. Baki immediately unleashed a torrent of insults at Machi and Kabaki. Yet he felt that releasing Luffy in front of his subordinates would be quite humiliating. Thus, Baki gazed at the straw hat perched atop Luffy's head and suddenly had an idea. Who gave you the straw hat, kid? Baki inquired. Shanks. Just as I thought. Baki mused inwardly. Yet, on his face, he displayed a profoundly touched expression. He never expected that Shanks would bestow the hat upon you. It seems you have gained his acknowledgement. Baki turned his back to Luffy, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. Uncle, do you know Shanks too? Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately ran excitedly to Baki. Yes, Baki replied. Shanks and I were childhood friends, and we both served as trainee crew members on the same pirate ship. As he spoke, Baki fell into a reverie. Despite their falling out, he nostalgically recalled the past. Only he knew the reason for their estrangement. He believed that Shanks alone was destined to become the Pirate King, yet Shanks had declared his disinterest. Baki's anger stemmed from feeling that Shanks had let him down, which led him to reject Shanks' invitation and form his own crew. If that guy truly harbored aspirations to become the Pirate King, perhaps we would still be together now, Baki pondered wistfully. So cool, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He had been a pirate since childhood. How amazing. Huh, right? Baki, flattered by Luffy's praise, became animated. Let me tell you, my combat skills at sea were top-notch. I remember facing Whitebeard without a hint of fear. We even thought about pulling his beard. Impressive. Luffy's eyes sparkled instantly. Baki then recounted his past adventures to Luffy, who listened with great delight, creating a warm atmosphere. Suddenly, a loud rumbling noise shattered this cozy ambience. Uncle, I'm hungry, Luffy exclaimed, his enthusiasm waning. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, there's plenty to eat, Baki declared grandly. Lads, this is my friend. A feast is in order, Baki joyfully announced. Oh, a feast, a feast. The younger members of the crew became excited. After all, feasting was a fine tradition among pirate crews. No one could dislike a celebration. However, when Baki mentioned there would be ample food, he felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Yet looking at Luffy and Nami, he thought to himself, I must be losing my mind. They're just two skinny monkeys. How much could they eat? The banquet soon proceeded smoothly. After an hour of hunger, Luffy eagerly pounced on the meat, devouring it voraciously. We're all friends here. No need for pleasantries. Let's drink. Baki raised his cup, beaming. Baki felt a sigh of relief, glad to have maintained his dignity and avoided provoking Luffy, the ticking time bomb. Come, let us drink. Can you handle it? If not, go sit at the dog table. Laughter and the sounds of drinking echoed continuously from Baki's pirate crew. Uncle, this roast is delicious, Luffy exclaimed, finishing a large roasted leg of lamb in one bite, leaving Baki momentarily dumbfounded. However, having had a few drinks, Baki failed to notice the gravity of the situation, instead joyfully applauding Luffy and occasionally joining in the revelry. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, suddenly, bang! A tremendous crash resounded as the door to the Baki pirate crew's headquarters was kicked open. Watching the door fly away, Baki cried out in anguish, my steel door. Quickly, 3 figures charged in through the entrance, capturing everyone's attention. Luffy, we've come to rescue you. It turned out these 3 were Natsu, Zoro, and KB. After ascertaining the location of Baki's pirate crew, the trio rushed over. However, upon nearing Baki's headquarters, they were startled to discover a feast in full swing. After all, when do pirates ever throw a party? It must be a victory celebration. Natsu's heart sank. Did that mean Luffy had been defeated? Was he killed or subjected to humiliating treatment? Or worse? Natsu quickly shook his head, banishing the disturbing images from his mind. Still, he worried about Luffy. So, he charged into Baki's headquarters with Zoro and KB. The sudden entrance of Natsu and his companions left the pirates momentarily dumbfounded, unable to react. Who are these bratty intruders daring to cause trouble in my Baki pirate crew? Are they seeking death? Baki was infuriated, having held back his anger several times already today, and now someone else was stirring up trouble. Release our captain, Zoro announced, tying his bandana and drawing his sword, ready for a fight. You kicked down my door without asking anything, and now you dare demand my captain? Do you take me for a fool? Baki scowled darkly. Zoro was right. If our captain isn't handed over, you can forget about leaving here alive. Natsu declared. You dare threaten me? Baki nearly exploded with rage. He couldn't believe he was being attacked in his own home, and now faced with threats. However, Baki's words were interrupted by Luffy. Natsu, you finally made it. Let me introduce you. This Uncle Baki is great. He even treated me to roast meat. Natsu, did you know he knows your grandfather and my grandfather? Luffy excitedly introduced Baki, bouncing with joy. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Baki felt his mind go blank. What was happening today? Everyone he encountered seemed to be a significant figure. From Luffy's tone, it seemed that one of the three intruders was indeed the grandson of a notable figure. Wishing you good health. Baki quickly plastered a smile on his face. You should have said earlier that Luffy is your captain. Come, let us all drink together. Baki gestured for Natsu, Zoro, and KB to sit down. Although Natsu and his companions were somewhat bewildered by the current situation, the atmosphere around them didn't seem threatening at all. Observing the expression on Luffy's face, it was evident that he was familiar with the person before him. Luffy, we were so worried about you and rushed here to rescue you, only to find you feasting on barbecue. Natsu shot Luffy a disapproving glance, feeling somewhat exasperated. However, seeing that Luffy was unharmed, he decided not to dwell on it. After hearing Luffy's explanation, he realized that the man before them was actually a friend of Shanks and appeared to know both his grandfather and Grandpa Carp. Zoro, on the other hand, was indifferent. Upon spotting some alcohol, he eagerly joined the festivities. He swiftly began drinking with the pirate crew and engaged in drinking contests with Buggy. Buggy excitedly recounted tales of his past exploits with Shanks, stirring the crowd's fervor. Meanwhile, Kobe was still somewhat bewildered, although he understood that Luffy's family had considerable influence. He did not expect even a notorious pirate like Buggy to be acquainted with Luffy's allies, let alone be friends. Kobe sat down dazedly with Zoro and the others, gradually coming to his senses as he gazed at the mouth-watering food on the table, eventually joining the feast. With the addition of Natsu and his companions, the celebration reached its zenith. One more plate. I want a leg of lamb. No, I need to outdo Natsu. Give me 2 legs. I want 3. I demand 4. As time passed, the competition between Luffy and Natsu for who could eat more captivated everyone's attention. Even the money-minded Nami and the corner-dwelling Zoro were drawn in. Buggy, however, looked utterly despondent as he watched Luffy and Natsu rapidly deplete the food supply on the table. Suddenly, he realized that when he had boasted about providing unlimited food, he should have felt a chill run down his spine. He had always been fortunate. Whenever he felt that chill, it was a prelude to misfortune. Seeing Luffy's slender frame, he had naively assumed that Luffy wouldn't consume much. How much food do we have left? Buggy quietly inquired of a nearby pirate. Half of it, the pirate replied respectfully. That's good. Buggy sighed in relief. However, the next word from the pirate plunged Buggy into despair. That's half of the last food storage. What? Buggy felt as though he could die from shock. After all, they had plundered 5 storage units of food upon seizing the island, enough to sustain their pirate crew for 6 months. And now he was being told that only half of the last storage remained. Bring me another platter. Watching plate after plate of food vanish into Luffy and Natsu's mouths made Buggy's heart ache. In their relentless feast, the remaining half of the food storage was completely consumed within half an hour. I want more. Me too, Luffy and Natsu exclaimed, raising their hands enthusiastically. There's none left. There's no more food. The serving pirate gasped, panting. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass filled the air. Is there nothing left? Well, that's that, Luffy said somewhat dejectedly. But it seems something just broke. Did you hear that? Yes, I heard it too. Natsu chimed in. It sounded like a glass bottle or something. Zoro remarked as he sipped his drink. Forget it. This feast has been delightful. Thank you, Uncle, Luffy said, patting his stomach contentedly as he addressed Buggy. As long as you enjoyed it. Buggy, now pale, reflected on how he had invited them to a meal only to find himself on the brink of bankruptcy. Although he was not a super notorious pirate, he was certainly well known in the East Blue. Yet, he never anticipated that merely hosting a few guests for a meal could lead to such financial ruin. After satisfying their appetites, Luffy and his crew bid farewell to Buggy's pirate crew as they set sail for the next island. Thank you for the grand feast, Uncle. Goodbye. Luffy shouted cheerfully. Goodbye. I hope we never meet again. Watching Luffy and his companions depart, Buggy could no longer contain his joy and burst into tears, secretly thinking, finally, I've sent these rascals on their way. If they stayed any longer, I'd be left with nothing but my undergarments. How deeply the captain cared for his juniors. He was genuinely reluctant to see them go, shedding tears at their departure. Kabagi and Machi, witnessing Buggy's emotional display, were filled with admiration. As Luffy and his crew departed, they had started as 4, but left as 5, with Nami reluctantly joining Luffy's ship. In that situation, if she had dared to declare herself not part of Luffy's crew, she would have surely been devoured whole. Luffy, who is she? Zoro asked, curious as he had yet to meet Nami. She's our navigator, just as I mentioned before. Luffy declared boldly. Don't assume anything. I haven't agreed to anything. Nami retorted immediately. Besides, I told you I despise rubbish pirates. Zoro furrowed his brow slightly, but remained silent, noting Luffy's lack of objection. Regardless, on the island you acknowledged it. So you shall be my navigator from now on. Luffy insisted playfully. Seeing Luffy's demeanor, Nami felt a stir of emotions, yet remembering her own obligations. She shook her head and ceased to argue. Navigator, what is the nearest location from here? We need a resupply, Zoro inquired. It's West Rob Village. Nami instinctively replied. Yosh. Then let us set sail for West Rob Village, Luffy exclaimed, jumping up joyfully. Yes, Nami replied, albeit with a hint of fatigue. The tranquil sea, bathed in golden sunlight, shimmered gently as a light breeze stirred the surface, making it glisten like treasure hidden beneath the waves. The small boat sailed across the ocean, and after a prolonged journey, a contemplative silence enveloped the ship. Luffy, what is that invisible power you possess? Zoro suddenly recalled something and asked. Invisible power? Are you referring to Haki? Luffy pondered, stroking his chin. Haki? The trio of Nami, Zoro, and Kobe echoed in confusion. What exactly is Haki? Zoro inquired. How should I explain it? Although Luffy possesses Haki, explaining or teaching it to others proves to be quite a conundrum for him. Let me take a crack at it, Natsu said, observing Luffy deep in thought. Haki. It is the hallmark of all formidable warriors in this world. While not every wielder of Haki is necessarily strong, every strong individual will undoubtedly possess Haki. Natsu asserted. Every strong individual will possess Haki. Zoro murmured this phrase to himself. Without pausing, Natsu continued, moreover, Haki is categorized into 3 distinct types. Kinbunchika Haki, Busashoka Haki, and Haushika Haki. After a brief pause, Natsu elaborated, Kinbunchika Haki allows one to sense their surroundings. Zoro, stab me with your sword. Natsu explained, addressing Zoro directly. Stab you? Are you certain? Zoro asked, incredulous. It's fine, go ahead. Natsu replied, closing his eyes. Seeing Natsu shut his eyes, Zoro's pupils widened in surprise. Nevertheless, he picked up one of his ordinary swords, though he did not draw it, instead thrusting it towards Natsu, still sheathed. Natsu sensed Zoro's movement, but said nothing, as this served as a demonstration of Kinbunchika Haki. Zoro swiftly lunged at Natsu, who narrowly evaded each attempted strike. Observing this, Zoro hastened his pace, but he could not land a single blow on Natsu. Ultimately, he was forced to cease his actions. This is Kinbunchiko Haki, Natsu declared, opening his eyes. Next is Busashoku Haki, which forms a protective layer akin to armor around the body. Zoro, draw your sword and strike my arm, Natsu instructed, extending his arm. Instantly, a layer of Busashoku Haki enveloped his arm, rendering it pitch black. All right. Having witnessed Natsu's mastery of Kinbunchika Haki, Zoro wasted no time, drawing a plain sword and aiming it at Natsu's arm. A resounding clash echoed as the sword collided with Natsu's arm, leaving it unharmed while Zoro's blade bore a significant dent. What? Zoro exclaimed in astonishment at his weapon. Finally, we have Haushika Haki. It is said that only those with the qualities of a king can wield this power, emerging in 1 out of a million. You need not concern yourselves with this for now, Natsu explained. As for its ability, you have witnessed it, the one that causes others to faint. After observing Natsu's displayed prowess, Zoro fell into contemplation. According to Natsu, one must possess haki to become a strong individual, yet he felt utterly unprepared, realizing how far he was from achieving his dreams. Can you teach me haki, Natsu? Zoro inquired thoughtfully, his tone laced with a hint of supplication. Of course. We are comrades, are we not? Natsu replied, patting Zoro on the shoulder with sincerity. Upon hearing this, Zoro's face lit up with joy. Indeed, they were comrades. In that moment, Zoro fully embraced his role in the Straw Hat Pirates, becoming one who could entrust his back to his companions. However, as the training of haki necessitates physical conditioning, Natsu explained that they would have to wait until they reached the next island or until Zoro had his own true pirate crew to begin their training. Following this, the 5 of them set sail in a small boat, propelled by Natsu's flames, and arrived at the next island the following day. To describe it as an island would be an understatement. It resembled more of a quaint village, as the land was scarcely enough to sustain the inhabitants. Aside from the area where Xylob village was located, as they approached the island, excitement gleamed in their eyes. Why, you ask? It was none other than Luffy, who had once again consumed all the food. Fortunately, with Nami's presence this time, they reached Xylob village in just a day. Just as they disembarked under Luffy's lead, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air, followed by several projectiles landing at their feet. Suddenly, numerous flags were raised, and the surrounding trees began to tremble ominously. A boy with dark skin and an elongated nose, rivaling that of Pinocchio, stood atop a cliff, bellowing, "You despicable pirates! I advise you to leave this island at once. It is now under my command, for I am Captain Usopp, a super pirate commanding 8,000 subordinates." A chilling breeze swept through, met with silence from the crew. "Oh, 8,000 pirates? Let it be known that before I became a pirate, I was known as the Beast Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro," Zoro declared, smirking as a terrifying aura enveloped him. "Now, I should be able to relish this." At that moment, Usopp felt a chilling dread wash over him, as if he had plunged into an ice cellar, his mind blank. "Zoro, you can't take on all 8,000 of them by yourself. I want to have a go as well," Natsu interjected, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. With a flourish of his hand, a pillar of searing flames erupted from his back, instantly raising the temperature around them. Usopp, who had felt as if he were in an ice cellar, was jolted back to consciousness by the scorching winds. "What do you intend to do? Don't act recklessly. I command 8,000 subordinates," Usopp stammered, taking a couple of steps back in fear. "You seem quite terrified." KB, ever the timid one, quickly discerned Usopp's unease. "Nonsense. I'm not afraid. I am Captain Usopp with 80,000 subordinates." Usopp blurted out, attempting to mask his insecurity. 80,000 subordinates? That's surely a fabrication. Nami scoffed. "Oh no, my lie has been exposed." Realizing Nami had seen through his deception, Usopp panicked. "I do not have 8,000 subordinates, but each of my subordinates is a true elite." "Only 3, right?" Natsu pointed out. "And they are just 3 children," Luffy added, delivering the final blow. "Oh no, I've been found out. Run." The 3 little ones, realizing their ruse had been uncovered, immediately fled. Usopp, witnessing his lie unravel and his subordinates fleeing, grew frantic. "Don't leave me behind. Stay. This guy is even more cowardly than KB," Luffy remarked, digging his finger into his nose. "Mr. Luffy, please don't drag me into this. I will never back down again," KB declared, his gaze fixed earnestly on Luffy. "All right, my apologies, KB." Upon hearing the words, Luffy turned his gaze toward KB. After sensing KB's heartfelt resolve, Luffy promptly offered his apology. Zoro observed KB's unwavering determination and nodded thoughtfully, pondering inwardly, as he truly solidified his dream. Possessing the resolve to face even death without retreat, what do you intend to do now? It appears you are left alone. Natsu grinned mischievously at Usopp. "Your acting skills are truly abysmal. What kind of pirate wields a slingshot as a weapon? You underestimate us far too much." Nami bent down to pick up a marble from the ground. Despite Usopp's overwhelming fear, he stood resolutely at the cliff's edge, drawing back his slingshot and aiming it at Luffy, declaring, "Indeed, that is true. However, no matter what, whether I wield a slingshot or a sword, I will not allow you to enter the village. Be prepared. I will ensure you remain here. The pirate invasion is merely a fabrication to the villagers, just as it has always been. Upon hearing this, Luffy, Natsu, Zoro, Nami, and Kabi instantly altered their perception of Usopp. Though it was evident to all that Usopp was terrified, he still stood firm. Have you truly steeled yourself? Luffy suddenly lowered his hat to obscure his eyes, his tone deepening. Usopp felt an overwhelming sense of dread bearing down upon him. As he experienced this pressure and heard Luffy's somber voice, a chill ran through him, every cell in his body trembling. Stammering, he asked, "What are you saying?" "I mean, since what you possess is your weapon, it signifies that it is meant to be used against foes. Now that you have drawn your weapon, are you not prepared?" Luffy continued in a hushed tone. "Prepared? What do you mean by that? What preparation? Where is he?" Usopp inquired, only to find that Luffy had vanished from sight. "It is the resolve that one stakes their life upon." A voice laced with murderous intent echoed from behind Usopp. Stiffly, he turned around to see Luffy standing there, having appeared silently behind him. "Ah, a ghost!" Usopp screamed, plummeting straight off the cliff. Natsu, witnessing Usopp's fall, dashed forward, grabbing him by the collar with a wicked grin, saying, "You cannot die. We prefer our food fresh." "Indeed," Zoro chimed in, brandishing a knife and licking the blade, slowly advancing toward Usopp. "Please, don't eat me. I'm not tasty." Usopp shut his eyes tightly, struggling in terror. Seeing Usopp's fright, Nami couldn't suppress a chuckle. All right, stop scaring him. If you three continue, this fellow will soil himself." Nami sighed, feeling exasperated. Originally, Usopp had attempted to ambush them, lying and deceiving. She only intended to frighten him a little, but she never anticipated Luffy, Zoro, and Natsu would take it so far. What can we do? He is simply too easy to scare." Natsu scratched his head, grinning. "Exactly. Despite the few of us, he still claimed to have 8,000 subordinates." Zoro chuckled, having been stifling his laughter since the beginning. The pain Usopp had imagined did not come. Instead, upon opening his eyes, he saw the group staring at him with mischievous grins, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Usopp, we wouldn't eat a person," Luffy exclaimed jovially. "By the way, Usopp, your father is Yasopp, right? How do you know?" Usopp looked at Luffy, bewildered. "That's because I know your father. I met him when I was a child. He is quite bothersome, always bringing you up. By the way, you two look remarkably alike," Luffy said. "Is that so?" Usopp nodded in realization, then excitedly asked, "Do you know where my father is? Is he well?" "Yasopp?" Natsu muttered the name, suddenly enlightened. Could he be the sniper aboard the red-haired Shanks ship? The Four Emperors? Shanks? Usopp looked utterly confused. "Never mind that. But your father is indeed impressive. He is the world's greatest sniper. Even a Marine Admiral wouldn't dare act recklessly when he has a gun pointed at them." Natsu praised, giving a thumbs up. "He should be in the New World. I only met him 10 years ago, but he has likely been doing well under Shanks." Luffy pondered, stroking his chin. After all, Shanks is a true pirate. Enough of that. By the way, do you have any food here? I'm so hungry. Luffy suddenly clutched his stomach. "Since you know my dad, let me treat you to a meal." Usopp patted his chest, generously offering. "Really? Thank you so much. You are such a good person." Hearing this, Luffy was overjoyed, especially since both he and Natsu had hearty appetites. Treating them would certainly require a hefty sum. Usopp, however, remained blissfully unaware of the foolish decision he had just made. Nami, with a bemused smile, looked at the naive Usopp, shaking her head and thinking, "You will soon regret this. Why must you treat us to a meal?" Soon, under Usopp's guidance, the group arrived at his home, where Usopp seated Luffy and hurried to prepare food. Having lived alone for most of his life, Usopp was capable of preparing some simple dishes. Before long, a bountiful feast filled the table, thanks to Usopp's efforts. "You all start eating, don't wait for me. If there isn't enough, there's more food in the kitchen, so feel free to help yourselves." Usopp glanced at the sky, seemingly recalling something, left a parting remark, and dashed out quickly. Given Usopp's generosity, Luffy and the others felt no need for politeness, devouring the food in Usopp's home until nothing remained. Luffy leaned back comfortably in his chair, picking his teeth. "By the way, Luffy," Natsu suddenly said, "shouldn't we look for a proper pirate ship? As our numbers grow, relying on that small boat won't suffice." "A pirate ship?" Luffy responded, rubbing his head in frustration. "But where can we find one? I think that house on a mountaintop looks promising." Zoro raised an eyebrow, peering through the window at the villa atop the hill. "What a beautiful villa. It seems to belong to a wealthy family, Nami remarked enviously. Why don't we just rob them? After all, we are pirates. What kind of pirate doesn't he engage in plunder? Zoro suggested. I refuse. Luffy declared emphatically. Let us just ask if they have a ship for sale. As for robbery, let us pass on that. Do you have any money? Zoro countered. No. A few individuals gazed at Luffy in silence. Yet the group proceeded towards the villa atop the mountain. You vile pirates, what have you done to Captain Usopp? At that moment, Usopp's 3 small companions rushed towards them from afar, their voices laced with urgency. Ah, how delightful. I'm so full. Luffy suddenly patted his belly and casually remarked. That meal was splendid, especially that nose, so cute and bouncy. What? Could it be that you have harmed Captain Usopp? Indeed, you are correct. He has already been thoroughly roasted by my hands. Naz, having overheard Luffy's words, instantly ignited with fierce flames, wearing a mischievous grin. Absolutely. It was I who chopped him into bits. Zoro added with a wicked smile. Ah, help. The 3 little ones huddled together in fright, bursting into tears. Enough already. Is it really that amusing to frighten children? Nami expressed her dissatisfaction upon witnessing the sobbing trio. Huh, it was merely a jest. Don't take it to heart. Zoro chuckled. By the way, do you know who resides in that villa at the summit? Luffy pointed towards the lavish mansion atop the hill. It's Miss Koya. That is her home. I remember now. Captain Usopp must be there, telling stories to Miss Koya. Subsequently, the group arrived at the outer wall of the villa. I wonder if the inhabitants here possess a pirate ship for sale? Luffy pondered, stroking his chin. Regardless, let us venture inside. Nas suggested. Wait, do you plan to just waltz in there? That won't do. Kiribatel will never allow you entry. He despises pirates above all. Surely, merely asking if they have a ship for sale shouldn't be an issue, right? Luffy nonchalantly remarked while digging into his nose. Who cares? Let us just go in. He stretched out his arms, grasped several of his companions, and leaped over the wall. What are you doing here? Hurry and leave. As soon as they landed in the courtyard, they spotted Usopp standing atop a branch, shouting at them. I want to allow you to harm Miss Koya. Although we are pirates, we would never resort to robbery. KB immediately explained to Usopp. We are merely here to inquire if the owner has a ship available for sale. Zoro calmly stated. After all, as pirates, we cannot do without a ship. A pirate ship? At that moment, a frail-looking girl appeared on the second floor. Her expression filled with confusion. Repugnant scum pirates. No ships will be sold to such disgusting pirates here. What do you intend to do by barging into someone else's home? Just then, a man in a black suit, wearing glasses, approached them. His peculiar manner of adjusting his glasses with his palm was particularly odd. Kiribatel? Koya inquired. Who are you? Luffy asked in a low, gravelly voice, keeping his head down. Since when did a repugnant pirate have the audacity to question me? But I suppose it's fine to inform you. My name is Kiribatel, the steward of this residence. The bespectacled man said disdainfully. No, you are deceiving us. Luffy insisted, still not lifting his gaze. You are a pirate as well. I can hear it in your heart. Ha ha. How could I possibly be a pirate? I despise pirates more than anything. The man adjusted his glasses, though he felt a flicker of unease at Luffy's words. I remember now. KB, who had been intensely staring at the bespectacled man, suddenly exclaimed, You look very familiar. Aren't you the pirate Kuro who was captured by Monka 3 years ago? Upon hearing the name Kuro, the man's pupils narrowed in shock. He hadn't expected anyone to recognize him after all this time. But as a pirate known for his intelligence, Kuro quickly regained his composure. I don't know what you're talking about, but as you said, that pirate was captured by Monka, wasn't he? But KB's words were cut off as Kuro interrupted. There is no but. Now please leave. This place does not welcome disgusting pirates. And Usopp, do not disturb Miss Koya any further. KB, what did you just say? Kuro. Usopp jumped down from the branch, puzzled. Indeed, it is Kuro. I don't know why, but this man before us bears an uncanny resemblance to that pirate. But wasn't he that pirate already captured by Monka? KB scratched his head, slightly perplexed. Stop lying. Luffy pressed down his hat, declaring, You are undoubtedly Kuro, though I am uncertain how you managed to convince the Navy that you were captured. However, when you heard the name Kuro, your heart responded to it. What are you babbling about heart responses? My name is not Kuro. It is Kiribatel, the steward here, Kuro asserted, pushing his glasses with his palm. Nami's eyes widened in realization at Kuro's gesture, as if recalling something. KB, do you remember what weapon Kuro used? Nami asked gravely. The 10-finger claw blade, why? KB replied. Confused. Kuro, if I'm not mistaken, you just push your glasses with your palm. Nami's expression turned tense. aware that this was a man whose bounty had reached 17 million, just 3 million less than Arlong 3 years ago. What's wrong with pushing glasses with my palm? Usopp looked at Nami in confusion, as Kiribatel had been doing this for quite some time. But how would he push glasses if he were wielding a 10-finger claw blade? Nami stated gravely, "Are you suggesting?" Kabi was left speechless, staring at Kuro, who quickly grasped the implication. "What are you all talking about? What heart response? I want to allow you to slander Kiribatel." Koya shouted from the second floor. How could Kiribatel possibly be a pirate? Kabi and Nami exchanged puzzled glances, as if to say, "It's so obvious. How can you not see it? You are not a good person." Luffy suddenly exclaimed in anger, for he had discerned the truth. This pirate named Kuro had murdered Koya's parents to seize their inheritance. "Someone like you is beyond redemption." "Shave!" Luffy shouted, his feet rapidly pounding the ground. In an instant, he vanished, leaving behind only a shattered patch of earth. Luffy reappeared before Kuro, deciding that such a person was not worthy of mercy. He delivered a powerful punch to Kuro's abdomen, catching him off guard and sending him crashing through the wall into the villa. "Kiribatel!" Koya gasped in shock, just when she thought Kuro had sustained severe injuries. A voice emerged from within the villa. "Why must you come to ruin my plans?" Suddenly, Kuro emerged, brandishing the 10-finger claw blade, slowly walking out from the villa. The aura of a pirate surged forth from him instantaneously as he pushed up his glasses with his palm, standing there with an imposing terror. Apart from Luffy and Natsu, the others were astounded by the overwhelming presence emanating from Kuro. Truly, he is a pirate. Zoro instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the timid trio of Kobe, Nami, and Usopp huddled fearfully behind Natsu. Clabaddle? Kaya covered her mouth in disbelief, gazing at the 10-fingered claw knife in Kuro's hand, recalling his earlier gesture of adjusting his glasses. Even a fool could discern that something was amiss. "You are indeed Kuro, a pirate with a bounty of 17 million. What could be your purpose in acting as a butler here?" Natsu inquired with keen interest. "Speak quickly. Why have you appeared at Kaya's home? What are your intentions toward her?" Usopp also peeked out from behind Natsu. Just then, a voice rang out, asking, "What's all this noise? What on earth is happening?" A man with horns on his head emerged, accompanied by several bodyguards, standing beside Kuro in inquiry. "Watch out!" Usopp shouted loudly. However, it was too late. Kuro swiftly swung his arms, and in mere moments, several flashes of blades sliced through the air. The sounds of steel-piercing flesh echoed repeatedly as the Hornman and his bodyguards collapsed to the ground, their lives hanging in the balance, blood streaming from their bodies. "Mary!" Kaya exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth as tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Why did you have to appear today?" Kuro's face darkened as he muttered. "It was just one day away. My plan was on the verge of success. Why must you appear today? In that case, you shall all perish here." With that, Kuro lunged at Luffy, his claw knife poised to strike. Given Luffy's earlier speed and forceful punch, Kuro did not dare to underestimate him and launched a full-force attack from the outset. Yet Luffy remained still, seemingly oblivious to Kuro's actions. Just as the claw knife was about to descend upon Luffy, he finally moved. His arm darkened, effortlessly grasping the claw knife. "Armament Haki," Zoro noted to himself. Having understood the significance of Haki through Natsu's explanation, yet time was short, and he had not yet commenced his training in Haki. "What?" Kuro exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that his attack had been so easily caught and perplexed by the darkened arm that had captured his claw knife. Moreover, despite his efforts to withdraw the knife, it remained immovable. "Is that all the strength you possess?" Luffy remarked casually. "How infuriating. To think you would underestimate me." Kuro, angered by the remark, exerted even greater force to pull back his claw knife. Thud! Unexpectedly, Luffy let go, causing Kuro to fall unceremoniously to the ground. "You little brat. You tricked me." Kuro's face flushed with rage. "D!" Kuro roared, rapidly swinging his arms and relentlessly attacking Luffy. Yet, Luffy merely sidestepped or dodged, never once being struck by Kuro's assaults. "You are far too weak," Luffy declared, delivering a swift kick that sent Kuro flying. "Zofust!" Zoro marveled at Luffy's movements. Though he could have countered Kuro's attacks, he could never do so with such ease. Luffy appeared to be playing, further elevating Zoro's estimation of his strength. How could he possibly be this powerful? Kuro gritted his teeth, turning in fury as he exclaimed, "You are forcing my hand." With that, Kuro drew a pistol from behind and fired a shot into the sky. Instantly, a red meteor soared upwards, exploding in the air. "This is bad. He is calling for reinforcements." Kobe exclaimed anxiously. Luffy and Natsu observed his actions quietly, showing no inclination to intervene. You will regret this. The Zhangao will unleash a massacre upon this village upon seeing my signal. Kuro pushed up his glasses, grinning wickedly. What? Usopp's pupils dilated in shock, exclaiming, No, I must stop them. With that, Usopp rushed forward. Natsu, you all go help him. I will handle things here. Luffy instructed. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Natsu and the others turned to pursue Usopp. Show me all your abilities, or I shall send you flying, Luffy warned. You are forcing my hand. I cannot control this move. After saying this, Kuro stepped back, taking a deep breath, his hands hanging limply by his sides, his gaze becoming vacant. He appeared to fall into a deep slumber. Suddenly, a menacing aura erupted from his body, growing ever more intense. Spoon. With a swift utterance, Kuro's figure vanished from sight. The sound of air being cut echoed as he swiftly moved, leaving claw marks on the ground, tree trunks, and the walls of nearby villas in an instant. Kaya, standing on the second floor, widened her eyes in shock. He disappeared? Kaya wondered aloud, only to soon spot several massive claw marks on the ground beside Luffy. Be careful. Just as she feared Luffy would be harmed, she witnessed him merely throwing a punch forward, causing Kuro's figure to reappear in her line of sight. At that moment, Kuro, resembling a boiled shrimp, hunched over in agony, disbelief filling his eyes as he stared at Luffy. How could this be? You actually hit me while I was in spoon mode. You are too weak, Luffy stated nonchalantly, then struck Kuro once more, sending him hurtling away like a shooting star. Having completed this, Luffy quickly pursued the direction of Natsu and the others. Soon, he arrived where Natsu and the others were, and the ground lay strewn with countless pirates, Zoro, Kobe, and Usopp also bearing their fair share of injuries, clearly indicating that the battle had concluded. The group soon returned to Kaya's villa. At that moment, Kaya anxiously tended to Mary and the bodyguard's wounds. Though Kuro's claw knife had inflicted several cuts, fortunately, they were not deep, merely causing some bleeding, and there was no danger to their lives. You're back. What about those pirates? Kaya asked, her expression filled with concern as she looked at Luffy and the others. It's all right now, Kaya. They have already been defeated by Captain Usopp. Although Usopp's face was already bruised and battered, he managed to utter these words with a rare touch of charm. That's wonderful, Koya exclaimed. To her surprise, Clabatel was indeed a pirate. She felt a sense of gratitude towards them that was difficult to express. This is simple. Zoro, who was polishing his sword nearby, remarked, We still do not have our own pirate ship. His words were exceedingly clear, and both Luffy and Natsu looked at Zoro in astonishment, seemingly questioning the directness of his statement. A pirate ship? Koya's face lit up with a sweet smile as she declared, I know how to thank you. Half an hour later, on the eastern coast of Xylob village. So cool, Luffy exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy at the sight of the vessel before him. Before them lay a swift sailing ship, featuring a triangular sail on the main mast and a central rudder, with a ram's head adorning the bow. The ship was equipped with 4 cannons, one at the front, aimed forward, one at the rear, and 2 on either side. Wow! Nami's eyes gleamed with delight as she exclaimed, a swift sailing ship. At last, they had their own pirate vessel. Zoro, gripping his sword, could not suppress his excitement and remarked, Natsu, you must teach me haki now. Of course. Natsu replied with a resigned nod. Luffy and his companions stood on the shore, eagerly assessing the swift sailing ship. Suddenly, Mary descended from the vessel. I designed this ship for myself, but Miss Koya has decided to gift it to you. The butler, Mary, introduced the ship with a smile. This is a swift sailing ship with a triangular sail on the main mast and a central rudder. I named her the Golden Mary. She measures 21 meters in length, 7 meters in width, and 15 meters in height. Although she is a small sailing ship, she is fully equipped with a living room, a boy's room, a girl's room, a restroom, a shower, and an ammunition depot. As the saying goes, though the sparrow is small, it possesses all vital organs. This ship is simply magnificent. Does Koya truly wish to give it to us? Luffy excitedly rubbed the ram's head of the Mary. Of course, Koya replied gently, her sweet smile radiating warmth. If it weren't for you, I might not be here today, so please accept this ship. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to repay you. That's amazing. I have decided that this will be my special seat from now on, Luffy joyfully proclaimed as he sat atop the ram's head of the Mary. Thank you so much, Miss Koya. Natsu also smiled at Koya in gratitude. In the past, Natsu would have been indifferent to such a pirate ship. After all, during his time on Sky Island, his grandfather was the head of the Chinese government, and he could have whatever he desired. However, after spending so long in Windmill Village, he had come to understand the cost of living in this world. Moreover, given that ships were a form of hard currency in this world, essential for travel, it was clear that such a brand new vessel held significant value. Are you all ready? Luffy suddenly stood on the ram's head, adjusting his hat and calling out loudly. Oh! Natsu, Zoro, and the others responded in unison. They boarded the ship in preparation to set sail. Just as they were about to hoist the sails and depart, a shrill cry for help echoed down from the hillside. Following that, a massive black sphere rolled down and came to a halt after crashing against some rocks. What is that? Nami raised an eyebrow, puzzled. To their surprise, Usopp, battered and bruised, crawled out from beneath the black sphere, revealing that it was, in fact, his luggage. A few minutes later, Usopp finally emerged, wearing overalls as he approached Koya. So you're finally setting sail, Usopp? Koya's face displayed a bittersweet expression, though it seemed she had anticipated this moment. Yes, Usopp replied, scratching his head awkwardly, aware that this was one of the last moments he would share with Koya. I must seize the opportunity to set sail before I have regrets. He understood his timid nature. It had taken him considerable resolve to make this decision. Had it not been for meeting Luffy and learning about his father's whereabouts, he would not have found the courage to commit so soon. However, after encountering Luffy, his determination had grown even stronger. Enough chatter, Usopp. Zoro, leaning against the railing with a smile, urged, hurry aboard. We are about to depart. I am in search of comrades to become a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp, feigning bravado, expressed his eagerness to board, despite his heart yearning for it. We are already comrades, are we not? Natsu smiled. Right, Luffy? Absolutely. Usopp, come aboard. I believe your father would be proud to see you on my ship. Luffy joyously called from the bow of the ship. Usopp paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, since you all are so sincere in your invitation. Isupens ishal begrudgingly come aboard. Ha ha ha. From now on, I shall be the captain of your ship. Usopp declared proudly, unaware that Luffy stood directly behind him, exuding an ominous aura as he whispered, I hear you intend to usurp my captaincy? With a crackling sound, Luffy's bones popped ominously. Wait, Luffy, I was just joking. Usopp found himself pinned to the ground, receiving a thorough beating from Luffy. Wait, don't hit me, Luffy. I was wrong. Just don't hit my brother. I was wrong. I will never claim to be captain again. In an instant, Usopp's cries reverberated throughout the island. Hee. Koya stifled a laugh at the sight. Moments later, Usopp emerged with several bumps on his head, appearing quite comical. After bidding farewell to Koya, Usopp turned to board the Mary. Usopp, Koya suddenly called out as she watched him leave. What is it? Usopp turned, puzzled, but before he could say more, a graceful figure leaped into his embrace. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Koya. Feeling her softness and the sweet fragrance emanating from her hair, Usopp's face visibly reddened. Oh, witnessing the scene, even Nami couldn't help but tease. It was unclear what Koya whispered to Usopp, but after releasing him, he walked stiffly onto the Mary, as if he were a steam engine about to burst. Impressive. Usopp, you can even activate Gear Second. Luffy teased. Goodbye. Koya waved energetically, watching the Golden Mary sail away. The gentle sea breeze caressed the ship, while the waves hurriedly retreated. It was none other than the Golden Mary, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing surf. Zoro, hurry up. Have you not eaten? Shouted Natsu from the stern. KB, I've already had Zoro pull you along for a swim. Can you not exert a bit of effort? The voice of Natsu echoed from the back of the ship. Is he a demon? Usopp weakly pointed at Natsu, who stood at the ship's rear. This is too terrifying, right? The Golden Mary continued its journey toward the next island. Natsu had tied Zoro and KB together with a rope and tossed them into the sea, compelling them to swim alongside the Mary. Zoro was in a worse predicament. KB, being too weak, could hardly keep up with the speed of the Mary, so Zoro had to drag him along. Each time they seemed to lag behind, Natsu would conjure a massive fireball and hurl it towards Zoro and KB. You call this training? No problem, Luffy said nonchalantly while picking his nose. When my grandpa trained us, it was much harder than this. I vaguely remember that when I was 7, I declared my ambition to become the Pirate King, and my grandpa overheard. He muttered something about that despicable Shanks teaching my grandson to aspire to be like Roger. No way, I must pull him back. Thus, I found myself either thrown off a cliff or receiving a good thrashing during training. That time, I nearly died. Usopp was nearly dumbfounded upon hearing this. What are you mumbling about, Usopp? Do you also wish to join in the training? Natsu grinned mischievously at Usopp. No, No. I'm a sniper. I'll pass on physical training. Usopp quickly declined, aware of his own frail physique. If subjected to Natsu's training, he would surely perish. Nami. At that moment, Usopp spotted Nami emerging and rushed over as if he had found a savior. Are they all monsters, or what? Usopp grumbled. Don't mind them. Nami, reclining on a sunbed, comfortably basked in the sun. You'll get used to it. This ship is filled with monsters. Captain Luffy, who consumed the gum-gum fruit. Vice Captain Natsu, who consumed the fire dragon fruit. Swordsman Zoro, who wields 3 swords. And KB, who aspires to be an admiral while aboard a pirate ship. Although KB is still quite weak, his progress is evident, and I believe he will soon become a formidable presence. Everyone, come take a look. Luffy suddenly stood up from the deck, calling out loudly while holding a flag adorned with an indecipherable design. This is my pirate flag. What do you think? Luffy excitedly waved his hand-drawn banner. Are you saying this is our pirate flag? Nami blinked as she pointed at the flag. Indeed, it's quite nice, isn't it? Luffy, upon hearing this, began to admire his own creation. It seemed he was quite pleased with his abstract depiction. Don't pull me. I want to get off the ship. Zoro, who had just climbed aboard, immediately attempted to leap off upon seeing Luffy's pirate flag. Fortunately, KB managed to grab hold of him. How embarrassing. Other pirate flags exude a powerful aura or evoke fear. And ours? Just look at Luffy's drawing. It's neither a proper skull nor something to be feared. It even looks somewhat amusing. What is this? Other pirate flags appear intimidating, while ours seems comical. No way, don't hold me back. If that flag goes up, I'll never board this ship again. Zoro struggled to jump into the sea. I've long since let go. You can jump anytime, KB remarked from a distance. Having wandered over to examine the pirate flag, clearing his throat, Zoro awkwardly coughed twice, straightened his clothes, and muttered, perhaps a revision wouldn't hurt. However, Luffy's flag definitely needs to be altered. Have you thought a name for our pirate crew? Zoro inquired of Usopp. A name for the pirate crew? Luffy immediately ceased his nonsensical demeanor. He took off his hat and declared, I've long considered this hat to hold special significance for me. Thus, our pirate crew shall be named the Straw Hat Pirates. Usopp nodded, acknowledging Luffy as the captain. However, with the name settled, Usopp continued, since we have a name for the crew, we must design a pirate flag that reflects our crew's identity. Reflect our identity? Luffy scratched his head, clearly struggling with the concept, as thinking was not his forte. How about adding a straw hat to the skull? Natsu suggested. That sounds feasible. Nami agreed. Certainly, it was a significant improvement over Luffy's previous abstract creation. Both Luffy and Zoro nodded in agreement. As long as it involved Luffy's hat, there would be no objections. All right, a straw hat atop the skull? Let me demonstrate the prowess of Usopp, the great writer. I excel at drawing, Usopp exclaimed, suddenly producing a brush and paint from who knows where, and began illustrating on the pirate flag. Finally, after much effort, Usopp stood proudly, presenting his creation to the group. Before them was a flag with a black background and a white skull adorned with a straw hat. Indeed, this is far superior to Luffy's drawing, Zoro remarked bluntly. What? My drawing was quite good. Luffy pouted, but his expression revealed that he was nonetheless fond of the new pirate flag. All right, from now on, I shall use this flag, Luffy declared, holding the pirate flag aloft and shouting, the Straw Hat Pirates are officially established. Oh, however, Luffy, since the crew is officially formed, shouldn't we introduce ourselves? Natsu suddenly suggested. Sure. The group then gathered in a circle. I am Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. I am Monkey D. Natsu, vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. I am Roronoa Zoro, combat captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. I am Nami, navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. I am Usopp, sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates. I am KB, temporary member of the Straw Hat Pirates. They placed their hands together and shouted in unison. The Straw Hat Pirates are officially established. Amidst the jubilant cheers, the Straw Hat Pirates were born. Observing Luffy, Usopp, and Natsu frolicking together, Nami shook her head in amusement. Is this what it means to have comrades? How wonderful, Nami murmured, reclining comfortably on her sunbed. Basking in the sun, accompanied by the warmth of the sun and the sounds of Luffy and his friends playing, Nami sweetly drifted off to sleep. Quickly come help me serve the dishes, and remember to call Nua Seagow back for dinner. Belmere shouted from the kitchen towards Nami in the hall. Coming, Mama. Nami rushed into the kitchen, nearly tripping along the way. The scene shifted. My mother doesn't like me at all. Why must I always wear Nua Seagow's clothes? Nami cried as she slammed the door and ran out. Before long, the rain began to pour heavily, and Belmere anxiously searched for Nami. The scene changed again. A colossal pirate ship shattered the tranquility of the village, wreaking havoc as they pillaged and burned. They demanded that every adult pay 100,000 berries and every child 50,000 berries. Belmere gathered every last bit of her savings to reach that 100,000 berries. So, will you choose death or life? Arlong said menacingly, pointing a gun at Belmere's head. I choose to let these two children live. Nuasi Gao Nami, I love you both. Bang! Thud! Before Belmere could finish her sentence, the deafening gunshot echoed in Nami's ears. Once again, the most despairing moment replayed in her mind. The bullet pierced through Belmere's head, and Nami could only helplessly watch as Belmere's eyes gradually lost their light. Ah! Arlong! Belmere! Arlong! Arlong! Ah! Nami! Nami! Wake up! Suddenly, a beam of light, accompanied by urgent calls, pulled Nami from her dark memories. Luffy! Natsu! Zoro! Kobe! Usopp! Nami opened her eyes to see her companions anxiously looking at her. Nami, what's wrong? You look like you're in pain. Luffy exclaimed worriedly. And who is Arlong? You kept calling his name. This. Nami hesitated, unsure whether to speak. After spending time together, she realized she had grown fond of this atmosphere, truly considering the Straw Hat Pirates as her companions. Because of this, she was uncertain whether to drag them into her troubles. After all, Arlong was the most terrifying figure in her heart. He was a fishman. Just say it, Nami. Aren't we companions? Natsu said earnestly, gazing at her. All right, you should recognize this emblem. Nami revealed the tattoo of Arlong's pirate crew on her left shoulder. This is Luffy's character made it impossible for him to remember details about those he did not care for. This is the emblem of the Arlong pirates, Zoro remarked, looking at the tattoo on Nami's shoulder. You are one of the Arlong pirates. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. If Nami truly belonged to the Arlong pirates, what could be her intentions in approaching their crew? What matters is that Nami is our companion. She is my navigator. Luffy suddenly broke the silence. Luffy. Nami looked at him with gratitude, then slowly recounted her experiences. This happened, that happened. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Luffy pressed his straw hat firmly against his head, his expression darkening. Natsu radiated heat like a furnace, the air around them seeming to warp under the intensity. Zoro sat on the ground, silently polishing his sword. Kobe appeared lost in thought. His usual timid demeanor vanished without a trace. Even the most cowardly Usopp took out his bag of tricks, busily crafting ammunition. Observing the somber mood, Nami lowered her head in disappointment. After all, Arlong was a fishman. Opposing him could mean death. But then she raised her head cheerfully, thinking, it is for the best that they are too afraid to confront him. This way, they would not perish, and my savings are nearly sufficient to buy back the village. Nami, Luffy, gripping his straw hat, quietly asked, do you really believe that Arlong will keep his promise? He will. Besides, I have almost saved enough money. Soon, I will buy back the village. Nami replied with a smile. Arlong will not keep his promise. Natsu asserted. He will. After all, I am a member of the Arlong pirates. He will certainly honor his word. Nami clung to this hope as if it were a lifeline, firmly believing that Arlong would fulfill his promise. Deep down, she knew Arlong's character. He was indeed likely to default, but this was her only hope. Even if you buy back the village, do not forget that Arlong is a pirate. He could just take it back. Natsu continued. I will help you defeat Arlong. Luffy said darkly. No, you cannot possibly defeat Arlong. He is a fishman. His strength is 10 times that of a human. You will die. Nami exclaimed anxiously. If that's the case, then I will leave the Straw Hat Pirates. This way, we will have no ties, and you won't have to get involved. Besides, you are the most disgusting pirates I despise. My affairs are none of your concern. I could buy back the village myself. Nami fought back her tears, but they streamed down her face as she cried out, awe. Luffy, help me. Nami understood that Arlong would never uphold his promise. This was merely her only motivation to survive. She had finally encountered companions she could trust. Upon hearing this, Luffy said nothing, but silently placed his straw hat on Nami's head. Luffy moved to the center of the Mary, fists raised towards the sky. Of course. Are we not companions? Luffy. Nami laughed and cried as she watched him, whispering to herself. Hey, everyone, is anyone okay with our navigator being bullied? Luffy shouted loudly, raising his hand. No. The group responded in unison. What should we do if someone bullies our navigator? Luffy continued. We will burn him to ashes. Natsu said. instantly conjuring a massive fireball, the flames swirling with pent-up energy seeking release. Feeling the terrifying energy emanating from the fireball, everyone shuddered, some silently mourning Arlong. Fortunately, Natsu quickly dispelled the flames. Whoever dares to bully our navigator shall be torn to pieces. Just in time, my blade is sharpened, Zoro said, polishing his sword one last time before sheathing it. My ammunition is also ready. Usopp added angrily. Even if I die, I will never allow that man to bully Nami again. Kobe, with his chubby face, revealed a fierce determination for the first time. As Nami gazed emotionally at the few individuals before her, a sudden, resounding voice pierced the heightened atmosphere. Apologies, Nami, I'm famished, exclaimed Luffy, raising his hand and looking adorably at her. With a chuckle, Nami wiped her tears and affectionately ruffled Luffy's hair. Then, placing the straw hat back on his head, she stood up, declaring, yes, yes, yes. I shall prepare your meal right away. Great, Luffy responded joyfully, raising his hand in enthusiasm. However, just then, he sensed a chill creeping down his back and stiffly turned his head. To his astonishment, Natsu, Zoro, Usopp, and even Kobe were glaring at him with fiery eyes, exclaiming, "Could you not ruin the atmosphere like this, you idiot? Stop hitting my face." Luffy cried out as Natsu and the others began to pummel him. Soon, Nami emerged from the ship's cabin, carrying a plate of fried rice, and placed it before Luffy, saying, "Speaking of which, Luffy, shouldn't we find a chef? Although I can cook a little, after all, I'm a navigator." Indeed, Luffy, aside from a chef, are there any other crewmates you wish to recruit? Natsu pondered, stroking his chin. I want to find a musician. How can the Pirate King's ship be without a music festival? Luffy exclaimed with delight. What else is there? Natsu inquired. After all, a pirate crew requires more than just us. Huh? This is so hard. It hurts my head. Isn't a musician enough? Luffy responded, somewhat exasperated. Forget it. Let me take the lead. Natsu shook his head, resigned, and said, a pirate crew needs at least a navigator, which we already have. In addition to a chef, a doctor, a shipwright, and a helmsman. Then it's settled. But we must also include a musician. Luffy remarked nonchalantly while digging in his nose. Yet, we should prioritize finding a chef first. I'm tired of Nami's cooking, Luffy stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Natsu, Zoro, and the others were taken aback by Luffy's audacity to claim he was weary of Nami's meals. Is that so? Nami's voice echoed eerily from behind Luffy. At that moment, Natsu and the others instinctively distanced themselves from him. After all, Nami was quite the force. Despite lacking haki, she was incredibly swift when angered, and her strikes felt as though they were infused with the might of a top-tier haki user. Even Luffy, having consumed the gum-gum fruit and transformed into a rubber man, could not withstand Nami's blows. As soon as Luffy heard her voice, he dared not turn his head, cold sweat cascading down his forehead like a waterfall. He was well acquainted with Nami in this state. The last time he inadvertently angered her, his formidable haki defense was utterly useless, and he was promptly beaten into submission. Moments later, Luffy found himself with a comically swollen head, sincerely apologizing to Nami. So, are we to focus on finding chef now? Nami inquired. First, let us deal with Arlong, Natsu asserted. Indeed, addressing Arlong is of utmost importance. Zoro leaned against the railing, adding, That's fine. On the way to Kokushia village. There's a place where we might find the chef Luffy desires. Nami mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Oh, where is it? Luffy, intrigued by the mention of a chef, leaned in closer. The floating restaurant bar tie, Nami announced. The floating restaurant bar tie. The others exclaimed in unison, unable to contain their astonishment. Do you know it? Nami countered. No. They all shook their heads. It's a restaurant established by pirates who no longer wish to be pirates. It is said to have the most formidable chefs in the East Blue, Nami recounted, carefully recalling her memories. Incredible. The most formidable chef. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. I've decided I want that most formidable chef to become our companion, Luffy declared with enthusiasm. Observing this scene, Nami could only shake her head, resigned, as Luffy was once again acting on his own whims. And I too, she thought, realizing Luffy had always insisted on her being his partner without any regard for her input. Zoro and Nami exchanged knowing glances, feeling a shared sense of camaraderie in their plight. However, since Luffy was the captain, once he set his sights on something, their next destination was determined. The floating restaurant bar tie, with the goal of finding a chef for the Straw Hat Pirates. Thanks to Nami's exceptional navigation skills, the Going Merry swiftly set sail towards their destination. The sea breeze was somewhat tumultuous, churning the surface into waves upon waves. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Going Merry, Natsu stood before Usopp, Nami, Zoro, and Kobe. Yes, you read that correctly. Nami had also joined in the training. As she put it, she wished to personally take on a few fishmen. The Marine Six Styles, a martial art originally developed by the world government's navy, possessed remarkable power. If mastered to perfection, it could even restore one's vitality. Like this, Natsu proclaimed, beginning his demonstration. To everyone's astonishment, his hair moved as if it possessed a life of its own, responding to Natsu's will. Your hair can move, Usopp exclaimed in shock. After all, in his understanding, hair was akin to a lifeless object. Cutting it would not hurt, and could not be controlled. Yet here was Natsu, effortlessly commanding his own hair. After demonstrating the life restoration technique, Natsu continued the Marine Six Styles. As the name implies, consists of 6 techniques: iron block, paper drawing, finger gun, moonwalk, storm leg, and soru. These 6 techniques encompass offense, defense, evasion, and mobility. Thus, mastering them would be immensely beneficial to you. Firstly, iron block. As the name suggests, it involves hardening one's body to be as unyielding as iron. The principle lies in accelerating blood flow and muscle movement to achieve a steel-like hardness, enabling one to withstand blades and bullets. As he spoke, Natsu concentrated, and his entire form suddenly took on a more angular appearance. Indeed, he is quite rigid, his muscles bulged, and his appearance became sharply defined, as though sculpted by a craftsman. What do you think? Care to give it a try? Natsu confidently proposed, a vague smile gracing his lips as he regarded the group. The strength of iron block varies for each individual, dependent on their physical constitution. The stronger one's body, the greater the strength achieved with iron block. Even the iron block used by CP9 in the original work required Zoro and Luffy as utmost effort to break through. However, Natsu now possessed strength nearing that of an admiral, making his iron block impenetrable, even for Zoro and the others, no matter how hard they tried. I'll give it a go. As Zoro heard this, his eyes lit up immediately, and he swiftly assumed the stance of the three-sword style, clearly preparing to unleash a powerful attack. After all, Zoro was filled with resentment. During this period, Natsu's training had been nothing short of terrifying, and Zoro had longed to deliver a good beating to Natsu. Now, with such an opportune moment at hand, how could Zoro possibly let it slip away? Moments later, a series of sparks erupted in the air with each strike. Zoro's long sword relentlessly struck Natsu, the clash of his muscular arms and the blade resonating throughout the space. You bastard. Though uncertain if he could breach Natsu's defenses, the sheer thrill of being able to strike without resistance was exhilarating. Zoro continued to unleash the fury within him, his slashes relentless, the sounds of metal clashing filling the air. However, as Zoro's anger subsided, he observed that his attacks were merely glancing off Natsu's defenses as if striking steel. His pupils contracted in surprise. He had not anticipated that, even without using armament hockey, he could not break through Natsu's guard. This realization ignited a silent vow within Zoro to train even harder, as he began to understand the vast gulf between himself and true power. With gritted teeth, Zoro adjusted his technique, focusing his strikes on a single point, causing sparks to erupt explosively. Meanwhile, Nami gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Is this really a block of iron? Even Arlong could not disregard blade, could he? Nami felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. After all, Natsu's displayed strength had nearly eclipsed the Arlong she remembered. It was the fear instilled in her since childhood that had kept her in dread of Arlong. Incredible. KB's eyes widened. Zoro, you must keep it up. This guy ISNT, even using his full strength. Lying atop the sheep's head, Luffy twisted his head at an odd angle, watching Zoro on the deck with a smile. Damn it, Zoro muttered under his breath, quickening his movements. Just then, 2 faint sounds echoed from the side of the ship. Everyone focused their gaze to discover a climbing hook. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Usopp suddenly snapped to attention, realizing this was typically a tool used for boarding vessels. We are being attacked. Oh! Natsu raised an eyebrow, having sensed 2 individuals of mediocre strength near the Mary. One of them emanated an extremely weak aura, as if on the brink of death. He could hardly believe that such weaklings dared to attempt to rob the Straw Hat Pirates. Damn pirates! You shall pay. With that, a figure scaled the deck of the Golden Mary using the hook. This person bore a tattoo of the character for C on his face and wore sunglasses. Boom! Usopp released his slingshot, launching a projectile that detonated violently upon contact with the man. In the next moment, the sunglasses-wearing man collapsed onto the deck. How could this be? Natsu had encountered novices before, but never had he met one so unaware of their own ineptitude. Their weak strength was one thing, but their lack of intelligence was truly baffling. At that moment, Zoro, having sheathed his sword, suddenly recalled something. Aren't you Johnny? Ah, the man on the deck. Now realizing Zoro's presence, exclaimed, Zoro bro. Johnny sprang to his feet, his face a mask of disbelief as he approached Zoro. Zoro bro, how are you on a pirate ship? Zoro, slightly bewildered, did not respond directly but countered, weren't you supposed to be with Joseph? Why are you alone? Where's Joseph? Joseph? Zoro's mention of the name caused Johnny to wilt like a frostbitten plant. Zoro bro, Joseph. Johnny's voice trembled with a sob. Zoro bro, you need to come with me. He then led Zoro to the edge of the Mary, where a small boat was anchored alongside. Inside lay a man with a pale complexion, bearing the character for thief tattooed on his face. Zoro's heart sank as he observed Joseph lying motionless, his face ashen. Could it be? Zoro was taken aback to see his subordinate in such a state after just a short time apart. The others, upon seeing Joseph in the small boat, presumed him to be dead, and a somber atmosphere enveloped them. Just as Zoro feared the worst about Joseph, Johnny's downcast expression broke the silence. Joseph is ill. In an instant, the deck fell silent, as if a flock of crows had passed overhead. Zoro had prepared 1,000 words of comfort, only to swallow them back, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Minutes later, with Zoro's assistance, Joseph was lifted onto the deck of the Golden Mary, gasping for breath, his complexion still pale, and his eyes devoid of life, clearly in grave condition. Johnny recounted how Joseph had initially been fine, but began to deteriorate over the past few days, even losing consciousness several times. His teeth have fallen out, and his wounds won't heal. He keeps bleeding. I don't know what to do. Zoro felt overwhelmed. Although he had been at sea for a considerable time, tending to the sick was not his forte. Natsu and Luffy, having just set sail, were equally at a loss. Do you really know nothing about maritime ailments? Nami examined Joseph's condition closely and, after a moment, stated with resignation, he has scurvy. Don't you understand? Scurvy. Luffy suddenly interjected, confused. Isn't that a serious condition if the blood is bad? It's not a grave illness, Nami replied, shaking her head in frustration. It's simply a result of prolonged time at sea without adequate vitamins. We just need to find some citrus to replenish his vitamins. A few days of rest will suffice. Really? Johnny looked at Nami, doubt evident in his eyes, but upon seeing her nod, he leapt for joy. That's wonderful. A few minutes later, having been given some citrus, Joseph was moved to a shaded area to rest. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates gathered together for a discussion. We hadn't previously considered nutritional issues, but Joseph's condition has served as a timely reminder, Nami remarked seriously. Luffy's goal is to become the Pirate King, which means we will need to be prepared for long voyages at sea. Thus, we must contemplate the issue of nutrition, otherwise, before we confront our foes, we may disintegrate from within. Nami spoke to the group with a serious demeanor. Though scurvy is merely an oddity, it has nonetheless garnered the attention of the Straw Hat Pirates, for this is no trivial matter. Therefore, a cook is indispensable. Even if we cannot find one at the sea restaurant Bartai, we must seek one elsewhere to continue our journey. All right, Luffy, rarely serious, put aside his usual carefree demeanor. After all, he had witnessed Joseph's state and understood the gravity of the situation. Despite the minor interruption, the Going Merry continued its course toward the sea restaurant. Zoro and the others resumed their training. 2 days later, in the East Sea, the Skypiea archipelago, a massive vessel, resembling a giant goldfish, lay quietly anchored on the surface of the sea, flanked by 2 enormous wooden platforms. Incredible! How grand! Luffy, filled with excitement, dashed to the bow of the ship. This big fish must be delicious when roasted. Fool! That's not a fish. It's a ship, Zoro lamented, covering his face. What? Can't we eat it? Upon hearing that it was inedible, Luffy's enthusiasm waned. Let us go. This is the sea restaurant, Nami said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Luffy regained his spirits, murmuring about going to the sea restaurant. Just then, a loud noise erupted, and a naval warship squeezed between the Going Merry and the sea restaurant. The Going Merry was instantly knocked adrift. A naval warship? Kobe's eyes widened in shock. Damn it! Zoro narrowed his eyes, unpleasant memories flooding back. These annoying guys again. Why are they everywhere? How can we encounter the Navy here? Nami looked at the warship with a headache, for naval presence at the sea restaurant was quite rare. given that it was owned by pirates. At that moment, a man with pink hair and brass knuckles, leaning against the railing, loudly declared, "I am Lieutenant Iron Fist Hoppity of the Navy headquarters. I have never seen such a pirate flag. Who is your captain? State your name." "Iron Fist." Luffy looked at the man with curiosity, as he had directly addressed their captain. He stepped forward, intrigued. "You say you're Iron Fist?" "Ha ha. Indeed, I am Iron Fist Hoppity. I never imagined my fame had spread so far. I can't believe someone in this small East Sea recognizes me." Hoppity assumed Luffy was inquiring out of admiration and struck a pose he deemed impressive, though it appeared rather absurd against his sleazy appearance. Luffy suddenly burst into laughter on the deck of the Going Merry, as if recalling something amusing. "What are you laughing at? Are you insulting me?" Hoppity, seeing Luffy laugh without restraint, slammed his fist against the railing in anger. No. Luffy quickly clarified that he was not mocking him. "I just thought of something amusing. Next time I see my grandfather, I must tell him that there's a trashy Navy officer in the East Sea with the same title." "That's fine." Hoppity's anger diminished upon hearing Luffy's explanation, but as Luffy continued, Hoppity's fury reignited. "You dare call me trash? What of it?" Luffy replied with a sardonic smile. "Damn it. I will kill you. Fire." Hoppity shouted furiously, and a cannonball shot forth from the warship. Boom! Clang! With the sound of swords unsheathing, Zoro sliced the cannonball in half. "You dare attack my friends? I'm furious." Luffy's gaze sharpened upon witnessing Hoppity order the warship to fire upon his companions. A surge of Conqueror's haki erupted from him, and Hoppity felt a gust of wind pass by. Just as he was about to respond, he lost consciousness and collapsed. Thud! Thud! Hoppity fell as if a switch had been flipped, and the surrounding Navy personnel also fell to the ground. "I'm hungry. Let us go eat." Luffy turned to his companions without glancing at the fallen sailors and marched toward the enormous fish-shaped vessel. "What just happened? Why are they all down?" Joseph and Johnny stared in shock at Luffy's retreating figure. However, no one answered their inquiries, instead following Luffy's lead, leaving Joseph and Johnny in a state of confusion. The two did not accompany Luffy onto the ship, but remained to guard the Going Merry. The Sea Restaurant Bartai is a unique establishment, renowned not only for its cuisine but also for its staff, a significant portion of whom are former pirates, leading to rather peculiar service. If the food weren't exceptionally delicious, patrons would not flock to dine there. Moreover, due to the pirate origins of the staff, the restaurant does not turn away any hungry souls. The Straw Hat Pirates, a group of 7, attracted considerable attention upon entering the restaurant. "Gentlemen," a burly man in black clothing, with a pink scarf around his neck, approached with a smile. Rubbing his hands together, "Do you have money? We do not welcome penniless folks here." Paddy grinned, though his eyes gleamed with menace. Should Luffy and his crew claim they were broke, they would be promptly thrown out. "Do we still have money, Nami?" Luffy turned to Nami for confirmation. "After stealing from Arlong, along with Buggy and the Blackbeard pirates, we should still have around 10 million berries," Nami replied, resting her chin on her hand. "Then I want meat. Having money means we're the bosses. That's the rule of our restaurant. So there's 7 of you?" Upon hearing that the Straw Hat Pirates possessed 10 million berries, Paddy's face lit up with joy, and his attitude did a complete turnaround as he respectfully beckoned the crew. "Please, esteemed guests, follow me." With Paddy's enthusiastic greeting, Nami reluctantly produced 50,000 berries. Indeed, the Sea Restaurant Bartai lived up to its reputation, delivering dishes with remarkable speed. In merely around 10 minutes, all the dishes had been served. However, at that moment, Nazi, Luffy, and Usopp stared in dismay at the golden-haired youth who was incessantly flattering Nami. "Hey, isn't it rather inappropriate for you to flirt with our navigator in front of us, a group of single men?" Though Usopp directed his inquiry toward Sanji, he emphasized the plight of their single status. Moreover, his expression radiated a smugness of having a girlfriend when they did not. "This guy is truly insufferable." The veins on Salong's forehead throbbed incessantly. "Beat him!" A voice rang out, leading to Usopp being swiftly pinned down and pummeled into the ground. "You shameless rascal! How infuriating!" Soda. Under the onslaught from Salong and the others, Usopp could only apologize, his head now resembling a bun. "This lovely lady, I wonder if my cuisine pleases your palate." Sanji paid no heed to the antics of Usopp and continued to flatter Nami. "Oh, I'm not that beautiful at all," Nami shyly replied. "Is this dish made by you?" Luffy eagerly leaned in upon hearing this. "Yes. What of it?" Sanji responded with annoyance due to Luffy's interruption. "It's incredibly delicious," Luffy praised. "Really?" Taken aback by Luffy's admiration, Sanji had initially thought Luffy was seeking to provoke him, replying with surprise, "Thank you for the compliment. You are truly remarkable. Would you consider joining my ship as my chef?" Luffy extended the invitation to Sanji. "Your ship? I'm afraid I can't leave this restaurant." Although uncertain about Luffy's invitation, Sanji resolutely declined. "Is that so? Well then." Luffy's expression dimmed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. I am the man destined to become the Pirate King. Monkey D." At that moment, an elderly, limping chef approached, his eyes widening in astonishment upon hearing Luffy's name. "I suggest you accompany him instead," the old chef advised Sanji. "You old coot." Sanji glared at the limping chef in displeasure. The man was none other than Sanji's savior and mentor, from whom Sanji learned both his leg techniques and culinary mastery. This man had safely returned from the Grand Line, known as the Red-Footed Japu. "Regardless, your cooking is subpar, and you often harass female customers, resulting in complaints about my restaurant. It would be best for you to leave, you worthless scoundrel," Japu declared disdainfully, yet internally he had made a decision. He believed that Sanji leaving with the Straw Hat Boy was the best choice. After all, that surname was not trivial. "You old fool. You want to drive me away. I shall not leave until I have earned your acknowledgement." Sanji angrily grasped Japu by the collar. Japu kicked Sanji away, grumbling, "You little bean sprout think you can earn my approval? It will take you at least 100 years. With that, Japu turned on his heel and departed. Luffy observed this scene, lost in thought, for he had heard Japu's inner voice. What about it? Did he agree? Nazi approached, patting his stomach. Although he disapproved of the golden-haired lad's lecherous behavior, his culinary skills were undeniably impressive. No, Luffy shook his head. "Shall we proceed to the next destination?" Nazi inquired. "Let us wait a moment," Luffy replied, gazing at Sanji's retreating figure. Bang! Oh, it's murder. Suddenly, a gunshot erupted outside the restaurant, and a figure entered, dragging a weary body after having slain a naval soldier, causing panic among all present. Despite his exhaustion, he feigned a brazen demeanor and boldly sat down, demanding, "Bring me some food and water. Anything will do. Just hurry." At that moment, Piety, who had initially welcomed the Straw Hat crew, approached with a servile demeanor. "Esteemed guest, I wonder if you have any money? We do not welcome the impoverished here." Upon hearing this, the weary man was incensed, aiming his pistol at Piety's head, growling, "Quit the nonsense and serve me my meal, or I'll kill you. It seems you are indeed a pauper." With each word Piety uttered, the weary man was caught off guard as he was forcefully slammed to the ground. KB and Usopp were taken aback by the scene. What the hell? What kind of restaurant is this that they slam customers to the ground? Isn't this quite amusing? Luffy chuckled. Piety, undeterred by the onlookers, unceremoniously tossed the weary man outside the restaurant. Shortly after the weary man was ejected, Sanji emerged from the kitchen with a plate of fried rice. "It seems an interesting event is about to unfold," Luffy remarked, following Sanji outside. Sanji expressionlessly placed the fried rice before the weary man, saying nonchalantly, "Go on, eat." Ajin eyed the fried rice, swallowing repeatedly, but stubbornly refused. "I don't want your charity. Take it away." Though famished, Ajin remained obstinate. Observing the defiant weary man, Sanji urged, "Stop being so stubborn. I understand what hunger feels like. I have endured hunger myself, so I know the terror of nearly starving to death. It gnaws at you like a parasite, driving you to madness. If you insist on that futile pride, your end will be starvation. Isn't it better to eat and survive?" Upon hearing Sanji's words, Ajin set aside his pride, tears streaming down his face as he devoured the fried rice without leaving a morsel. "How does it feel? Quite satisfying, isn't it?" Watching the weary man devour his meal, Sanji expressed his delight. "Thank you. This is the best meal I've ever had," Ajin gratefully exclaimed. After recovering for a while seated, he stood and introduced himself. "My name is Ajin. This is the best meal I've ever had. Thank you." "It's nothing. I merely understand the feeling of hunger." Sanji waved his hand dismissively. "Ha, you are quite the interesting fellow. Want you join me on my journey to the Grand Line?" Luffy appeared on the railing unexpectedly, wearing an amused expression. "I've already said, I will not leave this restaurant." Sanji declined once more. "Very well. Keet. If I'm not mistaken, you intend to venture to the Grand Line?" Ajin suddenly interjected. "Of course." Luffy confidently replied, "I am destined to become the Pirate King." Upon hearing this, Ajin fell into contemplation, tremors shaking his body as if recalling some terrifying experience. Keet. I advise you to reconsider. The Grand Line is nothing short of a hellish nightmare. Hell? Luffy asked, tilting his head in confusion as he looked at Akin. Indeed, it is hell. That man resembled a demon from the depths of Hades. Our ship stood no chance against him, and we could only watch helplessly as he relentlessly sank our vessel. Had it not been for the storm, we would likely have met our demise in the sea. The more Akin recalled that day, the more his body trembled with fear. That cannot be. I am destined to become the Pirate King, Luffy declared with unwavering confidence. Unable to persuade Luffy, Akin expressed his gratitude to Sanji once more before departing. After Akin left, Sanji casually tossed the dishes into the sea, mumbling to himself, "Now the old man won't find any evidence to scold me." He then turned and returned to the dining area to continue his work. Luffy was also about to head back to the dining room when Zep suddenly approached him. "Sanji is quite the character. Isn't? He certainly is an interesting fellow." Luffy nodded in agreement. "However, it seems Sanji is reluctant to join my crew," Luffy said, feeling somewhat troubled. "Leave this matter to me. His future cannot be confined by an old man like me." Zep stroked his braided brown beard before also turning back to the dining room. Hearing this, Luffy happily returned to where Natsu and the others were. "Where did you go just now, Luffy?" Natsu inquired. "Nothing much. Just wandering around," Luffy replied. "So what shall we do next? Should we head straight to Kakoja village? After all, Nami's hometown is still under Arlong's rule." Natsu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Let's wait a bit. I've already decided that I want that curly-browed fellow to be my companion," Luffy said boldly. "But isn't he unwilling?" Zoro asked, somewhat puzzled. "No waities. That old man agreed to it," Luffy replied with utmost confidence. However, Natsu wanted to say something further, but was interrupted by Nami. "It's fine, Natsu. Arlong still needs me to draw navigation charts for him. And since Kakoja village has been under his control for so long, a few more days won't matter." Natsu, upon hearing this, chose not to press the matter further. Just then, while the Straw Hat crew was still chatting, a cold wind suddenly swept across the sea. Shortly thereafter, a dilapidated, massive ship slowly approached the Baratai. "A ship? What huge vessel?" someone shouted. "The Korek pirate crew," Nami said solemnly, gazing at the flag fluttering from a ship. "After all, Captain Korek is nearly the most powerful pirate crew in the East Blue. It seems Korek and his crew hit a wall in the Grand Line," Natsu remarked, observing Luffy's shabby ship. "It appears so," Nami nodded in agreement. Soon, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Akin helped Korek, who was barely able to walk, into the dining room. Korek was in a terrible state, resembling Akin when he first arrived, clearly having gone a long time without food. His face was nearly devoid of color, and his body was gaunt, with bones visibly protruding. Despite his weakened condition, those around him still regarded Korek with terror. Though he was utterly feeble, no one dared to offend him. However, Sanji was unconcerned with such matters. He would never ignore anyone who was starving. Sanji quickly prepared a plate of fried rice and walked over to the weakened Korek. "What are you doing, you fool? If that guy eats his fill, we're all done for." The people around immediately began to curse at Sanji upon noticing his actions. Nevertheless, Sanji paid them no mind. Understanding the pangs of hunger, he resolutely placed the fried rice before Korek. Korek wasted no time, devouring the food hungrily. "This guy is truly fascinating," Zoro remarked, leaning against his chair while holding his sword, a look of admiration on his face. "Isn't he?" Luffy nodded in agreement. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Sanji was forcefully slammed into the floor beneath him. It turned out that after finishing his meal, Korek had carelessly knocked down the very man who saved his life. "Ha ha! I, Captain Korek of the pirate crew, have finally come back to life," Korek exclaimed excitedly. Sanji, Akin, seeing his savior being knocked down by his captain, anxiously shouted, "Wait, Captain Korek, didn't we agree not to harm anyone here?" "Shut up, Akin," Korek retorted angrily, knocking Akin to the ground as well. "Akin, look at the state of our ship. We might as well seize this one and quickly prepare me food for 100 people. Do you hear me? This guy." Zoro glared at Korek. Is this how he treats the man who saved his life? Faced with Korek's threat to Sanji's life, Zep and the others hastily prepared 100 servings of food for Korek. "Here are 100 servings of food. Take it away." Zep pointed at a large bundle of food before him. "You are Redfoot Zep?" Korek asked, astonished at seeing Zep, the same Redfoot Zep who safely returned from the Grand Line. "I never expected you to run a restaurant in a place like this." The Redfoot Zep has long since vanished from this world. All that remains is an old chef. Zep replied curtly, "Well, that's true. You're now just a cripple. Your once proud right leg is now merely a wooden stump, You no longer possess the strength you had during your days in the Grand Line, do you? Ha ha ha. Korek couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Forget it. You're just an old cripple, but you sailed the Grand Line for a year, didn't you? How about handing over that year's navigation journal to me? Korek said menacingly. Don't be absurd. That journal contains our wonderful memories from the past year with my friends. How could I possibly give it to someone like you? Oof. Korek snorted coldly upon hearing this. Keep pretending to be tough. Soon enough, you'll have reason to weep. Korek then turned to his crew on the ship. I will take the food to my men, and my only goals are this ship and the navigation journal. If you don't want to die, you better flee now. I wouldn't want my ship stained with blood. Ha ha. Korek bellowed with laughter as he took the food and turned to leave. Upon witnessing this, Akin looked at Sanji with deep regret, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Sanji. I brought you all this trouble. I only wanted to save their lives. But I never expected a captain to go back on his word. This is not your fault, Akin. Sanji found a chair and settled into it. He lit a cigarette and remarked, to me, they're merely a group of hungry individuals. I absolutely cannot turn a blind eye to those who are on the brink of starvation. With a puff of smoke escaping his lips, Sanji's eyes glimmered with intensity as he continued. If anyone dares to target this ship, I shall not let them escape. Not even you, Akin. I find myself increasingly fond of him. Let's lend him a hand. Luffy exclaimed with his characteristic boisterous laughter. At that moment, Zep turned to the Straw Hat crew. Straw Hat, you haven't left yet? Aren't you afraid of Kureha and his crew? Afraid? Luffy declared loudly while adjusting his hat. I am the man destined to become the Pirate King. How could I possibly fear anything here? The notion of becoming a Pirate King is indeed a grand ambition. Zep couldn't help but express his admiration. Furthermore, this is the future chef's restaurant aboard my ship. I won't allow anyone to act recklessly here. Luffy laughed heartily, then turned to Natsu and his companions, asking, Isn't that right? Of course. Natsu responded eagerly. Mr. Luffy is correct. After rigorous training, Koby now faced enemies with newfound courage. No longer cowering as he once did. Though still slightly fearful, he could at least muster the bravery to confront his foes. My sword is sharp enough now. Zoro had donned his bandana, evidently prepared for battle. Don't take matters into your own hands. Your ship's chef? I haven't given my consent. This fellow is just as stubborn as before. Zoro and Nami exchanged glances, sighing in resignation. Initially indifferent to Luffy, they had unknowingly been drawn in by his charisma. Don't think I'll be grateful for your actions. Those foes are not mere small-time pirates. Staying here could be dangerous. Sanji was taken aback by Luffy's regard for him. However, just as Luffy and the others were conversing with Sanji, a series of slicing sounds pierced the air, and Kureha's already battered warship was swiftly severed into several pieces. What is happening? Sanji exclaimed in shock, staring at the scene before him. The ship has been dismembered. Usopp trembled in fear. Swath technique. Zoro observed the impeccably smooth cut with a grave expression. Is this truly something achievable with a sword? Don't be ridiculous. How can anyone slice through such a massive ship? Sanji immediately retorted. Who are you calling Seaweed Head? You curly-browed fool. For some reason, Sanji and Zoro began bickering fiercely. It's him. The devil is here. The pirates aboard Kureha's ship screamed in terror. I remember him. Those eyes sharp as an eagle's. A man with eagle-like eyes? Zoro muttered through clenched teeth, his excitement palpable. Indeed, soon a small black coffin-like ship drifted in from the distance, upon which sat a man with piercing eagle-like eyes, wielding a massive black sword on his back. Luffy and Natsu exchanged glances, reading the gravity in each other's eyes. Admiral level. Indeed, Luffy and Natsu's observation haki allowed them to clearly sense the tremendous strength of the man before them, unmistakably at the admiral level, or rather, the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk. Although a sense of seriousness enveloped them, neither Natsu nor Luffy felt fear toward Mihawk. Both were formidable fighters in their own right, capable of holding their ground against an admiral for a short time, especially given their mythical Zoan devil fruit abilities. Luffy, I'm sorry, but I might not make it back, Zoro declared as he advanced toward Mihawk. After all, my goal in setting sail was to defeat this man. Zoro, come back. That guy can slice a ship apart. Usopp urged desperately. So what? My goal is to defeat him and become the world's greatest swordsman. Now that he is here, how could I not challenge him? Zoro asserted with unwavering determination. Zoro, he has someone who can easily dismantle a ship. Usopp continued to plead, but Zoro ignored him entirely. Usopp, Luffy interrupted, halting Usopp's protests, then chuckled softly. This is Zoro's dream. His target is Mihawk, and now Mihawk stands before him. If he lacks the courage to challenge, haven't he ever realized his dream? Usopp pondered Luffy's words, and after a few minutes of contemplation, he concluded, indeed, for the sake of dreams, one must even be willing to sacrifice their life. That is the essence of a brave warrior of the sea. Zoro. Koby watched Zoro with teary eyes. His resolve to become an admiral strengthening with each passing moment. He may not have realized it himself, but he was gradually shedding his cowardice, enveloped in a nascent aura of determination. Yet, at that moment, all eyes were fixed on Zoro and Mihawk, and no one noticed Koby's transformation. The young boy, Zepp, gazed at Luffy in astonishment, realizing that the Straw Hat had managed to win over a man like Zoro. Truly, he is a remarkable individual. Let us go witness the prowess of the world's greatest swordsman. While Luffy supported Zoro's challenge, he couldn't help but worry for him. After all, only he and Natsu understood the true extent of the disparity in strength between Zoro and Mihawk. At that moment, Zoro stood before Mihawk. The world's greatest swordsman? Accept my challenge. I aim to claim your title. Mihawk regarded Zoro's challenge with disdain, saying, you are truly ignorant of the gap between us, aren't you? As he spoke, Mihawk removed a small knife from around his neck. What does this mean? Zoro glared at him, angered that Mihawk would choose such a small weapon for their duel. I apologize, but I couldn't find a smaller knife, Mihawk replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Zoro's fury ignited. You bastard. If you think so little of me, then don't blame me for what happens next. With that, Zoro assumed his three-sword style stance and charged at Mihawk. Soru. On a gyrai, Zoro vanished from sight, appearing behind Mihawk. Soru. Mihawk raised an eyebrow, surprised that a pirate possessed knowledge of the Marine's 6 powers. However, Mihawk remained unfazed, pivoting around to stab lightly with his small knife. Zoro's Onigiri was effortlessly halted by Mihawk's small blade, not advancing an inch. What? Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that his attack had been so easily thwarted. Though it was not his strongest technique, this was an outrageous outcome. Damn it. Zoro furiously wielded his 3 swords, launching relentless attacks at Hawkeye's like a tempest. What a ferocious assault. In stark contrast, Hawkeye's appeared as an elder playfully toying with a child. No matter how wild Zoro's strikes were, he effortlessly countered them with his short blade. This is untenable. The disparity is simply too vast. Observing Zoro's helplessness, Nami exclaimed in astonishment. Is this truly the might of the world's greatest swordsman? The green-haired warrior is no match at all, and judging by Hawkeye's demeanor, it seems he is merely warming up. Sanji was equally taken aback. After a while, as if tiring of the game, Hawkeye's effortlessly deflected Zoro's oncoming assault with his short sword. Then, taking advantage of Zoro's open stance, Hawkeye's thrust fiercely toward his heart. Hawkeye's observed with surprise, for Zoro's previous speed had been rather lackluster. If this young man had wished to evade, he undoubtedly could have. Why'd he not dodge that strike? One must realize that a longer blade would have pierced his heart. No matter. If I retreat here, my vow to grow stronger will vanish into thin air. It is better to die than to retreat. Zoro's eyes were resolute, as if he had already relinquished his life. A commendable spirit. Hawkeye's, witnessing this scene, took a step back, sheathing his short blade, and remarked with admiration, I underestimated a swordsman's resolve. Now, I will send you on your way with this world's strongest black blade. State your name, young man. Seeing the man before him draw out an enormous black blade, Zoro felt a surge of exhilaration. He tightened his headband and bit down on Sandai Kitetsu once more. Roronoa Zoro. Excellent. Roronoa Zoro. I shall remember you. As he spoke, Hawkeye's brandished the black blade, assuming an offensive stance. Zoro, too, invoked his mightiest technique. Not a mere verbal assault. Zoro recited, 3-sword style. Oath of the 3,000 worlds. As Zoro and Hawkeye's brushed past each other, clang. Zoro's 3 swords, save for Sandai Kitetsu, shattered into fragments under Hawkeye's strike. It was evident that Zoro's incantation was insufficiently lengthy, resulting in his defeat in this exchange. Zoro, Koby cried out, witnessing Zoro's grievous wounds and the remnants of his blade, yearning to rush forward, but was firmly restrained by Luffy. Koby, this is Zoro's battle and his honor as a swordsman. I will not permit you to intervene. Luffy held Koby tightly, yet the splintered deck beneath him betrayed his inner turmoil. Hawkeye's offered Zoro no reprieve, turning to deliver the final blow with his black blade. At that moment, Zoro surprisingly stood still, turning to face Hawkeye's, smiling as he spread his arms wide, confronting death with serenity. "What are you doing?" Hawkeye's gazed at Zoro's actions with bewilderment. Zoro smiled and declared, "The scars on my back are a swordsman's disgrace." "Impressive." Hawkeye's could not help but commend him, then swung his blade to deliver a devastating cut across Zoro's chest. Zoro, drained of strength, fell directly into the sea, marking his complete defeat against Hawkeye's. "Zoro!" Luffy shouted in horror, rushing to the spot where Zoro had fallen. "You dare harm my comrade! This shall not go unpunished." Luffy glared furiously at Hawkeye's, his aura intensifying. "Luffy, leave this man to me. My anger is boiling. You go save Zoro. He is not so easily slain." Natsu glared at Hawkeye's, flames igniting around him. "Zoro!" Upon hearing this, Luffy hurried to search for Zoro, only to see blood gushing from Zoro's chest as he floated on the surface. Although his injuries appeared grave, Hawkeye's strike had merely grazed the skin, leaving Zoro's bones unscathed. Thus, he had not perished, though his condition was precarious. Without immediate assistance, he would likely succumb. "You are audacious to harm our comrade. Have you considered how you shall meet your end?" Natsu glared at Hawkeye's in fury. "Arrogant." Hawkeye's regarded Natsu with disdain. Though he possessed the strength of a peak vice admiral, it paled in comparison to Hawkeye's admiral-level prowess. "Oh, is that so?" As Natsu spoke, a tremendous inferno erupted from within him, transforming him into a fiery beacon, enveloped in a crimson blaze. "Dragon King mode." As Natsu's voice echoed, Hawkeye's expression grew serious, for he sensed that this individual possessed the capacity to contend with him at an admiral level. "Dragon's Roar." Natsu unleashed a scorching pillar of flame towards Hawkeye's. Without uttering a word, Hawkeye's simply waved his black blade, effortlessly cleaving the fire pillar in two, dissipating it into the air. "Dragon's Iron Fist." Natsu swiftly collided with Hawkeye's, both combatants unleashing their full might without holding back. Though Natsu's haki was inferior to Hawkeye's, the enhancement of Dragon King mode endowed Natsu's formidable physique and searing flame attacks with enough potency to command Hawkeye's full attention. As for Hawkeye's, his admiral-level strength was unparalleled, complemented by his mastery of supreme haki, coupled with his terrifying swordsmanship and the Black Blade. Each strike sent shivers down Natsu's spine. Dragon's Radiant Flame. Flames erupted from Natsu's hands, eventually coalescing into a colossal fireball above his head. "Go!" Natsu hurled the fireball at Hawkeye's. "The same technique will not work against me." Hawkeye's scoffed, effortlessly slicing through Dragon's Radiant Flame. However, this time, the flames did not dissipate. Instead, they surged forward towards Hawkeye's. With no time to evade, Hawkeye's could only summon his armament haki in defense. Even then, the terrifying heat of Dragon's Radiant Flame scorched his arm. "Look, the world's greatest swordsman has been injured. Natsu is truly remarkable." KB exclaimed with joy upon witnessing Natsu's flames injure Hawkeye's. "How does it feel to be burnt?" Natsu gloated at the sight of Hawkeye's injury. "It's somewhat hot." Hawkeye's replied calmly, his gaze sharpening. Raising his black blade high, dark lightning erupted from it. Crackle! The black lightning ravaged the area around Hawkeye's, even causing small fish in the sea to flip onto their backs. "Is this the manifestation of Conqueror's haki?" Naz wore a solemn expression, for he had learned from his grandfather Kate that this was a technique only those who had mastered the pinnacle of Haushika haki could wield. His current level of haki was merely advanced. Most importantly, the Haushika haki entanglement could produce the effect of striking from a distance. He feared that his Busashoka haki would be utterly inadequate to defend against such an assault. If that were the case, then let the battle commence. With a fierce roar, Naz enveloped his arms with the flames generated from his Enryuo mode, forming two blades of fire. He then spun his body and unleashed a fiery slash, sending a violent whirlwind of flames toward Eagle Eye, Annihilation Dragon Art, Crimson Lotus Inferno Blade. Haushika haki entangled the Eagle God. Eagle Eye also let out a great shout, swinging his sword heavily at Naz. The fiery blades and the black sword, Yoru, collided mid-air, unleashing a tempest of flames and lightning from the point of impact. The resulting shockwaves caused the entire sea to tremble, waves crashing violently against the fish-shaped ship of the Bartai restaurant. "Help! Are they monsters?" The crew of the Korak pirates was swept into the sea by the force of the waves. Is this truly the might of the world's greatest swordsman? Naz is incredibly formidable. KB clung desperately to the railing, struggling to steady himself, astonished. Is this truly within the capabilities of a mere human? Sanji also gazed in awe at the figures of Naz and Eagle Eye, for the first time in his life, feeling that his understanding of the world was terribly limited. Boy, state your name. With such terrifying power on the sea, one should not remain nameless, right? Eagle Eye regarded Naz with admiration. Munki de Naz. Naz replied, somewhat breathless. Munki de. Upon hearing this, Eagle Eye nodded in understanding. Although many were unaware of the significance behind the surname Monkey D, due to the world government's information blockade, Eagle Eye was well informed, being a friend of the Yonko Shanks, privy to information unknown to many. He was aware that the leaders of various powers, including the Chinese government, the Sky Island of Marries, the Tato Land region, and the Revolutionary Army, all bore the surname Monkey D. Is your family filled with such terrifying individuals? Eagle Eye shook his head in resignation, then pushed Naz back, sheathing his sword. Let be for today. I was merely passing the time. As he turned to leave, wait. At that moment, Luffy, who had safely escorted Zoro away, approached Eagle Eye once more. I don't know why you spared Zoro, but I still want to send you flying, Luffy shouted, furious at Eagle Eye's intent to depart. Eagle Eye had no intention of fighting again. But upon noticing Luffy's straw hat, his interest was piqued. I have my arm and hat resting on a man from the East Blue. He recalled Shanks' words. Boy, state your name. Munki de Luffy. Luffy replied, gripping his straw hat, his face awash with anger. Another Monkey D. Upon hearing that surname, the corner of Eagle Eye's mouth twitched involuntarily. He had been pondering why a Yonko would place such significance on a single person. Now it appeared, good heavens, this was no mere individual. This was akin to a nuclear weapon. Just a mention of the Monkey D surname would ensure that anyone aware of its terrifying implications would never dare to strike Luffy with lethal intent. It became clear that Shanks was cunningly wise. Shanks? Do you know Shanks? Luffy's anger evaporated the moment he heard Eagle Eye mention Shanks. Zoro. So? Am I to just accept being beaten like that? Let us see your full strength. I wish to ascertain if Shanks' trust in you is well placed. As he spoke, Eagle Eye drew his black sword once more, pointing it directly at Luffy. I will return the hat to Shanks when next we meet, Luffy stated calmly, his gaze fixed intently on Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye could not refute this. After all, Luffy was, in a sense, a victim of Shanks. How should Kahaki entangled Eagle God? Eagle Eye initiated the confrontation with his ultimate technique, showing no mercy whatsoever. Fourth gear, Bound Man. Luffy unleashed his strongest move, fourth gear, Bound Man. In this form, Luffy was enveloped in a halo of white steam, appearing almost like a deity. Goma Goma no, Kong Gun. Luffy's fist, imbued with Busashoka Haki, was drawn back into his body before he propelled himself forward at high speed towards Eagle Eye. Just as Luffy was nearing Eagle Eye, his fist shot out from within, the terrifying elasticity exploding forth in an instant. Boom! Luffy's fist collided with Eagle Eye's black sword. However, the clash did not last long, as Luffy was sent flying by Eagle Eye's strike. Luffy! Nami cried out in concern. It was not that Luffy was significantly weaker than Naz. Rather, Eagle Eye had initially held back upon learning of Naz's surname. Now, however, he was intent on testing Luffy, showing no restraint. Luffy fell to the deck of Baratai, blood spilling from his mouth as he reverted to his normal form. Meanwhile, in the sky, several individuals with white wings observed the scene. How dare he bully Luffy? Just wait until I get my hands on him, exclaimed a figure clad in a blue coat with a long sword at his waist. Hold on, let us watch a little longer. Luffy should be safe, Koi. It was then revealed that these individuals were Kate, Koi, and several angelic guardians. Is this all you are capable of? Eagle Eye approached Luffy step by step, wielding his black sword. Yuru, stop. I want to allow you to approach Luffy. KB trembled, yet stood resolutely in front of Luffy. I am a brave warrior of the sea. If you take another step, I will surely kill you. Usopp also readied his slingshot, aiming at Eagle Eye from in front of Luffy. You all run. You are no match for him. Luffy shouted loudly. Enough. With a wave of his right hand, Eagle Eye effortlessly sent KB and Usopp flying. KB, Usopp. Luffy watched in despair as his friends were struck away. Is this all you can do? It seems that Shanks' bet on you was indeed a grave mistake. Eagle Eye continued to taunt Luffy. Look at you now. You cannot even protect your own companions. Luffy, I want to become an admiral. Luffy, I will be the captain. I am the great Captain Usopp. The voices of KB and Usopp echoed incessantly in Luffy's mind. How dare you hurt my companions? Luffy roared. Suddenly, the world fell eerily silent. Following this, a terrifying aura of Conqueror's Haki erupted from within Luffy. his presence soaring to new heights. Has he broken through? Truly worthy of being the protagonist in the pirate world. From his vantage point in the sky, Cater nodded in approval. Under the influence of Mihawk, Luffy had transcended his limits and reached the level of a vice admiral. With his haki now at the pinnacle of its potential. Monkey D. Luffy identity. Second great-grandson talent. SSS plus Sun God Luffy physical capability. Newly entered vice admiral level skills. Mastery of 3 types of haki. Marine 6 styles, Gear 2, 3, and 4 ability. Goma Nomi evaluation. Sun God. Fire? ISNT is just a matter of having hands? The flame fruit is hardly desirable. Go Katsu. Luffy declared, stepping onto the right path. Let the world once again recognize the name of Monkey D. Cater, witnessing Luffy's breakthrough to a higher realm, turned to Katsu and urged, go reclaim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Understood, Dad. I've long been irked by that Mihawk for daring to bully my nephew. Katsu dove towards the direction of Luffy and Mihawk. Has he truly broken through? Impressive. Mihawk acknowledged Luffy's advancement with a nod. Initially, he had only intended to gauge the capabilities of the individual whom Shanks held in high regard, never anticipating such a swift ascent to Vice Admiral level. Well, that's enough for today. They appear to be fine. Mihawk gestured towards Usopp and Skypiea in the distance. Skypiea, Usopp, I'm relieved to see you unscathed. Upon spotting the unharmed Usopp and Skypiea, Luffy joyfully rushed towards them. What is your relationship with Shanks? Luffy suddenly realized that without Mihawk's provocation, he would not have achieved such rapid growth. Well, I suppose we're friends, Mihawk replied, preparing to depart, as his original intention was merely to pass the time. However, he had unexpectedly encountered the peculiar Monkey D. duo, leaving him aching and longing for a restful sleep. Wait! A sudden voice halted Mihawk in his tracks. Oh no! Who is it this time? Is this never-ending? Even the usually composed Mihawk couldn't suppress his annoyance. A man with wings descended from the sky. Who are you? Mihawk regarded the man with a grave expression, unable to gauge his strength. An angel? Nami gazed in astonishment at Katsu's descent. Is there really such a thing as angels in this world? Sanji echoed her surprise. Me? Katsu grinned and introduced himself. Monkey D. Katsu. Here to claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. He drew his long blade, pointing it directly at Mihawk. Monkey D. Mihawk's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The Straw Hat crew exchanged puzzled glances at Luffy and Natsu. Uncle, what brings you here? Natsu inquired joyfully upon seeing Katsu. Cousin, yes. How did you end up here? Katsu explained. Oh, it was Dad's request, insisting that the world remembers Monkey D. So I must seize the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Katsu sighed, shaking his head at his grandfather's insistence. All right then, you all return to that large fish ship. Let me reclaim the title of the world's greatest swordsman first. With a wave of his hand, Katsu summoned a force that transported Natsu and Luffy back to the ship. A barrier then enveloped the entire floating restaurant, shielding it from harm. This power was granted to Katsu after upgrading to a second-generation super soldier by connecting with the Tiansha No. 7. He could channel part of its strength to create protective shields in designated areas. After all, Tiansha No. 7 was a celestial-grade vessel. Although only a fraction of its power was used, it was more than capable of withstanding attacks at the Vice Admiral level. Kid, you're quite audacious. How dare you bully a member of the monkey family? Katsu pointed his long blade at Mihawk, seeing how long you fought with those two incompetent lads. Would you like a moment's respite? Enough with the chatter. If you want the title of the world's greatest swordsman, come and take it. Mihawk wasted no time, drawing his black blade, Yoru, and pointing at Katsu. Then you shall be careful, Katsu declared as he charged at Mihawk, who reciprocated the action. Thus, the contest for the title of the world's greatest swordsman officially commenced. From the skies, Cater observed the battle below without a hint of worry. Although unaware of Mihawk's exact strength, he knew that in the face of absolute power, there was nothing to fear. The reasoning was simple. Katsu, possessing the body of a second-generation super soldier, experienced a qualitative leap in both physical strength and lifespan. In terms of longevity, he could live for thousands of years. And in terms of physical strength, he had surpassed the limits of humanity. From the perspective of the pirate world, Katsu could even be deemed a god. However, in Cater's worldview, only those like himself, possessing a third-generation divine body, could truly be called gods. Returning to the matter at hand, the battle between Katsu and Mihawk officially unfolded. Their clashes were fierce and unyielding, yet not evenly matched. Katsu sought to toy with Mihawk due to the latter's earlier bullying of Natsu and Luffy. Eagle Wave. Mihawk roared, unleashing a torrent of green sword energy from Yuru towards Katsu. Is that all you've got? Katsu effortlessly dispersed the Eagle Wave, taunting Mihawk. Curse this terrifying foe. Mihawk muttered, launching another swift assault against Katsu. The sound of clashing blades echoed as the struggle intensified. What's happening? Zoro finally stirred from his slumber. Zoro, you're awake. I thought you were done for. Luffy exclaimed excitedly, rushing to Zoro's side before accidentally brushing against his wound. That hurts. Zoro grimaced in pain. I'm so sorry. Luffy quickly apologized. What's going on? Zoro noted the fierce battle between Katsu and Mihawk. Oh, it is the uncle of Naz and Luffy who is fiercely contending for the title of the world's greatest swordsman against Yin. KB casually responded to Sualong while his gaze remained fixated on the battle between Xiao Siluo and Yin. What? How could this be possible? Such a terrifying figure is utterly powerless before their uncle. Sualong had not anticipated that he could not even defeat Yin, and now another individual, who is infinitely more fearsome than Yin, has appeared. The formidable Yin, whom he thought was invincible, was being toyed with in front of Luffy's uncle. A sense of despair suddenly washed over Sualong. Yet upon recalling the image of that girl, his resolve was renewed. Meanwhile, Xiao Siluo, observing the disheveled Yin, slowly lost interest. Is this all there is? How utterly uninteresting. To think that someone of such feeble strength could be called the world's greatest swordsman? Do not mistake my intentions. I will face you with the power of an admiral. If you cannot withstand this next strike, it would be wise to abandon the path of the sword. As he spoke, Xiao Siluo assumed a stance for a blade draw, slightly bending forward, gathering power as his armed haki and conqueror's haki surged into the long sword he wielded. Witnessing this scene, Yin's expression grew solemn, and he too began to channel his strength into the black blade. Yeah, Shuming Idao, Ancient. The two shouted simultaneously, and in a flash, Xiao Siluo's lightning-fast Shuming Idao collided directly with Yin's Ancient. Boom! The two long swords did not make contact. Rather, an explosion of electrifying energy erupted between them. What? The blades did not touch. What is happening? Sualong was astonished by the spectacle before him. The two were clearly engaged in a struggle, yet the swords remained apart. What does this mean? It is the conqueror's haki entwined, Luffy remarked, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the duel. Conqueror's haki entwined? Sualong looked at Luffy in confusion. Indeed, only by mastering it can one become a true powerhouse. Luffy continued, undeterred by Sualong's gaze. Just as Luffy and Sualong were conversing, the battle on the field dramatically shifted. Yin was sent flying, and the residual force from Shuming Idao plunged straight into the sea. Just as everyone thought nothing significant had occurred, a blinding white light flashed, and the ocean was cleaved in two by Xiao Siluo's Shuming Idao, revealing the seabed beneath as the terrifying force pushed the waters aside. Name Wu. Supu and KB all gasped, covering their mouths in shock as they beheld the scene. How could this be possible? The disparity is immense. Sualong's pupils contracted, and he tightened his grip on his sword. Cough, cough, cough. Yin emerged from the wreckage of a shattered vessel. What a fearsome strike. I'm still alive? I acknowledge your strength. You indeed possess remarkable prowess. Shall we continue, or would you prefer to concede? Xiao Siluo regarded the beleaguered Yin. To concede? That would be in vain, for today I have learned that retreating here would be tantamount to dying here. Yin's eyes narrowed, and his fighting spirit reignited. Impressive. Then let me resolve this with my most powerful technique. Yin Fan, Xiao Siluo declared, launching himself forward despite being worlds apart from Yin. As he swung his blade, the void was cleaved open, and the strike transcended the limitations of time and space, manifesting three blades before Yin. The simultaneous appearance of the three swords blocked all avenues of escape for Yin. This technique, Yin stared in shock. So you are the one from 20 years ago who battled the Admiral at Rouge Town. I cannot dispute my loss. Yin erupted into laughter as he saw the three terrifying blades descending upon him. Yin's expression sharpened, and with a decisive grit of his teeth, he dashed in one direction. PFF. Yin's right hand, grasping the black blade was severed in a single stroke, sacrificing an arm to save one's life. However, you have lost, Yin. A swordsman who discards his sword can no longer be called a swordsman. Xiao Siluo stood, blade sheathed. You have won. Yin said nothing further. simply retrieving the black blade, yet from the ground, and sheathing it on his back before stepping onto his coffin ship, drifting away into the distance. He has won. Luffy's uncle has triumphed. Nami gazed at Xiao Siluo in disbelief. Thus, the title of the world's greatest swordsman has changed hands. The world's strongest swordsman is Mengqi Di. Xiao Siluo. Luffy, your uncle has won. Nami exclaimed excitedly, grasping Luffy's hand. Oh, Luffy replied nonchalantly. Is that all? Are you not thrilled? Your uncle is now the world's greatest swordsman. Nami continued, her excitement unabated. It's just as it is. Luffy replied with indifference. Nearby, Naz found humor in the excitement of the Straw Hat crew. How astonished would they be if they discovered the identities of Luffy's grandfather, father, and even his own? However, Naz said nothing more, only smiling at the Straw Hat crew. At this moment, Xiao Siluo, having sheathed his blade, returned to the Straw Hat crew. Impressive, uncle! Naz exclaimed, rushing to praise Xiao Siluo. Not bad, right? Ha ha ha. Xiao Siluo scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful at Naz's praise. Since I have claimed the title of the world's greatest swordsman, I shall take my leave. My father is waiting for me in the sky. Xiao Siluo pointed to the heavens. Your grandfather has come too? Naz inquired. Indeed. After all, you are his beloved grandchildren. Naturally, he would come see you. Xiao Siluo teased. All right, I shall take my leave. As Xiao Siluo was about to depart, Sualong, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Luffy's uncle. What is it? Xiao Siluo asked, perplexed. The title of the world's greatest swordsman shall be yours for now. One day, I will reclaim it from you. Even if you're Luffy's uncle, Sualong declared, his gaze resolute. Very well. A commendable spirit. I will await your arrival at the pinnacle. Xiao Siluo laughed heartily. Observing Sualong's rekindled fighting spirit, the others smiled with encouragement. Meanwhile, Xiao Siluo quickly flapped his wings and soared into the sky, vanishing from their sight. Luffy. Naz. Nami gazed curiously at the departing Xiao Siluo, questioning Luffy and Naz. What exactly is going on with your family? Why is everyone so mysterious? And what about those wings? Are you legendary angels? Luffy, do you have wings? Show us. Well, you'll find out in due time. Luffy replied nonchalantly. Luffy. At that moment, Soren loudly declared to Luffy, I'm sorry, I have lost. I understand. Luffy replied calmly, seemingly unfazed by Soren's defeat, maintaining his usual carefree demeanor. Pirate King, from this day forth, I shall not lose again. Do you agree? Observing his comrade, Soren found no doubt reflected in Luffy's eyes regarding his failure. As he reignited his fighting spirit, Luffy encouraged him, sharing in his joy. Overcome with emotion, Soren could no longer hold back, vowing to Luffy with tears in his eyes. As if speaking to the late Xuan Yueguena. Ha ha ha, Luffy exclaimed, of course, I agree, the world's greatest swordsman. Suddenly, an unknown pirate stepped onto a broken plank, causing it to creak. What, do you still want the ship? Natsu declared, flames igniting in his hands. No. A stunned and bewildered Clique quickly snapped back to reality, hastily denying the suggestion. Although neither Natsu nor Luffy stood a chance against the fearsome Mihawk, the sheer power displayed by them was not something he dared to confront. Not to mention that they had an even more terrifying relative who had defeated Mihawk in direct combat, even severing one of his arms. We will depart immediately, vanishing from your sight. With that, Clique exhibited a speed faster than a shave and quickly tossed his companions onto a small boat, rowing swiftly away from the scene. Finally, the incident reached a resolution, thanks to the protective energy mobilized by Xiao Zilong from the Tiara No. 7, ensuring that the floating restaurant Bartai sustained no significant damage. After ensuring the injured were settled, Zepp waved his hand decisively. Today, the Bartai will not operate. In gratitude for the Straw Hat Crew's assistance, we shall hold a feast. Roar! Ha ha ha! Both the Straw Hat Crew and the staff of the Bartai erupted into joyous cheers. It goes without saying that Luffy and his crew, being pirates, had an irresistible allure for feasting. The majority of the Bartai staff, once pirates themselves, shared the same lack of resistance towards such celebrations. In no time, thanks to the efforts of numerous chefs, the restaurant was filled with an array of delectable dishes within just an hour. Meat! Meat! Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dove into the pile of meat, devouring it voraciously. Soren, observing Luffy's gluttony, looked on with disdain, but was soon captivated by a large barrel of red wine, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Don't you dare try to snatch this from me. It's mine. In a flash, Soren rushed to embrace the wine barrel, grinning foolishly despite the pain from his injuries. Natsu, Nami, and others witnessed this scene with resigned smiles before joyfully joining the feast. Come on, let us drink. Are you in, you little mutt? Not in. Watch me spin you around. As the aroma of wine wafted through the air, the festivities reached their zenith. At that moment, Zepp approached Natsu with a glass in hand, gesturing towards Sanji, who was bickering with Soren, and said, "This kid isn't too bad." Huh? Yes, his culinary skills are exceptional. Natsu nodded in agreement. How about you take him with you? Zepp observed Sanji with satisfaction, reminiscing about when he was just a little boy, now having grown into someone capable of standing on his own. Luffy has already decided to have him as our companion, but it seems he is reluctant. Natsu took a sip of his drink. No worries, I shall handle this matter. As long as you all recognize him, it's all good. Upon hearing this, Zepp smiled brightly, realizing that both Luffy and his crew were quite fond of Sanji, which eased his mind regarding Sanji joining their ship. Soon, the banquet concluded amidst laughter and merriment. The following day, Luffy and his companions returned to the Bartai for one last meal, coinciding with their farewell to Zepp. Although Zepp had been unable to persuade Sanji to join them the previous night, Luffy and the others could not force him aboard. As they entered the restaurant, Zepp had prepared their meals, and they sat down without hesitation to eat. Who cooked this? A chef suddenly shouted in anger. It was me. Isn't it delicious? Sanji, thinking he would receive praise, eagerly approached. What utter garbage. It's horrid. The chef immediately tossed the food from his bowl into the trash, declaring, "Such rubbish deserves to be discarded." You bastard. Sanji attempted to retort, but was interrupted by the chorus of voices exclaiming, "What is this rubbish? How could something taste so terrible? I'm about to vomit." One by one, every dish Sanji had prepared was met with disdain. Is it really that bad? Let me try, Luffy exclaimed, immediately grabbing a handful of Sanji's food and tasting it. Delicious. Confused by the negative feedback, Luffy was about to voice his thoughts when Soren interrupted him. Luffy, realizing that Zepp was attempting to drive Sanji away, Luffy continued to eat without concern. Old man, no matter how much you insult me, I will not leave until I earn your recognition, Sanji said, his eyes darkening, his tone serious. With your kind of garbage, you should just leave my restaurant, Zepp declared, tossing Sanji's packed belongings outside. Sanji was subsequently thrown out as well. Get out. We don't need you here. Just leave, you piece of trash. Exactly. Hearing the insults directed at him, Sanji finally understood Zepp's intentions. Turning to Luffy, who had come outside, he declared, I have decided. I will be the chef on your ship. Ha ha ha. Have you finally agreed? That is fantastic, Luffy exclaimed joyfully, observing this exchange. Zepp nodded with satisfaction. Perfect. Now I won't have to personally throw out the trash. Indeed, you old man can spend the rest of your days in this corner, Sanji retorted defiantly. Ha ha, crew, we finally have our own chef. Prepare to set sail, Luffy shouted with excitement, leaping into his designated spot, cheering loudly. Yay! The others echoed, happily following Luffy's lead. Only Sanji walked slowly away from the Bartai, back turned towards it, making his way towards the Going Merry. Aren't you going to say goodbye, Sanji? Luffy asked. No need for that, Sanji replied, lowering his head and fighting back tears. At that moment, an elderly voice resonated from behind. Sanji, be cautious of catching a cold while sailing at sea. Such a simple expression of concern caused Sanji to crumble instantly. The tears he had suppressed for so long surged forth, and years of emotions erupted. Old man, thank you for taking care of me all these years. I apologize for the disturbances. Please take good care of yourself. With tears streaming down his face, Sanji bowed deeply towards Zepp, and then turned to dash towards a merry-go. That brat should have left quietly. Zepp's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Once Sanji boarded the merry-go, Luffy joyfully exclaimed, Everyone, we're setting sail. After sailing for a while, Sanji managed to compose himself, standing at the stern of the ship, gazing towards the sea restaurant Bartai, lost in thought. Are you homesick? Natsu, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, inquired. Not at all. Sanji shook his head and then asked Natsu, Do you have a dream? A dream? Natsu nodded, then shook his head. I suppose I do, but it seems rather vague. I just want to protect my family, which is why I follow Luffy. But everyone else on the ship has wonderful dreams. Natsu smiled. Is that so? I have a dream too, Sanji replied, a hint of excitement in his voice as he eagerly asked, Have you heard of All Blue? All Blue? Natsu looked at Sanji with confusion, as if he had never heard of it. Indeed, discovering this sea is my dream, It is said to be a paradise for all chefs, containing every fish from every ocean in the world. For us chefs, that sea is a miraculous place. Sanji's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he spoke. Really? That sounds like a magnificent dream, Natsu praised. Joining our crew might be the best decision for you. After all, Luffy aims to reach the final island and become the Pirate King. If there's a place where this miraculous sea is most likely to appear, I believe it must be in the waters surrounding the final island. Is that true? Sanji exclaimed excitedly. I'm not sure. It's just a guess, Natsu replied. Sanji! Natsu! Just then, Luffy shouted loudly. What's the matter, Luffy? Sanji and Natsu approached the gathered crew on the deck, puzzled. We need to discuss our next destination, Luffy said, his expression serious. What is going on? Sanji wondered why Luffy, usually so carefree, suddenly appeared so grave. You might not know, but KB interjected. Walking over, Nami's hometown is being occupied by a group of pirates, so we need to drive them away. KB explained the situation regarding Nami's hometown in detail. How dare they do such a thing to the beautiful Nami? Sanji's anger flared, veins protruding on his forehead. He couldn't believe that such a cheerful and lovely person like Nami had to endure such a tragic ordeal. No wonder Luffy was so furious. Nami, don't be sad. I will definitely take down those fishmen and make fish head soup. Sanji rushed to Nami, eager to offer his support. Okay. Nami basked in the sunlight, even sipping a glass of juice Sanji had prepared, leisurely rolling over with a relaxed expression. Aren't you worried, Nami? Sanji asked, puzzled by her calm demeanor. Worried? Why should I be worried? Nami replied nonchalantly. After all, Kokoyashi village has been under Arlong's control for so long. What's one more day? That reasoning seems sound. Sanji nodded in agreement, as it did appear to be the case. Besides, with Luffy and Natsu around, who could possibly rival them in the East Blue? Nami had genuinely come to recognize the strength of Natsu and Luffy. There was hardly any doubt that they could defeat Arlong. Observing Nami's demeanor, Sanji chose not to say more. After all, with the strength of Luffy and Natsu, even facing off against Mihawk was within their capabilities, so there was no need for concern. Thus, the Straw Hat crew swiftly sailed towards Kokoyashi village. A day later, the sea lay tranquil, as if polished, reflecting the visage of the sky, while the sunset painted the horizon with hues of crimson, gently brushing the sky with a blush. The Golden Merry-Go sailed forth under the gaze of the heavens. On the deck of the Golden Merry-Go, Natsu was surrounded by twinkling fireflies, while Zoro, KB, Usopp, Nami, and Sanji engaged in strenuous training. Whenever anyone slacked off, Natsu directed the fireflies to land on that person. It burns. Sanji yelped as he lost focus and performed a movement incorrectly, prompting Natsu to scorch his arm with a firefly, causing him to scream in agony. What I have a train to? Nami gritted her teeth, persisting despite her complaints. Even though you're a navigator, if your strength is too weak, you won't even be able to escape, Natsu calmly stated. With several days remaining until they reached Kokoyashi village, Natsu was training Zoro, Sanji, and the others. Initially, when Natsu had them swimming alongside the merry-go, Nami had found it amusing. However, the joy they felt then was now replaced with hardship. When it came time for training on the ship, Nami was dragged into it by Natsu, who insisted that a navigator must have sufficient strength to escape. Thus, she was once again reluctantly participating in the training. You may wonder why she was again. At first, Nami had wanted to help when she learned that Luffy and the others planned to defeat Arlong. But now, having recognized the strength of Luffy and Natsu, Nami had completely given up. She realized that there was little she could do to grow stronger in such a short time, so she might as well rely on Luffy and the others. However, she celebrated too soon, as Natsu pulled her back into training once more. While everyone was fervently training, the sea suddenly surged, causing the merry-go to sway precariously amidst the waves. What's happening? Is there an earthquake? Luffy shouted, gripping the ship's figurehead in panic. Idiot Luffy. We're still at sea. Nami yelled angrily. Something seems to be in the water. KB and Johnny leaned over the railing, peering into the depths of the sea. Natsu and Luffy quickly rushed to the ship's side. A massive shadow was approaching from beneath the ship, growing larger and closer with each passing moment. Immediately following, a creature of similar size to the Mary sprang forth from the depths of the ocean. It was a grotesque being with the head of a bull and the body reminiscent of a seal. I had expected something more formidable, but it was merely a cow. Luffy sensed the creature's strength and discerned that it was a feeble opponent, subsequently scoffing, "Surely, that cannot be a cow? Look at its body. It resembles that of a seal. Sanji questioned, "Isn't that the monstrous sea cow of the Grand Line?" Joseph exclaimed, gazing at the creature with trepidation. The sea cow's eyes darted around, seemingly in search of something. Its gaze soon fixated on the provisions aboard the Mary, a substantial amount prepared by Zepp, with much of it having been stowed away by Sanji in a corner of the deck. "Oh no, its target is our food," Natsu observed as the sea cow fixated hungrily on the ship's supplies, even drooling. "Luffy, it wants to steal your meat." Natsu grinned at Luffy. "How dare it attempt to take my meat?" In an instant, Luffy was atop the sea cow's head, delivering a powerful punch. A large bump erupted on the creature's head. Within the Arlong pirates, it had always been a bully, and now someone dared to strike it. It had never encountered such indignity before. Enraged, it roared, intent on devouring Luffy. Luffy, brimming with confidence, posed defiantly. "Just watch me send you flying." However, Sanji, moving with remarkable speed, swiftly kicked Luffy away, exclaiming, "Don't bully a starving creature, you idiot." Zoro interjected with a smirk. "What a principled individual. Quite commendable. I assent it, curly brow." Meanwhile, the sea cow, having noticed that the person before it had transformed into a figure clad in black, remained unfazed as its hunger overshadowed everything else. It opened its mouth wide, lunging towards Sanji. Just as the sea cow was about to make its move, Sanji delivered a forceful kick that sent it flying. Zoro, exasperated, remarked, "I praised you just moments ago, and now you've kicked it away? What was the point of sending Luffy flying? That creature just tried to eat me. How dare it?" Sanji retorted, fully ignoring whether or not the creature was hungry, resolving to deal with it himself. The enraged sea cow charged from the water, seeking to obliterate the Mary. With a decisive kick, Sanji knocked the sea cow unconscious. Following this minor incident, the Straw Hat Pirates were nearing Cocoa Village. The Golden Mary surged forward at an astonishing speed, heading for Cocoa Village. Soon, as the Mary advanced rapidly, the territory of Arlong became distinctly visible, with a small village in close proximity, smoke rising from its hearths. At that moment, a warship lay anchored on the village's shore, and a squadron of Navy soldiers disembarked, making their way towards the village. "Look, the Navy!" Kobe exclaimed, noticing the warship. "A warship? What's going on? Why is Colonel Rat's ship here?" Nami said in astonishment, for she had long been in Arlong's service, and was aware of the collusion between Arlong and Colonel Rat. Thus she felt despair, hoping only to save up 100 million berries. As she observed Colonel Rat in the distance, Nami gritted her teeth. Could it be that Arlong would go this far? "What's wrong, Nami? Is the Navy here to capture Arlong?" Usopp inquired with curiosity. "No, that's Colonel Rat's ship. Arlong has been in cahoots with him. He would never try to capture Arlong." Nami's eyes widened in realization as she stared in the direction Colonel Rat had departed. Could it be? Nami's eyes bulged, as if she had come to a profound realization. Soon, the Golden Mary also anchored not far from Cocoa Village. Meanwhile, Colonel Rat, accompanied by a throng of Navy soldiers, arrived at Nami's family's South Orange Grove. "I've heard that pirate loot is buried here. Search it." Colonel Rat grinned maliciously at the Orange Grove. Following his command, a group of soldiers brandishing shovels began to excavate the grove. Hearing the commotion from inside the house, Norska hurriedly stepped outside, shouting, "Stop! Who gave you permission to destroy Belmere's South Orange Grove?" Norska brandished a shovel, confronting Colonel Rat angrily. "You must cease this immediately. Do you hear me? Oh, I heard someone report that pirate loot is buried here. Are you now refusing to cooperate with the investigation?" Colonel Rat leered at Norska with a predatory gaze. Although Norska was young, he had developed a striking physique, prompting Colonel Rat to entertain a greedy thought. Unaware of the malice in Colonel Rat's eyes, Norska stood resolutely before the Orange Grove, declaring, "I will never allow you to destroy Belmere's South Orange Grove. This woman is in collusion with pirates. Arrest her." Colonel Rat ordered with a sinister grin. Yes. In no time, Norska was subdued and brought before Colonel Rat by several soldiers. Colonel Rat, with a lewd smile, reached slowly towards Norska's face, while nearby soldiers averted their eyes, as if such scenes were commonplace. "Colonel, we found something." Just as Colonel Rat's hand was about to descend upon Norska, a soldier excavating in the Orange Grove shouted, "Oh!" Hearing this, Colonel Rat's interest was piqued. For according to Arlong's information, there was nearly 100 million berries buried here. He promptly approached the soldier who had called out. Before him, a massive treasure chest was being unearthed by several soldiers. Colonel Rat excitedly opened it, revealing stacks of cash, albeit streaked with blood. Indeed, pirate loot. Since it is pirate loot, let's take it all back. Colonel Rat said greedily. Stop. That is Nami's hope. You cannot take it. Norska shouted in despair. You must be that piratess sister, right? Arlong only said not to harm Nami. In that case, you will come with me. I will take good care of you. My little beauty. Colonel ha ludli caresse de Norska's chic. Nami. Sora. Norska thought despairingly, having resolved to take her own life. If Colonel Rat truly intended to lay hands on her, she would never allow him to succeed, even in death. Get your filthy hands off me. Suddenly, a furious voice echoed from afar. Who is it? Colonel Rat exclaimed, looking around in alarm. Colonel Rat was not particularly strong. He had reached the rank of captain mainly due to his unique ability to sense danger. This skill had helped him survive many battles, ultimately allowing him to attain the rank of captain. The voice that had just called out had sent Colonel Rat into a state of panic, because he sensed a danger he had never felt before. With the sound of footsteps echoing, a group appeared before Colonel Lao Shu. Leading the way was a youth wearing a straw hat, accompanied by several other youths and maidens of varying appearances. Among them, the most striking was a boy with pink hair and the only girl with orange hair. Upon seeing them, Colonel Lao Shu let out a sigh of relief, secretly chiding himself for feeling fear at the shouts of these mere children. Soon, he regained his arrogance. What? You think one girl isn't enough, so you send another? Colonel Lao Shu lewdly scanned Nami, who stood beside Luffy. Your gaze disgusts me. Natsu snorted, appearing suddenly in front of Colonel Lao Shu. PFF. Ah, my eyes. My eyes. In the astonished gaze of the surrounding Navy soldiers, Natsu had directly gouged out Colonel Lao Shu's eyes. Kill them. Quickly kill them. Colonel Lao Shu screamed, clutching his eyes in agony. The Navy soldiers around him were at a loss. After all, the strength exhibited by the pink-haired boy was truly terrifying. Could they really kill him with guns? Let her go. You can live. Or shall I tear you apart? Natsu coldly instructed, pointing at the restrained North. Why, yes. The soldiers holding North hastily released him. Leave the money in this naval trash behind, and you can scram. Natsu commanded. Why, yes. As the saying goes, those who are cowardly are all the same. Under Colonel Lao Shu's influence, his subordinates were a bunch of timid fools. Upon hearing Natsu's words, they hesitated not a moment before abandoning the now blind Colonel Lao Shu. You bastards! Hurry and take me away. You useless garbage. Colonel Lao Shu shouted in a fit of rage after hearing Natsu's words. Shut up. You're making me sick. Keep shouting and I'll kill you. Natsu coldly retorted. In an instant, Colonel Lao Shu fell silent. Meanwhile, Nami rushed to North's side, tears streaming down her face as she hugged him. North, I'm back. Nami wept in North's embrace, releasing her long-suppressed emotions. After a while, the two finally calmed down. Nami and Sister Nami. Natsu called out to the two sisters. What should we do with this guy? He kicked Colonel Lao Shu, who lay on the ground like a dog. Let him go. North, seeing Colonel Lao Shu's miserable state, contemplated for a moment and decided to let Natsu release him. It was not that North had a surfeit of compassion. In this pirate world, a disabled person found it much harder to survive. Now that Colonel Lao Shu had lost his eyes, there was no need to kill him. Allowing him to experience the feeling of being bullied would be the best punishment for him. MHM. Natsu nodded in agreement and immediately hurled Colonel Lao Shu toward the distant sea. With the sound of Colonel Lao Shu's screams, he hit the water with precision. Who are they? North inquired curiously. They are my comrades. True comrades. Nami introduced the Straw Hat crew, her face breaking into a radiant smile. This left North dumbfounded, for since the day of Belmare, she had never seen Nami smile so genuinely. Indeed, Nami is our navigator, Luffy said cheerfully. I heard a pirate named Arlong dares to bully our navigator. We are here to knock him out. Arlong? No, you can't go. It's dangerous. North did not know the strength of Luffy and the others, but since they were truly Nami's friends, she had to stop them from facing death. It's all right, Sister North. We are the strongest. Right, Zoro? Natsu said, as flames erupted from his body. Oomph. Naturally, I won't lose again, Zoro replied proudly. However, North wanted to say more, but Nami interrupted her. Sister, they are really strong. You can rest assured. Well, all right. Seeing her sister's confidence, North could only nod helplessly. After ensuring North was settled, under Nami's lead, the Straw Hat Pirates marched fiercely toward Arlong's territory. Meanwhile, in Kokoyashi village, Heijian stood before Nami's house, followed by countless villagers wielding hoes and kitchen knives. North, I heard that Arlong sent the Navy to seize the berries Nami saved. Is that true? We're those Navy bastards. We don't want to be numb anymore. Let's fight those scoundrels. Aegean shouted angrily. Yes, let's fight them. Nami has already done enough. Now they dare to bully her. The villagers roared with fury. Previously, they had cooperated with Nami's act to avoid disappointing her. But now, Arlong dared to bully Nami like this, and they no longer intended to endure. Even if it meant death, they would resist Arlong. They have already gone to Arlong's territory, saying they will knock Arlong out. North pondered aloud. What? Nami is going to resist Arlong, and she didn't tell us? Aegean looked at North anxiously. Let's go quickly to Arlong's territory. We can't let Nami bear everything alone, right? Let's go to Arlong's territory to bring our little Nami back. In an instant, the crowd surged toward Arlong's domain. After a period of walking, the Straw Hat crew finally arrived at Arlong's territory. Arlong's territory consisted of a pool connected to the sea and a tall building. Being a fisherman, he usually rested in the ocean. As for why there was a building, it was primarily to imprison Nami and store her works. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a structure. Zoro, Luffy said calmly, looking at the sturdy iron gate. Slice it open. Understood. Zoro walked up to the massive iron door with a composed demeanor. Before his battle with Mihawk, Zoro would have found it impossible to cut through the iron gate. However, after his battle with Mihawk and witnessing the clash between Kuna and Mihawk, along with Natsu's training, Zoro's strength had significantly increased. Although he had not yet grasped Haki, he had fully mastered the 6 styles of the Navy and the ability to sense the breathing of all things. Zoro closed his eyes, placing his hand on the hilt of Wado Ikamanji, assuming a stance for a draw. He listened intently to the surrounding breaths when suddenly, a unique rhythm caught his attention. He opened his eyes instantly. One sword style, I Lion's Song. Zoro's sword was so swift that the sky seemed to darken. Only the glimmer of his blade was visible. 2 streaks of light flashed by. Bang bang. The 2 iron gates were effortlessly shattered by Swallow, collapsing to the ground with a resounding crash. At this moment, in the territory of Arlong, a paradise for fishmen in the East Sea, which was meticulously constructed by Arlong himself, he had transformed the entirety of the island's human populace into his slaves. Boss, that Nami has been gone for quite some time. Surely she hasn't run away and decided not to return? A muscular fishman spoke by the edge of a pool within Arlong's domain. He was none other than Crocus, a key member of the Arlong pirates. The individual he referred to as boss was Arlong, the leader of both the territory and the pirate crew. Leisurely reclining on a deck chair, basking in the sun, Arlong reassured him, do not worry, that Nami will undoubtedly not abandon the villagers of Kokoyasi. As long as the villagers exist, she will foolishly continue to save money. Unfazed by Crocus's concerns, Arlong casually lifted a nearby wine cup and took a leisurely sip. Ah, how delightful, he exclaimed with a contented grin. To my knowledge, Nami seems to be nearing the accumulation of 100 million berries. Are we truly going to return Kokoyasi to her? After all, that is quite a considerable sum, Crocus continued. Ha ha ha. Arlong erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Before she places that bounty before me, anything could transpire, wouldn't you agree? Perhaps a naval inspection or something of the sort. Are you implying? Crocus, astonished, looked at Arlong and then chuckled, as expected of boss Arlong. Ha ha ha. All the money that Nami has painstakingly saved is likely in the hands of Captain Mouse by now, right? Ha ha ha. Arlong laughed heartily. Although the Arlong pirates were composed entirely of fishmen, Nami's extraordinary navigational talent rendered her irreplaceable, and thus, even Arlong could not permit her to leave. However, just as Crocus was about to speak again, the iron gates were suddenly cleaved into fragments, crashing to the ground. The loud noise jolted the fishmen, who had been lazily sunbathing in the territory, and they all turned their gazes toward the entrance. Who dares? A straw hat-clad boy in shorts stepped through the entrance. A human? Upon realizing the situation, the fishmen pirates collectively displayed expressions of bewilderment. It was common knowledge that in the East Sea, few humans could contend with fishmen. Now, a human dared to provoke them? Was this child mentally unstable? What do you want? Arlong glared furiously at Luffy, acknowledging that this was the first time someone had dared to confront him since arriving in the East Sea. He resolved to ensure that this intruder would regret ever stepping into this world. Oh, Luffy surveyed Arlong with keen interest. So, you are the infamous Fishman Arlong? So what? Upon observing the youth before him, Arlong felt a spark of amusement ignite within him. Excellent. Actually, it is not I who seeks you out, but rather my entire pirate crew. Nami, Komein, Luffy nonchalantly remarked while picking his nose. As Luffy's voice echoed, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates entered through the door. Nami, The fishmen were all taken aback, their faces revealing shock. What on earth is happening? Is it possible that Nami intends to defeat us, the Arlong pirates, with these children? Arlong regarded Nami's entrance with a confident smile. Nami, why not come over to my side? These individuals must be the prey you have deceived. Arlong was supremely self-assured. He had never once considered that Nami might betray him. Arlong. Nami stepped beside Luffy, her gaze resolute as she addressed him. You sent Captain Mouse to seize my berries, didn't you? From today onward, I am resigning from the Arlong pirates. Intrigued, Arlong stroked his chin and smiled. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. From your words, it seems that the berries you collected were seized by the Navy. That cannot be. You must present 100 million berries before me. I will not serve you any longer. Today we have come to defeat you, Nami declared angrily. Ha ha ha. Arlong grinned widely, revealing his razor-sharp, shark-like teeth, laughing with reckless abandon. His laughter was piercing and uncomfortable. Defeat me? Ha ha ha. Is it your intention to rely on these inferior humans to overcome we noble fishmen? It is common knowledge that in terms of physical strength and abilities, we fishmen far surpass humans. We are born as a superior race, while humans are a lesser species. How dare you think to defeat us instead of submitting as slaves? Arlong raved, almost deliriously. Ha ha ha. Superior race? Natsu could not suppress his laughter upon hearing Arlong's words. What do you mean? Are you disagreeing with me? Arlong shot a fierce glare at Natsu. I apologize. I am professionally trained and rarely laugh unless I cannot help it. Ha ha ha. Natsu responded, his expression a mix of amusement and restraint. You scoundrel. Do you dare to threaten me? Arlong snarled. Ha ha, my apologies. Natsu replied, his face a mixture of amusement and mockery as he looked at Arlong. If I recall correctly, fishmen have often been captured and sold as slaves along the Grand Line, right? Upon hearing Natsu's words, Arlong's eyes seemed to hollow out, and memories he had buried deep within his mind, ones he had long sought to forget, resurfaced. Fishmen slaves? Nami looked at Natsu in shock, seeking clarification. Indeed, slaves. Fishmen have always been in high demand as commodities. The Sky people especially favor them, as their strength makes them excellent beasts of burden. Natsu remarked with a sardonic smile. You lie. How could fishmen be slaves? We are the noblest beings. Arlong retorted weakly. Lie? Natsu pointed at the sun tattoo on Arlong's body. Had you forgotten? The origin of your sun pirate tattoo was to cover up the marks of slavery. Oh, you are lying. I will kill you. Arlong finally snapped, realizing that he had come to the East Sea to escape the fate of being sold into slavery. In the East Sea, no one had heard of the existence of fishmen, and due to the region's relative weakness, he believed he could find refuge there. In a bid to conceal his own feelings of inferiority, he projected upon the inhabitants of the Fishman clan all the injustices that humanity had inflicted upon them. Particularly in the village of Kikishia, he fervently propagated the notion that fishmen were a superior race while humans were inferior. Yet, all of this was merely a facade to mask his deeply rooted insecurities. Now, however, he found himself exposed by Nazi, the very one he deemed insignificant, who dismantled years of his carefully constructed facade, along with his sharp nose aimed at Nazi, charged forward with remarkable speed. Just as he was about to collide with Nazi, an unexpected fist elongated in an instant and struck Along squarely on the face. The sheer force of the blow caused Along to spew blood, his head snapping back as he was propelled swiftly into the building within his territory. I shall be the one to send the scoundrels who dare to bully our navigator flying, Luffy declared, placing his straw hat atop Nami's head. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he too barreled into the building. This sudden turn of events plunged the fishmen within Along's territory into a brief silence. How dare they ambush our captain? Brothers, let's eliminate them. The fishmen quickly regained their composure and surged towards the Straw Hat Pirates. With Luffy's decisive action, the battle officially commenced, a clash between the Straw Hat Pirates and the Along Pirates. Kurubi, a master of fishman karate at level 40, engaged in combat with Sanji, while the six-bladed Shokubutsu found himself in Zoro's sights. As for the timid fishman, Gio, he was momentarily held at bay by Usopp. Despite his trembling legs in the face of Gio, Usopp remained resolute, continuously launching his homemade ammunition to keep Gio at bay. Chili Star, Gunpowder Star, Oil Star, a barrage of various ammunition erupted from Usopp's hands. Bang! Whoosh! Every time a projectile was about to strike Gio, he would effortlessly deflect it with a stream of water expelled from his mouth. This rendered Usopp's fire-based projectiles, such as the Gunpowder Star, utterly ineffective after being doused. Gio, you must know that my bullets are made of water. Gio taunted, observing Usopp's fatigue with a hint of arrogance. Oil Star, ignoring Gio's provocations. Usopp persisted in his relentless assault. Gio, too, successfully neutralized every one of Usopp's projectiles. I told you it's futile. How long will you continue this pointless effort? Gio exclaimed, growing increasingly irate. Is that so? Usopp finally retracted his slingshot, casting a meaningful glance at Gio. Look around you. What? Gio, perplexed, surveyed his surroundings when suddenly his pupils constricted. When did this happen? Usopp had been alternating between oil stars and other ammunition, aiming to saturate the area with flammable oil. Unbeknownst to Gio, he had become coated in oil, surrounded by puddles of the substance. This is bad. As Gio attempted to flee the spot he had occupied, it was already too late. Usopp called out to Nazi, lend me some flames. Sure, Nazi nodded in agreement, snapping his fingers to ignite a spark that set Gio and the surrounding oil ablaze. Oh, help me. I am burning alive. Gio screamed in agony until the flames finally extinguished, and he collapsed, unable to endure any longer. Gio, Kurubi, noticing Gio's distress, could not suppress his surprise. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Do you hold me in contempt? Sanji, witnessing Kurubi's divided attention, felt a surge of anger. He summoned greater strength in his legs. Bang, bang, bang. Sanji's strikes collided with Kurubi's defenses, gradually turning the tide of the battle in Sanji's favor. How is this possible? A mere human, Kurubi could hardly believe his eyes, momentarily stunned by Sanji's prowess. He had previously encountered humans in the East Sea who were easily vanquished, yet this young human before him was overpowering him. This is infuriating. Kurubi quickly distanced himself from Sanji, regarding him with newfound caution. Following Nazi's training, Sanji had seen a notable increase in his strength. Otherwise, he would have been no match for Kurubi previously. Fichman karaté secret technique, tous en taille fist. Kurubi assumed a stance, channeling power into his fist before launching a full-force attack towards Sanji. Gale leg. Sanji roared, swinging his right leg with all his might, unleashing a formidable gust of energy directed at Kurubi. Thud! Kurubi fell to the ground, a massive wound gaping from his chest. Meanwhile, on Zoro's side, Shokubutsu, lacking any swordsmanship, flailed his 6 blades chaotically. Zoro, employing his one-sword style, swiftly severed all of Shokubutsu's weapons. Terrified, Shokubutsu leapt into the sea, fleeing into the distance. Nami and Kabi worked in tandem to defeat the remaining fishman lackeys. As for Luffy, he exerted himself and charged after Along's figure into the building. Soon, he found himself in a room sparsely furnished with only a bed and a desk, which was otherwise cluttered with numerous nautical charts. Luffy's fury intensified as he surveyed the charts. The very air seemed to grow colder. How dare these inferior beings? Along suddenly appeared above him, wielding a saw blade, poised to strike down at Luffy from the ceiling. Luffy did not flinch. Instead, he slowly raised his darkened arm and firmly grasped the descending saw blade. Realizing his weapon had been seized, Along tugged at the blade with all his might, yet remained immobile. Where's this? Luffy's gaze darkened as he inquired. Ha ha ha, this is Nami's room. Isn't she brilliant? Look at these nautical charts. They are all her creations. Along laughed boisterously, oblivious to the growing chill in Luffy's eyes. Crash! Luffy crushed the saw blade in his grip into fragments. I shall obliterate this room filled with painful memories. With a powerful swing, Luffy sent Along hurtling through the air, along with a cascade of nautical charts. Look! Along! Sanji shouted. As Along descended, a multitude of nautical charts scattered about. But that was not the end. The next moment, Luffy hurled the bed and desk out as well, and more charts continued to rain down like snowflakes. What is happening? Nami stood in stunned silence, watching the charts fall. Those are my nautical charts. Despite her unwillingness and heartache, she had drawn each one through tears. Each chart bore witness to the painful times she had endured. Bang! Bang! The destruction continued unabated until, a few minutes later, the floor of Nami's room was utterly dismantled by Luffy. In fact, the entire building collapsed from that very spot. And it was only then that Luffy burst forth from within. With his back turned to the crumbling structure, he shouted loudly to Nami, Nami, you are my navigator. Upon hearing this, Nami could no longer hold back her emotions, tears streaming down her cheeks as she responded loudly, yes. Captain, ha 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 ha. With Nami's reply, Luffy erupted into joyous laughter. He then turned to Natsu and commanded, "Natsu, burn it down." "All right," Natsu replied, and a colossal fireball descended from the sky, instantly igniting the entire building. Meanwhile, Arlong, having been struck solidly by Luffy's furious punch, fell unconscious and lost all combat ability. Thus, the Arlong pirates faced total defeat. Outside Arlong's territory, the villagers of Kikoja, led by Aiken, approached wielding an assortment of weapons: hoes, kitchen knives, toilet plungers, and more, each face etched with fury and a resolve to fight to the death. After all, they had no choice. The physical prowess of the fishmen was overwhelmingly superior to that of humans, though they understood that they stood little chance of winning. They were resolute in their decision to confront the fishmen in a life-or-death struggle. Nami had tirelessly sought to reclaim Kikoja village from Arlong's grasp. Yet, she never anticipated that Arlong would be so shameless as to collude with the Marines, allowing them to reap the fruits of her hard work. Now that Nami was prepared to confront Arlong head-on, what reason did they have to hesitate? They had always been protected by Nami, and now it was time for them to protect her. To Arlong's territory. "Comrades, we cannot allow Nami to face this alone. Charge, comrades!" Aiken shouted, brandishing the only knife in Kikoja village. "Kill!" the villagers cried, disregarding all caution. However, at that moment, an enormous fireball appeared in the sky above Arlong's territory. The terrifying heat was palpable even to the villagers standing outside. As they stood in stunned silence, the massive fireball plummeted directly into Arlong's territory, igniting the largest building in an instant. What is that? Is it a natural disaster? Surely Arlong does not possess such terrifying power? Aiken thought, swallowing hard and wiping the sweat from his brow. My heavens, what is that enormous fireball? Even from this distance, my face feels scorched. Could it be divine retribution? The villagers began to murmur amongst themselves. With such a fearsome blaze descending, the fishmen within had surely been turned to dried fish by now. I doubt it. They must have been charred to a crisp. Not good. Nami is still inside. This time it was over. With such a terrifying flame, Nami and the others were likely already reduced to ashes. No, Nami is still inside. Well, I came here prepared to die anyway. If I must die, then so be it. Aiken resolved, stomping his foot and charging towards Arlong's territory. Go! Charge, charge! If we must die, then let it be. The other villagers, seeing Aiken's determination, followed suit, racing after him into Arlong's domain. Upon entering, they noticed Nami, unharmed, while Arlong lay unconscious on the ground. Aiken stared in shock at the defeated Arlong, a mix of emotions erupting within him. Luffy, spotting the villagers who had entered, laughed heartily and tossed Arlong at their feet. This guy has already been defeated. I believe he has a bounty for you to deal with. Did we win? We won. They actually defeated Arlong. How incredible. Their spirits soared, having believed that confronting Arlong would be a perilous endeavor. Yet, to their astonishment, the once dreaded fishmen had been vanquished by the Straw Hat Pirates. The one who had once determined their fates, Arlong, was now as powerless as a dried fish, subject to their whims. The excitement was palpable. Belmare, did you see? Arlong has finally been defeated, and Kikoja village has been liberated. Nami knew this was a day worthy of celebration, yet tears continued to flow down her cheeks. Luffy approached Nami, placing his hat back atop his head and gently embracing her. It's over. Overcome with joy, Nami returned the embrace, exclaiming, Thank you. Oh, that scoundrel Luffy, he embraced the beautiful Nami. I must kill him. Sanji, witnessing Nami in Luffy's arms, turned green with jealousy. Natsu, observing the scene, couldn't help but smile. Zoro glanced at Sanji and added, Hey curly brow, Nami also embraced Luffy. Ah, you green algae head, you infuriate me. Sanji tackled Zoro, and they began to grapple on the ground. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. That night, the entire village of Kikoja gathered to celebrate Arlong's defeat, bringing forth all the food and drink for a grand feast. Aiken took Arlong to the nearby marine base to exchange him for Belly, along with the treasure found in Arlong's territory, which was equally distributed among the villagers. Every individual reveled in heartfelt joy. After all, it had been 8 long years. Do you know how he endured those 8 years? Living in constant fear. Fortunately, now that Arlong's reign has ended, they believed that life would only get better, each face adorned with smiles of happiness. That night, hardly anyone slept, as excitement filled the air through drinking and dancing. Nami ventured to the village's sole tattoo artist, altering her shoulder tattoo to depict oranges and a windmill. Subsequently, She visited Belmer's grave. 3 days later, the festivities in Kokoja village gradually subsided, as the celebration lasted a full 3 days and nights. After the revelry, it was time to bid farewell. The ship, the Huangjin Meili, had already been adorned with 2 orange trees planted by Bayer Mayer. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates had boarded the Huangjin Meili, standing on the deck, awaiting Nami. At this moment, Nami was at home, seated at the dining table, savoring the meal prepared for her by Nuo Sigao. Had she truly resolved to depart? Nuo Sigao sat opposite her, resting his chin on his hand, gently inquiring. Nami casually nodded, continuing to enjoy her breakfast. I have found my companions, and now I wish to fulfill my dream of mapping the entire world. Nuo Sigao glanced at Nami and asked, Aren't you going to say goodbye to Ajien and the others? Nami lowered her head and remained silent for a while, before smiling and replying, No need. It's better to leave quietly. Besides, I believe Ajien does not favor such farewells. After finishing her meal, Nami packed her belongings, casting a reluctant glance around her surroundings. Finally, she bid farewell to Nuo Sigao and turned towards the horizon. Meanwhile, at the port of Kokoshia village, the villagers had noticed that Luffy and the others had boarded the ship. Hey, are you guys leaving so soon? Why didn't you give us a heads up? Are you planning to sneak away? Ajien waved his arms, shouting loudly. Well, uncle, we're not accustomed to farewells. Luffy responded boisterously. No, we haven't properly thanked you yet. Ajien called out, attempting to halt Luffy and his crew from setting sail. Luffy. Suddenly, Nami's voice rang out from behind the villagers. The ship is leaving. Yoshi, set sail everyone. Luffy commanded upon hearing Nami's voice. But Miss Nami hasn't boarded yet, KB expressed concern. It's fine. Since Nami has said so, she must have her reasons, Luffy replied confidently. Seeing Luffy's assurance, the others remained silent, hoisting the anchor and unfurling the sails, as the Huangjin Meili began to glide forward. Where's that Nami? A villager shouted. Only then did they spot Nami weaving through the crowd. What does she intend to do? She told them to set sail, and now the ship is drifting away. Yet she remains here? Regardless, they needed to catch Nami to bid her a proper farewell. Grab her. We can't leave without saying goodbye, Ajien yelled. However, Nami's movements were too swift. After all, she was far more formidable than any ordinary fisherman, making it impossible for the villagers to catch her. Eventually, as she dashed past Ajien and the doctor, she lunged towards the departing Huangjin Meili and leaped. The Huangjin Meili had already traveled at least 50 meters, making it impossible for Nami to jump aboard. Luffy, she called out loudly, and Luffy swiftly ran from the air, catching her in a princess carry. Nami mischievously stuck her tongue out at Ajien and the doctor. Once Luffy brought Nami back onto the ship, she turned her back to the villagers and pulled her top up, causing a multitude of wallets to tumble out. At that moment, the villagers on the shore realized their wallets had vanished, erupting into a chorus of exclamations. That despicable Nami! She truly cannot change her ways. Yes, indeed. She stole my wallet. How outrageous. Unbelievable. How could she manage to steal so much? Nami, you are becoming increasingly skilled. Continue to grow stronger. You wicked little thief. Ensure you remain joyous every day. Yes, indeed. Nami, take care of your health. Don't catch a cold. Initially, the villagers were outraged at having their wallets stolen by Nami, but soon their anger transformed into words of comfort and blessings for her. After all, they were deeply reluctant to part ways, viewing Nami and Nuo Sigao as their daughters, having watched them grow up, especially Nami, who bore so much responsibility in saving Kokoshia village. With her back turned to the villagers, Nami remained silent, tears streaming down her face. Luffy said nothing. He merely placed his hat upon Nami's head and, under Sanji's watchful gaze, gently embraced her. In Luffy's embrace, Nami managed to compose herself, vigorously waving goodbye to the villagers on the shore. Thank you for everything. May you all find happiness. The Huangjin Meili, carrying a ship full of dreams, joyfully sailed forth, gradually becoming a mere speck on the horizon where sea met sky. Just as the villagers of Kokoshia village were about to disperse in their sorrow, someone suddenly shouted, How can there be so much money here? They saw a large bundle quietly resting behind the villagers, estimated to contain around 50 million berries. At that moment, Nuo Sigao stepped forward, stating, This is the money Nami saved to buy the village. She left 50 million berries for its reconstruction. This girl, even now, she is thinking of us, Ajien said, his eyes glistening with tears. We owe her yet another debt of gratitude. The doctor murmured, gazing towards the direction of the Huangjin melee. Noah Sigao smiled quietly, saying nothing further, and turned his gaze towards the distance, silently wishing, "It has been a long time since I've seen you so happy, Nami. May you find happiness ahead." At this moment, aboard the Huangjin melee, Luffy sat atop the ship's figurehead, lost in thought. For some reason, ever since he met Nami, each time he saw her sorrowful, he felt an irresistible urge to place his cherished straw hat upon her head. He instinctively embraced her, offering comfort. Yet, in Luffy's mind, he did not comprehend the concept of love, viewing it solely as a bond of friendship. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on such matters and swiftly made his way to Sanji's location. "Sanji, I'm hungry." "What? You just finished eating?" Sanji yelled in frustration. Soon, they began to playfully tussle, and the smile on the ship's figurehead seemed to shine even brighter. Days later, the Huangjin melee was abuzz with excitement, especially with Luffy and Usopp causing a ruckus. Whenever Natsu trained Zoro and the others, Usopp would lament endlessly, while Luffy would occasionally try to stir trouble, only to be promptly reprimanded by Natsu. Observing the diligently training Zoro and the others, Natsu had a plan forming in his mind. After all, Zoro and the others had been training for quite some time, significantly enhancing their physical capabilities. Even the weakest, Nami and Usopp, likely possessed the strength comparable to a Navy colonel now. It is time to formally teach them the hockey of armament, Naz silently reflected. He promptly gathered Zoro and the others. The group looked at Naz with confusion, unsure of the purpose behind this sudden assembly. Without making them wait long, Naz decisively declared, "Your physical abilities have reached a comparable level. It is now time to formally teach you hockey." Finally, the moment had arrived, and Zoro could not suppress his excitement at the prospect. "Hockey? What is that?" Sanji questioned, looking at Naz with curiosity, as he was completely unaware of what hockey entailed. Unlike Zoro, Naz, left with no choice, proceeded to explain hockey once more. "This is how it is. That is how it is." He revealed that the reason for Luffy and the others' arms turning black was indeed due to the hockey of armament. Upon hearing this, Sanji nodded in understanding. Initially perceiving Luffy and his crew's blackened arms as a manifestation of their devil fruit abilities during battle, he now realized it was due to hockey. The realization that he too had the opportunity to master such a power filled Sanji with exhilaration. After elucidating the concept of hockey, Naz commenced special training for Zoro and the others. Meanwhile, in the Grand Line, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, a man draped in a Marine Justice cloak, with his beard intricately braided, sat confidently in the position of Fleet Admiral. This man was none other than the supreme leader of the world government's navy, Admiral Sengoku. "There are a few newly emerged pirates from East Blue, but I cannot assign them bounty amounts." A Marine soldier entered, burdened with an enormous stack of documents. "Oh!" Sengoku's interest was piqued immediately, as he knew East Blue to be the weakest sea, devoid of formidable pirates. The reason for this was none other than the Pirate King Roger, along with the notorious Monkey D, Garp, and Monkey D. Dragon. The emergence of three terrifying individuals from such a small region caused considerable headaches for the world government. Consequently, since then, the world government has been particularly vigilant regarding pirates from East Blue. Whenever a promising individual with potential appeared, the Marines would swiftly apprehend them. Now, with the emergence of pirates that had left the department responsible for bounty assignments at a loss, Sengoku was intrigued. However, as Sengoku sifted through the documents, his brows furrowed in concern, and he sternly instructed a Marine, "Summon Vice Admiral Tsuru for me." A few minutes later, Vice Admiral Tsuru stood before Sengoku, observing his serious demeanor, and inquired, "What is it? Why the grave expression? Take a look for yourself." Sengoku gestured towards the documents on the table. Tsuru immediately picked up the papers and began reading. "The Straw Hat Pirates. Monkey D. Luffy? Monkey D. Naz?" Tsuru murmured these names in disbelief. Could it be? Tsuru quickly grasped the situation, looking stunned at Sengoku. "Continue reading." Sengoku urged her to proceed. "What? How is that possible? One possesses the strength of a peak vice admiral, while the other has the prowess of a newly initiated admiral." Tsuru nearly dropped the files from her hands. "Have you confirmed this with my hawk?" "It has been confirmed." Sengoku nodded solemnly. Tsuru continued to scrutinize the documents, but another shocking revelation awaited her. "Monkey D. Korizumi. My hawk has lost an arm. The title of the world's greatest swordsman has changed hands." Tsuru could not help but swallow hard, as the dread brought forth by the name Monkey D resurfaced in her mind. It was well known that the Chinese government, founded by Monkey D. Carter, had been a formidable force 20 years ago. The Navy was all too aware of the terror that followed the world government's attempt to strike against the head of the Chinese government with their ace, the Knights of God. Yet, the outcome of that operation remained shrouded in mystery. Following that incident, the Chinese government adopted a more subdued stance, operating only in Skypiea and the New World, but even then, no one dared to underestimate their strength. Particularly, the world government was always careful to avoid any confrontation with the Chinese government. Though the Chinese government could not directly combat the world government 2 decades ago, the fruits of their silent development over the past 20 years were unknown. It was noteworthy that Carter had transitioned from the Navy to establish the Chinese government in merely 30 years, amassing a power that instilled fear in the world government. Now, Zoro shook her head, unwilling to delve further into her thoughts, for this was a matter for the world government to grapple with. Who would have thought that after lying in wait for so long, they would finally reveal their fangs? Zoro set down the documents, her demeanor serious as she stated. It seems that way. Sengoku nodded in agreement, and then posed a question to Zoro. What do you think should be the bounty for these 3 individuals and the Straw Hat Pirates? Moreover, this Kurizumi must be the one who gravely injured Magellan 2 decades ago. Sengoku stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let us assign bounties according to their true strength. He continued, indeed. Zoro nodded in affirmation. Soon after Sengoku issued the command, bounties began to disseminate throughout the Navy. Not long after, the entire sea was stirred by the resurgence of that surname. After addressing the bounty amounts for the Straw Hat Pirates, along with Luffy, Naz, and the others, Sengoku stood by the window, gazing intently in the direction of Skypiea, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light, lost in contemplation. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. Yet faintly, the sound of ticking could be heard, the gears of fate beginning to turn. Zoro, can you swim any faster? Have you not eaten? Why are you snickering, KB? Zoro and Sanji had both mastered the Haki of armament, and even Usopp had acquired the Haki of observation. While Sanji admonished Zoro not to become complacent simply because of praise, Nami had made remarkable progress. The going Mary continued to slice through the waves. And after a period of training, Nami had improved significantly. Now, when Zoro and the others swam alongside the ship, Nami joined them in their training. At that moment, a newsbird circled above the going Mary, seemingly inquiring if they needed newspaper. Naz gestured for it to descend, handed it 200 berries, and received a newspaper in return before it departed. Naz casually flipped through the pages when suddenly, several bounty notices slipped from the newspaper's folds. Intrigued, Naz picked them up, and, upon reading the contents, a smile crept across his lips. Everyone, come and take a look. Naz called out to the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates. Before long, everyone gathered on the deck. What's going on, Naz? What happened? Luffy inquired. You may examine it for yourselves. Naz displayed several bounty notices directly before them, inscribed with the following details. Monch D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, attacked the Navy's 153rd branch, killed Colonel Mouse, and defeated notorious pirates such as Click, Arlong, and Eureka. He even escaped unscathed from the clutches of Hawkeye, possessing strength equivalent to that of an admiral. Henceforth, a bounty is placed upon his head, regardless of life or death. Bounty 1. 55 billion berries. Monch Dinaz, vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, accompanied Luffy in the assault on the Navy's 153rd branch, killing Colonel Mouse and defeating Click, Arlong, and Eureka. He is suspected to be a user of the Fire Dragon Fruit, having survived a confrontation with Hawkeye. Prior to utilizing his abilities, he was of peak Vice Admiral strength. Post-utilization, he possesses the capability to contend with admirals. Henceforth, a bounty is placed upon his head, regardless of life or death. Bounty 1. 45 billion berries. Roronoa Zoro, combat captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, accompanied Luffy in the assault, killing Colonel Mouse and defeating Click and Arlong. He is suspected to be a user of the Fire Dragon Fruit and survived a clash with Hawkeye, boasting strength equivalent to that of a colonel, and is regarded by Hawkeye as a boy of terrifying talent. Henceforth, a bounty is placed upon his head, regardless of life or death. Bounty 50 million berries. Monch D. Kozo, identity unknown, gravely wounded Magellan 20 years ago in Roadtown, recently engaged in a duel with Hawkeye in the EC, ultimately leaving Hawkeye severely injured while remaining unscathed himself, demonstrating terrifying power. Henceforth, a bounty is placed upon his head, regardless of life or death. Bounty 3. 55 billion berries. What? This is the end. We have been issued bounties. Many bounty hunters will undoubtedly target us now, Nami lamented, her face reflecting a sense of despair. Huh. Finally, I have a bounty. I am worth 55 billion berries. Luffy exclaimed, his joy manifesting in exuberant gestures as he gazed at the numerous zeros on his bounty notice. What? Even Luffy and Naz have bounties, but why does Zoro have one too? Sanji asked, visibly displeased as he grasped Zoro by the neck in inquiry. Trash. Zoro retorted disdainfully. What did you say? Sanji, infuriated, engaged in a scuffle with Zoro. Did you notice? Naz and Luffy's uncle has a staggering bounty of 55 billion berries. KB exclaimed, astonished as he held Kozo's bounty notice, his jaw agape. That is only natural. After all, he is the world's greatest swordsman. Deserving of such a bounty, Zoro mused, stroking his chin contemplatively. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Usopp, who had been fixated on the bounty notices, suddenly shouted with glee, I'm also on the bounty notice. What? How is that possible? Usopp is on it, and yet I am not. Sanji exclaimed, his face reflecting utter despondency. When Usopp produced Luffy's bounty notice, the group soon realized that it merely featured the back of Usopp's head, inadvertently captured in the photo. Come on, it's just the back of the head. What's so joyous about that? Sanji scoffed. That is still better than someone who doesn't even have a back of the head. Usopp replied, puffed up with pride. Sanji, unable to contain himself, immediately resumed his brawl with Usopp. The others watched this scene unfold, laughing heartily. Amidst the merriment of the Straw Hat Pirates, these bounty notices sent ripples through the vast ocean. Look, this is a newcomer from the East Sea. Are these bounty amounts serious? Breaking 1 billion on a first bounty? And a single pirate crew boasts 2 bounties over 1 billion? My heavens! Discussions regarding Luffy and Naz bounties erupted. And soon the fame of the Straw Hat Pirates spread across the seas. Simultaneously, on an island in the New World, the red-haired pirates were reveling in a festive gathering. Shanks raised his cup, jovially sipping his drink. I never anticipated that Luffy has grown so formidable. Indeed, the captain's first bounty couldn't have been this high, could it? It seems the captain has truly become a weakling. Ha ha ha. Ha. The other members of the red-haired pirates joined in jesting with Shanks. At that moment, however, silence fell over the gathering, everyone's demeanor turning grave as they fixed their gaze in one direction. Shanks, too, was affected, for within his haki perception, a formidable presence was approaching them. Though he sensed some weakness within the newcomer's aura, it remained frighteningly powerful. As the distance closed, they soon recognized the figure. It was Hawkeye Mihawk. Yet upon seeing Hawkeye's severed arm, the crowd gasped in shock. Although they were already aware of the incident from the newspapers, witnessing Hawkeye in person rendered them incredulous. After all, Hawkeye possessed true royal-level strength and frequently clashed with their captain. To think that such a fearsome individual had been defeated and that he had lost an arm left them in disbelief. Hawkeye, ha ha ha, you once mocked me for losing an arm. Look at you now, you were just like me. Shanks approached Hawkeye with a playful grin, pointing at his own severed arm in a bid to console him. Hawkeye glanced at Shanks, feeling a flicker of emotion, and internally mused. Indeed, if Shanks could become one of the 4 emperors despite losing an arm, surely he could do the same. He must reclaim what he has lost. However, Hawkeye merely shot Shanks a sidelong glance before taking a seat beside him, pouring himself a drink. Observing Hawkeye's demeanor, Shanks smiled, sensing that perhaps Hawkeye had begun to untangle his inner turmoil. Shortly thereafter, Shanks inquired with curiosity, were you defeated head-on, or was it an ambush? He held back, otherwise, it would not have been merely his severed arm, Hawkeye replied tersely, choosing to remain silent afterward, focusing on his drink. Shanks instantly understood, reflecting that it was reasonable to consider. After all, he had first-hand knowledge of the terrifying capabilities of the world government. It was not solely a matter of strength. Even the technology possessed by the world government was astonishingly formidable, having evolved over many years. In his youth, Shanks had not fully appreciated the prowess of his captain's ship, but now he recognized just how extraordinary the Oro Jackson was. That ship had originated from the hands of the world government, and he had yet to encounter any vessel surpassing it. Of course, vessels belonging to the world government were beyond comparison. It was no shame to be defeated by them. Shanks took another sip of his drink and continued, you must have heard of the Divine Knights of the world government, correct? Hawkeye nodded in acknowledgement. You mean the world government's strongest trump card? Precisely. They're the ones. 20 years ago, they attempted to ambush the head of the world government, ultimately suffering a defeat with 1 dead and 9 injured. while the world government emerged unscathed. Shanks stroked his chin and spoke with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye nodded in agreement without uttering further words. I will place my arm across Luffy's body, for I have witnessed the terrifying forces lurking behind him. I am confident they will turn this world upside down, Shanks proclaimed. After saying this, he refrained from elaborating and shifted the topic. Once you have recovered, we shall duel again. You often called me a cripple, but now you cannot refuse, can you? TCH. In terms of swordsmanship, you could never defeat me, Hawkeye retorted. Captain, you truly have no dignity, came the jovial laughter from a small island once more. Meanwhile, in the office of the 5 elders at the World Government Headquarters in Marries, the bald elder slammed several bounty notices onto the table, exclaiming in anger, "Have these pests, who have lain dormant for 20 years, finally bare their fangs. What shall we do? Should we eliminate these 2 brats?" The elder with horned eyebrows did not finish his sentence, but made a gesture suggesting murder. The elder with goat-like whiskers shook his head, saying, "You wish to kill them? Do you truly believe the current world government possesses the capability to withstand the wrath of that force?" Upon hearing the words of the goat-bearded elder, a heavy silence fell upon the assembly. After all, the force they faced had proven to be immensely powerful 2 decades ago. One could only speculate how formidable they had become now. Let's not forget, the New World, with its myriad nations and the stationed navy there, possesses terrifying strength. On the surface, there are nearly 10 admirals, and as for their hidden trump cards, the 5 elders felt a chill run down their spines. Very well, let them develop freely. They are merely a handful of pirates, and currently, that force shows no inclination to expand. There is no need to incite conflict. The elder with curly hair concluded after a moment of thought. The others nodded in unison, acknowledging that this was indeed the most prudent course of action at present. On another front, those who had received Luffy's assistance looked upon his bounty notice with joyful laughter. Dayton, the mountain bandit from Windmill Village, was astonished upon seeing Luffy's bounty notice, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Who would have thought that brat Luffy would have such a high bounty? He has truly made something of himself. Dayton chuckled heartily, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. In Syrup Village, within a mountain villa, a beautiful blonde girl was diligently studying medical texts. With Crocus no longer present, Koya was no longer afflicted by poison, and her health was steadily improving. She was no longer the frail figure she once was. "Miss Koya, here are updates regarding Mr. Luffy and his crew," the butler Mary said, placing several bounty notices and newspapers before Koya. "News about Mr. Luffy and his crew? I wonder how Usopp is faring." Koya anxiously picked up the newspaper for a closer look. As she examined the bounty notices, her gaze immediately fell upon Usopp's image on Luffy's notice. Overjoyed, she clutched the bounty notice to her chest and gazed into the distance, murmuring, "Usopp must return safely." Her voice seemed to reach Usopp's ears, causing him to instinctively turn towards Syrup Village. Meanwhile, on Sky Island, brothers Kater and Kapu were leisurely chatting and sipping tea. They had entrusted many matters to the younger generation, while they merely held nominal positions. Thus, the 2 often gathered for meals and leisurely conversations. News of the bounty notices had also reached Sky Island. 55 billion berries. My grandson does not disappoint, Kapu exclaimed, holding Luffy's bounty notice, laughing uncontrollably. Observing Kapu's antics, Kater shook his head in resignation, but soon fell into contemplation. It was surprising that Luffy had dealt with Arlong so swiftly. It was likely that Luffy and his crew would soon enter the Grand Line. The capture of Ace was drawing ever closer. It was time to prepare for battle, Kater quietly resolved. Finally, on a certain island in the Grand Line, a man clad in a dark green cloak held 2 bounty notices, scrutinizing them intently for a moment before stating, "It is time to see him off." The figure then tucked away the bounty notices and, after relaying instructions via a transponder snail, sprouted a pair of wings from his back and swiftly flew towards the East Blue. Since the issuance of the bounty notices, while the vast majority of individuals had the sense to refrain from confronting the Straw Hat Pirates upon seeing Luffy and Natsu's staggering bounties, there were always a few reckless souls who valued money over their lives, believing they could capture Luffy and Natsu. Thus, in recent days, numerous bounty hunters had sought trouble with them. However, as they were in the East Blue, these were merely low-level thugs. Zoro and Sanji had not even needed to intervene, as Nami and Kobe managed to handle them with ease. At this moment, on the deck of the Going Merry, Nami meticulously examined a nautical chart. With a furrowed brow, She pointed to a large X on the map, pondering aloud. To reach the Grand Line, it seems we must traverse through here, crossing over Reverse Mountain. Zoro, who was continuously doing push-ups, grew impatient and remarked, "How bothersome. Why can't we simply sail straight through the sea? There are no obstacles. You foolish moss-headed fool." Sanji scoffed at Zoro. "I recall the old man telling me that the Grand Line is surrounded by 2 windless zones. Within those zones dwell terrifying and colossal sea kings. If we were to traverse the windless zone, we would be mere fodder for them. Were you saying, you perverted cook?" Zoro retorted, veins bulging on his forehead as he butted heads with Sanji. "You ignorant mosshead, you accursed perverted sea turtle." The two immediately engaged in a scuffle, prompting the onlookers to shake their heads in exasperation, unsure why these two seemed to be natural enemies, constantly bickering. Nami, choosing to ignore the two, stroked her chin in contemplation. If we were to pass through Reverse Mountain, we need to restock supplies. After all, we have been sailing for quite some time. With that, Nami picked up the nautical chart again and pointed to a small island, saying, "Let us head to Logue Town. It is the closest place to Reverse Mountain, and it is also a famous sightseeing spot. The execution platform of the Pirate King is said to be located on this island." "The execution platform of the Pirate King? I want to see it," Luffy exclaimed, his interest piqued. Zoro then remarked nonchalantly, "Logue Town is known as the town of beginnings and endings. All because the Pirate King Roger was born and executed on this island." The Pirate King Roger, a legendary figure who reached the final island and obtained the One Piece, igniting the age of pirates and an idol to nearly every pirate. Rogue Town, a place imbued with the legacy of Roger, stirred excitement among every pirate who set foot here, making them feel tantalizingly close to the Pirate King for the very first time. They yearned to rush to the execution platform of the Pirate King and witness the spectacle. Soon, with the merry-go sailing at full speed, the Straw Hat Pirates finally arrived at Rogue Town. The moment Luffy stepped onto the town's soil, he was consumed by exhilaration. The others gazed with keen interest at the homeland of the Pirate King. Unlike the quaint towns they had previously visited, Rogue Town exuded a vibrant prosperity, bustling with throngs of people and the lively calls of merchants. Although this was a crucial waypoint for pirates venturing into the Grand Line, the streets were filled predominantly with ordinary citizens, not a pirate in sight. What a prosperous town. It seems one can acquire anything here on the way to the Grand Line, Nami remarked. Hearing her, the crew began to contemplate their purchases. Nami sought to acquire a compass, paper, and pens for charting nautical maps, along with various surveying instruments. Zoro, on the other hand, wished to buy a couple more swords. However, he found himself without savings, having squandered his allowance on alcohol. Thus, he had no choice but to borrow money from Nami, signing numerous unequal agreements before finally securing 100,000 berries. At that moment, the wheels of fate began to turn, though Zoro was unaware that this marked the beginning of a life filled with debts. Sanji was tasked with procuring food and supplies for the crew. Usopp intended to purchase goggles and some materials, while Kobe, lacking any specific desires, chose to accompany Sanji as a porter. Meanwhile, Luffy and Natsu, with nothing pressing to do, decided to head to the execution platform to observe the site of Roger's demise. At that very moment in the naval base of Rogue Town, Smoker was solemnly puffing on his cigar, his demeanor as grave as ever. He had just received news that the Straw Hat Pirates, the notorious supernovas of the East Blue, had made landfall in Rogue Town. Smoker felt a headache coming on, for he was acutely aware of the bounties on the captain and first mate. 1.55 billion berries and 1.45 billion berries, respectively. As a disciple of Zifa, he understood the implications of such figures, recognizing them as indicative of two formidable individuals. Despite being a Logia-type devil fruit user, he knew that in the presence of true power, such abilities meant little, no matter how strong they were. Now that they had arrived in Rogue Town, there was no reason to let them escape. Smoker immediately ordered the capture of Luffy within the town. Meanwhile, Luffy, carefree and oblivious, indulged in food and revelry. Unfortunately for Natsu, Luffy never paid for his meals, leaving Natsu to clean up after him. Although Natsu himself was not particularly reliable, he was Luffy's brother, and thus he felt compelled to cover Luffy's expenses. However, Luffy's enormous appetite meant that even before they caught sight of the execution platform, Natsu's berries vanished at an alarming rate, prompting him to shake his head in resignation. Just as he was about to intervene, a squad of naval soldiers appeared at the street corner, led by a man in white attire with white hair, a cigar clenched between his teeth. They were escorting a group of pirates towards the naval base. Naval forces? Natsu pondered as he observed the sudden arrival. To his astonishment, Luffy boldly approached the white-haired naval officer and inquired, "Excuse me, do you know how to get to the Pirate King's execution platform?" Natsu was struck dumb. Had Luffy truly just delivered himself into their hands? Just as he was bracing for a confrontation, something even more shocking occurred. Smoker, with an unexpectedly warm smile, pointed in a direction and said, "Oh, it's over there." "Thank you, sir," Luffy exclaimed with joy. Turning to Natsu, "Natsu, I found a way to the execution platform. Let's go." Natsu was left in disbelief. How could Luffy have just walked into the trap without being recognized? His mind struggled to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. However, shortly after Luffy and Natsu departed, Smoker seemed to recall something and instructed a subordinate, "Bring me the bounty posters of the Straw Hat Pirates." Within moments, 3 bounty posters were in Smoker's hands, displaying a boy with a straw hat and another with pink hair. Smoker's pupils dilated. These were the same 2 rascals he had just encountered. How brazen they were. "You lot, take these pirates back and gather all available naval support. I have located the Straw Hat Pirates," Smoker commanded. "Yes, sir." The soldiers responded obediently, immediately springing into action, while Smoker hurried towards the execution platform. Following Smoker's directions, Luffy and Natsu made their way effortlessly to the execution platform. "Finally found it," Luffy exclaimed, standing before the platform with glee. He leaped onto the platform, surveying the crowd below. "What a splendid vantage point," he remarked. "Hey kid, you can't stand there. Get down right now. That's the execution platform of the Pirate King." Scram! The pirates in the square soon noticed Luffy's presence and angrily shouted for him to vacate the platform. Ignoring them, Luffy closed his eyes atop the platform, the cacophony of the square transporting him back to the moment when Roger was executed. "Seek it out. I left my treasure there." Suddenly, a voice seemed to transcend time and space, reaching Luffy's ears. Unable to contain himself, Luffy shouted, "I am Monkey D. Luffy, I intend to become the Pirate King." His voice echoed throughout Rogue Town, and as it rang out, the town fell into a brief silence. However, moments later, the uproar resumed with greater intensity. "You little brat, who do you think you are? Get down now, you rotten kid." The entire town erupted in commotion as Luffy's declaration reverberated through the air. After 20 years, someone dared to voice such ambitious aspirations in Rogue Town once again. Coincidentally, Smoker witnessed this scene unfold, observing the carefree, laughing Straw Hat Boy on the execution platform. Smoker felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if a mystical force emanated from him, evoking memories of that fateful day 20 years ago. Even as Roger faced his imminent demise, the Pirate King had worn a similar smile, seemingly unperturbed by the specter of death. Yet now, the straw-hatted youth standing on the execution platform bore the same smile. Smoker shook his head, fixing his gaze upon Luffy. "You little straw hat. I never imagined you were the infamous Monkey D. Luffy, the most wanted man in the East Blue. How bold of you to brazenly ask me for directions." Smoker shouted at Luffy. "What? That guy is Monkey D. Luffy? The notorious pirate with a bounty of 1.55 billion berries? His first bounty is this terrifying? Perhaps he truly possesses the potential to become the Pirate King?" Upon hearing Smoker's words, the crowd in the square quickly reacted. Wasn't that face the one of the great pirate? No wonder he is said to aspire to be the Pirate King. His strength at such a young age is formidable. Even GOLD, Roger, at this age, lacks such power, right? Is it you? Thank you, Uncle, for pointing me in the right direction. Otherwise, I would have found this place. Luffy exclaimed boisterously. "You wretched pirate, I am a Navy colonel from Lowtown, and I will apprehend you here," Smoker declared loudly, and a thick cloud of smoke began to billow from his body. "That won't do," Luffy immediately countered. "I still have to venture to the Grand Line. I cannot be captured here before I become the Pirate King. Surrender, pirate. I shall capture you here. Take this white fist." As he spoke, the smoke around Smoker coalesced into a massive fist, launching toward Luffy. "Uncle, you're a good person. You even helped me with directions. I don't want to fight you." Luffy effortlessly dodged Smoker's attack. "Stop the nonsense. Either you take my blow, or today you'll all remain here." Smoker then drew out his sea-stone handcuffs from behind, ready to continue his assault. "Colonel Smoky." Suddenly, a voice called out, and countless Navy soldiers surged in from all directions, surrounding the crowd in the square. "You've arrived. Evacuate the civilians, then assist me in capturing these 2 pirates," Smoker commanded, swiftly charging toward Luffy. "If you continue like this, I will have to send you flying." Luffy said, somewhat irritated as he watched Smoker. No more chatter, Smoker shouted, rushing towards Luffy. Seeing Smoker's approach, Luffy helplessly shook his head, his gaze sharpening. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Conqueror's Haki. The surrounding civilians and pirates all fainted upon encountering this transparent energy. What? Conqueror's Haki? How is that possible? Smoker stared in disbelief at the square, now strewn with unconscious bodies, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Could he truly possess the potential to become the Pirate King? At that moment of distraction, Luffy appeared right behind Smoker. Uncle, you're a good person. You should have a nice nap. With Luffy's words, Smoker was knocked unconscious. There's been a disturbance. Let's get out of here, Natsu. After dealing with Smoker, Luffy grabbed Natsu and swiftly left the execution platform. At that very moment, unbeknownst to Luffy, in a distant corner, a green-haired boy with sharp teeth watched Luffy's departing figure with sparkling eyes. Is that Luffy's senpai? Truly, he deserves to be called the greatest pirate of the East Blue. He took down so many people in an instant. The green-haired boy admired. I can't stay in Low Town. I must follow Luffy senpai to the Grand Line. After observing the execution platform, Luffy and Natsu lost interest and hurried toward the direction of the Going Merry. On their way, they encountered a lost Zoro. Isn't that Zoro? Natsu pointed at Zoro, who was scratching his head at a crossroads. It really is this guy. Could he be lost? Luffy remarked. I don't think I've strayed. Natsu sighed as he looked at Zoro. Zoro found himself in this predicament because, while searching for a sword shop, he encountered a girl named Dasky, who bore a striking resemblance to Queen Ah. With her help, he finally located the sword shop. Though the journey was a bit convoluted, Zoro ultimately acquired 2 decent swords, which the owner generously gifted him. However, after parting ways with Dasky outside the shop, Zoro intended to return to the Going Merry. After all, he had only come out to buy swords, and now that he had succeeded, he would rather spend the remaining time honing his strength. Unbeknownst to him, Zoro wandered near the execution platform. What the heck? What's going on? I distinctly remember heading this way. Why does it feel like I'm moving further from port? Zoro scratched his head in frustration. Zoro. Just then, a voice rang out in his ear. Luffy. Zoro felt a surge of joy upon seeing Luffy and the others, secretly thinking to himself, finally, I can return to the Going Merry. Damn, I got lost again. I can't go out anymore. Of course, Zoro wouldn't voice these thoughts. He composed himself, trying to appear as if he hadn't lost his way. Zoro, you're not lost, are you? How did you end up over here? Luffy inquired curiously. Nonsense. How could I be lost? It's the path's fault. I distinctly remember the direction to the Going Merry. Zoro insisted stubbornly. However, Luffy and Natsu clearly didn't believe him, causing Zoro to blush slightly. They said no more and instead walked together toward the port. However, Zoro, known as the greatest navigator among pirates, was indeed a notorious directionally challenged individual. Despite the 3 of them walking together in a straight line, Zoro occasionally veered off without warning, leaving Luffy and Natsu exasperated on several occasions. Fortunately, they were not far from the Going Merry and soon arrived at its location. Upon sighting the Going Merry, Zoro's spirits lifted, and he quietly resolved to remain behind on any island they visited, as it would give him the opportunity to swim and train in the sea. Surely he wouldn't get lost that way. It was fortunate that Sanji was unaware, or he would surely mock him endlessly. Just as Zoro was contemplating this, Sanji and Kobe approached, carrying a peculiar fish and a pile of supplies from a distance. Huh, why is the green-haired guy with you? Sanji asked, puzzled. I thought your directions were completely different. Oh no. Upon hearing Sanji's words, Zoro's heart sank. This guy got lost. He ended up near the execution platform. Luffy exclaimed. Lost. Ha 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 ha. The green-haired guy is a directionally challenged individual? Ha ha ha. Sanji burst into joyful laughter. Shut up. I'm not lost. Zoro retorted defiantly, leaping onto the Merry first. Ha ha ha. Others could not help but laugh at Sauron's appearance. Soon, Nami and Usopp rejoined them, and the Going Merry set sail once more. As they traveled near the vicinity of Rogue Town, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the location of the Going Merry. What is this? Natsu and Luffy's brows furrowed, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. The fear was palpable, as if they had been targeted by an ancient beast, with the impending sense of doom looming over them. The owner of this aura possessed a strength far beyond their own. What was happening? Why did breathing suddenly feel so laborious? Although Sauron, Sanji, Usopp, and the others were not the direct targets of this oppressive force, They too were paralyzed by its residual might. The disparity in power was so vast that even a mere fraction of it rendered them nearly powerless. Someone with terrifying strength had set their sights on them. Luffy's gaze sharpened. Despite his usual carefree and optimistic demeanor, he had grown wise under Cater's tutelage. In this dire situation, Luffy had already resolved to hold off the enemy to allow his comrades to escape. Before long, they identified the source of the ominous presence. A man clad in a green hood, with a pair of white wings sprouting from his back, descended from the sky. "Luffy, long time no see. You seem to be doing well." With these words, the terrifying aura vanished without a trace. The newcomer was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, who had come from Baldy. "Long time no see?" Luffy gazed at the unfamiliar man in confusion, as if trying to recall where he might have met him. However, Luffy had clearly forgotten. For Dragon had taken him back to Garp right after his birth. At that time, Luffy was far too young to remember. Although Luffy often heard Cater and Garp speak of Dragon, it had only been hearsay, thus he did not recognize him at all. It was normal not to recognize him, given their lack of encounters. Dragon waved his hand and then lowered his hood, revealing a face that bore a striking resemblance to Luffy, though Dragon's complexion was significantly darker, adorned with a peculiar tattoo. "This face!" KB exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at Dragon's visage. "I think I remember something." KB pondered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "What is wrong, KB? What are you talking about?" Nami inquired, puzzled by KB's reaction. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. KB finally recalled, his voice filled with shock. The Revolutionary Army was indeed a fearsome organization. Could it be that he had set his sights on Luffy? Sauron and Sanji immediately dashed to Luffy's side, adopting a stance of defiance. "Luffy, you must run. We'll hold him off." Sauron and Sanji urged Luffy, their expressions grave as they focused on Dragon. "Huh? You're my dad?" Luffy stared at Dragon in astonishment, a hint of confusion on his face. In that instant, the air aboard the going Marries seemed to freeze, enveloped in an eerie silence. "Dad? Huh?" A thunderous outburst erupted from the crew. Disbelief etched on their faces as they glanced between Luffy and Dragon. "What? The infamous leader of the Revolutionary Army, the most fearsome criminal in the world, is Luffy's father? Huh?" The Straw Hat Pirates scrutinized the faces of Luffy and Dragon repeatedly. Upon closer inspection, they noticed the undeniable resemblance, which slightly calmed their racing hearts. "I've heard my grandpa and uncle mention him, but this is my first time meeting him." Luffy scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. "Indeed, it is as such," Dragon replied, somewhat helplessly. The pressure of leading the Revolutionary Army was immense, and, as time dragged on, it often left him feeling overwhelmed. He had never found the time to visit Luffy. If Luffy remained on Sky Island, it would have been understandable. However, Luffy had been sent by Garp to Windmill Village in East Blue, preventing Dragon from visiting. Dragon reclined on a nearby lounge chair, relishing the rare opportunity to relax. "So, how did you end up in East Blue?" Luffy queried, his curiosity piqued. "Well, you're my son, after all. I never had the chance to take care of you before. Now that you're out at sea, I thought I should come and see you off." Dragon replied nonchalantly as he basked in the sun. Luffy nodded, non-committal in his response. "Listen, Luffy." Dragon suddenly turned serious, addressing Luffy with gravity. "When will you take over my position as the leader of the Revolutionary Army? I wish to retire. The pressure is immense, and I have thousands of people depending on me for sustenance." "No." Luffy resolutely shook his head. "I haven't become the Pirate King yet. Let's talk about it after I achieve that." That's going to take a long time." Dragon lowered his head, feeling a bit dejected. If Kuma and Sabo from the Revolutionary Army were to see Dragon in this state, they would likely be utterly astounded. The normally imposing leader of the Revolutionary Army appeared like a mischievous elder in Luffy's presence. "Well then, by the time that happens, I imagine I will have already overthrown the world government. At that point, you can come along with your crew to rule over the nations I have conquered." Dragon jested, laughter in his voice. Luffy paid little heed and continued to curiously observe Dragon's face. Although he felt somewhat unfamiliar with his father figure, he was genuinely pleased that he had come to see him off. As Dragon lounged beside Luffy, he indulged in a rare, restful slumber. When the sun began to set, Dragon finally awoke. That was a splendid nap. I haven't felt this refreshed in a long time." Dragon stretched and addressed Luffy. "Well, I must be off. There are many matters to attend to with the Revolutionary Army. I will await you in the Grand Line." "MHM." Luffy nodded calmly in response. "By the way, if you ever find yourself in a predicament, remember to invoke the name of the monkey family. Dragon said with a fierce glint in his eye. I refuse to believe there exists anyone brazen enough to disregard the monkey name. MHM. Luffy nodded, somewhat helplessly, as he still wished to rely on his own strength. Nevertheless, he understood it was his father's goodwill. Dragon then cast a thoughtful glance at Nami, a smile playing on his lips as he advised Luffy. Make sure to protect that lovely lady. Nami's head spun at his words, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. Ever since discovering that Dragon was Luffy's father, she had felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, mixed with shyness and trepidation. A myriad of complex emotions surged within her. Although she and Luffy were not in a romantic relationship, their prolonged interactions had fostered a unique bond between them. For Luffy, Nami held a distinctive place in his heart. Though they had yet to address their feelings openly, everyone aboard the ship had already regarded them as a couple. Dragon could naturally perceive the situation. Thus he jested with Luffy. Of course, I will never allow anyone to harm Nami, Luffy declared with unwavering determination, his gaze sharp as a blade. Luffy, Nami shyly called out upon hearing his words. Ha ha ha. It seems I will soon be a grandfather, Dragon remarked as wings sprouted from his back, swiftly vanishing from sight. Huh? Luffy pondered, tilting his head in confusion at his father's words. Grandchild, babies? Nami's mind went blank, her lips murmuring incessantly. Following this brief interlude, the Golden Mary finally arrived at the entrance of Reverse Mountain. Reverse Mountain is one of the few places in the pirate world that defies the laws of physics, with its unique geographical surroundings and peculiar magnetic field. This results in unpredictable weather that cannot be judged by common sense. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear and sunny. However, upon entering the vicinity of Reverse Mountain, dark clouds suddenly loomed overhead, as if heralding the end of days, with not a single ray of sunlight escaping the ominous clouds to illuminate the sea below, evoking a sense of foreboding. The Straw Hat Pirates, too, were affected. The usual playful banter had ceased, and everyone attentively focused on the direction of Reverse Mountain, each assuming their designated roles. Nami, if we go any further, we will encounter a vast expanse of rain clouds. Usopp called anxiously from the lookout tower. If we continue in this direction, we should soon reach the entrance of Reverse Mountain. Nami, holding the navigation chart, scrutinized it with a glimmer of excitement in her beautiful, bright eyes. After all, her dream was to chart the entire world. Beyond lay the Grand Line, a place she had never ventured before. With Nami's formidable navigation skills, the Golden Mary expertly evaded the towering waves, gradually revealing a crimson continent that seemed to cleave the ocean in two. The blood-red land resembled the remnants of ancient deities. The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates gazed in awe at this scarlet land, entranced. At the juncture of the Calm Belt and the Red Land stood an immensely tall peak. At the foot of this mountain, a massive river flowed, with seawater defying the laws of physics, surging up to the summit of Reverse Mountain. Soon, the Mary reached the entrance, and amidst the astonished exclamations of the crew, the Golden Mary embarked upon Reverse Mountain. Oh no, the Golden Mary is veering off course, Nami exclaimed as the ship suddenly tilted toward a nearby rock due to the current. Don't worry, leave it to me. Natsu quickly positioned himself beside the ship, securing one hand to the Mary while aiming his other hand at the rock. Fire blast! A torrent of flames, fierce as a jet engine, erupted from Natsu's hand, forcefully redirecting the Mary back on course. Rubber gunfire. Meanwhile, Luffy furiously swung his fists, knocking away the splashing rocks and waves threatening to drench the ship. Two-sword style. Rorinoa, Damun. Zoro stood at the bow, cleaving the oncoming waves in half to protect the Golden Mary. Usopp and Kobe tirelessly used buckets to bail out the seawater that had entered the ship. Nami, on the other hand, continuously adjusted the ship's course according to the weather and currents, instructing Sanji to stabilize the vessel as best he could. Finally, through collective effort, the Golden Mary ascended with the upward current, escaping the most treacherous area. The ship gradually regained its normal trajectory, steadily climbing higher. Boom! At this moment, Luffy placed a barrel on the deck, grinning broadly as he rested his feet atop it. I will find a final island and become the Pirate King. Natsu joined him, placing his feet on the barrel as well. To become the strongest, to protect my family and friends. The others, seeing this scene, instinctively brightened, placing their feet upon the barrel in unison. Zoro declared, to attain the title of the world's greatest swordsman, letting my name echo in the heavens. Nami proclaimed, to chart the entire world. Usopp exclaimed, to become a brave warrior of the sea. Sanji added, to find the legendary chef paradise, all blue. Kobe vowed, I will become a Marine Admiral and capture all the pirates in this world. The cold, biting wind swept across the sea, relentlessly crashing against them. Sanji remained unaware that his cigarette had already become soaked. At this moment, the entire Straw Hat crew placed their feet upon the barrel, truly uniting as one. Despite being drenched by the frigid seawater, each individual's eyes burned with the fire of dreams, a blaze that would set the ocean ablaze. Each person's aspirations and desires were poised to commence from this very point. Let us take off. As if sensing their collective will, at the pinnacle of their enthusiasm, the Mary soared over the highest point of Reverse Mountain, plunging down the downward current towards the mountain's exit. Hey, everyone, did you hear some strange sound? Usopp suddenly turned, cautiously inquiring. Ha ha, so fast. Don't worry, just dive down, Luffy exclaimed, exhilarated, seated in his special position, laughing joyfully into the wind. However, Nami explained to Zoro, it might just be the wind. After all, with such strong air currents here, coupled with the peculiar geography of Reverse Mountain, it's not surprising for odd sounds to occur. What the hell is that thing? Usopp screamed from the lookout tower, panic rising in his voice. A mountain? Nami exclaimed in disbelief. It can't be. Other than Reverse Mountain, there shouldn't be any other peaks around Twin Cape. At that moment, the Golden Mary burst through the mist, unveiling a clear view ahead. No, that is not a mountain. It's a gigantic whale. Usopp cried in terror. What do we do? At this speed, we will definitely collide. Sanji, puffing nervously on his cigarette, asked with concern. How about I roast it? Natsu suggested, flames flickering in his hands. Idiot. If we roast it, its carcass will still be there, and we will crash into it. Nami retorted angrily. We must think of a solution. At this rate, we will definitely collide. Quickly steer to see if we can go around it. Zoro, unusually breaking into a cold sweat, added. Leave it to me, Luffy declared, rising from his special seat. What do you intend to do? So alone, somewhat perplexed, inquired. How do we knock him away? Luffy, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, let's send him flying. Usopp shouted, are you joking? How can you possibly send such a massive creature flying? Luffy chuckled, today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. With that, he thrust his hand into his mouth. Gear third, he began to inflate his arm, which rapidly expanded into a colossal fist, measuring several meters in size. Is it possible to grow this large? Nami, suddenly bashful, gazed at Luffy. It can become so enormous? Zoro exclaimed in astonishment. Armament Haki. Luffy's hands elongated as he confidently declared, do not obstruct our path, you scoundrel. Monkey D, giant rocket punch. Although Luffy had transformed into Gear third, his fist, despite its impressive size, seemed minuscule compared to the whale, barely larger than its eye. The armored fist struck the whale's head with tremendous force, creating a deep indentation and generating towering waves as the surrounding water was displaced by the force of impact. Liftoff. Luffy continued to exert his strength, the residual power causing the Going Merry to sway violently. The whale emitted a mournful wail, overwhelmed by pain. With its massive body, it was propelled through the air, crashing into the sea after being struck by Luffy's punch. Gulp. Zoro and the others could not help but swallow nervously, imagining the bruises they would sustain if such a fist were to land on them. Incredible, Kobe exclaimed, awestruck by Luffy's might. You didn't kill that whale, did you? Nami asked, her brow furrowed in concern. I doubt it. Its hide is too thick. Although my strength is considerable, I didn't use my full power. It should have only been knocked unconscious, Luffy replied casually. We must hurry. If that creature awakens, we are in for trouble, Nami exclaimed in a panic. Despite the rocky journey, Luffy and his companions finally entered the Grand Line, while preparations began on the other side with Carter. At the headquarters of the Chinese government, located on Sky Island, Apaya Dune, a female angel was respectfully reporting to Carter. Have we finally entered the Grand Line? Carter nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, it seems the time has come. It is time to take action. He stroked his chin and instructed the angel beside him, notify the high-ranking members of the factions under the Chinese government to hasten their arrival at Apaya Dune. I am convening the second high-level meeting. Promptly, as Carter's orders were issued, the high-ranking officials of the factions associated with the Chinese government rushed to Apaya Dune. Yin Jixin, Azui, Geishaolin, and Katakuri, among others, arrived first, as their established Meluo Heavenly Court served as a protective satellite for Apaya Dune. Father, why the sudden urgency for a second high-level meeting? Yin, now a capable queen after years of training, led the elite guards of Meluo Heavenly Court. which had grown to a formidable force of 100,000. They had enhanced the wings of the native inhabitants of Sky Island, allowing them to fly. Each soldier possessed immense strength, at least equivalent to that of a lieutenant general. The second group to arrive included Kenpachi, Yichiro, Rukia, and Ichigo, who managed the judicial department of the Chinese government. They had limited spare troops due to their responsibilities in maintaining order across Meluo Heavenly Court, the United Nations, and the Revolutionary Army. However, each commanded an independent squad of 13, each member boasting peak vice admiral strength and, empowered by Lingling's soul fruit abilities, could liberate their swords, gaining the strength of an admiral for a brief period. These squads consisted of Kenpachi's Berserk Brigade, Yachiro's Women's Association, Rukia's Frost Brigade, and Ichigo's Crescent Moon Brigade. The third to arrive was the Chinese Air Force, led by Angel Moi and Golden Lion Shiki. Given the lack of significant battles in recent years, the Air Force's numbers remain modest at around 40,000. However, to underestimate them due to their numbers would be a grave mistake. Although not as numerous as Meluo Heavenly Court, the Chinese Air Force held irreplaceable strategic significance. Notably, with the presence of the Mangdangshan and Tianra No. 7, they could swiftly eliminate enemy soldiers. Simultaneously, the navies of the United Nations and China arrived at Apaya Dune, converging in the sea region where they utilized Tianra No. 7 to open a micro wormhole for transport. Ha ha ha. Is Carter finally set to make a grand move? I've been feeling stagnant these past few years. With a hearty laugh, the imposing figure of Carp entered, flanked by several others, including Laxus, Naruto, Sessamaru, Inuyasha, Amiya, Kuchulin, Boruto, and Baron Egg. Brother, take a moment to rest. We'll commence the meeting shortly, Carter said with an air of exasperation, signaling for Carp to sit down. Carp complied without a word, finding a place to sit comfortably. The final arrival was Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army, accompanied by several high-ranking members. Uncle, Dragon greeted Carter as they settled down. The other members of the Revolutionary Army were taken aback, realizing they had unexpectedly arrived at Sky Island for a meeting. Moreover, they were astonished to learn that their leader, Dragon, referred to the head of the Chinese government as Uncle. Initially believing the Revolutionary Army to be rootless, they were now confronted with the revelation of such a powerful ally. Ivankov blinked in disbelief as he surveyed the surroundings. The individuals seated at the table, including the notorious Carp, a figure who once defeated Rox, and the Angel Yin, evoked a sense of awe. Even the typically stoic and reticent Bartholomew Kuma was now sweating profusely, oblivious to the Bible slipping from his grasp. Carter recognized the high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army, reminiscent of those he had encountered in his past life. Funbiishu, Sabo, Amburi Ao Yuankafu, Yimajuan Ateli, Basaromi Shion, Kila Haku. As for the other high-ranking officials, Long must have left them behind to guard the home front. After all, the Revolutionary Army is now vast and prosperous. It is imperative to have trustworthy individuals stationed. The system opened several attribute panels. Carter silently mused to himself. Sabo Identity, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army Talent. S-Class Revolutionary Physical Strength. Peak Vice Admiral Level Skills. Dragon Claw Fist. Advanced 3-Color Hockey of the Navy's 6 Styles Abilities. None Evaluation. Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army Anburi Ao Yawankafu Identity. Commander of the Revolutionary Army Talent. A-Class Okama Physical Strength. Peak Vice Admiral Level Skills. Okama Kenpo. Advanced 3-Color Hockey of the Navy 6 Styles Abilities. Hormone Fruit Evaluation. An absolute ruler in the Okama world. Basaromi Shiong Identity. Revolutionary Army Cadre Talent. A-Class Tyrant Physical Strength. Peak Vice Admiral Level Skills. Advanced 3-Color Hockey of the Navy 6 Styles Abilities. Pawpaw Fruit Evaluation. An absolute tyrant with a spirit of sacrifice. Carter observed the attribute panels of the Revolutionary Army members and nodded in understanding. Sabo, as a sworn brother of Luffy and Ace, attaining the position of Chief of Staff at such a young age with an S-Class talent is quite reasonable. As Carter noted that everyone had gathered, he officially commenced the second high-level meeting of the Chinese government. Surely, everyone comprehends the significance of today as high-level meeting. He addressed the assembly. The others responded with solemn nods. They recalled the last high-level meeting convened in response to the War of God Valley. In that conflict, the world's most notorious figure, Rox, met his demise, and countless pirates and Navy personnel perished. Most crucially, over half of the celestial dragons fell victim during that war. Thus, every face exhibited a serious demeanor, attentively listening to Carter's words from the podium. After 20 years of rapid development, in terms of technology, elite combat power, and troop numbers, the current Chinese government is incomparable to its former self. Initially, when the world government dispatched the God Knights to launch a surprise attack on our Sun Island, our strength was not yet adequate to confront the world government directly, so we endured. But now it is finally time. It is time to show the world government just how sharp our fangs truly are, Carter proclaimed loudly from the podium. Oh, the repulsive celestial dragons do not embody the justice of angels. The mere thought of the celestial dragons incited a visible revulsion in Yen. Ha ha, Carter, you are finally going to take action against the world government. I have long awaited this day. Jin Shitsi Shurji could no longer contain his laughter, for he had never forgotten his dream of world domination. In contrast to the excitement of others, Carp fell into silence, gazing at Carter with a hint of helplessness, as if he wished to speak but refrained. Carter noticed his older brother's change and understood the sentiment. After all, the current admiral of the world government navy is his good brother, Sengoku, and Tsuru has become Sengoku's right-hand woman. They had weathered countless storms together, yet now they were destined to become adversaries. Even Carp, with his typically carefree demeanor, found himself in a reflective silence. Perhaps I should discuss the plan with my brother later, Carter mused while observing Carp's despondent expression. He then redirected his focus and continued. The war will soon arrive, likely in 6 months. Therefore, I announce that the entire Chinese government is officially entering a state of war preparation. All operations are to be canceled, and we shall devote ourselves entirely to preparation. All actions will await my command, Carter declared with authority from the podium. Yes, everyone stood solemnly, responding earnestly. The conference room soon erupted into fervent discussions. Entering a state of war preparation means that each faction's strengths and weaknesses must be assessed, necessitating appropriate adjustments in weaponry and supplies. For instance, while the nations possess abundant food supplies, their combat vessels are relatively scarce. Conversely, the Chinese Navy boasts numerous ships but lacks sufficient food. Thus, a suitable allocation is essential. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army's numbers are staggering, with approximately 500,000 soldiers ready for combat, divided into 4 armies of 100,000 each, in addition to the 100,000 under the command of Yonko, totaling 500,000. Transporting these forces to the battlefield will require a vast fleet of ships, and the daily consumption of provisions will be substantial, demanding meticulous logistics. Carter merely established the overarching direction, leaving the finer details to be deliberated among the high-ranking officials of each faction. The meeting extended over a considerable duration, concluding 3 days later when everyone departed contentedly. At that moment, Carter sat with Carp on the balcony, watching the sunset. Carp appeared hesitant, but he finally could not suppress his inquiry. Must we truly go to war with the world government? Although he understood that overthrowing the world government was undoubtedly the correct course of action, given the inhumane acts committed by the celestial dragons daily, and that only their complete annihilation could afford the common folk a brighter future, the prospect of Sengoku becoming his enemy was something Carp deeply wished to avoid. Brother, I know what you are thinking, but this is indeed a necessary undertaking. If we do not act now, in 2 years, Luffy will. Carter stated with conviction. Luffy? How could that be? Carp's expression was one of disbelief. The moment Luffy consumed the Nika fruit, the gears of fate began to turn. An inevitable destiny he could not escape. Carter gazed intently into Carp's eyes. All right. Carp seemed to deflate, appearing as though he had aged a decade in an instant. Ha ha. I'm just teasing you, brother. Carter could no longer contain his laughter. Huh. Carp looked bewildered at Carter's jest. Are you still worried about becoming enemies with Sengoku and the others? Carter inquired. Yes, Carp nodded, albeit with some confusion. Then worry not. Sengoku is one of us. Carter assured Carp, recounting the plan they had conspired with Sengoku during Roger's execution. Thus and so. Ha ha ha. So, Sengoku will henceforth be part of our Chinese Navy? Who would have thought I could have control over Sengoku one day? Carp finally broke into a smile. Observing his brother's expression, Carter could not help but chuckle, feeling grateful for having devised that plan with Sengoku, for otherwise, Carp would surely be in sorrow now. Upon learning from Cater that the warring states were indeed their own, Carp returned to prepare for battle with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Cater summoned Inuyasha and Sessamaru. Father. The two greeted Cater with utmost respect upon their arrival. You are here? I have a matter to entrust to you, Cater said calmly, gazing at them. What is it? Inuyasha inquired, somewhat puzzled. It is worth mentioning that since Sesshomaru and Inuyasha became parents, they seem to have matured overnight, transforming from their previous unreliability into figures of great dependability. Go and invite Kaido of the 100 Beasts and Shanks the Red-Haired to join this battle. Cater commanded. Why? Given our current strength, are we not insufficient to contend with the world government? Sesshomaru asked, his brow furrowed in curiosity. I cannot say. After all, this is a colossal entity that has survived for 800 years. No one knows how many hidden cards it possesses. Therefore, we should muster as much strength as we can. Cater responded, his tone serious. With Cater's order given, the colossal entity of the Chinese government began to mobilize entirely. At this juncture, both its technological prowess and financial resources were to be transformed into combat strength. Soon, a month passed, and at this moment, Luffy and his crew had set foot on the soil of Alabasta Kingdom. At the port of the city of Oilseed, Luffy exclaimed, "We have finally arrived. I wonder if we will encounter Ace here." His heart raced with excitement as he eagerly scanned the surroundings from the figurehead of the Mary. Previously, while seeking a doctor on Drum Island, due to Nami's illness, the villagers had mentioned that a man who claimed to be the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates had instructed them to inform the Straw Hat Pirates that Ace would be waiting for them in Alabasta. Thus, upon arriving in Alabasta, Luffy's heartbeat quickened. Do not worry. Since Ace said he would wait for us, he will surely do so. That guy would never go back on his word. Natsu reassured him, patting Luffy's shoulder to calm him. You are right. Luffy nodded in agreement, regaining his composure. He stretched his hand to pluck an orange from the orange tree on the Mary and began to eat it. Luffy. Sanji glared at Luffy with indignation as he noticed him plucking Nami's oranges. Those were grown by Ms. Nami's mother. How could you eat them so casually? It's fine, Sanji. I told Luffy he could eat freely, Nami said gently, gazing at Luffy as he enjoyed the orange. My heart aches. Sanji clasped his chest, taken aback by Nami's tender demeanor towards Luffy. You idiot cook. Zoro could not help but scoff. Let us head to the island. Although Luffy had calmed down, he was still eager to set foot on the island, with the others following his lead. Meanwhile, within a restaurant in the city of Oilseed, Navy Colonel Smoker watched the man before him with a vigilant expression. The man, wearing a cowboy hat and adorned with freckles, bore the emblem of the Whitebeard Pirates on his back. The infamous 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas D. Ace, had unexpectedly appeared here. Smoker, hands in pockets, took a few puffs from his cigar and spoke coldly. Navy? Ace glanced up at Smoker with indifference, replying, I don't believe I have caused any trouble, and besides, I am waiting for someone. You may attend to your own affairs. You bastard. I am a Navy, the righteous Navy, as long as you remain a pirate. I cannot allow you to go unchecked. However, before Smoker could finish his words, a hearty laughter interrupted him. Ha ha ha, I finally found a restaurant. Meat. I want to eat meat. Luffy exclaimed excitedly as he burst through the door. Stauhat Keet. Smoker's pupils dilated. For his objective in leaving Lowtown was to capture Monkey D. Luffy. Straw Hat Kid, I've searched for you long enough. Now you will surrender. White blow. Smoker did not grant Luffy the opportunity to react, instantly transforming his fist into a thick cloud of smoke that coalesced into a massive punch aimed at Luffy. Just as the white blow was about to make contact with Luffy, a figure appeared before him, a flaming fist blocking Smoker's attack. Since when did the Whitebeard Pirates become so meddlesome? Smoker sneered, surprised that his attack had been thwarted by Ace. Well, I cannot simply stand by and watch you harm my brother. Ace replied with a smile, then pushed Smoker away. Ace, Luffy exclaimed, thrilled to see the person before him. Luffy, it has been a while, Ace said, adjusting his hat and turning to him with warmth. Where's Natsu? I thought he was sailing with you. Ace, don't think I can't hear you talking bad about me. Natsu's voice soon echoed from outside the door. Following closely, Natsu and the rest of the Straw Hat crew entered together. The Straw Hat Pirates. They are the infamous Straw Hat crew. Particularly the two captains, with bounties exceeding $1 billion, are notorious pirates. Moreover, it is astonishing that the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates is also their brother. This is truly terrifying. Let us leave quickly. If a fight breaks out, we'll be done for. The patrons in the restaurant had already taken note of the commotion, and some sharp-eyed individuals recognized Luffy and his crew. In an instant, chaos ensued as they hurriedly fled the scene. You two damn pirates. Do you not hold me in any regard? Smoker seethed in anger as he noticed Ace and the Straw Hat Pirates casually reminiscing. Hey, aren't you that smoking guy from Lowtown? What are you doing here? Luffy asked, perplexed. You caused quite the ruckus in Lowtown. I came out specifically to capture you. Smoker seethed, his body beginning to elementalize in his fury. I will not allow you to lay a finger on my brother. Ace's body ignited with fierce flames as he faced Smoker. White blow. Fire fist. Smoke and flames collided, but at the moment of contact, Smoker's expression changed. He realized that his smoke was being consumed by Ace's flames. With no other option, Smoker retreated quickly to evade Ace's fiery onslaught. Damn it, am I being countered? Smoker gasped. Though severing the smoke did not physically harm him, it depleted a significant amount of his stamina. Enough of this foolishness. Ace swiftly appeared behind Smoker and delivered a blow, hardening his arm with haki, knocking Smoker unconscious. Not again, was the last thought crossing Smoker's mind as he collapsed to the ground. Although armed haki is not Ace's forte, he possesses a moderate level of it, sufficient to contend with a natural-type user who lacks haki. However, both Natsu and Luffy furrowed their brows as they sensed Ace's haki level. Soon after Luffy had his fill, Ace rejoined the Straw Hat crew on the deck of the Going Merry. I apologize for the trouble my brothers have caused you. Ace suddenly bowed to Nami and Zoro, speaking gently. Not all. Nami quickly denied it, asserting that Luffy and Natsu were indeed quite reliable. Ha ha ha. You need not deny it. I know these two well, especially Luffy, who is undoubtedly a troublemaker. Ace pointed at Natsu and Luffy. What? Ace, you're just as unreliable. Luffy retorted, pouting. Ha ha ha. Observing Ace and Luffy bickering, the Straw Hat crew burst into laughter. However, Natsu remained serious as he gazed at Ace. Ace, Natsu suddenly called out to him. Shall we have a match? What do you say? Oh, Ace, somewhat surprised, agreed, saying, what? Do you think you could defeat me? I've acquired the ability to unleash flames now. This time, I shall not lose to you. Only by fighting will we know. With that, Natsu leapt off the Merry and onto the shore, with Ace promptly following suit. Luffy, who do you think will win? Zoro asked, curiosity etched on his face. Natsu will definitely win. Luffy replied without hesitation. Why is that? Isn't Ace your brother? Shouldn't his strength be superior? Sanji, having approached Luffy, questioned in confusion. Before we set sail, Ace's strength was indeed comparable to ours. But now, Ace is no match for us, Luffy said with a hint of seriousness. Why is that? Sanji continued to inquire. It's because his haki and physical techniques have stagnated over the years at sea, even regressing. Although he has obtained the Mera no Mi, his haki is too weak for him to be Natsu's opponent. I see. Zoro and the others exhibited expressions of understanding. Meanwhile, as Luffy and his friends engaged in casual conversation, the battle between Ace and Natsu officially commenced. Natsu, I must inform you that I am now a user of the Mera no Mi. Your flames are of no use to me now. Ace's right hand erupted with a blue flame, and he gazed at Natsu with pride. Enough with the chatter. Bring it on. Natsu, no longer talking, fixed a serious gaze on Ace. Truth be told, Natsu was somewhat enraged. He could not fathom why Ace held such an obsession with flames, and judging by the appearance of the Mera no Mi, it seemed he had developed it well. Yet, this fellow had misplaced his priorities, neglecting the cultivation of his body and haki. After so many years at sea without progress, he had even regressed. Thus, Natsu aimed to awaken Ace. Fire Fist. Ace unleashed a powerful punch towards Natsu, sending a massive column of blue flames surging towards him. Natsu did not flinch, even displaying a hint of disdain in his eyes. Although his flames could not reach such temperatures, let us not forget that Natsu is a user of the Hoka no Mi, endowed with remarkable defensive capabilities, further augmented by proficient armed haki, rendering Ace's flames incapable of harming him. Boom! The Fire Fist struck Natsu squarely, causing an explosion of blue flames at the point of impact, as if the terrifying blue flames sought to paint the clouds above in their hue. Gulp! Sanji, sensing the intense heat of the blue flames, swallowed hard and said stiffly, Ace's flames are incredibly hot. If they hit me, I would surely be burned. Just as everyone assumed Natsu would be injured, he emerged unscathed from the flames. Look, Natsu is fine, Kobe exclaimed, pointing towards Natsu. It's the armed haki. Zoro and Sanji, with keen eyes, recognized the armed haki enveloping Natsu. Despite the flame's extreme temperature, they were utterly ineffective against Natsu, thanks to the combination of his armed haki and the Hoka no Mi. Your flames cannot harm me, Ace, Natsu declared with a hint of contempt. Impossible. That SA temperature of 3,000 degrees Celsius. How can you be unharmed? Ace looked at Natsu, disbelief etched on his face. How about this move? Crossfire. Kaka no Daruma, Fire Gun, Divine Fire, Shiranui, Fire Pillar. Ace unleashed a barrage of techniques upon Natsu, yet they continued to have no effect. The flames merely stirring up some dust upon impact. Is that all you can do? Just cover me in dust? Natsu scoffed. I refuse to believe this. I put an immense effort for this devil fruit. It cannot be ineffective. Ace's confidence wavered, as he had always believed that the power of the Mera no Mi was a perfect fit for him and potent in strength. Thus, he had neglected the training of his haki, focusing instead on developing the fruit-S abilities. Though Katakuri had advised him, he merely brushed it off, and once he left Sky Island, he had completely forgotten about training his haki. Could it be that cultivating haki is far more crucial than the abilities granted by the devil fruit? For the first time, Ace doubted himself. No, I refuse to believe it. There is still one last move. Ace raised his head, reigniting his hope. Natsu, now I will unleash my strongest attack. If you can withstand it, I will concede. All right, Natsu readily agreed. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. With astonishment, the Straw Hat crew watched as Ace conjured an enormous blue fireball in his hand. Natsu, be careful. Ace smirked, confident in his Flame Emperor. Come on, Ace. Today, I will awaken you. Solely focusing on developing your devil fruit while neglecting haki and physical training is unequivocally erroneous. As Ace launched the colossal fireball directly at Natsu, boom. The fireball collided with Natsu, producing a resounding impact. Surprisingly, the fireball did not explode. As everyone scrutinized the scene more closely, they discovered that Natsu had also conjured 2 golden flames in his hands. It was these flames that allowed Natsu to fully absorb the Flame Emperor. However, true to Ace's reputation, Natsu struggled to withstand the force, being pushed back a few steps. Is Natsu going to lose? Nami watched with concern as Natsu continued to retreat. Have faith in Natsu. Luffy appeared utterly unconcerned. Observing Luffy's calm demeanor, Nami too felt a sense of relief. Indeed, events unfolded as Luffy anticipated. While Luffy and his companions engaged in casual conversation, changes were also beginning to manifest in Natsu's vicinity. Ace, although your mastery of haki leaves much to be desired, I must commend your development of your devil fruit abilities. The temperature of your flames is astonishingly high. It surpasses mine by a considerable margin, Natsu exclaimed, straining under the weight of NTI, his admiration evident. Of course, Ace replied, his tail flicking with pride. Are you up for the challenge? If not, concede, and I'll reclaim NTI. As time passed, Natsu's stamina began to wane, yet he wore an expression of joy rather than concern. TCH, a man like Ace cannot simply admit defeat. Have you forgotten that I can consume flames to restore my energy? Natsu grinned mischievously. Your flames may be intense, but now they belong to me. What? Ace's eyes widened in shock as realization dawned upon him. Suddenly, Natsu began to devour Ace's flames voraciously. Within moments, NTI's fiery essence was entirely consumed, leaving Natsu plump and satisfied. Nevertheless, he did not cease his actions. Instead, he closed his eyes, transforming Ace's flames into his own. Having exhausted his own flames and stamina prior to this, Natsu found it remarkably easy to absorb Ace's powerful fire. As Natsu replaced his internal flames with Ace's scorching energy, his body began to undergo a gradual transformation. As he absorbed the fiery energy, intricate blue flame tattoos emerged upon his skin, and his hair gradually shifted to a striking blue. The gentle breeze danced through his hair, creating the illusion of a swirling blue flame. Finally, after a few minutes, the energy of NTI was fully assimilated, propelling Natsu into the final phase of transformation. A ribbon of blue flames encircled him, and in that moment, his aura surged dramatically. Burn fruit, blue flame dragon mode. Success. If Carter were present, he would have observed that Natsu, after absorbing Ace's blue flames, had transcended his previous limits, ascending to the initial stage of a Grand Commander. In this blue flame dragon mode, he possessed the capability to contend with peak Grand Commanders. Are you still going to fight? Natsu asked with a mischievous grin directed at Ace. Well, I concede. Ace, observing Natsu's current state, quickly relinquished his pride. After all, Natsu resembled a fiery deity, wielding flames identical to Ace's own. Initially, Ace might have had a chance with his flame temperature, but after Natsu consumed his flames, all hope dissipated. Despite Ace's haki being subpar, he recognized Natsu's sudden breakthrough, compounded by the similarity of their flames. What is there to fight for? I am no masochist. So I graciously concede. Ah, what a pity. I was hoping to give you a good beating. Natsu lamented, slightly disappointed by Ace's concession, before retracting the blue flames. The flame ribbon retreated into Natsu's heart, and the tattoos gradually faded, returning his hair to its original pink hue. Of course, this did not mean Natsu could no longer utilize blue flames. Rather, maintaining that state consumed considerable stamina. Thus, in times of necessity, he would store that flame energy within his heart. As long as the spark of blue flames remained alight, Natsu could summon that power whenever he wished. Ace, have you recognized your shortcomings? Natsu inquired earnestly as he approached Ace. I have become overly reliant on my devil fruit abilities. I neglected my haki and physical strength, which have fallen woefully behind. Ace admitted, his expression grim. At long last, Ace acknowledged his errors, but it was too late for regrets. He could only strive to improve gradually in the future. Since you are aware of your flaws, I need not elaborate further. Natsu patted Ace's shoulder, and the two made their way back to the deck of the Going Merry. Natsu, you are truly incredible, Luffy exclaimed, rushing over in excitement. What was that state you just exhibited? It was so cool. That is known as the Burning Burn Fruit, Blue Flame Dragon mode. Natsu explained. Cool. It was absolutely magnificent. Ace, feeling a tinge of jealousy, remarked, if not for my flame temperature, he wouldn't have been able to activate that mode. By the way, Ace, what brings you to the first half of the Grand Line? Weren't you in the New World? Luffy asked, curiosity piqued. I am pursuing someone named Teach. He was once my subordinate, and he killed the captain of our 4th Division. It is my duty to bring him back. Ace's fury ignited at the mention of Teach. I see. Be cautious. If he managed to kill a division captain, he is likely formidable. Luffy expressed concern. Your physical strength is rather lacking. Do not underestimate me. Not everyone is as capable as Natsu. If it weren't for his abilities countering mine, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to defeat me, Ace asserted confidently. That is indeed true. Ace's flame temperature is extraordinarily high. If it weren't for my abilities, it would have been quite challenging to subdue him, Natsu concurred. Do not worry. Luffy, I refuse to believe that Teach can defeat me. If I do lose, I will simply use my Burning Burn Fruit to cook for you. Ace reassured Luffy nonchalantly. All right, Luffy sighed, shaking his head in resignation, choosing not to press the matter further. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sessamaru had arrived within the borders of Wano to invite Kaido to join the fray. Lord Kaido, a pirate underling hurriedly approached, sprinting towards Onigashima. You fool. Is this how a member of the Beast Pirates behaves? Kaido thundered, his temper flaring at the sight of the flustered pirate. That guy has come. The pirate stammered, but before he could finish, an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's haki surged forth from the edge of Onigashima, crashing down with terrifying force. Buzz! Thud! Thud! This is... The once fierce and ravenous beast pirates were suddenly rendered unconscious, leaving only the All-Stars and a few others struggling to maintain their composure. Kaido! It has been a long time. Suddenly, a figure gradually approached from a distance. With each step he took, the oppressive aura of his conqueror's haki intensified, as if a colossal hammer were striking the hearts of the onlookers. It was that person. Jin's pupils constricted in disbelief as he recognized the increasingly clear silhouette. What a terrifying presence. It was Shenwan. Kaido remained indifferent to the fact that his crew members were rendered unconscious by the overwhelming pressure. Instead, he took a sip of his drink and remarked with a hint of admiration. The visitor was indeed Shenwan, who, after receiving an order from Carter, had set off immediately with Inuyasha. To save time, he had come to invite the Beast Kaido to participate in the forthcoming war, while Inuyasha headed towards the direction of the red-haired pirates. Kaido, it has been years since we last met. I wonder if you've grown old, Shenwan provocatively declared. You bastard! How dare you show disrespect to Lord Kaido? The dim-witted Jack immediately erupted into a tirade. How noisy! It seems Kaido has failed to educate you properly. Allow me to take on that responsibility, Shenwan declared as he transformed his finger into a sword, unleashing a massive dragon of demonic energy that sent Jack flying. Thud! Jack only came to a halt when he crashed into the Horn Mountain on Onigashima. Kaido did not immediately retaliate, acknowledging that Jack's beating was purely due to his own foolishness. However, as a captain, he could not allow his crew to be bullied. Thus, Kaido's own conqueror's haki erupted violently. Although it did not possess the same destructive might as Shenwan's, it was still formidable and not to be underestimated. Buzzing, crackling. The two terrifying auras of Conqueror's haki clashed, generating an array of black lightning that erupted from their point of contact. The atmosphere on Onigashima shifted dramatically, thunder roared, and the clouds overhead parted as if a block of tofu had been sliced in two. The citizens of Wano, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim, "Looks like it's about to rain. Better head home to gather the laundry." Back on Onigashima, feeling the overwhelming pressure, Kaido's aura began to wane. This was terrifying. The sheer magnitude of it was astonishing. Kaido could hardly fathom how a single individual could achieve such a fearsome level of strength. Even his former captain, Rocks, had never imposed such pressure upon him. What Kaido did not realize was that Shengwan's current prowess stemmed entirely from technological advancements. The Sky Island had fully mastered the technology for upgrading divine bodies. Due to material limitations, only Carter, Carp, and Lin had completed the third-generation divine body upgrades. Meanwhile, the rest of their comrades, including Shengwan and Shiki, had only achieved the second-generation super soldier upgrades. Yet, even so, their abilities remained terrifyingly formidable. After all, second-generation super soldiers were considered divine beings in comparison to ordinary humans, possessing immense physical power and prolonged lifespans that far exceeded human limitations. Thus, it was no wonder Kaido found himself struggling against Shengwan. "What do you intend to do on Onigashima?" he asked gravely, bracing himself against Shengwan's conqueror's haki. Ah yes. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Shengwan recalled his purpose for coming. It would not be wise to kill Kaido. He quickly retracted his haki, and Kaido released a sigh of relief. Doing the same, the three calamities and the flying six around them appeared utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. After all, even Kaido's strength was an overwhelming presence for them, and they had only managed to withstand the pressure of Shengwan and Kaido's haki through sheer will. With both of them retracting their haki, the tension dissipated, leaving them powerless and slumped on the ground. "I almost forgot," Shengwan said, slightly pained. "If I accidentally killed you, my father would surely scold me." His expression sharpened as he fixed his gaze seriously on Kaido. "Kaido, I have come to represent the Chinese government to propose an alliance." "En alliance?" Kaido inquired, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "Indeed, soon a war will commence. Our Chinese government seeks to initiate a decisive battle against the world government, with the aim of completely overthrowing them and annihilating the celestial dragons," Shengwan declared earnestly. Overthrow the world government. Kaido pondered deeply, contemplating the implications of such a proposition. It seemed that such an upheaval would not benefit him. With a smirk, he regarded Shengwan. "Whether it is the world government ruling the world or your Chinese government doing so, we are still pirates." "That was true, but I have come today to offer you a chance to join our Chinese government, allowing you to shed your identity as a pirate," Shengwan replied, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "And what if I refuse?" Kaido retorted, a mocking grin on his face. Buzz. Suddenly, a wave of Conqueror's haki erupted from Shengwan, directed solely at Kaido. Remarkably, this aura was exponentially more potent than the previous one, overpowering Kaido and forcing him to kneel. How is this possible? Kaido's eyes widened as he struggled to rise, but his body felt as if it had turned to stone, immovable. "If you refuse, I'll eradicate you today," Shengwan said coldly. Kaido's smile vanished, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. This was terrifying, so very terrifying. The overwhelming dread he felt was immense. He understood that should he dare to decline, he might very well perish here. "I agree," Kaido blurted out at lightning speed. The oppressive aura that bore down upon him vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. That was close. Kaido exhaled deeply, silently relieved. Shengwan tossed him a din mushy, saying, "Hold on to this. I will contact you when it's time to take action." With that, Shengwan sprouted a pair of white wings from his back and soared into the distance, disappearing from view. "Captain." At that moment, Jean rushed to Kaido's side, helping him to his feet and gravely inquiring, "Are we truly going to join the Chinese government?" "But your dream." Jin's words trailed off as he quietly observed Kaido. "Jean, you must have seen that we have no choice. Unbeknownst to us, the Chinese government has become a formidable behemoth." Kaido gazed towards the direction of Sky Island, his expression serious. "Even Shengwan, who just stood before me, would have eliminated us all in an instant had I refused." As Jean heard these words, his pupils constricted, for in his understanding, Kaido was already a terrifying existence. Now, Captain Kaido had proclaimed that Shengwan could eliminate us all in an instant. "Very well. Since I have already pledged allegiance to the Chinese government, I shall commence preparations for battle." After a moment of contemplation, Kaido remarked, having joined, one must strive to excel in this war, with the hope of securing a commendable position in the future. Indeed, Jing immediately nodded, then set about his tasks. Meanwhile, on the other side, Checha, upon receiving the invitation from the Phaeton to participate in the battle, promptly journeyed to the territory of the Phaeton. At that moment, the crew was in the midst of a celebration. Come, brothers, let us toast to our friend, the great swordsman, whose health has finally been restored. Cheers! Shang Kusu, standing atop a barrel with a bottle in hand, called out loudly. Congratulations, Darren V. Hoekura. Cheers! Drink up, drink up. The pirates rejoiced, celebrating Bioka's recovery. It turned out that after losing an arm to Xiao Tong, had come to the Phaeton for recuperation, as returning to his castle alone was not an option. Previously, he could manage on his own with both arms intact, but now, with his right arm gone, even tasks like preparing sausages became arduous. Thus, he remained with the Gongfa to heal. Today marked his full recovery, yet the loss of an arm had diminished his strength to a degree, though he was grateful to have survived. Hence, he was in high spirits, raising his cup and drinking heartily. Captain, at that moment, a pirate rushed over, stating, "A man claiming to be Chia wishes to see you. Chang Yircha, the Red Demon General of the Chinese government. What brings him here?" Shang Kursu looked quizzically at V. Huokura, who also seemed uncertain about his intentions and shook his head. With no other choice, Shang Kursu instructed, "Please bring Yircha in." Yes, the pirate, upon receiving the order, hurried towards Chang Yircha. Soon, a man clad in red, with a long sword at his waist, entered their sight. What business does the Navy have here? Are they looking for trouble? This fellow has quite the audacity. The pirates of the Hongfa Haizaiton glared at Chang Yicha. However, Ichad appeared oblivious to their scrutiny, exclaiming, "Oh ho, is this a banquet? Might I be included?" He gestured towards the food and drink laid out on the table. Ha ha ha. Well, isn't that splendid? A Navy general joining our feast, brothers. Shang Kusu laughed heartily, promptly inviting Chang Yicha to partake in the celebration. Ha! Truly, our captain is remarkable. Even a Navy general graces our banquet. With Yircha's arrival, the festivities of the Kafadikon reached a new peak. After several rounds of drinks, Shang Kusu remarked, "I wonder what purpose Chang Yicha has in visiting our Hongfa Haizaiton. Surely, it cannot be merely to join our revelry." At that moment, Shang Kusu was no longer his usual carefree self. He regarded Chang Yicha with sincere intent. "Well, this matter is rather lengthy," Chicha replied, taking a sip of his drink. "Shang Kusu, are you aware that your captain has a son? Are you referring to us?" Shang Kusu inquired, puzzled. "Exactly," Chang Yicha affirmed with a nod. "I had only speculated, considering that the mother of Captain Ida bears the surname, yet I could never be certain. To think it is true." Shang Kusu's expression brightened. "This is wonderful. The captain has a surviving heir. But if I were to tell you that he will soon be captured by the world government's navy, would you come to his aid?" Chang Yicha asked, gazing intently at Shang Kusu. "What do you mean?" Shang Kusu replied, bewildered. "You're aware that Aisu has joined the Baihuzu Haizaiton, right? Burak Kubedo, Tichi, Wang Obu Hizukuru. Killed the captain of the 4th Division, sa. Therefore, Aisu feels compelled to bring him back." Chang Yicha explained. Burak Kubedo Tichi. Upon hearing this name, Hofa Shenko instinctively touched the scar near his eye, feeling a twinge of pain. That wound still ached. That scoundrel was no ordinary foe. "I understand now. Mobusashi Ichijiyuhu isu atemuputo to capture Tichi's dreamto to fueru. You imply that Tichi will hand you over to the world government's navy, correct?" "Precisely." Chang Yicha nodded. "Why share this information with me? What is your intent?" Shang Kusu questioned, intrigued. "Because interested Mobusashi to mashiru kapu. Sasu making Mobusashi part of our monkey family. If he is captured, we shall not stand idly by. My purpose in coming today is to represent the Chinese government and invite you to join the mission to rescue the," Chia-cha declared. Upon hearing this, Shang Kusu fell into contemplation, knowing that leading his crew to rescue Zoro could result in many of his brothers perishing. "Captain Go, we cannot allow the son of the pirate king to perish at the hands of the navy." The members of the Hongfa Haizaiton recognized Shang Kusu's dilemma. They understood that in Shang Kusu's heart it was akin to a father figure, and they were well aware of his desire to save Vu, despite his hesitations. "Everyone," Shang Kusu looked at his comrades, touched. "Oh, Captain, you aren't going to shed tears, are you?" "Ha ha, you scoundrels, I would never cry." Shang Kusu laughed along with his friends. With newfound resolve, he turned to Chircha and declared, "We of the Hongfa Haizaiton agree. Excellent. Here is a den mushi. We shall contact you, Chihichai replied, nodding as he tossed a din-din mushi to Shanko before departing. In an instant, the sea fell into an extraordinary calm. The four emperors ruling the New World had all fallen silent, as if conspiring in the shadows, akin to the stillness before a tempest. Meanwhile, on Banalodal, Mobusashi hado huainari tora kudodaunza no toriasu bura kubeadotichi. The Blackbeard pirates were recuperating on the island. Captain, what is your goal? Askudo hanwokuka. What else could it be? Naturally, it is to become the pirate king. Burak kubeadotichi riprido wizu ehatirahu upon hearing hanwokuka ichijunyohu esukuesushon. The era of Behujik has passed. I am the one destined to become the pirate king. It has come to my attention that the Straw Hat Pirates have recently been the talk of the town. They must be our next target. Let us crush them. Blackbeard, holding a newspaper, came across the article about the Straw Hat crew and, filled with ambition, declared, "Let us set off at once." He turned to seek out the Straw Hat Pirates. At that moment, a familiar voice called from behind him, "Wait. Teach, I've finally found you." Blackbeard Teach turned around, puzzled, to see a shadow crouched atop a house behind him. "Ah, I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be you, Captain." The figure was none other than Ace, who had been searching for Blackbeard Teach for quite some time. "Hi, Ace. How about joining me as a partner?" Blackbeard boldly extended the invitation, showing no fear upon Ace's arrival. "I could never become." Ace's words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden gunshot, a bullet swiftly piercing through his head. However, contrary to expectations, the scene of blood splattering did not occur. Instead, the spot where the bullet had penetrated erupted into flames and began to heal rapidly. "Your partners." Ace, momentarily taken aback, finished his sentence with an expressionless face. He then glared with disdain at Van Augur, who had fired at him, saying, "There's an annoying person here." "Fire pistol." Ace placed his hand on his waist, forming a gun gesture with both hands, and began firing at Van Augur. A barrage of red flame bullets shot forth towards him. Upon impact, the fiery projectiles erupted violently, causing Van Augur to flee in panic, his soul nearly escaping his body. When did Ace's fire pistol become capable of such explosions? It seemed that Ace had grown stronger. As one of Ace's subordinates, Blackbeard Teach was well aware of Ace's abilities. Previously, Ace's fire pistol lacked such explosive power. Now, it was evident that Ace had indeed become more formidable, prompting Teach to regard him with newfound seriousness. "Kid, don't get too cocky," Burgess bellowed angrily, hefting an entire house towards Ace. Flame Pillar. A terrifying column of fire shot skyward, obliterating the incoming house. "Stop. Who allowed you to act?" Blackbeard Teach, witnessing his crew acting without his command, felt a surge of irritation. Though these subordinates were relatively new to him, their disregard for his orders left him feeling embarrassed. "I apologize. Burgess scratched his head and sheepishly apologized to Teach, recognizing his misstep. Fire Fist. Just as Blackbeard Teach was asserting his authority before his crew, Ace had already launched another attack. A dreadful red fire pillar surged toward Teach. Caught up in his crew's antics, Teach failed to notice Ace's actions and was struck directly by Ace's fire fist. "So hot, so hot, so hot." Teach writhed on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames. However, Ace's heart sank as he observed that, despite Teach's pained thrashing, the damage was minimal. He bore only slight scorch marks, with no significant injuries to speak of. "Ah, Captain Ace, please don't be so impulsive. Yes, I did kill the 4th Division captain, Sachi, but it wasn't my fault." Blackbeard Teach brazenly admitted to killing Sachi, displaying no remorse whatsoever. "He obtained the devil fruit I desired most. Moreover, the Whitebeard Pirates rule states that whoever finds a devil fruit can consume it first. If I had not acted, I would have lost my chance at that fruit." Blackbeard Teach cackled maniacally. "You truly are insufferable." Ace, angered by Teach's arrogant demeanor, felt a surge of rage. Firefly, Fire Dharma. Dots of starlight began to appear around Blackbeard Teach, rapidly multiplying. A vast array of starfire coalesced into a fiery mass, enveloping Teach entirely. "So hot, so hot." Once again, Blackbeard Teach found himself rolling on the ground in agony. Yet remarkably, he sustained no lasting harm. "Ah, this devil fruit is quite impressive." Teach surveyed his unscathed form, proudly stating, "Even among Logia-type fruits, this one is extraordinary. Let me demonstrate the power of this devil fruit." "Dark hole!" Teach roared, unleashing a torrent of ominous black energy. He pressed his palm, shrouded in darkness, against the ground. In an instant, a fearsome black aura erupted from his hand, engulfing the entire town. Following this, all structures, trees, and objects were consumed by the dark hole. Sensing the gravitational pull beneath his feet, Ace hastily evaded the attack's reach. Ah, this devil fruit is indeed formidable. It devours everything and then destroys it. As the black energy returned to Blackbeard Teach's body, he bellowed once more, dark hole release. In an instant, all that had been absorbed was released, though utterly destroyed by some unknown force. Isn't it powerful? Ah! Teach laughed triumphantly. Captain, do you need assistance? At that moment, Van Augur and Burgess, who had sought refuge from the Fire Fist, emerged. You all stand aside. Today, I shall showcase my prowess. Blackbeard Teach waved them off, keenly observing Ace. Dark water. Blackbeard Teach extended his left hand toward Ace, unleashing a terrifying force of attraction. What? Ace was caught off guard. Unprepared for the gravitational abilities of the Yami Yami, Nami unable to resist, Ace was drawn uncontrollably toward Teach. Smack! Upon reaching Teach, he was seized firmly by the arm. What is happening? Ace's internal alarms blared, leaving him bewildered, just as he attempted to escape by transforming. He realized he could not utilize the Mera Nomi's powers. His devil fruit abilities had been rendered ineffective. Ah, you've noticed, Haven TU? Teach's fist, enveloped in formidable haki, struck Ace squarely in the abdomen. Wah! The excruciating pain in his abdomen rendered Ace incapable of rational thought, his body curling up like a shrimp in soy sauce until he was propelled through the air, only to come to a halt upon colliding with the building. It seems you haven't been hit in a long time. Blackbeard Teach jeered with pride as he watched Ace being sent flying. Ace struggled to rise, spitting out blood and disdainfully retorting to Teach. Your punches are nowhere near my uncle's level. Uncle? Teach responded, somewhat perplexed. Regardless of your distant relatives, since you have delivered yourself to me today, I shall keep you as my ticket to join the Shichibukai. I was initially considering capturing the Straw Hat Pirates, but now, having a second in command from the Whitebeard Pirates will surely secure my place among the Shichibukai. Teach gazed at Ace as if he were prey. You won't capture me so easily, Ace declared, once again adopting an offensive stance. Don't waste your efforts. With the temperature of the Mera Nomi reaching 800 degrees, you won't even be able to harm me by standing still. Teach was well aware of the Mera Nomi's abilities. In his mind, it was merely a lesser fruit compared to the Magu Nomi, lacking both the temperature and quality. He regarded it as a worthless fruit, and thus, when Ace attempted to launch another fiery attack, Teach's expression turned to one of disdain. Teach, have you ever heard the saying? Ace smirked, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips as he posed the question. What saying? Teach asked, puzzled. There are no worthless devil fruits, only worthless devil fruit users. Ace proclaimed, Today, I shall show you the true power of the Mera Nomi. As his voice echoed, a terrifying heat emanated from his body, igniting the surrounding ruins. What? This temperature? Van Augur, observing from the sidelines, felt the scorching heat on his face, incredulous that he could sense such intensity from a distance. What kind of terror awaits up close? Will the captain be all right? Burgess expressed his concern, casting anxious glances toward Teach. This temperature? How is it possible? Teach, closer to Ace than Van Augur or Burgess, could feel the overwhelming heat even more acutely. Isn't the Mera Nomi's temperature supposed to peak at 800 degrees? However, no one could explain this to Teach. Suddenly, the crimson flames enveloping Ace transformed into a brilliant blue. Teach, your Yami Nomi allows you to nullify the powers of any devil fruit user you touch, right? If that's the case, Ace's blue flames intensified, eventually engulfing his entire being. I shall encase my entire body in flames. Let us see how you respond. The Mera Nomi's Hokabijin. Ace resembled a god of fire, as the gentle breeze stirred up fine sand, which disintegrated into ash upon contacting him, preventing anyone from approaching. Teach, the second round begins. With that declaration, Ace surged toward Teach with incredible speed, under the terrifying high temperature of the blue flames. Every cell in Ace's body was invigorated, significantly enhancing his martial prowess in this fiery state. It's just a slightly higher temperature. Who's afraid of whom? Teach roared as he prepared to confront Ace, his fists shrouded in an inky blackness. Not only did he coat his fists with Busashoka haki, but the power of the Yami Nomi also enveloped them. This was the strength of the dark hole, merely a layer of flame covering his body. Then I shall devour him. Ace, Teach. The two shouted each other's names as their attacks collided. However, just as they made contact, Teach swiftly distanced himself from Ace, clutching his right hand in agony. Upon closer inspection, Teach's right hand was severely burned, covered in blisters of various sizes. "The captain is injured." Burgess gasped in shock at the sight of his severely burned Blackbeard. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration, considering Ace's terrifying temperature. If he had been the one to make contact, his arm would surely have been lost. Meanwhile, Teach was far from at ease. He was in considerable pain. Though his Yami Nomi could absorb damage, it heightened his sense of pain. However, in practice, this was hardly a disadvantage. Yet, the moment he touched Ace, he hadn't actually made contact with Ace himself, but rather with Ace's flames. Though those flames were quickly absorbed by the dark hole. The power of the Yami Nomi was unable to fully nullify the damage inflicted by the Marries Nomi, resulting in his burned right hand. No, Ace's flames are far too terrifying. I can't fathom how such a seemingly worthless fruit has been developed to this extent. If I allow him to continue wielding the power of the Marries Nomi, I will undoubtedly be the one to lose. Teach's gaze hardened as he observed Ace, who resembled a divine fire spirit. I will go all out, Teach resolved within himself, his malicious intent evident as he watched Ace charge toward him with unrelenting speed. "Teach!" Ace bellowed, racing toward him. "Burn, burn, burn!" The blue flames billowed with the wind, and wherever Ace passed, it was as if a black crayon painted the land, scorching the ground to a deep black, even causing the soil to turn to glass. As Blackbeard Teach beheld Ace's approaching figure, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. The endless black mist generated by the Yami Nomi, combined with a copious amount of Conqueror's haki, enveloped his right hand. "Teach, do you think you can defend against the temperature of my flames with just that?" Ace scoffed. "Who said what I possess is merely for defending against that terrifying heat?" Teach retorted, and in an instant, he made a reckless decision that shocked Ace. Ignoring the horrifying blue flames surrounding him, Teach lunged forward with his left hand toward Ace. "You madman! Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Ace exclaimed incredulously. How else can I defeat you?" Teach bellowed in a frenzy, and with the power of the black mist and Busashoka haki, he finally broke through the fiery barrier encircling Ace, seizing him in a vice-like grip. In that instant, Ace's flames vanished without a trace. Teach, in a desperate attempt to make contact with Ace, hoped to utilize the Yami Nomi's ability to nullify the effect of Ace's Marries Nomi. And now he had succeeded. Even though the dark fruit and the armament haki separated Ace from Blackbeard's flames, the terrifying high temperature nearly incapacitated Blackbeard. At that moment, his left hand was already severely burned, skin completely gone, exposing the muscle and bone beneath. Blood gushed from his left hand, resembling beans spilling forth. In the past, even minor injuries would have caused him excruciating pain. Yet, despite the grave injury to his left hand, Blackbeard's expression remained unchanged. He clutched Ace tightly, almost like a madman, declaring, "Ace, now you can no longer utilize the burn fruit." What? Ace felt utterly powerless as Blackbeard seized him, helplessly watching his flames dissipate. With a furious roar, Blackbeard relentlessly raised and struck down his right fist, his massive punches raining down upon Ace like a torrential downpour. Ace uttered a sharp cry. In his effort to restrict Ace's burn fruit, Blackbeard did not dare to release him. Even though his hand was severely injured and bleeding profusely, Ace's over-reliance on the devil fruit manifested itself starkly today. With his inherently low martial arts and haki skills, compounded by being caught off guard by Blackbeard, Ace found himself without the opportunity to retaliate, enduring the blows passively. Finally, in Blackbeard's last desperate strike, his already injured left hand could no longer maintain its grip on Ace. Ace was instantly propelled away by Blackbeard's overwhelming force. Struggling to rise, Ace's resilience shone through, and Blackbeard, impressed by Ace's ability to harness the burn fruit to such an extent, felt a sudden desire to recruit him. "Ace, I offer you another chance. Join me as my comrade." "Don't be ridiculous, Blackbeard. What kind of man submits to power?" Ace's gaze pierced through Blackbeard, and a massive circle of blue flames erupted around him. Great flame ring. Countless blue flames converged above Ace's head, forming an enormous blue fireball. Witnessing Ace, despite his grievous injuries, unleash such terrifying power, Blackbeard felt a twinge of pain in his left hand from the intense heat radiating from the fireball. However, Blackbeard was not one to sit idly by. Dark gas continued to surge forth from his body. "In that case, you will perish here, Ace." Ace. The clash of Ace's Flame Emperor and Blackbeard's dark energy resulted in a stalemate, as if the island itself had been cleaved in two, one side enveloped in blue flames, the other shrouded in thick dark mist. How frightening, Bages thought, his eyes fixed on the confrontation between Ace and Blackbeard, relieved that Ace had not employed the blue flames against him, fearing he would not withstand such power. Back on the battlefield, after a period of tension between the Flame Emperor and the dark energy, there was a sudden, violent explosion. As the dust settled, Ace lay unconscious on the ground. What transpired? Moments before, Ace had been pouring all his strength into his flames, advancing towards Blackbeard. Yet, a horrifying scene unfolded. In Ace's observation hockey, he clearly sensed two unfamiliar presences emanating from Blackbeard's body. Are you even capable? Shut up, you fool. To Ace's astonishment, Blackbeard appeared to be having a manic argument with himself. Stop arguing. Ace's flames are too powerful. I can barely withstand them. Blackbeard suddenly roared, only to revert back to his normal demeanor. Darkhole, X2. Two distinct male voices erupted from Blackbeard's mouth, and Ace was certain they did not belong to him. However, he had no time to ponder this, as Blackbeard simultaneously unleashed two dark holes while grappling with the Flame Emperor. With the emergence of the two dark holes, a relentless force began to tear at the internal structure of the Flame Emperor. Finally, under the constant absorption and tugging of the dark holes, the Flame Emperor collapsed, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. What? Ace was aghast to see his Flame Emperor dismantled so easily by Blackbeard. He committed a grave error by losing focus during battle. In that fleeting moment, Blackbeard seized his opportunity, swiftly appearing behind Ace and delivering a punch that knocked him out cold. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Bages, with sea stone handcuffs, restrained Ace, marking the beginning of their entry into the Shichibukai. The battle between Ace and Blackbeard concluded, with Blackbeard capturing the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate 2nd Division, despite suffering a severely injured arm. Ace was defeated. In the waters near the island of Kaya, in the first half of the Grand Line, a sheep-headed pirate ship lay quietly anchored. Suddenly, a deafening voice erupted from the ship. Luffy, you can't be serious. Nami exclaimed, gripping Luffy's arm anxiously. That guy is clearly a fraud, right? How could an island exist at such heights, thousands of meters above sea level? Usopp trembled, staring at Luffy, having just witnessed a colossal pirate ship disintegrate upon being struck by an ascending current. Now, Luffy claimed they would ride this current to an island in the sky. Come on, that guy isn't lying. Luffy scratched his head in frustration, unsure how to explain Sky Islands truly exist. Well, regardless of their existence, if that current hits us, we might be obliterated. Robin chuckled mischievously, adding a touch of dark humor. Stop scaring us, you jerk. Usopp replied, panicking. Natsu, you must stop Luffy. Otherwise, we'll all die. Relax. The Sky Island is real. Natsu wanted to enjoy their humorous reactions, but seeing their panic, he felt compelled to reassure them. Didn't we mention? We're not from East Blue. Our home is in the sky. Natsu stifled a laugh, only to be met with an uproar from the Straw Hat crew. You never said that. They shouted in unison. So, stop worrying about whether the Sky Island is real. You should be concerned about whether we will be turned to dust in the ascending current. Now you've made us even more anxious, you fool. Did you not see that enormous pirate ship? It was obliterated. Usopp trembled, his legs shaking. It's coming. It's coming again. Seated atop the figurehead of the Mary, Luffy kept his eyes closed, attuned to the ascending currents of the deep sea. Suddenly, a remarkably neutral voice echoed in his ears. Instantly, Luffy opened his eyes. That voice was the manifestation of his ability to perceive the myriad sounds of the world. The ascending current is coming. Luffy's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the placid surface of the sea. What? The ascending current is coming. Nami exclaimed in a slight panic. Everyone, hold on tight. Luffy immediately elongated his arms and legs, securing himself to the Mary's figurehead. Why so sudden? Nami screamed as she frantically grasped a railing, holding on for dear life. The others scrambled to find stable positions to brace themselves. Suddenly, the previously tranquil sea erupted with countless bubbles. Glug, glug. It sounded as if boiling water was bubbling over, as if a terrifying beast from the depths was preparing to resurface. The bubbles grew larger and multiplied, only to vanish without a trace, leaving the sea once again serene. Just as the Straw Hat Pirates began to think the ascending current would not appear, a colossal water column, soaring dozens of meters high, surged from the depths at a slight angle. The Golden Mary was lifted by the immense force of the water. And fortunately, It landed atop the ascending current. Natsu, quickly, use your flames. Steady the ship. Don't let it drift away from the current. Once the Golden Mary was buoyed by the rising tide, Nami, drawing upon her extensive sailing experience, immediately understood her course of action. After all, the ascending current here was unlike that of Reverse Mountain. There were no walls to confine the flow, and the current was cylindrical. Should the Mary lose its grip on the current midair, the fall would be no different than crashing on a solid ground, surely resulting in disaster. Understood. Natsu realized the gravity of the situation and rushed to the ship's edge. Each time the Golden Mary threatened to veer off course, he would pull it back. Ah, help! Usopp, eyes shut tight, clung desperately to the mast. Though KB said nothing, his tightly shut eyes betrayed his anxiety. Sanji, remove your hands. Sanji was anxiously clutching Zoro, having inadvertently released his grip on the railing just as the ascending current surged forth. In a panic, he clung tightly to Zoro, their positions rather suggestive. Do you think I enjoy this embrace, green-haired fool? Sanji blushed, realizing the implications of their entangled posture. Ha ha, let's take off. Luffy, from his perch on the figurehead, spread his arms wide and shouted, let us soar directly into the sky. With Luffy's exuberant cheer, the Mary seemed to accelerate further. The Golden Mary ascended swiftly on the rising tide. Finally, after an hour, the Golden Mary reached the realm of the White Sea. What is that? Nami inquired, pointing at the ethereal expanse. That is the White Sea. We are nearly at Sky Island, Luffy declared with excitement. White Sea? The Straw Hat Pirates stared in awe at the floating sea of clouds. However, before they could fully grasp the wonder, the ascending current seemed to weaken, gradually losing its upward momentum and receding. Without the support of the current, the Golden Mary began to slow dangerously. This is bad. The ascending current has vanished. We will fall, Nami said, despair creeping into her voice. It seems we are destined to shatter into fragments. Robin remarked with a smile. Now is not the time for such ominous thoughts. Usopp trembled. Natsu, Luffy, unfazed, confidently called out to Natsu. Mom, leave it to me. I was hoping for a break. Natsu stretched his body, swiftly transforming into a flame dragon of similar size to the Mary. The fire dragon flapped its wings and soared beneath the Mary, lifting it into the air. Ah, we're saved. I thought we were doomed. Nami slumped onto the deck as the Mary began to rise gently. Soon, under Natsu's support, the Mary plunged into the White Sea. Once in the White Sea, the Mary's own buoyancy lifted it to the surface without Natsu's assistance. However, the moment Natsu made contact with the White Sea, he lost his strength and collapsed, reverting to his human form. This is bad. Devil Fruit users cannot touch the White Sea. Sanji, quickly save Natsu, Luffy said weakly. What? Sanji sprang into action, leaping from the Mary to grasp the sinking Natsu, pulling him back onto the deck. When the Mary finally reached the surface of the White Sea, Luffy joyously raised his arms, proclaiming, I'm back at Sky Island. In the distance, the snowy expanse of the White Sea met the pale blue sky, where clouds resembling cotton candy drifted by, tantalizingly close. Islands appeared to be embedded within the clouds, creating a breathtaking vista akin to a celestial paradise. Little angels frolicked in the sky, their laughter ringing like melodious chimes. Raise your hands. Just as the Straw Hats reveled in the beauty of Sky Island, a chilling voice interrupted their reverie. 10 angel soldiers from the sky, brandishing crimson swords, glared menacingly at them. They looked formidable. Sanji, Zoro immediately drew his sword, ready for confrontation. What an intimidating presence. Sanji's expression turned grave, flames igniting at his feet, revealing his devil fruit abilities. Just as tension mounted between Zoro and Sanji, Natsu spoke up. Angel sister, it's me, Natsu. Please tell Grandpa I'm back. Natsu-sama. The angel sister recognized the little boy who had clung to her in childhood and exclaimed joyfully, Little Natsu, why have you been away for so long? I miss you so much. She enveloped Natsu in a warm embrace. Sister, I can't breathe. Natsu struggled as her ample form enveloped him. Em alive. With great effort, Natsu finally escaped her grasp, greedily inhaling the air. Sister, you didn't even notice I was back, did you? Luffy said with a hint of jealousy. It is worth noting that the angel sister had cared for both Natsu and Luffy during their childhood. Ha ha ha. Little Luffy, it's been so long. Will you still be as mischievous as you were in your childhood? Tianshi Hai gently ruffled Luffy's hair and asked, What? Sister Hai, how could I be mischievous? Luffy replied somewhat sheepishly, then excitedly turned to his companions and joyfully introduced them. They are all my reliable friends. This is Nami. She is the best navigator in the world. Luffy enthusiastically patted Nami's back. Luffy, do you have any idea how painful that is? Luffy's way of patting is just like his grandfather's, lacking any gentleness, and he was immediately pinned down by Nami, who began to hit him. Zoro, I'm Nami. It's a pleasure to meet you. After getting a good beating, Nami blushed and introduced herself. Zoro, Usopp, Kobe, Robin, Chopper. The others also sequentially introduced themselves. When it was Sanji's turn, he immediately dashed in front of Tion Sure High, knelt down, and proclaimed, Dear beautiful angel, please marry me. That won't do. I have already promised Xiao Natsu that I will marry him in the future. Tion Sure High covered her mouth and laughed sweetly. Natsu's face turned crimson as he shyly exclaimed, Sister High, that was just childish nonsense when we were younger. Are you saying you tricked Sister High? Woo-woo. Tion Sure High immediately put on a heartbroken expression. Sister High, please don't be sad. Natsu, thinking Tion Sure High was genuinely crying, rushed over in a panic to console her. Just kidding. It seems our little Natsu really likes me. Seeing Natsu's worried expression, Tion Sure High found immensely amusing and once again embraced him in her arms. Ha! Natsu truly cannot handle Sister High. Witnessing the scene, Luffy also burst into hearty laughter. Only Sanji remained squatting in a corner, drawing circles out of self-doubt. Soon after reminiscing, Tion Sure High led the Straw Hat Pirates into Carter's study. It's him. Upon seeing Carter, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates gasped in shock. It is indeed him, the world's most notorious criminal with a bounty of 10 billion berries. Monkey de Carter. Zoro's heart surged like a raging tide as he exclaimed, 10 billion berries. Are you joking? The world's strongest pirate, Whitebeard Newgate, only had a bounty of 5 billion berries, right? Usopp stammered, trembling. Carter gazed at the Straw Hat crew, each displaying varied expressions, and felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He recalled how he had been moved countless times by their camaraderie while watching One Piece. Grandpa! Uncle Grandpa! Luffy and Natsu shouted as they approached Carter. Zoro, Nami, and the others gasped in astonishment. Although they knew that Luffy and Natsu lived on Sky Island, they had assumed they were merely ordinary children. However, this man before them, the head of the Chinese government, was called Grandpa by Natsu and Luffy. Wait, Natsu, you call him Grandpa? Luffy, you call him Uncle Grandpa? Nami asked, stunned, as she looked at Luffy and Natsu. Of course, what's wrong with that? Luffy scratched his head and replied, He is indeed the person with the highest bounty in the world, right? The head of the Chinese government, correct? Nami inquired. That's right. What is the issue? Luffy answered innocently. You have such a terrifying influence. With that connection, you dare to tell me you want to be the Pirate King? And your father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, waiting for you to inherit it. You still tell me you want to be the Pirate King? Nami appeared utterly exasperated. Watching them bicker, Carter couldn't help but smile in delight. However, once they finished their playful banter, Carter also spoke up and tossed a newspaper to Luffy. Take a look at this news. What is it? Luffy immediately began to read the newspaper. Natsu and the others leaned in with curiosity. However, upon seeing the headline, their expressions immediately darkened. The headline boldly stated, The son of Pirate King Roger, Portgas the Ace, has been captured and will be executed at the Navy headquarters in 2 months. What? Luffy's brother has been captured and is facing execution. Nami couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Luffy. Uncle Grandpa, I must go rescue Ace. Luffy, covering his eyes with a straw hat, said seriously, Grandpa, I absolutely will not stand by and let Ace be captured. Natsu resolutely declared as well. Calm down. Carter gestured for Natsu and Luffy to settle down. I understand you want to save Ace, but what will you use to save him? Carter tapped the table and fixed his piercing gaze on Natsu and Luffy. Do you think you two, who are merely at the level of new rear admirals, can do it? Or your companions, who are barely at the level of commodores and just starting to grasp hockey? Hearing this, both Natsu and Luffy fell silent, fully aware of their own limitations. Grandpa, no matter what, I must go rescue Ace, even if it means dying. Natsu looked at Carter with unwavering determination. Luffy, upon hearing this, stood firmly behind Natsu, his expression resolute. Though he did not speak, Luffy's stance was already abundantly clear. The other members of the Straw Hat crew also stood behind Luffy and Natsu, their eyes filled with determination. Ha! Wonderful. Seeing this, Carter smiled with satisfaction, Even if you don't save Ace, my brother and I will definitely go to rescue him. Fantastic. With Uncle Grandpa and Grandpa stepping in, there is no problem. Luffy immediately brightened up with a smile. However, before Luffy could finish his sentence, Carter interrupted him. But I hope even more that you will rescue him yourselves. You have 2 months to grow stronger. Soon, under Carter's guidance, the Straw Hat Pirates began their training to become stronger. Their teacher was none other than Xiao Zilong. At this time, Carter finally had the opportunity to assess their talents. Open their attribute panels system. Roronoa Zoro identity. Combat captain of the Straw Hat Pirates talent. S strengthener physique. Major general level skills. Intermediate 3-sword style, haki. Listening to the breath of all things abilities. None evaluation. A powerful individual with incredible potential. Powerful? Carter raised an eyebrow upon seeing Zoro's talent. Surprised that Zoro's talent was not related to swordsmanship. He pondered in his heart. System, what is going on with Zoro's talent? Clearly, his swordsmanship talent is very strong. Why is his talent unrelated to swordsmanship? Ding! Zoro does not possess a strong swordsmanship talent. Rather, his talent is exceptional, allowing him to become powerful regardless of what he learns. He just happened to study swordsmanship. Soon, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Understanding this, Carter nodded in realization. Vinsmoke Sanji, identified as the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, is endowed with the remarkable talent of S-level modification. His physique is at the level of a major, and he possesses intermediate skills in culinary arts, armed haki, and observation haki, along with basic proficiency in the 6 forms. He is renowned for his passion for cooking and remains an emotional being despite his enhancements. Usopp serves as the sharpshooter of the Straw Hat Pirates, blessed with S-level Eagle Eye talent. He is at the initial major level, equipped with intermediate marksmanship, basic observation haki, and basic armed haki, alongside rudimentary skills in the 6 forms. He is characterized as a timid individual with exceptional shooting talent. Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, possesses the S-level talent of lightning affinity. At an initial major level, her skills include basic observation haki, basic armed haki, and basic proficiency in the 6 forms. She is acclaimed as a nautical genius. Robin, the archaeologist of the Straw Hat Pirates, is gifted with S-level Devil Fruit talent. Also at the initial major level, her skills encompass basic observation haki, basic armed haki, and basic proficiency in the 6 forms. She wields the powers of the Hana no Mi and is recognized as a historian. Chopper, the doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates, is endowed with S-level combat doctor talent. He is at the initial major level and possesses basic observation haki, basic armed haki, and basic proficiency in the 6 forms. He transforms into a reindeer skilled in medicine through the powers of the human fruit. Kobe, a temporary crew member of the Straw Hat Pirates, exhibits S-level potential to become a naval admiral. He is at the initial colonel level and possesses basic observation haki, basic armed haki, and basic proficiency in the 6 forms. His eccentricity is noted, as his strength is expected to surge exponentially upon joining the Navy. While the talents of the other members appeared quite ordinary, Cater was somewhat astonished upon witnessing Kobe's potential. Reflecting on Kobe's past life, it was evident that he rapidly evolved from a weakling into a formidable force after joining the Navy, even unleashing terrifying power during a decisive moment on Hakanosu Island. Cater chose not to dwell further on their talents, as the Straw Hat crew officially commenced their training. Under the guidance of Kazuki, and with the special energy supplements from Skypiea, the crew made remarkable advancements. Regarding the Going Merry, after receiving consent from Luffy and Usopp, it was brought to the Appiato shipyard for renovations and upgrades. The first issue addressed was the hull strength. The shipyard workers reinforced the keel of the Going Merry with lightweight, high-strength materials, rendering it even more resilient than that of the Atom Tree. All other materials in the ship were replaced with high-strength alternatives, thereby completely resolving the hull strength concerns. Next, the propulsion system underwent a transformation. Previously reliant on sails for power, the mast of the Going Merry had been broken and repaired with iron plating, yet its strength and durability remained uncertain. Thus, a complete reconstruction was necessary. The original sails provided limited power, leading to the installation of a cold fusion engine, creating a triple propeller propulsion system. This revamp entirely resolved the propulsion issues and significantly enhanced the ship's speed. Lastly, the spatial constraints of the Going Merry were addressed, as it is a small sailing vessel. Apart from the essential rooms, only 2 spaces remained for resting, one for men and one for women. Utilizing spatial compression technology, 1,000 cubic meters of space was condensed within the ship's cabin, allowing each crew member their own quarters while also providing the Straw Hat Pirates with a formidable storage area. Suddenly, Marco approached Whitebeard with a grave expression, holding a newspaper. "Father, it's terrible. Ace has been imprisoned and impelled down and is scheduled for execution in 2 months." Marco exclaimed. "What? That scoundrel Teach has not only defeated Ace, but handed him over to the Navy?" Whitebeard's fury erupted as he stomped the deck, shattering it with overwhelming force. "Father, is it true that Ace has been captured?" Jinbei, who shared a close bond with Ace, rushed to Whitebeard, visibly anxious. "Jinbei, yes. Ace has indeed been captured," Whitebeard confirmed with a nod. "We must rescue Ace," Jinbei declared earnestly. "Father is gravely ill. If we engage in battle with the Navy, not only will Father be at risk, but countless brothers will perish. Is it truly worth it for just one person?" At that moment, Squard interjected, his expression odd. "Scoundrel, are we just going to abandon Ace?" Jinbei glared at Squard, his face darkened with anger. "Ace was captured because he disobeyed Father. Is it fair for our brothers to pay the price for his recklessness?" Squard retorted. However, Jinbei faltered, recognizing the truth in Squard's words. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates fell into contemplation, realizing that Ace's predicament stemmed from his own actions. Initially, he failed to manage his crew, allowing Teach to kill Thatch. Subsequently, Ace's disobedience led to his capture by Blackbeard, ultimately falling into the hands of the Navy. "Enough, Squard. Ace is our family, and we must save him," Whitebeard interjected, aware that further discussion would lead to the disbandment of the crew before battle even commenced. "But Father, your attitude was different when Thatch died. You even tried to stop Ace from pursuing Teach. Does that mean Thatch's life was expendable?" Squard's doubts deepened, contemplating the implications of his father's favoritism. While Thatch could no longer be saved, Ace was still alive. He was family, and they had to rescue him. Whitebeard recognized his bias, as he wished for Ace to inherit his position and ultimately become the Pirate King. Thus, no matter the cost, Ace must be saved. Before Squard could continue, Marco interrupted. "Enough, Squard. If Father insists on saving Ace, then we shall." With that, Squard fell silent, though his thoughts began to shift. The other members of the Whitebeard Pirates remained quiet, each lost in their own thoughts, particularly Vista. As a veteran member of the crew, he had long harbored dissatisfaction with Whitebeard's intention to pass the crew to Ace. To comprehend the situation regarding oneself or individuals, such as Malco and Jaws, who have been aboard for an extended duration, one must ponder why their father has yet to pass the pirate crew to them. What merit does that impetuous Ace possess? Being groomed as a successor from the moment he stepped aboard? Although the members of the Whitebeard Pirates harbor some grievances in their hearts, they have resolved to respect Whitebeard's decision, at least until his demise. Soon, the entire Whitebeard Pirates began to mobilize. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Marine in the New World, it was confirmed that Ace had indeed been captured. Carp's countenance darkened as he gazed upon the newspaper's report. Although he had anticipated Ace's imminent capture, the revelation still stirred a tempest of anger within him. "Uncle, my father has ordered us to prepare for battle. He must have foreseen Ace's predicament," Naruto remarked with a hint of understanding. "Indeed," Carp nodded in agreement, suddenly recalling something and producing a din mushi to make a call. After a few rings, the call was answered, and an irate voice echoed from the other end. "Hello, you do realize you have my din mushi?" "Oh, no need to be angry, Sengoku," Carp replied with a cheeky grin. "I didn't contact you earlier because I was unaware you were one of us, fearing it might hinder your rise to power. And now, are you no longer afraid?" Sengoku retorted, still seething. "Ha ha ha. Carter has already informed me of the situation, and while I would divulge more, I fear eavesdroppers. However, could you kindly look after Ace for me? After all, he is my grandson and will undoubtedly refer to you as Grandpa Sengoku in the future. So, do what you must, unless you wish to see your grandson suffer." Carp nonchalantly picked his nose. "You scoundrel." Witnessing Carp's audacity, Sengoku felt a surge of rage, wishing he could rush over and slap him. "Oomph." Sengoku exhaled deeply. "I will ensure Ace is taken care of, but Carp, the next time we meet, I will certainly make you pay." "Oh dear, I am not fond of men." Carp feigned a bashful expression. "Arg, Carp, I swear I will kill you." Sengoku exploded at Carp's antics, frustrated that this otherwise wise man often lost his temper around him. "All right, I shall entrust Ace to you. Our next meeting will be a time for reminiscing," Carp concluded before hanging up. That rascal. Though Sengoku continued to curse Carp under his breath, a smile gradually crept upon his lips. "Bring me my trusted aides. Sengoku soon summoned his confidants to ensure Ace was treated well. At this point, he saw no further need to maintain pretense. Not to mention, two of the current Marine Admirals had already been confirmed as allies. One was Kizuru, who could be easily swayed with sufficient monetary incentives, while the other was Akiji, who possessed his own sense of justice and held a deep disdain for the celestial dragons. After several discussions, he had successfully brought Akiji to his side. As for Akainu, Sengoku dared not attempt to sway him due to his extreme nature. The majority of other mid-level personnel were obedient to Sengoku, as no one could resist the allure of wealth. As Sengoku pondered, a smile emerged on his face. Zoro, increase your swordsmanship speed. After a month of rigorous training, the Straw Hat crew had made significant progress, particularly Zoro, whose abilities had undergone a remarkable transformation under Kazuki's personal guidance. At this moment, Zoro had achieved a strength equivalent to that of a rear admiral. In every aspect, swordsmanship, physical strength, and haki, he surpassed his former self from a month prior. Carter arrived at the training grounds, observing Zoro as he practiced with his blade, Wado Ikemanji, and contemplated the implications of recent events, pondering whether the butterfly effect had resulted in Zoro being left with only Wado Ikemanji. Regardless, Carter approached Zoro. Father. Kazuki greeted Carter immediately, as Carter's children typically addressed him as father in private, reserving supreme leader for formal occasions. Carter nodded, and then turned his attention back to Zoro. Rorinoa Zoro, identity, combat captain of the Straw Hat Pirates talent, enhanced physical strength, rear admiral level skills, advanced 3-sword style, 3-color haki, listening to the breath of all things. 3,000 worlds, great 3,000 sword art, 2 cuts, sword pressure, yin return, pseudo abilities, none evaluation, a powerful individual with extraordinary potential. Yin return? Upon seeing this skill, Carter raised an eyebrow in astonishment and inquired of Kazuki, did you teach him yin return? Indeed. However, he has yet to reach the realm of spatial breakthrough. He can only wield 3 swords simultaneously to achieve the effect of yin return, Kazuki affirmed. Understanding dawned on Carter. It made sense why Zoro's yin return was labeled with a pseudo. Undoubtedly, Zoro's talent was remarkable, but regrettably, it was merely at the S level. Otherwise, his future achievements would be immeasurable. Thanks to his S-enhanced talent, he faced little to no bottlenecks when learning anything capable of making him stronger, allowing him to excel effortlessly. This was why Zoro had transitioned from a lieutenant commander to a rear admiral in such a short span. Zoro, Carter called out. What is it? Zoro replied calmly upon noticing Carter's arrival. You are a 3-sword style swordsman, yet you currently wield only 1 sword. I possess a method to enhance your strength. Would you be interested in trying it? Carter proposed. A method to grow stronger? At this moment, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were drawn to the conversation. Uncle, what is this method? Please share, Luffy inquired, his curiosity piqued. Do you remember that armor imbued with your grandfather's spirit? Carter countered Luffy's question. Are you referring to the armor that houses Grandpa's soul? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Carter nodded, turning back to Zoro. We have a means to infuse your soul into Wado Ikemanji. This way, the sword will resonate with your essence, allowing you to wield it with unparalleled ease. However, there is a caveat. A caveat? Zoro's brow furrowed at the mention. What is it? Carter explained. Once your soul is infused into Wado Ikemanji, you can never abandon it. If you do, it would be akin to losing a piece of your soul, resulting in a decline in your strength. This is by no means a flaw for me. I will never relinquish my bond with He Dao Iwenzi. Upon hearing these words, Zoro chuckled. For his connection with He Dao Iwenzi held profound significance for him. Thus there was no question of abandoning it. Please help me grow stronger. I wish to assist Luffy in rescuing his brother. Zoro gazed intently at Carter. Excellent. That's a commendable spirit. Carter reflected inwardly on Zoro's demeanor, acknowledging his greatness. Soon after Carter finished his call, Lingling arrived at the training ground. Young one, are you prepared? Extracting the soul may cause some discomfort, Lingling remarked. Bring it on, it's nothing, as long as it helps Luffy save his brother. Zoro positioned He Dao Iwenzi before him and sat down cross-legged. Well, what a fine young man. As Lingling spoke, she began to extract Zoro's soul and infuse it into He Dao Iwenzi. Though Zoro was mentally prepared, the excruciating pain from the soul extraction made him gasp involuntarily. Gradually, he sensed a subtle connection forming between himself and He Dao Iwenzi. Zoro, a clear, melodious voice echoed in his ears. Kuina, is it you? Indeed, the voice belonged to Kuina from her childhood. Despite the passage of over a decade, Zoro recognized it instantly. Zoro, you have grown stronger. I am so happy. Kuina, where are you? Kuina. Zoro fervently called out in his mind, yet he could not find her presence. Zoro, call out. I am always by your side. Call out my true name. Awaken, Kuina. Kuina. Zoro suddenly awoke, realizing that the infusion with He Dao Iwen Z was complete. How is it, Zoro? What abilities have you gained? Luffy suddenly appeared, brimming with excitement. Ignoring Luffy, Zoro reached for He Dao Iwen Z and shouted, Awaken, Kuina! With Zoro's exclamation, a faint white light began to emanate from the blade of He Dao Iwen Z, and soon 2 additional swords separated from it. One was a green sword, and the other was a black sword. Wow, one sword has transformed into 3. Incredible. Luffy gazed at Zoro's He Dao Iwen Z with sparkles in his eyes. With Zoro's liberation of He Dao Iwen Z, his aura surged by 2 levels, reaching the threshold of a vice admiral. Zoro bit down on He Dao Iwen Z, while wielding the other 2 swords, striking a pose indicative of his 3-sword style. Zoro, I'm always by your side. At that moment, Zoro heard that voice again, and his lips curled into a faint smile. Zoro, what abilities have you gained? Is it merely becoming 3 swords? Luffy inquired eagerly. Zoro, in response, performed a flourish with his sword and presented the 3 blades before everyone, stating, after liberation, these 3 swords are named He Dao Iwen Z, Kuina, and Zoro. Kuina? Zoro? Isn't that your name? Luffy asked curiously. Indeed, Zoro nodded, continuing. The sword Kuina possesses the ability of indomitable. As long as I wield Kuina, my fighting spirit will remain unwavering, and it will gradually heal my wounds. The sword Zoro possesses the ability of frenzy, which means that as the battle progresses, my attacks will grow stronger. As for He Dao Iwen Z, it lacks any special abilities, merely becoming sharper and more resilient. Zoro was pleased as he handled the 3 swords. Impressive, Luffy exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement. Roronoa Zoro, identity, combat captain of the Straw Hat Pirates talent, S-class enhancer physique, vice admiral level, enhanced by He Dao Iwen Z liberation, skills, advanced 3-sword style, observation haki, 3,000 worlds, 2 cuts of the sword path, yen return, pseudo, ability, liberation of He Dao Iwen Z evaluation, a powerful individual with astonishing potential. Carter nodded in agreement, noting that the 2 newly acquired swords not only complemented Zoro's arsenal, but also bore abilities particularly suited to him. The green sword's frenzy ability would amplify Zoro's attack power, indicating that given sufficient time to accumulate buffs, Zoro could potentially slay even a deity. However, this was merely theoretical. In reality, amassing enough buffs to reach such levels would require an immense amount of time. Nonetheless, this was indeed a formidable ability, rendering Zoro nearly invincible among his peers. The black sword Kuina's indomitable ability was tailor-made for Zoro and Frenzy, as it would significantly enhance Zoro's endurance, allowing him more time to accumulate buffs. Carter. Zoro suddenly recalled something and asked with anticipation, I believe I sense Kuina's soul within He Dao Iwen Z. Carter raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn that Kuina's soul had taken residence in He Dao Iwen Z. I wonder if I will have the chance to meet her. Zoro gazed at Carter with hope. Theoretically, it is possible. Carter nodded affirmatively. Really? Zoro's excitement surged for everything he was doing. Even his dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman was for Kuina. Indeed, Carter confirmed, I have a son named Kenpachi, who, through his formidable spiritual pressure, successfully manifested the soul of his Zanpakuto, allowing it to possess a physical form in this world. If you truly become strong enough, you might indeed be able to resurrect Kuina. To grow stronger? Zoro clenched his fists, murmuring, it seems becoming the world's greatest swordsman is not enough. Kuina, I will surely bring you back. I await your return. Just as Zoro made this resolution, Kuina's voice echoed once more in his mind. Meanwhile, an inexplicable transformation began to unfold within Zoro, emanating an enigmatic aura that fluctuated in intensity. Ding! Due to unknown reasons, Zoro's talent has undergone a dramatic change. Please check the status promptly. Unknown reasons. A dramatic change in talent? Carter was momentarily perplexed, as he had never witnessed such a phenomenon in Zoro throughout the years. The fact that talent could shift in such a manner was astonishing, especially considering he had not consumed a devil fruit. Nonetheless, Carter promptly accessed Zoro's attribute panel. Roronoa Zoro, identity, combat captain of the Straw Hat Pirates talent. The direction of intention and will. Body, initial stage of the great general level, enhanced by Hidao Iwan Z's liberation. Skills, advanced 3-sword style, 3-color hockey, listening to the breath of all things. 3-sword styles ultimate technique, 3,000 worlds, 2 broken swords of the sword path, sword pressure. Yen return, false, ability. Hidao Iwan Z liberation evaluation. Due to the fusion of Zoro and Kuina's wills, along with the amalgamation of Zoro's 3 intentions from his childhood, Zoro's talent has undergone a remarkable transformation. As long as he possesses the will to grow stronger, he can continue to enhance his abilities indefinitely. 3 question marks regarding talent. What on earth is this? The system, please come forth and explain. Carter, having never encountered such a situation, silently cried out within. Ding! Due to Zoro's childhood resolve to become the world's greatest swordsman, combined with Kuina's determination to surpass men, and ultimately Zoro's will to become infinitely stronger until he revives Kuina, these 3 wills have merged to create an incredible power. Note, however, this talent also bears a flaw. If Zoro loses his will and determination to grow stronger on that day, he will be unable to continue his ascent. After reading the system's explanation, Carter couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Zoro. If it weren't for his own system, Carter would almost think that Zoro was the true protagonist. After all, Zoro is the one who truly embodies the notion of controlling his own fate, altering his talent through sheer will. Despite its shortcomings, as long as Zoro has yet to revive Kuina, he will undoubtedly persist in his pursuit of strength. Upon learning that the opportunity for growth could lead to Kuina's revival, Zoro immediately devoted himself wholeheartedly to training. Meanwhile, Luffy and Natsu approached Carter with gleaming eyes, exclaiming, "Grandpa, we want soul equipment too." Carter, feeling exasperated, replied, "You two should focus on strengthening your bodies and developing your devil fruit abilities." "Ah, all right." Upon hearing this, the two immediately lowered their heads, somewhat dejected. Carter then called Nami forward, saying, "However, Nami, you can rely on auxiliary spirit equipment to enhance your strength." "Huh? Can I? Do I need to get an auxiliary spirit weapon too?" Nami exclaimed with excitement as she promptly pulled out the 3-section staff made by Usopp. "That is not your weapon." Carter shook his head in response. "Not," Nami replied, puzzled, but the next moment her eyes widened in shock as if witnessing something astonishing. Following Nami's gaze, Carter conjured a massive ball of lightning in his hand. "This is your weapon," Carter said with a broad smile. "What? You want me to use this lightning ball as my weapon? How is that even possible?" Nami replied incredulously. "Lord Carter, even touching this lightning ball would probably electrocute me. What if this lightning ball came to life and you could touch it freely?" Carter said with a bemused smile. "Come to life? How could that be?" Nami still appeared skeptical. "Ha ha ha." Carter couldn't help but laugh at Nami's expression. "Well, don't worry about it. Do you think this lightning ball would make a good weapon for you? If it truly works, that would be splendid." Nami replied excitedly. "If it can really happen, that would be fantastic. That's the response I was waiting for." Carter smiled in response. Soon, Lingling arrived beside them. Carter's body had already upgraded to the 3rd-generation divine body, allowing him to effortlessly harness abilities such as lightning and flames. Carter maintained the lightning ball in his hand, while Lingling began extracting Nami's soul. "Ah, it hurts." The pain from the soul extraction was unbearable even for Zoro, let alone Nami, who began to cry out in agony as Lingling continued. However, enduring a bit of pain brought tremendous rewards. Before long, the lightning ball in Carter's hand no longer required conscious control. It gradually began to merge into a cohesive whole. As time passed, facial features and limbs gradually emerged from the lightning ball, ultimately taking the form of a blue electric spirit reminiscent of those found in Pokemon. Upon the electric spirit opening its eyes and observing its surroundings, the process of imbuing the lightning ball with spirit was fully complete. So adorable. Nami, having regained her composure despite feeling somewhat weak from the soul extraction, instantly embraced the electric spirit, showering it with affection. Since the electric spirit was formed from the infusion of Nami's soul into the lightning ball, there was a profound soul connection between Nami and the electric spirit. Even though the electric spirit couldn't speak, Nami could still sense its intentions. So cute. Luffy and Natsu were equally captivated by the electric spirit's charming appearance. "Nami, quickly test out its abilities," Luffy asked curiously. Carter, intrigued, turned his gaze toward Nami. After a month of training, Nami's abilities had indeed seen substantial improvement, albeit not as astonishing as Zoro's. Nami identity, navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates talent. S-level lightning affinity body, peak rear admiral level skills. Beginner observation hockey, beginner armament hockey. Beginner 6 styles ability, electric spirit liberation evaluation, a rising star in the realm of lightning magic. Nami's strength had now reached the level of a peak rear admiral. Just as Carter was contemplating, Nami sprang into action. Wrap around, electric spirit. With Nami's shout, the electric spirit on her shoulder transformed into a bolt of lightning. Coiling around her, due to the static electricity, her orange hair stood on end. Crackle. Gradually, the electric spirit's lightning fused into Nami's body, causing sparks to leap from within her. Nami's aura surged dramatically. Electric ball, electric spirit mode. Nami identity, navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates talent. S-level lightning affinity body, rear admiral level, enhanced by electric spirit mode, skills, beginner observation hockey, beginner armament hockey. Beginner 6 styles ability, electric spirit liberation evaluation, a rising star in the realm of lightning magic. The liberation of the electric spirit elevated Nami's strength by 2 minor levels, akin to Zoro's Hidao E1Z liberation. In electric spirit mode, Nami could contend with individuals at the rear admiral level thanks to her lightning abilities. However, since her hockey level had not yet reached that of a rear admiral, it was likely that she could only hold her ground briefly. After completing the electric spirit mode transformation, Nami did not stop. With her eyes closed, she seemed to be deep in thought. Moments later, suddenly, a whip made of lightning materialized in Nami's hand. Crack, crack, crack. With the activation of electricity, Nami swiftly lashed out 5 times with the lightning whip in her hand. The terrifying speed was such that even a typical great general might not notice it in time and could be struck. The whip is composed entirely of pure lightning, possessing not only immense impact, but also the ability to unleash a lightning strike upon contact. With a series of crackling sounds, Nami swung the whip once more, seemingly attempting to execute a 6th strike. However, it appeared that 5 strikes were her limit. So fast, Nami. What do you call that move? Luffy inquired with an expression of excitement. I shall name it the Lightning 5 Strikes. Nami pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand before responding. Impressive. Lightning 5 Strikes, Luffy exclaimed, playfully mimicking her movements. Meanwhile, Carter regarded Nami with a peculiar expression. Lightning 5 Strikes. Isn't that Master Ma's signature technique? I never imagined it could resurface in this world. Carter mused, although he recognized it to be merely a coincidence. Dismissing his strange thoughts, he turned his attention to Usopp. After all, among the Straw Hat Pirates, only Zoro, Nami, and Usopp were suitable candidates for enhancing their abilities. For Usopp, whether using a gun or a slingshot, he could channel his powers. Yet, Carter found himself in a dilemma about whether to provide Usopp with a new weapon. Given the strength of his current arsenal on the Sky Island, he had numerous options that could be infused with haki. If he were to replace Usopp's weapon, it would undoubtedly elevate Usopp's power significantly in a short time. However, this came with a drawback. Once infused, the weapon could not be changed, potentially hindering Usopp's future growth. Carter felt a headache coming on, yet after some contemplation, he ultimately decided to allow Usopp to make his own choice. Usopp, would you prefer to continue with your slingshot or switch to a sniper rifle? Carter called Usopp over. Upon hearing this, Usopp fell into deep thought. Although he recognized that firearms possessed greater power than his slingshot allowed for the use of many custom-made ammunition types. With this in mind, Usopp's determination solidified as he declared, Lord Carter, I have decided to stick with my slingshot. Carter nodded in agreement and instructed Lingling to infuse Usopp's weapon with power. Soon, a uniquely designed slingshot materialized in Usopp's hands. He understood that his slingshot could not be unleashed like Zoro's sword, and its enhancement would only provide a modest boost to his strength. However, this slingshot possessed an extraordinary ability whenever Usopp drew it back. Each projectile released would be equivalent to his full-powered strike. Do not underestimate this ability. Should Usopp's strength reach the level of a Marine Admiral in the future, it would be terrifying to contemplate. A casual shot from him would be akin to an Admiral's full-strength attack, while others would be left weakened after exerting their full power. Usopp could continue to unleash strikes with the strength of his best effort as long as he could pull back the slingshot. With Usopp's weapon successfully empowered, the Straw Hat crew resumed their intense training. Before long, 15 days passed, and the crew's training came to an end. Tomorrow, they would accompany the Chinese government's military to the Marine headquarters. After a month and a half of rigorous training, each member of the Straw Hat Pirates had made remarkable progress. Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy identity. Great-grandnephew talent. SSS plus Sun God Luffy physique. Admiral level skills. Top-tier hockey. Navy 6 styles. Gear 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th ability. Zoan-type human fruit. Nika form evaluation. Sun God. Fire? ISNT. It just about having hands? The flame fruit is not worth a dog's attention. After a month of intense training, Luffy had not only reached Admiral level, but had also awakened the 5th gear, an absurd and peculiar ability. Even Carter found this ability to be quite ridiculous, sensing a shift in Luffy's overall demeanor. However, it must be said that the 5th gear was indeed powerful, enhancing Luffy's strength by an entire tier and granting him the capacity to fight almost indefinitely. The downside, however, was that it consumed Luffy's life force. It seemed that once the Marineford War concluded, he would need to upgrade Luffy to a 2nd-generation super soldier, ensuring Luffy had a lifespan of several thousand years, thus rendering the 5th gear's consumption insignificant. Carter thought to himself, Natsu, Monkey D, Natsu identity, grandson talent, SSS plus Fire Dragon God Natsu physique, Admiral level skills, top-tier hockey. Navy 6 styles, Fire Dragon Roar, Fire Dragon Wing Strike, Fire Dragon Iron Fist, Fire Dragon Transformation, Half Dragon Transformation, Dragon God Breath, Flame Fruit, Blue Flame Dragon Mode, Fire Dragon King Mode ability, Fire Dragon Fruit Evaluation. ISN, it just fire? ISN, it just about having hands? The Flame Fruit is not worth a dog's attention. Natsu's strength had stabilized at Admiral level, and his abilities had become more refined. Zoro, Rorinoa, Zoro, identity. Combat Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates talent. Where the will leads, the spirit follows. Physique, Peak Vice Admiral level skills, 3-sword style. Advanced hockey, sensing the breath of all things, 3-sword style ultimate technique, 3,000 worlds, 1 great 3,000 world sword technique, sword pressure. Yada no Kagami, pseudo, ability, Inma, the sword of one sword evaluation. Because of Zoro's fusion of 3 wills, his own, Kuna's, and his childhood aspirations, his talent underwent a transformation. As long as he possesses the will to grow stronger, he will continue to do so. Upon learning that he could become stronger and revive Kuna, Zoro engaged in an incredibly intense training regimen over the past half-month, proving that hard work indeed pays off. Remarkably, he elevated his strength to the peak of Vice Admiral level in just half a month. If he were to unleash Inma, he would instantly possess the strength to contend with an admiral and could even potentially gain the upper hand. Sanji, Vinsmoke's Sanji identity, cook of the Straw Hat Pirates talent. Modified human physique, just entering Vice Admiral level skills, advanced culinary arts, advanced armament hockey, advanced observation hockey. High-level kicking techniques, advanced 6 styles, demon wind foot ability, exoskeleton evaluation, enjoys being a chef while embracing his emotions as a modified human. Following a month of vigorous training, Sanji awakened the ability of an exoskeleton. He had transformed into a nearly indestructible force. Usopp identity, sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates talent. Eagle Eye physique, peak major general level skills, advanced shooting techniques, intermediate observation hockey, intermediate armament hockey, intermediate 6 styles ability, none evaluation, a timid soul with remarkable shooting talent. Usopp's strength had also risen to the peak of Major General level. In the realm of weaponry, an individual's prowess can ascend to the level of a Vice Admiral. Moreover, due to the unique characteristics of Usopp's weaponry, it is evident that while Usopp's strength may have reached the threshold of a Vice Admiral through the enhancement of his weapons, in actual combat, he proves to be a formidable adversary, surpassing any Vice Admiral. As for Nami, Robin, Chopper, and Kobe, their capabilities, although improved, remain modest. Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, possesses the talent of S-Class Lightning Affinity, with a physical strength equivalent to that of a junior officer. Her skills include a basic mastery of observation hockey, armament hockey, and the 6 styles, complemented by her ability to summon lightning spirits, earning her the title of a nautical genius. Robin, the archaeologist of the Straw Hat Pirates, boasts an S-Class Devil Fruit Affinity, with a similar physical level and skill set as Nami. She wields the power of the Hana no Mi, making her a historian of great renown. Chopper, the doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates, is an S-Class combat doctor with a physical capacity akin to that of a junior officer. His skills mirror those of Nami and Robin, and he possesses the ability of the Zoan-type Hito no Mi, taking on the form of a human reindeer. which allows him to practice medicine effectively. Kobe, a temporary crew member of the Straw Hat Pirates, has the potential of S-class admiral-level strength, currently at the peak of a colonel's capacity. His skills are likewise in the initial stages of observation hockey, armament hockey, and the six styles, though he lacks any special abilities. His eccentricity is noted, and once he joins the Navy, his strength is expected to grow exponentially. Though their abilities have seen some enhancement, the extent of their growth is relatively limited, particularly for Kobe, who has yet to officially join the Navy, resulting in a notably gradual progression. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates have completed their training, and Cater is fully prepared for battle, with military equipment and logistical supplies at the ready, awaiting Cater's decisive command. At this moment, an enigmatic figure quietly entered the conference hall of the Five Elders. "What brings you here?" inquired the goat-bearded elder, gazing down from the elevated platform at the figure in the center of the hall. Behind the hall, the viewing tank had mysteriously transformed to reveal a Tyrannosaurus Rex, bearing scars that, rather than detracting from its ferocity, enhanced its menacing appearance. "I have come to discuss a collaboration," the cloaked figure stated in a low, resonant tone. Suddenly, the sky outside darkened ominously, with flashes of lightning illuminating the clouds, heralding the imminent arrival of rain. With a thunderous roar, the lightning revealed the identity of the cloaked individual. It was Shanks, the red-haired pirate. "What is there to discuss? Despite your lineage as a celestial dragon, you are fundamentally just a pirate raised by Roger," retorted the bald elder with disdain. "I have been invited to the Navy headquarters to rescue Ace," Shanks declared solemnly. "What? Is it Whitebeard?" the bald elder inquired, astonished. "Not at all," Shanks replied, shaking his head, then smiled as he continued. "It is the Chinese government." The mere mention of the Chinese government rendered the Five Elders instantly silent. Although this power had seemingly withdrawn from the world in recent years, they, as high-ranking members of the world government, were acutely aware that it had not vanished, but rather grown stronger year by year. They had not anticipated that the Chinese government would intervene to rescue Ace, leading to the current arrangement for the Navy and the Seven Warlords to execute him. Had Shanks not alerted them, the world government would have faced dire consequences. Exhaling heavily, the bald elder said gravely, "Isn't Ace the adopted son of Whitebeard? How is he connected to the Chinese government?" "Because of Garp," Shanks continued. "Roger entrusted Ace to Garp before his demise. Ace is not only the son of Whitebeard, but also Garp's grandson." "Garp, that man. We should have eliminated him back in the Navy," the horned elder exclaimed in anger. However, the elders soon regained their composure, questioning, "Why are you sharing this with us? How do you propose we collaborate?" "I simply wish for Ace to survive, and I do not desire the world government to be overthrown," Shanks stated earnestly. "Oh, why is that?" the bald elder asked, intrigued. "Because my brother is also a celestial dragon." Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder erupted outside the window. After a moment of silence in the conference hall, the bald elder's voice broke the stillness. "Very well. I agree to your terms. When the battle commences at the Navy headquarters, await our signal and be ready to act." Having secured the response he sought, Shanks swiftly departed the Five Elders conference hall, leaving behind a brief silence. The implication of the Chinese government's involvement in this matter weighed heavily on the bald elder's mind. "It appears we must take this impending conflict seriously. Perhaps it poses a greater threat than the God Valley incident from 38 years ago," the goat-bearded elder remarked gravely. "Deploy the CP series forces, the Divine Knights, and Vegapunk's pacifistas at once," the bald elder pondered. "This war could potentially alter the world dynamics. We must also position ourselves at the Navy headquarters." The bearded elder, too, spoke with gravity. "Agreed." Surprisingly, no one opposed him. Instead, they nodded in agreement. An unsettling feeling permeated the air, as if something monumental was about to transpire. "What do you think?" the bald elder suddenly addressed a shadowy corner of the hall. "Well, he is somewhat of an unremarkable younger brother," a voice emerged from the darkness, revealing a figure nearly identical to Shanks, albeit without the 3 scars. Meanwhile, in the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard pirates were preparing for their journey. "Old man, the ship has been outfitted. When we set sail, all vessels belonging to the Whitebeard pirates lay ready on the water surface. Listen up, everyone. We are embarking to rescue our brother, Ace," Whitebeard proclaimed, striking the ground with his weapon, the Murakamajiri, with great fervor. "Oh!" the pirate crew responded enthusiastically in unison. With the command issued, all ships began their descent into the sea. As Baihuzi gazed towards the Marine headquarters, an unsettling premonition began to stir within him. with the white-beard pirates initiating their actions. It was as if a play button had been pressed, prompting all factions, great and small, across the seas to spring into motion. The Beast Pirates, the Red-Haired Pirates, the Thunder God Pirates, and the White-Beard Pirates, the four most formidable pirate crews in the New World, were all converging towards the Marine headquarters. The Chinese government, the Milo-Ocean Court, the Revolutionary Army, the Chinese Air Force, and the Chinese Navy, all forces under the aegis of the Chinese government, were also mobilizing. The source of this tumult could be traced back to the Marine headquarters, as newspapers fervently reported on the unfolding events. The seas were rife with tumultuous currents, and the skies shifted ominously, as if heralding a fierce storm. 3 days later, above Marine headquarters at Marineford, 2 sky battleships of the Mangdangshan class and 1 Terran No. 7 had docked at an altitude of several thousand meters. These vessels belonged to the Chinese government, the Chinese Air Force, and the Milo-Ocean Court. In the conference room of the Mangdangshan, Cater observed the Straw Hat crew, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Luffy, I need you to undertake a task," Cater stated. "What is it, uncle?" Luffy replied, scratching his head, a hint of urgency in his tone. After all, Luffy's primary objective was to rescue Ace, and they were now hovering above the Marine headquarters. Had Cater not intervened, he would have dashed into the headquarters already. "Go to Impel Down and release all the prisoners," Cater said, his gaze sharp. "Impel Down," Luffy exclaimed. "But should we focus on rescuing Ace first? Rest assured, Ace will be fine. However, to ensure his rescue, freeing the prisoners at Impel Down will divert the world government's attention, making it easier for us to save Ace." Cater assured Luffy earnestly. "Really?" Luffy asked, excitement flickering in his eyes. "Indeed," Cater affirmed with a nod. "All right, we will accomplish this mission." With Cater's assurance, Luffy was eager to create chaos at Impel Down. After all, he would not hesitate if it meant saving Ace. Impel Down was a grim and foreboding place used by the Marines to confine pirates and criminals, teeming with surveillance den mushies that could report any occurrences within its walls. Additionally, the prison was guarded by formidable beast wardens, while the ocean beneath was home to numerous sea kings. Thus, since its inception, no one had ever escaped from Impel Down. Soon, Luffy and his crew, utilizing the flying vessels produced on Sky Island, arrived at the gates of Impel Down. Indeed, they landed boldly at the entrance, as Luffy declared that if they were to cause a ruckus, they might as well charge straight in. Who dares to intrude upon Impel Down? Upon their landing, the guards immediately detected their presence. As expected of Impel Down, the defenses are formidable, Sanji remarked, inhaling deeply. "Leave these lowly soldiers to me," Luffy said, preparing to unleash his conqueror's haki to incapacitate them. "Wait, Luffy," Nami suddenly called out, a playful gleam in her eyes after training so hard to grow stronger. "Let us practice our skills." "Fine," Luffy nodded in agreement, saying no more. Meanwhile, Usopp, Robin, Nami, and Chopper swiftly dealt with the surrounding guards. Usopp casually fired his slingshot, each shot delivering devastating power, as he had reached the level of a newly appointed Rear Admiral. Each shot matched Usopp's full strength. Consequently, none of the Marines could withstand his assault. Nami simply summoned the lightning spirits to unleash bolts, striking multiple foes at once. Robin utilized her devil fruit powers to ensnare and incapacitate the Marines before they even realized what was happening. Chopper and KB darted through the throngs, taking down all Marines in their vicinity. "Quickly, report to Director Magellan." The Marines, witnessing their comrades fall, could not help but shout in panic. At that moment, the 2 giant soldiers guarding the gates of justice noticed the commotion and rushed towards the entrance of Impel Down. "Here come the giants," Sanji observed, a serious expression crossing his face as he prepared for a fight. However, Luffy quickly restrained him. With his observation haki, Luffy had foreseen the outcome of Sanji's battle with the giants. He would be utterly overwhelmed. Gear 3rd, as the 2 giant Rear Admirals approached, a smile graced Luffy's face. Giant battle axe. Luffy inflated his bones, causing one of his legs to swell to an enormous size. Boom! With a swing of his colossal foot, it crashed down upon the 2 giant Rear Admirals, producing a thunderous sound. Both giants were sent flying, landing on the sea, incapacitated. Gulp! The remaining Marines, who had not yet fallen, witnessed this spectacle and instinctively swallowed hard, fear evident in their gazes. However, their fear quickly dissipated as Usopp and the others had dispatched all the remaining Marines. "Let us go." Luffy straightened his attire and approached the entrance of Impel Down. The gate, now sealed by a massive iron door due to their presence, stood before him. Zoro, cut it down. Luffy commanded, his tone low. Understood. Zoro wasted no time, stepping forward to confront the iron door. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Zoro swiftly cleaved the massive door in two, causing it to crash down. Once Zoro completed this feat, Luffy said nothing further and entered calmly, descending to the lower levels. Meanwhile, Magellan, having received word of the disturbance, finally emerged from the elevator. Albeit too late, for the Straw Hat crew had already ventured inside Impel Down. Where are the Straw Hats? Where are they? Magellan anxiously inquired, seizing a still-breathing Marine soldier. Cough, cough. They've already gone inside. The Marine soldier coughed up some blood, pointing towards the severed iron door. Upon hearing the news, Magellan had no choice but to swiftly make his way to the elevator's location. Intent on intercepting Luffy and his companions from below as they ascended within the confines of Impel Down. He commanded the release of all the beast guards and instructed the sealing of all exits. True to his position as the director of Impel Down, Magellan remained remarkably composed. Even in the face of the Straw Hat Pirates' intrusion, he promptly seized the Den Mushi to stabilize the situation, and the soldiers, having received their orders, calmed down and immediately set about executing Magellan's directives. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew had arrived at the first underground level of Impel Down, known as the Honlyin Crimson Lotus Hell, where prisoners of lower bounties and lesser danger were confined. Outside the cells, a peculiar forest grew, composed of sword trees with razor-sharp leaves and needle grass that resembled steel pins. The inmates were mercilessly pursued by guards and enormous spiders, suffering incessant torment as they bled from the wounds inflicted by the sword trees and needle grass. However, such trivial obstacles posed no threat to the Straw Hat Pirates, especially considering that even the weakest among them, KB, had mastered haki. To ensure the prisoners retained their fighting spirit after being freed, Natsu incinerated the needle grass and sword trees, reducing them to ashes. This makes our escape much easier, KB exclaimed, somewhat apprehensive as he stomped his foot on the smooth ground. How did you manage to escape? A pirate from a nearby cell inquired, bewildered. How do we traverse to the next level? Luffy, feeling a headache coming on, ignored the question and pondered aloud. It should be in that direction. Zoro confidently pointed to a path. The group followed his indication, only to fall silent in disbelief. Zoro had pointed to the very staircase they had just traversed, a mere 3 meters away. Sanji, exasperated, pulled Zoro's finger back and led him aside. Zoro sensed the awkward atmosphere, and, although he still believed the path was correct, he could tell from his comrades' reactions that he had erred. His face flushed with embarrassment. Let us first release all the prisoners, if need be. We can capture a few more pirates to inquire, Natsu suggested. The group promptly set to work, and within minutes, every pirate in the vicinity had been liberated by the Straw Hat crew. As they pondered how to reach the next level, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Monkey Luffy. The clown Buggy, upon spotting Luffy, exclaimed joyously, "What are you doing here? Have you been captured too?" It's you. The red-nosed one who treated us. Luffy responded excitedly, immediately reverting to his habit of nicknaming, much to Buggy's chagrin. Stop giving people nicknames. Buggy shouted angrily at Luffy. Ha ha. Do you know how to get to the next level? Luffy asked cheerfully, disregarding Buggy's irritation. I do, but what do you intend to do? Buggy queried, puzzled. Luffy quickly explained their mission to rescue Ace, revealing Buggy's connection to the Pirate King. Upon learning this, Buggy was overwhelmed with emotion. Wait, the Pirate King Roger is your captain? Nami and the others were astonished, unable to reconcile the notion of such a clown having been a crew member of the legendary Pirate King. However, they quickly regained their composure, acknowledging that being merely a crew member of the Pirate King was insignificant compared to their own captain and first mate. Can I join you? Buggy implored Luffy. I want to rescue the captain's descendants. Sure. Luffy readily agreed, and under Buggy's guidance, they proceeded to the next level. Back with Magellan, upon returning to the 4th level. The Den Mushi in his hand rang. What is it? He answered, a sense of unease creeping in. It's bad news, Director Magellan. The Straw Hat crew has released all the prisoners in the 1st level and is now moving to the next. A panicked voice reported. How could it be so swift? Each entrance to Impel Down is meticulously concealed. How could they have found the way so quickly? Magellan's composure began to fray. He had assumed that even if the guards on the 1st level could not contain the Straw Hat crew, their search for the next level would not be so rapid. Yet now, having just returned to the 4th level, he was informed that the 1st level had succumbed, and they had already advanced to the 2nd. Through the surveillance den mushy, it became apparent that a pirate inmate had led the way. Magellan, puzzled, rubbed his chin and asked which pirate. Knowing that the first level was filled with sword trees and needlegrass, he wondered how any inmate could find the exit. It's the pirate known as Buggy the Clown. A user of the chop fruit, the sword trees and needlegrass are ineffective against him. Came the response from the den mushy. How could a devil fruit user be confined to the first level? Who approved this? Magellan seethed, his frustration mounting. After all, the pressure was intensifying. As prisoner strength increased down the levels of Impel Down, the Straw Hat crew had now reached the second level. Even if he rushed there now, it was likely that the second level would already be liberated. It was Vice Director Hannibal. Upon hearing this, Magellan fell silent. Knowing Hannibal's erratic nature made him unreliable. Never mind. Request assistance from the world government and mobilize forces to suppress the prisoners on the first and second levels. I'll handle the rest. Magellan quickly assessed the situation, realizing he could not guarantee where he could intercept the Straw Hat crew and thus opted for reinforcements. He resolved to intercept them directly at the entrance to the fourth level, having decided to abandon the upper three levels, deeming them mere small fry. As long as the situation below the fourth level remained stable, he could manage it. Meanwhile, after dealing with the beast guards of the second level, Luffy and his companions continued their mission to free the prisoners. Soon, all inmates were liberated as they pressed onward to the next level. The third level of Impel Down, known as the Hunger Hell, subjected its prisoners not only to terrifying temperatures but also to deprivation of food and water, leaving each inmate in a state of near death. However, for the Straw Hat pirates, who were in good condition, this posed no threat, especially for Natsu, who found the temperature rather comfortable, enhancing his vitality. Thus, the Straw Hat crew swiftly liberated all the prisoners in this level and proceeded to the staircase leading to the fourth floor. Without hesitation, they ascended the stairs toward the fourth level. Soon, they arrived at their destination, only to sense something amiss. The area was already surrounded by the Navy, with Magellan at the forefront. Straw Hat scoundrels, are you the ones causing such chaos and Impel Down? Magellan exclaimed, releasing a noxious gas from his body, prompting the surrounding Navy soldiers to instinctively don their gas masks. One slower soldier merely caught a whiff and collapsed instantly. We have matters to attend to. Could you please step aside? Luffy replied calmly, gazing at Magellan. Don't be ridiculous. The director, will apprehend you here. Magellan shouted angrily, his body oozing toxic liquid, some of which dripped onto the floor, corroding it instantly and creating a substantial hole. Such terrifying venom. Sanji gasped, his pupils contracting. As a chef, he often handled poisonous ingredients and had encountered highly toxic substances, but witnessing Magellan's venom made him realize that what he had seen before was merely child's play. It seems I must intervene, Natsu declared, stepping in front of Magellan. Leave this to me, Luffy. You all continue to free the prisoners. All right, Luffy replied placidly. Don't be foolish. There's no way I will allow you to liberate the prisoners. Block them. Upon seeing Luffy and the others genuinely attempt to free the prisoners, Magellan immediately commanded his soldiers to intercept. I told you this is my responsibility. Are you trying to slap me in the face? Natsu shouted at Magellan and the soldiers. Everyone halt. In an instant, an overwhelming conqueror's haki emanated from Natsu, the terrifying aura causing cracks to appear in the surrounding walls. This was the tangible damage of Conqueror's haki. Magellan could not help but gasp at the sight. While many possessed Conqueror's haki in this world, even he, the Warden of Impel Down, had it. However, he knew that few could wield it with such tangible power, with the only other being red-haired Shanks. But who was Shanks? A Yonko of the New World, and yet this young lad before him possessed such formidable Conqueror's haki. Not good. Magellan suddenly recalled something, turning to the Navy soldiers. Indeed, what he feared had come to pass. The soldiers had all collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others continued their mission to release the prisoners. Magellan, intent on stopping them, attempted to rush forward, but Natsu swiftly blocked his path. Your opponent is me, Natsu declared with a smile. Get out of my way. Venom Dragon. Magellan roared, unleashing a massive venomous dragon towards Natsu. Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. Natsu grinned, flames erupting from his fist, followed by a pillar of fire that collided with Magellan's venomous dragon. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand, as Magellan's venom was continuously incinerated by Natsu's flames. Yet Magellan relentlessly released more venom. Just then, Magellan smirked, revealing a wicked grin. My venom dragons are not limited to just one. Unbeknownst to Natsu, two venomous dragons had circled around behind him. Magellan bellowed as the two dragons surged toward Natsu's back. Damn it, I was careless. Natsu realized the threat from behind. Feeling a surge of alarm, he immediately propelled himself into the air with a blast of flames, flipping away from his original position. Crash! Just as Natsu vacated, the two venomous dragons struck where he had just been standing, releasing a cloud of white smoke as the venom hit the floor. Did I miss? Consider yourself lucky to have escaped. Try this poison cloud. Magellan unleashed a vast amount of toxic gas, which rapidly spread toward Natsu. Toxic gas 1T work on me. Roar of the fire dragon. Natsu expelled a torrent of flames from his mouth, incinerating the poison cloud into ashes. However, as the flames dissipated, he found that Magellan had vanished. I never intended to use the poison cloud to defeat you. Poison passage. Suddenly, Magellan's voice emerged from his side. He had used the poison cloud as a cover, already slipping into position beside Natsu. Toxic puffer fish. A multitude of venomous spheres erupted from Magellan's mouth, raining down upon Natsu and completely blocking his escape route. Sore horn of the fire dragon. Faced with the onslaught of venomous spheres, Natsu remained composed. He enveloped himself in flames and spun away from his original spot. Though many spheres struck him, they were thwarted by the fire. As soon as he landed, Natsu exhaled in relief, only to hear Magellan's voice behind him. If long-range attacks won't suffice, then how about this? Poison fist. Magellan's fist, coated in venom, crashed into Natsu. Having been led by Magellan the entire time, Natsu had no opportunity to evade this strike, relying solely on his armament haki for defense. Bang! Natsu was sent flying, crashing against the wall before coming to a halt. Cough! He struggled to rise, spitting out blood, but felt a numbness spreading across his back. If he could see, he would notice that his back had already turned a shade of purple. Ha ha ha! Admit defeat. With my poison, you have no chance. Magellan laughed triumphantly. I'll let my guard down. Is it due to lack of battle experience? Natsu reflected mockingly. If that's the case, then I shall crush you with sheer power. Natsu fixed a serious gaze on Magellan. What? Magellan sensed an ominous premonition as he looked at Natsu, his expression growing frantic. Suddenly, Natsu, instead of despairing, smiled, and an overwhelming heat erupted from within him. A blue flame swirled around Natsu like a silken ribbon, transforming his hair to a brilliant blue, while countless azure flame patterns adorned his entire body. This was the blue flame dragon mode of the xiao fruit. With a fierce roar, Natsu's aura surged relentlessly, reaching the pinnacle of a general, just stepping into the ranks of a marshal. As his momentum gradually stabilized, it firmly settled at the level of a newly appointed marshal. The poison from Magellan was incinerated to ashes by the terrifying blue flame dragon mode. Natsu remained still, merely relying on the heat radiating from the blue flames, which reached an astounding temperature of 3,000 degrees Celsius, causing Magellan's venom to ignite slowly in this dreadful heat. How could this be possible? Magellan, trembling in fear, gazed at Natsu, knowing that even the Marine's Admiral Akainu, with the power of the magma fruit, could only reach a maximum temperature of 1,400 degrees. The flames before him were undoubtedly far superior. With a smirk, Natsu unleashed a torrent of flames from his hands, resembling the powerful wings of a fire dragon, launching a ferocious assault towards Magellan. Unable to evade in time, Magellan could only conjure a massive wall of venom in front of him while retreating. The blue fire dragon's wings strike collided violently with the wall of venom, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the dust settled, Magellan's figure emerged, albeit severely scorched despite the protective barrier of venom. Oh, the pain is unbearable, Magellan grimaced, his skin visibly burned over a large area, though fortunately, his muscles and bones remained unharmed. Judgment of the hellish giant of poison. With a furious shout, Magellan's body began to ooze a crimson venom, distinct from the original purple hue. This red venom could be fatal upon contact. As the venom increased in volume, a massive skeletal figure made of poison materialized behind him. With another roar, the skeletal creature swung its colossal claws toward Natsu. Instead of retreating, Natsu advanced, conjuring a gigantic blade of blue flames in his right hand. Dragon Slayer art, blue flame explosive blade. Natsu bellowed as he swung his arm forward, cleaving the venomous skeleton in two. Flames erupted from the severed edges, continuing to engulf the skeletal figure. Although the flame blade was momentarily hindered by the skeleton, Its might remained undiminished as it crashed into Magellan. Wah! Despite hastily activating his haki for defense, Magellan suffered a grievous wound on his chest from the flame blade, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The released venom vanished without a trace in the flames. Magellan was defeated. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew had finally reached the deepest part of Impel Down after freeing prisoners from the 4th, 5th, and 55th levels, arriving at the 6th level, Infinite Hell. Straw Hat Kid, what brings you here? Have you been captured too? A familiar voice echoed from a cell. The group turned to see Crocodile. I wasn't captured. I'm here to free you, Luffy replied nonchalantly. Free us? Ha ha ha. I don't believe you have such good intentions. Crocodile laughed heartily. Well, it's not entirely out of goodwill. I'm letting you out to create chaos to rescue Ace. Luffy stated casually. Ace. At the mention of the name, a voice from a nearby cell burst with excitement. Luffy turned in surprise to see a shark fishman locked inside. Who are you and how do you know Ace? Luffy inquired curiously. My name is Jinbei. Ace is my brother in the Whitebeard Pirates. Jinbei reminisced. Can you really rescue Ace? Naturally. He is my brother, Luffy declared loudly. That's wonderful, Jinbei replied with joy. Wait, I'll get you out now. Luffy approached the locked Jinbei. Hold on, the material of these cells is incredibly sturdy. We need a key. But before Jinbei could finish, Luffy exerted a bit of force and effortlessly demolished the cell. Even the sea stone shackles on Jinbei were easily crushed by Luffy. Jinbei fell silent, staring at Luffy with a mix of astonishment and admiration. Kid, save us. If you get me out, I will reward you handsomely. The surrounding pirates, witnessing Luffy's power, clamored for his help. How ugly, Zoro commented, observing those in the cells desperately pleading for salvation as if clutching at straws. Luffy said nothing further, moving to the next cell and repeating the process, liberating the next prisoner. As the individual emerged, it was none other than the Rain Shichibukai, Shiryu. He approached a fallen marine soldier, picked up his sword, and fixed a piercing gaze on Zoro. I didn't appreciate your earlier remark. You seem to be a swordsman. Shall we duel? Zoro remained silent, looking to Luffy, who nodded. Finish the battle quickly. All right, Zoro responded, drawing his sword and assuming a stance. My captain has spoken. Let us resolve this swiftly. One strike to determine the victor? How intriguing. Shiryu nodded in agreement. Prison break slash. Shiryu declared, launching a fierce downward strike at Zoro. With all his strength, Zoro countered, cutting the blade of the sword. As they passed each other, Zoro stood still with his sword sheathed, while a massive wound appeared on Shiryu's chest, blood gushing forth. His sword lay broken in two. It wasn't that Shiryu lacked strength. He was a peak vice admiral. However, having been imprisoned for too long without food and wielding a subpar weapon, he was no match for Zoro's swift strike. The other prisoners, witnessing this scene, suppressed their ambitions. After all, Shiryu was no weakling. It was unexpected that he would be defeated so easily by the swordsman. Moreover, it appeared that the Straw Hat Kid was the captain. Luffy and his companions continued to liberate the remaining prisoners with ease. Meanwhile, several figures also entered the Impel Down, hastily making their way to the lowest level. In light of the prior lessons learned from Yuji Shiryu, no one dared to cause trouble in their wake. Luffy and his companions smoothly released all the prisoners, who then began to ascend to the upper levels. Soon, they returned to the 5th level, where they encountered Natsu, who had dealt with Magellan. After reuniting with Natsu, the group did not linger and swiftly proceeded toward the top level. Upon reaching the 3rd level, several figures came into view of the Straw Hat crew. Aha! Straw Hat Kid, I never expected to encounter you here, exclaimed Blackbeard Teach with a hint of surprise upon seeing the Straw Hat pirates. Looks like you've managed to break through the Impel Down. Luffy glared at the newcomers, gritting his teeth. Logically speaking, Luffy should not recognize Blackbeard Teach, given his face blindness. However, Teach was the one responsible for Ace's capture, so Luffy had firmly etched his appearance in memory. Ahaha, Straw Hat Kid, I didn't realize you possessed such strength. What do you say? Care to join me as my comrade? Blackbeard Teach casually proposed, seemingly oblivious to Luffy's fury. You are unforgivable. You caused Ace to be captured. I will definitely send you flying. Luffy retorted angrily, fixing his gaze on Teach. Ace. Ha ha ha. That was his own doing. I offered him a chance. But he foolishly refused to become my ally. Teach scoffed. Shut up. Ace would never ally with someone like you. I will send you flying. Luffy shouted in rage. So, you wish to seek death, do you? Teach's eyes gleamed with excitement as he suddenly attacked, exclaiming, Dark water. A vortex formed in the palm of Teach's hand. generating a powerful suction that engulfed Luffy, causing him to be pulled swiftly toward Teach. Luffy, seeing Luffy being drawn toward Blackbeard Teach. Zoro and Sanji instantly felt anxious and were prepared to intervene, but Natsu restrained them, declaring, "This is Luffy's battle. You must not interfere." Upon hearing this, Zoro and Sanji calmed down, recognizing that Luffy's current strength was indeed formidable. As Teach grasped Luffy's shoulder with a firm grip, Luffy's pupils constricted as he realized he could no longer feel the power of his Goma no Mi. Ahaha. You've realized it, Haven Tiju? My devil fruit ability nullifies yours. Teach laughed heartily at Luffy's stunned expression. It seems you are not much better than Ace. Plapava to die. With a maniacal laugh, Teach swung a heavy fist toward Luffy. Bang! A dull sound echoed, yet Teach's expression shifted from delight to astonishment. His full-force punch had no effect, as Luffy effortlessly blocked it with his hand. Can't use your devil fruit ability? Then it's of no concern. Luffy lowered his head, his tone icy as he stated. Ace lost to you for this very reason. He relied too heavily on his devil fruit abilities. Teach, filled with pride, replied, Indeed, Ace was too dependent on his powers. With a determined gaze, Luffy delivered a powerful punch directly to Teach's face, causing his smile to falter as he was sent flying. Whoosh! Bang! Oh, that hurts! Teach was propelled away by Luffy's strike, crashing into the wall before rolling on the ground in pain. Is he really a captain? Sanji questioned, observing Teach's behavior with skepticism. Wait, this doesn't add up. Zoro pondered, suddenly making a realization. Though he doesn't seem particularly tough, notice that Luffy's heavy punch caused him no harm. Indeed, Sanji also noted Teach's condition. At that moment, Luffy furrowed his brow, for he was certain his punch had connected with Teach. Furthermore, Teach had not employed haki, yet he remained unscathed. However, Luffy chose not to dwell on it and, in a heartbeat, appeared behind Teach, channeling immense haki into his fist as he prepared to strike again. Bang! Teach responded in kind, their fists colliding with a tremendous force. The ground trembled under the impact of their might, causing debris to rain down around them. After a moment of stalemate, both fighters exerted their strength, creating distance between them. True to his reputation as the most cunning, Blackbeard held his ground in a physical confrontation, matching Luffy's might. Straw Hat Kid, are you really not considering becoming my comrade? Teach proposed again, his ambition rekindled as he witnessed Luffy's formidable power. Luffy's only reply was his iron fist. This next move is my grandfather's technique. Prepare yourself. As Luffy spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from his being, with countless haki and conqueror's haki surging into his fist. Crackle! A multitude of black and red lightning erupted from his fist, leaving scars on the surrounding walls and ground. What is that? Teach's pupils dilated in shock as he gazed at Luffy, who resembled a war deity. A profound sense of fear surged from deep within his soul. This is Conqueror's haki. A mere worm like you cannot possibly wield it. Luffy declared furiously, Take this. Galaxy Clash. Like a savior streaking across the sky, Luffy charged toward Teach, trailing a long bolt of lightning behind him. This is impossible. I shouldn't be harmed. Why am I afraid? Teach began to panic, recalling that ever since acquiring the Yami no Mi, he had been impervious to harm, with all damage transformed into mere pain. His last injury had been inflicted by Ace's flame, which exceeded the limits of his devil fruit's resistance. Now, facing the Straw Hat Kid, who was clearly on par with him, Teach could not fathom why he felt such overwhelming fear. I refuse to believe it. Dark Hole, absorb this. Blackbeard Teach roared, conjuring a wall of black smoke in front of him, attempting to shield himself from Luffy's attack. Seeing Teach's actions, Luffy's lips curled into a smirk as he collided fiercely with Teach. Wow. Hui Huzi Dichi coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face etched with disbelief as he gazed at Luffy. At that moment, Luffy's fist had not made contact with the body of Blackbeard, but had halted upon colliding with the dark smoke. What was happening? Hadn't Luffy missed him? How could Teach be injured? Zoro, with a perplexed expression, turned to Naz for clarification. That was an attack imbued with Haoshiku haki. It can inflict damage from a distance. Naz explained. Haoshiku wrapped attack. Zoro pondered, staring at his own hands, lost in thought. Impossible. I clearly didn't touch him. Why am I still hurt? Blackbeard Teach inquired, shock evident on his face. This is the power of Haoshiku haki. Unfortunately, you will never be able to master it, Luffy declared coldly. He then exerted more force, sending Teach flying. Despite being gravely injured, Teach struggled to rise. Just as Luffy was about to strike him again, a Din Din Mushi rang out. "Hello, Uncle, what's wrong?" This Din Din Mushi was given to Luffy by Carter before his departure. Only Carter could reach him. "Luffy, you should be wrapping things up over there, right? 7 or 8 warships are already heading to Impel Down. Make your escape quickly." Carter's voice carried an edge of urgency. After all, the world government was utterly ruthless, and he couldn't be sure they wouldn't issue an extermination order for Impel Down. If such an order were to be enacted, the prison would be destroyed, allowing seawater to flood in. Even if Luffy and Naz possessed the strength of an admiral, survival in that environment would be exceedingly difficult. "All right," Luffy responded after receiving the news, relaying the information to Naz and the others. He then disregarded Blackbeard and swiftly made his way toward the exit. They had to leave the island before the warships arrived. Countless pirates, upon hearing of the approaching ships, eagerly surged toward the exit of Impel Down. Meanwhile, at Onigashima in Wano country a few days prior, Kaido stood atop a platform, raising his arm in excitement. "Are you all ready?" "Oh," the pirates below responded enthusiastically. "Ha ha ha, let's cause a ruckus." Kaido was rallying his crew. Beside him, Jin furrowed his brow, gravely addressing Kaido. "Captain, are we truly going?" "What? Are you afraid, Jin?" Kaido retorted, taking a swig of his drink. "It's not fear. I just feel this time we might suffer heavy losses. Years of effort could vanish into thin air." Jin replied, resting his chin in his hand, his expression grim. "If that's the case, how can you fulfill your dream of becoming the Pirate King, Captain?" "Ha ha ha. Jin, I have a premonition. Perhaps we will witness the dawn of a magnificent era. If we cannot witness the birth of this era with our own eyes, wouldn't that be a great pity?" Kaido laughed heartily after taking another sip. "Jin," Kaido suddenly turned serious. "Do you think I am the Joy Boy who brings happiness to others?" "I firmly believe you are the captain." "You must be Joy Boy," Jin asserted confidently. "Do you think I brought joy to Wano?" Kaido asked gravely. Jin fell into contemplation. Indeed, his captain had not brought happiness to Wano, but had instead caused many to become displaced. "Ha ha ha. Jin, even if I am not Joy Boy, what does it matter? As long as I have you brothers by my side." Noticing Jin lost in thought, Kaido was not angered, but rather spoke jovially. "Moreover, I have a vague feeling that perhaps we will encounter the real Joy Boy this time. Captain, no matter what, you are Joy Boy in my heart." Jin gazed at Kaido earnestly. "Ha ha ha." Kaido said nothing further, laughing heartily as he turned to board the pirate ship. At that moment, a white figure suddenly shot in from the distance. "Kaido." As the figure approached, it became clear that it was Yamato. Yamato glared at Kaido with anger. "Isn't this my dear son?" Kaido laughed heartily. "Kaido, why didn't you tell me Ace was caught by the Marines?" Yamato furiously questioned Kaido. Faced with such an inquiry, Kaido's expression darkened, and he replied, somewhat angrily, "Yamato, mind your tone. I want to go with you. I must save Ace," Yamato declared, ignoring Kaido's words and looking at him earnestly. "Ace, Ace, is he all you can think about?" For some reason, even though Kaido had never met Ace, hearing the name from Yamato's mouth filled him with irritation. He couldn't quite understand why he felt so annoyed by the name. "I must save Ace," Yamato insisted, undeterred by Kaido's fury, her gaze unwavering. "Yamato, I am your father. Would you be so anxious if I were the one captured?" Kaido felt a sense of helplessness, having devoted so much effort to raise Yamato, only to find their relationship strained to the point of animosity. Now he was forced to bind her to him with chains. Yet, despite this, she dared to speak harshly to him over an outsider. Suddenly, all the pirates around sensed a thick aroma of jealousy. "Why do I feel a bit sour? Strange," Jin muttered to himself. "I don't care. Ace is my only friend, and I must save him," Yamato declared resolutely. For a moment, Kaido was rendered speechless, his gaze fixed intensely on Yamato. With a deep sigh, he exhaled, appearing as though he had aged several years. His hands moved swiftly, removing the chains from Yamato. "Kaido, what are you doing?" Yamato was bewildered by his actions. "When we reach the battlefield, don't stray too far from me," Kaido said softly as he turned away. Hearing this, Yamato stood frozen for a moment before joyfully leaping up. "Thank you, father." At her words, Kaido's body momentarily stiffened, but he continued to walk forward, a faint smile involuntarily appearing on his face. Yamato happily took up her kanabo and followed suit. Listening to the footsteps behind him, Kaido silently thought, "Ace, I shall see what kind of person you are. If you fail to earn my approval, I will take your head." Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, due to the world government's orders, the Marines prepared to execute Ace ahead of schedule. At this moment, The Marine headquarters had gathered nearly all the forces of the Navy. The three admirals, Akiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, sat imposing on the high platform. Beneath the high platform, the vast expanse of open ground was now teeming with people. Countless naval soldiers, numerous vice admirals, and several giant vice admirals were all standing at attention, guarding the naval headquarters. Meanwhile, Admiral Zhang was stood upon the execution platform, quietly awaiting the arrival of Ace. Soon, Ace, the protagonist of the day, was escorted to the platform by several naval soldiers. Admiral Zhanghua, a naval soldier, called out as he approached. "Leave Ace to me. You all wait aside." Zhanghua replied in a deep voice. "Yes." The soldiers responded and handed Ace over to Zhanghua. On the surface, Zhanghua appeared to disdainfully force Ace to kneel on the ground. However, he quietly whispered in Ace's ear, "My dear grandson, endure this for now. When the time is right, I will rescue you." Upon hearing this, Ace's eyes widened in shock, utterly bewildered by the situation, and looked at Zhanghua in astonishment. "Do not reveal anything," Zhanghua whispered again, casting a knowing glance at Ace. Understanding immediately, Ace quickly adopted a furious expression. At that moment, the previously calm waters of the Marineford harbor began to churn violently, as if something was about to emerge from beneath the surface. "There is something in the sea," a naval soldier suddenly exclaimed. "I never expected they would burst forth from the ocean," Kizaru remarked with a smirk. "Indeed, quite troublesome." Akiji sighed, rubbing his forehead. Nearby, Akainu observed the camaraderie between the two admirals, curious about when their relationship had grown so amicable. With a thunderous crash, the Moby Dick, leading a total of 43 pirate ships, surged forth from the depths of the sea. Boom! The sound of the ship's hull echoed. "Ace, we have come to rescue you," roared the voice of Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. Immediately, countless pirate crew members began to shout in unison. "Old man, you shouldn't have come. You must leave now. This is a trap," Ace cried out, regretting not heeding his father's advice and pursuing Blackbeard Teach, which would have spared him from capture and his father from falling into the Navy's trap. "Ace, you are our most important family member. How can we not come to save you?" Whitebeard declared resolutely. Zhanghua, witnessing Whitebeard's sudden appearance, wished to release Ace immediately, but could not allow the Whitebeard pirates to disrupt the plan. He swiftly ordered, "Capture the members of the Whitebeard pirates." As Zhanghua's command was issued, a barrage of cannon fire and bullets rained down upon the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing this, Whitebeard grinned widely. "Let us get to work, boys." A chorus of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the pirates. "Here we go. The war has begun. The sea trembles." Whitebeard laughed maniacally, delivering a powerful punch. Everyone present felt a strange sensation, as if something had swept through their bodies like a gentle breeze. Yet nothing happened. Just as confusion spread about what Whitebeard had done, a naval soldier suddenly cried out, "How is this possible?" Everyone looked towards the sea. Instantly, all attention was drawn to the direction indicated by the soldier. "My goodness, is this the power of the world's strongest pirate?" Gazing in that direction, they beheld a towering wave, over 100 meters high, charging towards Marineford with unstoppable force. "Is this the might of Edward Newgate? What a spectacle!" A tall man in a white vest and dark blue shirt, wearing a navy coat and a green eye patch, appeared before the massive wave. It was none other than Admiral Akiji. "Yes, yes, yes. Fantastic. It's Admiral Akiji. We are saved." The mere sight of Admiral Akiji ignited excitement among the naval soldiers. Initially, the morale of the Navy had plummeted upon witnessing Whitebeard's colossal wave. But Akiji's arrival rejuvenated their spirits, even elevating them further. In their minds, the Admiral symbolized power, strong and invincible. The presence of an Admiral brought them immense reassurance. Akiji did not disappoint. With a gentle gesture, he lowered his hand into the sea and uttered, "Ice Age." In an instant, the surrounding atmosphere was visibly transformed as all the seawater, along with the enormous wave, was frozen solid by Akiji's command. From above, one would notice that within a radius of several thousand meters, the sea had been completely encased in ice. However, this freezing also provided the pirates with a solid footing. Countless pirates from the Whitebeard pirates began to pour down from the ship. Flash! A golden beam shot forth from the high platform towards Whitebeard. Seemingly oblivious, Whitebeard remained still. Boom! Just as everyone expected the beam to strike Whitebeard, a pineapple-headed figure appeared before him, intercepting the attack. This individual was Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. The assailant was none other than Admiral Kizaru. After taking the hit from Kizaru's beam, Marco bore numerous wounds. However, Gold and blue flames erupted from his injuries, rapidly healing them before their eyes. "Brother, this is land," a pirate shouted excitedly. Although Akiji's terrifying freezing ability had completely neutralized Whitebeard tsunami, it had also frozen the surrounding sea, granting the pirates a means to approach Marineford with ease. Following the pirates' proclamation, countless others jumped from their ships, eagerly pounding on the solid ice surface. After all, to freeze a wave over 100 meters high, Admiral Akiji had exerted nearly all his strength, maximizing the potential of his ice fruit. He not only froze the tsunami, but also encased the surrounding sea for miles. The thickness of the ice was several dozen meters, rendering it impenetrable to ordinary pirates, and even cannon fire would struggle to breach it in the short term. The battlefield, whether utilized for combat or as a pathway for pirates, is undeniably ample. "Brothers, charge forth! Rescue Ace!" Upon witnessing the emergence of the path, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were instantly invigorated. Armed with weapons, they surged forward with fervor. However, on the side of the Navy, a sense of panic ensued. Although Admiral Akiji had averted the crisis of a tsunami, he had simultaneously created a route for the pirates to advance towards Marineford. Initially, the Navy's plan was to sink the vessels of the Whitebeard pirates, ensuring countless pirates would perish at sea. Yet now, the pirates had descended onto the ice, dispersing and engaging in fierce combat with the Navy. At this juncture, the deployment of large-scale destructive weapons was no longer feasible. "Do not panic. Steady your formations. Ensure they are kept outside Marineford, as they have willingly walked into our trap. It is the duty of a Navy to capture them all." Sengoku issued his commands with calm authority. Upon hearing Sengoku's orders, the Navy regained their composure, methodically countering the pirates' assaults. However, as the battle erupted in full force, scenes of conflict between the Navy and pirates unfolded everywhere. The presence of devil fruit users, typically a rare sight, seemed to proliferate in this chaotic environment, with a plethora of bizarre abilities manifesting. Among the Navy, a one-armed man, bearing a black sword upon his back, slowly drew forth his weapon. This individual was none other than Dracula Mihawk, the Hawk Eyes, having recuperated from his injuries at the hands of red-haired Shanks. He accepted the Navy's summons without hesitation and promptly arrived at their headquarters. "Fufufu, you wish to join the fray, Hawk Eyes?" Doflamingo, sensing the palpable aura of battle radiating from Mihawk, smirked. "Your current strength has certainly diminished. Shall we test that?" Mihawk retorted, his gaze fixed intensely upon Doflamingo. "Fufufu." Doflamingo chuckled nervously, inwardly apprehensive. Noticing Doflamingo's silence, Mihawk shifted his focus towards Whitebeard. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful slash with his black sword, Yuru. With a resounding hum, a colossal wave of sword energy surged towards Whitebeard's position, cleaving through the ground and air with ferocity. Several pirates and Navy personnel were caught off guard, severed in twain by the lethal force. The sword energy, akin to the scythe of death, left devastation in its wake. Yet, just as the blade was poised to reach Whitebeard, a robust figure leapt into the fray, landing upon the ice to intercept the deadly strike. It was Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division. The pirate crew gasped in astonishment. Jozu forcefully shattered the ice beneath him to enhance his grip, and in a swift transformation, his body morphed into diamond, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Boom! The sword energy collided with Jozu, resulting in a violent explosion that sent plumes of dust into the air. Is Captain Jozu unharmed? The members of the Whitebeard pirates watched anxiously. After all, the one who unleashed that sword energy was Hawk Eyes Mihawk. Although he was no longer the world's strongest swordsman, his power remained formidable. Moments later, as the dust settled, Jozu was revealed, having withstood Mihawk's strike, albeit with blood trickling from his lips. Clearly, he had sustained injuries. Observing this, Mihawk sheathed his sword, stepping aside. His strength had indeed waned. While he longed to confront Whitebeard, challenging him in his current state would be tantamount to courting death. After all, having lost his right arm, the slashes he could deliver with his left hand were barely enough to be blocked by a mid-ranking officer like Jozu, let alone face Whitebeard in battle. At that moment, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the skies, signaling that the clash between Kizaru and Marco had escalated to a fever pitch. Countless golden sparks converged around Kizaru. "Hey, little Marco, have you ever been on the receiving end of Lightspeed kick?" Kizaru quipped with a mischievous grin. "Lightspeed, Marco posed momentarily." In the blink of an eye, Kizaru transformed into light, reappearing behind Marco to deliver a powerful kick to his lower back. Thud! Marco was sent crashing to the ground. struggling to rise. However, his condition was far from favorable. He was gasping for breath, having only recently entered the ranks of admiral level. Moreover, his devil fruit ability leaned more towards healing, which drained his stamina with each use. After enduring such a prolonged battle against Kizaru, it was remarkable that he had managed to hold out this long. Just as Kizaru contemplated how to ease off the pressure, two overwhelming waves of Conqueror's haki surged from the distant sea. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The two formidable haki signatures wreaked havoc over Marineford, causing anyone below the rank of Rear Admiral to faint upon the battlefield. In an instant, only a few thousand remained standing in the chaos, while the rest succumbed to unconsciousness. What a grand display, in such a setting, to wield Conqueror's haki so brazenly. Doflamingo wore a wicked grin as he gazed in the direction of the incoming haki. As the source drew nearer, it became evident that it was a naval warship. Gulalala. So the Navy possesses such terrifying entities? Whitebeard boisterously laughed, believing it to be the Navy's trump card. Ace, we have come to rescue you. A youthful voice echoed from the ship. The onlookers turned their attention, recognizing the familiar faces of the Straw Hat Pirates alongside the prisoners from Impel Down. The Straw Hat Pirates. Upon seeing the face identical to that on the wanted poster, all present recognized the newcomers. Gomu Gomu no. Luffy grasped the railing of the ship, swiftly stretching back before launching Natsu, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp directly onto the battlefield like a slingshot. Crash! With a thunderous sound. The Straw Hat Pirates had joined the fray. What are the seven warlords waiting for? Should they not hasten to engage in battle? At this moment, Zhangui stepped forward and declared loudly, "It seems there is no way to continue being lazy." Doflamingo swiftly advanced, leaping towards the prisoners who had followed Luffy and his companions. As for why he wasn't confronting Luffy and his crew, it goes without saying. Doflamingo, though arrogant, is not a fool. The overwhelming haki exhibited by Luffy and Natsu earlier indicated they possessed the strength of an admiral. Moreover, he was originally engaged in battle with the Navy. Had it not been for the title of Warlord of the Sea, he wouldn't even bother with the Navy, so there was no way he would risk his life in a fight. The other warlords observed Doflamingo's actions with newfound interest. They were wary of Luffy and his crew, but that group of prisoners presented the perfect opportunity. They had already been thoroughly tormented and impelled down, their strength significantly diminished, making them easy targets. The others couldn't help but silently commend Doflamingo for his choice. However, their luck was seemingly not on their side. At that moment, a lean man hidden among the prisoners licked his lips, as if he had just spotted a delectable treat. If Carter were present, he would recognize this man as the infamous Blood Red Count, Raidfield. Meanwhile, back with Luffy, upon landing, Zoro spotted the one-armed Mihawk and quickly positioned himself before him. "Hawkeye Mihawk, it is an honor to see you once more. Let's engage in battle again. This time, I shall not be defeated." Zoro's gaze bore into Mihawk as he spoke solemnly. "You must sense the disparity between us, though I have lost an arm. Yet, I am not a mountain you can effortlessly scale." Mihawk assessed Zoro's formidable aura and disdainfully retorted, "Words are futile." "Awaken Kuina." With a furious roar from Zoro, two long swords, one black and one green, separated from Wado Ikamanji, revealing Kina and Zoro's blades. As these two swords emerged, Zoro's aura surged dramatically, stabilizing at the brink of admiral-level power. He assumed the stance of the three-sword style and challenged Mihawk. "Am I now worthy enough to challenge you?" Admiral level. Mihawk's pupils contracted upon sensing the shift in Zoro's energy. It had been merely a few months since their last encounter, and now Zoro had remarkably evolved from an ant to an admiral-level threat. Although his power merely grazed the threshold of admiral status, it was still a significant accomplishment. Countless individuals remained trapped at the peak of the vice admiral level without ever breaking through to the admiral level. Yet here stood a man who not only ascended, but did so in a remarkably short span. After a moment of astonishment, Mihawk regained his composure and drew his black blade, Yoru, formally accepting Zoro's challenge. "Your strength is commendable. Indeed, you are worthy of this challenge." Zoro unleashed his three-sword style, Santoryu Ichibaku Fu. As their battle commenced, despite Mihawk's diminished strength due to his lost arm, his haki level remained uncompromised. Zoro, meanwhile, had barely elevated his own power to the initial admiral level by utilizing the liberation of Wado Ikamanji, while his haki remained at the vice admiral level. Thus, from the outset of their clash, Zoro found himself outmatched by Mihawk. Nevertheless, with Mihawk's current one-armed state and Zoro's three-sword style, the battle was far from one-sided. Zoro positioned himself, channeling the essence of a blue dragon as he surged toward Mihawk. Eagle Wave. Mihawk swiftly swung his blade, unleashing a flurry of slashes aimed at Zoro. Zoro, undeterred, countered each strike, shattering the incoming waves. As the distance between them closed, they abandoned all flashy techniques, opting instead for direct clashes of their blades. Clang! With each impact, Mihawk's brow furrowed. Though the changes were subtle, he discerned that Zoro's strength was gradually increasing with each collision, albeit imperceptibly. From the start of their encounter until now, Zoro had remarkably reached a level where he stood toe-to-toe with Mihawk. Moreover, Mihawk could sense that Zoro's power continued to amplify. If this trend persisted, it was only a matter of time before he would be the one to falter. Even more astonishing to Mihawk was the realization that Zoro had nearly recovered from the injuries he initially sustained. However, Mihawk remained unaware that Zoro's capabilities were attributed to the powers he gained from the two swords following the liberation of Wado Ikamanji. The black blade, Kuna's unyielding, slowly restored Zoro's stamina and wounds, while the green blade's fury continuously enhanced his strength during battle without limit, though it would revert to his original state after combat concluded. With this in mind, after another collision with Zoro, Mihawk leveraged the impact to create distance between them. I must end this battle with one decisive strike, or I shall be the one to lose, Mihawk thought to himself as he raised his sword. A terrifying aura of haki surging forth into Yoru. As he felt the overwhelming power coursing through his blade, he contemplated giving this technique a new name. However, reflecting on his current state as a one-armed warrior, a thought crossed his mind. From now on, this technique shall be known as the Final Cry. Final Cry. With a cold shout, Mihawk propelled himself toward Zoro, his black blade crackling with dark lightning. Observing the black lightning erupting from Mihawk's sword, Zoro murmured to himself, remembering how Luffy had once employed a similar ability against Blackbeard Teach. Zoro had deeply contemplated how to counter such a move. If only his strength allowed. Retaliating with the same haki-infused technique would have been the ideal response. Yet, with only Vice Admiral level haki, he found it impossible to execute such a maneuver. After some consideration, Zoro realized there might be a way to withstand the impending strike. With a surge of determination, Zoro's haki enveloped all three of his swords, instantly transforming them into a pitch-black hue. Buzz! In the next moment, a wave of Vice Admiral level haki surged forth, colliding with Mihawk's form. And this was only the beginning. Zoro brandished three swords, striking a formidable pose as a dark aura enveloped him. Oniki! With a soft utterance, the black energy surrounding Zoro erupted to its zenith. Oniki Kipsilon der Ipsilon. As Zoro shouted with fervor, he transformed into a being with 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding a total of 9 swords. The swiftly advancing Mihawk, initially dismissive upon sensing Zoro's Conqueror's haki, believed it to be inconsequential. However, upon witnessing the ominous energy emanating from Zoro, he was taken aback. For from Zoro, he felt an extraordinary swordsmanship, a path he had yet to traverse. Oniki ka ypsilon de ypsilon, al misti silver. Mihawk had no time for contemplation, as he was already face to face with Zoro. With a roar from Zoro, they clashed directly. Wah! The terrifying force of Mihawk struck Zoro from afar, a testament to the power of Conqueror's haki. Yet despite being hit, Zoro did not falter. The ominous energy continued to erode Mihawk. Crackle! Clang! After a brief standoff, they passed each other, who emerged victorious. The onlookers gazed intently at Zoro and Mihawk, their expressions grave. The dark energy dissipated from Zoro, and his 3-headed, 6-armed form reverted to that of a normal human. What a triumph! Mihawk had lost. The Navy could not contain their cheers, believing Mihawk to be the victor. Mihawk sheathed his black sword, Yoru, and turned, arms wide, proclaiming, "I have lost. Your power has surpassed mine. As you said, the scars on one's back are a swordsman's shame." What? Mihawk has lost again. How could this be? His voice resonated like thunder, inciting an uproar among the crowd. It was unthinkable that after losing to Koizumi, he would now be bested by an obscure pirate. Ignoring the clamor around him, Zoro fixed Mihawk with a deep gaze and declared, "This cannot be considered a victory, for this is not your prime. Let today's battle conclude here." He then retracted his blade, returning to the Straw Hat pirate's side. Meanwhile, Natsu and Luffy were embroiled in a fierce battle against Akainu and Akiji. "Is this the grandson of the hero Garp? Let me test your mettle." Akiji spoke as a massive ice bird swiftly surged toward Luffy. "Gomu gomu no rocket." Luffy concentrated his haki in his arm, stretching it back before launching it forward, shattering the ice bird. "Get out of the way, old man. Don't stop me from saving Ace," Luffy exclaimed, seeing Aokiji blocking his path. "If you wish to save that man with the most notorious bloodline, you must defeat me." Ice Blade? Aokiji conjured an ice blade, swiftly aiming it at Luffy. However, Luffy, focused solely on saving Ace, had no intention of engaging Aokiji in battle. Yet, constantly hindered by Aokiji, Luffy grew increasingly frustrated. "It seems I cannot pass unless I defeat you. Gear 4th. Bow Man." With that, Luffy instantly transformed into his Gear 4th form, his physique expanding, appearing somewhat cumbersome as he bounced across the ground. "Ha ha ha, what a ridiculous form." Aokiji couldn't help but chuckle at Luffy's appearance. "Goma Goma no Great Ape Gun." Luffy retracted his fist into his body and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Aokiji. To Luffy's surprise, Aokiji did not evade the fierce strike. Instead, he seemed to exhale in relief, allowing Luffy's blow to send him flying out of the battlefield, his fate uncertain. Wow, Aokiji is quite the actor. Nearby, Kizaru and Marco exchange blows, with Kizaru unable to suppress a smirk at Aokiji's dramatic exit. "What are you acting for?" Marco questioned, perplexed by Kizaru's demeanor. It must be said, after battling Kizaru today, Marco felt a surge of confidence. Previously, his father had always claimed he was only at the level of a vice admiral. However, witnessing his own prowess against an admiral like Kizaru, he realized he was not as weak as he had thought. The more he sparred with Kizaru, the more confident Marco became. Yet, while Kizaru envied Aokiji's ability to withdraw from combat, he knew he could not employ such tactics. After all, Marco was weaker than him, and he had already delayed long enough. If he were to be defeated by Marco now, it would be utterly disgraceful. Thus, Kizaru reluctantly shook his head and continued to play along with Marco. In stark contrast to the performances of Kizaru and Aokiji, Akainu fought with relentless fervor. Among the Navy, nearly 2/3 were merely acting, while Akainu remained oblivious, fighting with all his might. At that moment, the battle between him and Natsu reached a pivotal point. "Evil pirates, today I shall ensure your capture." Akainu's body partially transformed into magma, his gaze fixed intensely on Natsu. "Hellhound!" Akainu extended his molten arm toward Natsu with a swift attack. "Fire Dragon's Iron Fist." Natsu surged forward, his fist enveloped in a vibrant orange flame, colliding fiercely with Akainu's magma fist. Boom! However, Natsu's ordinary flames were no match for Akainu's magma, which extinguished Natsu's fire. Crash! Natsu's fist met Akainu's magma with a resounding impact. Although Natsu, empowered by the Fire Dragon fruit, was not harmed by Akainu's molten heat, he still found himself at a disadvantage in this exchange. "How could mere 800-degree flames be my rival?" Akainu scoffed at Natsu, advancing with the intent to strike down a cornered foe. Great eruption! Akainu transformed his arm into a massive magma fist, launching it at Natsu with the force of a volcanic eruption. Fire Dragon's roar. Natsu expelled a torrent of flames from his mouth to counter Akainu's molten punch. Yet, Akainu's magma, forged from various molten minerals, far surpassed the quality of Natsu's flames. Thus, Akainu's magma fist struck true, burying Natsu beneath its weight. Natsu! The onlookers, including Nami, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Could it be that Natsu has awakened? Usopp said, filled with concern. "Did you hear any sounds?" Nami inquired of Zoro and the others. Yes, Zoro and the others nodded in agreement, turning their attention to the source of the noise, which was unmistakably Natsu's location. What? Akainu also felt something was amiss. As he gazed at the mound of magma that concealed Natsu, at that moment, it began to shine brighter, as if something beneath was heating up. Suddenly, a burst of blue flames erupted, turning the lava to ash, and more blue flames emerged. In an astonishing turn of events, all the magma weighing down on Natsu was incinerated by the blue flames. Akainu, in disbelief, looked on and discovered that the Natsu he had thought he had defeated stood before him, unscathed, his body adorned with blue flame patterns, his hair changed to blue, and a blue flame ribbon swirling around him. Burn fruit, blue flame dragon mode. Natsu had finally activated his most powerful form, Dragon Slayer's Swordhorn. In an instant, Natsu was enveloped in blue flames, resembling a fire-breathing dragon, spinning and hurtling towards Akainu with incredible speed. Bang! Akainu immediately transformed his body into lava, colliding directly with Natsu. This temperature? Impossible. How can the flames be so intense? In that fleeting moment of contact, Akainu realized something was wrong. The temperature of the blue flames was twice that of his lava. His elemental body, which had already transformed, felt pain without being struck by Haki. No, no, no. I refuse to believe this. How can there be flames this powerful? The magma fruit is the strongest Logia fruit. Akainu roared, unleashing the full might of his magma powers. A torrent of lava erupted from him like a volcanic explosion. Boom! As the massive lava collided with Natsu's blue flames, a violent explosion ensued, sending clouds of smoke spiraling into the sky. Who emerged victorious? Was it Admiral Akainu? Natsu? The spectators gazed intently at the scene. Their breaths held. As the smoke dissipated, Akainu and Natsu stood facing each other. However, Akainu, the magma fruit user, bore extensive burn marks, while Natsu remained seemingly unscathed. Though he was far from fine, it was the second time he had activated the blue flame dragon mode that day, and he was now gasping for breath. Although Natsu's flames reached temperatures of 3,000 degrees Celsius, easily turning Akainu's magma to ash, magma has weight, and when Akainu unleashed his full power, he produced a tremendous amount of lava. Thus, Natsu had exerted nearly all his strength to incinerate it entirely. Damn pirates! Akainu glared at Natsu with resentment before collapsing into unconsciousness. We won. We won. The Navy has lost 2 admirals to the Straw Hat Pirates. Kill them. With 2 admirals defeated, the Navy soldiers felt deflated. Charge! In the moment Akainu fell, the morale of all the Navy troops plummeted, as the defeat of 2 admirals weighed heavily on them. Meanwhile, the pirate camp, emboldened by Luffy and Natsu's formidable achievements, alongside Zoro's victory over Mihawk, experienced a surge morale. What had once been a balanced confrontation began to tip in favor of the Straw Hat Pirates. The pirate factions swiftly began to dominate the Navy. This cannot continue. The Navy will lose. Deploys CP-0. The bald-headed Gorosei noticed the battlefield's dire situation and immediately issued the order. Is this wise? We must remain cautious of the Chinese government. The bearded Gorosei inquired. If we don't act now, the Navy will face defeat. The mustached Gorosei lamented, rubbing his forehead. No. Suddenly, the bald-headed Gorosei exclaimed. What is it? The others looked at him, puzzled. The Chinese government has already made a move. He pointed towards the Straw Hat Pirates. So that's it. The goat-bearded Gorosei nodded in understanding. It appears this game has been underway for some time. We have underestimated it, which is why the Navy has already lost 2 admirals so early. Deploy our forces. We must act before it's too late. With the Gorosei's command, 9 figures radiating an aura of terror appeared on the battlefield. Whitebeard, who had been silently observing, suddenly opened his eyes wide. 9 admirals? CP-0, the Knights of God. 9 admirals level. Is this the world government's trump card? Whitebeard's heart sank at the sight of these individuals. He had believed the world government would remain uninvolved, but now they had not only intervened but also dispatched CP-0. The strength of CP-0 was at least on par with an admiral, second only to the Knights of God, even if they were not as powerful as the Knights. The Navy's sudden augmentation of 9 admirals' worth of strength tilted the scale of victory firmly towards them. Just as Whitebeard was reeling from the shock, Akainu had somehow been rescued and brought back to Sengoku's side, regaining consciousness. With a cigarette in his mouth, he directed his gaze towards the Whitebeard pirates and proclaimed loudly, Do you know who Sun Ace is? Ace is the son of Roger. And today, you Whitebeard pirates did not come to save Ace. Rather, Whitebeard made a deal with the Navy, exchanging your lives for Ace's. What? Ace is Roger's son? Dad never told us. The crew erupted in chaos, their suspicions ignited. I knew it. Dad said we were here to rescue Ace. Yet all day long, aside from causing a tsunami, we did nothing. So that is how it is. In an instant, the Whitebeard pirates were thrown into disarray. Their members, already with their own ulterior motives, now cast accusatory glances at Whitebeard, fueled by Akainu's manipulation. Ace is my son. He is our family. Whitebeard slammed his sword, young Kiri, violently into the ground. Dad, why didn't you tell me Ace is Roger's son? At this moment, Squard was completely consumed by rage, glaring at Whitebeard with fury. You must understand, Roger is my enemy. How could I have formed a brotherly bond with his son? Squard advanced step by step towards Whitebeard. Why? Suddenly, Squard erupted, plunging the long knife in his hand directly through Whitebeard's chest. Stop it, Squard. Bang. Marco, who had returned unbeknownst to anyone, immediately pinned Squard to the deck. You forced me into this. Squard retorted. Cough. Let go, Marco. Whitebeard coughed up blood as he spoke. However, Marco was about to say something, but was swiftly interrupted by Whitebeard. He is our family, not our enemy. Release him, Marco. Phoenix. With no other choice, Marco obediently let him go. Whitebeard then pulled Squard into his embrace, exclaiming loudly, "You are such a foolish son, regardless of the circumstances. You're still my son, are you not? Father." At that moment, Squard was in tears, never expecting to have hurt his father, who bore him no grudge. Father. The members of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly remembered that their father had always treated them well, accepting them during their most difficult times and providing them with a home. They realized how much they had changed over time, and a wave of guilt washed over them. In that instant, the Whitebeard pirates became more united than ever. Ace is our family. We must rescue him. Whitebeard released Squard, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his entire being. Save Ace. Save Ace. The fervor of the Whitebeard pirates surged at that moment. Ace, you are my son. Whitebeard shouted towards Ace. Yes, father. Ace responded loudly to Whitebeard. Thus, the battle was about to commence, and Whitebeard officially joined the fray. Two admirals from CP0 immediately engaged with Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard's peak strength was indeed terrifying, he was no longer in his prime, and his body had been ravaged by illness. Coupled with the wound inflicted by Squard's knife, Whitebeard could only exert the strength of a peak admiral. The two CP0 admirals were merely of the ordinary admiral level. Thus, they became entangled, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. However, the wound on Whitebeard's chest continued to bleed with each clash. His life force was waning. As time dragged on, Whitebeard was undoubtedly destined for defeat. Aside from the two admirals temporarily held back by Whitebeard, the other 7 admirals quickly entered the battlefield. Natsu, Luffy, and Zoro each took on one. With Kizaru having left the battlefield to assist Akainu, Marco seized the opportunity to engage one CP0 admiral. However, as the battle progressed, Marco was drenched in sweat. Despite sensing a significant gap between his strength and Kizaru's, Marco found himself unable to gain the upper hand, enduring a series of blows and emerging with a face bruised and battered. Yet, thanks to the abilities of his devil fruit, he could still hold on for a while longer. Unfortunately, the confidence he had built from battling Kizaru had been utterly shattered. Nevertheless, out of the 9 CP0 members, only 6 were engaged, while the remaining 3 charged directly into the midst of the Whitebeard pirates. The admirals of the highest caliber proved their might, cutting through the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates as if they were mere fodder, effortlessly dispatching several pirates with a wave of their hands. Help! Someone save me! The cries of despair echoed throughout the Whitebeard pirates as they found themselves in an absolute crisis. If the 3 could not be stopped, the Whitebeard pirates would be doomed. Just as Whitebeard was in a dire predicament, a formidable aura suddenly surged from the sea. Ha ha ha! You really are in a sorry state. Whitebeard. Following this, a massive man with dragon-like horns descended from the sky, his spiked club crackling with terrifying black lightning as it struck down upon the 3 unimpeded CP0 members. Rengoku Sokai. Boom! The overwhelming force sent the 3 flying, allowing everyone to finally see the figure that had arrived. He was an extraordinarily tall and muscular man with long black hair and dragon-like horns protruding from his head. With a beard resembling dragon whiskers, dragon scale tattoos on his left arm, and an X-shaped scar on his right abdomen, he wore a purple cloak and baggy green pants, embodying the very essence of a demon in the world. Clad in an outfit marked with the character Heaven, he stood imposing in the center of the battlefield. Wielding a spike club, this man was none other than the captain of the Beast Pirates, Kaido. Gulp. Kaido took a swig of his personal stash of liquor before hoisting the spike club onto his shoulder and boisterously declaring, "Whitebeard, you have truly aged. To be injured to this extent. Gurara. Kaido, you speak the truth. I have indeed grown old. But tell me, how did you come to be here?" Whitebeard expressed his gratitude upon seeing Kaido repel the 3 CP0 members. After all, in Whitebeard's eyes, regardless of strength, family would always remain family. Witnessing the slaughter of his family had caused him immense sorrow and helplessness. Fortunately, Kaido had intervened, and for that, he felt deeply grateful. "Well, I came at someone's invitation to rescue Ace. It seems we must join forces this time." Kaido responded with a resigned shake of his head. "By the way, can your body still fight?" "Gurara, do not underestimate me, for I am Whitebeard." As he spoke, Whitebeard charged rapidly towards the 2 CP0 members. With Kaido's appearance, Whitebeard felt reassured and unleashed an even stronger power than before, subtly overpowering the 2 CP0 admirals. The 3 CP0 members, caught off guard by Kaido's intervention, rushed towards him with ferocity. However, despite Kaido's immense strength, facing 3 admirals simultaneously proved to be a daunting challenge. Kaido initially swung his spike club to crush the front CP0 member, then turned to deliver a punch that pinned another CP0 member to the ground. However, there was still one more behind him, and he had no time to react. Just as the CP0 member's attack was about to strike Kaido. At this moment, "Captain, we have come to assist you." With that, Jean transformed into a wyvern, blocking the attack from the CP0 agent with a powerful kick. As Jean made his entrance, the ship of the 100 Beast pirates came into view for all to see. "Ace, I have come to rescue you." Suddenly, a white figure burst forth from the direction of the 100 Beast pirates. Everyone focused their gaze and saw a tall woman with long hair that transitioned from white at the roots to green and then to blue at the tips. Her hair was parted down the middle, with strands cascading naturally down to her chest. She sported a pair of crimson demon horns atop her head, while her hair was tied back into a ponytail secured with 2 orange hairpins. Adorned with golden earrings, she rushed swiftly towards the execution platform. It was none other than Yamato. Notably, the shackles that once bound Yamato had been removed. "Yamato!" Ace exclaimed, filled with joy upon seeing her. However, realizing the danger of the situation, he urgently warned, "Yamato, you must leave. It's too perilous here." "I don't care. I am here to save you." Yamato disregarded Ace's pleas and increased her speed. "I cannot allow you to pass." Initially planning to remain uninvolved, Kizu noticed Yamato approaching rapidly and lifted his right leg, gathering light energy. However, the accumulation was notably slow, and he hesitated to unleash the attack, just as he caught sight of a figure swiftly closing in on him. Kizaru smirked and leisurely prepared to strike. Black flames erupted. Boom! Quinn unleashed a laser from his mouth, colliding with Kizaru's lightspeed kick, resulting in a violent explosion. "It seems we have another troublesome foe." Kizaru, now diverted, ceased to focus on Yamato and engaged in battle with Quinn instead. "We cannot allow you to stop our young master," Quinn declared as he charged towards Kizaru. Meanwhile, witnessing Yamato's rapid approach to the execution platform and Kizaru's renewed engagement, Akainu cursed silently. He positioned himself directly in Yamato's path, intent on halting her advance. However, at that moment, a gigantic mammoth charged in from the side, sending Akainu flying. "Young master, do not look back. Keep moving," Jack urged as he charged toward Akainu, shouting, "Akainu, do you think you can stop me? Just wait. I'm coming for you." With the impediments of Kizaru and Akainu removed, Yamato finally reached Ace. "Ace, I will free you now," Yamato exclaimed as she directly used her Conqueror's Haki to dismantle the explosive shackles, liberating Ace. Nearby, Sengoku observed Ace's rescue and seized the moment, executing his technique, Buddha's Impact. In an instant, Sengoku transformed and unleashed a shockwave, propelling Ace and Yamato toward Kaido. The sheer force caused them to roll on the ground several times before coming to a halt. Unfortunately, Kaido witnessed this and his rage flared. He unleashed a Thunder Bagua on the approaching CP0 agents. Kaido's eyes burned with fury, and his Conqueror's Haki reached terrifying levels. The CP0 agent had no chance to react and was sent flying, unconscious. The other 2 CP0 agents, upon witnessing this, panicked and hastily retreated, dragging their unconscious comrade away from Kaido's vicinity. "Ace, I have not forgotten our promise. I have been carrying your life card," Yamato exclaimed, reaching into her chest and producing a white card, joyfully showing it to Ace. "You are too foolish," Ace said, unable to resist patting the adorable Yamato on the head. Boom! Kaido, witnessing the scene, remained silent, yet a massive crater suddenly formed beneath him. The members of the 100 Beast pirates, noticing Kaido enveloped in dark energy, instinctively distanced themselves. A sudden gust of wind swept through, blowing the life card from Yamato's grasp. "Ace's life card!" Yamato exclaimed, rushing after it. After some effort, she managed to pin down the card. However, at that moment, Akainu, having resolved his battle with Jack, loomed above, glaring down at Yamato. "Damn it, all pirates shall perish." Akainu conjured a massive magma fist aimed directly at her. "Young master!" The members of the 100 Beast pirates shouted in alarm. "Yamato!" Ace's eyes widened in horror at the sight. In an instant, he transformed into a flame and positioned himself in front of Yamato to shield her. "Ace!" Yamato gazed at him bewildered. Meanwhile, Kaido, closing in, observed Ace's selfless act of protection for Yamato. A smirk formed on his lips. a hint of approval for Ace's actions. Not bad, this kid. Akainu, get out of my way. Thunders Bagua. In the blink of an eye, Kaido stood before Akainu, his fearsome spiked club crackling with lightning, aimed directly at Akainu's magma fist. Boom! The collision of Akainu's magma fist and Kaido's spiked club sent shockwaves through the ground, shattering the earth around them. Magma and lightning erupted from the fierce clash. Kid, take my foolish son and leave. Kaido turned to Ace, declaring. With a powerful thrust, he sent Akainu reeling backward. At this moment, Ace and Yamato rose to their feet, but did not retreat. Kaido, now agitated, admonished, Did I not instruct you to take Yamato and leave? Why are you still here? Leave Akainu to me. He seeks to harm Yamato, and that is unforgivable. Ace replied, his gaze fierce and unwavering. Kaido paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. In that case, I will leave it to you. He moved aside with Yamato, who expressed her concern for Ace. Be careful, Ace. Do not worry. I will not let anyone who wishes to harm you escape. Ace reassured her gently. Yamato nodded shyly in response. Seeing the affectionate interaction between the two, Kaido, though somewhat softened in his view of Ace, could not suppress his irritation. Yamato then followed Kaido, leaving the battlefield to Ace and Akainu. Akainu, you are utterly unforgivable. Today, I shall deliver a thorough beating to you here. Ace spoke in a deep tone as he gazed at Akainu. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. Do you think you can defeat me with your mere Mera Nami? Akainu retorted disdainfully. Have you ever heard the saying? There are no useless devil fruits. Only useless users of devil fruits. Upon finishing this statement, Ace began to summon the fiery energy within him. What? At that moment, Akainu sensed something amiss, as he detected a terrifying energy emanating from Ace. The Mera Nami is not merely a flame fruit. It is a fruit that ignites anything. Suddenly, Ace recalled the words Carter had once spoken to him. Lost in thought, Ace initially intended to use blue flames directly. However, in that instant, a revelation dawned upon him. Let my fury ignite. With a roar, Ace exclaimed, ah! In an instant, a terrifying golden flame enveloped Ace, his hair standing tall and golden. His muscles swelled instantly. This was the power gained from the burning rage. Although the temperature of his flames remained roughly 1,400 degrees, Ace's physical prowess had soared to that of an admiral. Phew! Is that a Super Saiyan? Carter, who had been leisurely sipping tea high above Marine Ford, could not help but splutter his drink upon witnessing Ace's explosive transformation. Indeed, Ace's current form bore a striking resemblance to a Super Saiyan, enveloped in golden flames with hair standing upright. However, unlike a true Saiyan, Ace's pupils did not turn green. This state was merely a manifestation of his furious rage. Nevertheless, it was terrifying enough to elevate Ace's physical capacity to that of an admiral. Mera Nomi's rage form. Complete. Finally, Ace had transformed, his expression now cold as he regarded Akainu. Golden flames? What is this? Aren't the flames of the Mera Nomi orange? Akainu gazed at Ace, incredulous. Are you ready to be thoroughly beaten? Ace stated coldly. In an instant, he appeared before Akainu, delivering a seemingly mundane punch directly to his abdomen. Wah! The tremendous force nearly caused Akainu to expel his own intestines. How is this possible? How could your strength increase so dramatically in an instant? I refuse to believe it. In a desperate attempt, Akainu transformed his arm into a red hellhound, charging toward Ace. What a glaring oversight! Observing Akainu's slow-moving lava hound and his clumsy attack, Ace could not help but scoff. With a swift motion, he sidestepped to Akainu's side and landed another powerful punch to his gut. Although Ace did not employ haki, his fist, enveloped in golden flames, still struck true. After receiving yet another heavy blow, Akainu could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed. After all, he had sustained severe injuries today, first being gravely wounded by Natsu, then entangled in a tussle with Jack, and finally, enduring 2 devastating attacks from Ace in his heightened state. He ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing this, Ace released the golden flames surrounding him, his legs buckling as he nearly fell. Ace! Yamato rushed over and embraced him. While Ace's strength in his furious state had indeed reached that of an admiral, the energy expended was exponentially greater. At this moment, Ace was utterly drained. With Ace rescued, several admirals fell in succession, and the CP0 admirals were also detained, causing the morale of the pirate faction to surge. Observing the scene, the CP0 admirals hastily retreated to the walls of Marine headquarters, and both sides faced off once more. Ha ha ha, am I late to the party? Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed from the sea. Following that, 6 enormous steel battleships gradually appeared before everyone. It was the Yonko Ryujin pirates and the Chinese Navy. A gasp escaped from an unknown source, and soon all eyes were fixated on the 6 colossal steel vessels. Virum, as the 6 battleships approached, 5 overwhelming waves of conquerors' haki swept across the area. For a moment, the entire marine fort was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Gulp! Someone could not suppress a swallow. Fortunately, this overwhelming presence dissipated within moments, swiftly receding. Huff, huff, huff. Everyone breathed in the air greedily. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. This was the sentiment shared by all. In that instant when the haki manifested, everyone felt as though their lives were at stake. Your entrance is quite spectacular, Carp. Sengoku thought to himself as he glanced in Carp's direction from the execution platform. Unlike the others, Ace's spirits soared upon hearing that voice. He bounced with joy, waving his hands excitedly, shouting, "Grandpa, you're here. I've been saved." Ha ha ha. Carp laughed heartily once more. Ace, believing Carp had come to rescue him, continued to call out, "Grandpa, I'm over here. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, I'm here to fetch you," Carp declared with great exuberance. The moment Carp spoke those words, the entire area fell into a brief silence. Everyone stared blankly in Sengoku's direction. Meanwhile, Ace wore a perplexed expression. Wind tightens the grip. Seeing that Carp had finally arrived, Sengoku smiled and loudly called out the code. The surrounding Marines, who had been swayed, began to shout in unison. Wind tightens the grip. Then, in front of the astonished crowd, they gathered their valuable weapons and belongings and rushed toward Carp's warship. Akiji had also returned, burdened with a large bundle, loudly proclaiming, "Wind tightens the grip." The most outrageous, however, was Kazu, who did not bother to pack like Akiji, but directly stormed into the Navy's treasury, packing all the valuables he could carry. Excited like a monkey, he shouted loudly, "Wind tightens the grip." The surrounding pirates were left stunned. What the hell? The Navy has defected, someone shouted, and chaos erupted within the pirate ranks. Meanwhile, the 5 elders stationed on the battlefield had already turned grim. Unbeknownst to me, the naval formation I had painstakingly cultivated has unexpectedly betrayed us at the critical moment. This is an utter affront to the world government. In the heart of the battlefield, the once unconscious Akainu, who had been knocked out by Ace, has now regained consciousness. The atmosphere is tense. Hearing the Navy around him repeatedly utter this phrase while plundering valuables, Akainu finds himself in a state of bewilderment. What in the world? The Navy has turned traitor. No, I must rest a little longer. In disbelief, Akainu lies back down again. What on earth is happening? The Navy has indeed betrayed us. It is evident that Akainu is not mistaken. He rises once more, his expression one of utter confusion as he surveys the surrounding Navy, his heart filled with shock. The wind is tight. Pull the call. Akainu instinctively utters this phrase. The nearby Navy soldiers, engaged in their looting, hear him and exchange glances. Immediately, several of them hoist Akainu up and dash towards Garp's ship. What is happening? Akainu cannot comprehend the situation and is carried away in a daze. Amid the chorus of the wind is tight. Pull the call. Within just 10 minutes, nearly 80% of the Navy have completely defected from the world government and flocked to Garp's side. Originally, Sengoku was supposed to have only 23 personnel. However, upon seeing their admiral fleeing and the 3 admirals turning traitor, Akainu being coerced, a multitude of those who had not been swayed immediately followed suit. Shouting the wind is tight, pull the call, and fleeing alongside. When all had gathered at Garp's side, Sengoku gazed at the 80% of the Navy below, utterly stunned. Was it not agreed that only 60% would defect? How did an additional 20% appear? Meanwhile, the 5 elders, observing from the shadows, could no longer remain seated. What were we sitting for? The entire Navy has been lured away, leaving behind only a handful. Gazing at the group of pirates and the Zhongwen Navy eyeing them menacingly, they realized that if they did not take action, they might not survive the day. Thus, the bald-headed elder immediately picked up a din-din mushi and dialed a number. Steed Bunkong, I hereby command you to immediately lead all troops to support Marineford. All troops? Are you certain? Steel Bunkong's incredulous voice came through the din-din mushi. This is an order, the bald-headed elder replied sternly. After issuing the command, the 5 elders ascended to the city walls, accompanied by 16 figures. Sengoku, do you understand what you are doing? The bald-headed elder questioned furiously. Is that you, esteemed elder? I certainly know what we are doing. We have discovered the true justice that belongs to the Navy, Sengoku replied, his eyes ablaze. To protect those despicable celestial dragons is not the justice we seek, Sengoku declared earnestly. The Admiral is right. Our justice is not meant to safeguard the celestial dragons. They are nothing but scum, and yet the Navy, under the world government, insists on unconditionally protecting them. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the other Navy soldiers fervently echoed him. At this moment, Akainu, who had been in a daze from being carried over, became lucid and indignantly exclaimed, "My family was killed by pirates, and the world government dares to recruit pirates as Shichibukai. This is not justice." The surrounding Navy soldiers, witnessing Akainu's passionate outburst, were momentarily taken aback. Akainu, feeling his face flush under their gazes, awkwardly said, "What are you staring at? Hurry and curse them." Oh. The Navy soldiers quickly snapped back to reality and began to hurl insults. Listening to Sengoku argue with them, and the soldiers incessantly denouncing the world government and the celestial dragons, the five elders were now livid. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavy, and an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki enveloped the area. This haki was distinct from that of Garp. It instilled a palpable fear within one's very soul and inflicted real harm. The ships, ice, and walls of the Navy headquarters trembled under this terrifying haki, as if on the verge of collapse. Everyone turned to the source of the haki, revealing the red-haired pirates. "Everyone, do me a favor and leave peacefully today, shall we?" Red-haired Shanks leaped into the center of the battlefield, boldly unsheathing his sword, Griffin. "If anyone still wishes to fight, the red-haired pirates are more than willing to oblige," Shanks declared, surveying the crowd with an air of dominance. "Impossible. Now that you have come, none shall leave," the bald-headed elder retorted, unleashing a terrifying aura. The other elders followed suit. As their combined presence surged forth, the gathered crowd gazed at the five elders in horror, realizing that none of them were weaker than the rank of admiral. "In that case, the red-haired pirates shall entertain you until the end," Shanks replied, his gaze fixed intently on the five elders. Unbeknownst to everyone, he discreetly signaled the elders before swiftly moving toward Kaido's direction. The five elders atop the platform exchanged knowing smiles at this unfolding scene. Ha. Red-haired, you were also invited by the Zhongguo government, weren't you?" Kaido exclaimed, delighting in Shanks' approach. "Indeed," Shanks replied, narrowing his eyes to conceal the murderous glint within, smiling enigmatically. In an instant, red-haired Shanks had closed the distance to Kaido. Ha. I never expected the world government's navy to have been infiltrated by the Zhongguo government. Just look at the expressions on the five elders' faces." Kaido chuckled, teasingly observing their reactions. However, in that moment of levity, chaos erupted as a long blade pierced through Kaido's chest. The assailant was none other than red-haired Shanks. "Kaido!" Yamato gasped, witnessing her father's treachery. "Captain!" The members of the Beast Pirates exclaimed in alarm. "Red-haired Shanks!" Kaido roared, feeling the pain in his chest as he swung his kanabo at Shanks. But in his current state, weakened by the ambush, his strike failed to land. Shanks effortlessly leaped onto the city wall, surveying the crowd below with an imposing presence. "Red-haired, what on earth do you intend to do?" At this moment, Baihuzi voiced his inquiry. "Are you perhaps a lapdog of the world government?" "Allow me to respond on his behalf." Just then, 9 figures emerged from behind the Gorosei, each cloaked in garments emblazoned with the symbol of the divine, the Knights of God. Upon witnessing their arrival, Baihuzi furrowed his brow, for he was well aware of the formidable reputation of the Knights of God, the trump card of the world government, second only to the Gorosei in power. As Baihuzi sank into contemplation, the leader of the group removed his cloak, revealing his visage. The atmosphere in Marine Admiral grew eerily silent, as the uncanny resemblance of 2 red-haired Shanks bewildered the onlookers. "How could there be 2 of them?" someone exclaimed, jolting the crowd back to reality. "They look so alike." The leader of the Knights of God bears an uncanny likeness to red-haired Shanks. However, the leader of the Knights bore no scar on his left eye, and his arms were uninjured. "I suppose further explanation is unnecessary," the leader of the Knights of God stated. "I understand now. You are Shanks' son." At that moment, Luffy's face lit up with comprehension. "Oh no." The crowd was utterly astonished by Luffy's revelation. "They are twins. Twins indeed. If you wish to leave today, it will not be so easy. What if you outnumber us?" Below the rank of admiral, everyone else is mere fodder. Including ourselves, we currently possess a total of 30 combatants at the admiral level. The bald Gorosei laughed arrogantly. Indeed, as he claimed, there were 9 admiral-level CP0 9 Knights of God, along with the Gorosei, red-haired Shanks, Ben Beckman, and the 7 winged beings standing behind the Gorosei. Excluding the 2 severely injured CP0, they boasted 30 combatants of Admiral level or above. Conversely, in the pirate faction of the Chinese government, only Kaido, Baihuzi, Luffy, Natsu, Ace, Yamato, Carp, Laxus, Naruto, Inuyasha, Sesshomaru, Sengoku, Jin Kizaru, and Akiji could be counted among those of Admiral level or above. In total, there were merely 15 such combatants. And at present, both Baihuzi and Kaido were gravely injured. Thus, the effective combatants numbered only 13, although they had the numerical advantage. The lack of Admiral-level fighters was a significant disadvantage. Those beneath the rank of Admiral would inevitably fall to slaughter. Cursed red-haired Shanks. Kaido clutched his chest, filled with resentment. Had it not been for Shanks' ambush, he was confident he could have held off 2 adversaries without issue. But now, whether he could even muster Admiral-level strength was uncertain. Meanwhile, Cater, witnessing the unfolding scene from above, resolved within himself. The time is ripe. It is our turn to make an entrance. As Cater issued the command, the clouds above Marine Admiral began to churn ominously, as if a great force were about to emerge. Look, there seems to be something in the clouds. A pirate crew member shouted. Moments later, 3 colossal flying battleships burst forth from the clouds, capturing the attention of all present. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the massive vessels hovered steadily above Marine Admiral. Suddenly, several figures leaped from the ships, landing at Carp's position. Cater, you must have arrived early. Having sensed something in the clouds, Carp exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Cater descend. Indeed, Cater nodded in acknowledgement, opting for brevity as more pressing matters demanded his attention. Gazing at the formidable assembly of the Gorosei, the Knights of God, and red-haired Shanks, who all possessed martial-level combat strength, he felt an unsettling premonition. Shaking his head, Cater dismissed such thoughts, addressing the Gorosei with a weighty tone. What now? The Gorosei, recognizing the prowess of Cater and each of his companions, remained silent. Long ago, Cater and Carp had reached Admiral-level strength, and after so much time, they could hardly believe Cater had made no advancements. Cough, cough. At that moment, Baihuzi could no longer suppress his injuries, coughing up a copious amount of blood. Old man, Ace rushed to his side in a panic, examining Baihuzi's wounds. Can he endure? Carp, too, noticed Baihuzi's condition. What are you saying, Grandpa? Old man will pull through, Ace asserted confidently. Carp seized the moment, observing the interaction. Ace, what do you call Baihuzi? Old man, what of it? Ace replied, somewhat puzzled. And what do you call me? Carp inquired with enthusiasm. Grandpa, what does it matter? Old man's on the verge of death. Ace remained oblivious to Baihuzi's disgruntled expression. You crack me up. Kaido, unable to contain his laughter, found relief from the tension that had gripped them in the face of the 30 Admiral-level combatants from the world government. With Cater's arrival, everyone relaxed. For Cater and his companions exuded an unparalleled sense of security just by their presence. Ace calls Baihuzi old man and Carp grandpa. Looks like Baihuzi will have to call Carp old grandpa. Kaido laughed uncontrollably, momentarily forgetting his own wounds. However, Baihuzi remained unfazed by Kaido's mockery, instead remarking, given how Yamato looks at Ace, it seems she too will be calling Carp grandpa in the future. Kaido's laughter abruptly ceased as he absorbed Baihuzi's words, realizing the implications of Yamato's infatuation with Ace, which left him feeling as if a herd of wild horses were galloping through his mind. Cater couldn't help but chuckle at the unfolding scene. However, observing Ace's anxious demeanor, I turned to Xiaoluan beside me and suggested, Xiaoluan, please assist Whitebeard and Kaido with their injuries. All right. Xiaoluan nodded in agreement. He then approached Whitebeard, silently invoking, activate the Ambition Battle Panel. The Ambition Battle Panel has been activated. The onlookers perceived a voice resonating from the ether. Soon, a high-tech platform materialized beneath Xiaoluan's feet, detected that the subject is a human from the Chiong star system, severely wounded and rapidly losing vitality, repairing bodily structure, addressing hidden ailments, while infusing abundant biological energy. Xiaoluan thought to himself. At that moment, a golden cube enveloped Whitebeard entirely, repairing bodily structure. Progress 120/50, 100. Addressing hidden ailments. Progress 120/50, 100. Infusing abundant biological energy. Progress 120/50, 100. As the ethereal voice echoed once more, Whitebeard's hair astonishingly transformed from white back to gold at a visible pace, with his skin gradually rejuvenating to its former glory. Old man. Marco gazed in disbelief at his father's transformation. Gururara. I feel so invigorated, Whitebeard exclaimed, buoyantly leaping with newfound strength. Thank you, Uncle Shaolin. Ace expressed his gratitude, witnessing not only the healing of Whitebeard's injuries, but also his remarkable rejuvenation. It was but a trivial effort. Yixolun replied modestly, then replicated the treatment for Kaido, restoring his vitality and youth as well. This spectacle captivated both the Navy and the pirates, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they regarded Gu Shaolin. After all, the allure of youth is irresistible to any soul. While everyone was engrossed in discussions about Gu Shaolin's abilities, Luffy remained contemplative, his gaze cast downwards. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, his eyes locking onto Shanks with piercing intensity. Shanks! Luffy's cold voice reverberated above Marineford, akin to a boulder plummeting into water, creating ripples of attention throughout the crowd. Ha ha ha, Luffy, it's been a while. Shanks beamed at Luffy's increasingly mature visage, his expression a mixture of emotions. Shanks felt an internal conflict, having been raised by Roger. He yearned for freedom. Yet, he had recently learned of his own lineage as a celestial dragon and the existence of a brother in this world. Thus, he hoped that Luffy would inherit Roger's will and become the Pirate King, while simultaneously wishing he would never find the final island. For if anyone else were to discover the truth of this world, it may not matter, but Luffy stands apart, backed by the Revolutionary Army, the Chinese government, and one of the 4 emperors, the Thunder God pirates. Should they uncover the truth, the world government might very well face upheaval. Shanks, do you remember our old promise? I will become a pirate and return the straw hat to you upon our next meeting. It is time to fulfill our promise, Luffy declared, his gaze unwavering upon Shanks. Well, that straw hat suits you rather well. It now belongs to you. Shanks pondered aloud. Forget it. Luffy shook his head resolutely. Wearing this hat makes me feel like I'm living in someone else's shadow. I am who I am, Monkey D. Luffy. I will never be anyone's substitute. Luffy removed the straw hat, gazing at it somberly before declaring, farewell. With a swift motion, he flung the hat toward Shanks. Clap. Shanks instinctively caught the hat, his hand hovering as if to wear it, but hesitated, reflecting, I suppose I am not worthy of this hat anymore. He then draped it casually over his back. Ha ha. Luffy speaks wisely. Truly, my son. At that moment, a steel warship adorned with a black dragon's head slowly approached Marineford. A jubilant voice resonated from the ship. Luffy's future is not merely to be a pirate. It is the legacy I, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, shall build. Someone in the crowd recognized the ship and exclaimed, Monkey D. Dragon. He is the formidable figure who controls over a dozen nations. To realize that such a terrifying individual is the father of Straw Hat Luffy was astounding. This family is far too formidable. With the arrival of Monkey D. Dragon and the Revolutionary Army, Marineford erupted once more in chaos. Yet, given the multitude of shocks they had already experienced that day, Dragon's appearance did not elicit much surprise. Old man, allow me to settle this with Shanks. Luffy called out, turning his back to Dragon. Go ahead. Dragon nodded in agreement. Luffy then fixed a sharp gaze on Shanks. Shanks, every event has its cause and effect. Since I became a pirate because of you, let's conclude this here. Gear second. Whoosh. At Luffy's command, he swung his arm as though inflating a pump, accelerating the flow of blood within him. His body flushed crimson, enveloped in steam. Gome, let me witness how much you have grown. Shanks unsheathed his griffin. Gorwagwarwama jet pistol. Luffy propelled himself towards Shanks, his fist cloaked in haki, launching at an astonishing speed. Bang! Shanks met Luffy's attack with his griffin, retorting, this is not your strongest form. Unleash your full potential. With a roar, Shanks forcefully propelled Luffy away. Whoosh! Luffy soared through the air, utilizing Jeppo to regain his balance. Gear third. Luffy bit his finger, fervently blowing air into it, causing his hands to swell to colossal proportions. Gorwagwa Ruama, giant rocket cannon. In gear third, Luffy stretched his arms back, unleashing a barrage of haki-infused punches towards Shanks. Boom! Once again, Shanks's griffin collided with Luffy's fist. The terrifying force shattered the walls beneath Xiang Kusi's feet into countless fragments. Nevertheless, Xiang Kusi remained steadfast, not retreating an inch. Not enough, Luffy, he exclaimed as he sent Luffy hurtling away once more. Yet Luffy, as if foreseeing that the third gear was no match for Yonko, adjusted his body mid-air, bit into his own arm, and began to inflate himself with fervor, simultaneously cloaking his form in Busashoka Haki. He transformed into the fourth gear. Bounce Man. With a resounding thud, Luffy landed on the ground and, propelled by his own formidable elasticity, rebounded back into the fray. Girurumo, Great Ape King Gun. Luffy astonishingly retracted his fist into his body, launching himself towards Yonko like a jet. Unlike the previous attack, this Great Ape King Gun involved further compressing air into his arm for an even greater surge of power. However, even under such circumstances, Yonko effortlessly countered the assault. Is this all you can muster, Luffy? Yonko, if this is the extent of your abilities, then you shall perish here today. Shanbi. With a furious roar, Yonko unleashed boundless black lightning from his griffin. Against the backdrop of the dark lightning, he charged at Luffy as if descending from the heavens. Shanbi. Yonko bellowed again, rapidly closing the distance to Luffy, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. Girurumo Rubber, Overlord King Gun. Luffy retracted his fist once more, but this time he enveloped it with the terrifying Conqueror's Haki. The clash of fists and weapons erupted in a cacophony of sound. The collision of Busashoka Haki against Busashoka Haki, Conqueror's Haki against Conqueror's Haki. In that fleeting moment of impact, the earth trembled violently. The sea surrounding Marine Admiral surged as if affected by the confrontation, with waves rising higher and higher. Gulalala. Is this how fearsome the youngsters have become? Newgate marveled at Luffy's ability to hold his ground against Yonko. It is important to note that Yonko is indeed formidable. Though I am hailed as the strongest pirate in the world, it is primarily due to my Gura Gura no Mi, which can conjure tsunamis. In a one-on-one duel, I might not truly be a match for Yonko. Ha ha ha. You are indeed correct. However, it is more accurate to attribute that terror to that family. Kaido refrained from commenting on Newgate's words, but subtly gestured toward Kaido and Carp. Everything was left unsaid. Returning to the battlefield, after a brief stalemate with Yonko, Luffy began to exhibit signs of fatigue, gradually retreating in their exchanges. This is bad. Luffy is going to lose. Zoro observed Luffy's faltering steps, instinctively tightening his grip on Wado Ikamanji, prepared to intervene at any moment to save Luffy. However, Natsu interjected, extending his arm to block Zoro, stating gravely, "This is Luffy's battle, and no one can interfere." But Zoro attempted to protest, only to be cut off by Natsu, who reiterated, "I said this is Luffy's battle. Back with Luffy, you are ultimately too weak. This stage may be too early for you." Shanbi. Xiankisirord, directly shittering Luffy's fist. With Luffy left vulnerable, Yonko seized the opportunity, closing in with his griffin, which struck Luffy with the force of a divine hammer. Wah! Despite Luffy being enveloped in Busashoka Haki, one must not forget that Conqueror's Haki can inflict damage from distance. While Luffy bore no visible wounds, his internal organs were already in disarray. Wah! After spewing a mouthful of blood, Luffy's vitality waned, and Yonko's blow reverted him from fourth gear back to his ordinary state. Bang! Luffy's body crashed to the ground like a boulder. Luffy! Nami gasped in horror. No, this isn't right. Zoro's Kinbunchika Haki sensed something amiss. Natsu, Usopp, and the others wore expressions of grave concern. The silence was deafening. Luffy's heartbeat had ceased. The absence of his heartbeat signified something dire, which required no further elaboration. Sanji inhaled deeply from the cigarette perched on his lips, oblivious to the fact that it was nearly burnt to ash. Luffy. Nami knelt on the ground, her eyes vacant. Luffy. Uncle Gushalwin must have a way to save him. Ace, witnessing Luffy's lifelessness, was engulfed in sorrow. However, recalling Uncle Gushalwin's miraculous ability to heal his father, he felt a glimmer of hope. Uncle, please save Luffy. Ace rushed to Gushalwin, kneeling in desperation. Ace. Gushalwin smiled faintly, saying, "Do not worry. Luffy is not lost. Just listen. Luffy is fine." Ace gazed uncertainly in Luffy's direction. Suddenly, thump. The sound of a robust, powerful heartbeat reverberated throughout the world. In a certain sea of the new world, a colossal elephant, once devoid of spirit, reignited its fervor. I heard it. He has returned. The sound of liberation's drum. Thump, thump, thump. As Luffy's heartbeat quickened, it resonated like a rapid drumbeat. Meanwhile, the fallen Luffy unexpectedly bore a radiant smile upon his face. Ha ha ha. This heartbeat is so delightful. Laughter erupted from Luffy, and as the dust settled, his figure became visible to all. His hair and attire had turned white, accompanied by a rhythmic drumbeat. Ha ha ha! This is extraordinarily delightful. This is my pinnacle. Entering fifth gear, Luffy covered his eyes, bouncing on the ground, reveling in the infectious rhythm of his heartbeat, bursting into joyous laughter. How can it possibly be that devil fruit? The Gorosei with a bald head remarked, his expression grim. This devil fruit seems to possess a consciousness of its own, having eluded the world government for 800 years, only to awaken today. The expression on the goat-bearded Gorosei's face mirrored the gravity of the situation. The mythical Zoan-type, Hito Nomi Nika form. Could it be the legendary Liberator? Shanks gazed at Luffy with uncontainable admiration. Ha! Now, this is truly exhilarating. Let us do this again, Luffy. Shanks burst into laughter and swiftly charged towards Luffy. With remarkable speed, he lunged forward, his longsword slicing through the air like lightning towards Luffy. Ha! Luffy, still laughing with his eyes covered, caught sight of Shanks' imminent attack. His eyes widened in shock, as if they might leap from his head, resembling a scene from a comedic sketch. Luffy's legs began to spin rapidly, gaining speed as if turning into wheels, allowing him to dart sideways. Is this ability for real? What absurd fighting style, Whitebeard remarked, unable to contain his incredulity. It was utterly reminiscent of a slapstick comedy. Kaido also wore a similarly astonished expression. Impressive. I feel incredibly powerful now. Such a sense of freedom. I can accomplish anything I desire. Luffy imbued the ground with rubber properties, treating it as a trampoline, bouncing incessantly. Ha! Gorilla! Luffy exclaimed, his body unexpectedly transforming to resemble that of a mighty gorilla. Rubber grab, Luffy declared as his arms elongated and expanded, reaching out toward Shanks. You little rascal. This fighting style is outrageous. Shanks infused his sword, Griffin, with armament haki and swiftly swung it at Luffy's hand. However, to everyone's astonishment, when Griffin made contact with Luffy, it bent as if made of rubber. Luffy's massive hand continued unabated, seizing Shanks. It appeared as if Shanks himself had become rubber, his body compressing as Luffy gripped him tightly. Rubber Super Whirlwind Meteor Hammer. Luffy swung his arm with incredible force, akin to a colossal meteor hammer. Upon reaching sufficient velocity, he hurled Shanks away. Boom! Shanks finally came to a halt upon crashing into a stone wall. Cough. As the dust settled, Shanks reemerged, coughing up a mouthful of blood. It seemed almost a jest of a battle, with Luffy having successfully sent Shanks tumbling. After transforming into this form, both his strength and speed had surged dramatically. Shanks regarded Luffy with a newfound seriousness in his eyes. Godly avoidance. However, Shanks had no time to contemplate, swiftly retaliating with a godly avoidance and charging at Luffy. Luffy exhibited an expression of sheer absurdity, his tongue and eyes popping out in surprise. Ha! Rubber Great Wave. Accompanied by Luffy's radiant laughter, the ground beneath him transformed into rubber, and he leapt powerfully. Instantly, a towering wave of rubber surged toward Shanks. While it posed little threat to Shanks, it did impede his speed. Seizing this opportunity, Luffy plunged downward, using the rubber ground as a trampoline to propel himself skyward. Rubber Rocket. At the apex of his ascent, Luffy flung the rubber behind Shanks. Rubber Great Counterattack. With a fierce shout, Luffy bounced rapidly on the rubber, arriving behind Shanks and delivering a powerful punch to his kidneys. Wow! Shanks spat out another mouthful of blood. Don't joke around with this fighting style. Shanks roared in anger, unleashing his full strength. Godly Avoidance. Shanks appeared behind Luffy, unleashing a ferocious slash aimed at the back of his head. Duong. In an instant, Luffy's head morphed into the shape of the blade upon impact. The tremendous force sent him flying, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Yet Luffy was unscathed, quickly regaining his footing, grinning as he said, time to finish this. However, before Luffy could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground, his body reverting to its original color as he exited Gear 5th. Yet, that was not the end. Within a minute, Luffy's appearance began to age rapidly, his skin losing its luster. I can't hear my heartbeat. I'm going to die here. I'm dying. Luffy uttered weakly. It indeed consumes life force. Carter thought to himself, observing Luffy's condition. But an intriguing turn of events was about to unfold, a memorable scene. Luffy sit up, just as Carter pondered this. A familiar rhythmic sound resonated in everyone's ears. The heartbeat returned. Ha! Luffy stood up once more, his aura intensifying even further, his clothes and hair gradually turning white. Are you sure, Luffy? Continuing like this, you will die. Shanks observed Luffy's aging form, realizing the drawbacks of Gear 5th, unable to restrain himself from warning him. Do you think I fear death? Gear 5th. Luffy transformed back into his Gear 5th form. If that is the case, let us settle this with one final blow. Shanks fixed his gaze on Luffy, preparing himself, with Griffin crackling with terrifying black lightning. He. Ha ha ha. Rubber Ape God Spear. With a flick of his wrist, Luffy's fist expanded to the size of Marineford, his arm enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, descending upon Shanks with overwhelming force. Godly avoidance. Rubber Ape God Spear. Boom! The collision of fist and sword erupted in a thunderous clash. Both Luffy and Shanks unleashed their deepest roars at that moment, tapping into their full strength. Swoosh! Crash! Ultimately, Shanks could no longer withstand the impact, collapsing to the ground as he plummeted from the sky. Meanwhile, Luffy's fist continued its relentless trajectory towards Shanks. Boom! Luffy's colossal fist obliterated Marineford, laying it to waste. As Luffy's fist was about to strike Shanks, a figure swiftly dashed in, rescuing Shanks from imminent danger. Thus, Shanks faced defeat. Following the execution of this move, Luffy's body immediately slumped, plummeting from the air. Xiaolun, Carter exclaimed, and beside him, Gu Xiaolun promptly understood the cue and rushed forward to catch Luffy. He then activated his Ambition combat panel, channeling a substantial amount of biological energy into Luffy's body. Instantly, Luffy's aged form reverted to its original state. Incredible. He revived. How delightful. Luffy joyfully leaped into the air. Luffy, your fighting style depletes your vitality excessively. After this battle, take your companions back to the Sky Island for further training. Carter smiled at the exuberant Luffy. Uncle, you can help us grow stronger? How exactly will that happen? Luffy asked, somewhat puzzled. You will find out in due time. For now, focus on the enemies before you. Carter said mysteriously, then turned his attention to the Gorosei. All personnel below the Admiral level must withdraw from the battlefield. The ensuing battle is beyond their capacity. Upon hearing Carter's command, Whitebeard, Kaido, Sengoku, and Carp immediately ordered everyone to board their ships and leave Marineford. At that moment, the vast Marineford was left with only the elite forces for both sides. The prior hesitation to engage in a decisive battle stemmed from mutual reasons. The Gorosei were waiting for the support of Imu and Sora, which caused them to remain inactive since Luffy and Shanks began their confrontation. Conversely, Carter had little regard for the Gorosei and was waiting for his own personnel to exit the battlefield, deeming it unnecessary to engage in combat prematurely. Now that his side's personnel had largely withdrawn, the moment for the final showdown had finally arrived. Crush them. With Carter's command, everyone sprang into action. Zan, Zi-Sin, Azuega, Xiaolun, and Long swiftly confronted the Gorosei. Katakuri faced off against the leader of the Divine Knights, Shanks' brother. Others also found their targets and commenced battle. However, from the outset, the conflict overwhelmingly favored Carter's side. After years of development, his children had already manifested their potential. When Carter successfully upgraded them to second-generation super warriors, their physical capabilities surpassed human limitations. Not only had their lifespans elongated, but their innate talents had also been significantly enhanced. Among his children, the weakest boasted at least the strength of a marshal. Thus, the battle commenced with a crushing advantage. Firstly, Yen faced the bald Gorosei, the financial martial god Izambaronis. The bald Gorosei cast a disdainful glance at Yen. While Yen had exhibited formidable combat prowess many years ago, countless individuals remained stuck at the Admiral level throughout their lives. Therefore, the bald Gorosei was unperturbed, leisurely drawing his cursed blade, Muramasa. Just as he was about to speak, Yen extended a single hand towards him, softly declaring, Micro wormhole calculation. Silver blade assault. Suddenly, to the bald Gorosei's incredulous gaze, several silver blades erupted from within his body. Before long, he ceased to breathe, unable to comprehend how he had met his end. In truth, Yen had begun analyzing the bald Gorosei the moment he laid eyes on him. After fully deciphering him, Yen calculated a micro wormhole within his body and simply attacked his innards with silver weaponry. Jiexan, too, was engaged in battle. She faced the curly-haired Gorosei. The scientific defense, martial god, Jagor, Lucius Satan. The curly-haired Gorosei was an undeniable master of martial arts, known for his volatile temperament. Upon seeing Jiexan, he immediately enveloped himself in armament haki and charged at her. However, GXN remained unfazed, watching as the curly-haired Gorosei approached. In an instant, her flame sword erupted with a terrifying heat. Indeed, GXN was hailed as the Flame War God, and her flame sword could unleash the power of 6,000 suns. In the blink of an eye, the curly-haired Gorosei was reduced to ashes, leaving only a scream in his wake. Azue confronted the golden-haired Gorosei, the agricultural martial god shepherd. Azue's battle was also remarkably effortless. Although she did not possess the unique powers of Yin and GXN, she was the most gifted in martial arts among her sisters, coupled with her exceptionally sharp weapon. With a mere sidestep, the golden-haired Gorosei was swiftly cut into fragments. As for Gu Xiaoluan, he faced the horned, mustached Gorosei, the legal martial god topman Wal Chuli. Gu Xiaoluan's battle was the most relaxed and ostentatious of all. He simply stood in place and activated his Ambition Combat Panel. Ambition Combat Panel has been initiated. The horned, mustached Gorosei sensed an enigmatic voice resonating from within. Soon, a high-tech platform appeared beneath Gu Xiaoluan's feet, detected that the opponent is a human from the Qiyang stellar system. Commencing Final Judgment. Ye Xiaolun Musid Internali. Constructing Void Defense Barrier. Anti-biological energy. Anti-light energy. Creating logical deadlock. 1%, 20%, 50%, 100%. Firing Final Judgment. Subsequently, a massive black sword descended from the sky, obliterating the horned, mustached Gorosei into smithereens. Long's battle was equally straightforward. He faced the environmental martial god. However, despite becoming the environmental martial god, he still proved utterly powerless against environmental disasters. In the face of Long's terrifying storm, he relied on his immense strength to endure for some time, yet ultimately succumbed to nature's might, perishing within the tempest. Others fared similarly. Within merely half an hour, the world government's highest combat force was nearly annihilated. This could scarcely be called a decisive battle, as the Chinese government overwhelmingly dominated the opposition. Just as everyone prepared to revel in their victory, a sudden, terrifying aura emanated from the heavens. Carter, Lingling, and Carp exchanged solemn glances, their expressions filled with gravity. La la la, as the ominous aura enveloped the surroundings. It was swiftly followed by a resplendent sky painted with vibrant hues and an ethereal melody resonating from the heavens, as if the world itself rejoiced at her arrival. A beam of white light descended from the heavens, plunging the realm into an eerie silence, compelling every gaze to gravitate towards the descending figure. As the luminescence faded, the onlookers beheld her astonishing visage. She stood tall, adorned with an extravagant crown, her majestic stature and exquisite features seemingly sculpted by divine hands, an embodiment of unparalleled beauty. Imu, they chorused in awe. The 5 elders, who were presumed to have been vanquished by Yin and his companions, now appear before them, reverently kneeling in homage to Imu. Had they not perished? What was unfolding? Yin cast a puzzled glance at Jishin, who, momentarily taken aback, shook her head in bewilderment. She too was at a loss for an explanation. If this anomaly were not the result of a devil fruit's power, then there was but one plausible conclusion. Dark information. Restructured resurrection. Mused Gu Xiaoluan deep in thought. Jishin quickly grasped the implication, recalling that such advanced techniques were indeed catalogued within Kaisha's repository of knowledge, fully mastered by them. Yet, had not their father asserted that this world belonged to the realm of One Piece? How could such technology possibly exist? A wave of confusion swept through the crowd. This familiar aura, it cannot be mistaken. Carp remarked gravely, his gaze fixed on Imu. How is it possible? Imu is also a 3rd-generation divine body. How can such power exist in the realm of One Piece? Carter's mind momentarily faltered, struggling to comprehend, for in his understanding, this was the world of One Piece. However, Imu's emergence cast doubt upon that certainty. Her 3rd-generation divine body should only manifest in the realm of Super God. A wave of trepidation surged within Carter's heart. If this truly were the Super God realm, matters would become dire. Within his entire government, only he, Lingling, and his brother possessed the prowess of a 3rd-generation divine body. Yet, in the Super God realm, if they had progressed to the later stages, nearly everyone would be endowed with various extraordinary engines, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain an advantage. Meanwhile, the few children in their ranks with engines had not ascended to the 3rd-generation divine body due to resource limitations. Angel Clan. Imu finally opened her eyes, directing a puzzled inquiry towards Carter and his companions. When did your Angel Clan acquire 3rd-generation divine bodies? And 3 at that? A thought crossed Carter's mind. You are not lingering in the Angel Nebula. What brings you to my Qiyong star system? Or is it that the Angel clan intends to wage war against me? Imu, observing the silence from Carter's group, began to formulate her own hypotheses. Not speaking? Then I shall investigate myself. As she spoke, Imu's pupils transformed to a stark white, initiating a search for the dark information of this planet. 50 years ago, the Angel clan emerged unexpectedly, and within a short span, you evolved from ordinary beings to third-generation divine bodies. It seems you harbor secrets. Imu laughed maniacally. Who exactly are you, Imu? Carter felt his heart plummet, realizing that their dark information should have been obscured. It was impossible for anyone else to access it, yet Imu had uncovered it in a mere breath. Such capability was beyond the reach of a typical third-generation divine body, unless Imu was the supreme deity of the Qiyong star system. Imu, who are you? Your terrifying ability to access information is not that of an ordinary third-generation divine body. Carter gazed at Imu with a grave expression. Ha ha, allow me to enlighten you. I am the supreme deity of the Qiyong star system, Daji Imu. Imu nonchalantly declared her identity. Daji? What connection do you have with Taikong? Carter speculated, perplexed. Do not mention Taikong to me. He is merely fortunate, always a step ahead. Imu's demeanor changed at the mention of Taikong, her irritation palpable. However, Carter was lost in thought, contemplating the implications of Imu's words. Presently, the Angel clan should still be in the transitional phase from male angel dominance to the initial stages of the Three Kings. I previously experimented with the genes of your Angel clan, attempting to merge them with those of the Qiyong star system's humans to create a stronger being, but I inadvertently produced a group incapable of even flight. Now, fortuitously, you have delivered yourselves to me. Imu's sinister smile grew as she regarded Carter and his companions, perceiving them as mere subjects for her experiments. Not good. She intends to capture us for experimentation, Carter thought urgently, heightening his vigilance. Thunder. Imu waved her hand, and a tempest of lightning erupted across the sky. Carter could distinctly feel that this was not the result of her own power, but rather a manifestation of the entire star system's energy. The deluge of lightning struck Carter, Lingling, and Carp instantly. Despite having ascended to third-generation divine bodies, all three could not suppress their cries of pain under the onslaught. Boom! After enduring the terrifying baptism of lightning, the trio gazed at Imu with solemn expressions. Had they not attained the power of third-generation divine bodies, they would have perished beneath the storm. Father sent me. At that moment, Gus Shaolin stepped forward, inwardly resolving to activate the Ambition Battle Panel. The Ambition Battle Panel has been activated. With the echo of a mysterious voice, the battle platform materialized beneath Gus Shaolin's feet. Analyzing target. Please hold. 1%, 1.5%, 2%. How dare you analyze me? Imu sensed the analysis and cast a mere glance towards Gus Shaolin, instantly shutting down his ambition. What manner of monster is this? Lightning appears at her command, and ambition can be dismissed with a glance. Gus Shaolin marveled at Imu, astonished. In that fleeting moment, while Imu was distracted, Carter, Carp, and Lingling sprang into action, charging toward her. Saint Armor release. Upon Carp's furious roar, a magnificent, resplendent golden armor materialized around him. Overlord. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Carp darted to Imu's rear, unleashing a staggering barrage of 100 million punches in an instant. The terrifying speed of the punches seemed to distort the very air around. Tulio. In an instant, Yim's reflexes kicked in as she gently raised her hand. The soil of Malin Fanjuo appeared to come alive, transforming into a torrent of mud that surged upwards, materializing behind Yim to shield her from Cap's formidable assault. Despite Cap's ferocious punches, each one nearly cleaving through the mudslide, a continuous influx of earth replenished the barrier, forming a wall of mud that, though seemingly fragile, stood as an insurmountable chasm, preventing Cap from advancing even an inch. Fahai. At this moment, Ling's attack arrived, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy from the Emperor's sword in her hand. The energy wave shot forth like a pink laser, striking Yim from the side with blinding speed. Calmly, Yim extended her right hand once more, conjuring a micro-wormhole in an instant. No matter how powerful or swift Fahai's attack was, it held no significance if it could not reach its target. The micro-wormhole Yim created effortlessly redirected the assault into outer space. Boom! The tremendous force obliterated a small asteroid in the vastness of space. The violent explosion was visible to everyone within the Malin Fanjuo area. What? Lingling gasped in astonishment at the sight. Meanwhile, Cat was not idle. Seizing the opportunity, while Lingling and Cap were engaged, he approached Yim's side. A clash of fists. Cat concentrated nearly all the energy within him into this singular blow. The terrifying force altered the atmosphere, and his fist began to shimmer with light, transforming into a sphere of radiant energy. Boom! Cat's fist, enveloped in white energy, struck Yim with full force. Yet, contrary to expectations, Yim remained unscathed. Instead, an island in the Grand Line erupted without warning. How could this be? Cat's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yim. Ha ha ha! Do not forget, this is the Qiong star system. I am the god of the Qiong star system. As long as I am within its domain and connected to it, I can transfer any damage I receive to any location within the Qiong star system. You shall become my subjects for experimentation. Ha ha! Yim laughed triumphantly, casually waving her hand. 3 swiftly moving asteroids vanished from the cosmos, only to reappear above Malin Fanjuo, hurtling towards Cap, Cat, and Lingling with astonishing speed. Is this the battle of gods? Kaido watched the trio battling in the sky, unable to suppress a gulp. Every move they made left him feeling utterly powerless. Is Cap truly the strong now? Do not lose, Cap. Sengoku's heart filled with worry as he observed the fierce struggle of the 3. Ha ha! Lord Yim is indeed invincible. Just wait to be dealt with by her. The resurrected elders of the sea, brimming with arrogance, gazed smugly at the Whitebeard crew, as if they were the ones wielding power in the sky, not Yim. Boom! The asteroids, moving at tremendous speed, generated intense heat upon colliding with the air, soaring to several hundred degrees in an instant. The fearsome temperature, coupled with the mass of the asteroids, struck Cat and his companions, resulting in a violent explosion. As the dust settled, all 3 found themselves injured and struggling in the sky, gazing at Yim before them. Ha ha ha! Do not fret. Once you become my subjects for experimentation, I will swiftly surpass that being in space. Ha ha ha! Yim cackled, seemingly envisioning her ascendance beyond the stars. Wait! At that moment, Cat experienced a sudden flash of inspiration, formulating a plan to confront Yim. Xiao Luan, I grant you permission to connect to Tianren Kaheo and the 2 Mangdang Shan ships. Combine your ambition and initiate comprehensive calculations. Yim, we shall create time for you. After instructing the Xiao Luan, Cat re-engaged in the fray alongside Cap and Lingling. All right. Xiao Luan wasted no time initiating the connection with the Mangdang Shan and Tianren Kaheo. The ambition battle panel has been activated. Connecting to Tianren Kaheo, please wait. Connection successful. Connecting to Mangdang Shan I, please wait. Connection successful. Connecting to Mangdang Shan 2, please wait. Connection successful. Father, I have successfully established the connection. Xiao Luan exclaimed joyfully to Cat. Then what are you waiting for? Initiate full calculations on Yim. Otherwise, I will soon meet my end. Cat shouted, struggling against Yim. Not a chance. Yim, now slightly flustered, realized that although she was the god of the Qiong star system, she could not withstand calculations from 3 celestial computers simultaneously. If Xiao Luan successfully deciphered her information, she would be unable to endure the consequences. Get away from me. Yim's panic escalated, and an eruption of divine thunder exploded from her being, as if she were the very core of the world. You shall not pass. Tiamat Liuxing Chuan. Cap, summoning his weary body, unleashed the full force of the Tianma Liuxing Chuan, staunchly holding back Yim, preventing her from advancing even a fraction. Searching for target. Please wait. Search successful. Detected target. God of the Qiong star system. Humanoid. 3rd generation divine body. Shall we analyze the target? Commence full analysis. Xiao Luan shouted, releasing the pressure within him. Analyzing target, please wait. Analysis initiated. Current progress. 1. Ambition calculation rate, 12 frames. Connecting to Tianren Kaheo, celestial computer. Loading, 1:10:50, 100. Connecting to Mangdang Shan, I celestial computer. Loading, 1:10:50, 100. Connecting to Mangdang Shan 2 celestial computer. Loading, 1:10:50, 100. Current analysis progress, 1:10:20:50, stop. With the assistance of Tianren Kaheo and Mangdang Shan 1 and 2, Xiao Luan began a comprehensive analysis of Yim. At this moment, Imu was thoroughly panicked, for she could sense that everything about her was gradually being exposed to the eyes of others. The firewall she had erected for herself seemed utterly fragile in the face of the ambition supported by 3 celestial computers. Stop it. Get away from me. Lane. Imu glared at the 3 individuals desperately blocking her path, a surge of madness flooding her heart. Without hesitation, she marked Carter, Lingling, and Kapu with a distinctive blue sigil. "Stay right there, don't move." Thunderstorm. With Imu's furious shout, the sky above Marine darkened as if it could drip ink. Boom! Endless thunder began to brew within the pitch-black clouds. Boom! Lightning snakes surged forth from the clouds. Not good. Carter realized the severity of the situation and attempted to act, but it was already too late. Countless bolts of lightning descended, seemingly guided by an unseen hand, with not a single strike misaligned. In an instant, all the thunderbolts rushed towards Carter, Lingling, and Kapu. "Does it hurt?" Imu can't possibly be out of strength." Kapu laughed heartily when he felt no expected pain. However, his expression soon turned grim, for he found himself utterly immobilized. "Not good. Imu's target is Xiaoluan. Her attack isn't meant to defeat us, but to reach good Xiaoluan," Kapu said with a hint of panic. It's too late. Once you're ensnared by my thunder, you shall not move." Imu laughed maniacally, swiftly propelling herself towards Gu Xiaoluan. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoluan was still deciphering Imu and had only reached 60% progress. As Imu charged towards him, Gu Xiaoluan felt an overwhelming sense of dread. "Xiaoluan, stay right there. We'll hold off Imu." At that moment, Yin, Jishin, Kenpachi, and as we stepped forth. Thunder Impact, Flame Impact, Sword Path Severance, Crescent Moon Charge, Void Dog Cannon, Swallow S Return, Lioness Might, Heat Wave, Void Quake. Instantly, every individual present unleashed their most powerful attacks against Imu. Yet Imu paid no heed, allowing the onslaught to rain upon her. However, while they could not inflict any harm, they nonetheless impeded her advance, causing her speed to diminish considerably. "Hurry!" Yi Xiaolun exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at Imu enduring all the attacks and continuing her relentless approach. Current deciphering progress, 65, 66, 67, 68% die. Imu cruelly laughed as she reached for Gu Xiaoluan. Terrified, he shut his eyes, for the deciphering had reached a critical juncture, leaving him unable to move. Imu seemed to envision Gu Xiaoluan struggling in her grasp. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Suddenly, a voice from the depths of hell echoed in Imu's ears. Unbeknownst to her, Kapu had freed himself from the thunder and appeared beside Imu, unleashing a flurry of punches that sent her sprawling. "What about me?" See Dominance. At that moment, Lingling too had broken free from the thunder-esque grip and struck Imu upward with her Emperor's sword. "How did you all escape? Could it be?" Imu's heart raced at the thought, and she looked skyward. Indeed, a man awaited her there. Galactic descent. In that instant, Carter summoned all his strength and crashed down upon Imu. Thunder punishment. Imu roared, furiously channeling her energy to collide with Carter. After a brief stalemate, both retreated, surprisingly evenly matched. Useless. Once I obliterate that one, I will return to play with you," Imu declared, attempting to rush towards Gu Xiaoluan again. Slap. Suddenly, Kapu appeared behind Imu, tightly embracing her. "I said you shall not pass today." Carter quickly, "Help me restrain her and buy time for Xiaoluan." Kapu shouted, "Coming." Carter reacted instantly, and along with Lingling, they rushed to Imu's side, binding her limbs. "Is Xiaoluan ready? We can't hold on much longer." Carter strained, feeling Imu's immense power surging through him. "Almost there. Hold on a bit longer. Overcome this challenge." Deciphering progress, 93, 94, 95%. "You force my hand." As Imu sensed her imminent complete deciphering, a frenzied madness filled her gaze. "Since you wish to contest this world with me, let be destroyed. Why I cannot possess. You shall not have." Imu shouted, her eyes turning white as she activated her final trump card. Heavenly King, Uranus, unleashed the cataclysmic tsunami. With Imu's furious roar, the moon, situated in outer space, began to alter, splitting in two. Numerous mechanical structures began to move, and with the passage of time, a colossal cannon emerged. Virum, with a thunderous boom, energy began to coalesce within the enormous cannon. In but a moment, it was charged with power, and without hesitation, a massive white beam shot forth. The white light surged towards the pirate world at nearly the speed of light. As it neared the ocean's surface, about 10,000 meters away, the beam split into 6 smaller rays, each shooting towards different parts of the world. These 6 rays targeted the 4 seas, the first half of the Grand Line, and the New World. At that moment, in East Blue's Koko Shaya village, Jian was patrolling the island when he suddenly saw a flash of white light streak across the distance. landing upon the ocean and vanishing. Just as Ajin pondered the phenomenon, the sea began to shift as if imbued with life, surging uncontrollably in all directions. Instantly, a tsunami towering thousands of meters formed. Is this a tsunami? Ajin gazed in shock at the terrifying scene before him. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he lit a cigarette and placed it between his lips, silently observing the impending tsunami. Escape? It held no significance now. With a wave towering thousands of meters high, where could one flee? Thus, Ajin had resolved to face death with calm acceptance. Meanwhile, high above Marine Admiral, shortly after uttered those words, a similar beam of white light descended upon the sea surface not far from Marine Admiral. Will you simply stand by and watch as I am annihilated, or will you witness the destruction of this planet? Im laughed maniacally. What have you done? Carter inquired with a grave expression. Vector beams. I unleashed 6 vector beams, targeting the 4 seas, the first half of the Grand Line, and the New World. Each beam can generate a tsunami thousands of meters high. Every soul in this world is doomed. As Im's words concluded, indeed, towering tsunamis erupted at the points where the beams had struck, flooding their vision. Faced with such a horrifying spectacle, a sense of helplessness washed over everyone present. Even a tsunami of merely tens of meters could leave ordinary people powerless. How could they withstand one thousands of meters high? Regardless of their location, be they pirates, navy, or ordinary civilians. Upon witnessing the onset of this catastrophe, all paused their activities, sitting quietly to confront the arrival of death. What do you think? Even if everyone in this world perishes, will you still analyze me? At this moment, Im was no longer struggling but stared defiantly at Carter. Shaolin, how much longer? Carter did not respond to him, but directed his question at Shaolin. How about the old man locked? I don't know why, but after reaching 98%, the speed slowed down. It is estimated to take another half an hour. Shaolin replied anxiously. Carter fell into silence upon hearing this. After all, if this tsunami engulfing the entire world was not stopped, countless lives would be lost. Eventually, only the Sky Island might remain inhabited. To avert this disaster, the assistance of Tian Rin No. 7 and Mangdangshan No. 1 and No. 2 would be necessary. Yet, the analysis of Im was nearing its conclusion. If they were to terminate it now, not only would they not be able to contend with Im, but if she were to reappear after they had dealt with the disaster, they would be utterly exhausted, effectively making them pawns for Im. Cease the analysis of Im. Prepare all offensive weapons of Mangdangshan No. 1, No. 2, and Tian Rin No. 7. We must do everything in our power to avert this catastrophe. Remember, the Chinese government will never abandon any life, Carter declared, disregarding everything else. Regardless of the outcome, as the founder of the Chinese government, he cannot bring shame to it. Whether Im would take advantage of their vulnerability after they dealt with the disaster was not something Carter could afford to ponder now. Old man, Carter. At this moment, all eyes turned to Carter, aware that his decision carried profound implications. However, the Chinese government would never forsake a single life. This proclamation resonated like thunder in their hearts, evoking tears from everyone present. Will the Chinese government truly never abandon anyone's life? This has moved me deeply. Edward Newgate's voice echoed as he resolutely approached the tsunami, unleashing a powerful quake. Newgate, don't forget, Ace is my nephew. As Ace's father, you are inherently part of the Chinese government. Carter chuckled, observing Newgate's determination. Is this the Chinese government? One that will never forsake any life, even at the cost of futile efforts, striving to save innocent lives. Carter, after this disaster, grant me a chance to join the Chinese government. Rumble. Kaido transformed into a colossal dragon, soaring through the sky, unleashing a torrent of flames against the tsunami. Kaido, you can't escape either. Your daughter is infatuated with Ace. By the way, Kaido, just so you know, your name means adorable in Chinese. Carter jested warmly. Adorable. Kaido, your determination is indeed charming. Look at those Navy officers admiring you. Adorable indeed. Old man, you look quite charming right now. Yamato had also rushed to Kaido's side, laughing as he unleashed a thunderous strike. The Chinese government is indeed one infused with extraordinary power. Who would have thought we would stand together and fight side by side one day? Sengoku swiftly joined their ranks, utilizing his strength to combat the tsunami. Indeed, but I'm already exhausted. Let us all give our utmost effort. If we survive, let us host a grand banquet together. Elsewhere, old man. All weapons of Tian Rin No. 7 and Mangdangshan No. 1 and No. 2 have been fully deployed. Gu Xiaoluan's voice suddenly rang out. Let us lock onto the positions of the 6 tsunamis worldwide. Use the power of the weapons to quell all tsunamis. We must ensure the explosion sites do not harm innocent lives. Our goal is to prevent the tsunami and save as many people as possible, Carter stated with utmost seriousness. Understood. Gu Xiaolun immediately began calculations. Moments later, old man. After calculations, Mangdangshan No. 1 and No. 2 can each neutralize 1 tsunami, while Tianren No. 7, due to its abundant energy from the flame judgment, can neutralize 3. However, this still leaves 1 tsunami unresolved. Gu Xiaolun's expression turned grim as he reviewed the calculations. Upon hearing this, Carter fell into contemplation. At his level, one could easily destroy a planet by simply obliterating its core. However, the current situation demanded that they dissipate the tsunami's energy without destroying the planet. This task would require exponentially greater power. However, the tsunami was looming dangerously close, and Cater had little time for contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, Cater promptly declared, deploy Mangdangshan No. 1 and No. 2, as well as Tianren No. 7, to exert all efforts in halting the 5 tsunamis, except for the one near Malinfanduo. The latter will depend on us. His gaze was grave as he spoke. With that, Cater dashed once more towards the approaching tsunami. Gu Xiaolun followed suit, hastily keeping pace with Cater after issuing the command, arriving swiftly before the monstrous wave. Construct the Void Defense Barrier. Reactive Energy. Full analysis. Gu Xiaolun erected a towering Void Defense Barrier, reaching a height of 100 meters. Every drop of seawater that made contact with this barrier had its kinetic energy instantaneously nullified, falling helplessly to the ground. Yet, a mere 100 meters of barrier was but a drop in the ocean against a tsunami thousands of meters high, having dissipated a fraction of the seawater. An inexhaustible tide surged forth to replace it. Brothers, the captain and the others are at the forefront. How can we remain here, doing nothing? You're right. We must contribute our share. Charge. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates, witnessing the relentless efforts of Whitebeard, Kaido, and others against the tsunami, felt their spirits lift. What had once been despairing hearts now beat with renewed vigor. Comrades, we cannot succumb to despair. Look at how the pirates are rising to the occasion. How can we do nothing? Indeed, how can we fall short compared to the pirates? At this moment, both the Marines and the pirates fought united for a singular purpose, to thwart the impending tsunami. Meanwhile, at the other 5 tsunami sites around the world, Tianren No. 7 and Mangdangshan No. 1 and No. 2 had locked onto the 5 waves. After a brief energy accumulation, 5 massive crimson beams erupted from their main cannons. These are the laser from Mangdangshan and the flame judgment from Tianren No. 7. In Kiki Xia village, a Jian had relinquished all hope of survival. Pulling out a photograph of Baramer and murmuring, Baramer, I'm sorry, it seems I must join you now. I can no longer protect Nami. Just as despair consumed him, a sudden crimson beam appeared, creating a massive breach in the towering tsunami wall. Gradually, that horrifying wave began to dissipate until it was entirely evaporated, leaving behind a plume of water vapor that ascended into the sky, forming a thick canopy of cumulonimbus clouds. Then, torrential rain began to pour down, drenching a Jian's face, which now bore a smile of relief. Baramer, it seems I'll be delayed in joining you. Meanwhile, at the other 4 locations around the globe, similar scenes unfolded. Everyone rejoiced at their miraculous survival, celebrating with grand festivities. Back in Malinfanduo, everyone was exerting their utmost effort to halt the tsunami. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor, Fire Vortex, Storm Hell, Ice Age, Meteor Volcano, 8-Span Jewel, Initial Dance, Moon White, Void Dog Cannon, 10,000 Worries Wind. Everyone was pouring everything they had into their efforts, but they were merely managing to slow the tsunami's advance. This is untenable, father. We cannot possibly stop the tsunami like this. Gu Xiaolun exclaimed as he continued his assault. Cater fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Gu Xiaolun was correct. It seemed increasingly unrealistic to rely solely on human strength to combat the tsunami. Eureka! Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Cater as a wild plan formed in his mind. Yi Xiaolun, calculate our stockpile of intercontinental missiles. Is it sufficient to stop the tsunami? Intercontinental missile. Are you suggesting, father? Gu Xiaolun's eyes lit up at Cater's sudden inquiry. After calculations, we currently have 23,824 intercontinental missiles. The tsunami is still in its formation stage, only 10 kilometers in length, so it is more than enough. Go Xiaoluan exclaimed excitedly as he studied the calculations. Excellent, Xiaoluan. Launch all intercontinental missiles immediately. Kato responded with enthusiasm. Understood. Go Xiaoluan promptly set to work. Meanwhile, whether in the Sky Island or the Totland Sea of the New World, along with the warships near Malinfanduo, all launch units were primed and ready under Go Xiaoluan's command. Moments later, every missile was launched with a roar, targeting the tsunami near Malinfanduo. Father, the launch was successful, estimated to arrive in 1 minute. Great, Kato nodded, turning to address the efforts of those valiantly resisting the tsunami. Everyone, listen to me. Relying solely on our strength to halt this tsunami is far too difficult. Are we to abandon all hope? Kaido questioned, somewhat perplexed. No, please let me finish. To obstruct the tsunami, we have just launched all our intercontinental missiles, totaling 23,824. They will arrive in 40 seconds. Kato spoke with emotion, looking at the individuals still tirelessly combating the tsunami. You have all worked hard. Now, you can withdraw from the battlefield. Our missile stockpile is more than sufficient to stop this tsunami. At these words, the crowd fell into a brief silence, which was soon shattered by jubilant cheers. This is wonderful. We are saved. I thought I was going to die. Everyone hastily retreated from the battlefield. Newgate, let us go. We can drink soon. Kaido unexpectedly threw an arm around Newgate's shoulder, declaring jovially, Gururara, we won't stop until we're drunk. Kawaii Duo. Whitebeard heartily agreed, even playfully teasing Kaido. Get lost. Why do you also call me Kawaii Duo? It's infuriating. The two walked side by side, and once everyone had retreated to a safe distance, they quietly watched the direction of the tsunami. With no one left to hinder or resist, the tsunami began to spread outward, its speed increasing rapidly, expanding to 12 kilometers in mere seconds. They all stared silently at the advancing wave, experiencing for the first time how agonizingly long those seconds felt. As they watched the tsunami continue its relentless expansion, an inexplicable anxiety gripped their hearts. What if Kato's plan failed? What then? However, they had no time to ponder. The intercontinental missiles had already arrived. What does it signify to possess 23,824 intercontinental missiles? In an instant, these missiles, densely packed, roared forth towards the tsunami with immense force. The sounds of explosions echoed incessantly. The flames generated by the blasts even tinged the sky crimson. Such terrifying power. Whitebeard watched as the missiles relentlessly struck the tsunami, resulting in violent explosions. He couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. He wondered if it would be effective. If this did not halt the tsunami, we might find ourselves unable to enjoy our drinks. Kaido, too, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Boom! Boom! The explosions continued, as countless torrents of seawater were thrust into the sky by the force of the blasts, resembling a torrential rain. Countless volumes of seawater cascaded back into the ocean. The cacophony of explosions persisted for a full 10 minutes before finally subsiding. Fortunately, this staggering number of intercontinental missiles had indeed managed to vanquish the tsunami. Though the sea still bore tumultuous waves, they were merely a fraction of the height of the previous 1,000-meter tsunami, rendering the scene relatively tranquil. Ha ha ha, how splendid. We have truly survived. What a relief. I thought my end had come, but here I stand, alive. In that moment, every individual present was enveloped in the overwhelming joy of having survived. Across the globe, those who had witnessed the colossal tsunami shared the same sentiment. Each person gathered their closest friends and brothers, organizing a grand feast to celebrate their miraculous survival. The same was true in Marinfanduo, where some had even brought out wine, reveling in jubilant festivities. However, Carter gazed at this scene with a serious expression, his eyes fixed upon a distant point in the sky. Carter, what is it? Noticing Carter's unease, others hurried over, their expressions filled with curiosity. Him had not yet departed. Following Carter's alert, Carp also sensed the ominous aura in the sky nearby, and his heart grew heavy. In the aftermath of the tsunami incident, the energies of the cosmic computers Mangdingshan No. 1, No. 2, and Tiana No. 7 had been nearly depleted. Even though these celestial computing machines were incredibly powerful, without energy, they were merely heaps of scrap metal. Everyone present had already exhausted their strength in the effort to halt the tsunami. If they were not amidst a celebration of survival, they would have already succumbed to slumber. If it were to strike now, it would spell doom. After all, In their prime, Carter, and Lingling had been crushed by him. There was no telling what would happen now that all three were utterly fatigued. As Carter and Carp wrestled with their grim thoughts, the long silent system suddenly emitted a notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully thwarting the tsunami and saving countless civilians. Achievement Savior activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Achievement Savior. Do you wish to claim your reward now? Upon hearing this, Carter was overwhelmed with euphoria. The greater the challenge of an achievement, the more substantial the reward. Now, having expended nearly all his strength and reaching the brink of exhaustion, he had barely succeeded in obtaining this achievement. Perhaps this was his final chance to defeat Im and turn the tide. Carter excitedly declared, "Claim the achievement reward." Ding! Achievement reward successfully claimed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Ding. Achievement reward successfully claimed. Congratulations, host, on receiving the 4th generation divine body, the complete version of the black hole engine. Upon hearing this, Carter was immediately engulfed in ecstasy. The divine body was the 4th generation divine body of the sacred Kaisha. It could be said that upon acquiring the divine body, Carter had reached a state of immortality. The divine body, with each sacred atom, not only stored immense energy, but also recorded all the data of its possessor. As long as a single sacred atom remained, resurrection could occur under equivalent energy conversion. Other atoms would erase their data, allowing the owner to be reborn anywhere. Regrettably, however, the energy required for the resurrection of a 4th generation divine body owner was far too immense. Planetary level energy could not fulfill the conditions for resurrection. Thus, to achieve rebirth, a 4th generation divine body owner would require stellar level energy. Furthermore, the sacred atoms comprising the divine body could position themselves relative to one another, aggregating into predetermined forms, thereby rewriting the definition of death. Even if the body of the divine body owner were to be shattered, it would merely transform into sacred atoms, reconstructing thought and reorienting at a higher dimensional sacred form. Under suitable conditions, the sacred atoms would reassemble into the predetermined form, restoring the body to its original state. The sacred atoms belong to conceptual technology, redefining the concept of death as dictated by the void, impervious to all known forces in the universe. These particles are considered conceptual atoms. Each sacred atom of the divine body is embedded with a dark matter computer, allowing the atoms to locate one another and automatically aggregate and reorganize. The concept of the void cannot be destroyed by brute force. It can only be altered by other concepts. Known sacred atoms are immune to heavenly blade judgments, solar flares, supernova bombardments, cosmic black holes, and the gravitational pull created by black holes. Nevertheless, sacred atoms cannot escape the destruction wrought by the void engine black hole, which can damage them. Moreover, in the 3rd installment of Xiangbing Lian, the angels with the divine body could freely traverse the vast cosmos and dark dimensions. It could be said that Carter, possessing the divine body, feared only the black hole engine. And now, not only had Carter acquired the divine body, but he had also obtained the black hole engine, and in its complete form. In the original work, the angel Wang Huaye possessed only an incomplete black hole engine, yet managed to eliminate He Shi and Liangbing. While there were reasons for He Shi and Liangbing's voluntary demise, it cannot be denied how formidable the black hole engine is. Nevertheless, the incomplete black hole engine had severe drawbacks, namely its uncontrollability. Once Huaye successfully created a black hole, he lost control over it. If he did not withdraw from the black hole's vicinity in time, he would be consumed by it as well. Carter, filled with curiosity, inquired of the system, "Is there a difference with the complete version of the black hole engine?" Ding! The complete black hole engine has an enhanced computational rate of 32 frames, allowing for black holes to be controlled at will and closed at will. Invincible! Carter could not help but exclaim in wonder. With the divine body along with the black hole engine, he had nearly attained an undefeated status. However, they had only just survived the catastrophe of the tsunami. Yet, Imu remained there, watching with keen interest, unaware of when she might strike. Thus, Cater ceased to hesitate and inwardly urged system, "Activate the divine body and black hole engine." A prompt from his system echoed, "Ding, activating divine body and black hole engine. Please wait." As the system's notification faded, Cater felt a profound transformation in his consciousness, entering an exquisite state of enlightenment. It was as if the very concepts of his thoughts had been reconstructed. As time progressed, Cater began to sense his body undergoing a disassembly and reassembly, with the fundamental units of his being transmuted into divine atoms. This sensation was extraordinarily marvelous. Upon the completion of this transformation, Cater's entire body had been replaced by divine atoms. Instantly, he sensed another restructuring of his consciousness, as if each divine atom possessed its own awareness. This feeling was truly remarkable, akin to having countless avatars, yet these avatars communicated and connected with one another. Soon, a mysterious energy surged forth, and Cater felt as if he had reverted to his former self. The consciousness within the divine atoms fell into slumber, to be awakened only when Cater deemed it necessary. In a brief moment, Cater regained his awareness. Although his body had undergone tremendous changes, only mere seconds had passed outside. I feel immensely powerful. Cater marveled at his hands and feet, astonished by the transformation. In this moment, with just a flicker of thought, he could conjure a black hole, effortlessly annihilating an entire star system. Ha ha! Just as Cater was lost in awe, an irritating laughter resonated in the ears of the crowd. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Carp, unaware of Cater's metamorphosis, stared grimly in the direction of the laughter. As he had anticipated, Imu stood high above, surveying the revelers at the ruins of Marine Admiral, arrogantly proclaiming, "The Chinese government is indeed impressive, managing to halt this world-ending tsunami." It was Imu. How detestable! She had appeared at this moment. The celebrating crowd soon became aware of Imu's presence, their faces turning grave. After all, they were utterly exhausted. "I offer you a choice. Those willing to submit to me shall live. Those who refuse shall accompany Cater to their demise. What will your decision be?" Imu surveyed the silent assembly with great interest. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. "Ha ha! What's so difficult about this choice? Do not forget, your lives are your own." Imu gazed at them with a mixture of disdain and excitement, relishing the manipulation of their hearts. Finally, after a prolonged silence, and under Imu's eager gaze, Whitebeard stepped forward. "Gurara, submit to you? What a pity. I have already decided to join the Chinese government. Bring forth your best." Whitebeard cast a dismissive glance at Imu and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha. You are right, Whitebeard. To think I would submit to her is pure folly." Kaido, having overheard Newgate's words, also rose to laugh. Indeed, she was just contemplating the destruction of the world, and now she seeks our submission. Had it not been for the Chinese government, we would have perished long ago. Let's fight her. The surrounding crowd, initially lost in contemplation, quickly came to a realization upon hearing Whitebeard and Kaido's words. After all, Imu had just sought to kill them. Had it not been for the Chinese government, they would have long been dead. Fueled by righteous indignation, they collectively resolved to confront Imu. "How infuriating! Since you refuse my offer, you shall all perish alongside the Chinese government." Seeing that not a single soul below was willing to submit, Imu's rage boiled over. "Holy armor, unleash!" Carp resolutely stood before Imu, instantly activating his holy armor. A dazzling Pegasus armor enveloped him. Whitebeard, Kaido, Dragon, Luffy, Cater, and Sengoku. Carp, with a serious expression, intently addressed Imu, "You must evacuate everyone. Allow me to hold her off. Want to escape? Not a chance. Today, you shall all meet your end here." Imu's fury reached unprecedented heights, her visage contorting in rage. "Gurara, the world is vast. Where could you possibly flee? Rather than live in hiding, we might as well confront her. Indeed, old man Whitebeard, I am growing increasingly fond of you. After we deal with Imu, let us share a drink." In their exchange, Kaido and Whitebeard unleashed the last remnants of their strength, their expressions resolute as they faced Imu. Carp, acknowledging their truth, chose not to speak further. After all, Imu was the supreme deity of the Qiyang star system. No matter where one hid, she would find them. This was surely a dead end. Carp murmured to himself. A brilliant white light emanated from Carp's being. Cater, having deemed the moment ripe to act, paused, intrigued by Carp's transformation. Nearly 40 years had passed since Carp first donned the Pegasus armor. It had undergone numerous upgrades, ultimately evolving into the golden armor. The changes now manifesting on Carp were unmistakably indicative of yet another evolution of the Pegasus armor. As time elapsed, cracks began to appear on Carp's golden armor, with radiant white light streaming forth from these fissures. Suddenly, the sound of shattering echoed. Accompanying this sound, Carp's golden armor disintegrated entirely, replaced by a resplendent diamond armor. In an instant, Carp's aura surged back to its zenith. Yet this was merely the beginning. His power continued to escalate, soaring to an unfathomable height before gradually stabilizing. "Ha ha ha! Such incredible power. I feel immensely strong now. Carp reveled in the terrifying energy coursing through him, unable to suppress his exhilaration. His gaze toward Imu brimmed with aggression. At this moment, Imu felt an onset of madness. Initially, suppressing the three of them had posed no challenge. Yet now, she had just sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from Kapu, as if engaging him in battle would inevitably lead to her demise. Simultaneously, her mind began to whirl, contemplating ways to escape this dire situation. After all, as long as one retains the Green Mountains, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Meanwhile, Kapu gazed confidently at Im, poised to strike when he was suddenly interrupted by Carter. "Brother, allow me to handle this," Carter declared with assurance. "What are you doing, Carter?" Kapu began to question, but upon perceiving the distinct aura radiating from Carter, so unlike that of the third-generation divine body, he promptly fell silent. Clearly, his younger brother had undergone significant enhancement. "Ha ha ha, you two enjoy yourselves here. I shall take my leave," just as Kapu and Carter were about to join forces. Im uttered a single phrase before transforming into a streak of light, racing away into the distance. "Oh, you think you can escape? It's too late." Observing Im's retreating figure, a subtle smirk crept onto Carter's lips. "Black hole." With a mere wave of his hand, a small black hole materialized behind him, immediately generating a terrifying gravitational force that ensnared her. The immense pull relentlessly drew Im towards the black hole. Had it been an incomplete black hole engine, the resulting anomaly would have spiraled out of control, threatening to engulf the entire pirate world. However, Carter's black hole engine was fully operational, granting him mastery over the black hole's influence, even concentrating its gravitational force entirely upon him. "What? How can this be? You can create a black hole." Im, feeling the terrifying gravitational force, frantically sought to escape its reach. Yet, it was evident that time was no longer on her side. The full gravitational force of the black hole was now exerted upon her. Unless a miracle occurred, there was no possibility of her breaking free. "Damn it, I refuse to accept this. I have yet to transcend space. I won't yield." Im exerted every ounce of strength to escape the black hole's grasp, but she was inexorably pulled backward. "Carter, Carter, I am willing to submit to you. Please spare me." Hee. Carter regarded Im's plight without uttering a word, merely casting a derisive glance in her direction. "Damn it, then let us perish together." As she spoke, Im transmitted the coordinates of the Qiyang star system in a covert message. Instantly, countless dark messages traversed the cosmos at speeds surpassing that of light, broadcasting across the universe. Carter attempted to intervene, but it was far too late. From that moment on, the entire Qiyang star system lay exposed beneath the gaze of the universe. Countless avaricious eyes fixated upon its location. "Wonderful! Im has been vanquished. Long live the Chinese government. Long live the Chinese government." As Im was engulfed by the black hole, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. "Gulalala! We finally won." Whitebeard slammed down onto the ground, collapsing in laughter. Indeed, Kaido marveled at Carter's newfound strength. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh echoed through the air. Both Whitebeard and Kaido turned in confusion. "Whitebeard, Kaido, who would have thought we would meet in such a manner?" The Golden Lion, Shiki, had approached them. Shiki, Whitebeard, and Kaido were once members of the Rocks Pirates, but after its dissolution, they had forged separate paths, establishing the Whitebeard Pirates, the Beast Pirates, and the Flying Sky Pirates, respectively. Although they still existed in this world, their differing allegiances made it challenging to reunite. The three gazed at one another with a sense of nostalgia. "You clever lad, joining the Chinese government so early." Whitebeard patted Shiki on the back. "By the way, have you, like Carter, achieved divinity?" Kaido inquired, curiosity piqued, having gleaned from the dialogue between Carter and Im that they were divine beings, possessing near-immortal lives. Who could resist the allure of eternal life? Thus, Kaido could not help but ask. "No." Shiki immediately shook his head in response. "All right then," Kaido nodded, understanding that achieving divinity likely entailed numerous restrictions, while Carter's numerous offspring rendered it unlikely for outsiders like them to ascend. "However, I am now a second-generation super warrior. My lifespan is merely around 9,000 years." Shiki casually remarked, digging at his nose. "What? A lifespan of over 9,000 years?" Both Whitebeard and Kaido exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they turned towards Carter. Unlike the others, however, Carter gazed solemnly towards the heavens. Internally, he chastised himself for being so careless. By concentrating the black hole's gravitational force upon him, he inadvertently allowed her transmitted message to propagate through the universe without hindrance. The signal emitted was a widespread broadcast, and Carter received that information, specifically the coordinates of the Qiyang star system. Do not underestimate the implications. In the universe, all civilizations adhere to the dark force theory, which posits that once a cosmic civilization is detected, it will inevitably face hostility from others. A civilization cannot ascertain whether another is benevolent or malevolent. It cannot judge whether it will be attacked or if it is perceived as a threat. Additionally, civilizations frequently experience technological explosions, where the pace of advancement can vary dramatically, with weaker civilizations potentially surpassing stronger ones in a short span. Thus, when a civilization's coordinates are discovered, powerful civilizations often take action against it, whether driven by resource acquisition or fear of the unknown. Now, with him broadcasting the coordinates of the Qiyang star system across the cosmos, it meant that all races within the universe would become aware of its location. Although Carter had ascended to the fourth-generation divine body and possessed a black hole engine, and Kapu's strength had undergone a qualitative change, Carter still felt a sense of unease. After all, the universe was vast. Although only a few powerful civilizations exist within the realm of Chao Shen Shui Yuan, the vast cosmos may well harbor ancient and terrifying civilizations hidden in the shadows. What is the matter, Kate? Kapu inquired with a hint of concern upon noticing Kate's solemn expression. It's nothing. After a moment of contemplation, Kate decided not to share this matter with his elder brother, considering that the great battle had only just concluded. Everyone was still reveling in the aftermath, and it would be unwise to dampen their spirits. Let us go. They are preparing for the banquet. This time, it was indeed a true celebration. Kapu exchanged a few words with Kate before soaring towards the direction of Ma Lin Fan Duo. It is worth noting that Ma Lin Fan Duo had been utterly devastated in this battle. The once mighty land, now reduced to a mere expanse of approximately 2 kilometers in length and width, had seen much of its territory shattered and submerged in the ocean during the conflict. Ha ha ha! Let the banquet begin. Upon hearing about the festivities, Luffy, along with Usopp and Chopper, began to dance joyfully. Sanji busied himself with preparations for the feast alongside everyone else. Witnessing the happiness of his companions, Kate could not help but smile. He then gazed skyward, pondering the future direction of development. Ever since Kate discovered that this world was, in fact, the Chaoshan world, he began contemplating how to expand outward. The resources on this pirate planet were exceedingly scarce. Most of its land comprised a series of small islands, rendering both mineral and various other resources quite limited. This severely constrained the development of the Chinese government. Moreover, the impending adversaries were unknown civilizations from beyond the stars, amplifying the urgency for expansion. As the banquet unfolded, the tension from the prolonged battle gradually dissipated, with food and drink serving to alleviate their spirits, coupled with the exhilaration of having survived. A cacophony of laughter and merriment erupted from Ma Lin Fan Duo. Can you drink? Don't fish for compliments. If you can't drink, what are you doing here? After several rounds of toasting, Kate observed the joy of his comrades and finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. Gulalala, what brings you here all alone? Kate. Suddenly, Newgate approached, carrying a large barrel of wine, laughing heartily. Nothing. I just thought it was nice to see you all happy, Kate replied, shaking his head. Gulalala, don't overthink it. You've practically saved the entire world. Haven to you? Newgate patted Kate on the shoulder. Indeed. Kate smiled in response, acknowledging that despite the exposure of the Qiyang star system, it was a matter of the past that could not be altered. Instead of worrying, it was better to focus on how to foster proper development. Gulalala, Kate. Newgate suddenly adopted a serious expression and said, I wonder if the words spoken in the face of tsunami still hold weight? What do you mean? Kate looked at Newgate, puzzled. About the Whitebeard pirates joining the Chinese government. Newgate replied earnestly, Aren't you already one of us? We are here celebrating together. What more is there to say? Kate chuckled in response. Gulalala, you're right. With that, Newgate took generous swigs from his drink. However, the arrangements for you and Marco will have to wait until we cleanse the remnants of the world government. Our primary task now is to eradicate those remnants. Gulalala, I understand, but you must assign me some tasks. Newgate responded without concern and departed with a smile. Barely had Newgate left when Kaido approached. What's up with Whitebeard? Why is he so cheerful? Kaido, having encountered Newgate earlier, looked puzzled. Nothing. What brings you here? Kotein quitted. Sensing an inkling of what was to come. I was just wondering when we might hold the wedding for Ace and Yamato, Kaido said somewhat bashfully. Ace and Yamato's wedding? Are they even aware? Kate asked in surprise. No idea. But knowing those two, if I wait for them to decide to marry, I might be waiting forever to hold my grandchild, Kaido exclaimed, visibly irritated. It's my fault for training Yamato too hard. I should let her marry Ace sooner and give me a few grandchildren to train. With hands on his hips, Kaido looked almost comical in his frustration. Very well. I will ask them both later, and if they agree, we'll set a date. However, this too must wait until we've dealt with the remnants of the world government. Kate replied with a smile. Huh? Does it have to take that long? Then Kate, give me more tasks, and I'll complete them with the utmost speed, Kaido said, looking despondent. After a brief moment of reflection, Kate recalled the words he had spoken earlier during the tsunami and smiled wryly. The grand banquet lasted 3 days and nights. If not for the complete depletion of wine, it might have continued even longer. However, the conclusion of the festivities was a blessing, as remnants of the world government still thrived in this world. Particularly, those vile celestial dragons were currently reveling in safety atop Marries. Subsequently, Kate began to allocate tasks. Firstly, the Chinese Air Force, led by the Angel Moi and the Golden Lion Shiki, would commence cleansing the remnants of the world government along the Grand Line. Additionally, they would recruit those unaware of the circumstances from the world government navy. Kate's decision to assign this task to the Chinese Air Force was made after careful consideration. The Grand Line comprises 7 routes, and utilizing ordinary vessels would waste considerable time on the journey. The Chinese Air Force, however, boasted the Tian Renqi Hao, which, despite its current energy deficiencies, remained unparalleled as a means of transportation. Furthermore, Shiki possessed the ability of the Fua Nomi, making them an ideal choice for this mission. As for the remnants of the world government in the 4 seas, Kate also devised a plan. The task of cleansing the remnants in the East Sea was assigned to Laxus and his crew, the Thunder God pirates. While it remained uncertain if any formidable figures still lurked among them, the impending actions were set in motion. It is merely an East Sea, and I firmly believe that Laxus will undoubtedly accomplish this task. As for the mission in the West Sea, it will be entrusted to the Revolutionary Army led by Long. The North Sea will be under the command of Bai Huzi, while the formidable Kaido will be tasked with dealing with the remnants of the world government in the South Sea. Regarding the arrangements for Zhangguo and his comrades, considering their prior allegiance to the world government, Kater has opted not to dispatch them to Marihoa. Instead, he has instructed Zhangguo to lead them, along with the Straw Hat Pirates, to Egghead Island in the New World, while he himself will take the remaining forces to Marihoa. Before long, a month has elapsed, during which the remnants of the world government have been thoroughly eradicated. In fact, within just half a month of Kater issuing his commands, the majority of these remnants have been cleansed. It was only a handful of stronger individuals who persistently evaded capture, thus prolonging the process. During this period, the naval branches that originally belonged to the world government have also joined the Chinese government, becoming part of the Chinese Navy. Notably, when Zhangguo and Luffy launched their assault on Egghead Island, they met little resistance. Following the demise of the Seraphim, Vegapunk realized the world government had been obliterated. Consequently, upon Zhangguo's arrival at Egghead Island, Vegapunk promptly allied himself with the Chinese government. Thus, the world government was utterly vanquished, and the entire pirate world fell firmly under the dominion of the Chinese government. A month has now passed since the cleansing of the world government's remnants. During this time, every island and nation has joined the Chinese government under its exemplary policies. Today also marks the occasion of the inaugural People's Congress of the Chinese government. At this moment, in the center of Appiato, adjacent to the temple, a grand structure has been erected, the venue for the first People's Congress, the Great Hall of the People's Congress of the Chinese government. Gradually, over 1,000 individuals have gathered within the hall, patiently awaiting the proceedings. They hail from over 500 islands and nations. The Chinese government stands in stark contrast to the former world government. While the latter dispatched military forces to protect its member nations, these nations were burdened with exorbitant annual fees, known as Tianshongjin. The financial demands were so burdensome that many islands and nations found them untenable. Consequently, even at the zenith of the world government's power, it only comprised around 170 member nations. The Chinese government, however, encompasses all islands and nations within its jurisdiction. Under the auspices of the Chinese government, each nation or island is required to remit only 13% of its annual income as tax, a considerably lighter burden, particularly for those with robust economies. For impoverished nations, the Chinese government offers financial aid and development assistance, providing policy support until they can escape poverty and fulfill their tax obligations. Under such benevolent policies, every nation has joined the Chinese government, including the previously isolationist Wano country and Zhou. Fishman Island has similarly aligned itself, whether coerced by military might or persuaded by the progressive ideals of the Chinese government. Furthermore, the Chinese government does not engage in the abhorrent practice of slavery. Nevertheless, the sheer number of nations under the Chinese government's jurisdiction necessitates that the inaugural People's Congress serves two primary purposes: to listen to the voices of the people and, more importantly, to delineate the world into several regions to be managed by subordinates. It would be impractical for Cater and the headquarters of the Chinese government to oversee all these nations directly. As the assembly convened, struggling against him, every gaze was filled with hope as they looked upon the podium where Cater stood. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Chinese government. I hope that in the days to come, we can all contribute to ensuring a better life for our people. Cater's heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment as he surveyed the crowd. After all, it had been nearly 70 years since his arrival in this world, and he had ascended from humble beginnings to the pinnacle of power, albeit with the assistance of a system. However, such success would not have been possible without Cater's own relentless efforts. Long live the Chinese government! The crowd erupted in joyous cheers at Cater's words. Given that the entire world had now joined the Chinese government, Cater declared, "I have decided to divide the world into 6 major regions, each entrusted to different individuals for management." As he spoke, the officials below gazed intently at him. After all, figures like Bai Huzi and Kaido were notorious for their ambitions, and the prospect of being assigned to manage approximately 90 islands was a dream they would never have dared to envision during their piratical days. "Let us discuss the division of regions," Cater continued, and the audience leaned in, eager to hear more. "I plan to divide the world into 6 regions: the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, North Sea, the Grand Line, and the New World." Cater had intended for a more detailed division, but the natural boundaries of the Red Line and the Calm Belt necessitated a simpler approach. "Newgate," Cater suddenly called out, present, despite his usual boisterous and carefree demeanor. Bai Huzi responded with immediate respect in this setting. Observing Bai Huzi's demeanor, Cater nodded and stated, "You shall be tasked with overseeing the New World. Henceforth, you will be the district chief of the New World. You may appoint officials beneath you at your discretion, but I hope to avoid placing the incompetent in positions of importance. Gururara, you can rest assured, under my command, I will not allow any miscreants to run amok." Newgate vowed earnestly. "That is good." Cater nodded, then turned to Long, stating, "Long, you shall oversee the Grand Line, as your Revolutionary Army headquarters is already situated there." "Understood," Long replied before stepping back. Cater then shifted his focus to Kaido, aware that he presented a different challenge. Kaido and his subordinates, including Jean and Queen, were somewhat reliable, but Queen was more suited for scientific endeavors. However, Cater quickly resolved this dilemma, knowing he could assign Ace and Yamato to assist. "Kaido, you will be responsible for the East Sea." Karta, with a facade of solemnity, internally scoffed, "From now on, you shall be my Donghai Longwang." His laughter echoed in his mind. "Excellent. You can rest assured, I will take care of Donghai." Kaido responded with palpable delight. At this, Cart was momentarily speechless, turning his gaze to Jean, who nodded in agreement, providing him with a slight sense of reassurance. As for the other 3 Cs, he entrusted the Shihai to Laxus, who brought along the entire management team of the Wangwa for ease of governance. With a complete management structure in place, Laxus found it remarkably convenient to oversee the Shihai. The Nanhai was handed over to Shurji. As for the final Beihai, Cart found himself deep in contemplation. After all, everyone, including his children, had secured fixed positions, making them unsuitable for the task. Suddenly, an idea struck Cart, and he turned to the side. "Luffy," he called out with a measure of seriousness. "What is it, uncle?" Luffy, taken aback by the sudden address, was momentarily confused. "I want you and your companions to manage the entire Beihai," Cart stated earnestly, fixing his gaze on Luffy. Upon hearing this, Luffy and Zoro, along with the others, were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Cart would entrust them with the management of the Beihai. "Luffy." Zoro and the others exchanged worried glances at Luffy, who seemed lost in thought. After all, Luffy's dream had always been to find the ultimate island and become the Pirate King. Although the entire world now acknowledged the Chinese government as the authority and piracy had diminished, Luffy could still pursue his dream of seeking the ultimate island. However, if he were to take charge of the Beihai, it would imply a sacrifice of that dream. Cart was acutely aware of this dilemma. Nevertheless, the current circumstances necessitated that Luffy and his companions manage the Beihai. Following the exposure of coordinates in the Qiyang star system, the threat of extraterrestrial civilizations attacking loomed ominously. Thus, he, alongside Carp, Lingling, and those gifted children with SSS-level talents, had to focus primarily on strengthening their abilities to confront unforeseen dangers. Although Luffy and Natsu possessed SSS-level talents as well, they were still too young, and Cart was reluctant for them to face such peril at an early age. Therefore, after instructing Xiao Luan, Cat re-engaged in the fray. He decided to assign them to manage the Beihai, allowing them to enjoy life and perhaps even start families. Luffy, deep in contemplation, appeared inscrutable to those around him until, as if a light bulb had gone off, he declared, "I accept, Uncle." He gazed at Cart with earnest determination. Cart nodded appreciatively, recognizing Luffy's growth over the past period. The battle with Shanks had led Luffy to return to Straw Hat, diminishing his obsession with becoming the Pirate King. Aside from the main appointment proceedings, the People's Congress entered its second phase, which involved listening to representatives from various nations or islands present their inquiries. However, Cart could afford to take a back seat in this matter, given that the world had been divided into several major regions, each managed by their respective leaders. This left the former pirates, including Long and Laxus, to grapple with the overwhelming influx of bureaucratic matters. Before long, a month had passed. The atmosphere in Appiato was vibrant and festive, adorned with decorations that signaled a lively occasion. After Cart had segmented the world and appointed managers, each region had begun to develop normally. Though initially, the former pirates found the transition challenging, the situation stabilized swiftly after Cart dispatched assistance. By now, they had adapted to their new roles, and the Chinese government had achieved complete stability. Thus, Cart began to plan the wedding of Ace and Yamato. When he inquired if they wished to marry, both were taken aback yet ultimately consented. Within the temple, Ace and Yamato donned traditional Chinese attire, advancing gracefully toward the altar. Notably, once the Chinese government firmly established its control over the world, Cart abolished all non-standard clothing, retaining only traditional and modern Chinese garments. Seated at the altar were Carp, Kaido, and Edward Newgate. Under the officiant's guidance, Ace and Yamato completed the wedding ceremony, reaching the tea-serving stage. They each presented a cup to Carp, saying, "Grandpa, please enjoy this tea." Good. My dear grandson and granddaughter-in-law." Carp chuckled heartily, his gaze wandering to Edward and Kaido, who exchanged knowing looks. Carp's playful antics did not go unnoticed by the two, as they found it amusing that Ace and Yamato referred to Carp as Grandpa, while they themselves were addressed as Old Dad, thereby placing them at a lower generational rank than Carp. However, they could do nothing about it. "Old Dad, please enjoy this tea." Ace soon approached Edward Newgate. Hearing Ace and Yamato's address, Whitebeard felt a pang of regret, realizing he had acknowledged Ace as his great-grandson. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. "All right." Edward Newgate reluctantly accepted the tea, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort. Observing Whitebeard's plight, Kaido stifled a chuckle. Yet his amusement was short-lived, for Ace and Yamato soon stood before him with their offering. "Old Dad, please enjoy this tea." Kaido fell silent, caught between a rock and a hard place, glancing at Carp, who wore a mischievous grin. "Little Kaido, what are you pondering? Don't keep my two lovely grandchildren waiting." Carp teased. With no other choice, Kaido grimaced and accepted the tea. Ace, Yamato, what should you call me now?" Carp grinned mischievously. "Grandpa, what is it?" Ace asked, bewildered. "And what about Kaido and Newgate?" "Old Dad," Ace replied, still somewhat oblivious to the implications. Carp erupted in laughter, thoroughly delighted. Kaido and Newgate, unable to contain themselves, forgot the decorum of the wedding, and together, they pounced on Carp, delivering a series of playful punches. As the surrounding individuals observed this scene, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, as Carter and his companions reveled in their joy, several colossal warships slowly navigated through the cosmos, making their way toward the Qiyang star system. In the realm of the Sky Island, the Kingdom of Gods, and Appiato, 2 months had already elapsed since Ace and Yamato's marriage. Throughout this period, the entire pirate world had been undergoing rapid development, whether in technological advancements or various other domains. The construction of the new spacecraft, a replica of the Tiana No. 7, was also progressing at an unrelenting pace. Following their wedding, Yamato and Ace did not indulge in a honeymoon. Instead, Carter swiftly sent them to the East Sea to deal with Kaido's affairs. After all, Kaido was notoriously troublesome, delegating all matters of the vast East Sea to Jean, who lamented daily to Carter about the overwhelming burden. Handing the responsibilities to others was not an option either. Quinn was preoccupied with his human modification experiments, leaving him no time for administrative duties. As for Jack, it was unreasonable to expect that bumbling fool to manage affairs. The Flying Six were no better, each exhibiting varying degrees of eccentricity. Although Ace and Yamato were somewhat carefree, they were certainly more reliable than the rest. With everything well arranged, Carter found himself with leisure time once again, currently napping in the temple. Suddenly, a loud knocking reverberated through the air, prompting a female doctor to enter hastily. "Master Carter, Lady Lingling is pregnant," she exclaimed, urgency lacing her voice. "Is that true?" Carter asked, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the doctor. "Yes, Master Carter. We've conducted several examinations, and we can confirm that the lady is indeed pregnant. Moreover, she is expecting twins. Already a month along." Carter pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. His heart swelled with joy, especially given that he and Lingling had not conceived for a long time. It was not that they did not desire children. They had earnestly tried. Yet, Lingling's body had shown no signs of response. Carter had speculated that ever since he attained the Shenron-Ti, and enhanced his physical prowess, the likelihood of having children had significantly diminished. Particularly after ascending to the third generation of the divine body, only a few children had been born over the years. Now, having recently elevated to the fourth generation, the news of Lingling's pregnancy filled him with exhilaration. Carter hurried to the hospital room, his heart racing with anticipation. Upon entering, he found Lingling radiating a maternal glow, serene as she lay on the hospital bed. "Darling, you've arrived." She greeted him warmly. Why didn't you tell me you were feeling unwell?" Carter remarked with a hint of reproach in his gaze. "It was just a minor issue," she replied, her heart warming at his concern. Inwardly anxious about the unique circumstances of this pregnancy, Carter silently inquired to the system, how many children does Lingling carry, and what are their potentials? "Ding. Congratulations, host. Your wife is pregnant with twin daughters. Warning. Due to one of the daughters possessing an exceptionally high talent, she is absorbing all the nutrients, putting the other child at risk of miscarriage." Carter's heart sank at the revelation. He had never anticipated such a predicament after so many years of trying for a child. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of relief that he had opted for a system check. Otherwise, he might have lost one of his children. "Is there any way to save this child?" he urgently asked the system. "Ding. Enhance her talent." "Enhance her talent?" Carter mused, suddenly struck by inspiration. He recalled possessing an item capable of directly elevating any child's talent to an extraordinary level. This was precisely what his unborn child needed. "Darling, what's wrong?" Lingling inquired, noticing the myriad of expressions flitting across Carter's face, her heart racing with concern. "Stay still. There's a problem with the children. One of them has an excessively high talent, which is depriving the other of necessary nutrients. There is a significant risk of miscarriage." Carter explained. "What can we do?" "You must find a way to save our child," Lingling implored, anxiety written all over her face. "Do not worry, just rest well. I have a plan." Carter reassured her with a comforting glance. He then communicated with the system in his mind. "System, use the SSS level selectable talent." "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn from the enhancement talents, selecting one as a talent for your 12th daughter. Talent 1, SSS Enhanced Talent, Solar Radiance. This talent grants an indestructible divine body and the power to harness stellar energy, resonating with stars through micro-wormhole technology, capable of annihilating entire star systems. Talent 2, SSS Enhanced Talent, Space-Time Gene. Originating from the Space-Time Rose, this gene possesses space-time capabilities developed by Liang Bing and Carl during their time at the Super God Academy. By upgrading to the 4th generation divine body, the Rose can adeptly navigate wormholes for strategic advantage. Talent 3, SSS Enhanced Talent, Illusory Body. Derived from Carl of the Underworld Civilization, the illusory body is a spiritual entity that merges with the essence of the void, achieving unity of soul and void energy. The Grim Reaper Carl's high-dimensional projection exists in a higher-dimensional space, while his physical form in three-dimensional space serves merely as a high-dimensional projection capable of influencing the known universe. Talent 4, SSS Enhanced Talent, Creator of the Little Strong, an incarnation of the battle goddess Athena, born amidst peril yet saved by Iolos and entrusted to Kido Mitsumasa. She embraced her true identity and took on the mission of protecting humanity. Talent 5. SSS Enhanced Talent, Shun God, hailing from the realm of the Grim Reaper. Shun God Yoruichi, former captain of the 2nd Division of the Godai 13, was the former commander of the Special Mobile Corps and a key figure within one of the Soul Society's noble families, the Shohoin clan. Talent 6. SSS Enhanced Talent, Soifon, originating from the world of the Grim Reaper, Soifon. The initial strike of the Sparrow Bee reveals a black butterfly pattern, known as Fengwenua. If the center of this pattern is struck again by the Sparrow Bee, resulting in an overlapping cross shape that resembles an octagonal form, death is inevitable. However, this effect is ineffective against individuals whose spiritual pressure is significantly superior. Upon achieving Bankai, it possesses a one-hit kill capability, manifesting as a colossal version of the Sparrow Bee, akin to the stinger of a queen bee. Its ability is to launch immensely powerful missiles with a vast range, ensuring certain death for anyone struck. The transition from a 2-hit kill in Shurikai to a 1-hit kill in Bankai is evident, as exemplified by Balegang, who barely escaped by aging the missile, akin to a nuclear bomb. Talent 7. SSS Tier Talent Rojija. Rojija originates from the Soul Reaper, Yohana Retsu. Upon its initial release, the Zanpakuto transforms into a massive, flat, single-eyed creature resembling a devilfish. In its biological state, Rojija can carry the wielder and others on its back, enabling flight, and those consumed by it are swiftly healed. During the deployment of Bankai, blood seeps from the blade and surrounding environment, transforming the blade into an extendable and flexible blood blade. During a confrontation with Kenpachi, Kenpachi experienced hallucinations of Yohana transforming into a skeleton, repeatedly facing death while being healed by Yohana. Talent 8. SSS Tier Talent Jinghua Shui Yue, a hallucination-based Zanpakuto. Its hilt is a pale green. Its defining characteristic is that any enemy who witnesses the initial release of Jinghua Shui Yue will be completely hypnotized from that moment onward. Consequently, whenever Jinghua Shui Yue is unleashed, they will succumb to total hypnosis, unable to escape even if they recognize their state. Talent 9. SSS Tier Talent Ling Wang Shiuechin. Originating from the Soul Reaper world, Usopp stands as the most formidable entity within the Soul Reaper realm. Known as A within the Invisible Empire, his powers symbolize omniscience and omnipotence, almighty, ruling as the supreme leader of the Invisible Empire and the common ancestor of all Quincy's. Revered by his subordinates as Your Majesty. When he sleeps at night, his powers exchange with Hashwolf. Talent 10. SSS Tier Talent Leoshin. Emerging from the perfect world, Leoshin refers to a willow tree located outside the stone village. Upon witnessing the talents presented by the system, a wave of astonishment washed over Carter, recognizing their formidable nature. Notably, the first talent, Sunlight, is derived from the sun god, Reina. Her greatest power lies in continuously driving stellar flare activities, hastening the demise of stars until they ultimately transform into supernova explosions. In the original narrative, Reina detonated the Emerald Star, obliterating even the 4th-generation divine body, the holy Kaisha, into dust amidst the stellar explosion. The ultimate significance of the Sunlight Project is not destruction, but rebirth, illuminating the darkness. If civilization is destined for extinction, let Reina transform into the sun and reshape the world. However, aside from the Sunlight talent, the other talents are equally terrifying. Yet, when Carter beheld the final talent, he was left in a state of shock. Leoshin. Despite the system's description of merely a willow tree outside the stone village, Carter, as a transmigrator, was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of Leoshin. During the ancient immortal era, in the final battle, she single-handedly breached the other side of the world, emerging victorious amid a sea of enemy blood, instilling fear in the hearts of foreign demons. However, due to the imbalance in the number of peak powerhouses across the two realms, Leoshin eventually faded into obscurity, yet she did not perish. In the chaotic end of the ancient era, she was beset by 2 immortal kings during her nirvana, sustaining severe injuries while falling to the lower realm. Even before her full recovery, she left a lasting mark in a battle against the leader of the 3,000 continents, compelling him to plead for mercy. Her primordial spirit was imprisoned in a dark cage, yet she fought her way to the ultimate realm, succeeding but suffering grievous injuries from a quasi-immortal emperor. As an immortal king, she severely wounded the Feather Emperor, sacrificing herself to grant Stonehow a glimmer of hope. During the Holy Ruins period, in her final battle, she wielded her not fully resurrected form, channeling the thunder of heaven and the murderous aura of the desolate sword to ultimately vanquish a bizarre immortal emperor. It must be noted that Liu is a terrifying figure at the immortal emperor level, although Carter understood that even if he chose the Liu talent, he could not truly replicate her. Possessing even a trace of her abilities would undoubtedly allow him to rise as a figure of epical significance in a world as powerful as the super god world. Without a moment's hesitation, Carter selected Talent 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully selecting the talent. The host's 12 daughters have acquired the SSS tier talent, Liu. At the moment Carter chose Talent 10, the system seemed to momentarily freeze before issuing the notification. Carter paid no heed to this and proceeded to extract the talents for the 13 daughters. Initiating extraction of the talents for the 13 daughters. Please choose one from the following 3 talents as the talent for the 13 daughters. Talent A, Sacred Body. Talent B, 4th Generation Divine Body Temporal Gene. Talent C, Illusory Body, Divine Body. 4th Generation Divine Body Temporal Gene. Illusory Body. Upon reviewing the talents presented for his 13 daughters, Carter finally understood the cause of their malnutrition, which could potentially lead to their demise. The fault lay in the sheer terror of the talents bestowed upon the 13 daughters. The system's offerings were either the 4th Generation Divine Body or the Illusory Body, both of which did not require gradual growth like Yin and Ge. Instead, they were born as either the 4th Generation Divine Body or the Illusory Body. Competing for energy with such formidable entities was no wonder another could face the risk of perishing. Carter decided to select Talent A. After some contemplation, he resolved to choose the Sacred Body as the talent for his 13 daughters. After all, the Sacred Body's potential for future upgrades was already speculated upon within Kaisha's repository of knowledge, making it more convenient for her development. Although the Illusory Body might currently be slightly stronger, Carter felt a sense of aversion towards its inhuman form. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully selecting the talent. The host's 13 daughters have acquired the SSS tier talent, Sacred Body. Having successfully resolved his daughter's crisis, Carter shared the good news with Lingling. Meanwhile, several colossal warships had entered the gravitational capture range of the Qiyang star system. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown warships detected entering the Qiyang star system. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown warships detected entering the Qiyang star system. Alarm! Alarm! Unknown warships detected entering the Qiyang star system. In the control room of the Chinese Air Force, a sudden alarm blared, prompting everyone to spring into action. How would they determine the intentions of the approaching vessels? At that moment, the Angel Moy had already arrived in the control room, her expression grave as she inquired. Although Carter had warned Moy of the possibility of extraterrestrial civilizations approaching, the moment had finally arrived, and Moy felt a tinge of concern. After all, they were entirely unacquainted with these alien civilizations, unaware of their intentions or technological capabilities, and oblivious to whether they bore goodwill or malice. However, upon entering the Qiyang Shengshi, the opposing force ceased all further actions, pausing near the star as if to replenish their energy. The angel maneuvering the control panel responded, "Prepare all weapons of Tianra No. 7 and Mangdangshan No. 1 and No. 2 for charging. Ensure the shields are fully operational." Moy promptly issued the command, for they remained uncertain of the intentions of the other party. Thus, combat readiness was imperative. Understood. The angel immediately sprang into action. The lunar battleship's cannons fully extended as Moy continued to issue orders. Notably, following the demise of Imu, the lunar battleship had fallen into the hands of the Chinese government. After extensive research on the lunar battleship, it was discovered that it possessed the capability not only to fire vector beams, but also to unleash antimatter projectiles from its main cannon. While it lagged one tier behind Tianra No. 7, it was still an exceptionally formidable vessel. Following modifications, the lunar battleship transformed into the command center of the Chinese Air Force. As Moy's orders were disseminated, the shape of the moon began to shift dramatically. The entire moon cleaved open at its center, extending outward, revealing numerous cannons radiating a chilling light, seemingly narrating its terrifying presence to all. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed. "Moy, what is the status? Does the opposing force exhibit any inclination to attack?" Carter's voice suddenly resonated within the control room. Although Carter was aware that the coordinates of Xingxi would inevitably attract civilizations, he had not anticipated such a swift arrival. He had expected a delay of at least a year and a half. Consequently, upon receiving Moi's report, he immediately brought his comrades, Yin, Zixin, Guxiaoluan, and Azui, to the Lunar Command Center, leaving Lingling, who had recently become pregnant, to rest on the Sky Island, while Katakuri remained to care for her. Leader, Moi respectfully responded upon seeing Carter. The opposing forces remained near the star without taking action, and we are yet to ascertain their allegiance. What is their technological level? Zixin inquired with a hint of confusion. After all, in cosmic warfare, many conflicts revolve around the clash of technological advancements. With the support of Kaisha's knowledge repository, the Chinese government had made remarkable strides in technology. However, due to material limitations, their technological level had only advanced to harnessing stellar energy and the preliminary utilization of dark matter and dark dimensions. Unknown, however, based on the stellar energy response, it appears they can utilize stellar energy. Moi shook her head, for the opposing force had not sent individuals for contact, and her assessment was merely based on their external appearance. The utilization of stellar energy. Zixin's expression grew serious, for if the opposing force could wield stellar energy, their technological level was unlikely to be inferior to their own and might even surpass it significantly. What is the matter? Carter observed his daughter's furrowed brows with concern. Given that the opposing force could utilize stellar energy, it indicated their technological level was unlikely to be inferior to theirs. Moreover, the fact that they dared to approach immediately after discovering their coordinates demonstrated their confidence in their own strength. Upon hearing Carter's concerns, Zixin promptly explained, "This poses a significant challenge." Carter felt a sense of unease, for the world was not as simple as it appeared. After all, in this universe, each civilization, after evolving for 100,000 years, seemed shackled by fate. Countless civilizations had perished or declined under unknown circumstances. The only recorded civilization that exceeded 100,000 years of history was the Shinha civilization. Yet, even this formidable entity, capable of triumphing in corporeal warfare, ultimately succumbed to the inexorable constraints of time, dissipating into the cosmic expanse. The true number of unrecorded or unknown civilizations, along with the extent of their technological advancements, remain an enigma. Additionally, the existence of Wukong in the Super God Academy compelled Carter to reflect deeply. It should be noted that Wukong's emergence was merely due to the actions of the Reaper Carl, who uncovered a dormant super gene code within myths and summoned him forth. Thus, the secrets of this universe remained largely unknown. Although Carter now possessed the fourth generation of divine body, the holy physique, and alongside Carp and his offspring, who were either third generation divine bodies or close to that level of power, he still dared not let his guard down. The opposing force has made contact with us. Just as Carter was lost in thought, an angel soldier suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Carter immediately turned to the screen, and indeed, a communication request had been transmitted. Connect. After a moment of contemplation, Carter decided to proceed with the communication, for if the opposing force was willing to engage in dialogue, it might signify that their arrival was not malicious. Following Carter's directive, a figure with a shock of crimson hair and clad in red attire soon appeared at the center of the screen. "Greetings, friends of Qiyang civilization. We hail from the Lihua civilization." A warm and amiable voice resonated from screen. Although the language was incomprehensible, its meaning was effortlessly understood by Carter and his companions. "Lihua civilization? We welcome your arrival, but what is your purpose in the Qiyang Xingxi?" As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Given the opposing force's politeness, Carter naturally refrained from responding harshly. "We harbor no ill intentions. If it pleases you, may we engage in a face-to-face discussion?" The elder on the other end did not respond directly, but instead proposed a meeting. Upon hearing this, Carter fell into contemplation, for he remained uncertain whether the opposing force genuinely bore no malice. Although they claimed to have no ill intent, Carter was not naive enough to take their words at face value. Venturing forth could potentially lead to a trap set by them. Yet, considering that the opposing force had not exhibited overt hostility, it was evident that if they truly wished to attack Qiyang Xingxi, they could have done so without warning from the outset. After all, the time afforded to Carter was exceedingly brief, leaving him no opportunity to establish frontline watchtowers within the Qiyang Xingxi. Thus, the Lihua civilization had entered the Qiyang Xingxi without the Chinese government being aware of any impending approach. By the time they detected the presence of these vessels, The opposing force had already infiltrated the Qiyang Xingxi. Had they launched a surprise assault at that moment, Carter would have been caught entirely off guard. Very well. However, I shall choose the location. Ultimately, Carter agreed to the meeting, yet prudently decided to select the venue himself. Soon, Carter and his companions met with representatives of the Lihua civilization on a desolate planet nearby. Having ascended to divine bodies, or second-generation super warriors, they could directly draw energy from the dark dimensions, enabling them to survive in the vacuum of space. The individuals of the Lihua civilization possessed the same capabilities, allowing them to thrive in the cosmos. The inhabitants of the Lihua civilization bear a striking resemblance to ordinary humans. However, their height is comparable to that of regular individuals, unlike the towering figures found in the world of pirates, where some can reach heights of 8 or even 10 meters. Nevertheless, the people of the Lihua civilization share a distinctive feature. Each possesses a mane of vibrant red hair. During this encounter with the Lihua civilization, Cater opted for caution, bringing only his father and Gu Xiaolun along. Yin, on the other hand, remained behind, as he would be the most suitable candidate to oversee affairs should any unforeseen incident arise. 3 representatives from the Lihua civilization arrived, an elderly gentleman who appeared first, accompanied by 2 relatively younger individuals, a man and a woman. Greetings, friend from the Qiyang star system. I am known as Huyangsing, the captain of this fleet. The elder introduced himself, exuding a demeanor far more amiable than one might expect. Hello, I am the current deity of the Qiyang star system, Mengqi Di, Cater. Cater responded courteously, though he was taken aback. He sensed a formidable power emanating from Huyangsing, coupled with a palpable sense of threat. Although this sensation differed from that of the divine beings created by the principle of space, it was evident that the elder's strength was comparable to his own. Cater pondered the true purpose of the Lihua civilization's visit. We have 2 objectives for our presence here, Huyangsing began in a measured tone. Firstly, we wish to advise you against exposing your coordinates in the vastness of the cosmos. The universe can be quite ruthless and without sufficient strength. Revealing your location can easily invite attacks. Cater nodded in understanding. I am aware of this. The coordinates were inadvertently exposed due to our enemy's dying act. Huyangsing seemed relieved upon hearing this. That reassures me. Our second aim is to establish a cooperative relationship with the Qiyu star system. Cooperative relationship? Cater was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Huyangsing affirmed, followed by a hint of exasperation. Both the Lihua civilization and the Shuemia civilization boast a rich history of over 100,000 years. However, in this universe, few civilizations can claim a history that surpasses this duration. The leaders of our civilizations have sensed an inevitable confrontation. To ensure the survival of our culture, we must overcome each other, thus igniting a protracted war between our civilizations. Yet, our powers are closely matched, resulting in a conflict that has persisted for a decade, exhausting both the Lihua and Shuemia civilizations significantly. Our leaders have ominously foreseen the potential demise of the Lihua civilization, which is why we hope you might inherit the flame of our civilization when the time comes. Huyangsing bowed respectfully to Cater. Why choose us? Cater was filled with confusion. Because you are sufficiently youthful, Huyangsing quickly clarified. Originally, aside from warning you not to reveal your coordinates, our second purpose was to invite you to join us in confronting the Shuemia civilization. However, upon witnessing the astonishing power of your youthful civilization, I swiftly revised my decision. We possess a secret technique that allows us to discern the true age of civilization. Yet, I discovered that your civilization has only existed for approximately 40 years. In such a brief span, you have made remarkable advancements, leaping from the pre-nuclear era to the dark matter age. A civilization with such potential should not be entangled in our war, but allowed to flourish. Cater secretly rejoiced at this revelation. Had he not acquired the knowledge from Kaisha's repository, his technological prowess would not have reached such heights. I agree. Cater ultimately decided to acquiesce. Recognizing that he had not encountered mentions of the Lihua and Shuemia civilizations in the original texts of the Super God Academy. Coupled with Huyangsing's words, the credibility was exceedingly high. These 2 civilizations were likely to annihilate one another in their mutual conflict, ultimately vanishing from the annals of history. Furthermore, should he accept them, he would not be without advantages, as their technology and capable individuals would bolster his own strength. After receiving Cater's consent, Huyangsing expressed great delight. After exchanging pleasantries, The representatives of the Liyahua civilization prepared to depart. However, at that moment, Cater suddenly called out to them. Wait a moment. Is there something else? Huyangsing inquired, puzzled. Do you know the coordinates of the Angel Nebula? Cater could not restrain his curiosity. The Angel Nebula? Isn't that a youthful civilization? We know of it. But you don't intend to invade, do you? Huyangsing regarded Cater with suspicion. Not all. Look, Cater smiled as he unfurled the wings on his back. We are angels from the Angel civilization, fortuitously stranded here, unable to find our way home. Ah, I see. The coordinates will be sent directly to your warship shortly. After concluding their discussion, the representatives of the Liyahua civilization departed from the Chiang star system. Cater, having received the coordinates of the Angel Nebula, began formulating his next steps, as he aimed to expand throughout the universe. However, the vastness and scope of the cosmos were indeed overwhelming, continuously expanding with each passing moment. Therefore, relying solely on the speed of spacecraft for the flow of materials and personnel became increasingly impractical. In this situation, the establishment of a large wormhole bridge for spatial traversal became imperative, given that the next destination was the Angel Nebula. The coordinates provided by Huyangsing indicated that it lay approximately 400 light-years from the Chiang star system. This meant that even at light speed, it would take 400 years to arrive. Fortunately, the Tianra No. 7 possessed the capability for spatial jumping, allowing it to traverse approximately 100 light-years with each jump. However, after each jump, it required about 10 days to replenish its energy. Thus, even at full speed, Tianra No. 7 would need to undergo 24 spatial jumps, equating to roughly 8 months of travel time. Consequently, Cater instructed Jishin to commence the construction of the wormhole bridge in a location relatively close to the periphery of the Chiang star system. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoluan, accompanied by Jishin and 3000 second-generation angels, boarded Tianra No. 7 and set off at maximum speed towards the Angel Nebula, planning to establish the wormhole bridge in a discrete location upon arrival. Under this arrangement, 9 months passed. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Cater estimated that the wormhole bridge would be completed within this time frame. However, on this very day, the Appiato First People's Hospital is ablaze with lights under the night sky, and at this moment, the obstetrics and gynecology department is bustling with activity. Kata! Kapu exclaimed, observing Cardi swaying nervously before him. Could you please stop fidgeting? This isn't your first child. Why are you so anxious? Brother, you cannot fathom this feeling. It has been quite some time since Lingling and I welcomed a new life. Furthermore, one of these children nearly met with demise during the pregnancy. Kata replied, his voice tinged with tension. The sensation is indeed extraordinary. Although Cardi, Kapu, and Lingling have regained their youthful appearance after becoming the third generation of divine bodies, the experiences they have endured impart a sense of joy and anxiety akin to that of a late-in-life parent. What? Demise? Kapu's eyes widen in shock as he seized Cardi by the collar. Such a significant matter, and you chose not to inform me? What is the situation now? Is the child all right? How did this happen? It's all resolved, brother. The issue arose because the other child possesses extraordinary innate talent. She is destined to be a divine body of the fourth generation. Thus, the other child was deprived of the necessary nourishment, leading to her near demise, Cardi explained slowly. A divine body of the fourth generation? Kapu gasped, momentarily speechless. Goodness, does that not render her invincible? Observing the delight on Cardi's face, Kapu realized that, in Cardi's eyes, such a divine body was not yet considered invincible. At the very least, the potential of that child is limitless. Cardi stated solemnly. Wow. With the cries of 2 newborns echoing, the delivery room door swung open and a female doctor rushed out. Lord Cardi, Lord Kapu, Madam has safely delivered. A female doctor quickly announced, however, is quite lively inside. Lord Cardi, you should see for yourself. When a child with exceptional talent is born, it often heralds extraordinary phenomena. Initially, the doctors were quite flustered, yet they have since become accustomed to such occurrences. Nodding in acknowledgement, Cardi stepped inside, fully prepared for the extraordinary gifts his children would possess. As he entered the delivery room, Cardi beheld a magnificent silver-white angelic figure hovering above his 13th daughter. This immense angelic apparition was distinctly more powerful than those he had witnessed with his other children. However, Cardi's gaze was soon captivated by the extraordinary manifestation of his 12th daughter. Before him stood a colossal willow tree, defiantly flourishing in the void of the universe, exuding an aura of immense terror. A slender figure emerged from the willow, exuding unparalleled grace, gazing down upon all with a regal demeanor. This figure, with a flawless physique, was not merely confined to the tree's form. Clothed in pristine white, she resembled the moon, with wisps of white mist swirling around her. Surrounding her were 3,000 luminous orbs, each representing a world. Every orb contained countless ancient realms, filled with innumerable deities and demons bowing in reverence, their chants resonating throughout. Across the myriad realms, endless divine beings offered prayers and homage. The shimmering brilliance rendered this figure unique, eternal, and immortal amidst the cosmos. Such terror, such awe, merely an apparition, yet Cardi felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate in worship. Fortunately, at that moment, the apparition began to dissipate, the willow and angelic figures merging into the bodies of his 12th and 13th daughters. "My dear, let us bestow names upon our children," Lingling gently suggested to Cardi. Cardi fell into contemplation upon hearing her words. His 12th daughter, endowed with the gift of the willow god, warranted a name befitting such a wonder in the world. Likewise, his 13th daughter possessed immense potential, a natural divine body of the 4th generation, unparalleled in the cosmos. This dilemma left Cardi somewhat troubled. After a moment's thought, he finally spoke. "Mungchi di, Lu Shun, Monkey di Kumbe. Let these be their names." Cardi could conceive of no name that could rival that of the willow god, so he decided to embrace it. As for his 13th daughter, her uniqueness throughout history warranted the name Kongbai. Following the birth of Lu Shun and Kongbai, news finally arrived from Guxiaoluan that the Great Insect Bridge near the Angel Nebula had been completed. In the Qiyang star system, Cardi, Kapuyan, and as we stood before the Great Insect Bridge, the bridge constructed by Cardi continued the architectural style of angelic civilization. From the exterior, the Great Insect Bridge resembled two colossal swords embedded in the ground, their sheer size allowing ample space for 3 gigantic Tian Renault, 7 vessels to traverse side by side. These swords were not merely ornamental. Their interiors housed wormhole activation mechanisms and protective shielding systems. Additionally, along the path to the wormhole, a security booth stood prominently, the station where angels typically stood guard. "Let's commence," Cardi commanded the prepared Xian. "Understood." ZC note that, promptly beginning the connection to the Great Insect Bridge and activating the wormhole. The patterns on the swords illuminated with a white glow, and beams of laser light shot from them, converging into space between the two swords. Soon, a pale blue vortex manifested before them. "All right, father, we can proceed." "Very well, Xian. You shall remain here to maintain the Great Insect Bridge. Brother, let us depart," Cardi instructed Xian before plunging into the vast vortex. Kapu and the others, witnessing this, hesitated not a moment and followed suit through the wormhole. The instant Cardi entered the wormhole, he felt himself enveloped by a kaleidoscopic vortex tunnel. The tunnel twisted and turned, and once inside, his body was drawn uncontrollably toward a specific direction. After a considerable passage of time, his vision suddenly brightened. Upon regaining his senses, Cardi found himself standing before another Great Insect Bridge. "Father, you have arrived." Guxiaoluan rushed to greet Cardi upon sighting him. "What is the situation with the Angel Nebula?" Cardi inquired with a grave tone. In response, Guxiaoluan's face contorted with anger. "Father, those male angels are nothing short of beasts. They treat the women of the Angel Nebula as mere slaves." Carter was momentarily stunned, realizing that during his time here, the male angels still lingered in the Angel Nebula. This meant that Kaisha might not have been tainted by Huaya yet. "Hold on. Our purpose here is to rescue the female angels." After contemplating for a moment, he formulated a plan in his mind. "Brother, you, and as we guard the wormhole here, Xiaoluan, Yin, and I will infiltrate the Angel Nebula. Go ahead. You can leave this to me." Upon hearing this, Kapu smiled joyfully. Once everything was arranged, Carter led Xiaoluan and Yin into the Angel Nebula. At this time, the technological level of the angelic civilization was not high and was still under male angelic rule. Therefore, the defenses of the Angel Nebula were virtually non-existent before Guxiaoluan, who possessed Kaisha's vast repository of knowledge. The trio moved smoothly and eventually landed on a floating island teeming with vegetation. However, just as they concealed their presence, a commotion caught their attention. "Short skirt, keep running." Upon entering, Carter saw a rather despicable-looking brown-haired male angel, flanked by several subordinates. blocking 2 female angels. Huaya, you shall not lay a hand on Kaisha. Such actions will surely bring retribution upon you. A brown-haired female angel stood defiantly in front of the woman named Kaisha. Ruaning, get out of my way. I am the king of angels. Who can bring me retribution? Huaya shrugged, a disdainful expression on his face as he asked one of his subordinates. Is it you? No. No. The subordinate hurriedly shook his head. Were you? Huaya turned to another subordinate. No. No. The second subordinate quickly denied, flattering. You are the great king of angels. Who could possibly bring you retribution? Ha ha ha. Or perhaps it is you. Huaya, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, striding towards Ruaning. Bang. Get away from me. Shameless harlot. With that, Huaya violently sent Ruaning flying to the side. How despicable. Gu Xiaoluan, hidden in the shadows, felt a surge of anger and was ready to rush in to save Ruaning, but Carter restrained him. Dad, wait a moment. Carter gestured for Xiaoluan to hold on. However, he was not truly thinking that way. After all, his son was still unmarried, and Kaisha was so beautiful, untouched by Huaya's corruption. Wasn't this a perfect match? The future king of the blade, a woman of such status, would undoubtedly be worthy of being Gu Xiaoluan's partner. Upon realizing that Kaisha had not yet been tainted, this thought emerged in Carter's mind. If he intended to bring Kaisha and Gu Xiaoluan together, it was essential to wait for the most opportune moment to have Xiaoluan rescue Kaisha, ensuring the desired effect. Back to Kaisha. Ruaning. Upon seeing her friend being struck away while protecting her, Kaisha gasped in concern. Kaisha, my dear, do not worry about that little harlot. Come back with me, and I shall ensure your happiness. Huaya grinned wickedly, leaning closer to Kaisha. Slap. Huaya, do not even think about it. I will never submit to you. Kaisha furiously slapped Huaya across the face. In an instant, silence fell as Huaya's subordinates stared in horror at his reddening left cheek. To them, Huaya had always been a tyrant, unchecked in his actions. Now, someone dared to strike him. They could not help but mourn for her. Ha ha ha. So you dare to strike me? How bold. Kaisha, my dear, you have captivated me. Huaya, far from being angered, spoke with delight. But since you dare to hit me, prepare to enjoy my affection tonight. Ha ha ha. Huaya said, extending his hands toward Kaisha. At this moment, Kaisha was merely an ordinary angel. Far from being a match for the second-generation super warrior Huaya, she could only scream in despair. Kaisha's desperate cries echoed, for she knew Huaya all too well. When the previous king of angels, Huaya, was still alive, he managed to suppress Huaya's ambitions. Her father was a close friend of Huaya, thereby arranging her betrothal to Huaya. However, little did she expect Huaya to be such a vile person, bullying the weak from a young age. Now, Huaya was unrestrained, and no one could control his ambitions. After ascending to power, he immediately established a new order for the angels, the Heavenly Palace Order, a decree of debauchery. Under Huaya's Heavenly Palace Order, all male angels unleashed their desires. The result was that countless female angels became mere tools for male angels' amusement. Huaya and his subordinate, Somali, took this order to the extreme, with female angel corpses regularly dragged from their quarters. Any female angel who dared to defy Huaya and Somalis would be ruthlessly slain. Now that Huaya had set his sights on her, Kaisha felt there was no escape from his clutches. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the wicked hands she envisioned did not reach her. Kaisha opened her eyes in confusion, only to see a tall figure standing protectively in front of her. Who dares to thwart my desires? Huaya, seeing his hand restrained, exclaimed furiously, What are you waiting for? Kill him at once. How dare anyone lay a hand on King Huaya? Kill. His subordinates rushed forward with their swords aimed at Gu Xiaoluan. Rascals! Gu Xiaoluan merely cast a glance at them, and an overwhelming aura swept through them, causing several male angels to collapse instantly. Thud! Who on earth are you? Huaya was now panicking. He had never encountered such power. With just a glance, his subordinates fell to the ground. Though they were not his strongest men, they were certainly among the elite in the Angel Nebula. Was he a god? Meanwhile, Kaisha gazed at the man standing before her with starry eyes. For some inexplicable reason, she felt an unsettling sensation emanating from him. As I faced Imu, I felt the same sense of helplessness as when Xiong Xin was abruptly silenced. Gu Xiaoluan grasped Huaya's hand, his face contorted with disdain. You insolent brat! How dare you show such disrespect to this king? Huaya iklemet, ekaspiratit. Gu Xiaoluan disregarded Huaya's outburst, for although his physical level had yet to reach the third-generation divine body, his strength, bolstered by ambition and other enhancements, far surpassed that of Huayi. Are you all right? Gu Xiaoluan gently inquired of Kaisa. I'm Fina. Kaisa stammered, her face reddening like a monkey's backside at Gu Xiaoluan's sudden gaze. What do you think we should do with this person? Should we kill him, or? Gu Xiaoluan asked Kaisa. It's up to you. After all, he's your trophy, Kaisa replied, displaying keen awareness. Very well. Gu Xiaoluan nodded in agreement, then shifted his attention towards Carter. Upon witnessing this, Carter smiled and stepped out of the shadows with Yen. Old man, how should we deal with this fellow? Gu Xiaoluan inquired upon seeing Carter. Just kill him. He serves no purpose alive. Carter responded without hesitation. The prosperity of the angel civilization had nothing to do with Huayi. The true architects of its strength were three individuals: King Kaisa, King He, and King Liangbing. They not only rescued countless female angels, but also expelled all male angels from the Angel Nebula. Subsequently, they propelled the angel civilization to near the pinnacle of cosmic supremacy. Moreover, Kaisa and He created the fourth-generation divine body, the sacred form, and harnessed void particles to forge secondary biological engines. Thus, acquiring Kaisa, He, and Liangbing rendered Hua Ye's existence irrelevant. However, such a repugnant individual should not remain in this world, so there is no need to spare him. Kill him. His presence is a nuisance. Carter stated matter-of-factly. All right, activate the Ambition Combat Panel. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoluan promptly initiated the Ambition Combat Panel. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he found Huayi utterly repulsive, despite it being their first encounter. Nevertheless, he yearned to crush him immediately. The Ambition Combat Panel has been activated. Crush him. Establish Void Defense Barrier. Gu Xiaoluan waved his hand gently, summoning an orange energy shield that enveloped Huayi in an instant. Huayi sensed danger and began to frantically assault the barrier. Yet, this was a Void Defense Barrier. How could it be shattered by Huayi? Anti-biological energy, anti-light energy, anti-dark matter energy, anti-void. Create logical deadlock. Launch Final Judgment. As a voice resonated from the abyss, Huayi found himself kneeling in agony. Observing this, Carter regarded Gu Xiaoluan with a puzzled expression, questioning the need for such extreme measures against Huayi. While detestable, Huayi hardly warranted the full force of Gu Xiaoluan's abilities, which would annihilate not only his body, but also his spirit. A cacophony of blades escaping their sheaths echoed as a colossal sword materialized in the void, swiftly descending upon Huayi's head. Huayi struggled against the blade's edge. Boom! Ultimately, he could not withstand the final judgment of Gu Xiaoluan and was utterly obliterated, both physically and spiritually. The final judgment has been completed. The subject's life signs have vanished. Gu Xiaoluan gazed at Huayi's lifeless body and remarked, "Check if he had any hidden moves left unplayed. Assess his chances of survival." Upon examining Huayi's corpse, Gu Xiaoluan chuckled, leaning down to retrieve his head. No need for checks. Define it all as 0. For him, there exists but one possibility: death. This is not a game. There are no chances for a comeback. This is reality. I embody reality. Reality is harsh. With that, Gu Xiaoluan boldly hurled the severed head into the distance. At this moment, Kaisa looked at Gu Xiaoluan with admiration, for in her perception, Huayi had been an invincible figure, already reaching the second-generation super warrior level. Though He, and Liangbing had embarked on research concerning second-generation super warriors and made significant progress, the man before her rendered Huayi nothing more than refuse. Who are you? As far as I know, there are no beings of your stature in the Angel Nebula. Unbeknownst to them, Ruoning had risen from the ground and stood protectively in front of Kaisa, eyeing Carter and Yen warily. Gu Xiaoluan stood at around 2 meters tall, a height not uncommon among the Angel Nebula, albeit rare. However, Yen and Carter towered at 3 meters, exuding an unmistakable air of suspicion. Kaisa, Ruoning began to interject, but was immediately cut off by her. If they belong to a hostile civilization, we are in serious trouble. In response, Kaisa regarded Gu Xiaoluan with a serious expression. Although her fondness for him had surged, Ruoning's caution was justified. It was perilous. If they were indeed hostile, she would risk everything to relay that information. Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intent, Carter replied with a smile. He then spread his wings. Witnessing this, Gu Xiaoluan and Yen also unfurled their wings. Wings? How is that possible? I recall that the angel race does not possess such heights. Ruoning exclaimed in shock upon seeing the wings behind Carter and the others. In truth, we are also of the angel race. We merely found ourselves stranded in the Qiyang star system, due to an accident. Today, we have merely returned home, Carter explained. Hearing this, Kaisa and Ruo Ning sighed with relief, for they could indeed sense the essence of the angel race emanating from them. Subsequently, Carter gained Kaisa's trust and was introduced to He Shi and Liangbing. Due to Hua Ye's unexpected demise, all power and male angels fell into the hands of Sumali. However, with Carter's presence, along with Gu Xiaolun, Yin, Kapu, Azui, and the 3,000 second-generation angels they brought, alongside the female angel forces assembled by Kaisa, they managed to annihilate all male angels within just 2 days, completely overthrowing the celestial order. The new order was re-established through the collective efforts of many. Due to Cater's extraordinary strength, he rescued Kesha at a crucial moment. Subsequently, in their time together, Kesha, Liangbing, and He Shi unexpectedly developed affections for Gu Xiaolun. With the support of these three, Cater ascended to become the new Angel Emperor. Generously, he conferred titles upon Kesha as the King of Heavenly Blades, He Shi as the King of Heavenly Foundations, and Liangbing as the King of Heavenly Enlightenment, while Gu Xiaolun was titled the King of Heavenly Attire. Though one might jest that he was merely posturing, numerous other formidable individuals also received royal titles. Under Cater's leadership, the angel civilization embarked on a rapid advancement, continuously expanding outward and seizing vast resources. His subordinates and kin successfully evolved into the 4th generation of divine bodies, while even some squad leaders attained the status of 3rd generation divine bodies. The angel civilization nearly governed the entirety of the known universe, and even formidable civilizations like the solar flame civilization became allies. The fire civilization and the water civilization, both boasting a history of 100,000 years, ultimately could not withstand this turning point. In the grand battle across the endless star domain, both civilizations met their inexorable end. However, prior to this climactic confrontation, the fire civilization dispatched a warship bearing its ember to join the angel civilization, and Cater ultimately transformed them into angels. Due to the inherent traits of their race, these newly transformed angels retained their mastery over flames. Their wings ignited with a fiery hue, thus giving rise to a new branch of the angelic kin, the seraphim. 23,000 years later, the angel civilization had completed its conquest of the known universe, rendering it invincible in the eyes of all. By this time, Earth within the Chi-Wu star system had evolved into the contemporary society we recognize today. Just days prior, in a certain island nation of Japan, there was a brazen act of discharging a massive quantity of radioactive wastewater into the Pacific Ocean. It is essential to understand that radioactive polluted water is vastly different from nuclear waste. The former is water contaminated through direct contact with radioactive materials, containing a plethora of radioactive substances that pose significant dangers to human health. Upon hearing this news, Cater recalled the grim past of his previous life. The world had plunged into a dire crisis due to the selfishness and shamelessness of a single nation, resulting in countless mutations among flora and fauna. The emergence of colossal steel tigers, flying fish, and even basketball-playing chickens. Humans, too, underwent mutations, beginning to endure and harness nuclear radiation to enhance their strength. Though this process claimed countless lives, let us annihilate that repugnant nation, Cater remarked with disdain. In response, a beam of orange light shot forth from the Angel Nebula, traversing 400 light-years to strike Japan directly. Merely 2 minutes later, all traces of the radioactive wastewater and the Japanese archipelago were obliterated without a trace. The people of China witnessed a beam descending upon the sea's surface, which vanished 2 minutes thereafter. However, just 2 minutes later, the internet erupted in chaos as Japan disappeared from the map. Unbeknownst to Cater, he merely nodded in satisfaction at the unfolding events before him, having ascended to the status of the sovereign of the universe. In summary, Cater traversed into the role of the younger brother of Kapu, beginning his journey by marrying Lingling, leading to a life unreservedly filled with the joys of parenthood. 50 years later, when Luffy set sail, Zoro exclaimed, "Luffy, run. That's Marine Admiral Flame Emperor." Luffy replied, "No worries, that's my uncle." Nami warned, "Luffy, run. That's the 4 Emperor's Thunder God." Luffy reassured her, "It's fine, that is also my uncle." Usopp cried, "Luffy, run. The god of Skypiea has arrived." Luffy nonchalantly responded, "No worries, that's my aunt."